I was discarded by the team as trash, unaware that my Life Tree Dewdrops could permanently boost attributes, even awakening an SSS-tier divine class in a stray dog. They thought support could only hide in the back and heal. I can steal the spiritual energy of corpses through the Tree of Return system, hunting down 4th level mutated beasts alone. Joining the northern expedition with my divine hound Black. My former teammates who once looked down on me are now in dire straits. This time, will they kneel and beg me? Chapter 1, You're off the team. Lin, your abilities simply don't align with our team. I hope you'll voluntarily withdraw from the Windbreaker squad. In the apartment, Shenlong spoke softly, wearing an understanding expression. Lin slowly raised her head to look at the young woman before her, whose sleek black hair cascaded down to her waist. She wore a white jacket paired with a white miniskirt, completing the outfit with white knee-high boots. Her snow-white complexion perfectly complemented the flawless attire, making her appear utterly sacred. This person was none other than Shenlong, the captain of the Galebreaker squad. Having awakened the profession of the Frost Queen, she ranked 9th on the Joshan District's combat power leaderboard and was the core of the entire squad. Incompatible abilities? Why didn't you mention this when forming the team? Linen's eyebrows furrowed slightly as his eyes fixed intently on Shenlong. At this moment, a bespectacled chubby boy behind Shenlong stepped forward and said, "We originally thought you would show some growth, but unfortunately, over these 2 years, you've made no progress at all." His name was Liang Bin, the team's archer, who had awakened as a ranger. Ranked 52nd in the Joshan District combat power rankings, his strength was extraordinary. In this world, where monstrous beasts roam rampant, humans have awakened occupational abilities to fight against them. All professions are divided into 5 major categories: warriors who can tank and deal damage, mages skilled in burst attacks, ranged attackers as marksmen, and supports who provide control and healing, as well as captains who possess the strengths of all professions, capable of supporting others at any time and responsible for tactical planning and command. Although supports may not be strong in combat, they are the key to everyone's survival. An excellent support is absolutely crucial in a world overrun by monstrous beasts. Lin sneered, "I see. So you've already found a more suitable support than me?" Shenlong took a step forward, blocking Lin's line of sight. "Lin, since you insist on laying everything out, then I won't beat around the bush either. We've decided to switch supports to Wen Miao, who awakened as a seraphim. Her growth potential far surpasses your imagination. Moreover, she only needs to chant incantations to provide healing and attribute buffs. Whether it's support capability or efficiency, she's 100 times better than your Tree of Life profession." Liang Bin nodded in agreement. Lin's Life Tree profession, while capable of secreting Life Tree Dewdrops to temporarily boost everyone's attributes. However, unlike the Holy Angel, it cannot be instantly activated, requiring others to consume the dewdrops and wait briefly. On the battlefield, that brief moment can mean the difference between life and death. Hearing Shenlong's words, Lin clenched his fists tighter, the veins on his arms bulging prominently. "My support conversion rate is indeed slow, but you should understand in your heart that the Life Tree Dewdrop can permanently enhance attributes, something no other support class can ever match." Hearing this, Liang Bin let out a disdainful snort. Shenlong even shook her head. "Lin, your dewdrop's attribute enhancement is too minimal. It's meaningless to us now." Lin pointed at her nose and roared, "Shenlong, how can you utter such heartless words? Back then, you bunch of useless idiots couldn't even handle a basic zombie. It was me who used the dewdrops to forcefully boost your stats." Being called useless by Lin was something Liang Bin couldn't tolerate. "Lin, you're just a support. The achievements in killing those monsters were all ours. You were just secreting dewdrops in the back. Do you really think you contributed so much?" Shenlong said expressionlessly, "Lin, we're grateful for your past contributions, but now that our levels have increased, the stat boosts from your dewdrops remain unchanged. It's not that we abandoned you, it's the times that have left you behind." Liang Bin, with his hands in his pockets, sneered and said, "Lin, we've grown, but you've stayed in the same place. You should reflect on yourself more instead of yelling at us." Shenlong, with a cold expression, slowly said, "Lin, you should leave the team on your own. That way, it would be more dignified." Lin laughed self-deprecatingly. "Heh, I never expected that my efforts over the past 2 years would be wasted on a bunch of ungrateful people like you." Liang Bin pointed at him and cursed, "Lin, watch your mouth. If you dare spread nonsense outside, don't blame me for being rude." He slowly raised his head, eyeing the two of them with a look of disdain, and sneered, "What the hell do you think you are? Back then, it was out of pity that I teamed up with you. Remember this, today, it wasn't you who kicked me out. It was I, Lin, who dumped you. Even if I teamed up with a dog, I could still dominate." Shenlong shook her head in disappointment. "Lin, you're still the same as always, never willing to admit defeat with your words." Liang Bin looked displeased. "What are you showing off for as a support?" He quickly stepped forward, intending to teach Lin a lesson. This Lin, as a support, actually didn't provide 24/7 protection for himself during the beast hunting. The secreted dewdrops had to be evenly distributed, all the while he kept pointing fingers at their combat techniques. Anyone who didn't know better might have thought he was the captain. "Liang Bin," Shenlong called sharply, trying to stop the chubby guy. After all, Lin En was once a teammate. Beating him up right after he left the team wouldn't reflect well on the Stormbreaker squad's reputation. Lin watched as Liang Bin charged forward, his eyes narrowing. He's the weakest of the four, yet causes the most trouble. When things go wrong, it's the teammate's fault. When they win, he takes all the credit. If healing him is even a second late, he won't stop complaining. What a spoiled ADC brat. Now that I've decided to quit the team, there's no way I'm putting up with his crap anymore. Lin swung his arm and delivered a crushing elbow strike to the top of Liang Bin's head. Bang! With a dull thud, Liang Bin felt an explosive pain in his skull, his vision swimming as he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Shenlan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Lin's strength be this overwhelming? A support role, yet he took down the marksman with a single punch? How did he do it? Lin sneered coldly. A mere shooter, how ridiculous. Chapter 2, Even a dog is an SSS class professional. Lin kicked the door open and left the apartment where the Gale squad was stationed without the slightest hesitation, walking alone towards his rented apartment in solitude. Although Lin's role is support, the skills of the Tree of Life are far from limited to just support abilities. Dewdrop of the Tree of Life permanently enhances physical attributes with no side effects and can also heal injuries. Blessing of the Tree of Life temporarily and significantly boosts combat power. Life Tree Strangulation can release Life Tree branches to strangle and control targets. Tree Return, wrapping a warrior's corpse with Life Tree branches allows absorption of the corpse's spiritual energy to enhance oneself. Since awakening the Life Tree profession at 18, Lin has been collecting corpses on the battlefield, slowly boosting his combat power through the Tree Return system. Now, he's even capable of solo hunting 4th level mutated beasts. It's just that his role is supportive. Killing enemies isn't his job at all. Lin wasn't boasting. With a dog by his side, he could truly become unstoppable. Passing through the grimy alley, Lin arrived in front of a dilapidated red brick house. As he opened the door, a small yellow dog wagged its tail and leaped toward him. Lin crouched down and gently rubbed the little black dog's head. Blackie must be starving. Woof woof. Blackie stuck out his tongue and circled around him. Lin took out some dog food and poured it into Blackie's special bowl. Blackie was just a stray mutt, always wandering around the slums before. Lin had fed it a few times, and later Blackie completely latched onto him, treating him as its owner, squatting at Lin's doorstep every day wagging its tail for food. It even chased away a few stray dogs that defecated and urinated at his doorstep. Lin, being an orphan who grew up in a welfare institution, felt pity for the perpetually homeless Blackie and decided to adopt it. The man and his dog had been together for 3 years. Lin stroked its head while pondering silently. Hunting exotic beasts had to continue. After all, it was the primary source of income for awakened ones in this world. But Lin no longer wanted to team up with others. With his abilities, he was more than qualified to be a captain. As for teammates, he glanced at Blake, who was devouring his meal voraciously. Teaming up with humans is worse than teaming up with dogs. At least dogs are more loyal. Blake, I'm heading to the Northern Territory next week to hunt exotic beasts. Want to come with me? The contract signed with the guild mandates hunting exotic beasts in the Northern Territory. Even if Lin has quit the team, we still have to go. Otherwise, we'd have to pay an exorbitant penalty fee. Black raised his head slowly as if understanding, then barked excitedly twice. Woof woof. Lin didn't care whether it understood or not, smiling as he said, then I'll take that as your agreement. He didn't actually expect Black to fight in battle. It's just that the trip to the Northern Territories could take as little as 7 days or as long as half a month, and he wasn't comfortable leaving Black at home alone. It would be better to bring Black along, at least it would keep him company during the journey. However, before that, I must enhance your strength. Lin slowly extended his hand, channeling all his spiritual energy to his fingertips, from which a drop of golden liquid secreted. The golden droplet shimmered under the light, radiant as the sun. Black's eyes widened in astonishment. Even as a stray dog, he could sense the extraordinary nature of this substance. A drop of the Tree of Life stew slowly fell into Blake's food bowl. Lin commanded, eat it. Without the slightest hesitation, Blake extended its tongue and began licking the drop of the Tree of Life stew in its bowl, afraid to miss even the tiniest bit. In mere moments, strange sounds came from Blake's bones after consuming the dew, and black stains began to ooze from its fur. It visibly grows at an astonishing rate, with powerful psychic energy converging toward its body. In an instant, the heavens and earth change color, transforming the clear sky into dark, looming clouds. Blackie wildly absorbs the surrounding psychic energy. Originally only reaching Lin's calf, Blackie grows to his knee height before stopping its development. It vigorously shook off the stains on its body, its physique robust and sleek, its once messy black fur now smooth and glossy. A burst of golden flames erupted within its body, blazing fiercely over it, yet Blake felt no pain, only excitement as it barked joyfully. Lin stared at Blake before him in astonishment. What kind of profession have you awakened? Black's body was actually able to burst into flames, clearly indicating he had awakened a profession. Moreover, it triggered celestial phenomena. You must know, Shenlan's Frostblood lineage was an S-rank profession, yet it never caused such celestial phenomena. Woof woof woof. Black kept barking, trying to explain to his master. Unfortunately, Lin couldn't understand at all. but he knew that Black's profession was at least S rank or higher. With proper nurturing, his potential would be limitless. But Black is a dog. No matter how bright his future is, he can't become an official. This really makes humans seem inferior to dogs. So many people dream of obtaining an S-class profession, yet it actually appeared on a dog. Alright, Black, put away your flames, Lin commanded. Not only did Black awaken a profession and improve his physique, but his intelligence also seemed to have increased. Upon hearing Lin's words, he immediately extinguished the flames around him. At the same time, in a villa in the southern district, Shenlong was sitting on the balcony reading a book. The sudden celestial phenomenon left her utterly shocked. Is someone awakening? Such a strong gathering of psychic energy, what kind of profession could trigger such a massive convergence? Jiang Chang, Awakeners Guild, top floor office. An elderly man with silver hair gazed at the dark clouds over the southern district. Even from this distance, he could sense the powerful psychic fluctuations. The awakened guild officials behind them were utterly dumbfounded. My God, what kind of profession has awakened? It must be an S-rank profession, right? The white-haired old man interrupted. No, with such powerful spiritual energy, it's at least an SSS rank profession. Triple S class profession? I'm afraid there isn't even a single triple S class awakened in the entire Jian city, right? Just who is this extraordinary person? Why didn't they awaken their profession at the guild? The white-haired old man shouted sternly, stop dawdling here. Go find that person now. Yes, yes. Without the slightest hesitation, everyone immediately set off, and all the cadres rushed out of the Awakener Guild. Chapter 3, Black is way better than you losers. South City's slums instantly locked down. As the Awakened Guild personnel led door-to-door occupational assessments. Awakened Guild personnel led teams conducting door-to-door occupational screenings. What's going on? Why the sudden lockdown? They won't even let us freely enter or leave South City? Are you dumb? Didn't you see the anomaly earlier? Rumor has it an SSS class awakened appeared. SSS rank? Holy crap, are you sure it's in our slum district? It must be. The phenomenon just now happened right here in our slum. Lin En was in the supermarket buying dog food when he overheard the chatter. Forgetting his shopping, he rushed straight home. He was also worried that Black's awakening as an SSS class professional might be discovered. If that happened, whether Black would still be his dog was anyone's guess. Back home, Lin En warned Black, from now on, you're forbidden to display your abilities in front of anyone without my explicit command. Understand? This time, Black didn't bark but nodded instead. Good. Here's a bag of dog food as a reward. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Lin got up and opened the door. Two guild members dressed in black uniforms stood at the doorway. One of them produced a white awakening stone and placed it before Lin En. Sir, the guild is now conducting occupational assessments for all residents. Your cooperation is requested. Yes, yes. Lin En nodded repeatedly, looking every inch the law-abiding citizen. He quickly extended his hand and placed his palm on the awakening stone. The instant spiritual energy flowed in, Lin's profession information appeared on the stone. Occupation, Tree of Life. Rank, A. The staff member shook his head in disappointment. It seemed he wasn't an SSS class professional after all. Just as the two were about to leave, a staff member spotted Black, who was busy eating, and asked in surprise, what breed is your dog? Lin glanced at Black, whose coat was entirely black, and replied, Labrador. Oh, he's quite handsome. Lin smiled politely. Thanks. Alright, that's all for now. The two staff members said before heading to the next residence. After searching every resident in the southern district all day long, they still couldn't find that SSS ranked professional. The guild members were deeply disappointed. Could it be that this masterful figure simply refused to emerge? Lin En was also curious about what class Black actually was, but class evaluations had to be done at the guild. He feared that if Black went for an evaluation, he might be detained afterward. It seemed he'd have to wait for a chance during a life or death battle to see just how powerful Black's profession truly was. Time ticked by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. All these days, Lin had been feeding Black with Life Tree Dewdrops. By now, Black could even bite through steel bars. Lin estimated this strength was at least on par with a level 2 class. Black's absorption efficiency of the dewdrops was remarkably high, far superior to those useless fools like Shenlong. It proved not that his dewdrops were inadequate, but that they were utterly useless. Early that morning, Lin En dressed neatly and took Black with him to the Northern City training ground. Today marked the Red Society's campaign to reclaim the Northern Territories. A total of 2,000 practitioners marched north to battle the beasts and reclaim the lost territories. At the same time, Shenlong arrived at the training grounds with the members of the Windbreaker squad. Hey, isn't that Lin En? Liang Bin spotted him immediately. Hearing that grating voice made Lin En feel sick to his stomach. He turned his head just as the 5 members of the Windbreaker squad approached him. Shenlong wore a form-fitting white soft armor that hugged her slender curves, her face still bearing that aloof expression. To her left stood a towering, muscular warrior named Wang Kai. Beside him stood a petite girl named Xiang, a mage. The woman on the right, with her alluring looks and soft voice, was likely Chen Lan's newly recruited support. When Miao. Lin, have you found a new team? Xiaoying asked, her expression tinged with guilt. Deep down, she was reluctant to switch supports, but as the team leader, she dared not question his decision. She hadn't even shown up that day, afraid of facing Lin En and not knowing how to react. Lin En remained silent. He no longer had any ties to them and didn't want any further involvement with this bunch. Lin En, this can't be your teammate, right? Liang Bin sneered, pointing at Blake beside him. Wang Kai snorted with laughter. He couldn't care less about Lin Yu's presence or absence. His eyes were fixed solely on Chen Lan, a devoted sycophant who unconditionally supported whatever she decided. Chen Lan glanced at Black lying on the ground and couldn't help but laugh too. Lin watched their scornful grins, ruffled Black's fur, and remarked coolly, Black's got more sense than all of you useless jerks put together. His words insulted everyone present, yet none took offense. After all, it was merely a dog. If they didn't care about the dog's owner, they certainly wouldn't give the dog itself a second thought. Only Liang Bin sneered, a dog isn't even enough to fill a beast's teeth. Chen Lan stepped forward then. Lin En, you should withdraw from this exploration mission. A lone support like you will die. Though she didn't think much of Lin En's abilities, it was undeniably his dewdrops that had boosted their strength back then. She didn't want to watch him throw his life away. Xiaoying chimed in, yeah, going solo without a team is incredibly dangerous. Woof woof. Black barked twice. Am I not my master's teammate? Am I not? Lin En coldly replied, don't worry. Even if you die, I won't. Just don't come begging me for help when trouble comes. With that, he turned and walked away. Black, let's go. Damn it, who do you think you are? Beg you? You won't even know how you died when it happens, Liang Bin muttered angrily. Watching Lin En walk away, Wen Miao remarked, this guy's so arrogant. He's just a big talker. A support player with 0 achievements, all he does is show off. Liang Bin turned to Wen Miao, once we're out of the city, just spam your skills. I'll protect you. Wen Miao blinked her almond-shaped eyes and nodded repeatedly. Okay, thanks, big brother Liang. At that moment, a white-haired elder stepped onto the martial arts platform. This man was none other than Chen Haishan, the president of the Awakened Guild. Silence, everyone. Chen Haishan looked down at the crowd below, his voice resonant like a bell. Everyone, this northern expedition is not merely about slaying beasts. It is about reclaiming lost territory and expanding Jiangqing's living space. This is for the benefit of our descendants. If we do not fight this battle, our children and grandchildren will have to fight it instead. For Jiangchang, for our descendants, I urge you all to cooperate wholeheartedly, follow the guild's commands, and give your utmost effort. Every participant was issued a wristwatch. Not only could it relay real-time communications and reports to the guild, but it also monitored vital signs and summoned reinforcements. Chen Haishan delivered a rousing pre-battle speech, lifting the morale of the 2,000 professionals. With a sweeping gesture, he bellowed, advance. Chapter 4, Metland's Fiery Ghost Forest. The main force marched northward from Jiangchang, heading straight for the border connecting the northern domain in Jiangchang. After marching for most of the day, the vast convoy began encountering increasing numbers of beasts once they left Jiangching's territory. Lin En and Black, the man and dog duo, trailed at the rear of the main force. Even upon reaching the northern domain border, they had yet to find an opportunity to engage. The boundary between the northern domain and Jiangchang was marked by the Metland Ghost Forest. The forest was filled with bizarrely shaped plants. From the outside, it appeared as a dense, dark mass stretching as far as the eye could see. Occasional sounds drifted out, indistinguishable cries of unknown beasts. Upon reaching this place, the previously relaxed atmosphere among the group instantly turned tense and vigilant. It was said that during the last territorial expansion into the northern realm, numerous Jiangcheng professionals had perished here, leading to years of abandoning further expansion attempts in this area. Not only did it harbor strange beasts, but also mutated vegetation. While the above-ground growth was somewhat manageable, the subterranean threats were far more difficult to guard against. Lin En scanned the forest ahead with a sharp glance, his eyes flashing with intensity as his fighting spirit surged. Black, scared? Lin En bent down and patted the dog's head. Black shook his glossy black head, nudging Lin's hand with his snout. His large eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. Oh, so you really think this dog is your teammate, huh? Liang Bin crossed his arms, chin raised, watching Lin with a mocking expression. Lin En didn't even turn his head, continuing to rub Black's big head. Black, someone's looking down on you, huh? Liang Bin snorted coldly. So you know they look down on you, you. Lin En. As he spoke, Liang Bin suddenly widened his eyes and roared in fury. Lin En shot Liang Bin a sidelong glance, his eyes dripping with sarcasm. I've seen people pick up money, but never someone who picks up insults. Liang Bin's face flushed crimson as he clenched his fists in rage, his teeth grinding audibly. Lin En. You're asking for it. Raging to the point of fury, Liang Bin growled lowly, drew an arrow, and prepared to shoot. Enough! Chen Lan teleported forward in an instant, raising her hand to pin Liang Bin's arm down. Why are you stopping me? Didn't you hear that piece of trash daring to mock me? Today Do you want the guild leader to notice you attacking other players before the mission even begins? Shenlong warned Liang Bin in a hushed voice. That single sentence instantly silenced Liang Bin. Even if they were at the back of the pack, causing a scene would still draw attention. It simply wasn't worth ruining his standing with the guild leader over that good-for-nothing Lin En. Liang Bin took a deep breath and shot him a vicious glare. Just you wait. Once they reached the Metland Ghost Forest, he'd have plenty of ways to finish off this good-for-nothing. Shenlan's brows furrowed slightly. Her cold, clear eyes immediately fixed on Lin En with displeasure. Lin En, I know you have grievances against us, but you must watch your tone. Lin En looked at Shenlan. She was still dressed in pure white, her brow bearing utter coldness. The chill seeped into Lin En's very soul. Before, he had thought her aloof and just, but now it all seemed selfish and cold-hearted. Oomph. Moderation? Moderation is for those who know their place, not for a bunch of treacherous scoundrels. Lin En, shut your filthy mouth. Wan Kai lunged forward in a single stride, shielding Shenlan behind him as he glared fiercely at Lin En. Like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Captain Chen is doing this for your own good. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Lin En snorted derisively, sneering at Wan Kai's desperate, fawning display before Shenlan. Black, let's go. No point wasting time on this trash. Lin raised his hand, signaling Black to stride toward the Metland Inferno Forest. Shenlan and the others felt a lump in their throats, their expressions sour. Wang Kai glanced back at Shenlan's expression and hurriedly tried to placate her. Captain, don't stoop to the level of the dying man. A useless fool like him won't survive the Metland Ghost Forest. Shenlan took a deep breath. Fine. It's his own choice. His gaze fixed on Lin En's retreating figure, he hesitated before adding, if you truly encounter him in danger, help him if you can. Liang Bin stood behind them, letting out a cold snort. His eyes seemed to be filled with venom as he watched Lin En's retreating figure. Lin En paid no heed to what the members of the Breaking Wind Squad thought. He had already led Black and followed the majority of the professionals into the Metland Ghost Forest. The watches issued by the guild contained partial external maps of the Metland Ghost Forest. Lin En hadn't fought alongside Black yet, and their coordination still needed cultivation. To be safe, they decided to stick to the marked paths for now. Man and dog advanced toward the southeast of the Metland Ghost Forest. The forest was vast. In the quiet surroundings, aside from the footsteps of the adventurers, only the occasional cries of the forest's native inhabitants could be heard. Within minutes, Lin had diverged from the other teams that had entered together. Now, just the man and his dog walked alone through the woods. Lin remained on high alert. Black, stay safe. Woof. Black's large, alert eyes scanned the surroundings with intense vigilance. Lin glanced at the map. Few marked locations lay to the southeast. 300 meters from their current position lay a swamp. Only part of the marsh's border was marked. Following this boundary for 100 meters would lead to some hallucinogenic snowflakes. The hallucinogenic effects of the snowflake pearls were mild. As long as one remained calm and alert, they wouldn't be affected. Beyond the drifting snow gems lay the willow leaf forest. Beyond the willow grove, the map showed no further markings. After comparing the other directions, Lin ultimately decided to venture into the willow grove. Though the guild provided a map, its markings weren't guaranteed to be accurate. The map hadn't been updated in years, and these markers were from the last exploration mission long ago. The actual conditions were unpredictable. Black, you might see lots of tasty treats or other creatures soon, but without my command, you stay right by my side. Got it? Black's large head gave a nod. That pure gaze lifted Lin's spirits. Indeed, his former teammates couldn't understand human speech as well as Black could. Lin covered both his own nose and Black's as they cautiously moved forward, man and dog alike. Sure enough, before long, scattered snowflake buds resembling white flower buds appeared ahead. Lin's eyes sharpened. He pulled a shovel and a burlap sack from his backpack, quickly dug up several snowflake treasures, and was about to continue when he suddenly heard the crack of a branch snapping behind him. Snap. Crackle. Lin gave Black a sharp slap and took off running. Chapter 5, The Anomaly. Man and dog raced through the forest. In the midst of his frantic dash, Lin En glanced back. His gaze locked with a pair of blood-red eyes in the darkness, sending a chill down his spine. Damn it, am I really that unlucky? Did I run into a dangerous creature the moment I entered? He stared intently and breathed a sigh of relief. It was a gray-black rabbit, about the size of Black, scurrying on all fours with lightning speed. Its long, sharp incisors gleamed as it stared greedily in their direction. Black, bite it! Black slammed on the brakes and charged straight at the gray-black rabbit. Lin En also halted abruptly, drew the stick he carried, and charged forward. Damn it, thought it was some huge beast, but it was just a big rabbit. Black, take it down. I'll grill it for you later. The giant rabbit was startled. It hadn't expected its prey to fight back, but its four legs didn't slow down at all. Half a meter away, the rabbit's hind legs kicked out violently. It leaped forward, lunging at Black with its massive fangs aimed straight for his throat. Lin swung his club with all his might. Crack! Arg! The club struck the rabbit squarely on the snout, shattering its front teeth as blood spurted out. The rabbit let out a shrill, agonized howl. In the blink of an eye, Black leapt forward, sinking his teeth into the rabbit's leg and began violently shaking his head from side to side, slamming the giant rabbit left and right onto the ground. Lin rushed forward in a few strides. Black, let go. Black instantly released its grip, and Lin swung his club down. Thud. Snap. The giant rabbit's head instantly collapsed, no sound left. Black, good job. Come on, take it with us, we're roasting meat up ahead. Black's round eyes sparkled with excitement. He hopped up and down twice, then suddenly every hair on his body stood on end. Lin gripped the stick in his hand and looked up warily. Several pairs of blood-red eyes glowed in the pitch-black forest. In the blink of an eye, several large rabbits of different colors burst out. They were 3 times larger than the gray rabbits they'd encountered before, their teeth gleaming coldly with sharpness. Rustle, rustle. A sudden crackling sound echoed near his ears. Lin abruptly looked down at his feet. The grass trembled beneath his feet. Lin narrowed his eyes, leaping upward in an instant with a side somersault. He flung a branch from his hand, binding it around Black's waist as he swiftly retreated to the left. Boom! Almost the instant the man and dog leapt, the ground caved in violently. A pure gray giant rabbit burst forth, its sharp incisors snapping upward. In the blink of an eye, Lin and Black were surrounded by 7 or 8 giant rabbits. Damn it, we stirred up a hornet's nest. We took on the young ones, now the elders are here. Lin quickly channeled his spirit energy into Black. Black's glossy black fur instantly gleamed brighter, a fleck of gold flashing in his large eyes. Time to test our teamwork. Lin patted Black's head, and the man and dog charged forward in an instant. Flames erupted from Black's body, sending several large rabbits near him scrambling backward in panic. In an instant, the situation on Black's side reversed. Lin gripped the branch sprouting from his palm and lashed out at the largest pure gray rabbit. The pure gray rabbit proved more agile than the earlier gray-black one. It deftly dodged the branch whipped by Lin. Seizing an opening, it lunged directly at Lin. You're courting death. Lin flipped his right hand, and the branch in his palm instantly split into 3 branches, encircling the large rabbit. The rabbit's sharp teeth snapped at the branches. A faint smile touched Lin's lips. I've been waiting for you to open your mouth. Lin channeled his spiritual energy, causing the thorns on the branches to grow wildly. The moment the giant rabbit bit down, the spikes pierced its mouth. Arg! The pain made the giant rabbit try to dodge. Trying to escape? Not a chance. The branches twisted instantly, binding the rabbit tight. In the blink of an eye, it was trapped within. The rabbit died instantly. The branches tightened relentlessly, twisting and tangling around the rabbit until it was completely trapped. Emerald green leaves sprouted from the branches, only to vanish back into them moments later. Lin exhaled slowly. Being able to harvest spiritual energy so effortlessly upon entering is truly splendid. As he withdrew the branches, a shriveled, lifeless rabbit carcass lay on the ground. It appeared to have been dead for quite some time. Lin turned to look at Black, only to see his dog chasing the rabbits around in circles. 3 charred rabbits now lay on the ground. Watching Black's excited state, Lin felt something was off. There were only 4 rabbits in sight, yet he seemed to be chasing 6 or 7. Upon closer inspection, the cloth strip on his nose had fallen off at some point. Lin rubbed his temples. This guy must be under the influence of Snowflake's spell. He probably thought he was fighting multiple rabbits. They had to get him out of here fast to snap him out of it. Lin rushed forward and bellowed. Black! The branches in his hands shot out instantly, binding the exhausted rabbits in an instant. The branches grew wildly, enveloping them all. Within mere breaths, the rabbits became shriveled corpses. Lin looked at Black, who now sat obediently beside him, wide-eyed and docile. He couldn't resist ruffling its head. Good job, Black. You trapped all these big rabbits by yourself. You'll get roasted meat as a reward later. At those words, Black sprang to his feet, wagging his tail rapidly. Lin picked up the first large rabbit, skewered it onto his stick, and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Let's go. We'll find a new spot to roast the meat. Black followed behind Lin, his large tail swaying back and forth. The figures of man and dog vanished into the darkness of the willow grove. Several long branches shot silently from the willow grove, darting toward the rabbit carcasses. Swiftly binding them, they dragged the rabbits back into the grove. Were it not for the faint traces of scorched grass on the ground, one would never imagine a battle had just raged here. Lin surveyed the dense, canopy-forming willow grove before him. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves in the wind and the footsteps of himself and Black. Suddenly, several sounds heavier than their footsteps echoed through the air. Lin stopped in his tracks and turned toward the source of the noise. The Metland ghost forest was generally dim, with poor visibility. Even gazing toward the site of their earlier battle from within the woods, they couldn't make out much detail. He had definitely heard a sound earlier, something like the dragging of a heavy object. Lin observed for a long while, but everything around him seemed perfectly normal, showing no signs of anything unusual. Even the sound he had heard earlier had vanished, as if it had been nothing more than a figment of his imagination. A flicker of caution crossed Lin's eyes. This place really is strange in every way. Chapter 6, Willow Grove. Lin gave most of the roasted meat to Black. Watching Black devour it with relish, a smile spread across Lin's face. Team-upping with Black to hunt beasts felt surprisingly more relaxed and carefree than his days in the Windbreaker squad. After years of teaming up with them, striving constantly, and doing everything to support them, he never imagined ending up cast aside. He had truly misjudged them. Lin took a hearty bite of meat, as if venting all the pent-up frustration in his heart. They all looked down on me. Thought I was useless? Oomph. I'll be damned if I don't see how you'll rapidly improve your combat skills without the Tree of Life do. Rustle. Rustle, rustle. As the man and dog ate heartily, a breeze suddenly stirred through the woods. The wind wasn't strong, yet the surrounding leaves rustled loudly. The eating pace of both man and dog instantly slowed. Lin reached out to smooth Black's fur. He finished the meat in his hand in no time. Having to exercise just to eat a meal, how inconsiderate. No sooner had Lin spoken than several willow branches shot out from the trees, hurtling straight toward them. Lin scooped up Black and rolled twice on the ground, dodging the attack. Black, his meal interrupted, was furious. He let out a low growl, his eyes blazing with fury. The branch of the Tree of Life slowly extended from Lin's hand. Black, how should we handle it interrupting your meal? Woof. Black growled low, as if uttering the word kill. His form abruptly transformed into a streak of light, charging toward the branch ahead. Flames flared around his body, starkly visible in the dimly lit forest. The willow branch sensed imminent danger the instant it neared Blake and instantly retreated. Black gave it no chance, lunging forward to seize the branch in his jaws and begin tearing at it. Golden flames began to spread along the willow branch. The rustling sounds within the forest grew louder. Several willow branches whipped through the air, charging madly toward Blake. Lin watched the willow branches' movements intently. After they appeared in large numbers, he instantly pinpointed their origin. The branch of the Tree of Life in his hand shot out like a whip, streaking toward the direction the willow branches had come from. Meanwhile, Lin sprinted through the forest. Soon, a massive willow tree came into view. The trunk's diameter measured nearly 10 meters, with a visible height of about 30 meters. Its true height beyond that remained unknown. Its branches were densely packed, and its leaves were lush and vibrantly green. Unlike the surrounding willows, which had been distorted and mutated by the surrounding influence, its trunk stood perfectly straight, resembling a normal willow magnified many times over. Approaching the giant willow and looking up, the intertwined leaves and branches formed a canopy that blocked out the sky, with only occasional slivers of light filtering through from above. The willow seemed to sense danger. The instant Lin approached, dozens of branches swarmed toward him like a storm. The branch of the Tree of Life in Lin's hand instantly branched out, spines erupting as it entangled itself with the surrounding willow branches. Woof woof woof. Black relied on sheer brute force to force the willow branches into retreat, barely managing to dodge them. Black didn't linger to fight the retreating branches, charging forward to protect Lin. Black, burn his branches. Woof. Black made a sharp turn and charged straight for the trunk. As Black drew near, the great willow's branches shook even more violently. Rustle. Rustle. As if sensing grave danger, the willow's leaves and branches whipped wildly, churning the air with a thunderous roar. The wildly flailing willow branches could not hinder Black, whose entire body was engulfed in golden flames. Any branch touched by the golden flames was swiftly consumed, and some, as they retreated, ignited other branches nearby. The willow's branches whipped with increasing fury, and suddenly the surrounding wind grew fierce. The gale grew fierce, forcing even the tall Lin to squint as the wind obscured his vision. The gale tore countless willow leaves from the tree. Suddenly, the leaves transformed into sharp blades, hurtling toward Blake and Lin. Black, over here. Lin rapidly formed hand seals, bellowing as his spiritual energy erupted, enveloping both himself and Black. The golden flames on Black's body rapidly expanded. Lin's branch of the Tree of Life lashed out at the approaching leaves, clearing a path for Black to advance. Black leapt left and right, coating most of the willow branches in golden flames. The willow tree thrashed its branches wildly, yet it couldn't extinguish the flames. Even as it snapped off branches to protect itself, it couldn't stop the golden fire from spreading across its form. The wind howled fiercely around them as a storm of willow leaves transformed into blades, attacking both man and dog. Lin released the branches from both hands, daring not to relax for even a moment. He kept a constant watch over Black, guarding against any fatal injury. In the blink of an eye, most of the great willow's branches were engulfed in golden flames. The howling winds around them seemed like the great willow's final wail in this world. Only after confirming the great willow tree had lost its ability to attack did the man and dog retreat to the side. Lin gazed at the towering flames before him, stroking Black's dog head. Our teamwork is getting better and better. Black nudged Lin's hand. Let's both get some rest. You can keep eating the roasted meat. Black's tail wagged rapidly as he dashed toward the uneaten portion of his roast meat. Lin stared at the golden flames, waiting for them to die down. As if possessed of its own will, the golden flame died out once only a few meters of the great willow's trunk remained. Once the smoke and dust had mostly cleared, Lin approached to inspect the mutated willow for any peculiarities or perhaps something useful. While mutated plants weren't uncommon, this was his first encounter with a willow tree exhibiting such unusual mutations. Who knows? It might hold some peculiar secrets. Lin raised his hand and tapped the trunk with his stick. Crack! A crack split open in the trunk, and a faint emerald glow seeped out from within. Lin's eyes lit up with delight. Just as I thought, the fact that a perfectly normal tree exists in the Metland fiery ghost forest is the most abnormal thing of all. Now, what good stuff could it be? Lin tapped the trunk again with his stick. Wah! Just as he was about to continue chipping away at the trunk, he suddenly heard Black's agonized scream. Lin instantly abandoned his obsession with the treasure and sprinted toward Black's location. Black! Before he could take a few steps, he saw Black running toward him, pursued by 3 fully equipped figures. Lin shielded Blake behind him, immediately spotting a wound on its midsection. Blood gushed steadily from the wound. Lin's face darkened instantly. He raised his palm, his fingertips rapidly gathering golden dewdrops. Well, isn't this the worthless trash kicked out of the Windbreaker squad? Chapter 7, The Hunting Squad. Lin's gaze swept over the trio, causing him to frown involuntarily. Their strikingly similar features marked them as the Zhao brothers, the renowned hunting squad from Zhoushan district. Their rankings stood at 62, 71, and 74 respectively. Their rankings weren't particularly high, but their level of coordination was unmatched by any other squad. The eldest brother's class ability was Windchaser, the second brother's was Edward Scissorhands, and the youngest brother had awakened as a novice wizard. The hunting squad had other members before, but apart from these 3, teammates changed hands constantly. Each time ended in a falling out. Even though their squad ranked high in Zhoushan district, no one was willing to join them. Their reputation wasn't exactly stellar either, and they'd made enemies with quite a few squads. Their former team, the Windbreaker squad, harbored deep resentment toward them, particularly due to their own numerous grievances. The most recent incident involved Boss Zhao attempting to outpace Windbreaker's squad to seize their loot. My branch beat him to it, leaving him empty-handed. Zhao San eyed Lin up and down with a nasty glare, sneering. TSK. A stray dog bringing along another mutt, what a perfect pair. Ha 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 ha. Third brother, that's spot on. But such a worthless piece of trash daring to take on the same mission as us? He's just asking for trouble. Zhao Laosen fixed Lin with a menacing stare, as if he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. Lin merely glanced at the trio before withdrawing his gaze. A droplet slowly coalesced in his palm. Just as Lin prepared to feed it to Black, a whistling sound pierced the air. His left hand snapped back, while his right swiftly whipped out a branch. Crack! Hiss! Lin, how dare you! Zhao Lauda scrambled backward, clutching his stung cheek as he glared at Lin with a vicious glint in his eyes. Lin's eyes flashed with mockery as he sneered, "You asked for it." With that, he fed the condensed droplet to Black. The moment the dew touched his lips, Black's fur twitched violently. The wounds across his body began to heal rapidly. A fleeting, black gleam flashed across the golden fur on his neck before vanishing. In the blink of an eye, Lin could no longer see it. He dismissed it as a trick of the dim forest light, a mere illusion. The Zhao brothers exchanged glances, surprise flickering in their eyes. Watching Lin's actions, they found it utterly absurd. He was actually treating a dog? Had he lost his mind? Had he given up after getting kicked out of the Windbreaker squad? Treating a dog? Lin, you wouldn't actually consider a dog a teammate, would you? Lin's gaze swept coldly over the 3 of them, his voice stern. Yes, Black is my teammate. You injured my teammate, you'll pay the price. Hearing Lin's words, the trio felt no sense of threat whatsoever. Instead, they couldn't help but burst into maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. This is insane. Teaming up with a dog. This is utterly ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting we apologize to a dog? You must be seriously messed up. The 3 brothers took turns mocking Lin, staring at him as if he were a joke. The eldest Zhao brother cleared his throat, tilting his head back with a look of contempt as he addressed Lin. How about I give you a chance? Just kneel down, kowtow to us, and say a few nice words. I might consider letting you join our team as a lackey. The smile on Zhao's lips grew wider, his mockery unabashed. While you're not fit to be a proper member of our crew, it's still better than ending up as a dog's companion. He glanced at his 2 brothers, and they exchanged a knowing look. Zhao air grinned and stepped forward. Big brother's right. Lin. We had a little misunderstanding before, but friction happens on missions. Let's bury the hatchet today. Join our team, and you'll have some security going forward. Zhao Laosen frowned slightly, still looking reluctant. I refuse. He's nothing but a worthless reject. If we let him join, everyone will laugh at us. Zhao Lauda immediately waved his hand, his face showing clear disapproval. What kind of talk is that? Third brother, we need to be more open-minded. Zhao Laosen still looked unconvinced, but he didn't say anything else. Zhao Lauda smiled warmly at Lin, though the warmth didn't reach his eyes. From now on, you'll be part of our crew. To celebrate you joining us today, how about we have a dog meat hot pot? As Zhao Air spoke, he approached Lin. His right hand swiftly formed into scissors, lunging straight at Blake. A branch shot from Lin En's hand, swiftly targeting Zhao Er's leg. Crack. Ugh. Zhao Er winced in pain, his eyes flashing with fury. Lin, you're insane. How dare you hurt me? Don't you fear being excluded from our squad? Gritting his teeth in agony, Zhao Er transformed both hands into scissors and swung them at Lin En. Oomph. Join you? You're not worthy. Lin En sneered coldly as the branches in his hands multiplied rapidly, hurtling straight toward Zhao Er. Zhao Laoti's pupils contracted slightly as he swiftly moved closer to pull Zhao Er away. Zhao Laosan dashed forward, scattering a handful of powder. Lin En yanked Black aside to dodge. Not just anyone is worthy of joining my team. This isn't some dumping ground for trash. Lin En's mocking gaze darkened the brothers' expressions. Zhao Laota gritted his teeth. Lin En, don't push your luck. You think you're lucky to tag along with us? You're nothing. You're not even worth a dog in my eyes. Who the hell wants to team up with scum like you? Lin En cut Zhao Laota off mid-sentence, flicking the branch of the Tree of Life in his hand as he charged straight at the trio. Zhao Er had just regained some strength from Zhao San's medicine when he heard Lin En's words. Seeing that Lin En dared to actually attack, he roared in fury. Lin En, you're asking for death. Zhao Laota, equally enraged, snarled, if you're asking for it, we'll grant you your wish. Zhao San charged forward immediately. Lin En dodged Zhao Er's scissor-like hands, clearly coated in poison, and flung a branch to strike at his groin. While Lin En was distracted by Zhao Er, Zhao Laota swiftly darted forward, thrusting a gleaming dagger with a greenish glow toward Lin En. Arg! Black leapt up, sinking his teeth directly into Zhao Laota's wrist holding the dagger. Zhao Laota, searing with pain, raised his hand to stab Black. In an instant, golden flames erupted from Black's body. Get away! Zhao Laota was instantly engulfed in golden flames, writhing in agony on the spot and screaming wildly. Black seized the moment to strike, pouncing and tearing into him. Zhao Laota's blood-curdling screams shook the heavens. The other two brothers froze in shock for a moment. Lin seized the moment, swiftly binding Zhao Er's neck with a branch and hurling him violently away. Chapter 8, Covering the Rear. Lin En. You're asking for death. Zhao Er, his throat suddenly clamped tight, roared in instinctive rage. The scissor-wielding man swung at the branches. Simultaneously, his body was yanked upward, sent soaring into the air, and then crashing back down. The scissor hand deflected at the last moment. The pain and suffocation left Zhao Er momentarily dazed. Driven by instinct, he swung the pruning shears toward the branch of the Tree of Life. Lin En swiftly retracted the branch and retreated abruptly. Sizzle! The instant he retreated, the spot where he had just stood was drenched in a thick, green, foul-smelling liquid. The liquid hissed upon contact with the fallen leaves, releasing white smoke as it rapidly corroded them. The branch in Lin En's hand whipped toward Zhao Laosan. Zhao Laosan scrambled to dodge. Unfortunately, his speed was lacking. Before he could take more than a few steps, the branch of the Tree of Life caught up with him. Thud! Zhao Laosan was whacked and slammed directly into a nearby tree. Ugh! Zhao Laosan let out a pained cry, his body curling up instantly. At the same time, Zhao Laota's screams showed no sign of stopping, growing ever more intense. Damn it all to hell! Ah! Lin En, make your damn thing get lost right now. Ah! What kind of fire is this? Why won't it go out? Help me! Zhao Er and Zhao San both turned to look at nearly the same moment. Though they'd heard the screams earlier, they hadn't imagined it would be this horrific. After all, how difficult could a mutated beast be? Yet within mere breaths, the screams only grew more intense. Zhao Laota was now engulfed in flames. His clothes and hair had long since been burned away, and now the skin all over his body was scorched, his features distorted beyond recognition. Even as he channeled his spiritual energy to sprint, he couldn't extinguish the flames. Black continued to pursue relentlessly, tackling him to the ground and tearing at his flesh. Zhao Laota struggled to resist. All he could do was scream for help at the top of his lungs. Brother! Big brother! Zhao Laosan and Zhao Laoer cried out in unison, their eyes glowing crimson. In an instant, both men pushed through the pain in their bodies, leaping to their feet and charging forward. Hold on! Lin En darted forward, blocking their path. He looked at them with a cruel smile. I am your opponent. Zhao Er's scissors swung forward with lightning speed. Get out of the way. Lin En leaned backward, the branches in his hands darting out swiftly. They locked onto his hands and waist respectively, then whipped him violently. Thud! He slammed straight into the front of Zhao Laosan. Zhao Laosan stumbled, nearly stepping on Zhao Laoer. Now, he couldn't spare a thought for Zhao Er lying on the ground. Dodging him, he rushed toward Zhao Laota. Lin En's branches arrived just in time. He aimed straight for Zhao Laosan's ankle. Laosan, get out of the way. Zhao Er, gritting his teeth against the pain, rolled on the spot and flipped over, raising his scissor hands to strike at the branches of the Tree of Life. Lin En snorted with disdain. The left branch shot out swiftly, sending Zhao Er fleeing through the air. Thud! Crack! One brother flew through the air, the other was pulled down. Both crashed to the ground together. At the same moment, Zhao Laoda's agonized screams ceased. The golden flame still blazed fiercely, but Zhao Laoda no longer moved. Big brother. Zhao Laosan was the first to notice the situation, his terrified words bursting from his throat. Startled by the cry, Zhao Er immediately looked over, his eyes reddening as tears welled up. He whipped his head toward Lin En, his eyes filled with hatred. The relentless pain throughout his body constantly reminded him that something was wrong with Lin En, and they were no match for him. Especially now that the mutated dog was already eyeing them menacingly. Zhao Er gritted his teeth, lunging toward Zhao San. He yanked him to his feet and spun, sprinting frantically in the opposite direction. No! Don't go! Big brother! Shut up! Run! Zhao Laosan was dragged along, his eyes fixed on his elder brother's lifeless body with bitter resignation. Lin En watched their retreating figures with a cold gaze. Black! Stop them! The icy voice startled the Zhao brothers, making their retreat even faster. Black erupted in golden light, darting forward with blinding speed, his form blurring into a streak of light. Lin En followed swiftly, unleashing all the branches in his hand toward the brothers' backs. Behind them, the pursuers closed in relentlessly. Zhao Laosan hurled one bottle of poison after another behind him. Zhao Er caught his younger brother's actions out of the corner of his eye, simultaneously noticing Black and Lin En man and dog closing in rapidly. In an instant, Zhao Er violently flung his brother forward. You go first. I'll cover your retreat. Zhao Er said, reaching for the watch on his wrist. Snap. In that same instant, the branch of the tree of life that Lin controlled came crashing down. The wristwatch shattered at the sound. Snap. Before the brothers could react, the watch on Zhao Laosan's wrist shattered as well. Run. Zhao Er assumed a defensive stance and shouted loudly. Second brother. Zhao Laosan's eyes turned bloodshot. He gritted his teeth and spun to run. Hearing the sound of footsteps behind him, Zhao Er watched Lin En and Black Man and Dog with a flash of resolve in his eyes. Ah! Zhao Erliang pulled a small bottle from his pocket, tilted his head back, and downed its contents in one gulp. With a roar, his spiritual energy erupted in an instant. The energy fluctuations startled Lin En and Black, causing them to slow their pace. Zhao Er's scissor-like hands gleamed coldly as he charged straight toward the man and his dog. Lin En, I'll be damned if I don't fight you to the death. Zhao Er swung his scissors, charging toward Lin En. His speed was several times faster than before, each step a lethal strike. Lin En began dodging Zhao Er's attacks, his eyes flashing with caution. Who knows what kind of drugs this guy just took? His explosive power is incredibly strong. His defenses were now impenetrable, making it extremely difficult to strike. He had to keep dodging those scissors. Their deep, cold gleam clearly marked them as poisoned. Even though Zhao Ersan was only a novice sorcerer, Lin En couldn't afford to underestimate the poison he'd concocted. Zhao Laosan had already fled deep into the woods. If he encountered someone else. Lin En narrowed his eyes. The twig in his hand gradually thickened, its barbs growing denser by the moment. Black! Lin En called out to Black, signaling with a glance. Black suddenly charged forward, then at the last moment, whipped around and sprinted off in the opposite direction. The golden flames enveloping his body grew increasingly intense. Zhao Er was startled by Black's sudden turn and immediately shifted his defense to the other side. Lin flicked the branch in his hand, leaped upward, and grabbed Zhao Er's neck from above. Ugh! Zhao Er was flung backward by the force of the blow, crashing to the ground. His eyes blazed with a fierce, unyielding resolve. I'll fight you to the death. Zhao Erli's arms began moving with mechanical speed. Chapter 9, Nowhere to Run. Zhao Er's scissor hands had expanded until his entire forearms had transformed into scissors. The scissors had expanded several times over their original size. Each handle now featured spinning wheels, gleaming coldly as they whirled at breakneck speed. The scissors had transformed from a single sharp edge into a double-edged blade, razor-sharp on both sides. Zhao Er's eyes glowed blood red, his face deathly pale, veins bulging prominently on his forehead. His state seemed even more frenzied than before. His appearance no longer resembled someone pushed to the brink, but rather a raving lunatic. Lin En's pupils contracted slightly as he halted in shock. What kind of drug had he taken? A witch's potion concocted by Zhao Laosan? Judging by his state, it seemed to be a substance that enhanced a practitioner's spiritual energy. But if such a potion existed, why had they never seen the brothers use it when they encountered them before? Even during those critical moments, Zhao Er hadn't used it. Why use it now, while covering their retreat? Could it be that this potion has some side effects? Or perhaps it wasn't even produced by Zhao Laosan, whose only class attribute is that of a novice wizard. The fact that this medicine has no expiration time suggests the professional who produced it must possess attributes at least at the SS rank. Before Lin En could entertain any further thoughts, Zhao Er had already lunged forward. Lin En immediately flung Black to the side and leapt out of the way himself. Whoosh! As Lin En dodged, Zhao Er's scissor hand wheel shot out in an instant. Lin's eyes widened in shock. It can even change attributes? How could it add archer attributes on top of warrior attributes? What kind of potion is this? How could it grant such powerful additional attributes? Lin was utterly stunned, yet he didn't dare slow his evasive movements. The branch in Lin's hand violently whipped up surrounding dead twigs and flung them toward Black. Black, ignite. Black shuddered, and in an instant, the dead branches passing over its head ignited with golden flames. Lin swung his arm, hurling the branches toward Zhao Er. Man and dog worked in perfect sync, dodging while hurling the golden flamed branches at Zhao Er. Zhao Er's scissor hands failed to directly catch the golden flames several times. But judging by his reaction, the impact must have been quite painful. Even with Zhao Er's psychic energy surging to its peak, he couldn't withstand the combined flame attacks of man and dog. Soon, golden flames began to lick at his body. The moment the flames touched him, Zhao Er instantly felt the agony his elder brother had endured in his final moments. A wretched howl instantly echoed throughout the area. Lin and Black dared not cease their assault, continuing to unleash a relentless barrage of fireballs upon Zhao Er. Zhao Er was now a human torch. Lin, you'll die a horrible death. Just you wait. You won't walk out of the Metland Ghost Forest alive. Zhao Er's voice was shrill, but Lin paid it no mind. Whether I make it out of the Metland Ghost Forest remains to be seen, but you and your brothers? You're definitely not getting out alive. Hearing Lin's words, Zhao Er's constantly rolling body froze for an instant. No. You can't. You can't. Aha. Zhao Er trembled as he tried to crawl toward Lin. Yet the searing agony of the golden flames consuming his flesh made even shifting a few inches excruciating. He couldn't help but let out a piercing scream. Lin withdrew his gaze coldly. A man doomed to die deserved no further attention. He turned, summoned Black, and headed in the direction Zhao Laosan had just departed. Black, lead the way. Black's nose twitched as he selected a direction and charged straight ahead. Lin followed swiftly behind. No. Lin. Don't, The intermittent cries of Zhao Er from behind failed to hinder the departing man and dog in the slightest. He could only swallow his breath in bitter resignation. Man and dog darted swiftly through the woods. Black didn't pause once, charging forward at full speed. After about 20 minutes, they spotted a figure leaning against a tree, panting heavily near the edge of the woods. Neither man nor dog had bothered to muffle their sounds during their frantic dash. Just as Zhao Er-san thought he'd rested enough, he suddenly whipped his head around and saw two figures rapidly closing in on him. Startled, he straightened up, his eyes filled with both shock and fury. They're here. That meant second brother was already gone. Zhao Laosan had no time to think. He turned and ran. Lin's branch instantly grew longer, wrapping around Black and flinging him violently away. Black tumbled several times through the air, hurtling straight toward Zhao Laosan. Zhao Laosan turned just in time to see a giant dog hurtling toward him from midair. Terrified, he flung out handfuls of powder, rolled several times on the ground, scrambled up, changed direction, and took off running. Black, get out of the way. Lin shouted loudly. Black's spiritual energy erupted, and he instantly twisted his body midair, crashing to the ground before sprinting away. He narrowly avoided most of the powder. Lin swiftly gathered dewdrops in his palm and hurriedly fed them to Black. The blessings of the Tree of Life couldn't directly counteract poison, they could only heal and temporarily boost explosive power. But the Tree of Life Dew was different, it could directly neutralize most poisons, suppress or alleviate a few others. For particularly severe poisons, multiple drops might be needed to alleviate the effects, or it might even neutralize the poison entirely. Thus far, the Dew had yet to encounter a poison it couldn't overcome. Black's dazed expression cleared within seconds of swallowing the Dew. Neither man nor dog slowed their pursuit, closing rapidly on Zhao Laosan. Seeing the gap narrowing, Zhao Laosan casually tossed several vials of poison. Realizing they couldn't subdue the man and dog, his anxiety grew. Lin, how about we negotiate? We won't let you go, but we'll spare your dog. You've already killed two of my brothers, isn't that enough? Let me go, and I'll owe you a favor. I'll repay you someday. Lin found this utterly laughable. Zhao Laosan, do you even believe your own words? From the moment you saw me, you never intended to spare me. Lin didn't believe a word of Zhao Laosan's nonsense. If they'd only come to mock him at first, Zhao Er wouldn't have attacked him back then. In this Mightland Ghost Forest, even if several people died, no one would notice who killed them. They never intended to spare her life. Zhao Laosan gritted his teeth, seething with hatred. Had they known an outcast like him possessed such abilities, they never would have attacked. They'd assumed he was nothing but a helpless plaything, but he'd proven capable of striking back. What the hell was the Windbreaker squad thinking, kicking such a dangerous character out? Chapter 10, Eliminating the Threat. Zhao Laosan tossed poison backward while shoving stamina-restoring potions into his mouth. The liquid choked him into a fit of coughing, yet he dared not slow his pace. But the man and dog behind him were closing in fast, leaving Zhao Laosan no time to watch his step ahead. Thud! His foot caught on a rock, sending him crashing to the ground. His entire body ached as if he'd been beaten, each breath sending a stinging pain through his lungs. Zhao Laosan dared not linger, scrambling to his feet and rushing forward. He looked up just as a dog's face loomed before him, a jet-black muzzle staring straight at Zhao Laosan. Those round, gleaming eyes held pure animal ferocity, causing Zhao Laosan to jerk backward in terror. Whoosh! A slender branch instantly wrapped around Zhao Laosan's neck, dragging him backward. Ugh ugh ugh. Zhao Laosan flailed his hands to tear at the twig, kicking his legs frantically against the ground. His already flushed face turned a shade of purple. Let me go. I'll spare your life. Zhao Laosan struggled fiercely, straining to make his voice heard. I'll swear allegiance to you. I'll take your slave brand. I refuse. Linen cut Zhao Laosan off abruptly. The branches around Zhao Laosan's neck tightened further. The branches in Linen's hands multiplied rapidly, binding Zhao Laosan in an instant. Zhao Laosan was submerged within the branches of the Tree of Life, resembling a deep green silkworm pupa. Emerald green leaves gradually appeared on the branches. A massive surge of spiritual energy flowed through the branches toward Linen. After a few breaths, Linen withdrew the branches of the Tree of Life. On the ground lay nothing but a withered corpse. His eyes were wide and staring, his skin shriveled and devoid of moisture, utterly lifeless. It looked nothing like a corpse that had only been dead for a day, bearing a striking resemblance to a mummy. Linen merely gave Zhao Laosan's corpse a fleeting glance before withdrawing his gaze. If you don't uproot the weeds, they'll sprout again with the spring breeze. He wasn't foolish enough to truly spare the Zhao brothers. With old grudges already festering, and the untamed Mightland ghost forest stretching before him, he was utterly alone. If he lacked the strength, expecting the Zhao brothers not to slaughter him would be nothing short of wishful thinking. In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, they had no right to blame him. Black! Lin beckoned, and Black immediately bounded over to his side. He rubbed his large head against Linen, as if to say, we're truly in sync. Victory is ours. We won. Now let's go check out our loot from earlier, okay? Black nodded his massive head, his tail wagging excitedly. Man and dog made their way back toward the charred remains of the great willow tree. As they approached, a disheveled figure stood beside the great willow tree. Lin frowned slightly at the figure. That's mine. The other person whipped their head around, eyes brimming with wariness. Still wielding an axe, he hacked at the remains of the great willow tree. A rich green hue had already seeped out in abundance from within the remains. The color was so thick it seemed like liquid, yet upon closer inspection, it appeared crystalline. What's yours? I found it, so it's mine. The man's voice was hoarse, his eyes like venom-laced daggers, glaring at Lin with vicious intent. Lin felt irritated. Damn those Zhao brothers. If not for them, he wouldn't be tangling with this stranger from who knows where. He would have retrieved the item from the great willow tree's remains long ago. Lin took a deep breath and declared, this is my spoils of war. I was merely attending to some business. Thud. The man swung his axe and smashed it hard against the tree trunk. His gaze swept over Lin from head to toe, then back up again, even lingering on Blake standing beside him. His gaze grew increasingly contemptuous. You brought a dog? A beast speaker? What's the difference between a beast speaker who can control a dog and trash? He swung the axe again, delivering several thudding blows. Get the hell out of here. Piss me off, and I'll chop you up too. Lin glanced at the man, then at Black beside him. A beast speaker? Bringing a dog really did make him look like a beast speaker. He'd never seen this man before, probably from another district. His combat strength couldn't be much to speak of. He had some recollection of the top fighters from other districts. Lin took a deep breath. Having just killed the Zhao brothers, he decided to be a bit more friendly toward this unfamiliar stranger. Bro, that thing is genuinely my spoils of war. It has nothing to do with my class or attributes. Please don't lay a finger on my stuff. Whoosh. The man drew a small axe from his waist and hurled it straight at Lin. Lin quickly sidestepped the attack, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the man. Stop ing around here, you bastard. You won't leave, huh? Then die. The man said, hoisting his battle axe as he advanced toward Lin. It's rare to see someone actively court death like you. The man weighed the axe in his hand, grinning wickedly. As it happens, I'm feeling a bit peckish. I'll kill you, then roast your dog. Perfect for a satisfying meal. The moment Lin heard the threat to roast Black, his expression darkened instantly. You asked for it. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Lin stared at the man mere steps away. The branch in his hand suddenly transformed, and he flung it toward the man. What the hell is that? The branch shot forward, startling the man into stumbling back 2 steps. You're not a beast speaker? What is this thing? The man swung his hand at the branch, but his strikes missed repeatedly. The branch dodged the attacks with remarkable agility, wrapping itself around the man's limbs. Black leapt forward, sinking his teeth into the man's wrist. In an instant, he tore the watch from the man's arm and chewed it to shreds. Before the man could strike again, the thorns on the branch erupted instantly. Let me go. The man screamed in agony, struggling desperately, but more and more branches wrapped around him, blood seeping through the twigs. The axe in his hand had long since fallen to the ground. Before he could finish, he was completely enveloped by the branches, his cries silenced. Lin couldn't bear to look at him a moment longer. He simply activated the power of the returning tree to dispose of the body, then strode purposefully toward the remains of the great willow. At the spot the man hadn't managed to open, Lin struck several forceful blows. Using the branches, he extracted what lay within. Inside lay a football-sized, deep green crystal. The spiritual energy emanating from it caused his own spiritual energy to tremble the moment he touched it. An exhilarating tremor. A single thought filled her mind. I want it. Chapter 11, Speculation. Black, do you want it? Lin fought the urge to devour it outright and called Black over. He held the green crystal before Black's eyes and asked softly. Black backed away slightly, shaking his big head. He reached out and licked Lin Ying's palm, as if to say, I want some. Lin couldn't resist giving Black a gentle pat. You already had your due today. I'll give you some later, okay? Hearing Lin's words, Black hopped obediently. Seeming to understand Lin still had work to do, he hopped aside and went off to play by himself. Lin found a spot to sit down, holding the green crystal in her hand. She examined the green crystal in her hand carefully. Black showed no interest, but Lin was exceptionally intrigued. Both had awakened class attributes, but this. The branch in Lin's hand slowly extended. The moment it touched the green crystal, a colossal surge of energy instantly poured into Lin's body. The spiritual energy surged relentlessly toward his body. In an instant, Lin felt as though he had been pulled into a profoundly mysterious sensation. The tree of life within his consciousness grew increasingly vivid, as if it had taken root ever deeper within his mind, binding itself to his very soul. Vaguely, Lin felt an unusual sensation, reminiscent of the moment he first awakened the tree of life and sensed his emerging abilities. Something seemed to be growing, bit by bit. Euphoria surged within Lin. He had been taking dewdrops consistently. The skills granted by his profession remained unchanged, and the enhancement of his class attributes simply amplified his existing abilities. Yet now, he faintly sensed the birth of a new skill. This willow grove is really dark. All these twisted shapes look creepy. Who knows what monsters lurk in here? We've already explored most of it. Probably nothing too dangerous. The entrance we came in through didn't seem special either. Whispered voices drifted faintly. Lin immediately snapped out of his mystical trance. He sprang to his feet in an instant, turning toward the source of the voices. Black seemed to have sensed something amiss too, already standing alert beside Lin. Lin carefully scanned the surroundings. Finding no traces he had left behind, he waved to Black. The man and his dog quickly departed. Not long after their departure, 6 figures approached. 5 of them carried various weapons, while the one trailing behind them was laden with 4 or 5 backpacks, seemingly filled with essential supplies. Ha! This place looks scorched. Look at those massive tree stumps. Could it be some kind of giant beast? Someone quickly spotted the charred remains of the large willow tree. The man in the lead, clad in black combat gear, immediately waved his hand to halt the others' actions. Stay alert. The man in the fiery red outfit at the back chuckled dismissively. What's the big deal? Little monkey, go check it out. The youth, burdened with 4 or 5 backpacks, immediately set off, though his steps were somewhat slow. The red-clad man seemed thoroughly dissatisfied, delivering a swift kick to his shin as he passed. Thud! The man instantly collapsed to the ground. Ha ha ha! Look at him fall like a big toad. The man in red mocked loudly without restraint. The others either sneered or looked on indifferently, not a single one paying attention to the little monkey sprawled on the ground. When the red-clad man had finished laughing and saw the little monkey still climbing to its feet with sluggish movements, he immediately barked an order. Monkey! Did you turn into a turtle or something? Hurry up! Useless piece of trash! If it weren't for your limited usefulness, you wouldn't even be worthy of being our team's subordinate attendant. The red-clad man tilted his head back slightly, his expression haughty. The white-clad man closest to him sighed in exasperation. Useless piece of trash. I say we start looking for a replacement as soon as we get back. Can't even handle a simple task without dragging his feet. The red-clothed man snorted coldly. It's because the last mission went wrong and this one came up so soon after. We couldn't replace them in time. The man in white turned to the man in black ahead. Captain, let's not be picky when we get back. They're all useless anyway, just expendables. Look at the last batch, most are dead now, leaving only this dimwit behind. How much time does he waste? The man in black at the front said nothing. The little monkey had already returned. No danger. Looks like there's a corpse. Ha! The red-clad man frowned, urgently demanding details. What corpse? The little monkey glanced up at him before quickly looking away. I didn't get a good look. Smack! The red-clothed man raised his hand and slapped him. Useless piece of. You're a burden in everything you do. The man in black sighed. Alright, get back and find a sharp-witted attendant. Don't waste any more time. With that, he strode forward, and the other team members immediately followed. The little monkey, having just been slapped, dared not utter a sound. Fists clenched, eyes burning with hatred, he gritted his teeth and followed. As they entered, they saw the withered body of a man. The man in black stepped forward to examine it closely, his brow furrowing in frustration. The man in red was the most agitated. Damn it, they're practically mummies. Could these be the pioneers from the previous exploration mission? A third man with medium-length hair, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. The clothes look new. Doesn't seem like the veterans from the previous exploration mission. A masked man standing beside him nodded in agreement. There are watch fragments over there. The black-clad leader spoke up. There are bite marks from a strange beast on the wrists. Could there be a creature out there capable of sucking people dry until they turn into mummies? Whoa! The man in red sucked in a dramatic breath. The Jiangchang Beast Chronicles never recorded such a creature. The man in white frowned and suggested, could it be that someone else killed it? The black-clad captain shook his head. Unlikely. While there are professions capable of turning people into mummies, such abilities are rare in Jiangchang and they're all melee fighters. Look at the struggle marks on the corpse. Not a single shred of flesh was torn from under its fingernails. That's implausible. The others fell silent. They too felt the likelihood of a strange beast was high. The black-clad captain took a deep breath. Notify the people outside. We need to alert the other pioneers. The little monkey standing behind them suddenly widened its eyes upon hearing mention of a class ability that turned opponents into mummies. He cautiously glanced at the figures ahead before quickly ducking his head. Panic filled its eyes, afraid to be seen by the others. It seemed to realize that there existed an ability one that didn't require close combat capable of turning opponents into desiccated corpses. Could it be him? Chapter 12, Lightning Flame Mantis. Whoosh! A sudden heat surged through Linen's wrist, making him gasp in shock. He tapped the watch screen twice and saw a guild broadcast message appear. Guild message? Is there a special mission? Linen was puzzled. Guilds rarely sent messages for such major missions. After all, if a professional was in the middle of combat, the watch's notification could still distract them. Even though the guild had made significant changes to the way watch notifications were delivered. Previously, guilds had used similar watches, but performance issues, persistent vibrations or screen lights still disrupted some adventurers. Though now upgraded to sensor-based alerts, some disruption remained. Consequently, guilds rarely broadcast messages unless it was something major. This watch is essentially a one-way communication tool for sending distress signals and transmitting messages to the guild. Lin tapped open the message. Attention all professionals. Attention all professionals. Attention all professionals. An unknown beast capable of transforming living beings into mummies has appeared in the Willow Forest area of the original map. Its movement pattern is unpredictable, and its exact form cannot be determined. Professionals are advised to exercise extreme caution. Stay safe. The guild remains online at all times. Should you encounter difficulties, release the signal immediately. The guild will do its utmost to assist. Mummify? Ha? Lin's mind was filled with question marks. Why does this ability sound so familiar? His fourth skill, Return to the Tree, was pretty much the same situation. Could it be that some strange beast now possesses the ability to? Lin's gaze fixed on a few words in the direction of the willow grove. Suddenly, it all clicked into place. Could this strange beast be referring to me? Indeed, fleeing earlier had been the right choice. He reached out and patted Black's big head. We'd better keep a low profile from now on. Black shook his head, tilting it to look up at Lin. Lin didn't bother explaining further. He pulled out a few snacks for Black to gnaw on and led him forward. Let them misunderstand if they must. He'd hardly ever used this skill before, so it shouldn't be easy for anyone to connect the dots. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin suddenly halted in his tracks. Had no one really noticed? A hint of gravity flashed in Lin's eyes. It seemed he'd have to be more careful about who he used this skill around in the future. If anyone discovered it, they'd inevitably connect it to today's events. Lin took a deep breath, pushing these scattered thoughts to the back of his mind. He had just absorbed a massive amount of spiritual energy, and the fifth skill was clearly beginning to form. He just hadn't sensed its specific function yet. There was no point in stopping to rest now. He might as well press on, perhaps the skill would evolve faster in the heat of battle. Bang! 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 After hours of travel by man and dog, the sound of combat echoed from ahead as evening fell. Lin immediately halted his steps, gazing warily ahead. He and Black had encountered several waves of beasts over the past half-day. Besides keeping the pelt of the gray rabbit they'd killed earlier, they'd just hunted down a mutated deer. Combined with the spiritual energy absorbed from the great willow tree today, their haul was quite substantial. But who wouldn't want to be the bird catching the mantis, especially when the squirrel lurks behind? But now it was no longer daylight. Medland's ghost forest was dim by nature, and visibility was extremely low at this hour. He had already donned his night vision goggles. Though the night vision goggles provided clear vision, the Medland ghost forest at night was undoubtedly fraught with danger. He couldn't afford to let his guard down just because he could see clearly. Lin felt deeply conflicted. Bang! Ah! You damn! I'll fight you to the death. A blue light flared in the darkness, accompanied by a woman's piercing scream and furious roar. Lin frowned slightly. Looks like the battle ahead is deadlocked. This is dangerous. He immediately turned to leave. You damn mantis. I'll kill you. Mantis? Lin's footsteps halted abruptly as he whipped his head around. If he remembered correctly, the bounty for mutant mantis wings on the mission board was incredibly high. With that money, he and Blake could move into a house with a small yard, giving Blake a place to play when he wasn't on missions. The money piling up beneath him meant more funds for that compression space button he wanted to buy. A gleam of excitement flashed in Lin's eyes as he patted Black on the head. Come on, let's go see if we can get a mantis wing. We'll move to a better place to live. The man and dog crept forward silently. After moving a short distance, they saw a girl wielding a bow and arrow, dodging swiftly as she rapidly drew and released arrows. Lin's gaze shifted to the strange beast she was fighting. His eyes widened instantly. Holy cow! What on earth was that? Thunderlight Flame Mantis. This mantis, documented in the Jiangcheng Beast Compendium, possesses a unique flame it's incredibly difficult to deal with. Lin sucked in a sharp breath. Watching the girl battling ahead, Lin couldn't help but feel sympathy. Rest in peace. Lin turned to leave. He couldn't afford to lose his mantis wings. Dealing with this was too risky, not worth the gamble. After taking 2 steps, Lin suddenly sensed something was off. He whipped his head around to find Black still standing in place, showing no intention of leaving. Unable to speak, Lin could only walk back, tugging at Black and gesturing for him to follow. Black remained fixedly staring ahead, as if something with a deadly allure was drawing him in. Lin glanced at the lightning light mantis ahead, then back at Black. Did it want to eat that thing? That hunger in its eyes was pure predation. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Lin. He whipped his head around to look at the blue-tinged flames on the lightning flame mantis. Then she looked at Black again. Lowering his voice, he whispered into Black's ear, "Do you want the flame from that mantis?" Black's large head nodded immediately, his round, wide eyes fixed on Lin. As if asking, "Can I go eat it now?" That eager gaze made it impossible for Lin to refuse. Could it be that Black could absorb other? Let's go. We're heading up now. Man and dog charged forward. The battle ahead had reached a fever pitch. The girl in the sky blue combat suit was steadily retreating, wounded several times by the mantis. Fortunately, her agile movements prevented her from being tainted by the mantis. But her battle suit was already stained and torn in several places. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. Driven to the brink, the girl's speed began to falter. Clearly, she was fighting with her last ounce of strength. With a shout, she abandoned evasion, raising her weapon and charging toward the lightning flame mantis. Die! The lightning flame mantis's eyes gleamed with excitement as it charged forward, weapon swinging. Just as the distance between them narrowed to half a meter, the girl felt a sudden tightness around her waist and was swiftly pulled backward. Ah! Chapter 13, You saved me. The girl screamed in terror, her entire body trembling. Her panic had reached its peak. It's over. This time, she was truly finished. It was truly a case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind. The girl couldn't even muster the will to resist, her entire being utterly defeated. Her body was being dragged backward by the branches. One. Thud. A dog's bark echoed, and the mantis was instantly knocked to the ground. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment. Watch out. A voice came from behind her. The girl turned in fright. She landed right into Lin's arms. Lin wrapped his arms around her slender waist and withdrew the branch of the tree of life. You saved me. Just passing by. A unique, milky scent emanated from the girl, filling Lin's nostrils in an instant. Lin had rarely been this close to a girl before, except when he stood near the 2 female members of the Windbreaker squad. Much less held her waist like this. An indescribable fluster rose within him, heat spreading to his ears. As soon as she steadied herself, he immediately withdrew his arms and took 2 steps back. Lin hurriedly turned to look at Black. Black had already pinned the lightning flame mantis to the ground, tearing into it with ravenous bites. The lightning flame mantis flailed its most mutated capture legs, feeding them to Black. Threads of golden light flashed as the blue flames on the lightning flame mantis grew increasingly feeble. It struggled desperately, attempting to flee. But beneath Black's massive palm, it finally succumbed, its life extinguished. The blue flames on its body extinguished completely. Lin hurried forward, carefully picking up the mantis's wing. He reached out and ruffled Black's hair. Well done. I'll roast some venison for you first thing tomorrow morning. Black nudged Lin's hand away, his spirit somewhat subdued. Lin immediately frowned, tossing the mantis wing aside. She crouched down, cupping Black's large head in both hands. What's wrong? Are you hurt somewhere? As he spoke, he activated the blessing of the Tree of Life. A golden aura enveloped Black, swiftly healing the wounds inflicted by the lightning flame mantis. In truth, there weren't many injuries, and none had even drawn blood. The large head cradled in Lin's hands grew drowsy, seemingly exhausted to the point of exhaustion. Black shook his head and reached out to lick Lin, as if to reassure Lin that he was fine. Evolution? Lin suddenly recalled Black's hungry gaze when he'd watched the lightning flame mantis. Could it be that Black had absorbed the strange fire from the lightning flame mantis? Could it keep absorbing? At this thought, Lin immediately scooped Black up. This spot had just witnessed a battle, making it likely to attract other beasts unsuitable for tonight's rest. Is it injured? Or... Suddenly, a clear, pleasant voice rang out from behind him. Lin then remembered there were others present. He couldn't help but turn to look. The girl had a doll-like face, her round eyes exceptionally bright. Though her twin buns were slightly disheveled, it did nothing to diminish her cuteness. A sky-blue combat suit, paired with knee-high white boots, featured prominent golden shields on the front and back. The quality of the material alone was beyond what Lin could afford. It's just tired. I'll take it somewhere to rest. Lin spoke as he prepared to leave. The girl hurried after him. I'm coming with you. My name is Zuyiya. Thank you for saving me. I don't even know your names yet. My name is Lin. His name is Black. Zuyiya clung tightly to Lin's side. I can't thank you enough for today. If you hadn't shown up suddenly, I doubt I'd have made it through the night. Zuyiya puffed out her cheeks as she spoke, looking somewhat disheartened. Who knows how miserable I would have been. But I'm sure it would have been a gruesome death. Seeing her dejected expression, Lin found her utterly adorable. For a moment, he couldn't help but think of Xia Ying from the Windbreaker squad. Every time he helped her, she'd thank him with a bright smile, equally adorable. Yet their cuteness differed. Xia Ying's charm carried the innocence of a next-door little sister, while Zuyiya possessed a distinctly coquettish sweetness. When he left the team, he hadn't seen Xia Ying. The memory of being abandoned surfaced again, and Lin turned his head to whisper softly. That's all in the past now. You survived. Zuyiya nodded quickly. Right. I survived. Then, a hint of confusion crept into her voice. But why are you alone? Where are your teammates? Lin's mouth twitched. This girl really knew how to hit a nerve. My teammate was Blake. Where's your teammate? Zuyiya stood there in surprise. Only when she realized Lin was already over a meter away did she snap out of it and hurry to catch up. You're actually this strong. No wonder the two of you could rescue me so easily and even kill that lightning flame mantis. Zuyiya caught up in a few strides, her eyes brimming with admiration as she looked at Lin. Lin couldn't help but twitch his lips. How did her thoughts jump like that? Let me join your team. Zuyiya suddenly spoke up again. Lin looked at Zuyiya in surprise, remembering she was alone. Why are you alone? Zuyiya scratched her nose, looking a bit sheepish. I'm forming my own team too. I'm a team all by myself. Lin observed her expression clearly, there was more to the story. They were mere acquaintances. If she didn't mention it, he wouldn't pry. Well, that's pretty impressive. Zuyiya felt awkward at Lin's words and reached up to touch her nose again. Not really. If I were that good, I wouldn't have nearly gotten killed. Lin didn't respond. Her origins were unclear, and he wasn't keen on teaming up. He hoped to explore more of the Metland Ghost Forest himself, ideally before other adventurers mapped out its dangers. That way, he could earn more points later, exchange them for more money, and maybe even buy both himself and Black a set of high-quality combat gear. Zuyiya watched Lin fall silent. She opened her mouth to speak, but swallowed her words. After walking for over an hour, the two humans and one dog halted near a stone forest. Lin prepared a comfortable resting spot for Black before sitting down to eat his rations. He took a bite of jerky, then whipped his head around to find Zuyiya staring at him with sparkling eyes. Want some? Lin took out another piece of jerky and offered it to Zuyiya. Yes. Zuyiya snatched it up immediately, then produced a packet of pastries out of thin air for Lin. Watching her materialize the item out of thin air, Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. You have a spatial button? Chapter 14, The Spatial Button. Yep. Zuyiya looked at Lin with a puzzled expression, seemingly confused. You actually have a spatial button? Lin's gaze lingered briefly on the shield covering Zuyiya's chest before he understood. This kid must be the offspring of some big shot who snuck out. Fearless as hell. The big shots must be freaking out at home. Zuyiya looked at Lin with confusion, glancing at her spatial button before turning back to him. Don't you have one? Isn't this an essential item when going out? Her gaze drifted to the bundle on Lin's back, and she abruptly fell silent. She gave an awkward chuckle. Sorry. Lin waved her off, amused by her flustered expression. It's fine. You're clearly young. If you have a backpack in your spatial ring, just take one out and wear it. Better safe than sorry. Zuyiya's eyes sparkled. Brother Lin, you're such a good person for telling me all this. She spoke while following Lin's instructions. She sorted through each item one by one, taking quite a while. Lin had already finished eating and was about to take a nap. Zuyiya suddenly appeared beside him. Lin. Lin looked up to see Zuyiya holding a spatial ring in both hands, presenting it before his eyes. What's this? Lin looked at Zuyiya with some surprise. It's for you. Zuyiya said, looking at Lin with a touch of embarrassment. Even though I've used it before and it's not brand new, I haven't stuffed it with random junk. Plus, I just bought it recently. Brother Lin, please don't look down on it. Lin N examined the tiny round disc, no larger than a button, engraved with blue patterns and strung on a special silver metal chain. Space buttons were categorized by their engraved patterns, distinguished by the colors red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. He couldn't even afford the most basic 1 square meter purple pattern spatial button, let alone this blue patterned one. Lin N's gaze lingered on the spatial button only briefly before he shook his head decisively. Put it away. I don't want it. Hearing Lin N's refusal, Zhuo Yiyao instantly grew anxious. Brother Lin, are you rejecting it because it's used? Then No. Seeing her expression, Lin N feared she might misunderstand and hurriedly interrupted her. He sighed and said, take this back. It's far too expensive. Zhuo Yiyao immediately shoved the spatial button into Lin N's hand. No. You saved my life. I'd give you anything, no matter how valuable. If it weren't for you and Black, I'd probably be dead by now, killed by that lightning flame mantis. Lin N still shook his head. You could have used your watch to contact the organization for help. Zhuo Yiyao's eyes flickered. Lin N felt a twinge of confusion but didn't press further. She simply returned the spatial button to his hand. If we're talking about life-saving favors, then such a debt should be repaid with one's body. Ha! Zhuo Yiyao's eyes widened. She glanced at Lin N in surprise before quickly lowering her head. Then. Ha 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 ha. Lin N burst into laughter at her reaction. You really are a silly girl. You believe everything I say. He waved his hand dismissively and leaned back against the tree trunk. Alright, just put your things away. I was just helping out, don't go on about saving my life. It wasn't that big of a favor. Come on, it's getting late. Get some rest. Zhuo Yiyao stared at the spatial button in her hand. Seeing that Lin N had already closed his eyes to rest, she settled down beside him without handing over the spatial button. Lin N closed his eyes, his heart overflowing with tears. This was truly testing his limits. That was a spatial button. Even if he sold everything he owned, he couldn't afford it now. The meager savings he'd managed to accumulate amounted to nothing more than a fraction of its cost. This was something he'd always yearned for. But she was an upright person. I can't accept something this valuable just because someone saved my life, especially since I wasn't genuinely trying to save them. Lin N took a deep breath, repeating the mantra in his mind until he finally drifted off to sleep. Waking early, Lin N heard the rustling sounds of someone departing nearby. Lin N didn't open his eyes immediately. If Zhuo Yiyao wanted to leave, he wouldn't stop her. He wouldn't easily team up with others now. Besides, this girl clearly had a complicated background. Teaming up with her would make his fourth skill inconvenient to use, and who knew what trouble might arise outside. He decided to pretend he hadn't noticed her departure. Only after the sounds faded did Lin N open his eyes. Sure enough, Zhuo Yiyao was already gone. He stretched lazily, glancing at Black beside him, whose dark eyes were wide open. Suddenly, Lin N's pupils contracted sharply as he fixed his gaze on the object before Black. The spatial button. It was the very same spatial button Zhuo Yiyao had handed him last night. Lin immediately scanned the surroundings. Zhuo Yiyao's voice had vanished completely. Black picked up the object and handed it to Lin. Lin N examined the spatial button and the paper wrapped around it. A token of sincerity, please accept it. It didn't mention saving her life, but wasn't this gesture a bit too generous? Lin sighed. Since the item was already in his hands and the other party had left, he might as well, reluctantly accept it. The smile on Lin N's face couldn't be contained. This wasn't something I asked for. She insisted on giving it to me, what else could I do? Rich people sure are generous. For someone like him, who worked hard to earn every penny, buying a decent combat suit was already a luxury. He'd never casually give away something as valuable as a spatial button. Lin N swiftly stowed yesterday's Thunderlight Mantis wings into his spatial ring. Lifting his head, he met Black's eager gaze. Black nudged yesterday's hunted deer toward Lin Yu. Lin couldn't help but chuckle. You really are a glutton. Looks like you've rested well? Black nudged him with his large head, as if to say he was feeling great. Now hurry up and roast that meat for me. Lin reached out and patted Black's head. Alright. I'll roast it right away. He skillfully stripped the deer hide, retrieved the valuable parts from the carcass, and stowed them away. He cut the venison into pieces. He gathered some dry branches, built a grill, and placed the meat over the fire. Only then did he turn to Black and say, come on, show me your current flame. Let me see what changes there are. Black stepped forward excitedly, his body shuddering as flames erupted all around him. Golden flames swirled around him, their edges tinged with a faint blue near his fur, barely perceptible, flickering in and out of view. Chapter 15, The Evolving Strange Flame. The flames on Black's body hadn't expanded. Had Lin not observed closely, he wouldn't have noticed those faint traces of blue. Blue? You absorbed the blue from the lightning light mantis, adding a blue layer to your original? If you absorb other in the future, won't you develop multiple colors? Could it become a rainbow someday? Lin watched the flames on Blake's body with astonishment. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. While he knew of instances where one devoured another, documented in the Jiangcheng Practitioner Attribute Registry. But Black's golden flames? Never marked. It made sense that after devouring other, the colors of the consumed flames would appear. After all, the world was vast and full of wonders. Lin patted Black's head. This little guy is truly special. He's really broadened my horizons. I'm quite curious now, what color will you turn when you devour the next strange fire? I hope we encounter another strange beast with a strange fire soon. When we do, I'll definitely have you devour its flame to see what new form you evolve into. Lin studied the flames intently before speaking again. But is the change in your strange fire limited to its color? Are there any other changes in its abilities? Black seemed to understand Lin's question. He gave his massive head a shake, as if to say, just you wait and see. With a sudden jerk of its massive black head, a golden flame shot off from Black's body like a hurled fireball, streaking straight toward its target. Lin watched as the fireball flew straight toward the roots of a tree. The roots ignited as if doused in flammable oil, and within an instant, a raging inferno engulfed the entire tree, submerging it in golden flames. The golden flames retained their precise targeting ability just as before, causing no damage to surrounding areas. The surrounding trees remained completely unaffected. Even branches intertwined with the burning tree remained untouched by the flames. This display left Lin utterly dumbfounded. Blake's evolved ability was truly formidable. It seemed his Du's ability to grant attributes was also quite potent, having unleashed such formidable power within Black. It was clear his previous teammates had been too weak. Otherwise, how could even an ordinary black dog like Black evolve such an ability? Despite consuming so much of his life tree dew, they had only gained a slight increase in attribute values from their original baseline. There had been no truly remarkable changes at all. They had been holding him back. Lin reached out to pat Black's large black head, running his fingers through its silky fur. His heart swelled with anticipation for what lay ahead. With Black's formidable abilities, the two of them, man and dog, would surely crush the Windbreaker squad. Good boy, Black. Come on, let's have some roasted meat. After we finish this venison, we'll go look for some exotic beasts. If we find any tasty meat, we'll roast it for you, okay? Black's massive head nodded rapidly, bouncing up and down several times on the spot, his tail wagging so vigorously it left a trail of afterimages. After a hearty breakfast of venison, the man and dog packed up their gear and pressed onward into unexplored territories. After half a day and a night of travel, the map displayed on the guild-issued watches showed that most of the Metland Ghost Forest had been explored. Lin and Black had marked several locations along the way, ensuring their expansion mission wouldn't lag behind in points. Ahead of them lay one final unexplored patch of forest. They wondered if they might encounter other teams traveling the same path soon. The man and his dog pressed on for another half day. Along the way, they encountered several more strange beasts, none traveling in packs. They even came across a wild boar that hadn't undergone mutation. Whether it had strayed from its herd or escaped from elsewhere, they couldn't tell. This creature would make excellent grilled meat. Lin stored most of their prey in his spatial pocket, leaving only a few items exposed. The man and his dog traversed the woods, seeking an open clearing to prepare the meat. Glancing at the map showing the already explored territory ahead, Lin estimated they would soon encounter other teams. The map indicated that location should be relatively open. It would surely be perfect for grilling meat too. True to his expectations, after walking for no more than half an hour, they heard the sounds of conversation echoing in the distance. Judging by the volume, there were likely more than 1 or 2 squads. When Lin and his dog arrived, they saw 2 or 3 dozen people ahead, roughly 3 or 4 squads. Some teams had more than 5 members. They might bring their own personal attendants. But ordinary teams usually didn't have dedicated attendants, just their teammates. Some squads had more than 5 members, adding a few extra teammates. Teams like the Windbreaker squad, who could have easily added 1 more member but instead kicked someone out, were exceptionally rare. He himself was one of those rare individuals expelled from a team, a story that would surely be considered a curiosity if told in Jiangcheng. Lin strode forward with Black, and the moment they neared the edge of the group, he spotted his former teammates. An immediate sense of bad luck washed over him. He should have known better than to approach from this direction. Lin took a deep breath and turned to head toward a relatively open area on the other side. The sudden appearance of the man and his dog quickly drew the attention of the others. The members of the Windbreaker squad instantly recognized Lin. Liang Bin abruptly stood up, pointing at Lin and shouting dramatically, "Lin! You've been following us!" Lin whipped his head around, shooting Liang Bin a displeased look. "Don't you have any shame? Since when did the Maitran Ligue forest belong to you? I'll go wherever I damn well please." He couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Running into you is pure bad luck. Trouble's bound to follow. You're practically a disaster magnet. What the hell did you say? You worthless piece of trash. You." Smack. Ah! Liang Bin's piercing scream startled everyone. The others were momentarily stunned. While it wasn't unheard of for such exploration missions to turn on their own kind, doing it in front of so many people was truly rare. Judging by their words, there must be some old grudge. The other squads, whether they knew the Windbreaker squad or not, remained silent. After all, it wasn't their team members being attacked, they were more than happy to watch the spectacle unfold. Each of them adopted a spectator's attitude. Not pulling out peanuts and melon seeds was already a sign of restraint on their part. Chapter 16, Probe. Liang Bin covered his face as he watched Lin swiftly retract the branch, rage blazing in his eyes. Unable to contain his fury, he roared, "How dare you lay a hand on me? Linen, have you lost your mind?" His grip on the bow tightened with each word. Linen sneered coldly, "If you keep talking trash, I won't mind hitting you even harder." He gestured across his throat, the implication unmistakable. Liang Bin's eyes nearly shot flames with rage as he raised his bow. Just as he was about to raise the other hand to draw the bowstring, Chen-Lan stepped forward and pressed down on his arm. She shot Lin En a displeased look. "Lin En, why are you still acting so impulsively? I told you back then that expelling you from the team was a decision made by all of us, for the sake of our team's future development. You yourself couldn't keep up with the squad's progress, you can't blame others for that. We've all worked hard to improve our stats and enhance our professional skills, yet you alone remain stagnant. You're dragging our entire team down. It's your own lack of ambition that brought you to this point. Everything is entirely your own doing. You have no right to vent your anger on us." Linen shot a glance at Chen-Lan, who had spoken, and sneered coldly, "Looks like you've learned to turn the tables. Who cares about whether you leave the team or not? If Liang Bin hadn't mocked me first, would I have fought him? Ridiculous." Chen-Lan was momentarily speechless. Especially when she saw Linen's expression, she couldn't help but feel a wave of unease wash over her, as if she had missed something important. The feeling came and went in an instant. Chen-Lan took a deep breath, about to speak again, when Lin En abruptly turned and waved his hand. "I have no desire to be entangled with the likes of you. If you have nothing else, stop trying to make yourselves important in front of me." Lin En led Black to a more open area where they sat down, and he began preparing the wild boar meat. Chen-Lan's expression darkened considerably. Her usually indifferent face now bore an icy glare. King Lickboy Kai couldn't bear seeing his goddess treated with such scorn. His expression turned vicious as he glared at Lin En's figure, his eyes shifting restlessly, as if brewing some unspeakable scheme. "Damn it, I'll ing." Liang Bin, enraged by Lin En's arrogant demeanor, immediately charged forward, ready to fight. Wan Kai quickly reached out to restrain Liang Bin. "Do you want the other teams to laugh at us?" Liang Bin retorted, unable to contain his fury. "Are we just going to let him strut around like he owns the place? He's just a pathetic loner. It'd be embarrassing for a top-tier team like ours to stoop to his level." When Miao spoke with impatience, her beautiful face clouded with displeasure. Liang Bin immediately lowered his bow and walked over to Wen Miao in a few strides. "You're absolutely right, One. Fine. I won't stoop to arguing with scum like him. But if he keeps pushing his luck, I won't let him off the hook." Seeing him so obedient, Wen Miao finally smiled. "Brother Liang Bin is right. Let's not make a scene this time and give others something to laugh about." Their voices weren't exactly quiet, but Lin En merely chuckled it off. He didn't give it a second thought. That Liang Bin was nothing but a loudmouth. He didn't even register on Lin En's radar. Especially after several battles alongside Blake, he now possessed immense confidence in his abilities. Crushing Liang Bin would be no trouble at all. The commotion died down, but the murmurs among the crowd persisted just nowhere near the main players. The Windbreaker squad was a solid team overall. Getting on someone's bad side just for watching the show would be a huge loss. Still, most genuinely couldn't fathom the Windbreaker squad's decision to replace a teammate this time. In their view, while 5 members was the standard squad configuration, it didn't mean every team had to stick to that number. Adding members to the existing core was something most squads did. Regarding Lin En's situation, many suspected hidden motives were at play. Some even speculated that Lin En's lackluster performance and unwillingness to improve forced the Windbreaker squad to expel him. Unlike the others who kept quiet, one person was particularly nosy. A burly man grinned as he walked over to Lin En, carrying some food. "Bro, remember me?" Lin En looked up. He recognized the man standing before him. Ranked around 50 on Joshan District's combat power list, this individual possessed the ability to petrify flesh. The petrified parts were as hard as rock, making him unstoppable in combat. Lin En had witnessed firsthand how he shattered a beast's skull with a single punch. Unlike other strength-based practitioners, he remained exceptionally agile in combat, showing no signs of slowed movement despite his partial petrification. "Brother Dashin, I remember you well. You're resting here too?" Hearing that Lin En remembered him, Su Dashin's smile broadened instantly as he sat down neatly beside him. "Right. I saw you here and brought you something." His gaze shifted to the dog beside Lin En. "You've had it rough too, all alone." Lin En paused, following his gaze to spot Brian. He instantly understood what Su meant. "Actually, taking care of Black on my own is pretty good. Much more free than before." He reached out and ruffled Black's big head. Su Dashin looked at Lin En with a hint of pity. His abilities weren't that bad, why did they have to kick him out? The Windbreaker squad really had no conscience. His gaze fell on Black and he couldn't help but praise, "You've raised this dog well. He's sleek and shiny, and his build clearly marks him as a skilled hunter. He must be quite helpful to you." The two chatted amicably for a while, one brimming with sympathy, the other unwilling to strike a smiling face. After a while, Sudashan revealed the purpose of his visit. "Brother, I remember your profession stats were quite impressive. How did things escalate to this point with your squad? Could it be that their profession stats all saw significant boosts, leaving no room for you, so they kicked you out?" Sudashan watched Linen's expression closely as the smile faded from his face. Quickly adding, "Brother, I'm just concerned about you. No other meaning. If you'd rather not talk about it, you don't have to." Linen waved dismissively, unconcerned. "Nothing's off limits. As for why they kicked me out, I assume you've heard the story. Basically, they felt my abilities no longer match theirs. As for whether their class attributes have seen a widespread boost." Linen spread his hands. "Honestly, I don't know. Before I left, I didn't notice any widespread improvements." Chapter 17, Reputation. "Huh? You don't know either? Whoa." Sudashan looked surprised, then suddenly seemed to realize something, sucking in a sharp breath. He glanced at the Windbreaker squad, then hurriedly leaned closer to Linen, lowering his voice. "Could it be they're hiding something from you, and then? How would I know? If they're keeping it from me, then I certainly wouldn't know." Hearing Linen's response, Sudashan realized he genuinely didn't know. He changed the subject. "Bro, have you ever thought about finding another team? After all, you're just bringing a dog along. That's not exactly convenient for any mission." Sudashan meant this sincerely, and Linen knew it. But he didn't take it to heart. He reached out to ruffle Black's head, pulling the dog close to his chest. Looking at Sudashan, he replied, "This is my teammate." "What?" Sudashan's eyes widened in surprise. He could tell at a glance that Linen had trained this dog exceptionally well. It was clearly agile and well built. But teaming up with a dog? That's a bit out there, isn't it? Did I just hear that wrong? "Bro, this isn't something to joke about." "I'm not joking." Lin's expression was serious. "Black is my teammate. This exploration mission was scheduled long ago. I just didn't have time to submit the squad application yet. But once this mission is over, I plan to head to the guild hall to submit the paperwork." Sudashan's mouth opened and closed repeatedly, unable to speak for a long moment. He was starting to wonder if his big brother had lost his mind. Was he just upset? How could a dog be a teammate? Wasn't that completely disregarding his own life? "Bro, maybe you should reconsider? Even if you raise this dog well, it's still just a dog. It's really..." Sudashan stared at Black, feeling 1,000 words choke his throat, yet not a single one would come out. He was usually quite talkative, but now he simply couldn't open his mouth. What could he possibly say? If he said something harsh and upset this big brother, he wouldn't be able to live with himself. After hesitating for a long while, Sudashan swallowed the words he'd been about to say and reached out to pat Linen on the shoulder. "Brother, we've known each other for a while now. If you ever need anything in the future, you can come find me. Whatever I can do to help, I'll do my best." Linen understood the unspoken meaning behind Sudashan's earlier words. Seeing him struggle before finally saying this, he felt a warmth in his heart. True friends are revealed in times of hardship. All that genuine kindness he'd shown for so long had been wasted. Seeing someone with whom he shared little friendship speak so sincerely made him shudder when he thought of the members of the Breaking Wind squad. "Then thank you, Brother Dashan." Sudashan chuckled in response, shoving everything he'd brought over into Linen's hands. Before Linen could refuse, he turned and walked away, his steps appearing slightly unsteady. Sudashan's reaction was exactly what he'd expected. When he actually submitted his team formation request, he was bound to encounter even more puzzled looks. There was no need to explain to each one individually. Eventually, they would change their minds. Anything he said before that point would be futile. Linen dismissed the thoughts. Right now, the priority was roasting meat to feed himself and Blake. Everything else could wait. Sudashan returned to the team and immediately shared all the information he had gathered, sprinkling in some of his own interpretations. Sudashan's Tyrannosaurus squad consisted of the standard 5 members plus 2 additional recruits who joined later, with no retainers. There were 7 of them in total. Aside from Sudashan, the expressions on the others' faces were identical. Shock. Surprise. Seeing their expressions, Sudashan felt a strange sense of balance wash over him. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "That was exactly my expression just now. No matter how I hear this, it seems like Linen must have been pretty badly shaken up." A female team member spoke with a hint of sympathy, her gaze drifting toward Linen's direction. The others nodded in agreement. "You bet. His former teammates were just heartless. I remember his skills were decent enough, though not as high on the rankings as his teammates. He wasn't exactly unknown either. Even if there was a gap, doesn't all that trust and teamwork built over countless missions count for nothing? How big of a gap could it be that they'd kick someone straight out of the team?" A bespectacled male member pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose with a hint of contempt. I've seen through the character of the Windcutter squad. Take our team, for instance. I'm the weakest link. Even if someone stronger joined, you guys didn't kick me out. We're not as unscrupulous as them. The guild never stipulated a squad must have exactly 5 members, only that squads can't exceed 20. What they did is truly, ugh. The Tyrannosaurus squad leader's expression turned stern. From now on, we should avoid teaming up with the Windbreaker squad for quests whenever possible. If we have no choice but to work together, we must stay vigilant. I simply can't trust such a group with our backs. The moment this matter concerning their team's interests was raised, the others immediately grew serious. Their captain had a point. People who stabbed their own teammates in the back were likely to betray any cooperative group. It was impossible to guard against such treachery. The members of the Tyrannosaurus squad murmured among themselves, expressing sympathy for Lin En while simultaneously heightening their vigilance toward the Windbreaker squad. The Windbreaker squad was now firmly on their list of potential partners. Even as they discussed among themselves, none suggested recruiting Lin En into their ranks. Teams only recruited new members after analyzing which roles they lacked. Even if they felt sympathy for Lin En, they wouldn't casually invite him to join. Otherwise, if it was Lin En today, who knew who it would be tomorrow? Their team would descend into chaos. Little did Lin En know that his conversation with Su Dashin had already marked him as someone whose mental state was cause for concern. At that moment, he was happily grilling meat with Black, thoroughly enjoying himself. The Windbreaker squad was still debating their next destination, completely unaware that their reputation among other squads had taken a nosedive. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a sound echoed through the air. The sound of frantic footsteps echoed in the distance. Everyone instantly grew alert. Lin quickly gathered his belongings. Black assumed a defensive stance, his gaze fixed intently ahead. What was that sound? Sounds like insects. Kind of like bees. No. That's not right, it's a swarm of hard-shelled hornets. On guard. Chapter 18, Hard-Bone Hornets. Someone shouted out loud, and instantly everyone's expressions turned grave. Lin was startled too. Hard-shell hornets. These mutated hornets were unlike ordinary mutated hornets. Each was nearly the size of a basketball, their once soft bodies now hardened to an extreme degree. Ordinary scrapes caused them not the slightest harm. Even more terrifying were the stingers on their tails, razor sharp and carrying a dreadful toxin. The venom didn't kill instantly, but caused rapid swelling and festering at the site of contact, accompanied by excruciating pain. These wasps also fly at incredible speeds and are social creatures, rarely seen alone. They always travel in groups of 3 or 5. For practitioners, these hard-bone hornets were a particularly troublesome presence, especially for support-type practitioners. Most support-type professionals have lower attack power and speed compared to other classes. When facing swarms of these hard-shelled hornets, they must be exceptionally cautious about evasion, and their teammates must allocate extra attention to protecting them. Lin immediately pulled Black close, his eyes fixed warily ahead. Everyone assumed defensive stances. Soon, a swarm of wasps flew out from ahead. A figure stumbled forward, crashing to the ground stiffly just over 10 meters ahead. The person's body was covered in festering sores, swollen beyond recognition. Thud. Even after the fall, the man did not die immediately. He stretched out his hand toward the group standing in the distance and shouted with all his strength, Save me. The moment the words left his mouth, his raised arm hit the ground and he passed out. Not a single person dared to approach. At this moment, they were barely managing to protect themselves and their teammates. How could they possibly risk helping someone who had brought danger upon them? The hornets swiftly swarmed toward them, dozens of them filling the sky. Lin En watched warily as 3 hornets approached his direction, swiftly flinging the branch in his hand. Crack! The branch whipped out, snapping one nearby wasp clean off. Thud! The flung wasp slammed into its companion, producing a dull thud. One could only imagine how tough these wasps were. Even Lin En winced at the sound. The flung wasp and the one it struck momentarily lost their bearings. The remaining wasp, ignoring its comrade's condition, charged straight toward Lin En and his dog. Lin En flicked the branch in his hand, aiming directly at the attacker. Buzz buzz buzz. The wasp suddenly leapt upward, dodging the branch entirely. Lin En immediately swung another branch. The number 3 hard-shelled hornet darted aside with a nimble maneuver, once again evading the branch in Lin's hand and streaking straight toward her. Lin's expression shifted repeatedly. This thing was surprisingly clever. Just as Lin En adjusted his angle, ready to deliver a crushing blow, suddenly, a golden fireball shot past from behind. It landed squarely on the hard-shelled hornet number 3. Hiss! 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 The wasp let out a sharp hissing sound as flames instantly engulfed its entire body. The wasp thrashed wildly several times, seemingly realizing it couldn't shake off the flames. It then lunged directly at Lin En. Lin En flicked a branch at it. Crack! Thud! The hornet crashed to the ground and quickly turned to ash. Hornet 1 and Hornet 2 had recovered by now. Witnessing their comrade's gruesome demise, they instantly emitted the same hissing sound as Hornet 3. The 2 hornets lunged toward them. Lin En swung the branch in his hand. The two hornets dodged desperately but still got hit occasionally. Just as they closed to within 2 meters, Linen shot Black a glance. The moment the branch in Linen's hand swept through the air, striking both hornets simultaneously once more, Black swiftly hurled 2 fireballs. Bzzzzz. A sharp hissing sound filled the air as the 2 hornets met the same fate as hornet number 3. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the 3 hornets before Lin and Black had been swiftly dealt with. Lin exhaled, reaching up to ruffle Black's large head. Looks like we worked together pretty well. Just as Linen thought he and Black could relax, a distinct buzzing sound approached amidst the distant battle noise. Woof! Black immediately went on high alert, his doggy eyes darting warily to the side. 5 hornets were speeding toward them. Ha! Again? Lin was taken aback. How could these wasps, which had already attacked their group, suddenly turn on him? What was going on? Could it be that the cries of the 3 hornets that had just died had drawn the attention of these ones? There was no time for deep thought. Man and dog moved in swift, coordinated action. Lin wielded a branch to lash at the wasps, slowing their advance. As soon as Lin hit one, Black swiftly hurled a fireball, incinerating them completely. The man and dog worked in perfect sync, eliminating the wasps before they could get close. Suddenly, Lin heard a faint buzzing sound coming from his hand. He whipped his head around to see a hard-shelled hornet just half a meter away. This particular wasp moved extremely slowly, its buzzing faint and unobtrusive, which is why Lin, engrossed in battle, hadn't spotted it sooner. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The hornet, sensing Lin's awareness, instantly accelerated and lunged toward him. Lin instantly stepped back, swiftly flinging the branch in his hand toward the wasp. This wasp was exceptionally intelligent and reacted with remarkable agility. It darted swiftly through the 8 branches Lin had flung. Glancing at Black, Lin quickly retrieved the 2 branches flung from his left hand, trapping Black. He flung them upward with a sharp jerk. 1. Black roared as a massive fireball crashed down from above. The hornet tried to flee, but Lin's branches swiftly followed. After gently lowering Black to the ground with his left hand, he immediately joined the fray. It instantly trapped the hornet within. SSS. Trapped with no escape, the hornet was swiftly engulfed by golden flames. A piercing screech of agony erupted. The branch retracted, and the wasp in its center had already fallen to the ground, reduced to charred remains. A brief moment of calm descended upon Lin and Black. This time, no hornets approached their direction. Meanwhile, the Windbreaker squad was struggling to handle the 6 hornets before them. They had defeated 2 hornets, but Wang Kai was also wounded and was being protected in the center alongside Wen Miao. Wen Miao was diligently treating Wang Kai's wounds. Their battle with the 6 hornets was fierce and intense. Xiang, are you stupid? Help me hold them off. Hurry up! Liang Bin shouted angrily while dodging attacks. Chapter 19, Deflecting the Disaster. The members of the Windbreaker squad were in a sorry state. Liang Bin shot an arrow straight into the hard-bone hornet's eye, knocking it down. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, only 4 hornets remained. Almost there. He looked up and saw Lin already sitting and resting in the distance. Leaning against a tree, Lin was devouring his food in large bites, looking quite at ease. How could this be? Liang Bin's first thought was that he must be seeing things. They were still struggling to deal with the hard-bone hornets. How could Lin be so relaxed? Surely the hard-bone hornets hadn't completely ignored him and failed to attack? Liang Bin. What are you thinking about? Wang Kai had recovered and suddenly shoved Liang Bin forward. He swung his blade at the hard-shelled hornet poised to strike Liang Bin. Thud. The hornet was only momentarily stunned before resuming its assault. Liang Bin stumbled from the shove, nearly falling to the ground. He instinctively turned to curse, but upon seeing Wang Kai clashing blows with the hard-bone hornet, his mouth shut instantly. But his eyes still couldn't help but glance toward Lin's direction. Seeing Lin's leisurely demeanor, Liang Bin frowned deeply, his mind filled with confusion. Observing the hard-bone hornet still attacking them, his eyes darted, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He immediately took a few steps back and, without bothering to aim, fired several arrows in rapid succession at one of the hard-bone hornets. The wasp, provoked by the arrows, abruptly changed course and charged toward Liang Bin. Wang Kai shouted angrily. Liang Bin, what the hell are you doing? Shooting all over the place. What do you think you're doing? You. As Wang Kai was yelling, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye that Liang Bin had suddenly started running. Where are you going? Wang Kai yelled at Liang Bin's retreating back while fending off the hard-shelled hornets. In the split second they passed each other, he caught sight of the direction Liang Bin was sprinting with the hard-shelled hornet straight toward Lin's location. After delivering a fierce slash to the hard-shelled hornet, Wang Kai carefully scanned the area ahead. In that instant, he shared the same confusion as Liang Bin. What was going on with Lin? But he had no time to ponder further, continuing his battle with the hard-shelled hornet before him. Liang Bin charged forward with a hard-bone hornet in tow, heading straight for Lin. Lin noticed Liang Bin's actions the instant he moved, his expression darkening instantly. Wang? Black instantly grew wary, taking a few steps forward as he glared fiercely at Liang Bin. He let out a low growl, as if asking Lin whether to attack. Lin patted Black's head. Not you, not yet. Woof. Black looked at Lin with a puzzled expression. Don't worry. Black didn't say anything else, nor did he step back. He just stood there, no longer eating the meat. Seeing he couldn't persuade Black, Lin said no more. He stood up and watched Liang Bin charging toward them. Lin! Lin! Help me! Help me! Liang Bin shouted loudly as he ran toward them. Lin's gaze was cold as he watched him, the branch in his hand slowly extending. When Liang Bin was just 5 meters away, the branch in her hand shot out swiftly, lashing out and sending Liang Bin flying backward. Thud! Liang Bin slammed into a nearby tree before crashing heavily to the ground. Pain contorted his face as he glared at Lin En with a sinister look. You! Lin En, how dare you! You! Buzz buzz buzz. Before Liang Bin could finish his sentence, the buzzing of the hard-bone hornets filled the air. Startled, he snapped his head up, staring in disbelief at the swarm hurtling toward him. Damn it! Liang Bin dared not delay. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he scrambled to his feet and continued charging toward Lin En. Damn those wasps! Why won't they attack Lin En at such close range? Lin En, we've been friends for years. You can't just stand by and watch me die. You! Before Liang Bin could finish, the branch in Lin En's hand shot toward him. Liang Bin's pupils contracted slightly as he reacted swiftly, leaping into the air and somersaulting to dodge the branch. Lin En! Ah! Before Liang Bin could react after landing, another branch lashed out from Lin En's grasp. Unable to dodge in time, he was knocked flat onto the ground. The buzzing grew louder and closer. Liang Bin looked up just in time to see the sharp stingers of the hard-shelled hornets. Terrified, he didn't even dare cry out in pain this time, rolling frantically on the ground several times. He even resorted to wielding his bow and arrows directly to fend off the wasps. Snap! The bow and arrows struck the hard-shelled hornets several times, immediately emitting a sound of being unable to bear the weight. Damn it! Lin En! Are you going to stand by and watch me die? You! Ah! Liang Bin yelled furiously, too desperate to escape to care if Lin En's branches struck him again. He charged forward once more. Lin En watched Liang Bin's frantic struggle, then scanned the surrounding area. Some squads were already clearing the battlefield. Hearing Liang Bin's shouts, they noticed the situation here too. Lin En took a deep breath, glaring at the hard-bone hornet behind Liang Bin. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn useless piece of trash. Why didn't you sting that bastard sooner? God damn it. Lin En flicked the branch in his hand, sending Liang Bin flying without mercy. The moment the hard-bone hornet turned to retreat, several branches shot toward it, instantly surrounding and trapping the insect. Sharp thorns erupted from the branches. The spikes covering the hard-shelled hornet's eyes instantly pierced deep. This was the hard-shelled hornet's most vulnerable spot. SSS. The hard-shelled hornet emitted a piercing hiss. Its body still thrashed violently. Yet within mere breaths, the struggle ceased. Lin raised his hand and flicked the hard-shelled hornet toward him. Using the branch, he pulled out the wasp stinger and stowed it in his backpack. Liang Bin, battered and bruised from the fall, watched as Lin En effortlessly disposed of the hard-shelled hornet and collected the spoils. His expression darkened further. How was this possible? How could a useless like him possibly? Liang Bin's eyes widened further, filled with utter disbelief. Lin En shot Liang Bin a cold glance. Oomph. As venomous and useless as ever. Liang Bin leapt to his feet, snarling at Lin En, what the hell did you just say? Lin En sneered coldly, taking a few steps forward with a look of contempt. Don't you know exactly what I'm talking about? Deliberately luring the hornets toward me. If you claim you had no ill intent, go ask the others who would believe you? Liang Bin's eyes flickered, but he quickly regained his composure. Stop spouting nonsense. I just happened to be running this way and ran into you here. Chapter 20, Loot Distribution. Liang Bin grew increasingly confident as he spoke, as if his words were undeniable truth. He tilted his head slightly, looking at Lin En. I could have handled the hornets perfectly well on my own. You were just meddling. Lin En raised an eyebrow at him, his gaze making Liang Bin feel a momentary pang of guilt. Then he remembered his own words. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He lifted his head again, pointing angrily at Lin En. If you hadn't attacked me, how could I have lost to that tough hornet? It's all your fault for meddling. He finished with a vicious glare at Lin En. Lin En, you owe me an apology for attacking me just now. And hand over that hard-shelled hornet's stinger. It's my spoils of war. Liang Bin declared with righteous indignation. Are you out of your mind? Lin En was so infuriated he laughed. Did this man have any sense at all? Did he even think before speaking? Stealing his spoils? The very idea was laughable. He hadn't even confronted him about deliberately luring the hard-shelled hornets over, yet he dared to question him? What a masterful case of turning the tables. Lin En couldn't be bothered with this fool's nonsense. He flicked the branch in his hand. Stop disgusting me and get lost. Being teammates with scum like you will be a stain on my record. Get lost. Liang Bin's face twisted into an ugly grimace as Lin N's word stung like a finger-pointing rebuke. Here he was, a cast-off failure, living it up while he himself was reduced to this miserable state, even getting berated point blank. Why? The physical pain was fading, but his mind was consumed by jealousy. Lin N. Don't push your luck. Hand over that hard-bone hornet stinger and I'll let it slide. Now. Lin N paid no heed to Liang Bin's ranting. After all, it wasn't him who was left in disarray, nor was it him whose wounds throbbed with pain. Let him yell himself hoarse. Lin N focused on eating. While cutting a large chunk of meat for Black, Lin N stuffed another piece into his own mouth. One sat enjoying his meal, the other stood in disarray, both glaring at each other. The stark contrast was too vivid to ignore. Those who noticed the commotion couldn't help but draw closer, eager to hear the latest gossip. The other squads found their encounter with the Windbreaker squad utterly entertaining. One juicy story after another kept them entertained during their rest, providing much-needed stress relief. These days in the Metland Ghost Forest had been remarkably stress-relieving for them all. Seeing that Lin N was genuinely ignoring him, even taking the time to stand there feeding a dog. Furious beyond words, he charged straight toward Lin. Hey, Lin! Didn't you hear me talking? Are you deaf? Liang Bin raised his hand, ready to knock over Lin N and Black's bowls. Woof! Woof woof woof! Black's eyes blazed with ferocity as he glared at Liang Bin, who was charging toward him to snatch his food, letting out a low growl. Lin N grabbed an object and swung it, slapping Liang Bin's hand away. Is this never going to end? Lin N stood up, his eyes blazing with fury. Don't push your luck. I'm not picking a fight with you right now, but if you keep stirring trouble, don't blame me for not holding back. Liang Bin sneered coldly, his expression filled with contempt as he looked at Lin N. Crossing his arms and tilting his head back slightly, he sneered, not polite? Then go ahead and show me how impolite you can be. I'll be watching to see how you plan to be impolite with me. He extended a finger, poised to jab at Lin N. You. Lin N, let go of me. Let go now. Lin N grabbed Liang Bin's finger and wrenched it backward, the pain making him scream in agony. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead and streamed down his cheeks. Lin N, you've gone too far. A cold gleam shot straight toward Lin N's arm. Lin caught it out of the corner of his eye, snatching his hand back and scrambling backward several steps. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the cold light struck a large tree nearby. The tree trunk, as thick as a bull, snapped clean in two. The onlookers gasped in shock. Is he really going all out? Good heavens! They've really gone at it. This is bound to get ugly. They've gone from arguing to fighting. Look at Captain Chun, he's not holding back at all. Just look at that tree. TSK. What kind of grudge is this? They're just going at it without a care for right or wrong. Chen-Lan and the others had already rushed over. When Miao immediately rushed to Liang Bin's side to help him recover. Chen-Lan shielded him behind her, her usually icy expression now tinged with anger. She glared at Lin N with obvious annoyance. Lin N. Do you find it amusing to target us time and again? What did you say? Lin N had just pulled his gaze away from the tree trunk, now as white as a bull, when he heard Chen-Lan's words. Ridiculous. Those two words echoed relentlessly in Lin N's mind. Looking at Chen-Lan, Lin N couldn't help but marvel at how blind he'd been in the past. Chen-Lan stepped forward. Even if there's old grudges, you shouldn't have played dirty during the mission and stolen things. That's shameless. If you're truly capable, you should earn your spoils fairly, not rob others and then attack them. I never realized you had so many flaws before. I should count myself lucky to have parted ways with someone like you. Wang Kai had actually caught a glimpse of the situation unfolding. He'd noticed when Liang Bin headed toward Lin N. He couldn't fathom why, despite clearly targeting Lin N, Liang Bin ended up covered in blood and stripped of his loot while Lin N walked away unscathed. But that didn't stop him from confronting Lin N. Lin N, hand over Liang Bin's loot immediately. TSK. Who'd have thought your former teammate would stoop to such low tactics? If he applies to join another team now, that team's in for a rough ride. When Miao couldn't resist adding a comment while administering treatment. Liang Bin's injuries were indeed quite severe, his face covered in bruises. Xiaoying followed over, glancing at Lin before looking at her teammates. After hesitating for a long moment, she timidly spoke up, there must be some misunderstanding. What exactly happened? Let's clear up this misunderstanding quickly. Members from the other squads had almost all gathered around. The battle had ended, and they'd rested long enough. Who wouldn't want to watch the spectacle before moving on? Did he really steal someone else's loot? No idea. I didn't see it. When I arrived, they were already facing off. Our team was a bit slow. Did anyone from your group get a clear look at what happened between those two? TSK. The Windcutter squad swore up and down it happened. Probably true. Hard to say. He's alone, so wanting more loot is understandable. Just not the smartest move. Chapter 21, The Twist. Shenlong, don't make me look down on you. If you want to discuss the ownership of this loot, you should first ask your good teammates why they all came over to my side during the fierce battle against the hardbone hornets. Look at the distance between where you were and where I am. Why did he end up here? Shenlong froze at Lin En's question, then glanced at Liang Bin as if suddenly realizing something. Liang Bin, provoked by that look, almost blurted out instinctively. What kind of look is that? Do you think I'd lie? Sure, the distance was a bit far, but that's because I wanted to lure that hardbone hornet away before fighting it. Who knew Lin En would attack and wound me? He tilted his head back slightly, looking utterly confident. Lin En, hit me so hard I flew into a tree. You all saw the bruises on my body just now. Could that possibly be fake? Could I have hurt myself like that? Even if I was fighting that hard-shelled hornet, it wouldn't have left bruises on my face. Shenlong's gaze finally shifted to Lin En. My teammates have already explained everything. What more do you have to say? Just hand over the items quickly. I won't hold it against you this time, out of respect for our past as teammates. But let me make this clear, this is the last time. I'm showing mercy because of our past. If something like this happens again, I won't hold back. Lin En rolled his eyes at this. That's quite amusing. Could it be you showed mercy just now? Lin En pointed with a finger. The tree trunk, severed cleanly in half, still lay silently in the distance. Shenlong's expression flashed with awkwardness for a moment before she took a deep breath and said, necessity dictates action. It's because you attacked Liang Bin just now. With all those injuries on him, I was afraid you might hurt him if you went too hard. I was just worried about my teammate. Besides, you're fine, aren't you? It's perfectly normal that you dodged that strike so quickly. Tisk. Hey, Captain Shen, that's not quite right. Your strike wasn't light. How could you be sure he'd dodge? What if he hadn't managed to get out of the way? Exactly. Now that he dodged it, you have something to say. That sounds a bit too confident. If something had actually happened, it would have been too late for regrets. Watching Lin En being grilled by his former teammates, the members of Su Dashan's Tyrannosaurus squad couldn't help but feel sympathy and stepped in to speak up for him. Moreover, some in their squad had noticed something. The situation didn't align with Liang Bin's account. It was Lin En who had ultimately killed the hardbone hornet, not Liang Bin. Therefore, the spoils rightfully belonged to Lin En. Moreover, their support member had just observed that it was Liang Bin who had lured the hardbone hornet to Lin En's side, not some sudden move by Lin En himself. Liang Bin's actions were clearly an attempt to shift the blame onto others. The members of the Windbreaker squad were truly despicable. They had already driven someone to the brink of insanity, and now they were targeting him. It's utterly despicable. Following the Tyrannosaurus squad's lead, members from other squads began speaking up one after another. I saw it too, it was clearly Lin En who killed the hardbone hornet, not anyone from their squad. Now they're trying to take credit? How amusing. If it had been someone from their own squad, would they dare be so brazen? Oh dear, you saw it? That makes you a witness. What else did you see? Did their squad deliberately lure the hornets over, or did Lin En strike first? I heard that shout for help loud and clear. Yeah, I heard it too. Everyone chimed in, sharing what they'd heard and seen. Liang Bin felt increasingly uneasy. If he'd known this would happen, he never would have shouted like that. Who could have imagined that in the midst of battle, someone would be distracted enough to hear his shout? It was his own fault for shouting so loudly. He should have kept his voice down. A faint regret stirred within Liang Bin. But it wasn't regret over luring the hardbone hornets over. It was regret over not being more careful. He resented Lin En even more. What extraordinary experiences had he encountered these past days to gain abilities that could even best him? Shenlong listened to everyone's words, her expression shifting slightly. Her gaze turned questioning as she looked at Liang Bin. He lowered his voice. What exactly happened? The anger in her voice was palpable. Having spent so much time with Shenlong, Liang Bin could sense her mood. Her words clearly signaled a loss of trust in him, even hinting at displeasure. Liang Bin gritted his teeth and said, I initially asked Lin En for help. Who knew he wouldn't only refuse but actually attack me? I saw he was idle and not fighting, so I thought I'd ask him for a hand. Who knew he'd be so cold-hearted and attack me? If he hadn't attacked me, how could I possibly have been unable to handle that hardbone hornet? If he really didn't want to help, he could have just said so. Why hurt me? Even without him, I could have handled that tough-as-nails hornet. The spoils should be mine. What's wrong with that? Everyone saw how stubborn Liang Bin was being. Even those who hadn't witnessed the situation now understood exactly what had happened. The looks they gave the Breaking Wind squad started to carry a certain meaning. This Windbreaker squad sure is something. Do you expect people to help you just because they're free? What's it to you? Who says they have to? You kick them out of the team, yet still expect their help? It's a miracle they don't hold a grudge against you for that dirty trick. He was clearly trouble waiting to happen. Expecting them not to fight back? If it were me, I wouldn't just knock him flying, I'd kill him outright. Exactly. Anyone would have attacked him. The Windbreaker squad's behavior is disgusting. Their captain leads the way in bullying others. Shenlan's expression darkened further. She shot Liang Bin a vicious glare and turned to leave. The others flushed crimson, visibly embarrassed. They clearly resented Liang Bin for making them look foolish. Liang Bin gritted his teeth in fury, but he knew he stood no chance with everyone siding with Lin En. He shot Lin En a vicious glare. As if to say, just you wait, I'll find a way to take you down sooner or later. Watching them prepare to leave, Lin En snorted coldly. You're just walking away after framing someone? Lin En's words abruptly halted Shenlan in her tracks. Taking a deep breath, she turned back to Lin En. Liang Bin was indeed in the wrong today. He acted in a moment of confusion. But since it did affect you, I'll settle this. I'll have Liang Bin give you one of the hard-shelled hornet stingers he was supposed to get. Consider it even. Shenlan's expression remained as cool and distant as ever. Her words, paired with her expression, sounded like a handout. Chapter 22, Compensation. Why should he get it? No way. I refuse. Liang Bin suddenly bellowed, instantly drawing everyone's attention back to him. Shenlan growled softly, shut up. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough already? Liang Bin's face flushed and he almost argued back. But seeing Shenlan's expression, he could only mutter, but there's no need to compensate him with anything. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lin En's eyes as he looked at Liang Bin. This guy was as disgusting as ever. If the opportunity arose? Shenlan watched Lin En's expression, took a deep breath, and lowered her voice in anger. Just look around you. Liang Bin caught the glances of everyone around him fixed on him out of the corner of his eye. He seethed inwardly. These meddlesome busybodies. No matter how unwilling he felt inside, he had to grit his teeth and endure it. Fine, compensate him. After speaking, Liang Bin shot Lin En a vicious glare, as if he'd just conceded a colossal loss. Lin En snorted in contempt. Not enough. The words rolled off Lin En's tongue with casual indifference, instantly setting off Liang Bin, who was already seething with resentment. What the hell are you talking about? You're not satisfied with a single hard-bodied hornet's tail? Lin En, don't be so greedy. With this one, you'll have two in your hands, enough to feed you and your dog for a long time. Liang Bin's tone dripped with condescension, as if he were offering charity. Lin En couldn't help but chuckle softly as he looked at Liang Bin. Liang Bin frowned at him. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? There's... Smack. Lin En strode forward in a few steps and raised his hand, delivering a sharp slap. The force was so strong it sent Liang Bin staggering backward. Had Wang Kai not grabbed him from behind, he would have fallen flat on the ground. Lin En, what are you doing? Shenlan frowned, her already impatient expression turning icy. I already said I'd compensate you. I promised you. Your promise is worth. Lin En cut Shenlan off abruptly. You're no longer my captain. I don't have to listen to you. I never agreed to your compensation in the first place. If you think you can scheme against me, Lin En, a single sting from a hornet with a hard stinger won't solve it. The moment Wang Kai heard Lin En snapping back at his goddess, he lunged forward in a single stride. He glared at Lin En menacingly. Lin En, don't push your luck. Am I pushing my luck, or do you all just think too little of people? If you treat me like this today, won't you be even worse when you come across someone else in a weaker position? Lin En showed no fear, stepping forward and glaring back at Wang Kai. The tension was palpable. Shenlan sighed. Lin En, how about this? I'll give you all the spoils we just acquired. This is the most I can offer. Wen Miao, from the same squad, instantly whitened her eyes. Why should she get it all? There's mine in there too. I'll compensate you with something of equal value. Shenlan shot Wen Miao a glance, and Wen Miao instantly shut up. As long as she got her share, that was fine. Xiaang, also from the same squad, remained completely silent. She had always found the whole incident rather embarrassing, accusing Lin En of something she hadn't done. She also felt guilty about what had happened before. If she could give Lin En something, she wouldn't say anything. Wang Kai certainly wouldn't contradict the goddess's words. Lin En stared at Shenlan for a long moment before exhaling a heavy breath. Today, considering how much time you've wasted on everyone, I won't argue further. Hand over the items. Shenlan handed the processed hard-boned hornet stinger to Lin En. Lin En accepted it without hesitation. Turning to the others, she added, thank you all for speaking up for me today. I, Lin En, am truly grateful. Should any of you ever need my help in the future, I will do everything in my power to assist. Lin En's polite words made everyone feel a bit embarrassed. Brother Lin, you're too kind. I merely spoke my mind, no need for thanks. We simply couldn't stand by and watch any longer. The group humbly exchanged words of modesty. Only the members of the Windbreaker squad left the main group with their tails between their legs. After exchanging pleasantries, the others dispersed in small groups. Only one small squad remained behind. Zhou Qing, captain of the Viper squad, looked at Lin En and said, we're heading further ahead shortly. There's still an unexplored area up ahead, and the dangers will likely be greater. With just one person and a dog, it's quite risky. Why not join us? The Viper squad consisted of 6 members, but only 5 wore squad insignia. The 6th was their squad attendant. Ever since the Venom Dragon squad had taken on a retainer, he'd noticed she appeared nearly indistinguishable from the other members whenever he saw her. She wore combat gear identical to theirs, and aside from her squad insignia, her equipment and belongings seemed no different from those of the regular members. Lin had interacted with the Venom Dragon squad before. They were generally quite amiable. Still, Lin preferred not to travel with them. After all, he wasn't ready to reveal Blake's abilities just yet. If they traveled together and encountered a beast within, he wouldn't be able to let Black absorb it. He decided it was best to travel alone with Black. Lin shook his head. No need. If I join you, you'll have to keep an eye on me. I'll stick with Black instead. He reached out and ruffled Black's fur. Hearing Linen's refusal, Zhou Qing didn't press further. He merely turned to the attendant beside him, who promptly stepped forward and handed him a small pouch. Zhou Qing handed the pouch to Lin, who looked slightly puzzled. What's this? Lin, I don't believe you were kicked out because your abilities didn't match your teammates. We've crossed paths before, and I trust your character. He added, looking slightly embarrassed, I think your support skills are excellent. Normally, we'd welcome such a talented professional into our team. However, our attendant is also a support class. She's a reserve member we've had our eye on for a while. Once we've worked out the kinks later on, we'll bring her into our squad's official roster. But seeing how you handled those tough hornets today, I know your skills go beyond just support. You've got a bright future ahead. The Windbreaker squad kicking you out is their loss. Seeing Linen didn't reach out, Zhou Qing pressed the small pouch into his hand. Here are some insect repellent powders, you'll need them in the woods. Plus healing herbs and an antidote pill. I know you're a support, but accidents happen. Take it. It's a token of our squad's appreciation. Zhou Qing patted Linen's shoulder and led the squad members away. Linen opened his mouth, a complex mix of emotions flooding his heart. Especially when he looked at the bag of medicine in his hand, he couldn't help but feel how blind he'd been before. Chapter 23, The Mist Snow Pattern Spider. Captain, why give him those medicines? We already spoke up for him today. Considering our past ties, shouldn't that be enough? A team member walking beside Zhou Qing looked at the captain with confusion. Their squad was called the Viper Squad, yet the entire team was famously easygoing, not that they were pushovers, just generally amiable in their dealings. Zhou Qing lowered his voice. You just noticed Linen's exceptional abilities, but did any of you see the dog beside him? That dog seems to be a beast. One of the members pondered for a moment before suddenly speaking up. The others were stunned. A spirit-awakened beast? Does Linen's ability include beast taming? I've never heard of that. He never brought a dog before. Could he have been hiding it all along? Zhou Qing shook his head. Hard to say, but one thing's certain, Linen isn't the useless loser rumored to have been kicked out of the team. Befriending him can only benefit us. Besides, when I interacted with the Breaking Wind squad before, I already thought Linen was a decent guy, far better than the others in that squad. The other teammates nodded in agreement. Most squads avoid members with vastly different personalities, as it makes building team chemistry difficult. But the Windbreaker squad, each member had their own distinct temperament. How they ended up together was anyone's guess. Su Dashan's Tyrannosaurus squad also invited Linen to join them, but he politely declined that offer as well. Linen's strength had already been proven beyond mere rumors when he single-handedly killed a hardbone hornet. It was merely an invitation to travel together, not to join their team. Not only the Tyrannosaurus squad, but the Viper squad extended an invitation, and the other 2 squads also issued their own. Linen politely declined them all. However, they were all heading in the same direction. Only after entering that same unknown area would they split off in different directions. Lin and Black followed a path along the very edge, moving inward. After walking some distance, Lin finally ruffled Black's head and said, Black, you've grown again these past couple of days. Black tilted his head back, nudging Lin's hand. Black, you did very well just now. In the future, when outsiders are present, try not to have all that strange fire on your body. We'll just coordinate and throw fireballs. Black's large head nodded. Lin suddenly looked at Black with a serious expression. If you ever find yourself in danger, no matter if anyone is around or not, you must fight with all your strength. Don't let yourself get hurt just to hide your... Black blinked his large eyes, meeting Lin's stern gaze. He immediately shut his big mouth, his doggy face turning serious. Woof! A loud bark echoed, as if promising Lin he would obey. Lin rubbed Black's head. All right. Let's keep moving forward. I'll roast some meat for you tonight. Black immediately hopped up and down in place, his large tail wagging back and forth. After traveling for about half a day, just before dusk, Lin and Black encountered 2 more mutated beasts, both insect-type mutations. There were no particularly useful materials to salvage. Black was instructed to destroy the remains each time. The sky grew increasingly dim, plunging the already dark forest into deeper shadows. After walking for over half an hour, Black's fur stood on end all over his body. Gore! Black let out a low growl. Lin also sensed something was wrong. He stopped and scanned the surroundings. After examining several nearby trees, Lin's expression shifted slightly. Black, did we just walk through here and come back around? Black pressed tightly against Lin, still emitting low growls. Lin's pupils contracted slightly as his gaze slowly swept the surroundings. The trees looked exactly the same as before, as if they had walked a certain distance only to return to the same spot. Going round and round in circles. A ghostly maze? Lin's confusion grew more pronounced. Ghosts? Ah. No, particles. Lin's thoughts churned for a while as his gaze remained fixed on the surroundings. It seemed that because they hadn't moved, whatever lurked in the shadows hadn't noticed them yet. The surrounding space twisted and the scene shifted. It was the very environment they had just passed through. Creatures capable of weaving illusions included the purple mist blue butterfly, the mist snow pattern spider, and the voice sound fox. Suddenly, Lin's gaze settled on a corner. On a tiny spider web sat a small spider with delicate white patterns on its legs. The surrounding space warped once more. As if sensing Lin's gaze, the creature altered its surroundings. The branch in Lin's hand shot out. In an instant, it vanished into the darkness, but the branch was pulled taut. Lin tugged hard, feeling immense resistance from the other side. The branch in Lin's hand vanished into the distant darkness, impossible to retrieve. Against the backdrop of the constantly shifting surroundings, the scene was rather comical. Where the branch had been, the darkness shifted one moment pitch black, the next revealing a tree. Black! Light it up! At the command, Black flicked a fireball from his tail, sending it hurtling toward the direction of Lin's branch. Boom! The sound of distant combustion echoed as the surrounding scenery shifted even faster. It seemed to be drawing closer, point by point. Keep going. Lin withdrew his branches as Black began flinging fireballs around him, golden orbs shooting out one after another. The crackling of flames grew ever more intense. The acrid smell of charred matter wafted in from all directions. Soon, the surrounding scene began to fade. Found you! Lin's gaze suddenly locked onto a direction, and a branch shot out swiftly. Thud! The branch instantly pierced through the fog snow pattern spider's body, swiftly wrapping around it. Leaves slowly sprouted along the twig, unfurling their bodies. After absorbing its spiritual energy, Lin stepped forward, slashed open its body, and retrieved a smooth, pure white bead. The moment he touched the phantom bead, Lin momentarily lost his senses, but quickly regained his composure. He hurriedly stowed it away. Oomph! It seems this spider possessed consciousness. The phantom pearl's power is formidable. Black's golden flames were incredibly useful. They could destroy anything it touched, igniting instantly upon contact. Lin wrapped the spider's corpse in a branch and flung it straight into the fire. Sizzle! With a loud crackle, the mist snow pattern spider's corpse vanished completely. Put out the fire. Woof! Black swiftly extinguished the surrounding flames. Lin surveyed the surroundings and decided to rest here. This place has been thoroughly cleaned out by the mist snow pattern spiders. He pulled out several pieces of exotic beast meat that hadn't been processed earlier. Let's cook them right here. Blake's eyes lit up the moment he saw Lin preparing to grill the meat. He immediately dashed off to fetch a branch. Chapter 24, Rescue. Woof! Black suddenly let out a low growl. What's wrong? Lin looked at Black with some confusion. The dog twitched its nose. Not understanding what it meant, Lin mimicked the action and sniffed the air, detecting no unusual odors. Danger ahead? Toxic gas? Black shook his large head urgently, then twitched his snout again. No danger, no poisonous gas. Lin was growing puzzled. If there were no monsters, then what could it be? Seeing Lin still didn't grasp his meaning, Black's big eyes filled with confusion. His gaze seemed to say, Master, didn't you say we had a bond? Where's that understanding? Blake looked around, then suddenly his eyes lit up. He lunged forward, biting the fabric at Lin's knee and tugging at it. Lin quickly looked down and saw a bloodstain from a previous monster kill. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Lin snapped his head up to stare at Black. The scent of blood. Black nodded as if relieved, bouncing up and down in place. Lin straightened up, hesitated, then asked, from a beast? Black shook his head and nudged Lin. Human? Lin frowned, his gaze shifting toward the distance. His toes already turned, ready to change direction. He had no intention of meddling in others' affairs. After all, who knew if the person ahead had been injured fighting a beast or another human? In the split second he turned, images of Sue Dashin and the Venom Squad flashed through his mind. Hesitating briefly, he slammed his fist into his palm and turned back toward the scent of blood. Let's go, Black! Black stared blankly as his master spun in place before setting off toward the scent of blood. Confusion spread across the dog's face, utterly baffled by his master's antics. His big eyes blinked, and he too spun around in place before bounding after his master. After traveling several hundred meters, Lin also caught the scent of blood. The scent wasn't particularly strong, mixed with other odors. Lin couldn't identify what it was, so he immediately quickened his pace. Soon, he spotted signs of a struggle on the ground. Judging by the marks, it must have been a large creature. It was easily several times larger than the wild boar he and Blake had encountered earlier. Chaotic footprints littered the ground, along with traces left by magic spells. After taking a few more steps forward, Lin suddenly furrowed his brow. His gaze fell upon magical residue etched into a tree trunk. This is ice magic? Qianlan? Did the Windbreaker squad encounter a large beast? Is someone injured? Lin En shook his head. Qianlan isn't the only one who knows ice magic. Maybe it's someone else. Then who could be ahead? Lin En quickened his pace. After just over 100 meters, he spotted someone sitting against a tree trunk. One arm lay limp on the ground. The closer he got, the stronger the smell of blood became. Lin En advanced cautiously, wary that this might be a trap. The branch in his hand rapidly extended. Who's there? Suddenly, the figure ahead seemed to hear the footsteps behind. Lin frowned slightly. That voice. Xiaoying? Lin En instantly recognized the voice and quickened his pace. The figure slowly turned its head, tilting it slightly to look back. Brother Lin. It's you. Xiaoying's eyes lit up the moment she saw him, but the glow faded just as quickly. Her head slowly lowered, no longer meeting his gaze. Xiaoying? What are you doing here alone? Before Lin En could finish speaking, he had already stepped in front of Xiaoying and saw the large gash on her abdomen. White powder clung to the wound, clearly applied to stem the bleeding. The powder had some effect in stopping the bleeding, but it wasn't enough. Blood continued to seep out slowly. Xiaoying's face was deathly pale, her lips devoid of color, her entire being radiating a sense of shattered vitality. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin En channeled his spiritual energy. Taking a deep breath, he tilted his head back slightly and raised his hand towards Xiaoying. Blessing of the Tree of Life. In the blink of an eye, a massive surge of spiritual energy converged upon Xiaoying. Xiaoying's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Lin En in disbelief. Her lips trembled uncontrollably as tears welled up instantly, rolling down her cheeks in large drops. Brother Lin. You. Her voice trembled, unable to form a complete sentence. Her head tilted slightly upward, her gaze fixed on Lin En, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Lin En paid no attention to Xiaoying's expression. Spiritual energy rapidly repaired Xiaoying's body. After a dozen seconds, the bleeding from Xiaoying's wounds finally stopped. Her complexion also regained some color. Brother Lin, that's enough. I feel much better now. There's no need to waste your spiritual energy any further. Lin looked at Xiaoying and didn't insist on continuing. They should have no connection whatsoever. He was the one expelled from the Windbreaker squad. Though Xiaoying hadn't been present that day, she had tacitly approved the other's actions. Saving her was merely because she had spoken a word of fairness that day, unlike the others who had immediately sided with Liang Bin. Lin En took a deep breath. What caused this injury? Iron Horn Minotaur. Lin En examined the wounds on Xiaoying's body, his confusion deepening. Ironhorn savage bulls' mutated yellow cattle were nearly the size of unmutated elephants, with horns sharp as iron and immense strength. But such beasts weren't particularly difficult to handle. For the Windbreaker squad, a group seasoned by numerous missions and rich in combat experience, dealing with them should pose no real difficulty. Xiaoying glanced at Lin En's expression and gave a wry smile. Under normal circumstances, we could certainly handle it. But we encountered not just one savage bull, there was also an ironhorn savage bull that had just lost its calf. And its calf was... Xiaoying trailed off mid-sentence. Lin En couldn't help but frown. Ironhorn beasts weren't large, herd-dwelling creatures at most, 2 or 3 would travel together. Moreover, they were generally docile creatures. Even after mutation, they wouldn't attack unless provoked. At the mention of the iron-horned beast's calf, Lin En blurted out, "You didn't capture its calf and kill it, did you?" Xiaoying gave a bitter smile. Her eyes flashed with anger and helplessness. After a long pause, she finally spoke, "It's all karma, but why must I be the one to suffer first?" As Xiaoying spoke, the tears she had struggled to hold back began flowing once more. Lin En reached out and handed her a plain white handkerchief. "Wipe them away. There, all better now." Xiaoying wiped her tears and gave a bitter smile. I just can't understand what he was thinking. We'd clearly avoided that iron-horn savage bull. When Meow merely said while eating jerky that it would be nice to have some grilled meat, and then he... Chapter 25, Stealing on the Side. Upon hearing this, Lin En didn't need to think twice to know who she was referring to. Only someone as foolish as Liang Bin would pull off such a stunt, making everyone else take the fall while he got off scot-free. Xiaoying sniffed, took a deep breath to suppress her anger, and continued, "When he brought back that young buffalo calf, I knew something was off. I warned him the buffalo might go berserk. While dealing with iron-horn buffalo isn't too difficult, these were 3 full-grown beasts each as massive as a small mountain. Dealing with them would be no easy task. But when I spoke up, do you know what they said?" Lin En instinctively replied, "They probably called you a coward, saying you were boosting the enemy's morale and undermining our own. They probably called you scared. Afraid of a few wild bulls? And when it came time to eat, they probably said if you were really scared, you shouldn't eat it. Ha 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 ha." Xiaoying laughed until tears streamed down her face. "Lin, you really know them well. That's exactly what they said. Even when I told Captain Chen, she didn't take it seriously. When Liang Bin pointed his finger at me and called me a coward, Captain Chen just nodded along. But when those mad bulls actually charged, they were impossible to handle. They wanted me to lead the charge. I wanted to ask them, if I didn't need it, why should I share the blame? Xiaoying exhaled a heavy breath. Brother Lin, when they tried to kick you out of the team before, I didn't dare say much. I got injured by that wild bull, and they just ran off, leaving me behind. Guess that's my payback for not speaking up earlier. Lin En fell silent. He truly had nothing to say about this matter. Whether it was retribution was hard to say. The truth was, everyone in the Windbreaker squad harbored their own agendas. No one had truly united their hearts. A team without cohesion was bound to fall apart. Lin En felt sympathy for Xiaoying's plight. He himself had been injured too. But that didn't mean he stood with Xiaoying. After all, she was still part of the Windbreaker squad, while he was not. Saving Xiaoying today was, in a way, fulfilling a debt of past friendship. As for what came next, that was Xiaoying's own path to walk. Though he knew she was a soft-hearted, easygoing girl, no one could control another's choices. If Xiaoying could break free from the Windbreaker squad, they might still maintain contact in the future. But as long as he remained within the squad, Lin En simply couldn't have private interactions with Xiaoying. But these thoughts remained unspoken, confined only to his own mind. Don't talk about karma. You kept silent for your own reasons. Getting me kicked out wasn't your decision. After speaking, Lin En glanced at Xiaoying once more, sent a distress signal to the watch on his wrist, then stood up and said, "You, take care of yourself." He turned and left with Black in tow. Xiaoying opened her mouth, about to ask if she could come along. But before the words could escape, she closed her mouth. What right did she have to ask them to carry her, when her body wasn't even fully recovered yet? Lin had saved her and sent out the distress signal for her. He had already done more than his share. She shouldn't ask for more. Xiaoying's gaze followed Lin En intently, lingering long after he had moved out of sight. Even as Lin En's figure vanished from view, Xiaoying's gaze remained fixed. A flicker of struggle flickered in her eyes before fading into stillness once more. Not long after walking away, Lin En spotted the carcass of an injured iron-horned savage bull. What a coincidence! He studied the battle scars on the ground and the direction the beast had fled. A mischievous grin touched Lin En's lips. If someone doesn't want the spoils, I'll take them for them. He placed his hand over the iron-horn minotaur, instantly sealing it into his spatial ring. Wow! This spatial ring sure is handy. Lin En said, strutting off to the side. Pant. Soon, several disheveled figures came into view. What a coincidence! Lin En chuckled to himself, striding forward with purpose. He passed by the panting figures hurrying over from afar. Their expressions varied, but none were friendly. Seeing their disheveled state, covered in dust and grime, Lin En felt his spirit soar. What a splendid day this turned out to be. Where's Bull? Isn't this the spot? Or did I misremember? Look at the shape on the ground, it must have crashed right here. Chenlan frowned as she listened to her teammates, staring at the large crater in the ground. There was still fresh blood nearby. This was where they just killed that iron-horned savage bull. How could it be missing? Liang Bin was the first to notice Lin En walking ahead and shouted, "Lin En! Did you take our loot?" Hearing the voices behind him, Lin En's lips curled upward. He didn't even pause his stride, completely ignoring the others. Seeing that he had called out and Lin En showed no sign of stopping, Liang Bin immediately started to rush forward, but Chenlan grabbed him by the arm. There are no dragging marks on the ground, and he wouldn't have something like a spatial button on him. You know his financial situation, it shouldn't be. Before Chenlan could finish, Liang Bin wrenched his arm free from her grasp. Who knows what tricks he used? He just happened to pass by here. We have to ask him. With that, Liang Bin sprinted straight ahead. As Liang Bin closed in, reaching out to grab Lin En sidestepped and threw a punch. Thud. Ah! Liang Bin let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground. Lin En! You stole our spoils of war, and now you hit me. Liang Bin clutched his face, glaring furiously at Lin En. The other teammates arrived one after another. Lin En's expression remained impassive as he shifted his gaze from Liang Bin to the others, finally settling on Chenlan. You think I stole your loot too? Lin En's expression remained calm, though inside he was practically bursting with glee. Ha! Yes. I did it. You'll never prove it. This time I'm serious, let's see if you can find it. You'll just have to swallow your anger. Chenlan opened her mouth, then studied Lin En's plain attire. Taking a deep breath, she said, our things went missing, and he acted impulsively. You helped yourself too. We're even. Lin En smiled at Chenlan, then suddenly flicked a branch out. Before anyone could react, it sent Liang Bin, who had just stood up, flying backward. Lin En, you. This is settling the score. Lin En cut Chenlan off before she could finish, tilting his head back slightly with a look of contempt. Instead of wasting time here looking for some wild bull, why don't you think about your other teammate? In your minds, a seriously injured teammate isn't even worth as much as a wild bull. Oomph. Chapter 26, Anomalous Psionic Abilities. Xiaoying? She just fell behind the group, that's all. Chen Lan's expression shifted repeatedly, utterly baffled by Lin En's words. Lin En's eyes widened in disbelief, finding the whole situation absurd and laughable. After a long moment, he finally spoke. You didn't know? What utter nonsense! Team leader Chen, don't believe him. This guy's just sensationalizing things. Wang. Kai refused to believe a word Lin En said. Chen Lan, however, remained unaffected by his words and instead turned her gaze toward Lin En. Lin En's expression didn't seem fake, so Chen Lan immediately took 2 steps forward. How is Xiaoying? Lin En let out a cold laugh. If you'd left earlier, you might have even crossed paths with the rescue team breaking through from outside. Lin En turned and walked away. He no longer felt like talking to anyone from the Windbreaker squad. Wang Kai still didn't believe Lin En's words. When he ran past, he only saw Xiaoying's wrist get hit once and she dodged it at the time. Captain Chen, I saw Xiaoying get hit on the arm earlier. There's no way she could have been seriously injured. Don't believe Lin En. Liang Bin had already climbed to his feet, standing at the rear of the group, his expression dark. Captain Chen, I was injured by Lin En. Not only are you refusing to avenge me, you're believing his lies. Would you have gotten hurt if you hadn't provoked him? Chen Lan seemed genuinely furious, turning to roar at him. Liang Bin's lips trembled for a moment before he reluctantly spoke up, then we still need to find that Ironhorn savage bull. Chen Lan snorted coldly, turning to walk away without a second glance at Liang Bin's words. Liang Bin seethed inwardly, utterly powerless. All practitioners currently near the red-marked location on the map must proceed immediately. All practitioners currently near the red-marked point on the map, proceed immediately. All practitioners currently near the red-marked point on the map must proceed immediately. His watch vibrated, displaying the same alert 3 times in succession. Lin glanced at the red dot on the map, located 3 kilometers to his left front. Abnormal psychic fluctuations detected at this location, suspected to possess a unique magnetic field. All practitioners are requested to investigate this site collaboratively. Abnormal psychic energy? Looks like there's something special there. Potential profit? Lin patted Black's head, which had grown noticeably larger over the past 2 days. Let's go. We'll join the fun. As Lin and his dog approached the red mark location on the map, they sensed fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air. Every so often, a faint surge of spiritual energy would emanate from ahead. Most people would instinctively try to absorb such energy. Lin En was no exception, he stood still to absorb it. Yet another wave of spiritual energy fluctuations passed right through him, impossible to absorb directly. How peculiar. Such intense spiritual energy fluctuations were no wonder the nearby squad had been sent here. There must be a strange beast within, and a powerful one at that. Lin pulled Blake back to a safe distance, refusing to approach. 4 squads had already gathered ahead. Lin recognized the larger one. They seemed to be among the strongest combat units in other districts. Seriously, what kind of beast requires so many people? A distinctly impatient voice suddenly rang out from the distance. Following the source of the voice, Lin En saw 6 figures approaching the main group. The first 5 wore distinct colors, while the one trailing behind was clearly an attendant. Burdened with numerous items, he looked disheveled, his clothes even sporting several tears. A distinct scar across his face stood out, clearly a recent injury. Lin En stared at the attendant, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity with his profile. He was certain he had seen him before, but he couldn't recall where. However, Lin En did recognize this particular squad. They were the Slaughter Squad, one of the top combat units in Zhoushan District. Even the lowest-ranked member among them held the 19th position on Zhoushan's combat rankings. She had glimpsed them several times from afar while accepting missions at the guild hall. Back then, their numbers were far greater than now. They had more than just this one attendant. He'd also heard stories about their team. They were notorious for being difficult to serve, with some members even known to violently assault their attendants. Their squadron was always recruiting attendants, but none stayed long. After waiting for over 2 hours, there were 7 teams in total, along with a dozen or so individuals. Besides the Windbreaker squad that Lin En knew, there was also the Tyrannosaurus squad led by Su Dashan. Lin En stood alone with his dog at the edge, and the Windbreaker squad members spotted him. They had just gone to check on Xiaoying and found she had already received medical attention. But the battlesuit, torn open in a huge gash and covered in large patches of blood, fully corroborated Lin En's account. Who had saved Xiaoying was obvious, and the team members all felt a pang of unease. Fortunately, the guild's notification broke the awkward silence. Xiaoying was unable to continue and had to withdraw from the mission early. Seeing Lin now, that same uneasy feeling welled up again. In unspoken agreement, they all pretended not to notice. We've waited this long. There's no need to wait any longer. The member of the Slaughter Squad clad in fiery red combat gear spoke up. Yen Yang, your captain hasn't spoken yet. Why are you jumping in first? A member of the 8-person squad ahead retorted directly. Yen Yang's expression darkened instantly, but he only shot the other a gloomy glance. Instead, the butcher squad leader spoke up. We can't just keep waiting. We have to go in and check. Are we supposed to wait until nightfall? Who's going to take responsibility for the increased danger and potential losses then? This retort silenced the opposing side. Their captain stepped forward. Since Captain Foam has spoken, let's consolidate our forces and proceed together. Foam Zeon, pleased that the other party was following his lead, nodded haughtily. His gaze swept over the scattered members of the other teams. Those of you without assigned teams must follow the group's orders. No reckless actions. His tone shifted abruptly. Our squad happens to be short on attendance right now. While our screening process is usually strict, the mission is critical. We'll grant you a brief chance to join our team. Those interested, come forward and state your class attributes. Feng Ziyong cast a dismissive glance at the dozen or so people before him, his tone light and casual. The dozen or so individuals exchanged glances. Some were tempted, others reluctant. Seeing Feng Ziyong recruit attendance, the other squads exchanged knowing glances. What they called temporary recruits was clearly just looking for cannon fodder to go mine clearing. They certainly wouldn't sacrifice their own trusted, battle-tested retainers. With these scattered individuals nearby, they could easily use the recruitment as a cover to assemble a few suicide squads of cannon fodder. Soon, several other squads began recruiting as well. Chapter 27, Recruitment. Most of the freelance adventurers understood these squads' intentions. They hadn't all started out without teams. Some had lost members in their squads, forcing them to operate in small groups of 3 or 4. Those who had no desire to associate with professional squads kept their heads down, avoiding contact. Of course, some approached proactively. Some were fearless out of ignorance, while others saw the risk as proportional to the reward. Lin stood at the back of the crowd, not moving forward. He had no interest whatsoever in joining another squad at this moment. He stood in the corner, sharing dried meat with Black. There was still work to be done after eating. What are you all waiting for? There are only so many people here. Hurry up and choose your teams. Do we have to assign you yourselves? Yen Yang surveyed the scattered professionals, half of whom hadn't moved yet. His own squad had only gained 2 more adventurers, both with rather mediocre class attributes. He was instantly displeased. He strode forward a few steps, his eyes fixed on them with clear displeasure. Yen Yang frowned slightly, tilting his chin up with an air of arrogance in his eyes. Hey! You lot, keeping your heads down like you're playing dead. Getting to team up with us is an opportunity you'd have begged for in the past. Now it's right in front of you and you still don't know how to appreciate it. Yen Yang walked forward as he spoke. He approached the silent professional and grabbed the other's chin with his hand. He forced the man to lift his head and meet his gaze. Hey! Didn't you hear me talking to you? Startled by Yen Yang's sudden grip, the man stared into the displeasure in Yen Yang's eyes. His teeth chattered. His abilities were no match for Yen Yang's, he'd be taken down in seconds. Not to mention, the other guy had several formidable teammates. Even the weapons they wielded were beyond his means, no matter how hard he worked on missions. Knowing he was no match for them, he could only try to make himself as inconspicuous as possible. He forced a strained smile. I was part of a squad, but most of my teammates were killed. Yen Yang's gaze flickered toward the people beside the man, and he couldn't help but frown. You're his teammate? Caught by his gaze, the other boy nodded hastily. Yes. We're in the same squad. Yen Yang dismissed them with a dismissive wave, scanning both of them. Just the 2 of you? Your skills aren't exactly impressive. Are you planning to recruit more teammates out there? I suggest you join our squad as attendants instead. The 2 exchanged a glance. The one who had been grabbed stepped forward and looked at Yen Yang. We have other reserve members waiting outside. We can't abandon our original squad. Yen Yang's eyes darkened with displeasure as his gaze swept over them. Refusing me? Oomph. Enough, Yang. If they don't want to, don't force them. Feng Ziyong cut Yen Yang off. Yen Yang felt a surge of impatience, but seeing the captain who spoke, he held his tongue. His gaze drifted casually before suddenly halting, his eyes narrowing slightly. You! The one with the dog, do you have a squad? Lin En, suddenly singled out, froze for a moment. He doesn't have a squad. Liang Bin suddenly spoke up. His words instantly drew the attention of the others. As Yen Yang turned to look, Liang Bin tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, he used to be our teammate, but this guy, his principles just didn't align with ours. We couldn't have him on the team anymore, so we kicked him out. Oh? So that's how it is. Yen Yang raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze shifting to Lin En. Didn't you hear me speaking just now? With that, he turned and walked away. Alright, I'm giving you a chance to be an attendant. Come over here. And leave that dog behind. Members of the Tyrannosaurus squad, not far from Lin En, exchanged glances before finally letting Su Dashin step forward. Su Dashin took a few steps forward. He is. I have no interest in being an attendant, and I won't abandon my teammate. Lin En caught Su Dashin's movement out of the corner of his eye. Shaking his head at the man, he spoke first. Yen Yang halted abruptly, his gaze turning displeased as he fixed it on Lin En. What did you say? I won't abandon my teammates to become a servant for your team. Lin En's words were blunt and unapologetic. Yin Yang lunged forward in a single stride, closing the distance to Lin En in mere moments. Lin En's gaze swept over the combat boots on Yin Yang's feet. For someone with a mage-class attributes, such speed was remarkable. Beyond rigorous training, it must rely on external enhancements. The intricate patterns on these combat boots clearly bore the signature of an elemental tailor specializing in wind-based enhancements for support classes. They could enhance the speed of a caster wearing ordinary footwear. I'm giving you one last chance. Gazing at Yin Yang, who stood before him with a grim expression and eyes flashing with anger, clearly on the verge of erupting. Lin's gaze remained impassive, devoid of fear. He seemed utterly unaffected by the imposing presence of the S-rank professional standing before him. I won't join another team as a servant, nor will I abandon my dog. Yin Yang suddenly laughed, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. A searing heat emanated from Yin Yang's body. Yin Yang! Come back! At the critical moment, Feng Ziyang's voice snapped Yin Yang to attention. Yin Yang's fist, already raised slightly, froze mid-air. With a mix of anger and reluctance, he slammed it down, his gaze fixed fiercely on Lin En. He leaned in half a step and whispered, I hope you can keep up that tough act. I will. Lin En's expression remained calm, showing no sign of being intimidated. Yin Yang snorted coldly in anger and turned to leave. Several freelance operatives who had been standing relatively close to Lin En immediately took a few steps back. They were afraid of getting too close to Lin En and drawing unwanted attention. This guy was too bold. They certainly didn't have the courage to confront the man before them. Lin En watched Yin Yang's retreating figure, raising an eyebrow slightly. He felt that intense heat. Could fire element mages also possess unique? Lin En's gaze shifted to black beside him. He saw it staring intently at Yin Yang, its gaze holding more than just wariness. There seemed to be a hint of possessiveness as well. Possessiveness? Lin En crouched down closer to Black. He hasn't? Black's large head nodded. Seeing that his desire wasn't as intense, a suspicion suddenly arose in Lin En's mind. Yin Yang's energy was weak. It was far weaker than the lightning light strange fire possessed by the lightning light mantis they had encountered earlier. So weak that while Black desired to devour it, his urge to possess it wasn't nearly as intense. Lin's guard against Yin Yang instantly lowered by a third. His lingering unease stemmed entirely from the fact that his other teammates were equally formidable combatants. After this minor incident, the group formed teams and proceeded toward the source of the anomalous energy fluctuations ahead. Chapter 28, A Sudden Clarity. The source of the next energy fluctuation lay at the border of the Metland Ghost Forest. It connected to the largest mountain range in the northern domain. Even before entering the Metland Ghost Forest, the faintly visible mountain range stretched ahead. Above them drifted mist of varying densities. Occasionally, glimpses of the mountain's contours revealed strange beasts moving upon them. Their current location was at the edge of one such mountain range. The source of the energy fluctuations ahead was a cave. The cave entrance stood about 3 meters high at its peak and 2 meters wide at its broadest point. Its shape was quite irregular, with the actual usable height under 2 meters and width less than 1 meter. Barely enough for one person to squeeze through. The cave entrance was overgrown with dense grass, most of which had already been cleared by those who had discovered it earlier. Peering into the cave revealed utter darkness. Even shining a light deep inside offered no visibility beyond 5 meters. Yet the persistent waves of energy fluctuations emanating from within held an immense allure for the practitioners. With such potent spiritual energy fluctuations present, no matter how perilous the path, the group pressed forward to investigate. People streamed in one after another, with the attendants naturally entering first. Lin En, having offended Yin Yang of the Slaughter Squad, was deliberately left behind at the very rear. Members of the Windbreaker Squad passed Lin En and headed toward the cave entrance. Liang Bin passed by, giving Lin En a once-over. He couldn't resist sneering, "You actually dared to offend Yin Yang of the Slaughter Blade Squad? Looks like you're courting death." Lin En narrowed his eyes at Liang Bin, a branch slowly emerging from his hand. Liang Bin's eyes widened as a flood of unpleasant memories surged through his mind. He immediately accelerated, taking several steps forward. The sudden burst of speed left him distracted, and he stumbled, nearly falling flat on his face. Oomph! Hearing the mocking voice behind him, Liang Bin seethed inwardly, daring not to taunt Lin En any further. Who knew if this guy might suddenly snap? The dragon-slaying squad trailed behind. Lin En trailed behind them. Su Dashan deliberately trailed behind, lowering his voice. "Why didn't you refuse me back then? Now you've offended Yin Yang outright. If you'd spoken up, the whole squad would have angered him. Rather than drag you all into it, I'd rather take the fall alone." Lin En shrugged indifferently. Su Dashan stared at Lin En, finally sighing, "Just be careful in the future. Yin Yang isn't someone you can afford to offend." As he watched the front troops enter, he hurriedly leaned closer to Lin En and whispered urgently, "That guy's incredibly petty. I've heard those who've crossed him before never ended well, few walked away unscathed. I think you should stay out. You're at the back anyway, no one will notice you." Lin En raised an eyebrow, instinctively glancing at Su Dashan. But your squad is at the very end. Aren't you afraid he'll question you? Su Dashan waved it off. It's no big deal. We'll just say we don't know you well and didn't notice. He might ask a couple questions, but nothing serious. You better hurry up and go. Lin En shook his head. No need. I'm not leaving. Su Dashan stared at Lin En, hesitating for a long moment. Seeing the others ahead nearly all inside, he finally said, well then, once you're inside, be extra careful. He might try to take you down. After speaking, Su Dashan added with a hint of guilt, once you're inside, I won't be able to help you anymore. Take care of yourself. I understand. Lin En understood Su Dashan's meaning. He had just flatly refused Yin Yang repeatedly, at that completely and utterly alienating him. At this point, no squad would willingly associate with him. While members from other districts might be more lenient, the high-powered fighters wouldn't bother with him anyway. But the lower-tier squads from his own district like Su Dashan's Tyrannosaurus squad would never dare confront Yin Yang directly. If they helped him now, they'd be taking sides against Yin Yang and declaring war on the Slaughter Squad. Their only option was to distance themselves as much as possible. Lin En didn't care about being isolated. Su Dashan could say a few words, and he remembered their caution, understanding their position. As for Yin Yang targeting him? Well, hadn't he been targeting Yin Yang all along? That might not be exceptionally powerful, but it could still serve as a decent supplement for Blake. Even a mosquito is still meat. Who would emerge victorious in the end remained to be seen. Lin En and Su Dashan said no more. Walking at the rear of the group, he watched the crowd moving ahead. Lin En soon entered the cave. Upon entering the cave, he immediately discovered a whole new world. It was truly like the Peach Blossom Spring. There was a mountain, and in the mountain was a small opening. He entered through the opening. At first, the passage was extremely narrow, barely wide enough for a person. After walking several dozen steps, it suddenly opened up. The light inside was dim, but after walking a short distance, it became exceptionally spacious, as if we had entered another world. The spacious interior seemed as though it had been artificially excavated. How it had formed was unknown, yet it could accommodate 6 or 7 people advancing together, and the path ahead stretched on for a considerable distance. Moss covered the surrounding walls, and the ground held no trace of insects or ants. Though dim, the cave walls bore nothing but sharp stones and moss. Something's up. After advancing over 100 meters, Gao Sheng suddenly shouted from the front. Quick! Go check it out! At the front runner's shout, others immediately surged forward to investigate. Lin En could only watch from a distance. The line stretched long, and the surroundings were extremely dim. Even with torches illuminating the path, he couldn't make out the situation ahead. He could only listen to their relayed descriptions. Soon, Lin En learned what lay ahead. About 100 meters ahead lay a sharp bend. A faint glow emanated from within the curve. Just beyond this bend, after traversing only a few more meters, another small curve appeared. That faint light was emanating from there. Because of that faint light, the entire group's pace quickened. Holy crap! Lin En quickly entered the curve, but before he could emerge from it, he heard gasps echoing from ahead. This place, how could it be like this? Good heavens! What is that? Is that a spirit herb? Is there such a normal place in the northern realm? The air is so fresh? Isn't the entire mountain range shrouded in mist? How could such a place exist? Hearing the excitement of those ahead, those behind began running. Soon, the light ahead grew brighter and brighter. Within mere breaths, Lin En also reached the front. Only now did the scene truly open up before them. Emerging from the gloom of the Metland ghost forest into this place felt like stepping into a utopian paradise. The air no longer carried the stench of decaying plants mingled with damp mist. Chapter 29, A Paradise Beyond the World. The sun beat down fiercely upon the land ahead, the sky a brilliant azure. The air carried the fresh scent of earth, mingled with a hint of salty dampness, but more prominent were the fragrances of flowers and fruit. It was impossible to distinguish exactly which flowers or fruits contributed to the fragrance. The forest ahead was lush and verdant, yet not a trace of gloom lingered. It felt like stepping into a fairy tale world. Flowers dotted the ground everywhere, occasionally interrupted by a patch of shrubs. Peering deeper, one would find clusters of vibrant blooms. Lush trees stood tall, their roots dotted with scattered little mushrooms. Occasional bird calls echoed through the woods. Standing near the cave entrance, one could see the interior filled with birdsong and floral fragrance, butterflies flitting among the blossoms, and the occasional small rabbit darting through the foliage. Faced with this scene, everyone dared only to remain near the cave entrance. No one ventured down the stone steps into the grassy area. The scene before them was too beautiful, so beautiful that it felt utterly unnatural. Though they all chattered excitedly about the beauty ahead, no one dared to walk in without a second thought. The professionals standing here had grown up in a world with exotic beasts. After awakening their professions, they had experienced countless missions and seen innumerable exotic creatures. Even those with less experience could consult the shared libraries in every district of Jiangcheng, where the free sections contained extensive scientific knowledge about exotic beasts. These books documented countless beasts both breathtakingly beautiful and terrifyingly dangerous. The more beautiful something was, the more dangerous it tended to be. Could we have fallen victim to some illusion? An illusion this massive? One that pulled all of us in at once? What kind of beast could possess such power? Suddenly, one voice cut through the murmurs. Those flowers and trees are real. As a naturalist apprentice in the support class, I can tell these plants are genuine. Even the grass on the ground is real. All eyes instantly turned to the speaker. It was the squire from the Slaughter Blade Squad who had spoken. Suddenly, under the scrutiny of so many eyes, especially those of the Butcher's Blade Squad members, he instantly lowered his head, shrinking back and daring not to speak again. Yen Yang frowned impatiently. Why are you looking down? Hurry up and speak. Feng Ziyang patted Yen Yang on the shoulder. Why are you scaring him? With a gentle expression, he turned to the attendant and said, since Chao Tianyu possesses such abilities, he should speak up openly. I'd almost forgotten that your awakened profession is natural apprentice. This could be of great use to us. Quickly examine it again and analyze it. Chao Tianyu's body trembled slightly as he lifted his head to look. Yes. Without a moment's delay, he stepped forward several paces, taking the lead. It seemed he feared Feng Ziyang even more than Yen Yang. Chao Tianyu stared ahead, drew a deep breath, and felt his spiritual energy surge. A rapid, spinning light circle danced within his eyes. Lin Yin stood behind him, his pupils slightly constricted as he stared intently at the man before him. He knew this face felt strangely familiar. A natural apprentice. He remembered. This man knew about his long-hidden fourth skill. Chao Tianyu, also from the slums, had awakened as a nature apprentice with the ability to craft potions, though his skill was weak, making him one of the poorest performers in the support healing class. Their only prior encounter had been at the public library in Zhoushan district. Back then, Chao Tianyu had been studying desperately, hoping to learn methods that could develop offensive capabilities for his profession. Unfortunately, he never saw him again afterward, nor did he hear that he had found it. I'd assumed he'd teamed up with others to leave the slums, but it turns out he became an attendant for the Butcher's Blade Squad. Back when I first awakened, my thoughts were shallow. After using affinity to defeat a small beast, I spotted him. It's highly likely he knows about my fourth skill, even though he claimed he just arrived and hadn't seen anything. Lin Yin pondered the guild's recent mass message. His gaze fixed on Chao Tianyu, who now stood at the very front, a complex light flickering in his eyes. 10 minutes. Chao Tianyu stumbled, his foot clattering against the ground. His foot landed on the grass ahead. Whoa! Everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Those nearby instinctively took 2 steps back, their gazes now even more intense than before, fixed on the attendant. Only now, their initial anticipation and anxiety had shifted to wariness and scrutiny. Lin Yin's gaze was also fixed intently on Chao Tianyu. The moment Chao Tianyu's feet touched the grass, he regained his composure. Only after steadying himself did he turn to face the crowd. I merely overexerted my psychic abilities, nothing serious, he declared. I've already identified every plant near that large tree ahead. They're all genuine. None are poisonous. That's truly wonderful. What's so good about it? What about the plants further back? It's over 50 meters to that big tree. If this whole area is real plants, how could the ones behind be fake? Right. That makes sense. Come on, let's go check it out. This all feels a bit too easy to me. Enough with the overthinking. I think you're just scared from what happened in the Metland Ghost Forest earlier. Upon hearing Chao Tianyu's assessment, the group reacted differently. Most of them immediately started walking forward. A smaller group remained skeptical. Seeing the main party advance, they hesitantly followed, staying within the cave's perimeter while keeping a wary eye on their surroundings. Lin Yin trailed behind the main group. Just as they were about to step out of the cave's perimeter, Black suddenly bit down on Lin Yin's pant leg. Lin Yin halted immediately. Turning his head, he saw Black's fur standing on end. Lin crouched down to get closer to Black. Scared. Black's large head gave a slight nibble, yet his gaze remained fixed and serious ahead. Observing Black's state, Lin stood gazing at the idyllic paradise ahead, his vigilance heightening another notch. He reached out to stroke Black's back soothingly. Good boy. We'll stick close to the edge. Don't leave my side. Remember what I said before, if real danger comes, unleash thee. Black understood from his master's tone that resistance was futile. He simply pressed closer to Lin in obedient submission. Lin stood up and looked ahead, only to meet the gaze of Liang Bin, who had turned to look at him. Hey, Lin Yin, why aren't you coming over? Don't tell me you still don't trust me? I'm genuinely surprised to see you so timid. TSK, if you're this scared, why not just turn back the way you came? Lin Yin shot a glance at the insolent man before withdrawing his gaze. He turned to Black and continued walking toward the utopian paradise. Chapter 30, Incitement. Seeing Lin Yin ignore him, Liang Bin felt a surge of irritation. Especially with so many people around, being ignored like this made him feel even more uncomfortable. He shot a vicious glare at Lin Yin's retreating back. The others merely glanced casually, treating it as minor entertainment. After all, it hadn't escalated into a real fight. But not everyone overlooked the incident. Yen Yang instantly turned his head the moment he heard Lin En's name. Ever since his professional attributes had awakened, wherever he went, people fawned over him. He had never encountered repeated rejections like today's. In full view of everyone, a lowly nobody dared to refuse his invitation. Where did this confidence come from, to reject him? Yen Yang was known for his explosive temper. Those familiar with him understood he was not someone to be trifled with. Cross him, and you'd better be prepared for retaliation at any moment. If the captain hadn't stopped him just now, humph. The thought of wanting Lin En dead right then and there flashed through Yen Yang's mind. Just as he was about to head toward Liang Bin, Feng Ziyang grabbed his arm and whispered a few words. Yen Yang's eyes lit up instantly. Let him go. Feng Ziyang whispered urgently. Don't worry, Captain. Leave it to me. Yen Yang said as he walked toward Liang Bin, patting him on the shoulder. Liang Bin turned and was startled to see Yen Yang. Almost instinctively, he forced a smile. Brother Yen, what can I do for you? Liang Bin's attitude was utterly fawning, and this sight made Yen Yang feel much more at ease. These lowly people should treat him with such deference. The more he observed Liang Bin's demeanor, the more he despised Lin En for daring to refuse him. A flash of cold malice flickered in his eyes. This frightened Liang Bin, who stood before him. Liang Bin was the type who bullied the weak and feared the strong, always quick to shift blame. Seeing Feng Ziyang's demeanor, anxiety immediately gripped his heart. Damn it, it must be because Lin En rejected him. Damn Lin En for showing up here. If he hadn't been here, I wouldn't have spoken up and drawn Yen Yang's attention to me. Damn that bastard. Just wait until I get my chance. Chao Tianyu's psychic energy is depleted. He's resting and needs someone to scout ahead. Yen Yang's sudden interruption snapped Liang Bin out of his reverie. The moment Liang Bin snapped back to reality, those words hit him like a ton of bricks. Damn it. Saying they needed a scout right in front of him, wasn't that asking him? Could he refuse? The fawning expression hadn't yet faded from Liang Bin's face when fear and worry began to creep in. The mixture of emotions made his expression all the more peculiar. You mean? Liang Bin's lips trembled slightly. Seeing him like this, Yen Yang felt immensely pleased. These lowly creatures were cowards through and through. Toying with them was far more entertaining. Enough with that half-dead look. Aren't you close with that Lin En? Go tell him to send his dog ahead to scout the path. Ha? Liang Bin's eyes widened even more at this. What ah? If that bastard isn't going, are you going? Yen Yang's expression hardened instantly, his eyes narrowing menacingly as he fixed Liang Bin with a glare. Liang Bin shuddered at the look and immediately began bowing and scraping. I'll go find him right now. I'll go immediately. Without even pausing to greet his teammates, he dashed straight toward Lin En. When Miao, who had been watching the situation unfold, saw Liang Bin's departure and immediately took a few steps forward, her voice sweet and coquettish as she called out, Yen Ji. Yen Yang frowned slightly. Turning his head, he saw Wen Miao's radiant, captivating face, and his tone softened considerably. You are. Brother Yen, hello. I'm Wen Miao, the support class for the Windbreaker squad. Her voice was sweet and girlish, her eyes narrowing seductively as she gazed at Yen Yang. Just as the two were about to exchange more words, a thunderous shout erupted from the distance. Get lost. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the source. There stood Lin En, glaring furiously at Liang Bin. Liang Bin's face flushed with embarrassment at the shout. His gaze flickered toward Yen Yang's position, instantly restoring his confidence. Lin En, this is for the mission. For all our lives. It's just a dog. How could a dog compare to our lives? Having a dog scout ahead for us, even if it dies a worthy death. Liang Bin's voice grew increasingly resolute. This instantly drew the attention of everyone present. Lin En narrowed his eyes at Liang Bin, the murderous intent in his gaze impossible to suppress. Liang Bin. You're asking for death. The branch in Lin En's hand shot out like lightning, wrapping around Liang Bin in an instant. Caught completely off guard, Liang Bin was flung forward. That was precisely the area they hadn't yet investigated. Liang Bin was completely stunned. Almost instinctively, he began to scream. No, don't. Save me. Yen Gu, save me. I was just following your orders. Ah. Mid-air, Liang Bin was suddenly kicked backward by an unexpected figure. He slammed into the ground 5 meters away from Lin En. Pain contorted his face. The person who had just appeared to intervene was none other than a member of the slaughter squad. His presence confirmed the brother Yen mentioned by Liang Bin. Chen Lan had already rushed forward, glaring furiously at Lin En. Lin En. He only sent your dog to scout ahead. Why did you have to kill him? Kill? When did I kill him? I only sent him to scout. Your tone makes it sound like he was going to die anyway. Chen Lan's expression froze for a moment, and Wang Kai immediately stepped in front of his goddess. Unexplored areas are inherently dangerous. Your dog was nothing but a piece of trash. If it dies, it dies. Crack. The branch in Lin En's hand whipped out swiftly. Wang Kai instinctively braced for the blow. Though uninjured, the struck area quickly swelled and reddened. Black is my teammate. Lin En practically snarled the words, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at them. The declaration startled the onlookers who were unaware of their prior history. Teaming up with a dog? This was utterly unheard of. Dude, did I just hear that right? I think I'm hearing things too. A dog teammate? I heard it too. We can't all be hallucinating, right? Unbelievable. Who teams up with a dog? Are you crazy? The crowd buzzed with confusion over the dog teammate rumor. Ha 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 ha. A dog teammate? Ha ha ha, someone actually teamed up with a dog? Absolutely ridiculous. Suddenly, a burst of laughter echoed throughout the entire venue. Yin Yang laughed so hard he seemed to cry, tears streaming from his eyes. His gaze toward Lin En was as if he were looking at a clown. Chapter 31, Reminder. Yin Yang's eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at Lin En, as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. You claim your dog is your teammate? Did I hear that correctly? You're actually partnering with a dog. Yin Yang took a few steps forward as he spoke, pointing a finger at Lin En. You're utterly ridiculous. I think the guild should test whether there's something wrong with you. He gestured toward his own head. Lin En gave him a dismissive glance. You're the one who needs to get checked out. Your mental state is seriously concerning. Lin En's words caused the man's expression to darken instantly, his eyes narrowing with malice as he glared at Lin En. You're asking for it. In an instant, Yin Yang lunged toward Lin En. Boom! A barrier suddenly materialized before Yin Yang, and before he could react, he slammed straight into it. Members of the slaughter squad immediately rushed forward, catching him securely. In that instant, all eyes turned to the person who had intervened to stop Yin Yang. What does Captain Zhao mean by attacking my team member? Feng Xiong, seeing his teammate injured, couldn't stay silent. He stepped forward to confront the intruder. The man called Captain Zhao merely gave Yin Yang a dismissive glance before turning to Feng Xiong. We're here to investigate the cause of these anomalous psychic fluctuations. Just because this area appears safe for now doesn't mean we can let our guard down and act recklessly. Captain Feng, whatever scheme you're cooking up, don't think you can fool everyone. Keep those tricks of yours confined to your district. If you intend to cooperate with us, it's best to put them away. How dare you speak to me like that? Yin Yang was known for his fiery temper. Beyond accepting missions, he spent most of his time within his own district, recruiting followers who were either from the same area or the slums. Naturally, few dared to humiliate him like this. Especially now that this man was openly confronting his own captain. Yin Yang's temper flared instantly. He was about to retort. Almost instantly, Captain Zhao's brow furrowed. A man behind him immediately stepped forward, clearly ready to fight. Yin Yang! Shut your mouth! Feng Xiong immediately cut off Yin Yang's unfinished words, stepping forward to address Captain Zhao with a forced smile. Captain Zhao, I'm afraid I don't quite understand your point. Aren't we all just exploring right now? Captain Zhao snorted coldly. Manage your people properly. Don't think you can waste time on those ridiculous, laughable things. With that, Captain Zhao raised his hand and waved to the team members behind him. They stepped back in unison, though their eyes lingered on Yin Yang for a moment. Watching the two captains face off, Yin Yang knew he'd pushed close to the other's limit. After exchanging a knowing glance with his team, he said nothing more and returned to their ranks. He strode forward and delivered a swift kick to a newly added attendant in his own group. Ah! The man had been standing about a meter from the edge of the explored area. Yin Yang's kick sent him flying straight into the unexplored zone, causing him to scream in terror. They had thought the situation was under control, but unexpectedly, another wave of chaos erupted. Captain Zhao and the others merely frowned at the scene, saying nothing. Thud! Under everyone's gaze, the man slammed face first onto the ground. He didn't get up for quite some time, not even moving a muscle. The air around him seemed to freeze, a deathly silence settling over the scene. All eyes were fixed on the man. Whoa! Suddenly, the man sucked in a sharp breath, clutching his face as he slowly crawled to his feet. Ah! Staring at the scene before him, he seemed to finally realize he'd entered the designated area. Instinctively terrified, he stumbled backward. Then he froze, glancing around and feeling his body. Apart from the lingering sting of his fall, he felt no other discomfort. Only then did he remember the people behind him. He turned his head and locked eyes with everyone present. Startled, he swallowed hard and cautiously glanced behind him. No matter how he looked, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. He finally looked at the people staring at him. Is something wrong? Feng Xiong asked the other person, is there something wrong? The other person shook their head hastily. No. This feels exactly the same as before. The others remained skeptical, their gazes still fixed on Xiao Tianyu, whose face was deathly pale. Seeing everyone's eyes on him again, Xiao Tianyu forced a weak smile. I just recovered a bit. I'll go ahead and scout further. He strode forward first, examined 2 or 3 plants, then staggered a few steps before collapsing onto the ground. I've explored this one, and that tree over there. They're all genuine. That's all I can manage. Seeing that he had checked 3 different areas, Feng Xiong motioned for the others to move forward. The healing class members of the slaughter squad didn't even bother to treat Xiao Tianyu before following suit. Naturally, members of other squads couldn't interfere. As most of the group moved forward, Lin En suddenly stepped in front of Su Dashan and tugged his arm. "It's crowded up ahead." Lin En whispered the 4 words, then turned to meet Su Dashan's gaze. Their eyes communicated in mere moments. Su Dashan then quietly approached his team's leader at the front, subtly slowing his pace. After a brief exchange of glances, the Tyrannosaurus squad, opting for caution, deliberately slowed their pace and refrained from moving forward. Lin En stepped before Xiao Tianyu, his hands surging with spiritual energy as he murmured an incantation. Blessing of the Tree of Life. In an instant, spiritual energy enveloped Xiao Tianyu, his complexion visibly flushing with a healthy glow. Xiao Tianyu stared at Lin En in surprise. "You?" Without another word, Lin En turned to walk deeper inside after treating Xiao Tianyu. "Don't go." Xiao Tianyu suddenly spoke, his voice low. Had Lin En not been paying close attention to him, he might have thought he'd imagined it. Turning to meet Xiao Tianyu's gaze, the young man quickly lowered his head and remained seated nearby. As if what had just happened had truly been a figment of his imagination. Lin En withdrew his gaze and continued walking. "You?" Xiao Tianyu stared at Lin En in shock, his voice catching as he instinctively spoke. Then he saw the figure ahead wave a hand. Clearly, he had heard his words. Then why was he still moving forward? Wasn't he afraid of something happening? Xiao Tianyu opened his mouth, then closed it again. He didn't understand, and there was no need to understand. He lowered his head and gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Whether he went or not, what did it matter to him? Here was someone bold enough to go toe-to-toe with Yin Yang. Why should he worry so much? Who knows? He lifted his head slightly, glancing at Lin En's retreating figure. Who knows? Maybe Yin Yang would end up dying by his hand. After all, that skill of his. Chapter 32, Deceptive Illusions. Lin En walked forward, his gaze drifting toward the distant flower bed. A few butterflies fluttered about, having been there even before Yin Yang kicked the attendant away. When the attendant suddenly flew over, the butterflies reacted normally, seemingly genuinely startled as they darted away, vanishing from sight. But after a moment of calm, when no one remained nearby, several butterflies fluttered back over the flowers. They fluttered in the exact same spots as before, even following identical flight paths. If this had happened in just one spot, it might have been considered normal. Lin observed 3 or 4 such locations, all exhibiting the same pattern. He even directed Brian to approach and startle the tiny flying insects above, then observe. The situation was identical. Based on this alone, something was seriously wrong here. Xiao Tianyu must have noticed something too. At this moment, he still appeared extremely weak, trailing behind and mingling with the Tyrannosaurus squad. He showed no signs of continuing forward, clearly having other plans. The group ahead advanced another 100 meters or so. Everything within sight was breathtakingly beautiful. Too beautiful to be real. Even after entering this place, they could sense the surrounding environment contained a significant amount of spiritual energy, far denser than outside. If they could stay here long-term for training, their progress would surely be rapid. This was nothing like the high-level zone they had imagined before entering. They saw no trace of any strange beasts. They even caught 2 small rabbits darting about living creatures, completely normal and unaltered. This place doesn't seem dangerous at all? Could it be that some treasure here is emitting this massive amount of spiritual energy? Highly possible. But logically, there should be beasts guarding it. Or maybe it's further ahead, and we haven't reached it yet. Looks like the immediate danger is low. Let's pick up the pace. No point wasting any more time here. Exactly. Let's head straight for that area with the dense spiritual energy. I can feel it growing stronger the closer we get. Most agreed with these assessments and instinctively quickened their pace. Lin En quickened his pace to keep up. Further inlay patches of peach groves, the trees densely packed together and towering far above normal height. The blossoms were exceptionally abundant and vibrant, their fragrance intensely sweet. The air carried a rich floral fragrance. The scent was irresistibly relaxing, tempting one to inhale deeply. Lin En took a deep breath, and the potent fragrance flooded his senses. It carried a peculiar power, causing a slight drowsiness to cloud his previously clear mind. What a beautiful place. If only I could live here. The thought barely formed in his mind before Lin En shook his head sharply, snapping himself back to alertness. At the same moment, Black nudged Lin En. Clearly, he had sensed his master's momentary distraction. The potent fragrance wasn't lost on others either. Something's off about this scent. After this warning, Feng Ziyang immediately added, "Don't let your guard down. Keep your eyes peeled, these peach blossoms could very well be mutated plants." Some remained alert, while others were already succumbing. "You're all just being too tense. This fragrance is so pleasant." "Yeah. It's a sea of flowers around here, what's wrong with it smelling nice? These peach blossoms are just a bit taller. I reckon they're influenced by the spiritual energy here." Captain Zhao pulled out a set of instruments and scanned the area, his brow furrowing. "Energy readings in this area have been stable since we entered, indicating everything is normal. Could this truly be an untainted sanctuary? Captain Zhao's heightened vigilance toward the surroundings reached its peak. That sense of unease felt like water plants in the river, already tangled around his ankles and steadily climbing upward. Are your readings truly normal? Suddenly, one of the team members glanced at the equipment in the captain's hands and voiced his doubt. Captain Zhao's mind felt as if struck by a heavy blow, the screen before him momentarily filled with static. Through the haze, he thought he saw the readings turn red. Captain Zhao roared in alarm. No, we're all being affected by the strange beasts here. There's something wrong with the spiritual energy in this place. It can make people hallucinate. Everything they see becomes the safest environment in their minds. Captain Zhao's roar instantly silenced all movement and sound. Silence. Not all sounds vanished. The rustling of leaves continued, along with the chirping of insects and birds, occasionally punctuated by the soft patter of a rabbit's footsteps. But look closely, peach branches swayed without wind, and faint dripping sounds could be heard. Drip, drip. What kind of water droplets could make such a loud sound? Everyone slowly turned their heads, not daring to shift their bodies. All eyes followed the direction from which the dripping sound originated. A shadow streaked across the ground, causing the surrounding space to warp momentarily. Without warning, a foul, fishy stench suddenly assaulted their senses. A pink tongue shot through the dense peach blossom branches and snapped out. Get out of the way! Someone shouted, and instantly everyone scattered in all directions. Those who couldn't dodge in time were instantly swept away. Help me! Help me! Hearing their comrades' cries for help, those still fleeing instinctively prepared to attack. Almost the moment their psychic energy was unleashed, a sound echoed. Put! The cries for help abruptly ceased. The scent of blood instantly filled the air, mingling with the rich floral fragrance and a foul, putrid stench that made one's stomach churn. Sizzle! The attack tongue lashed out twice violently, followed by a growl emanating from the monster's body. The sound was sharp and urgent, making it nearly impossible to discern what exactly it was. Lin quickly dodged and moved toward the cave entrance. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of flesh and blood seemingly flying out with the tongue's movement. The long tongue flickered briefly before swiftly retracting. The only evidence of the creature's presence, aside from the nauseating stench in the air, was the scattered crimson blood on the ground, proving their encounter was no illusion. The peach trees rustled on, petals drifting through the air, the little rabbits still scampering about, the fairy tale atmosphere lingering all around. But the group no longer felt the same carelessness as before. Everyone swiftly regrouped into their original squads, clustering together. Their gazes swept the surroundings, eyes brimming with vigilance. Creak! Creak! Squelch! The sound of chewing echoed from the distance, mingled with the slurping of mucus being stirred. Under the watchful eyes of the group, a massive, bloated figure charged toward them at breakneck speed. The surrounding peach blossoms dissolved inch by inch into streaks of light. Plants and animals all around vanished into thin air. A colossal, monstrous beast materialized before their eyes. Chapter 33, The Beast That Defies Description. This creature bore no resemblance to the mutations of ordinary plants or animals, nor did it resemble any other creature that had undergone direct mutation. What the hell is that thing? Holy crap! That's disgusting! Let's attack together and kill this monstrous beast that defies description. Everyone's expressions were filled with shock, and the longer they stared at it, the more disgusted their faces became. Lin En frowned deeply. Black, fall back. Don't get involved. He lowered his voice as he approached Black. If necessary, we'll leave immediately. You'll cover my retreat. Black looked at his master and nodded solemnly, slowly backing away. The strange beast drew nearer and nearer. Its massive form soon revealed itself fully before the crowd. It possessed a flat, broad body resembling a toad, its dark green skin gleaming with oil and covered in tumor-like protrusions. Its abdomen bore the unmistakable dark brown, hard exoskeleton characteristic of arthropods. 8 thick, stubby walking legs, covered in stiff hairs and segmented joints, scuttled swiftly. With each step, its legs sank deep into the mud, producing a squelching sound and kicking up clouds of dust. Its head was enormous, its eyes nearly invisible beneath the massive jaws that stretched almost to the sides of its body. As it charged forward, the jaws opened slightly, drool dripping from the corners in stringy threads. The foul stench grew stronger with each step. As it drew nearer, the beast's mouth flicked out once more. This time, Lin En studied it closely. Its forked tongue dripped continuously with transparent saliva. The creature emitted a shrill sound. Though its massive body appeared stationary, its movement was astonishingly swift. Cut off its tongue. Disgusting creature. Kill it. It's disgusting. Dare to toy with us? We'll finish you off. The crowd roared and charged forward. In the group's perception, Lin En was a support-type player. Like all support types, he stood at the rear, though slightly farther back than the others. Lin En's gaze scanned the battlefield intently. First, he spotted several familiar faces. Yen Yang's eyes glowed crimson as red flames emerged from his hands. With a single leap, he flung fireballs from both hands. His aerial leap seemed to instantly draw the enemy's attention. The jaws lunged toward him. Mid-air, they collided with the sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The long tongue emitted the sizzling sound of roasting meat, causing it to violently shake its head several times in pain. Soon, the strange fire was extinguished by its own saliva. The beast's long tongue continued charging forward. Damn it! How did it vanish so fast? Yen Yang rolled sideways, dodging the tongue's airstrike. Sizzle, sizzle. Other parts of the beast also suffered varying degrees of damage. Each strike inflicted considerable pain, making the creature extremely displeased. Its cries grew increasingly shrill. Lin En shifted his gaze slightly to the side. After scanning Captain Zhao, Feng Xiong, and the others, his gaze suddenly landed on Chen Lan and her group. Liang Bin's arrow struck one of the beast's legs. The leg swung wildly, leaving only a faint white mark on its surface. And the creature's leg instantly lunged toward them. Damn it, Captain, cover me! Liang Bin shouted as he moved closer to Chen Lan. Chen Lan spun around just in time to see the leg sweeping toward them. Without a moment to spare. Ice spikes. Her hand shot up, channeling psychic energy that instantly condensed the surrounding moisture. A dozen sharp ice spikes materialized around her. Go! Chen Lan roared. A dozen ice spikes whistled toward the beast's legs. They instantly dented several spots on the beast's legs, yet none managed to pierce completely through. This shell is way too hard. If even the legs are this tough, the armor on its belly will be even harder to breach. Liang Bin's gaze shifted to the creature's back, studying its uneven skin. Watch out! Chen Lan had barely fired another barrage of ice spikes when the beast's legs stopped dodging. It charged straight toward Liang Bin's position. Chen Lan's warning cry pierced the air. Liang Bin, staring straight ahead at the approaching leg, froze completely, unable to move an inch. Thud! Thud! Chen Lan lunged forward, shoving Liang Bin aside in one swift motion. His combat suit instantly ripped open, a fresh wound gushing blood. At the same time, other squads attacking different parts of the beast also encountered significant difficulty. The creature's strength surpassed everyone's expectations. Even the skin on its back was thick, while its hardened shell offered astonishing defense. Its long tongue darted unpredictably with immense power. Though its legs had limited mobility, the sharp bristles covering them made close combat exceptionally difficult. This posed a major problem for the warriors and specialized combatants who relied on close-range attacks. However, while few suffered immediate injuries like Chen Lan, they were also unable to inflict any significant damage on the creature. The battle reached a fever pitch. Spiritual energy surged through the air, a cacophony of explosions, crashes, roars, and curses blending together. Everything around Zhou had transformed beyond recognition. Save for the faint blue light filtering through the thin white mist overhead, only a few trees and plants remained near the cave entrance. As for the butterflies and birds from earlier, they were long gone, vanished without a trace. Even with only one beast present, its towering, nearly 10-meter frame rendered the numerous psychic users powerless against it. Moreover, its animalistic instincts in combat maximized the efficiency of a predator to the extreme. Half an incense stick later, the balance was suddenly shattered. After tangling with the group, the beast's tongue suddenly whipped around with a deft turn, striking a distant professional who was attacking from afar. Almost the instant the caster was swept up, the attention-grabbing creature drew nearly everyone else rushing forward. They swarmed the beast's tongue with their attacks. Snap! Thud! The beast's tongue, already slightly vulnerable, was torn open by a barrage of attacks, leaving several deep gashes. The beast began to howl incessantly. The swept-away adventurer was flung to the ground. The others had been relieved, but upon recognizing the mangled, barely human-like mass on the ground, they all froze in their tracks. It all happened in the blink of an eye. They had barely been swept up before the attack struck. Yet they still couldn't save him. One could only imagine the sheer power of that beast's tongue. Damn it! We'll fight it to the death. All attack one direction. Right. If we can tear a hole in its tongue, we can still attack other areas together. Our odds are better together. Charge! In an instant, everyone swarmed forward. Chapter 34, The Fierce Battle. The beast grew enraged, especially when it sensed the assault from the front. It lashed out violently with its tongue. Clang! 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 It slammed into the ground several times in quick succession. Even the support class players in the rear were no longer spared. They unleashed all their spiritual energy, channeling it to sustain their comrades. Lin no longer remained in the rear. He charged forward and joined the assault on the beast. The branches of the Tree of Life in his hands rapidly extended, reaching toward the tongue. The beast thrust forward once more. As the group launched their combined assault, the beast's tongue whipped through the air with blinding speed. It dodged attacks with blinding speed, striking back at the practitioners. Even amidst the barrage of attacks, the beast managed to break through the encirclement. With pinpoint accuracy, it identified vulnerable prey. Its long tongue swiftly struck several players. As the others dodged, it abruptly changed direction, instantly wrapping around a person who had just been severely wounded by its clawed foot. Before the others could react. Put. Snap. In an instant, the victim turned into a mist of blood, the sound of crushed bones echoing around the group. The vivid crimson stained everyone's eyes red. Brother! I'll kill you! The slain professional's younger brother roared with fury, charging forward without any defensive posture. Rage consumed his mind. Zzzzzzzzzzz. Sizzle sizzle. The beast sought to carry off its prey, but the pain on its tongue enraged it to the extreme. Its already shrill cries grew even more piercing. The group furiously unleashed their abilities, charging forward with all their might to strike it down. The beast's longest pair of legs swung forward relentlessly. Just as the battle reached a critical juncture, Lin suddenly felt a powerful force strike him from behind. It was clearly someone shoving him. Coincidentally, the beast's legs were now swinging directly toward his position. Lin's eyes widened with fury. Without pausing to look behind him, he flicked the branch in his hand, shielding himself. 1. Black lunged forward, knocking the person behind him to the ground. A small fireball shot forth. The claw that had slashed through 3 of Lin's branches jerked back the instant the fireball neared. The fireball vanished the moment it hit the ground, and the leg shifted its direction. Only then did Lin retreat, dragging Blake back several steps by the collar. His gaze immediately fell upon Liang Bin, who had just scrambled to his feet, looking utterly disheveled. Poison flashed in his eyes. Lin gave a cold laugh, withdrew his gaze, and continued fighting as if unconcerned. Liang Bin, relieved, failed to notice that Lin was now closing the distance between them. His mind was still consumed with fury at that damned dog, which had ruined his perfect plan. He was so close. He could have wounded that bastard Lin, maybe even killed him outright. What a missed opportunity. No. He absolutely could not let such a golden opportunity slip away again. Today. This would be the day Lin met his end. Liang Bin's eyes burned with determination as he casually shot arrows forward, his entire focus fixed on finding the moment to push Lin forward to let the beasts tear him apart. Stranglehold. Suddenly, Lin let out a piercing chant. In an instant, the branch in his hand transformed into dozens, instantly enveloping the area around Lin. Most practitioners maintained a certain distance between each other. Lin's branches, which could be described as obscuring the sky, only affected the few people around him. Liang Bin found himself instantly isolated by Lin's branches. The branches whipped wildly through the air. Aside from his own team's support, few paid attention to Liang Bin. Lin's visual isolation was so complete that even Wen Miao couldn't detect him immediately. Lin's incantation wasn't aimless. His branches swiftly danced through the air, targeting a wound on the creature's long tongue. In an instant, the branches plunged deep into the wound, like daggers piercing flesh. The beast thrashed its tongue wildly, desperate to shake them off. Upon contact with the tongue's wound already deepened by the group's attacks, sharp spikes erupted from the branches, burrowing deep and growing wildly. In the blink of an eye, the tongue was immobilized. Now's our chance. Quick! Concentrate your fire. Seeing its tongue restrained once more, the group launched their assault. Sizzle sizzle. Sizzle sizzle. Numerous wounds had already been carved into its tongue by the crowd. Now stones, ice spikes, metal instruments, and even flames scorched its surface. Already unbearably uncomfortable, it was now directly pinned by sharp spikes that grew wildly within it. The agony intensified, driving the beast nearly mad. The injury fully unleashed its savagery. With its tongue pinned and unable to retract, it could no longer hunt. The beast launched a frenzied assault, using not only its tongue but also its legs and massive body as weapons, lashing out and charging with wild abandon. In this near-mad state, a single ferocious lunge shattered the defenses of several men in an instant. Put! Ah! In an instant, someone was injured. At that very moment, Lin withdrew the branches near Liang Bin. Just in time, the beast's clawed foot swept past. Splatter! The moment the area around Liang Bin was restored, a chill ran down his shoulder as blood gushed out instantly. His eyes widened as he instinctively reached to cover the wound, turning his head toward Wen Miao's direction. He opened his mouth to cry for help. But before he could even turn halfway, splash, came another strike from the clawed foot, slicing a deep gash across his back. Liang Bin collapsed to the ground in an instant, unconscious. Chaos reigned. Those lying motionless on the ground were presumed dead, including his own teammate, Wen Miao. Everyone was focused solely on their immediate situation, either attacking or dodging. Liang Bin's death caused no ripple. Even the sound of his fall was drowned out by the beast's roars. Thud! Thud! Sizzle, sizzle. With the thud of a heavy object hitting the ground, dark green blood gushed forth like a waterfall, sending everyone scrambling to dodge. Those closest were still drenched in splatters, yet their eyes held no trace of disgust or fear, only excitement and delight. The beast's screams grew shrill with agony. Its massive body convulsed even more violently than before, reeling backward as the severed half of its tongue whipped wildly through the air. The dark green blood scattered in all directions. Now, only the beast's screams and the thudding of its massive body slamming against the ground echoed around them, drowning out all other sounds. Strike while the iron is hot. Charge. Right. All together. In the foul, blood-soaked air, the group charged forward like they'd been injected with adrenaline. Eyes bloodshot, they rushed toward the beast without hesitation. Chapter 35, Slaying the Boss. Cutting off the beast's long tongue was like flipping a switch. Even as it tried to dodge, the group sliced through its tongue repeatedly, severing it into multiple chunks. Sizzle, sizzle. The beast roared madly, its howls growing frenzied. It soon realized that no matter how it dodged, it was futile. Its tongue still throbbed with excruciating pain, and it could no longer sense the front portion. The beast swiftly retracted its tongue and began attacking with its powerful legs. For the adventurers, this was the worst possible turn of events. The tongue was the most vulnerable part of its body. Of course, they weren't ignoring other areas entirely. But focusing on the tongue still offered a sliver of hope. What if it bled to death? Lin's body tilted backward as he retreated swiftly. The branch in his hand rapidly sprouted sharp barbs, extending toward the approaching foot. The beast abruptly changed direction, suddenly attacking toward Lin's position. Whoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, its clawed feet had lashed out 3 times before Lin. Its speed was so blindingly fast that no one could track its movements, and all attacks missed their mark. Everyone could clearly sense that the beast had now entered a berserk state. Lin felt it most acutely. The claws were clearly aimed straight at him. Even when he shifted his branches in one direction, the creature's limbs swiftly swept past. Lin couldn't help but frown. His gaze flickered to Yin Yang, about 11 or 12 meters away. He was hurling a fireball upward, setting the shadowed, sharp spines at the claw's location ablaze with a crackling sound. Lin narrowed his eyes. His gaze shifted to Black, who remained nearby. With a slight tilt of his head, Black sprang forward in a single bound. In an instant, Lin shielded Blake. The branches in his hands surged forward, attacking ahead to draw attention. They shielded Black's face. Unless someone stumbled right at Black's feet, it would be hard to notice anything amiss. Her gaze flickered toward Yin Yang ahead. He silently calculated in his mind. Every few minutes, Yin Yang unleashed a powerful attack under the buff of a support healer. The flames erupted with fierce urgency, repeatedly scorching craters into the beast's hide. Lin kept a close eye on Yin Yang. Just as he leapt up again, his flames aimed directly at the beast, Lin immediately signaled to Black. Black swiftly spat out a fireball. In an instant, it mingled with Yin Yang's shower of sparks. It swiftly attacked the beast's body. Sizzle! Sizzle! The sound of scorching echoed once more. The beast flung its body violently. Even this flame caused it discomfort. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Sizzle, sizzle. Sizzle, sizzle. Sizzle, sizzle. The beast's voice instantly rose 3 octaves as it let out a piercing shriek. The fireballs on its body gradually merged into a continuous mass, swiftly enveloping it entirely. Crackle, crackle. The crackling flames sent shivers down everyone's spines. Yin Yang had unleashed flame attacks before, but none had ever been this powerful. The crowd was utterly stunned. The beast screeched and roared, thrashing wildly on the ground in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames. Yet no matter how violently it thrashed about, it was utterly futile. Soon, the flames consumed it entirely. The air thickened with an indelible stench of blood and scorched flesh, while raging flames still burned fiercely ahead. Every sign pointed to one thing: they had succeeded. The beast was dead. That disgusting beast was finally dead. Amidst the crimson flames, a faint golden hue flickered, barely discernible in the dim light. Brother Yen, your fire is seriously powerful. Ha! Suddenly, someone spoke up, catching Yin Yang off guard. He stared at the blazing fire, then glanced at his own hands, his eyes filled with confusion. Me? I was the one who finally killed the boss. Yin Yang wasn't the only one puzzled. Others shared his confusion. Except for the one who had flattered Yin Yang, no one else spoke afterward. The surroundings were eerily quiet, broken only by the crackling of the burning beasts. After a long moment, it was Feng Ziyong, the team leader, who broke the silence. Your final move was different from how you'd been fighting before, right? Upon hearing the captain's words, Yin Yang began to reflect. Different? The chanting of the move's name and the way it swung are exactly the same. A fleeting look of confusion flashed in Yin Yang's eyes. I think I know. A voice suddenly piped up in a tiny whisper. Lin En's hand, which had been stroking Black's head, froze. He whipped his head around in an instant. His gaze locked onto the young girl who had spoken. Seeing everyone's eyes on her, the girl timidly said, "The last time Brother Yin jumped really high, and just as the beast swooped down, I saw the flames start on his back first, then slowly spread." She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone already accepted her account. Even Yin Yang himself knew it to be true. Yeah. I jumped really high then. I was thinking this time I'd hit him right on the skin." Yin Yang clapped his hands. "That was pure luck. If I'd known, I should have targeted its hide from the start instead of stubbornly going for its tongue. This beast is just too damn hard to fight. Finally, it's over. I never want to face such a disgusting thing again." Nerves stretched to breaking point suddenly relaxed, and everyone felt like survivors after a catastrophe. After over 2 hours of combat, a full fifth of the group had fallen here. No wonder it could create such a meticulously detailed environment. It truly was no ordinary beast. Fortunately, such creatures were rare, otherwise, they truly would have broken down. Many collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. Some dragged their weary bodies to gather the remains of their fallen comrades. Others couldn't even manage to gather the bodies. This joy was somewhat dampened. Compared to those weighed down by gloom, Yin Yang, the one who delivered the final blow to the boss, felt no fatigue whatsoever. Only exhilaration. Especially when he saw the raging flames, he felt almost euphoric. Lin En watched from the sidelines, observing everyone's reactions including Yin Yang's excitement. He merely glanced over before withdrawing his gaze. Let him revel in his self-important excitement. After all, he'd have plenty of chances to indulge it later. Lin En lowered his gaze to Blake, reaching out to ruffle his hair. The little guy kept his talents hidden. Black's flames possessed terrifying power. Whatever they touched, as long as Black willed it, could be completely incinerated. Nothing had yet been found capable of extinguishing Black's flames. Chapter 36, After the Battle. Brother Yin, your flames are truly formidable. Yeah. If it weren't for you, we'd still be fighting this battle, and who knows how long it would have gone on. If we'd kept fighting, who knows how many casualties we'd suffer. We might not even have survived. It's truly an honor to be teamed up with Brother Yin. Some were still mired in gloom, while others, after a brief rest, rose to flatter Yin Yang. Even Yin Yang's teammates expressed admiration for his ultimate move. Feng Ziyong, observing Yin Yang's excitement, merely echoed the other's words before letting his gaze drift over the assembled crowd. Something felt off. Yin Yang's wasn't particularly outstanding, it was just that the Flame Tyrant attribute he awakened was relatively high. In past battles, his divine flame abilities had been formidable, but never this exceptionally so. This sudden prominence felt peculiar to him. Scanning the crowd, Feng Ziyong found no clues. Just then, his gaze fell upon a severed tongue lying at the edge of the raging flames. A thought flashed through Feng Ziyong's mind so swiftly he couldn't grasp it. He turned to look at the man who had severed the beast's tongue. He remembered the man's name, Lin En. He was someone who had been expelled from the team. His former teammates seemed somewhat contemptuous of him. Feng Ziyong was deeply puzzled. How could someone of such formidable strength be expelled from the team? If it were because his strength was too great and he looked down on his teammates, that might be believable. But Feng Ziyong couldn't make sense of it now. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about all this. But he himself would never dare to ask about it. His gaze suddenly fell upon Lin En's former teammates. There seemed to be chaos there, as if they were treating an injured comrade. The man lay motionless on the ground, indistinguishable from a corpse. He immediately beckoned to Chao Tianyu nearby and whispered a few words. Chao Tianyu nodded urgently and departed. Chao Tianyu walked straight over to the members of the Windbreaker squad. What's going on here? Hey! Your teammate, is he still alive? Chao Tianyu couldn't control his mouth, blurting out exactly what he was thinking. He quickly tried to cover his tracks. Sorry, it's just that he looks so awful. Liang Bin lay on the ground, breathing weakly, his face as pale as death. One arm was missing entirely, and the wound had only temporarily stopped bleeding under the current healing efforts. Wen Miao didn't dare attempt direct regeneration. Besides, she lacked the ability to regenerate severed limbs. They'd have to wait until they got out of here to see what could be done. Given Liang Bin's current condition, continuing the mission was impossible. They had no choice but to request rescue. Their squad's subsequent mission would also require a change in strategy, with heightened focus on safety. Shen Lan's expression was grave. After a long moment, she finally spoke. He's lost too much blood. Chao Tianyu tugged at the corner of his mouth, his voice tinged with sympathy. Sigh. Once we get out, have someone take him back for proper treatment. His arm might still be salvageable. As he spoke, Zhao Tianyu's eyes darted around before he suddenly added, "Come to think of it, your team was already short one member. Losing another now leaves you severely understaffed. What about the attendant who joined your group earlier?" At Zhao Tianyu's words, the remaining 3 members of the Windbreaker squad froze. Only then did they recall that their team had just recruited 2 attendants. Instinctively, they began searching. Scanning the entire area, they spotted only a corpse lying nearby. A heavy silence fell over the group. From an angle the others couldn't see, Zhao Tianyu's expression shifted. Then he sighed regretfully. They both met their end tragically. What a shame. If they'd survived, who knows? After experiencing a battle like this, they might have become your squad leader's long-term attendants. He suddenly clapped his hands. Lin En was part of your squad before, wasn't he? His strength is truly formidable. You're short-handed right now, so why not recruit him back? After all, you've worked together before. There's already some chemistry between you, so no need for further. At this suggestion, the expressions of the few people across from him darkened. Zhao Tianyu observed the reaction and had a pretty good idea of what was going on. Combining this with what he'd noticed earlier, he cleared his throat and said, "Oops, I couldn't help but blab again. Captain Foam has scolded me about this several times. I'm just a bit of a chatterbox, I say whatever comes to mind. Don't take it too seriously. If you don't need any help, I'll go ask the other squads in our sector." With that, he promptly departed. Shenlan and the others made no attempt to stop him. Zhao Tianyu's words left a heavy mark on their hearts. Shenlan's gaze shifted to Lin En. He stood in a corner, feeding Doggy. The interaction between man and dog seemed utterly out of place amidst the battlefield's chaos. Unbidden, Shenlan recalled Lin En's earlier display of branches flying through the air. Back then, she had also watched him. The look of battle on his face was as earnest as ever. But when had his abilities grown so formidable? Back when he was part of the team, Lin En would always rush forward to heal them in battle and apply antiseptic during training. What had he been using those branches of the Tree of Life for before? Shenlan pondered this over and over. They'd always had him use the branches to retrieve prey, or even build shelters for shade or rain protection during wilderness expeditions. Good heavens! What are they all doing? How could they waste Lin's abilities like this? Shenlan's gaze toward Lin grew increasingly complex. That bastard Lin En. With such power, he's been hiding it from us all along. I don't think he ever had our best interests at heart. Wang Kai cursed angrily, his gaze fixed on Lin En with seething indignation. Ha! Shenlan looked at Wang Kai with confusion. Wen Miao remained silent. She wasn't privy to their past interactions with Lin En, but she knew that whenever she'd seen them together before, Lin En had always stayed at the back. That wasn't unusual, though support types always occupied that position. But seeing Lin En's current strength, this was far beyond a simple support role. Who had labeled him that way? Wang Kai, seeing the goddess's confused expression, immediately declared indignantly, "Captain, we've faced tough missions before too. When has Lin En ever stepped up? He just lazed around in the back, watching us struggle. Look at how hard he's pushing this time. He probably has someone in mind and is deliberately showing off for them. We kicked him out of the team, only to play into his hands. He might have even forced us to kick him out on purpose. We're the ones taking the fall and getting the bad reputation, while he walks away clean." He glanced at Lin's expression. Put. Chapter 37, Accusations. Shenlan was shaken by Wang Kai's words, her expression gradually turning cold. Wang Kai, seeing the change in her expression, felt a surge of satisfaction. Damn Lin En. He was always the most eager to give orders and point fingers when they were in the team. Yet, more often than not, Shenlan agreed with what he said. It was truly infuriating. He was the one closest to Shenlan. Why did Lin En get so much of her approval? He'd finally managed to get rid of that damn guy. Even if Lin En's abilities suddenly improved, he would never let Shenlan's impression of him get any better. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be wasted. He absolutely wouldn't allow that to happen. Wang Kai immediately pressed on, saying that Lin En is truly ruthless. If he cared about us at all, he would have spared us a little during the fight just now. Then Liang Bin might not have been injured so badly. He may have stolen the spotlight, but Liang Bin suffered terribly, losing an arm and still unconscious. Sigh. Shenlan's brows furrowed deeply, and she suddenly started walking forward. Wang Kai froze, then hurried after her. Captain, where are you going? Get Lin En to team up with us. He needs to take responsibility for his actions. For Liang Bin's arm to regenerate, he'll have to seek out a regenerator. The cost is astronomical, far beyond what Liang Bin can afford. You were right earlier, Lin En should be held accountable. From now on, let him join our team. We need to explore more uncharted territories to earn higher points, so we can allocate more to Liang Bin. Wang Kai opened his mouth, reaching out to stop Shenlan. Everything he just said was pure speculation. If this actually reached Lin En, given how tense things were between them, Lin En might. Wang Kai's thoughts raced through his mind. Suddenly, his gaze swept over the people around him. He withdrew his outstretched hand and swiftly fell into step behind Shenlan. Lin Linen was sharing a piece of dried meat with Black, planning to explore the surroundings for anything worth taking once they were full. A place capable of spawning such a massive, formidable beast, even if it seemed rather abnormal, was likely to hold some treasures. Just as he popped a piece of jerky into his mouth, he heard someone call his name. Linen instinctively turned to look. Seeing it was Chenlan, her face as cold as death and her eyes brimming with disapproval, he immediately turned his head away. Seeing Linen refuse to meet her gaze, Chenlan instinctively assumed he must be hiding something. Lin-en. Did you see Liang Bin get injured back then? How could you be so heartless? Seeing him hurt like that, and you didn't even help. You're the most cold-blooded person I've ever met. Lin-en frowned as he looked at Chenlan. What nonsense had this woman heard from someone else? Surely she didn't see him not helping and then adding fuel to the fire? Impossible. If she had seen me adding fuel to the fire, she wouldn't be saying this now. She'd probably be making me take full responsibility for Liang Bin's death? Wait a minute. She said Liang Bin was injured? That guy isn't dead? Lin-en narrowed his eyes slightly, a shadow of gloom flickering in them, tinged with frustration. He really is tough as nails. He managed to dodge that bullet. Seeing Lin-en's silence, Chenlan grew even more displeased. She stepped forward and said, since you haven't said a word, I assume you know you messed up. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. You'll join us on future missions, but all your points will go to Liang Bin once we're out. What? Lin-en was stunned by this outrageous demand. Chenlan stated matter-of-factly, his arm was severed. Regenerating a severed limb isn't just painful and time-consuming, it costs a fortune. Your points this time are barely a drop in the bucket. If you truly care, you should cover most of it. And from now on, you must share your points with Liang Bin on every mission until he recovers. Cut it out. Lin-en cut Chenlan off abruptly, staring at her as if she were insane. Do you even know what you're saying? Did that beast's illusion damage your brain or something? Lin-en, what nonsense are you spouting? Wang Kai lunged forward in a single stride, bellowing angrily. While Chenlan's words did sound rather outlandish, it wasn't as if she was the one splitting the mission rewards. In that sense, he felt her argument held merit. Who would have thought Lin-en would dare speak to Chenlan like that? How could this be tolerated? Chenlan's expression darkened further. She clearly hadn't expected Lin-en to defy her, let alone accuse her of being mentally unstable. Her face flushed crimson with anger. Lin-en, you stood by and watched Liang Bin die. And you still have the nerve to argue? He was your teammate. Chenlan shouted angrily. Put. Lin-en spat out the word without a shred of politeness. Catching the crowd gathering nearby out of the corner of his eye, he raised his voice another notch. Don't you have any shame? You kicked me out of the team because you thought I wasn't good enough. Every time we meet, you humiliate me. Now that you see I'm actually capable, you want to pin your teammate's injury on me. And you expect me to hand over all future mission rewards to him? Do you think the whole world is your personal fiefdom, where you call all the shots? What a bold claim. Demanding a share of someone else's mission rewards out of thin air. TSK. You kicked him out when things got tough, and now that he's back on top, you want a piece of the pie. Is it necessary to be so greedy? Hearing Lin-en's words, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Chenlan's face flushed slightly, visibly uncomfortable at the accusations. But the memory of Lin-en standing by while he was injured instantly bolstered her resolve. She glared at him angrily. Liang Bin was right near you. How could you not have noticed when he got hurt? Weren't you all right there with him? And since he was injured first, shouldn't you, his teammates, have been the first to notice? I'm not even his teammate anymore, why should I care about him? You're being ridiculous. Chenlan was rendered speechless, feeling something was terribly off. Seeing Chenlan fail to win the argument, Wang Kai immediately chimed in to support her. We're nowhere near as capable as you just demonstrated. With your abilities, you can naturally spare more attention than us. That's right. I agree. Suddenly, Yen Yang stepped forward and spoke up. Lin-en frowned slightly at Yen Yang's unexpected interruption, wondering why this guy was meddling. Yen Yang met Lin-en's gaze, chin lifted in a haughty manner. You're just being selfish. What about your former teammates? If you have the ability to sever that half-tongue, you should have the ability to look out for others too, like the person standing right beside you. You can't just disregard others' lives because of past grudges. That's cold-blooded. Chapter 38, Vulnerability. Lin-en raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze fixed on Yen Yang as the corners of his mouth turned up in a faint smile. Oh? So you're saying that if I have the ability to harm monsters, I should also have the ability to look after others? Is that it? Of course. Yen Yang blurted out almost instinctively before his teammates from the slaughter squad could stop him. Before Yen Yang could process it, a teammate tugged at him, and he suddenly realized the flaw in his statement. Before he could say anything else, Lin spoke up. If I recall correctly, not a single one of the temporary attendants recruited by your slaughter squad survived. Why didn't you save them? Was it because, like the Windbreaker squad, you simply didn't have the strength to spare for those attendants? Lin-en shook his head as he spoke. That doesn't add up. You were the one who finished off the beast. How could you lack the ability? Lin En took a step forward. Was it that you didn't want to save them? Why? Because you're too powerful, you look down on others, thinking their lives and deaths have nothing to do with you, is that it? No. Lin En fired off one sentence after another, leaving Yin Yang no chance to respond. Hearing Lin En speak like this, Yin Yang almost shouted to interrupt him. That's not how I think. Then why didn't you save them? Lin En responded swiftly to Yin Yang's question. Yin Yang's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth in frustration. The situation was so critical just now. There was so little I could anticipate, of course I didn't notice. If I had noticed, how could I not have saved them? Oh. So that's how it was. Lin En nodded in understanding, then turned to look at Shenlong. The battlefield situation was critical. I didn't notice either just now. Shenlong almost instinctively wanted to protest, but she opened her mouth and stopped. If she blamed Lin En, wouldn't that also implicate Yin Yang? Yin Yang wasn't just formidable in combat. Shenlong took several deep breaths before saying, "You're right. With the battlefield crisis, if we could save him, we should have. I was momentarily blinded by my own thoughts, assuming you had the energy to help Liang Bin. Then I don't need to give any points to Liang Bin, right?" Shenlong nodded. Right. You don't have to. Lin En turned his gaze to Yin Yang and asked, "What do you think?" Yin Yang's face flushed from pale to crimson, looking exceptionally grim. After several deep breaths, he finally said, "You're right." The words were practically forced out through gritted teeth, his heart seething with resentment. If looks could kill, he would have put him through 100 tortures by now. The Lin family was utterly hypocritical and cunning. They'd used empty rhetoric to lure him into setting them up, only to turn his own words against him. His gaze shifted to the two members of the Windbreaker squad, and he was equally displeased. He shot them a vicious glare before turning and storming off. Shenlong watched as they too seemed to have offended Yin Yang, her frustration mounting. Why had she been so irrational just now, coming to confront Lin En? It was all Yin Yang's fault for stirring things up. If he hadn't spoken up, Lin En wouldn't have used his words to turn the tables on her. How had things escalated to this point of offending him? This was truly an undeserved calamity. Worried about the potential repercussions for those behind the scenes, she hesitated before finally addressing Lin En. "Lin En, why don't we form a team together from now on? We're familiar with each other and have some chemistry. Working together, we could definitely rack up a lot of points. And I'd have to share with you?" Lin En raised an eyebrow at Shenlong. Shenlong hurriedly explained, No, that's not what I meant. We'll split it evenly." Stop. Lin En cut Shenlong off abruptly, unwilling to hear more. "I'm perfectly fine taking Brian myself. It's hassle-free. Even if I don't get many points, I'm okay with that. As for teaming up with you guys? That's unnecessary. I certainly don't want teammates who might stab me in the back at any moment." With that, Lin En turned and walked off toward other areas. Rather than wasting time here, he might as well scout around for something worthwhile. Shenlan's expression grew colder by the second, especially as many people around them pointed and whispered. Some words she could make out clearly, others remained muffled. But she sensed every conversation revolved around her and none of it was complimentary. Without another word, she turned and left. Wang Kai hurried after her, feeling both relieved and annoyed. Relieved that even though Lin En's abilities had earned Shenlan's admiration, their relationship had deteriorated further. Anger surged at Lin En's audacity to disregard Shenlan's face, especially that final remark dragging him into the mix, suggesting that because of Lin En, they'd even upset Yin Yang. The two members of the Windbreaker squad were in low spirits, and no one paid them any mind. The group had accepted the casualties of this battle. The wounded tended to their injuries, those who had lost teammates dealt with their fallen comrades' bodies, and then they joined the search for loot. Having endured such a grueling battle, some wounded, others forever losing trusted comrades, they couldn't bear the thought of wasting their time if no worthwhile spoils were found. Lin joined the others in searching the area, trying to find what treasure these disgusting beasts were guarding. They soon discovered some spoils along the edges, metal-infused stones. Lin picked up a few as well. Mum. A low whimper suddenly came from near his feet. As Lin En turned to look, Black twisted and dashed off to the side. Lin instantly realized Black must have spotted something valuable. After quickly scanning the surroundings to ensure no one had noticed, he hurried after him. Man and dog arrived silently at a patch of charred earth, stained with dark green blood and scorched black by the fiery spell cast earlier. Black circled around a seemingly dead, dark purple plant with curled leaves. Lin examined the plant and the scorched weeds around it, unable to discern anything unusual that would warrant Black summoning him. Crouching down, he pretended to inspect the ground, slowly extending his hand toward it. A faint aura of spiritual energy emanated from his hand. The instant he drew near, a distinct spiritual energy merged with his own. Lin's eyes widened, her delight unmistakable as she stared at the plant. The moment her fingers touched its leaves, a restrained yet immense spiritual energy pulsed continuously from it, strikingly similar to the green crystal fragment from the great willow tree she had obtained. Though slightly weaker, the spiritual energy within it resonated more profoundly with him than the mere internal flow he had sensed in the crystal. After absorbing some of the spirit energy it released, Lin felt the exhaustion from his recent battle vanish completely in an instant. Now he felt utterly refreshed, showing no signs of having just endured combat. Lin quickly scanned his surroundings. Seeing no one paying attention, he immediately pulled out a small shovel and began digging. Chapter 39, Collapse. Carefully clearing away the scorched earth around him, Lin observed that the plant's roots were exceptionally numerous and all extended in the same direction, not straight downward beneath it, but toward the right. Toward where Black had been standing. Lin glanced at Black. Did this guy know from the start? You knew it was this direction? Black nodded. Lin's eyes brimmed with delight as he looked at Black. Not only was Black capable and loyal, but now it seemed he was also a treasure-hunting rat. Have some jerky first. We'll keep searching later. Lin tossed a large piece of jerky to Black before diving back into the digging. After digging down a full half-meter, Lin finally spotted a deep azure crystal, roughly the size of a cylinder. The energy contained within this blue crystal bore a striking resemblance to that within the green crystal, though the energy here seemed far more concentrated. Lin grasped it in his hand and instantly sensed the newly awakened fifth skill he had vaguely perceived before. Leaf blades of the Tree of Life. Within a 10-meter radius of the manipulator, leaf blades formed from the leaves of the Tree of Life can appear instantly. Lin's breathing quickened, and he nearly gasped aloud. This was an absolute assassination weapon. Who says the Tree of Life is a support class? That's complete bull. He was clearly an all-rounder. Lin's eyes betrayed his uncontrollable excitement. Just then, excited murmurs drifted over from the distance. Look! I found 3-century-old crimson flame grasses. We're set for the season. I've got some too. Several blood-clot vines, top-notch quality. And the thunder purple stone is perfectly intact. This is perfect for forging better quality weapons. The group was overjoyed, clearly delighted with their haul. Those treasures were indeed rare gems seldom seen on the market, enough to make everyone forget the hardships they had endured. Listening to the murmurs, Lin glanced down at the green crystal in his hand and swiftly stowed it away in his spatial ring. At that moment, he felt profound gratitude toward the girl who had given him the spatial pendant. Otherwise, where on earth would he have hidden such treasures? Listening to the others speak, Lin smiled silently to himself. Things like crimson flame grass, blood coagulating vine, and thunder purple stone weren't truly rare treasures. The blue crystal in his hand that was the real, unparalleled treasure. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, the sound of the earth cracking echoed from all around. Lin hurriedly stood up. He saw the ground ahead suddenly crack open. All eyes instantly turned toward the commotion. Crack! Crack! Soon, cracks spread in all directions, multiplying rapidly. Oh no! This place is collapsing. Quick! Let's get out of here. Damn it, there's still so much purple lightning stone left to mine. Let's go. If it collapses, we'll lose our lives. What good will anything else do then? Forgetting the untouched treasures, everyone began fleeing at top speed. Everyone rushed straight toward the entrance of the small cave. Lin scooped up Black and spun to run. A huge question suddenly arose in his mind. Earlier, when they killed the strange beast, nothing unusual had happened. They'd been gathering here for quite some time now. Take the metal-infused purple lightning stones, he'd collected several pieces just moments ago without incident. Yet the moment he stored the green crystal into his spatial ring just now, trouble struck. Could there be a connection? Could it be that the key to the beast's extraordinary mutation lay in this crystal? Crackle crackle. Boom! Soon, Lin had no time for wild speculation. The ground behind him collapsed at an accelerating pace. Everyone sprinted for their lives, especially when squeezing through the narrow cave entrance. Those behind were desperate enough to kick the ones ahead out of the way just to get through. Boom! Within 7 or 8 seconds of everyone escaping the cave, the entire tunnel collapsed. They gasped for breath, panting heavily. Those who had brought up the rear felt an intense sense of relief, realizing they had narrowly escaped death. They'd narrowly avoided battle with the beasts, only to nearly be crushed by the cave's collapse. That was close. How could it collapse like that? We didn't even find anything worthwhile. What was that beast guarding anyway? Did anyone get anything special? The group exchanged suspicious glances, each eyeing the others as if they were the ones who'd snatched the treasure. Feng Xiong glanced at Yin Yang and raised his head slightly. Yin Yang immediately spoke up, as the one who delivered the final blow to the beast. I only got some thunder purple stone. What a waste of effort. His gaze shifted toward the members of the Eastern Squad from the Nujiang district. Captain Zhao, it seems your team suffered almost no casualties. With so many of you, you must have found quite a few valuable items. Captain Zhao frowned slightly, displeased with Yin Yang's tone. A striking young woman in sky blue combat gear behind Captain Zhao snorted coldly. What good is having more people? Without anyone landing the final blow on the beast, we couldn't find anything worthwhile. Honestly, we probably found less than you did. Who'd believe that? Why don't you show us what you got? The girl glanced at Captain Zhao. Upon receiving his nod, she strode forward with long strides, flung open the bundle in her hands, and tossed it onto the ground. Look all you want. That's all I got. Why don't you guys show what you've got? The members of the slaughter squad never expected her to lay everything out so bluntly. Yen Yang was momentarily at a loss for how to react. Feng Ziyong took a deep breath and ordered his men to produce their belongings as well. Everyone's supplies were pretty much the same, nothing particularly special. After the two larger squads revealed theirs, the remaining smaller squads exchanged glances before finally stepping forward to show their belongings. Even Lin En and the others who hadn't joined a major team brought theirs out. Of course, their possessions were far fewer. For those without a major group, simply surviving was an achievement. Whatever they had was hard-earned. Everything was laid out on the ground. The items were all fairly similar, with not a single one being particularly precious or rare. Yen Yang scanned every single item present, his expression growing increasingly grave. This can't be. He glanced at the others present. A cave that could spawn such formidable beasts can't possibly be ordinary. Yen Yang declared with absolute certainty. Brother Yen is right. The cave didn't collapse for half an hour after we defeated the beast. Why did it suddenly collapse later? Someone must have taken something, triggering the collapse. Exactly. Whoever took it should show us what it is we deserve to see after all that scare. Chapter 40, Complaints. I think I saw Lin En digging something up by himself, and then. Suddenly, a voice caught everyone's attention. Even the mentioned protagonist, Lin En, felt a pang of unease. He hadn't even pulled the crystal stone out of the ground back then. He had carefully checked his surroundings before digging. No one could have gotten close. Without getting close, it was impossible to see a crystal buried that deep. Then what did she mean by those words? Lin En's gaze also turned toward the speaker. It was Wen Miao, the one who'd taken her place in the Breaking Wind squad. Lin En didn't know her well. She seemed cool and aloof, yet carried a touch more vitality than Shenlong, her voice soft and gentle. Under everyone's gaze, Wen Miao showed no awkwardness. After a brief pause, she continued, I meant no offense. I just saw him standing there for a long time, digging something, and then the ground cracked. So I had a reasonable suspicion. Is that okay? As she spoke, Wen Miao turned her gaze toward Lin En, as if casting doubt upon him. Lin En replied with complete composure, no problem at all. He lifted a plant with exceptionally long roots from the ground. This is the plant I dug up before the ground split. Its roots are exceptionally long. I don't know many plants, but this one looked familiar. It survived the intense fire unscathed, which struck me as peculiar, so I dug it up. All eyes turned to the plant. Though seemingly dead, it was actually teeming with vitality. Its few leaves were mostly curled, and the entire plant was a uniform dark purple color. It didn't look like valuable medicinal material. Instead, it resembled ingredients used by professional wizards to brew potions, and might even be poisonous. Unfortunately, none present were dedicated witchcraft practitioners, so they couldn't fully discern the plant's purpose. This is an underdeveloped demon vine. It is indeed a witchcraft ingredient, but it's not poisonous. There's just one odd thing: its roots and stems are so long, yet it hasn't grown into a vine. Could it be influenced by that beast inside? Did its biological instincts make it retreat underground? Chao Tianyu suddenly spoke up, and the others finally realized that while there were no witches among them, there was a naturalist apprentice who could identify certain plants. Lin En listened to Chao Tianyu's words, then looked at the plant again. Well, it seems this thing will fetch a good price. Yen Yang frowned at Lin En. With roots this deep, you didn't happen to dig something up inside, did you? Lin En's heart skipped a beat. Suppressing the discomfort rising within him, he lifted his gaze to meet Yen Yang's eyes. I wish there was something down there too. Seeing that nothing more valuable could be found, the group felt a sense of disappointment. After all, such a formidable beast should have yielded some corresponding treasures. But for the small squad members, what they obtained was still quite decent. The members of the slaughter squad contacted the guild, relaying the events they had just experienced. The group then dispersed, continuing their exploration. Lin En also prepared to take Lake away. Lin En. Chao Tianyu caught up to him, and Lin En looked slightly surprised. What's up? Chao Tianyu tugged at Lin En's sleeve and whispered, that was you over by the big willow tree, right? What? Lin En couldn't help but frown at Chao Tianyu, looking utterly confused. Seeing his expression, Chao Tianyu quickly glanced around before whispering again, no need to hide anything from me. I lied earlier. I saw that ability of yours. The guild called it a beast, but I know it's not. The Slaughterblade squad has their eyes on you now. Don't use that ability anytime soon. Those guys are cautious and sharp. If they catch even a hint of it, they'll hunt you down. You absolutely have to save that herb for me. Sell it to me once we're out. I really need it to give to my friend as a gift. Chao Tianyu raised his voice as he spoke, then turned to leave, calling back over his shoulder. Save it for me, okay? Lin En felt a bit puzzled. Was he just here to warn me? Was that all? Lin En felt something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Unable to pinpoint the source of his unease, he decided to let it go. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the sound of an argument from the Windbreaker squad nearby. He couldn't help but slow his pace and pricked up his ears. The Windbreaker squad was now on edge. The reason was that Liang Bin was in a terrible state. He had only just regained consciousness when the cave collapsed and was immediately dragged off running. One person dragged him, another pushed him. He'd been half dragged, half pushed out. The moment they reached the outside, he collapsed again, unable to hold himself up. Now leaning against a tree, his face was deathly pale. Shenlong looked at Liang Bin's condition and offered comfort. The guild will send people soon. Once you're out, rest properly. Don't dwell on your arm. Go find the regenerators. The reborn? Ha! How much would that cost? Are you guys paying for it? Liang Bin snorted coldly, cutting her off. He looked at the other three, their eyes filled with resentment and blame. I'm this badly injured. Are you satisfied now? Wang Kai spoke with some irritation. Liang Bin, watch your words. You were careless during the fight. We were dealing with the beasts too. Who knew you'd? Shut up. My class is archer. I should be in the rear. You were supposed to block in front of me. If you hadn't failed to cover me, would I have suffered such severe injuries? Wang Kai and Shenlong couldn't help but frown. They'd heard similar complaints before. But never so bluntly. Liang Bin paid no heed to their feelings. He turned to Wen Miao, his voice thick with venom. How are you supposed to support the team? Holy angel, my ass. Where's your healing? Do you even know your role? Your support. Liang Bin's voice grew louder as his anger flared. I suffered such severe injuries. Why didn't you heal me sooner? The moment you saw I was about to be attacked, you should have boosted my combat power and made me dodge. You're utterly derelict in your duties. Wen Miao was momentarily stunned. Since joining the team, no one had ever spoken to her with such hostility. Wen Miao's expression instantly turned cold, refusing to indulge him. Oomph. You got hurt because you weren't careful. Always expecting others to fix your mistakes. What good are you anyway? Wen Miao's words were blunt and unapologetic. Without another word, he turned and walked away. Liang Bin's face turned pale with anger. Shenlong sighed and turned to Wang Kai. You keep an eye on him. I'll go stop Wen Miao. With each of them preoccupied with one person, the Windbreaker squad was on the verge of falling apart. Chapter 41, Setting Up Shop. By the time Lin and led Black to the edge of the Metland Ghost Forest, numerous areas had already been developed. The once bizarrely shaped trees had been trimmed, and several paths had been carved out. Streetlights had even been installed within the forest. The air had been thoroughly cleansed of its decaying stench, revealing the forest's refreshing earthy scent. Clearly, this had been handled by practitioners specializing in purification. As more people gathered around Lin and Black, Lin finally felt a sense of ease. The persistent tension that had clung to him for days receded like a tide. Emerging from the edge of the Metland Ghost Forest, they were met by a roaring sea of activity. The practitioners who had returned first were already gathered in small groups, discussing the spoils of their expedition. Some even pulled out their finds to display, asking if anyone wanted to buy. When achievements began to be traded. Such scenes were far from rare. At least, within the first few dozen meters of walking forward, Lin had already encountered 6 or 7 people engaged in transactions. Lin didn't rush to join the fray. Instead, he moved away from the crowd's center, found a large rock on the edge, and sat down beside it. With practiced ease, he retrieved the bundle from his body. Lin had acquired quite a few items over recent days. After obtaining the blue crystal, he didn't absorb it immediately but continued moving forward with Black. There was plenty of time to absorb the crystal later. Having already unlocked his 5th skill, he felt no urgency whatsoever. His most pressing task now remained the exploration mission. Over the next few days, he and Black encountered numerous mutated beasts. Not only did he master the application of his 5th skill, but the rewards were also exceptionally rich. If he could exchange these items locally, he could completely avoid the commission fees charged by the guild later. Lin laid out all the items he carried. The most conspicuous item was an entire mutated black bear, weighing over 800 pounds. However, its mutations weren't particularly remarkable. It was merely larger in size and possessed greater strength, without evolving any additional elements. He had hunted it just before setting out, when the bear seemed to be fleeing from pursuers and ended up near him. It had conveniently fallen into his hands. The most valuable items on the entire stall were undoubtedly the twin wings of the lightning flame mantis. Scattered medicinal herbs and plants with strange, glowing hues were also plentiful. Even in this outlying area, Lin's goods quickly drew attention. After all, he'd been carrying that enormous black bear on his back when he emerged, making him far too conspicuous. I'll take that black bear. This black bear is mine. It wasn't just 1 or 2 people eyeing the bear. As soon as Lin set up his stall, they swarmed over. 800,000. Lin quoted the price directly. Both of the more reasonable bidders fell silent instantly, staring at Lin in surprise. You're robbing us. Dude, this is just a slightly bigger black bear. It's not like it's some endangered species. Lin glanced at the pair, leaning against the rock with his arms crossed. Did you two even look properly? There's not a single scratch on this bear. Just the pelt alone is worth 200,000. And then there's the bear paws, gallbladder, bones, none of those come cheap either. A bear this size must weigh over 800 gene. Even without those parts, just the meat alone is worth a fortune. Gentlemen, let's not forget I dragged this thing out of the woods by sheer force. It took considerable effort to get it here. You ought to compensate me for my trouble. Before the first two could respond, another man stepped forward to negotiate the price. Brother, you have a point. It is remarkably intact, so it should command more than market value. I understand that, but 800,000 is simply inflated. How about this? I'll offer you 500,000. What do you say? Linen shot the man a glance, his brow furrowing. He said nothing, but his displeasure was plain to see. Hey! I was here first. What's with the rush? Look, I'll bump it up for you. How about 55? I'll give 60. The bidders quickly began arguing. Lin sat nearby, making no move to intervene. The entire black bear carcass before him, though not a particularly mutated variety, was a power-type mutant bear. Such a complete and massive body would certainly attract buyers. His asking price of 800,000 was admittedly a bit inflated, but it was definitely worth more than 500,000. Selling it for only 500,000 would be a waste of such a pristine specimen. Since they insisted on arguing, let them argue. Either way, he wouldn't budge below 65,000. Once he brought this bear back, he knew it wouldn't lack for buyers. The stall held not only the black bear carcass but also many other items, and quite a few people were eyeing them. Soon, inquiries about prices began. As the initial squabbling among three individuals escalated into a competition between three small teams, Lin had already sold several items, raking in nearly 50,000 yuan. However, these were mostly common herbs and minerals. Some slightly more valuable metal ores attracted inquiries, but few actual buyers emerged. The pair of Thunderlight Flame Mantis wings, however, remained completely ignored. It wasn't that others weren't interested, but rather that the item held little practical use for the average person. Acquiring them required finding a blacksmith to forge them, and even then, additional materials were needed during the forging process. Most people wouldn't buy it lightly, and everyone knew the price couldn't possibly be low. Obtaining the wings of a mutated giant mantis intact was extremely difficult, let alone those of a lightning flame mantis. Their color and luster were simply stunning. At best, they could only admire them. After fierce bidding among the three teams, they ultimately decided to split the black bear. The three teams collectively bid 600,000. Linen glanced at the three teams. Not for sale. At Linen's words, the teams before him immediately grew displeased. We've already agreed on this. Why won't you sell it now? You're going back on your word. Why won't you sell to us? We're genuinely interested in buying, and we're offering a decent price. As the barrage of questions poured forth, Linen merely gave them a cold, dismissive glance before replying in a chilling tone, if it doesn't meet my psychological price point, I won't sell. A burly man among them immediately retorted, if you won't sell it to us now, are you planning to haul it back to Jiancheng yourself? It's no short distance. With a black bear this massive, you risk damaging it along the way. Then you might not get this price at all. Chapter 42, Returning to the City. Ha 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 ha. Linen burst into loud laughter. He looked at the big man speaking as if he were witnessing some bizarre joke. Brother, you must be joking. He stood up and patted the corpse of the great black bear. I managed to bring it out of the Metland ghost forest in one piece, completely unscathed. Do you really think I can't bring it back to Jiancheng? The big guy looked awkward for a moment, then forced a smile and managed to say, why don't you discuss it with your teammates? This remark immediately rubbed Lin in the wrong way. Consult? Consult with whom? Blake always does what I say, okay? Linen fought the urge to roll her eyes, sat back down, and ruffled Black's fur. Ignore them. The three squads had already finalized how to divide the black bear carcass among themselves. They'd long considered it theirs for the taking, even planning how to handle their respective shares afterward. The only thing left was to settle the price. Giving up now felt unbearably unfair to them. Seeing Lin's resolute stance, they huddled together murmuring for a long while before finally turning back to him. The leader of the group spoke up, we'll offer 69,000. Each squad is adding 3,000 more. This is the absolute limit for every squad. If it still doesn't meet your minimum expectation, then we'll have to reluctantly let it go. Linen listened, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the three squads. After a long moment, he sighed. Forget it. Forget it. It's just a little short. I'll take the loss. Think of it as us making friends. I don't want you all to go through all that discussion only to be disappointed. Linen said, presenting his payment QR code. Each of the three squads paid 23,000. Once the money cleared, the three teams carried the black bear away. Watching the money transfer complete and the black bear carried away, Linen breathed a sigh of relief. Truth be told, he hadn't really wanted to bring the giant black bear back to Jiangcheng. If someone else could take it off his hands, that would be ideal. If not, he'd have no choice but to reluctantly haul it back himself. After all, the bear's weight was considerable. He had just managed to move it out of the Metland ghost forest with tremendous effort, and that was with Blake's help. They had many teammates working together, making the task far easier than doing it alone. Seeing nearly 800,000 yuan in his account, Lin En felt elated. Combined with his previous savings, this trip back would allow him and Black to move into a nice place. He'd find a place with a yard, where Black could run wild and play freely at home when not on missions. Just as Lin sold off 2 more items, commotion erupted from the guild's encampment. In an instant, all traders scrambled to finish any deals they could, while those unable to complete transactions quickly stowed their goods away. Everyone stood respectfully, eyes fixed on the source of the commotion. Chen Haishan, the guild master of the Awakened Guild, stood on the makeshift platform wearing a well-tailored Zhongshan suit. He tapped the microphone. The surrounding clamor quickly subsided as every pair of eyes focused on him. Chen Haishan's gaze was piercing as he slowly scanned the faces below the stage. His voice boomed out, "Everyone! You've worked hard. On behalf of the Awakened Guild and the entire city of Jiangcheng, I thank you for your heroic efforts and fearless pioneering spirit." These few simple words seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 armies, striking deep into the hearts of the crowd. The exhaustion of half a month's relentless battles, the pain of comrades wounded or fallen all seemed to find some measure of solace in this moment. Boom! The audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Countless voices echoed that this was their duty for Jiangcheng. As if they were all fearless vanguards. As the noise subsided, Chen Haishan continued, "This weighty achievement will never be forgotten by the guild, nor by Jiangcheng. Based on our prior agreement and an assessment of everyone's contributions during the mission, the guild points for all participating professionals will be fully distributed within 3 business days. The top 30 members with the most outstanding contributions will receive an additional 30% bonus points and priority access to the guild exchange area for redemption." These words ignited a flicker of eagerness in the crowd, particularly among the high-performing team members, whose faces lit up with determined smiles. More points meant stronger gear, potions, and other vital resources. No one would pass up the chance to acquire them. Lin En was no exception, though he and Black might not necessarily outshine those elite teams. The results weren't visible yet. The staff had been collecting everyone's watches one by one. The watch's location data couldn't be uploaded in real time, it was transmitted at intervals. However, the unexplored areas they traversed would be recorded. Everything had to wait for the guild headquarters to process the data before they could compare everyone's exploration progress. Points weren't just earned for exploring new maps. Temporary map missions issued by the guild also granted corresponding points to those who participated. Take, for instance, the monsters Lin and his group defeated in that cave. As for the items they acquired during exploration missions, those belonged solely to them. However, the guild would compile an inventory list, and members could submit items based on their possessions to earn additional points. Points held exceptional importance for adventurers. Chen Haishan observed the group's reactions with satisfaction, smiling as he delivered his final summary. This exploration mission has been highly successful. Effective immediately, the Metland Fierce Ghost Forest is renamed Metland Fierce Forest Park. The guild will accelerate development here and will issue related quests. Please visit the quest hall in 3 days to view them. Outside Metland's Inferno Forest Park, the guild will accelerate construction of the northern frontier defenses. These types of quests will also be available in the quest hall 3 days from now. The Metland Fiery Forest is not our final destination. Vast territories of the northern realm await our exploration. The unknown lands ahead hold greater challenges, but we, the professionals of Jiangcheng, fear no challenge. After resting and recuperating, we hope you will maintain your sharpness and determination. For the future of Jiangcheng, let us advance hand in hand. The guild stands with you. Jiangcheng takes pride in you. Return to city. As Chen Haishan uttered those final words, the atmosphere reached its peak. Wielding weapons aloft or pumping fists, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers, as if celebrating the promise of what lay ahead. The vast procession began its orderly return to Jiangcheng, leaving only guild members behind at the encampment. Treading the same path they had come, each member carried their own distinct emotions as they made their way back. Chapter 43, The City Gates. The Northern Frontier Expeditionary Force returned, and with the guild leader leading the way, a large crowd had gathered at the city gates to welcome them. Among the crowd were not only those greeting the returning members, but also merchants waiting to conduct transactions outside the city walls. The guild did not interfere with transactions outside the city walls nor guarantee their safety. Those wishing to enter the city could proceed to the guild's exchange, where goods could be sold on their behalf for a commission. For those in a hurry, goods could be sold directly to the guild, though the price would be reduced to 70% of the market value. Those who aren't in a hurry usually opt for consignment sales. As long as the goods are good, they won't have trouble selling. Of course, there's also a special kind, the black market. Even in historically recorded times of peace, there were gray area transactions, let alone in these turbulent times. As long as black market activities don't escalate too dramatically, higher-ups tend to turn a blind eye. The truth is, as long as these activities don't threaten the core interests of the upper echelons, this survival rule has never changed. Upon reaching the city gates, the guild leader and members noticed the crowd waiting there. They understood the urgency and quickly departed. After all, sometimes their own families were among those waiting. These post-major mission transactions occurred under the leadership's tacit approval, a form of leniency granted to the returning adventurers who had endured considerable hardship. Once the guild personnel departed, vendors swiftly began setting up stalls. This time, Lin didn't choose the outskirts. His previous choice of the outskirts had been due to the recent emergence from the Metland Fierce Ghost Forest, where guild members, even the guild leader, were still present. Security in the vicinity was well guaranteed. No one dared cause trouble at this moment. Even arguments wouldn't get too loud. No one wanted to draw the guild leader's attention in an undignified manner. But setting up stalls at the city gate was a different story. The guild members had already withdrawn. Not everyone at the gate was there to buy or trade goods. Many were simply looking to take advantage of the chaos. Setting up stalls farther away carried a high risk of robbery. These individuals would simply don masks and start looting, especially targeting sparsely populated areas. Working in groups, they'd grab goods and flee. They'll use every trick in the book, whether underhanded or blatant. When your goods are stolen, you might even get hurt. You think reporting it to the city guard station will help? Don't even dream about it. They'll just ask you straight up if you didn't know private trading isn't allowed outside the city walls? What would you say then? In the end, they'll just say, trading outside the city walls is prohibited. Are you sure you want to file a report? Then come pay your fine first. We'll assess the value of your lost items and determine if you meet the criteria for detention. Only a fool would keep pressing charges. You won't get your stuff back, you'll have to pay a fine, and you might even end up spending a few days behind bars. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were paying for spiritual cleansing. Lin En and Black quickly found a spot near the entrance. As soon as they sat down, Lin En pulled out his belongings. Lin En had been holding them carefully the entire way to ensure the lightning mantis wings could be displayed openly. This item was incredibly time-consuming and labor-intensive. Now that it was laid out, he hoped someone would take it directly. Lin En's hopes were high, but reality was different. People asked for prices, yet no one actually bought. Let go! Let go! Ah! Robbery! Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. That's ours! Let go! If you don't let go, I'll fight you. Don't take my stuff, I beg you. I worked so hard to get this. My stuff! Soon, the sound of arguing echoed from the distance. Even without looking, Lin knew another robbery was about to begin. Whenever vendors started packing up and leaving after selling most of their goods, thieves would take advantage of the commotion to steal. Lin En looked up and studied the scene carefully. From what he could see in the distance, there were 3 groups of robbers. He spotted at least 2 of them taking advantage of the chaos. While the stall owner's attention was diverted, thieves would sneak in to snatch items. If caught, they'd claim they forgot to pay. If unnoticed, they'd simply walk away with the goods. By the time stall owners realized they'd been robbed, it was too late. They could only accept their misfortune. Lin En glanced at his own stall. Most of his goods had been sold, leaving only a handful of items behind. The lightning flame mantis wings he most hoped to sell remained untouched. Lin En quickly scanned his surroundings. Seeing no one paying attention to him, he immediately stowed the lightning flame mantis wings into his spatial ring and hastily packed up the items before him. He hoisted the bundle onto his back and headed toward the scene of the theft. Though he disliked setting up shop on the outskirts, encountering a robbery didn't mean he wouldn't join the commotion. If the victim was willing to pay a little reward, he'd be happy to lend a hand. However, Lin En wasn't foolish enough to approach victims directly asking if they needed help in exchange for payment. Among the 3 robbery sites, he recognized one group. It was at the cave where the hideous beast lurked. Among them were 2 individuals who had also refused to join the slaughter squad. They were part of a smaller team, and beside them sat another person who looked rather weak. Clearly, this individual had withdrawn from the mission early. While it wasn't immediately apparent, it was obvious they had sustained significant injuries. As Lin approached, his gaze met one of the men. Almost instinctively, the man spoke up. "Brother, help us out." Lin stood motionless. After a moment of disappointment at his lack of movement, the man suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Brother, I'll pay in points. If you don't want points, I'll pay cash. 10 points, or 10,000 yuan. No. I'll double it." He spoke rapidly and urgently, as if afraid Lin En would deem the offer too low and walk away. The offer satisfied Lin En, and he immediately took a step toward them. But this move greatly displeased the 4 robbers. They had finally found a prime spot that seemed easy pickings, and now someone else was trying to meddle. They were currently outnumbered 3 to 4, and one of their opponents seemed relatively weak, making them easy prey. Victory was within reach, but now an unknown quantity had entered the fray, drastically increasing their risk. As Lin En blocked the man carrying the goods, the robber glared at him with fierce eyes and snarled, "Get the hell out of here. Mind your own damn business, or I'll beat you too." Smack! Ah! Thud! Thud! Lin En's branch shot out like lightning, whipping toward the man. Before he could react, he was sent flying. He slammed hard onto the ground, scattering his belongings everywhere. Chapter 44, Earning Points. This sudden turn of events unfolded so swiftly that the three rear guards were caught completely off guard. Seeing the attack commence, one of the three immediately broke ranks and charged straight at Lin En. He swung a wooden club viciously toward Lin En. "You bastard, daring to ruin our plans. You must be tired of living. Since you're asking for death, don't blame me for showing no mercy." Crack. Thud. Ah. The same actions, the same sounds as before. The two men behind exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with caution. Even if the first teammate knocked down managed to get back up and fight on, facing Lin En, who had already proven difficult to approach with the stall owner lurking behind them, their chances of victory were slim. Robbery at the city gate meant that even if they were injured, they had nowhere to seek justice, just as a vendor robbed at their stall had no recourse. In this situation, continuing would only be a thankless struggle. The potential loot simply wasn't worth the risk. The two behind hurried to help their fallen comrade, their eyes burning with hatred and vengeance as they glared at Lin En. "We'll remember this, you hear us? You just wait. Best not cross paths with us again. Or else." Oomph. A faint smile curved Lin En's lips as he watched them slowly. "In that case." The branch in Lin En's hand shot out swiftly. Crack. 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 Ah. Four branches lashed out, striking the men swiftly. All four were knocked sprawling to the ground, screaming in pain. Caught completely off guard, their heads spun. None of them had expected that, even as they prepared to retreat, the man before them would still attack. Now, they dared not boast any longer. They could only glare viciously at Lin En before scrambling to their feet and fleeing. Watching their disheveled retreat, Lin En snorted with contempt. "Why make all those big threats? If you'd just run earlier, you wouldn't have gotten beaten. You really asked for it." The stall operators swiftly gathered up the scattered goods. One of them approached Lin En and pulled out his phone. "Bro, do you need cash or points? I'll transfer it to you right now." Lin immediately displayed her account. Points. Points could only be earned by completing quests. Even selling items to the guild only yielded cash, making points far harder to come by than money. Besides, the money he'd earned from this mission was already substantial, more than enough to cover his and Brian's upcoming expenses. Compared to money as payment, points were a much better deal. Upon hearing Lin wanted points, the other party transferred them without hesitation. 20 points arrived in his account almost instantly. "Bro, thanks for your help today. Seriously, if it weren't for you, we'd have lost most of our stuff. That trip to the north would have been a total waste." Lin En glanced at the injured woman. She appeared young, with the kind of next-door girl next-door looks that instantly made her likable. Her slender, long legs were particularly eye-catching. Lin En glanced at her once before immediately averting his gaze. Staring any longer would feel like an intrusion, and that wouldn't do. Turning his attention back to the boy before him, Lin En could tell the youth was younger than himself. Even with his face set in a serious expression, his baby face still gave him the air of a little adult. "Need help treating your injuries?" Lin En asked, his gaze shifting toward the girl with the next-door sister look. "She looks quite weak. For just 5 points, I guarantee her condition will improve immediately, with no waiting time. If she's lucky." Lin En suddenly leaned closer to the boy with the baby face and lowered his voice. His attribute points could increase a bit more. The boy's eyes widened instantly, his pupils contracting sharply. "You're serious?" Lin En nodded. "This is a special price for you, since I already took 20 points from you earlier. Others wouldn't get such a deal." The boy with the baby face immediately grabbed Lin En's arm. "Alright, I'll give you 5 points. Treat her now." Lin En cast a discreet glance around before smiling. "We might need to find another spot." The boy with the baby face caught on and hurriedly agreed. Right. His voice rose a few notches as he spoke. "Thanks for your help today, bro. I'm definitely counting you as a friend. Come on, let's talk while we walk." The baby-faced leader and his teammates had vaguely heard the word treatment, but hadn't quite caught all the details. Seeing the two men's actions, they felt puzzled but didn't ask immediately. The four headed toward the city together. Along the way, the baby-faced guy introduced himself and Lin En to each other. Only then did Lin En learn they were from Newjiang district. Originally a 6-man squad, the boy with the baby face and the other boy behind him who shared a similar baby-faced appearance were brothers. One was named Yushu, the other Yujian. Yushu's awakened class was Shadow Assassin, while Yujian's was Wind Assassin. The girl beside them, who looked like a friendly older sister, was named Suhi. Her awakened profession stood in stark contrast to her gentle demeanor. Sword of the Ruined Army. Though their roles within the squad differed, all three were essentially enhancement-type characters. It said that the remaining 3 members of their team besides the healing support shared similar roles. Sadly, they all perished together in the Metland Fierce Forest. Had Suhi not provided timely rear-guard support, the Yu brothers Yushu and Yujian would never have completed their subsequent mission. Suhi's external injuries had been mostly treated by the healing-type professionals stationed at the guild's outpost. What remained were unknown but persistent internal injuries. The healers at the outpost wouldn't fully cure him as long as he wasn't dead. They'd fulfilled their duty. Complete recovery required paying a certain amount of points. Sui's injuries were no ordinary external wounds. His options were either to pay for assistance from healing class professionals or to go to the guild's medical department and pay points for treatment. Either option came with exceptionally high costs. In comparison, they leaned toward striking a deal with Lin En. The three found a private room, inspected it carefully, and then sat down. As soon as they sat down, Jian couldn't wait to say, "Brother Lin, please treat Sister He right away. This private room is safe." Lin En didn't hesitate, immediately condensing a dewdrop for Sui. Sui swallowed it without a word. "Aren't you afraid I might have drugged it?" Sui chuckled. "If I were to drop dead from poisoning right now, you wouldn't be able to escape either." She gestured toward the door. "There are cameras everywhere." Suddenly, Sui's expression changed, and the Yu brothers immediately tensed up. "Sis He!" They cried out in unison, their eyes fixed intently on Sui. Sui clutched her chest, staring at Lin En with a heavy, disbelieving expression. You. Chapter 45, Bare Walls. Yu Shu exchanged a grave look with Sui before turning urgently to Lin En. "Brother Lin, what's going on?" Yu Jin stared at Lin En with a grave expression, seemingly waiting for his answer too. Before Lin En could speak, Sui slammed his hand on the table, startling both Yu brothers. "This young man is simply amazing." Sui's face lit up with delight. The instant that Dewdrop entered her body, she felt a surge of spiritual energy begin to flow through every bone and muscle. The areas that had been throbbing with pain miraculously began to counteract the discomfort with a surge of energy. The pain vanished in an instant, as if it had been a mere illusion. Soon, the previously uncomfortable areas were filled with a warm, soothing sensation. Upon closer inspection, the pain had vanished entirely, and she even felt stronger than before. What astonished her most was that this dewdrop had actually enhanced her class attributes. He could distinctly feel that surge of power. Even if he couldn't verify it immediately, the effect of the dew Lin had given him far exceeded the 5 points they had paid. "Lin, now I understand why your class was categorized as healing support before. This healing effect is incredible, especially." Sui didn't finish her sentence, but the delight on her face was unmistakable. The Yu brothers were equally astonished. Yu Jian grasped the situation almost instantly. He hurried over to Lin En, grabbed his hand, and looked at him with reverence. "Bro! Lin! You don't have a team right now, do you? Join ours. Look at the three of us, we've all got great personalities. We'd never do anything like backstabbing a teammate. Trust us." Lin En's mouth twitched. Just moments ago, he thought this guy was like his brother, a serious baby-faced kid who liked to act grown up. But this was clearly a hyperactive little rascal. He pulled his hand away and leaned back. "No thanks. I'm not ready to join a team just yet." Just as Yu Jian opened his mouth to protest, his brother clamped a hand over his mouth and dragged him backward. Sui watched the brother's antics from the side, chuckling softly. He glanced at Lin En with a hint of apology. "Little Yu's just like that. Don't take it personally." Since Sui hadn't suggested forming a team, Yu Jian had already been rejected. She couldn't keep pushing, that would be no different from pestering him relentlessly. They were kindly offering to treat his injuries for free. To refuse such an offer would show a complete lack of tact. It wasn't wise to antagonize someone so easygoing, it wouldn't benefit them in the long run. Lin En shook his head. "It's no big deal. Since it's settled, I'll be on my way." He patted Black, who was lying at his feet. "I'm leaving." Sui hurriedly called out to Lin En. "Lin En, wait a moment." Lin En's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Was he inviting me? No way. Sui didn't seem like the type to miss the hint. "Stay for a meal before you go. It won't be too late." Lin turned to hear Sui's words. Having subsisted on dry rations and grilled meat while roughing it outdoors these past few days, she didn't refuse. Sui handed over the menu, and Lin En didn't hesitate to order several dishes. Soon, the table was laden with dishes. A large bowl was placed beside Black's feet, filled with plain dog food prepared without any special additives. While waiting, Lin En exchanged contact information with Sui and the others. The meal was a success for both hosts and guests. Afterward, Lin En took Black and bid farewell to Sui and the others. Watching Lin En and Blake walk away, Yu Jian couldn't help but sigh regretfully. "He's so incredibly strong. If he'd joined us, we wouldn't have had to struggle so much later on, like losing a comrade this time." Yu Shu patted his younger brother on the head. "He got kicked out of the team, and you saw how his former teammates treated him. He must be pretty hurt and needs time to recover. Besides, who's to say he'd even want to join us anyway?" Yu Jian looked somewhat defeated but said nothing more. Watching the two of them, Sui took a deep breath and said, "Let's go deliver their belongings back home." The Yu brothers' expressions darkened at the suggestion. Their three comrades had fallen prey to the beasts, leaving no remains behind. Fortunately, when they returned to search for them later, they found some scattered belongings. This allowed the families to erect symbolic graves. Moreover, a significant portion of their current haul would be shared with the families. With no energy left to dwell on Lin En's affairs, the three departed, their backs bent under the weight of their sorrow. Slum district, in front of a small red brick house. Lin-En and Black had been walking and chatting cheerfully about their future plans when they abruptly stopped in front of Lin-En's door. The lock had vanished and the door stood wide open. As far as the eye could see, the place was empty. Nothing remained. It was cleaner than when he had first moved in. Wang? Black looked at Lin in confusion, as if wondering if they had come to the wrong place. He remembered the house not looking like this. Black looked around in confusion. Everything looked exactly the same, yet something was terribly wrong with the house. Black's nose twitched and its big round eyes suddenly widened. Woof 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 woof. Black barked urgently. Perhaps it was Black's loud voice that snapped Lin out of her anger. A man and his dog stood before the door, surrounded by a growing crowd of onlookers. The faint scent of blood lingering on Lin, the visible animal claw marks on his torn combat suit, and the fury etched on his face deterred anyone from approaching. They were here for the spectacle. Getting burned by this fire wouldn't be good for them. Lin took a deep breath and strode inside. The moment he entered the room, his eyes scanned the space. They hadn't even left him a blanket. This was outrageous. Wang! Black suddenly shouted angrily. Lin turned to look and saw that even the spot where the dog bowl had been was now completely empty. The room now truly embodied the phrase bare walls and empty floors. Damn it, we're broke as hell. They're even taking the dog bowl. Who the hell is this bastard? How utterly despicable. Even if I'd already taken the more valuable items with me, leaving not even a dog bowl behind, isn't that a bit too much? Lin-En took a deep breath and stroked Black's head. Good boy, don't be angry. Let's go catch the bastard who stole our stuff. Woof! Black barked loudly in response. Lin-En strode to the doorway, his face dark as storm clouds, eyes sharp as poison blades as he scanned the crowd gathered in the courtyard. Who did this? Get out here! Chapter 46, Hunting the Thief. The fury in Lin's voice only caused the crowd to retreat slightly. No one left. They were all residents of the slums. What real power did any of them hold? Oh, Lin-En, you're back. We thought you. A nearby auntie spat out a melon seed shell before speaking, her words trailing off mid-sentence, though the implication was clear. Heard you got kicked out of the team and had to join that settlement mission up north. The team came back this morning, and when you weren't home, we thought you'd been buried up there. Another woman chimed in, her words bluntly direct. The main group came back this morning, and it's almost night now. Everyone thought you wouldn't make it back. Well, those things without an owner? Naturally, someone who didn't mind took them. Well, you're back now. You must have made a pretty penny. What's there to complain about? The chatter flowed back and forth, but not a single word hinted that anyone believed Lin-En had returned alive. They all assumed he was dead. No one explicitly mentioned clues, but the attitude of if you're dead, the things in your house naturally belong to whoever finds them was abundantly clear. Lin-En exhaled slowly. Who could blame him for living in the slums? Kind-hearted people couldn't survive here. Lin-En couldn't be bothered to argue with them. It was unlikely these people would simply open his door and leave. Someone must have already made a big show of hauling away anything valuable before the others came in to grab whatever they could use. Taking a deep breath, Lin-En pulled a red bill from his backpack. Slap. He slapped it against his palm. First come, first served. Me. Almost instantly, someone rushed forward. It was the wife from the house at the alley entrance, skinny as a rail, her eyes now gleaming as she stared at the money in Lin-En's hand. She leaned close to Lin-En and whispered, "It was Huang-san. This morning, Huang-san came with a few henchmen. When they left, they hauled away a lot of furniture. I think they also took that bundle, probably your stuff too. The rest of the things?" The woman's gaze swept around the area with a hint of suspicion. Anyone could have taken the rest. Lin-En raised an eyebrow slightly. Where is he? He's staying in the third red brick house on 2nd Rat Alley. Upon receiving the information, Lin-En promptly handed the money to the woman. The moment she received it, she hurried home. Lin-En himself now resided in 6 Rats Alley. 2 Rats Alley wasn't too far away, so he simply called out to Black and set off. The door wasn't even locked. His own locks had vanished without a trace, so there was no point in even closing the door. The place was utterly bare, nothing of value to covet. Surely no one would come digging around. The real worry was the landlord. Some of these neighbors lived in their own homes. If anyone targeted the little red brick house he rented, the landlord would come knocking. Lin-En had heard of Huang-san, a notorious local thug. This guy had awakened a D-class occupational attribute, triple bark. They say he was mocked relentlessly when he first awakened it, but he was fearless to the extreme. That howling sound alone had intimidated quite a few people. There were indeed professionals specializing in sound waves, but triple bark was simply too insignificant. Unless the sound was right next to someone's ear, it posed little threat. You can't exactly run up to a beast's ear and yell at it during combat. This ability is utterly useless. Consequently, even though Huang-san is an awakened practitioner, no serious team would accept him. It was utterly useless in combat. Even as a retainer, he'd struggle to find a place. Huang-san seemed aware of his predicament, so he mostly hung around the slums. Here, he found many unawakened individuals or those in similar predicaments. Even if they had awakened, their abilities weren't particularly high, or they came from poor families with average circumstances, like Lin En's situation. But Huang San wouldn't easily provoke such individuals. This time, he likely knew Lin En had been expelled from his team. Being a support-type practitioner undertaking the Northern Frontier mission alone, he probably wouldn't return. So he went straight for the house he was staying in. The more Lin En thought about it, the angrier he became. His home had been robbed. Watching Lin En vanish into the alleyway, the onlookers couldn't help but start discussing. He actually made it back alive. That takes some skill. He is an A-rank adventurer after all. He might have been recruited by another squad already. Doesn't that mean Huang San has made an enemy of him? Who knows? Either way, Huang San took the goods. The speakers exchanged glances, each silently aware of the truth, how much Huang San had actually taken, and what else had been snatched up by others in the aftermath. With the main character gone, the excitement faded. Coupled with a few people feeling uneasy, the small crowd of onlookers quickly dispersed. In a red brick house on 2nd Rat Alley. The air thick with the stench of cheap tobacco and alcohol, the men clinked glasses in lively revelry. A class professionals, my foot. That place isn't much cleaner than ours, and this won't even last us a few days. You're telling me? I thought we could afford a few nights in Spring Red Alley. Put. Worthless scum. Broke as hell? Serves him right to die. If we'd known he wouldn't come back, we should have gone over earlier, brothers. No need to wait all these days. Hey, I had some cash a few days back. If we'd gone then, we might have gotten to see Little Peach Blossom in Spring Red Alley. Ha ha ha. You've got Little Peach Blossom on your mind all the time. You're probably head over heels for that woman. Well, she's got the goods. Ha 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 ha. The group grumbled back and forth about the meager pay, and before long, the conversation veered off course. The more they talked, the more fired up they got. Bang! The door burst open with a violent slam, shattering into pieces. A chill breeze swept in from outside, momentarily sobering their alcohol-addled minds. Their spirits soared when they saw who had entered. They exchanged stunned glances, utterly speechless. Huang San reacted the most violently, pointing at Lin En and stammering, Are you human or a ghost? A henchman behind Huang San cautiously piped up, he has a shadow. He's alive. You're alive? Huang San stared at Lin En in even greater shock upon hearing this. Oomph. Seems my being alive doesn't exactly make you happy. Lin En gave a cold laugh and stepped inside, accompanied by Black, a black dog nearly half a man's height. Black was as massive as an untransformed Tibetan Mastiff. His eyes fixed on the group with savage intensity, emitting low growls while occasionally baring his sharp teeth. Chapter 47, Protection Money. Huang San and the others watched the man and dog advance step by step, their expressions darkening. The adventurers who had gone to the Northern Realm for exploration tasks had all returned to the city by morning. They had only gone to retrieve the items because they saw it was nearly noon and Lin hadn't returned. Frontier missions carried extremely high risk. The death of an A-rank adventurer was a common occurrence. When news spread a few days prior that Lin En had been expelled from his squad, they had already set their sights on him. A support-type adventurer expelled from his team, who had reportedly signed up for a Northern Realm mission. His chances of survival were exceedingly slim. Even before Lin En set off for the Northlands, they'd begun scheming how to break into his home. Yet, playing it safe, they held off even after he departed despite being certain he wouldn't return. This morning, they had been waiting near Lin's home since early hours. By noon, seeing Lin hadn't returned, they were certain their earlier suspicions had been confirmed. Lin had perished in the north. Without hesitation, they pried open the door to his house, ransacked the place, and hauled everything off to the black market to sell it all. Once they had the money, they began feasting and drinking to their heart's content. Little did they know the man himself wasn't dead and had come looking for them. They certainly hadn't intended to provoke an A-rank professional. After all, among them, only Huang San possessed any decent ability, while the others were practically useless. Even with 6 of them, facing Lin En and his dog seemed hopeless. That dog was clearly no ordinary beast. Standing over a meter tall with a massive build, a single swipe of its thick, powerful paw would send one of them crashing to the ground. Huang San and his group retreated step by step until they had nowhere left to go. Watching Lin En and his dog advance step by step toward them, the oppressive pressure was overwhelming. They were terrified. Huang San's henchmen exchanged glances, each looking to the other for a signal. Suddenly, they all reached out and pushed Huang San forward. Ah! Caught off guard, Huang San stumbled forward, nearly crashing to the ground. Before he could confront his brothers behind him, he found himself face to face with the lone man and dog. Huang San forced a weak smile as he looked at Lin En. Lin. Brother Lin, how have you been lately? Still alive. Disappointed? Lin En's voice was cold, making Huang San swallow nervously. He waved his hands repeatedly, stammering, No. How could that be? It's great you made it back alive. His gaze swept over the large dog, which was watching them intently. Huang San's eyes darted over Black's entire body. He exhaled a breath of relief, visibly relaxing. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Not a mutant dog. The backlight made it hard to see clearly. That was truly terrifying. I thought Lin had brought back a mutant beast from the north to raise. Turns out it's just an ordinary dog, albeit a rather large one. Lin stood close enough to Huang San that the subtle shift in his expression didn't escape notice. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. I heard you're going to help me get some new decor? Ha! Huang San looked up in shock at Lin's words. Seeing Lin's expression, Huang San felt anger welling up inside him. The slight reluctance he'd felt moments ago vanished completely. He's just a support-type professional. What could a support class player kicked out of a team possibly accomplish? Even if he brought back a big dog, so what? It was just an ordinary dog. Could it really boost combat strength? He refused to believe that the four of them couldn't handle one man and a dog. Huang San instantly stood ramrod straight, his expression arrogant. Lin, you're just lucky to have returned from the north. What are you so smug about? They even gave you a fresh set of gear, making you so arrogant you don't know your place. Now you dare boss me around? What gives you the right to be so arrogant? Think you're hot stuff because you brought back a dog from the north? It's just a big mutt, nothing to brag about. Huang San grew more and more agitated as he spoke, all trace of fear vanishing from his eyes as his earlier confidence returned. The brothers behind him looked confused. Why the sudden change in attitude? Shouldn't he be apologizing? Could there be some inside information they didn't know about? They exchanged glances, each hoping the other would step forward and pull Huang San back. Though they didn't know the details, they were genuinely reluctant to antagonize an A-rank professional. Even if he'd been kicked out of his team, returning from the Northern Realm meant he must possess some skill. Especially after all these years of hustling around, who knew what hidden connections he might have? For those of them scraping by at the bottom, it was best not to pick a fight. They exchanged meaningful glances for a long while, yet no one stepped forward. After Huang San finished speaking, he waited expectantly for his henchmen to back him up. But after a long silence, nothing happened. Standing there, he felt a bit awkward himself. He turned and shot the others an annoyed glance, signaling them with his eyes. The awkward exchange of glances between the two sides continued. Fuming, Huang San growled under his breath, "You bunch of cowards. What are you afraid of? He's just a support type. Even if he's an A rank returning from the northern regions, so what? We've got several of us. Even if it comes to a fight, we're not at a disadvantage." The others exchanged glances. Huang San's words weren't entirely without merit, but they still hesitated, their eyes shifting toward Black. He's just a common dog. What's there to fear? With that, Huang San stepped back, yanking one of his buddies forward. What's there to fear? If he were truly capable, would he be living in the slums with the likes of us? Even if he completed the Northern Frontier mission, it was just luck keeping him alive. See, if he hadn't signed up early for that mission and been kicked out of the team, would he even have made it to the Northern Frontier? Huang San's words shook the others. Looking more closely at Lin and his dog, though he exuded an imposing presence, his battle suit was torn and clearly not high-quality gear. Lin didn't appear to carry anything valuable either. Recalling the meager possessions back at his home, the others gradually gained more confidence. Brother Huang's right. He's just some support-type guy from the slums, what's there to fear? Hey, Lin, if you know what's good for you, hand over your share from the North Territory so we can spend it. We'll look out for you around here from now on. And remember to pay your protection fees on time from now on, got it? Bolstered by their newfound confidence, their taunts regained their usual arrogance. Lin's gaze swept over each of their faces. Seeing their ignorant, arrogant expressions, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Pay protection money to you lot? Chapter 48, Disabling One Hand. Lin pointed at Huang San and his crew, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Huang San tilted his head back slightly, his eyes flashing with mockery. Placing his hands on his hips, he looked at Lin smugly and declared, "That's right. Leave it to us." Huang San circled Lin with a step, sizing up both him and Black from head to toe, as if weighing the worth of the man and his dog. You're an auxiliary-type professional, after all. Your protection fee better be substantial. He pointed at Black. With that massive build, it pays the same as you. A hint of mockery flashed in Huang San's eyes. Before Lin could react, he nodded at Black and added, "Or hand it over to me. A dog this size could fetch a decent price for its meat, a nice little income stream." Ha 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 ha. Huang San roared with laughter, his henchmen behind him eyeing Black greedily, their eyes gleaming with excitement. "Yeah, we bought too little last time. With this dog, we can go have some fun. And it practically delivered itself to us. Perfect timing. Ha ha ha." Lin watched their reckless behavior, glanced at Black, and gave a slight nod. Woof. Woof. Black instantly understood and lunged forward, sinking his teeth into Huang San's outstretched finger. A piercing scream echoed throughout the room, shaking loose dust from the ceiling. Huang San's henchmen behind him jumped in fright. "Lin, control your damn dog. Brother Huang, are you okay? You little SHT, you really want to die?" The henchman shouted, scrambling for nearby objects to smash at Black. Huang San clutched his bleeding finger, eyes bloodshot, glaring at Black. You little bastard, I'll kill you. He grabbed a chair with his uninjured hand and charged forward. Lin and Jia lunged forward, blocking Black's path. He flexed his wrists, cracked his neck with a soft pop, and a cold smile curved his lips. You dare lay a hand on my dog? Oomph. Fine. Let's just warm up a bit, shall we? Before the words had fully left his mouth, Linen's figure flickered like a ghost, closing the distance in an instant. Huang San, leading the charge, swung his tool wildly. Before he could fully advance, his vision blurred. A searing pain erupted in his abdomen, sending him flying backward like a ramming bull. He crashed heavily into a henchman behind him, both men tumbling to the ground in unison, their screams piercing like pigs being slaughtered. Ah! Ah! Before the other two henchmen could react, Linen's fists were already upon them. The wind whistled around his fists as pain rained down on them, sending the pair scrambling away, clutching their heads and screaming in agony. Ah! Ah! Thud! 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 Stop! Stop! Ah! He didn't need to use any skills from the Tree of Life to deal with these men. His superhuman physical prowess and combat skills alone were more than sufficient. Even though several of them had awakened class attributes, their abilities were so underwhelming some were downright useless that he simply gave up trying. In this situation, his past days of roaming the streets had relied purely on brute force, without any real improvement in his actual strength. To Lin En, using class skills against them would be pure waste. The room echoed with a cacophony of screams, dull thuds, and pleas for mercy. Yet it lasted only a dozen breaths before the sounds gradually subsided. Huang San and his men lay sprawled on the floor, their faces swollen and bruised, whimpering pitifully, unable even to crawl up. Lin En walked over to Huang San and planted his foot squarely on the man's chest. Arg! Spare me, sir! Have mercy! I was just momentarily foolish. Huang San screamed in agony, dared not resist, and begged loudly, his eyes filled with terror. Where are my things? Lin En's voice remained calm, but the pressure from his foot didn't ease at all. Huang San blurted out urgently. I'll give it back. I'll give it all back, boss. I'll return every penny. Just spare my life. Huang San's voice trembled. Is this ING thing even classified as a healing type support? Are you kidding me? How terrifying is that? This is absolutely terrifying, okay? The intel I gathered earlier must have been wrong. Otherwise, how could this guy be this skilled? Damn it, once things settle down, I'm going to track down whoever fed me that false intel and make them pay. With skills like Lin's, he must be built for strength or speed. He could easily be a warrior. Even if he didn't use any class skills just now, how could a healer be this powerful? Aren't they supposed to need protection themselves? Lin En kicked the man hard enough to send him tumbling. Now hand it over. Huang San struggled to his feet, clenching his pain from the severed finger and bruises all over his body. His face twisted in agony as he stared at Lin, stammering. Brother Lin, smack. Lin En raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap, sending Huang San crashing back to the ground. Speak. Huang San knelt on the ground, no longer daring to delay. I sold the stuff. It's gone. Lin En sneered coldly. Oomph. Gazing down at Huang San from above, his eyes were as cold as ice, making Huang San tremble all over, as if his final moment had truly arrived. Huang San could feel his teeth chattering. Brother, I can give you money. You know how it is on the black market. Once stuff goes in, getting it all back is no easy feat. One hand crippled per person. Triple the money, and I'll spare your lives. Lin En's voice was as cold as ice, sending a chill through Huang San and the others. Triple the money? Where would they get that? If they had that much money, they wouldn't have stolen Lin En's goods to sell in the first place. And crippling a hand? The medical bills alone would be astronomical. Almost instinctively, they crawled toward Lin En. Brother Lin, please spare me this once. I've elderly parents and young children to support. Brother Lin, I need to support my family. Please have mercy. I'll never do it again, Brother Lin. Please spare my life. Huang San banged his head on the ground repeatedly. Brother Lin, please spare me. I'll serve you faithfully from now on. You want me to cripple you? Lin En's voice was icy cold, each word sending a chill through the men listening. As Lin En approached step by step, it was clear there was no room for negotiation. The men dared not wait for Lin En to cripple their hands himself. If he did it, their hands would be utterly ruined. Ah! 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 Four agonized screams erupted almost simultaneously. Lin En merely watched the pale-faced, disheveled figures with utter indifference, showing not the slightest flicker of emotion. Chapter 49, Grace Period. Huang San, his face deathly pale and expression wretched, looked up at Lin En. Brother Lin, we've already lost one arm. What do you say about this? Where's the money? Lin En's gaze remained cold as he demanded payment without a flicker of emotion. Huang San and the others froze almost instantly. Triple the money? Where on earth could they possibly get that? Karen stood ahead, watching them coldly. Lin's dog glared at them menacingly. They were completely trapped, with no escape. Huddled together, they emptied all their money, yet it still fell short of the first payment, let alone the tripled sum demanded. Huang San trembled as he looked at Lin En. Brother Lin, we really can't come up with that much money. Humph. Lin En's brow furrowed deeply, the chill radiating from him intensifying by threefold. His eyes burned with palpable displeasure. The others felt their hearts skip a beat. Huang San hurriedly interjected, Brother Lin, we will definitely pay you back every penny. But right now, we simply can't come up with it. Please give us a little time to scrape it together. Right. Give us a few more days, and we'll pay you back every last cent. We wouldn't dare delay. We genuinely can't produce it right now. Brother Lin, please give us a chance. We can start raising the funds immediately. As soon as we have it all, we'll deliver it to you right away. Would that work? The men looked at Lin En, their eyes filled with hope. Lin En snorted coldly. The sight of them, combined with the dilapidated state of Huang San's home, made it clear his family possessed nothing of value. Whatever they had of value had already been sold off. He didn't know how much they'd gotten for it, but whatever they offered now would certainly be insufficient. As for whether he could get the money back later, Lin En sneered inwardly. If the money wasn't repaid, he wouldn't mind selling Huang San's house. Huang San's house was his family's ancestral property. Unlike his own rental property, it still held some value. 3 days. I want the money in 3 days. If not. Lin En swept his gaze around the room before slowly fixing it on Huang San. Well, this house is worth something too. Huang San flinched, his mouth twitching into a bitter smile. Brother Lin, rest assured. I'll definitely scrape the money together. I swear. Lin En caught the flash of reluctance in his eyes, gave a cold laugh, and turned to leave. Black bared his teeth at the others before turning to follow Lin En's footsteps. Watching the man and dog disappear from sight, Huang San collapsed onto the ground. The others weren't much better off. They were so shaken they could barely move, their hands still throbbing. They hadn't been this thoroughly beaten in years. One of the younger members took a deep breath, forcing himself to ignore the pain in his hands as he looked at Huang San. Brother Huang, where are we supposed to get the money? I don't have any. The other 2 henchmen chimed in immediately. Me neither. I've got a little cash on me, but I already handed it over. My family's broke as a joke. Shut up. Huang San snapped impatiently, his eyes brimming with annoyance. He knew his own crew well enough, they were just as broke as he was. Counting on them to give Lin En money? Might as well let Lin En kill them outright, it'd be quicker. Huang San took a deep breath and declared, forget about money. Have you all forgotten who's backing us? Huang San's words jolted them awake. To them, they were part of an organization in the slums. Though their group wasn't large, and they were just low-level members within it, they still had connections. They might not be able to take on Lin, but that didn't mean they'd be pushed around. The organization wouldn't stand idly by. The slums offered poor living conditions in far denser populations than other districts. Many who had offended people in other districts and couldn't survive there had also moved to the slums. The chaos and high foot traffic made tracking people down quite troublesome. With so many people came inevitable conflict. Essential infrastructure was often lacking here. While public libraries existed, unlike those in other districts, they offered little beyond books, no holographic training rooms or skill-teaching classrooms. None of that exists in the slum district's public library. Even if you pay, you won't find them here. If you need such facilities, you must go to other districts. 12 Rats Alley, where Lin lived, was relatively safer compared to other parts of the slums. It's where many practitioners with limited abilities and poor backgrounds choose to live. This area also falls under the jurisdiction of the Zhao family gang, who collect protection fees. Of course, these fees never target practitioners with high awakened attributes. Practitioners like Lin coexisted here with the Zhao family gang, largely keeping to themselves. They didn't meddle in many affairs, and the Zhao family gang wouldn't cause trouble unless you fell on hard times. Take Lin En's recent incident, for example. The Zhao family gang simply turned a blind eye, expecting Huang San and his crew to hand over a portion of their earnings afterward. But when Lin En actually injured Huang San, and Huang San genuinely went to complain, the Zhao family gang had to step in. Huang San and his brothers dared not confront the gang's core territory, instead seeking out their immediate superior, Third Uncle Zhou. Third Uncle Zhou was a C-rank professional woodcutter wielding twin axes. This profession granted him immense strength and exceptional accuracy in his strikes. Within the slum's criminal organizations, such prowess was already quite formidable. Coupled with Zhou San's ruthless streak and shrewdness, he held a certain standing within the Zhao family gang. Master Zhou frowned as he stared at the cowering figures before him. Each had a crippled hand, their bodies covered in bruises and cuts, their faces pale and utterly wretched. Their pitiful state alone was enough to enrage the other gang members. Whoever dared to pick a fight with our Zhao family gang must be tired of living. Think we're pushovers? We can't let them get away with this. Exactly. Third Master, let's go settle this right now. Third Master Zhou swept his gaze around the area, and instantly, the loudmouths fell silent. The cold, ruthless glare from Third Master Zhou carried an oppressive weight. A single look from him was enough to silence any further defiance. Huang San bit his lip and dropped to his knees with a thud. Thud. Please, third master, show us a way to survive. That man simply won't let us go. Seeing this, Huang San's brothers hurriedly knelt down as well. Third master, we had no choice. Please help us, third master. Third master, that man will drive us to our deaths. Third master Zhou cast a dismissive glance at the group before him, a hint of impatience flickering in his expression. Speak up. What exactly happened? Who is this man? Chapter 50, Third Master Zhou. Huang San's face lit up at the words, his excitement impossible to hide. He hurriedly knelt forward a few steps and said, that man's name is Lin En. His class is supposedly a healer, but I don't think so. We don't know exactly what it is. His role in the team used to be support, but he was recently kicked out. Huang San rattled off everything he knew, while his brothers chimed in with additional details. Seated above them, third Uncle Zhou remained utterly expressionless. Only after Huang San finished his rambling did he realize the surrounding silence. Their voices echoed alone in the room, not even a single nod of agreement. He immediately fell silent, cautiously glancing upward. His gaze locked instantly with that of Third Master Zhou, who was staring right at him. He quickly lowered his head. Oomph. Master Zhou-san suddenly let out a cold laugh. Huang San, you claim he came looking for you after seeing your recent windfall, forced you to hand over your money, and when you resisted, he cut off your hand. Now he's coming back for more, is that right? Huang San's lips trembled several times, but he dared not respond, not even lifting his head to look. The lowly foot soldiers occasionally possessed a primal, animal-like intuition, sensing that something bad was about to happen. With Huang San silent, the few brothers behind him remained quiet too. Since he wasn't addressing them, they dared not speak up now. The surrounding silence grew eerily thick. Earlier, it had been due to the pressure from third Uncle Zhou, but now it was purely because they sensed something was off about Huang San and the others' words. Lying in front of third Uncle Zhou? That was no place for them to stick their necks out. A flicker of impatience crossed third Uncle Zhou's face. A trusted aide stepped forward and kicked Huang San to the ground. Third Master is questioning you. Have you gone dumb? Already in agony, Huang San's broken arm was jarred by the kick, sending cold sweat streaming down his face. He dared not utter a sound. His teeth chattering, he stammered out, We were just robbed. Ah. Before he could finish, the henchman delivered another kick. Tell the truth. Huang San let out a wretched scream. He looked up to meet Third Master Zhou's cold, ruthless gaze, and the terror made him spill everything without hesitation, not hiding a single detail. He recounted in stark detail how they had stolen Lin En's goods and sold them off, only for the owner to return, seek revenge, and demand compensation. Only after Huang San finished did the henchman glance at Third Master Zhou. Seeing no change in his expression, he delivered 2 more kicks to Huang San. The force sent him sprawling face first onto the ground. Spit! You bastard, daring to scheme in front of Third Master? Looks like you're tired of living. Another kick followed before the man returned to Master Zhou's side, seemingly satisfied. Huang San heard the footsteps recede and breathed a sigh of relief. Biting his lip, he began banging his head on the floor. Thump! 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 He banged his head repeatedly until his forehead turned bright red, looking utterly miserable. Third Master, it's my fault. I was foolish to speak nonsense in your presence. I was consumed by anger that Lin En dared to hurt me and my brother so cruelly. He crawled forward on his knees and pleaded, Third Master, I harbor no ill will. I simply couldn't swallow my pride. Lin En has already harmed us and taken our money, yet he still demands we pay him even more. Please, Third Master, stand up for us. We are members of the Zhao family gang after all. Lin En has gone too far. Third Master Zhou regarded Huang San with a cold, unmoved gaze. Only when he mentioned the Zhao family gang did a flicker of disdain cross his face. He is indeed becoming quite greedy. But as you said, he is an A-class professional. You must know that there aren't many A-class professionals in the entire slum. Huang San's eyes lit up at Zhou San's words. If he could say that, didn't it mean there was hope for revenge? Then he wouldn't have to repay the money either. He hurriedly interjected, Third Master, Lin En is merely a support type. Though I suspect the intel I got isn't entirely accurate, I don't think Lin En is particularly strong. If he were powerful, how could his own squad have kicked him out? Third Uncle raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at Huang San before him. What you say makes sense. Alright, I'll handle this matter for you in 3 days. You may go now. Huang San and his men were thrilled. After expressing their gratitude, they departed with visibly relieved expressions. One of Third Master Zhou's confidants approached him with a puzzled look. Third Master, we've always maintained a policy of non-interference with other professionals in the region. This time, it's clearly their own misguided actions. Is it really necessary? No. It is necessary. Zhou San abruptly cut off his aide. Under the other man's puzzled gaze, he continued, some practitioners in the region have caused quite a stir lately. Have you forgotten those few who refused to join us, started their own operation, and snatched our livelihood? The aide frowned. But what does that have to do with this Lin En? Oomph. Master Joe snorted coldly, tilting his head back slightly with an air of arrogance. Those fellows still have some use. It'd be a waste to sacrifice them as a warning. But this Lin En, he can be utilized. If we play our cards right, those defectors might actually bolster our operations. If they don't come over. Oomph, let them tremble for a few days. Leaning back in his chair, he added, and a level support? He's got little combat value. Go investigate the truth. You can't trust the information Huang San and the others are feeding us. His confidant still felt uneasy about the plan, but dared not contradict Third Master Zhou. He could only agree to investigate Lin En's situation. Lin En remained unaware that Huang San and the others had already reported him to higher-ups. He was now out with Blake looking for suitable housing. Returning to his old place meant sleeping on the floor, and buying furniture there seemed pointless, better to find a new home first and deal with furnishings later. This time, Lin En avoided the 12 Rats Alley area, where all the houses had similar layouts. He and Black aimed to find a larger place with a courtyard, preferably closer to Zhoushan district. When he took on missions before, he had the rest of the team to rely on, so he didn't have to worry too much. But things were different now. With Black in tow, he couldn't very well send Black to handle missions, could he? Besides, who would even bother with Black if he acted up? To avoid disrupting other matters while still frequently checking the mission hall, he needed a location near Zhoushan district. The slums didn't have a mission hall either. Transactions here were simply too unsafe, and the leadership felt there weren't enough forces to allocate here, so they hadn't set one up. After scouting several locations, Lin zeroed in on a slum with decent surroundings. Aside from environmental issues, it largely met his needs. Accompanied by Black, he sought out a nearby broker. Chapter 51, Renting a Place. Lin En followed the agent through 3 rental properties in the vicinity, each with its own merits and flaws. When they reached a small courtyard at the edge of the neighborhood, Lin's eyes lit up. The house wasn't old and was well maintained, with white walls and gray tiles, giving it a clean and tidy overall appearance. The house itself was compact, but the yard was spacious, perfect for Black to play in. The surrounding walls were intact, offering good privacy. The agent enthusiastically pitched the place. Young man, don't let the size fool you. It's a square layout with great natural light. Look at all the flowers and plants around it. The previous tenant took excellent care of it, and the landlord just gave it a fresh coat of paint. The price is very reasonable. Does this suit you? Lin En surveyed the surroundings, showing no sign of satisfaction as he began to pick apart the flaws without batting an eye. The house itself is decent, but look at the courtyard tiles, they're uneven. It'll probably flood when it rains. She took a few steps forward and added, these windows must be decades old. They're bound to let in drafts during winter. Even professionals can't stand the cold. The agent's smile remained unchanged, though she was nearly cursing under her breath. She looked young enough, yet she was such a handful. Well, every place has its issues, right? But if you're serious about renting, I can talk to the landlord. It all depends on whether you're satisfied with the place. Just as Lin En hesitated over whether to be more honest, footsteps approached outside the courtyard. The voices mingled with the footsteps sounded vaguely familiar. Oh my, Sister Wang, you're still here. How's the viewing going? If you haven't finalized it yet, would it be okay for my customer to take a look? Another auntie entered from outside the courtyard. She was rather thin and had a shrewd look about her. She asked the question without pausing her stride as she stepped into the courtyard. Lin En clearly saw Aunt Wang's expression darken for a moment when the slender woman spoke. Aunt Wang gave the newcomer a forced smile and said, of course it's fine. Go ahead and look. She took a deep breath and turned to Lin En. Young man, do you want to take another look? Lin En replied directly, I think this place is perfect. Could you ask the landlord if they'd be willing to offer a better price? If it works out, we'll sign the contract. I think this place is quite nice too. Lin En didn't even need to look up to know who was across from him. That voice was all too familiar. What a coincidence. He looked up, his expression instantly turning cold. It was Chen Lan, Liang Bin, and Wang Kai from the Windbreaker squad. Wang Kai pushed Liang Bin's wheelchair, while Chen Lan stood beside them. All three looked visibly drained, though their clothes had been changed and were now clean and tidy. It seemed they had returned to the apartment and come out again. Lin En couldn't help but feel puzzled, his gaze lingering on Wang Kai. This guy only had his arm broken, right? How come his legs are messed up now too? How had he ended up confined to a wheelchair? Lin En's gaze seemed a bit too direct, causing Liang Bin across from him to darken in expression. What are you staring at? Your legs, of course. Lin En spoke plainly, his words blunt and honest. Liang Bin immediately flew off the handle. I've never seen you in a wheelchair before, what's so interesting about that? Hearing Liang Bin's agitated tone, Lin En shrugged and spread his hands. True, I haven't seen you in a wheelchair before, especially. Lin En's gaze swept over his empty sleeve. I remember you broke your arm. Why are you in a wheelchair now? Liang Bin's face darkened. Chen Lan, standing nearby, stepped forward. Liang Bin sustained some spinal injuries and needs time to recover. Please refrain from making malicious assumptions. Lin En immediately raised his hand. Hey, that's malicious speculation right there. I haven't even said anything yet. Ignoring their reactions, Lin En turned to Aunt Wang. Auntie, let's go sign the contract. Aunt Wang's heart leapt with joy. She immediately broke into a smile and said, all right, let's. Hold on. I've also set my sights on this house. Suddenly, Liang Bin, who had been sitting quietly, spoke up. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to him. Liang Bin tilted his head back slightly and locked eyes with Lin En, his gaze brimming with defiance. Lin En shot Liang Bin a glance. Are you out of your mind? Don't you know about first come, first served? I spotted this place first, didn't you notice? What are you scrambling for? Don't you have a place to stay? Lin En took a few steps forward, sizing Liang Bin up from head to toe. Didn't earn many points on that Northern Territory mission? Not enough to buy much, huh? Well, I guess with your arm broken and all those injuries, you need a lot of money for treatment. Honestly, even if you could earn a fortune, it might not be enough for that arm. As he spoke, Lin En nodded to himself, seemingly convinced by his own reasoning. Not being able to afford an apartment in Joshan district is understandable. Lin En finished, then looked at Liang Bin with a half smile. Liang Bin's face turned from pale to crimson and back again, like a spilled palette of colors, quite a spectacle. Wang Kai shot Lin En a displeased glance. Lin En, don't go too far with your words. You. Lin En shot him a cold stare, and Wang Kai shut his mouth almost instinctively. Then, remembering what he'd done, his own expression instantly turned awkward. Chen Lan watched her two teammates and couldn't help but frown. Still, she turned to Liang Bin and said, since he got here first, if he wants this apartment, we should look at something else. Liang Bin blurted out almost instinctively, no way. I want this apartment. He hasn't signed a contract or paid anything. Why should it belong to him? Chen Lan frowned slightly, disapprovingly at Liang Bin. Wang Kai grabbed Chen Lan's arm as she was about to speak up. Liang Bin has a point. He hasn't paid anything, so it's only fair competition. Aunt Wang looked at the three young people in front of her and decided to step in to defend her client. Now, this isn't right. We've already finalized this apartment, so it belongs to my client. Aunt Wang finished speaking and turned to her colleague. Shaoli, you should take your clients to see other properties. There are only a few good options in this area, and they're all hot commodities. My client is about to sign the contract for this one. You don't need to waste time showing them this place anymore. You'd better hurry and look at the others before they're all gone. I saw Xiao Zhao bringing clients to view properties today too. Aunt Wang grabbed Lin En's arm and urged, come on, let's go sign the contract. Don't worry, I'll negotiate a better price with the landlord for you. I promise you won't lose out. The two immediately headed out of the courtyard. Stop right there. Chapter 52, The Slap. Liang Bin's loud shout startled Aunt Wang. Lin En, already accustomed to Liang Bin's temperament, paid him no mind. He lifted his foot to continue walking. Hey, Lin! Didn't you hear me calling you? Stop right there. I'm telling you, this house is mine now. I want it, and I'll pay more. Lin En was so infuriated he laughed. Oomph. She turned to face Liang Bin. You. Why do you always have to stir up trouble? I'm not even bothering to argue with you, yet you shamelessly push your way in. You lost your hand, but not your brain. Oh right, I forgot you never had one to begin with. Lin En pointed a finger at Liang Bin as he spoke. Stop messing with me. Keep butting heads with me, and don't blame me for getting physical. Liang Bin's face darkened, but upon hearing Lin En's words, he instead pushed his wheelchair forward a few inches. Hit me? You want to hit me? Come on then. I'll see how you do it. Lin, if you've got the guts, hit me right here. See this? Come on. Hit me. Liang Bin pointed at his own head. Lin En immediately took a few steps forward. These days, it was rare to find someone asking for a beating. Seeing Lin En actually advance, Chen Lan hurriedly reached out to shield Liang Bin. Lin En, what are you doing? Liang Bin is already injured. How can you possibly attack someone who's hurt? Can't you just talk things out? You should know that violence is strictly forbidden anywhere within the city walls. Lin En couldn't help but chuckle at this. It was true that combat between practitioners was forbidden within Jiangqing, but that prohibition applied only to using professional skills. And those rules were merely the surface-level regulations. What's more, they were in a civilian district. Street brawls were commonplace here. Seems like they didn't know much about this place before choosing to come here. Things were going to get interesting. Lin En shot them a cold glance. I'm not here to pick a fight with you lot. Don't push your luck. If you want to compete for everything, then go compete for quests. In your current state, who knows when you'll even be able to take on a quest? And you're arguing with me over money? You've sunk so low you're living here. You're on the decline, but I have choices. I chose to live here unlike you. Liang Bin, instead of wasting time haggling over prices with me, why not focus on saving up for a prosthetic arm? One-armed archers have it much tougher on missions. After all, you're an archer. Liang Bin's face darkened as he glared at Lin En with venom. Lin En, you damn bastard, you. Smack. Smack. Lin En lunged forward, sidestepping Chenlon, and landed 2 sharp slaps across Liang Bin's face. The sharp smacks startled everyone, plunging the area into sudden silence. The 2 agents finally realized their customer had a grudge. Both fell silent. Though they were competitors, they knew better than to meddle in their clients' personal feuds. Whether this deal went through was another matter entirely. They certainly didn't want to get themselves into trouble. After all, these individuals seemed capable of undertaking missions in the Northern Realm. They were clearly high-level professionals. They dared not provoke them. Lin En, you dare hit me. I hit you, I hit you. Do I need to pick a day for it? Wang Kai hurriedly pulled Liang Bin back, while Chenlon shoved Lin En away. Lin En, you actually hit me. Do you realize this violates? Smack! Before Chenlon could finish her sentence, Lin En lunged forward again. Before Wang Kai could push the wheelchair out of the way, Lin En's palm smacked across Liang Bin's face, sending his entire body reeling sideways. How dare you? Lin En shot Chenlon a sidelong glance. There's nothing I won't do. Don't try to impose your rules here. Chenlon, if you want to move to the slums, you should understand how things work around here. I hit him, and that's that. If you don't like it, go ahead and report me. Lin En shot a dismissive glance at the 3 of them before turning to leave. As he reached the doorway, he paused to add over his shoulder, I've rented this place. Please leave my property. If you're still here when I return, I'll consider it trespassing. Any altercation then falls squarely within the bounds of self-defense. I've inspected every blade of grass and tree in this courtyard, even noting their exact placement. If anything is out of place when I return, I will hold someone accountable. After all, some people aren't exactly clean-handed. Lin En shot a glance at Liang Bin before turning and walking away with An Wang, the real estate agent. Liang Bin's face flushed crimson with rage. Only after a long moment, when Lin En's footsteps had faded, did he erupt in fury. What the hell does that mean? What's he implying? That I'd steal from him? What could possibly be worth taking in this dump? Standing nearby, Auntie Lee, the real estate agent, rolled her eyes behind the trio's backs. He's implying you might damage every blade of grass and tree here. It's likely because you've done such things before. Why else would he bring it up specifically? Auntie Lee thought to herself, but dared not speak it aloud. Instead, she stepped forward with soothing words, calm down, calm down. This place really seems to have upset you all. Why don't we go look at some other properties now? Chenlon took a deep breath and said, alright, let's go see some other places. They had come to view this property because its proximity to Zhoushan district made it convenient. Truth be told, they were in a real hurry to find a place to rent. Now that they'd gotten so frustrated, they couldn't just walk away from renting here. After all, Liang Bin's financial situation didn't allow him to keep living in Zhoushan district. Liang Bin's circumstances weren't bad. His parents, who had lived with him years ago, hadn't returned from a mission and passed away. The property they left behind had been demolished in recent years. But demolition in Jiangcheng didn't make anyone rich overnight, especially since the area where Liang Bin's house stood wasn't particularly prime. He'd taken the compensation money and rented a place in the same neighborhood as Wang Kai and Chenlon, which wasn't exactly cheap. But his current situation didn't allow for such large expenditures, especially since he hadn't saved much money due to his previous lack of restraint. Now, to pay for his arm treatment, he had to cut costs wherever possible. Liang Bin didn't want to move too far from Zhoushan district, so this location was the best he could find. As for Wang Kai and Chenlon, they certainly wouldn't be living here themselves. They weren't financially strapped, they were just helping Liang Bin look at apartments since it was inconvenient for him to do it alone. Liang Bin understood his predicament. He took several deep breaths to force himself to calm down before looking at other properties. As he left, he shot a glance at the small courtyard now belonging to Lin En, his eyes filled with malice. Lin En couldn't care less about Liang Bin's ulterior motives. That petty-minded man would find ways to target him anywhere. Now, clutching his freshly signed lease agreement, Lin En was heading toward the courtyard with Blake. Chapter 53, Missed Opportunity. As Lin En led Black into the courtyard, the dog immediately began bounding joyfully around the yard. Woof woof woof. Black barked loudly, and occasional responses echoed from several nearby yards. At the sound, Black's barking grew even more jubilant. Lin closed the pinewood gate, letting Black run wild in the small courtyard. He began to carefully examine the small courtyard. It wasn't large, but overall it was clean and tidy. The bricks underfoot weren't perfectly compacted, yet they were neatly laid with no missing pieces. He wondered if the landlord had recently refurbished it or if the previous tenant had simply kept it well maintained. A few stubborn blades of grass sprouted stubbornly from the cracks between the bricks. His gaze swept over to the grape arbor on the western side of the yard. It was now completely covered in lush green vines, looking ready to bear fruit in just a little while. Lin stepped closer to examine them. The vines were thriving, clearly not the result of randomly scattered seeds sprouting on their own, but rather the product of careful cultivation. This couldn't have been planted by the landlord, it must have been left behind by the previous tenant. That previous tenant must have been a support-type profession. Probably something related to agriculture. Lin lingered only briefly by the trellis before shifting his gaze to the 3 south-facing rooms. He had already inspected the house's overall structure thoroughly and found no issues. The roof drainage was well maintained. Entering the house led directly into the living room. Behind it lay a semi-open tea room and kitchen. To the right was a large bedroom and bathroom, while the left side housed a study and a storage room. The dining area was positioned near the study on the left. Before Lin could look inside, Black had already dashed in, excitedly surveying his new territory. "All right, Black, come here." Black obediently dashed to Lin's feet. Lin gathered dewdrops in her palm and offered them to Black. He swallowed it in one gulp, his eyes brimming with contentment. "Black, you stay home and guard the place. I'll go buy some things we need and be back soon, okay?" Lin said, ruffling Black's large head. Black was becoming increasingly human-like. There were few times when he didn't understand what she said. The more she observed Black's transformation, the more Lin felt her previous dewdrops had been wasted. Shaking his head, he dismissed those thoughts from his mind. It was all in the past now. They were in a rather bleak situation, so why dwell on it? But the moment she thought of Liang Bin, her eyes darkened involuntarily. According to his original plan, that bastard should have been dead. What a pity. He'd been lucky this time. If they crossed paths again on a mission. A faint gleam of darkness flashed in Lin's eyes. He quickly regained his composure, patted Black's large head, casually set down his luggage, and headed toward the supermarket in Joshan District. Lin was headed to a large warehouse-style supermarket in Joshan District. He needed quite a few things, and if he bought a lot, they could arrange delivery, which was incredibly convenient for him. After a thorough shopping spree, Lin had already filled 2 carts. Scanning his purchases, he realized his home was completely empty. He needed to buy new bedding and tableware for both himself and Black. Once he felt he had everything, Lin checked out and arranged for delivery with the supermarket staff. After settling everything, Lin pushed his cart back toward the food section, intending to grab some extra snacks to take home. After all, he'd just returned from the North region. Black deserved a special meal. As he pushed the cart past the refrigerated section, he abruptly stopped. He turned his head slightly toward a figure beyond several rows of shelves. It was a girl wearing a pink hooded dress, her long ponytail gathered at the nape of her neck. Zuyiya? Not entirely sure, Lin craned his neck to look again. In that instant, the figure turned and slipped out of Lin's sight. Seeing this, Lin quickly grabbed a few items she needed and hurried after her. But after passing just a few rows of shelves, the figure was already nowhere to be seen. Lin scratched his head, feeling a bit confused. Had she seen wrong? After walking a bit further, Lin still couldn't spot that familiar figure. Guess I really did see wrong. Lin sighed. After all, he'd only met Joel once. Maybe it was just his imagination earlier. He turned to head toward the checkout. He had finished shopping, and Blake was probably getting impatient waiting at home. Just as Lin turned to leave, the girl in the pink hooded dress suddenly emerged from behind a shelf. Her entire body trembled as she stared at the retreating figure ahead. Lin, the person who saved her in the Metland Ghost Forest. Zuyiya's eyes brimmed with surprise. She lifted her foot to step forward. Yao, where are you going? The boy beside Zuyiya watched her leave and immediately called out. Zuyiya hurriedly turned back. Brother, I saw the person who saved me. He was just. As she spoke, Zuyiya turned to look ahead, but the familiar figure had already vanished. Zuyiya couldn't wait to speak any longer. She hurriedly rushed forward to chase after him. Around the corner, the sound had vanished. Strangers bustled past her in all directions. She stood rooted to the spot, looking around in confusion. But the familiar figure was nowhere to be seen. Zuyiya's brother had caught up to her. Where is she? Zuyiya looked at her brother with a hint of frustration. I didn't see anyone. Zuyiya's brother gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders. I think you're still shaken from the scare in the Metland Ghost Forest. You must have seen wrong. I wasn't scared at all. I really. Alright. Let's go buy your favorite treats. You just saw things wrong. Nothing happens that coincidentally like you just happened to run into them. Zuyiya bit her lip upon hearing this, realizing her brother had a point. Jianchang was so vast, and she didn't even know which district Lin lived in. Even when she went to the North Domain this morning to look for people returning, it was so noisy she hadn't seen anyone. Zuyiya sighed, feeling a pang of reluctance. He was her savior. She absolutely had to find him and properly thank him. Things had been too rushed before. Lin had no idea they'd actually crossed paths in the same supermarket. He simply assumed he'd misjudged the situation, though his mind lingered on the matter of the spatial button. It seemed he'd have to go exchange for a spatial button soon, lest he actually encounter Zuyiya later and be unable to return it to her. Lin pondered this all the way home. As soon as he pushed open the door, Black rushed over. Woof. All thoughts vanished from Lin's mind. You know I bought treats, don't you, you rascal? Woof. Black circled around Lin, barking excitedly. Chapter 54, Collecting Debts. 2 Rats Alley. Lin stood at the alley entrance, not yet stepping inside, when he saw several people gathered outside Huang San's door. Even the alley entrance was occupied by two shady-looking characters. Lin raised an eyebrow slightly. Looks like this visit won't be pleasant. For the past 3 days, Lin hadn't gone anywhere. He tidied up his home, organized the items brought back from the Northern Realm, and practiced his new skills. The guild's points wouldn't be announced for a while yet, and there were still some things he needed to handle at the guild himself. Even the spatial button required a visit to the guild's designated location. Lin felt no urgency. He could visit the guild later once the points were distributed. For now, he had another matter to attend to. He still needed to collect the money from Huang San. Lin knew from the start that Huang San had someone backing him. The slums were a melting pot of all sorts of people, home to several small gangs. But outside the slums, their reputations didn't hold much weight. In truth, even near the outskirts bordering the slums, their reputation held little sway. Take the place where Lin lives now, for instance. Many people there have their own squads and aren't exactly without some background. For such individuals, unless conflicts arise, gangs often turn a blind eye. Lin walked over with an expression as calm as ever, completely unfazed by the hostile stares around him. Huang San's door stood wide open. He only glanced inside briefly. Inside and out, there were about 10 people. Each one looked like a menacing thug, clearly not someone to mess with. Lin showed no fear, stepping inside without hesitation. Halt! Who are you? Hey, kid, can't you see us standing here? 2 men immediately blocked his path at the doorway. One of them spoke while reaching out to shove Lin. Smack! Lin swung his arm, sending the man stumbling backward. Thud! He slammed into the wall behind him, his face contorting in pain for a split second. Seeing the fight break out, the surrounding crowd instantly swarmed in. Kid, you looking for trouble, huh? Damn it, you hit our brother? You wanna get yourself killed. What are you guys waiting for? Take him down. With that, several men advanced toward Lin, clubs and sticks already in hand. Lin gave them a cold, indifferent glance. Did Huang San send you all? Mind your own business. Smack! Lin delivered a sharp slap that sent the man crashing to the ground, knocking over 2 others in the process. The other thugs watched the scene unfold, their eyes widening in disbelief. Does this guy have no fear whatsoever? After all this time in the slums, they'd never encountered such a tough nut to crack. The men exchanged glances and wasted no time. Go! One of them roared, and instantly, the entire group charged forward. Lin kicked the frontmost man flying with a single swift motion. Ah! Thud! The man flew into the small courtyard, crashing straight into the house. Seeing someone actually fly into the house, those still charging forward froze in shock. This had alerted the occupants inside. Should they advance or not? Just as everyone hesitated, a man with a kind expression emerged from the house. Hold your horses. By the time he spoke, he had already reached the doorway. He shot a displeased glance around at the crowd. Didn't I tell you to wait outside for the guest? How could you all be so rude? Fighting with the guest? This is truly unacceptable. He then turned to Lin with a smile. My apologies, Mr. Lin. I'm afraid you witnessed quite a spectacle. Where's Huang San? Lin saw no need for subtlety with the man before him and asked directly. The man tugged at the corner of his mouth. Huang San is inside. Please. He gestured toward the courtyard and stepped aside to make room. Lin paid him no mind whatsoever, striding purposefully inside. The moment he stepped inside the house, Lin couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap!" The stench hit him like a punch, nearly knocking him off balance. He almost stumbled backward, ready to bolt. The air was thick with the sour, rancid stench of cheap tobacco mixed with sweat. Several arrogant-looking men sat on chairs inside the room. The one in charge was staring straight at him. Lin's gaze merely flicked over him briefly before settling on Huang San, who was cowering in the corner. Huang San, pay up! The room fell silent for a moment. Even Huang San himself stared wide-eyed at Lin. He hadn't expected that with so many people in the room, and himself standing in the corner, Lin would notice him first. Could it be that he hadn't seen the others in the room? Huang San glanced at Lin, then turned to the man seated at the head of the table. Third master, that's Lin. Look at his attitude. With all of us here, he still dares to be so arrogant. He's clearly showing you no respect. He shot a defiant glance at Lin. Third Master Zhou slowly exhaled a smoke ring, his eyelids drooping in apparent calm, yet a hint of ruthlessness lurked beneath his gaze. He glanced at Lin, his tone languid. Young man, no need to be so hasty. I've heard a bit about your situation. His cigarette-clutching hand tapped toward Lin. Well, you had your stuff stolen. Wanting some money back is only natural. He gestured toward Huang San and the familiar faces behind him. They got hurt by you too. Medical bills, nutritional supplements, lost wages, it all adds up. You already took a hefty sum last time. As far as I'm concerned, we're even on this one. Third Uncle Zhou spoke as if to himself, paying no heed to Lin's expression. Even Huang-san beside him flinched, staring at Zhou Sanyi in disbelief. Clearly, he hadn't been privy to this arrangement either. Third Master. Huang-san started to speak, but a sharp glance from Zhou Sanyi made him immediately lower his head, not daring to utter another word. Zhou Sanyi stubbed out his cigarette, leaned forward slightly, and spoke in a tone laced with condescension. "Young man, I hear you're an A-class support-type practitioner with a bright future. Seems the team that kicked you out didn't have much foresight." A confident smile spread across his face as he continued, "I'm different. I'm the best judge of character around. I see great potential in you. I'm giving you a chance, come work for me from now on. Around these parts, you've probably heard some stories about me. Even though you had a falling out with my men before, once you're working under me, all past grievances are wiped clean. With Third Master protecting you, your treatment won't be any worse than what you had before." His words sounded reasonable, offering Lin En a way out, except there was no real choice. It was a scheme designed to leave Lin En empty-handed while forcing him into lifelong servitude. He'd actually voiced a plan that would cost him both his wife and his army. Chapter 55 Insolence. Huang-san listened to Third Master Zhou's words, his eyes flashing with resentment and anger before finally settling into calm. Seeing that Lin En hadn't responded even after Zhou Sanyi finished speaking, Huang-san's eyes darted about. He lifted his head to look at Lin En and took a few steps forward. He looked down his nose at Lin En, his expression radiating the confidence of someone backed by immense power. "Lin En, Third Master spoke to you. Didn't you hear? What are you playing dead for?" Huang-san's face wore a smug grin, his words practically spitting venom. "Third Master is doing you a favor by letting you join the gang. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. I'll overlook what happened before for Third Master's sake. But from now on, you'd better behave yourself in the gang. Learn to be more obedient, you." Smack! A sharp slap abruptly cut off Huang-san's loud, smug rant. The sudden, vicious blow sent him spinning in a circle. His cheek rapidly swelled visibly, the corner of his mouth split open, and blood trickled from the wound. Huang-san touched his face in disbelief. Ouch! The pain made him suck in a sharp breath, finally snapping him back to reality. He'd been hit. And he'd been struck right in front of Third Master Zhou. He looked up at Lin En in utter disbelief. "How dare you!" Smack! The moment Huang-san finished speaking, Lin En delivered another slap, landing precisely on his other cheek. Thud! Huang-san spun around again from the blow, this time losing his balance completely and crashing to the ground. His vision blurred with stars, his ears rang, and he spat out 2 teeth mixed with blood. Everyone froze in shock, including Third Master Zhou. The leisurely expression on his face instantly gave way to fury, a sense of outrage coursing through his entire being. "How dare you!" Master Zhou slammed his hand on the chair back and roared. A pair of cold, ruthless eyes fixed intently on Lin En. Lin En merely glanced at Uncle Zhou before averting his gaze. "Huang-san, pay up." As he spoke, Lin En flexed his wrist. Slowly, he added, "Pay up or pay with your life. You have 10 breaths to decide." Huang-san lay prostrate on the ground, his eyes wide with shock. It took him a long moment to open his swollen mouth. "Third Master. Third Master. Look how brazen he is. Look what he did to me. He clearly doesn't respect you or our Zhao family gang. He's showing no regard for your authority. You. Shut up." Third Master Zhou's cold snort sent a chill through Huang-san, silencing him instantly. Master Zhou's gaze shifted to Lin En, his expression dark and ruthless. "Young man, I'm giving you a chance. Don't take it for granted. This is the slums. The ground you stand on is under the Zhao family gang's control." Lin En took a step forward. Crash! In an instant, he flipped the table before him. The table flew toward Uncle Zhou-san. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone else in the room. Third Uncle Zhou's men immediately stepped in to block it. Crash! "You've been given a chance, but you refuse to take it." The table crashed to the floor, shattering into pieces, accompanied by Third Uncle Zhou's furious shout. Zhou Sanyi had already risen to his feet, his eyes fixed on Lin En with a dark, vicious glare, his face grim. Lin En chuckled lightly, sneering, "Can't take it anymore? I thought you were a turtle, capable of hiding your head. Refuse the wine, drink the punishment. Get him." With a furious roar, the burly men surrounding them swarmed forward. Their faces twisted with savage intent as they lunged at Lin En like ravenous wolves. The first thug swung his fist, as big as a sandbag, whistling through the air as it aimed straight for Lin En's face. Lin En's eyes flashed like blades. Instead of retreating, he sidestepped forward, evading the punch while his left hand shot out. Instantly seizing the man's wrist, he twisted it downward with brutal force. Snap! A distinct cracking sound echoed. Ah! The burly man let out a piercing scream as a tremendous force sent him tumbling forward. Without pausing, Lin's right leg swept out like the wind, striking the side of the knee of the second attacker, closing in with pinpoint accuracy. Snap! Ah! The sound of cracking bones echoed alongside the agonized scream. Another man went down. The third attacker charged forward, wielding a steel pipe, aiming a downward swing at Lin En's nape. Lin En crouched low and spun, delivering a vicious elbow strike straight to the opponent's ribs. Ugh! Veins bulged on the third man's neck. Before he could even cry out in pain, he collapsed straight to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the first 3 attackers had been rendered incapacitated. The remaining 2, witnessing Linen's combat prowess, hesitated, too intimidated to advance further. The man before them was clearly a professional fighter. He hadn't even used any class skills yet, but his strikes were utterly unpredictable. Linen stood rooted to the spot, his breathing steady, as if he'd merely gone through the motions. The room fell silent except for the sound of heavy breathing. It seems your men can't fulfill your expectations. Third Uncle Joe's eyes bulged as he glared intently at Lin. No wonder he's so brazen, he truly is no ordinary man. As he spoke, Joe-san raised his hand. 2 figures emerged from the shadows behind him. Both possessed unusually imposing builds, their muscles bulging beneath combat suits distinct from the others. The suits strained against their frames as if on the verge of tearing. The man on the left bore a faint golden sheen on his exposed arms. His eyes locked onto Lin as he clenched his fists, raising them to meet the challenge. Boom! 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 A dull, metallic clang echoed through the air. Lin raised an eyebrow slightly, inwardly impressed. This must be a type of enhanced physique similar to Wang Kai's. Currently, the changes were visible on his arms, but he wondered where else on the body could be enhanced and what the strength levels might be. He had secretly simulated Wang Kai's strength levels during private training sessions in the practice room. His own enhanced physique could withstand several blows. Wang Kai was rated S-class, but what about this man before him? The man on the left appeared less bulky than his companion, yet his limbs were long and lean, his muscles flowing with grace. His eyes, sharp as a cheetah's, gleamed with intense focus. His body leaned forward slightly, his toes gripping the ground with a tension distinct from the others. He radiated a readiness to pounce on prey at any moment. This was likely a speed-type warrior, also classified as a fighter. Compared to strength-based warriors, however, this type was far less popular. They were more akin to assassins capable of swift, decisive strikes but severely lacking in defense, requiring constant attention from support classes. Unless their awakened class attributes were exceptionally high, such fighters rarely served as main combatants in skilled squads. Chapter 56, 1 against 2. Lin observed the 2 figures flanking Third Uncle Joe and couldn't help but take them more seriously. The fact that the Zhao family gang had dispatched 2 professionals meant they clearly took him seriously. The only question was their class levels. Frankly, if they were merely flashy on the surface, he could easily handle them without even using his own class skills. His Life Tree skill inherently enhanced his abilities, and years of rigorous training had honed his reflexes and strength to a point where he could often hold his own against practitioners below a rank. But if they were truly a rank, 2 individuals of that caliber could easily form their own squad. There's no need for them to stay in the slums serving the Zhao family gang, where most members are extremely low level. It's not beneficial for their professional skill development. Uncle Joe watched Lin and looked them straight in the eye, a satisfied expression spreading across his face as he settled back into his seat. Oomph. Kid, don't you dare think you're so special you can fly to the heavens. This world is full of capable people. Do you really believe we can't handle you here in the slums? He tapped his finger at the 2 who had stepped forward. Both of them are warriors. Don't let their lower ranks fool you. Even as an A-rank support class, you won't stand a chance against their combined attacks. I advise you to recognize your limitations sooner rather than later. Third Uncle Joe spoke with satisfaction, a hint of amusement creeping into his expression. Lin chuckled lightly. You think just because their class roles differ, they can surpass me? Or do you believe 2 can overcome 1? A flicker of displeasure crossed Uncle Joe's face at Lin's words. You won't believe it until you see it. His gaze swept over the 2 men. Shi Zhuang, Shuingo. Give him a wake-up call. The moment the words left his mouth, Shuing on his right flashed a savage grin at Lin and darted forward like a ghostly apparition. In the blink of an eye, he was beside Lin, a piercing whistle tearing through the air as he struck for Lin's arm. The speed was extraordinary, easily 3 times faster than a normal person's. Lin showed no fear. He adjusted his breathing slightly, shifting his body to the side just in time to dodge Chu Ying's dagger. The blade slid down the line of his arm, failing to even graze his sleeve. Shuing looked up in surprise, meeting Lin's eyes, which held a faint smile. A warning bell instantly sounded in his mind. Horrified, he prepared to retreat. In the blink of an eye, Lin's right hand shot out like lightning. His fingers formed a claw, snapping precisely around Chu Ying's wrist, ready to lock him down. Shuing reacted with lightning speed, instantly twisting his body as one leg swept toward Lin's lower body. His counterattack was so swift it left an afterimage. Lin swiftly withdrew his hand and retreated, temporarily avoiding the sharp edge. The instant Lin retreated, a powerful gust of wind swept in from behind, targeting his lower back. Lin's pupils contracted sharply. It was Shi Zhuang. Shi Zhuang charged forward like a tank, his heavy footsteps pounding the ground. A single, simple punch was aimed squarely at Lin's back. Before the fist even arrived, the oppressive wind pressure hit first. Now he was caught in a pincer attack. A cold gleam flashed in Lin's eyes, yet his face betrayed no panic in the face of such a deadly situation. His toes erupted with explosive force, propelling his body upward as if weightless. A single leap in the air allowed him to evade both attacks entirely. As Lin En dodged out of the way, Qi Zhuang and Chu Ying locked eyes instantly. Their gazes swept over Lin En, exchanged a glance, and swiftly adjusted their plan, preparing to launch the second wave of attack. Lin En had been waiting for this very moment. Even mid-air, with no leverage to draw upon, the power within him erupted instantly. His body executed a bizarre twist in mid-air that defied the laws of physics. Like a dragon flipping mid-air, he forcibly altered his falling trajectory. Head down, feet up, both palms shot out with fierce force, slamming toward the two men's heads. Oomph! A mere insect shaking a tree. Qi Zhuang snorted coldly with disdain, making no attempt to dodge. His forehead rapidly began to glow with a metallic sheen. Clang! The sound, like a bell being struck, sent a numbing shock through Lin En's arm. The recoil force made his body stagger. Chu Ying flickered, swiftly evading Lin En's attack. She swung a claw backward, aiming straight for his midsection. Damn it! Shameless bastard! Lin En cursed inwardly, using the force to execute a backflip and land steadily. Shaking his slightly numb arm, he raised an eyebrow at Qi Zhuang. This man's defense was impressive. While not an absolute barrier, its hardness was beyond what ordinary flesh could withstand. His gaze swept over Qi Zhuang's forehead, which glowed with a golden light, then shifted to his arm. The golden light had indeed vanished. It seemed this muscular reinforcement was adjustable. While the hardness was manageable for him, breaking through it would be challenging, especially with Chu Ying standing by, in the same state as now. One-on-one, breaking through Qi Zhuang's attack would be a breeze. Qi Zhuang's abilities were likely around B-tier, and his movements were undeniably slow. In comparison, S-tier Wang Kai possessed stronger petrified arms, and his speed remained unaffected. As for Chu Ying, his strength falls far short. His speed is merely adequate from my perspective, it's nowhere near fast enough to catch me off guard. I'd estimate him at C+. No wonder they needed to work together. Their combination could easily deliver a tier attacks, one with formidable defensive strength, the other with agile, troublesome speed. They complemented each other perfectly, leaving far fewer openings. But if separated, they'd be easy targets to pick off one by one. Their class attributes both fit the warrior role, yet they'd struggle to become full-fledged team members. After all, why waste a roster spot on two individuals when one could handle the same combat load? No wonder they're stuck in the slums. With their circumstances, they'll likely remain squires indefinitely. Even when they do join parties, those groups are low-level, and they dare not touch high-tier quests. Just as I thought a support class. Your attacks feel like you're tickling me. Qi Zhuang slapped his forehead, grinning with mocking disdain. Chu Ying's dagger spun relentlessly, occasionally landing a blow on Lin En. Even though they hadn't landed a single hit on Lin En, they still felt he had nowhere to run. I advise you to just admit defeat. Kneel down and kowtow to Third Master to apologize. He might even give you a chance to redeem yourself. Stop this futile struggle, you stand no chance against us. Surrender now and spare yourself the pain. Lin En drew a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the pair before suddenly letting out a light chuckle. Arrogant. Chapter 57, Courting Death. Lin En's figure suddenly shifted. He appeared to charge toward the iron wall, yet abruptly changed course midway, targeting Chu Ying directly. A cold smile touched Chu Ying's lips. Thought you had some trick up your sleeve. Nothing special after all. Her figure flickered violently, blurring into an instant, vanishing swiftly from Lin En's sight just as before. This time, however, Lin En instantly locked onto Chu Ying's rapidly shifting movement patterns. As Chu Ying circled behind him, preparing to taunt him, Lin En's fist struck first, sealing off Chu Ying's escape route. Chu Ying stumbled back in surprise. You. Thud. Before Chu Ying could finish his sentence, Lin En's fist sent him flying backward. Though Chu Ying's physique was no slouch, his strength still paled in comparison to Lin En's. Strike while the iron is hot. Before anyone could react, Lin En swiftly seized Chu Ying's ankle with pinpoint precision. You're too slow. Lin En barked coldly, using his arms to slam Chu Ying directly into the wall. Thud. Rumble. The moment Chu Ying's body slammed into the wall, the section caved in, trapping him completely inside. He didn't even have time to utter a scream. Third Uncle Zhou's eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, Qi Zhuang roared and charged forward. I'll kill you. Lin En glanced at Qi Zhuang's arm, which glowed with a golden light, and chuckled softly. You're courting death. With those words, Lin En vanished from his spot in an instant. Qi Zhuang looked around in confusion, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Snap. Lin En's voice suddenly appeared beside Qi Zhuang as he kicked out at the man's knee. Ow. Thud. Qi Zhuang let out a piercing scream as his massive frame crashed straight to the ground. Strike while the iron is hot. Lin En darted forward, grabbed Qi Zhuang's head, and slammed it hard against the ground 3 times in quick succession. Thud. 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 The sound of cracking bones mingled with spattering blood. Qi Zhuang didn't even have time to scream before he breathed his last. On the other side, Chu Ying had just been pulled free when Qi Zhuang breathed his last. Third Uncle Zhou stared at Lin En with eyes brimming with caution. You. Buzz buzz buzz. Before Third Master Zhou could finish his sentence, the space behind him rapidly tore open. A blade shot out, appearing behind him and pressing directly against Third Master Zhou's throat. Zhou San's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Yet he dared not move an inch, frozen stiff in place. Not only did Third Master Zhou freeze, but every single person in the room froze as well. What else have you got up your sleeve? Lin En regarded Zhou Sanni with a faint, mocking smile, his expression carrying a hint of nonchalance. There was no trace of the battle he had just endured. Zhou San's face darkened, but he dared not move. He drew a deep breath and demanded, Lin En, are you declaring war on the Zhao family gang? Do you speak for the entire Zhao family gang? Lin En countered casually. Master Zhou's face shifted like an overturned palette, shifting colors for a moment before he finally spoke. You've been expelled from your squad. Who would dare take you in? How well do you think you'll fare? Join our Zhao family gang instead. You'll never lack for resources. Oomph. Lin En scoffed. The Zhao family gang? It certainly has a reputation, but would you dare step outside the slums waving that banner? Lin En's words instantly silenced Third Uncle Zhou, leaving him speechless. The slums were vast, they couldn't fully control it, let alone venture beyond its borders. Master Zhou glanced sideways at the blade pressed against his throat, drew a deep breath, and managed to hold his tongue. Young man, since you refuse to join the Zhao family gang, so be it. Let's consider today a case of no fight, no friendship, we become acquaintances. Perhaps in the future. Splash. Before Uncle Zhou could finish his sentence, the cold blade plunged into his neck. Blood spurted forth instantly. Zhou San's eyes widened in utter disbelief. You. Zhou Sanni couldn't utter another word before collapsing stiffly to the ground. Third Master. Several henchmen nearby cried out in alarm, yet they stood rooted to the spot. Not one dared approach, terrified that provoking this killing machine might draw his wrath upon them too. Lin En's icy gaze swept past Third Master Zhou's body, fixing directly on Huang San, who now lay limp on the ground, his face drained of color. Huang San couldn't help but tremble all over. He never imagined things would turn out like this. The Third Master, who had once towered above him, someone he dared not even look at directly, had now become nothing more than a body slowly losing its warmth. Those wide, staring eyes were fixed on him. And beside him lay two other professionals, their eyes still wide open in death. Their awakened abilities were the most formidable he had ever encountered. No. Not anymore. Lin En was the most ruthless professional he had ever encountered. Those two men had been as fragile as paper in front of Lin En, beaten to death without him even needing to use his psychic powers. Third Uncle Zhou was instantly killed without even a trace of his spiritual energy escaping. Just recalling that blade that tore through space sent a chill down Huang San's spine. If Lin En could kill Third Master Zhou of the Zhao family gang on a whim, what did he think of Huang San? And he had actually dared to rob his family's home. He must be out of his mind. How could he have done it? Huang San was filled with regret, wishing he could go back a few days and beat the hell out of the version of himself who decided to rob Lin En's house. Pay back the money. Lin En's emotionless voice rang out. Huang San snapped his head up, locking eyes with Lin En. In that instant, Huang San felt as if a venomous snake had fixed its gaze upon him, and the fear of death enveloped him. I'll pay. I'll pay. He scrambled to pull out every last coin from his pockets, then frantically lunged toward the others. His voice cracked with tears as he bellowed, Money! Give me the money! Quick, give me the money! No one dared refuse Huang San. Now Lin En was watching closely, demanding payment. The guy wouldn't leave without his money, and they certainly didn't want to end up like Old Man Zhou. Scraping together what they could, Huang San soon gathered the full sum. He neatly stacked the bills and handed them over to Lin En. Lin En, here's your money back. Please take it. Before, I didn't recognize your worth. I beg your mercy. A gentleman forgives a petty man's transgressions. Lin En glanced at the stack of cash, not a single note was missing. He reached out, took it, stuffed it into his pocket, and turned to leave. Lin En couldn't be bothered to exchange a single word with the people before him. Killing Third Master Zhou had already been a slap in the face to the Zhao family gang. Whether they would seek reconciliation or exact brutal revenge was beyond his concern. Either way, he didn't care. As for Huang San and the others, they weren't worth his attention. Chapter 58, Despair. Thud. Huang San watched Lin En's figure recede until he vanished from sight before collapsing to the ground. His entire body went limp like a pile of mud, his eyes hollow and vacant. Lin En was gone, and both Third Master and the two other professionals were dead. The Zhao family gang's higher-ups would surely investigate. As the instigator, did he even have a chance to survive? Overwhelming terror gripped Huang San, nearly choking off his breath. Unlike Huang San's collapse, a trusted lieutenant named Zhao Yiza brought by Third Master Zhou, though he had watched Lin En with extreme vigilance earlier, showed no sign of grief or sorrow now. What are you all standing around for? Zhao Yiza's deep voice barked out the order, his initial reaction marked by cold composure. His gaze swept over the bodies of Third Master Zhou and the two professionals lying on the ground, his eyes cold and unruffled, as if observing something utterly insignificant. Clean up and carry them away. At Zhao Yi's command, several well-trained individuals immediately stepped forward. They swiftly gathered the 3 bodies and carried them away. The entire process was quiet and rapid, executed with practiced efficiency as if they'd done it countless times before, without a single hesitation. Huang San was jolted awake by Zhao Yi's voice, suddenly finding his anchor. He scrambled over, throwing himself at Zhao Yi's feet and wrapping his arms around the man's calf. Brother Zhao, I had no idea Lin En was this formidable. I never expected. Ah. Thud. Huang San's words were cut short as Zhao Yi kicked him away. Zhao Yi shot Huang San a look of disgust. Get lost. Zhao Yi growled lowly and turned to leave. Huang San was sent flying northward, crashing to the ground. Curled up in pain like a shrimp, he could only watch helplessly as Zhao Yi and the others departed. Soon, the room was left with only Huang San and his 3 former brothers. Brother Huang, what should we do? Yeah, you were the one who started this whole thing. Brother Huang. Get out. All of you, get out. Now. Huang San was on the verge of breaking down. He bellowed, his eyes fixed on the 3 men with fierce intensity. Seeing Huang San like this, the 3 realized he was no help and left immediately. Huang San collapsed onto the floor. The room fell silent, the lingering scent of blood still thick in the air. He was utterly consumed by despair. His petty mistake had drawn the wrath of the Zhao family gang and Lin and powerful professionals, leading to a violent clash that resulted in casualties. He was finished. Regardless of how Lin En and the Zhao family gang interacted in the future, he wouldn't come out unscathed. Huang San lay motionless on the floor, staring blankly ahead. Lin En organized the items stored in his spatial ring, removing most of them. The contents inside were neatly packed. That way, if he ran into Zhuoyao, returning the spatial ring to her wouldn't be too much of a hassle. Lin En sorted the remaining items into bundles, slinging everything that fit into his backpack over his shoulders. The lightning flame mantis wings were the only item that couldn't be stored alongside the others. Even though he wrapped it in cloth, some parts remained exposed, making it easily noticeable. But Lin En didn't mind. His entire purpose for this trip was to handle these items, so carrying them was perfectly normal. If he encountered someone interested along the way who could offer a higher bounty than the guild quest board, he'd strike it rich. Then he could snatch up the spatial ring right away. Lin patted Black's head. Let's go. We're heading out. If we have time, I'll take you to register your team. Black could understand simple conversations and commands. While he didn't grasp the complexities of what Lin was saying, one thing was crystal clear: his master was taking him out for an adventure. Black dashed ahead excitedly to the courtyard gate, his big eyes sparkling as he stared at Lin. His eyes overflowed with excitement and anticipation for the adventure ahead. Seeing Black's excited state, Lin couldn't help but smile as he hurried to catch up. Man and dog traversed the slums, arriving at Zhoushan district. They navigated the bustling streets, heading toward the Awakened Guild building. The closer they got to the Awakened Guild, the more professionals they encountered. Many professionals, like Lin, carried items in their hands. Every day, many ventured out on quests, returned to submit them, and exchanged their loot for items they needed. The Awakened Guild building housed numerous facilities, bustling with constant foot traffic. The guild building in Zhoushan district was not the same one where Lin and his companions had gathered before heading to the Northern Realm. That was the headquarters, while the one in Zhoushan was merely one of its branches. Most of the facilities, however, were quite similar. Lin held the lightning flame mantis wings in his hand. Though only a small edge was visible, it still caught the attention of those with keen eyes. Even that small glimpse revealed its exceptional quality, the exposed section radiating a blue, flowing glow. Lin En paid no heed to the envious, greedy, or curious stares drawn to him. The lightning flame mantis wing was a notoriously difficult material to obtain. Securing a complete mantis wing was already challenging enough, let alone a mutated one. Its price was astronomical. Attracting attention was only natural. Lin's expression remained calm as he ignored the stares, striding directly toward the imposing entrance of the guild building. Hey, hold on. As Lin approached the building, he was intercepted by a man. The man wore an outfit reminiscent of a Western cowboy. Lin's gaze swept over the leather vest, and upon closer inspection, it was clear the vest had been modified from second-hand combat gear. Several defensive accessories adorned his body. The young man adjusted his cowboy hat and offered Lin En a polite smile. Bro, is that a lightning flame mantis wing? Lin En took a step back, creating distance between himself and the man. What's up? Instead of answering directly, Lin En countered with a question of his own. The other party paid no mind to Lin En's aloofness, instead staring intently at the exposed portion of the mantis wing in Lin En's hand, eyes burning with eagerness. Just from this corner, you can tell it's top-notch material. Judging by how neatly you've packaged it, the specimen must be exceptionally intact. This is a rare gem. Lin En raised an eyebrow slightly, watching the other person as he waited for them to continue. Noticing the shift in Lin En's expression, the man's smile broadened. Lowering his voice, he whispered, "Brother, I'm seriously interested in this top-quality specimen. How about selling it to me?" He moved 2 steps closer to Lin En, his voice growing even quieter. I know you're heading to submit that mutant mantis wing quest, but someone already submitted it last week. The quest's been taken down. Chapter 59, Bounty ended. Lin's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the man. Removed? Seeing Lin's agitation, the man hurriedly soothed him. Calm down, calm down. Why get so worked up? Would I lie to you about this? You can see for yourself it was submitted just a few days ago. They said it came from the east and took a lot of effort to get. Lin's expression darkened. Obtained from the east a week early. This meant rushing straight to the guild after returning from the north was pointless. Lin couldn't help but sigh. He'd been so close. That bounty was incredibly high. He'd seen such high prices before. If he couldn't sell his mantis wings for that amount, he really didn't want to put them up for sale. Anything below the price he'd seen would feel like a loss. But no matter how reluctant he felt, the quest was already gone. The man across from him wasn't the type to deceive him over something like this. Such a lie would be exposed quickly, there was no need for it. Thanks for letting me know, bro, guess I'll just have to list it through the guild then. Who knows when it'll sell. Lin offered his thanks, his voice tinged with disappointment. The man's face twitched. Damn, he's such a good actor. Wasn't my expression obvious enough? The man's eyes darted around as he watched Lin prepare to leave. Was he waiting for me to make the first move? Seeing Lin genuinely about to leave, the man couldn't spare time for further thoughts. He hurriedly blurted out, brother, I stopped you just for fun, right? How about we discuss the price of this thing? Lin feigned excitement as he looked at the man. Oh? Well, if we can make a deal right now, that would be quite convenient. But as for the price. Lin paused at just the right moment. His gaze fixed on the man, waiting for the offer. Lin was quite happy to make a private deal. With the quest gone, selling through the guild meant paying commission. The higher the selling price, the greater the commission. After his trip to the Northlands, his funds had grown considerably. However, renting a new place had taken a significant chunk out of his savings. He still wanted to save up for a spatial bead. The spatial ring was a must-buy, but he still fell short of the price for a purple grade one. He did have some points that could offset the cost, but spending points on this was a poor deal. Next, he needed to take Black to the holographic simulation room for some practice runs. That was where spending points made the most sense. Spending cash was prohibitively expensive. Moreover, if I spent all my money, both Black and I would have to significantly cut back on our quality of life. I could manage, but Black couldn't. Selling the lightning flame mantis wings was an urgent matter. An offer without going through the guild was naturally the best option. The man held up a hand to signal a number. Lin glanced at it and turned to leave. Damn it, he made a six-finger gesture. What the hell did that mean? 60,000 for a lightning mantis wing he didn't even buy? Go yourself. That'd make me the sucker paying full price? The bounty board offered 3,100,000, with the other party covering the commission. Even if I can't get 3,010,000, I should at least get 2,070,000 or 80, right? 60,000? Forget a mutated mantis wing, you couldn't even get a decent regular one for that. This guy's a little cutie, right? Lin hadn't even considered 6 million. Who could possibly pay that much? Lin rolled his eyes and started to walk away, but the other party hurriedly blocked his path. Bro, let's talk this out. If you're not happy with the price, we can adjust it. Don't go. Lin stared at him, his expression growing colder. Are you kidding me? 60,000? High-quality mantis wings start at 80,000, let alone my mutated ones. 60,000? You're robbing me. Lin shoved the man aside and turned to leave. Before the man could utter another word, Black stepped in between them. 1. Black let out a warning growl. The man flinched at the sight of the massive black dog, nearly as tall as a man, staring intently at him. When he looked up, Lin was already climbing the steps to the guild's entrance. It was too late to chase after her. A dark, unreadable light flickered in the man's eyes. As Lin walked into the guild, he inwardly cursed the man 100 times over. Was he out of his mind? Offering such a ridiculously low price? Wasn't that pure robbery? Transactions outside the guild already carried significant risk without its protection. After all, this fell into the realm of illegality, much like dealing on the black market. Taking that risk and then offering such a ridiculously low price? He was clearly just toying with me. Lin and Black entered the mission hall, which was bustling with activity. A massive light screen displayed today's material prices and newly posted high-paying missions. Lin headed straight to the front desk to check for mutant mantis wing quests. Sure enough, none were available. He sighed, though not particularly disappointed. He'd known this outcome all along. It was just a pity. Lin led Black to the trading hall. Today, the trading hall wasn't particularly crowded. Lin didn't have to queue and quickly reached the consignment window. He submitted several popular materials, entered his desired prices, and waited. Once the items sold, the commission would be deducted directly, and the transaction amount would be credited to his account immediately. Lin then queued at the selling counter, offloading harder to sell materials and herbs to the guild. This time, however, he opted to receive part of the proceeds as points and part as cash. As for the lightning flame mantis wings, after much deliberation, Lin couldn't bring himself to part with them and decided not to take them to the window. The man at the entrance could still sigh with relief. If he had been truly greedy and refused to raise the price, Lin would have had no choice but to make a trip to the black market. Though dangerous, the prices were tempting. I'll take the risk today. Lin glanced at the scrolling quests in the hall, feeling tempted, but he didn't immediately accept any. He needed to submit his party request to Black first. That would make accepting quests easier later. For now, he needed to deal with the Thunderflame Mantis Wing first. As soon as Lin stepped out, he spotted the man dressed in full Western cowboy attire. He merely gave the other a casual glance before continuing forward, showing no intention of stopping. Hey, buddy, wait up. Let's talk this over. His gaze shifted to the unsold mantis wings on Lin's person. You've come to your senses, right? Trading inside isn't worth it. Dealing with you is even less worth it. Lin didn't stop walking, though his pace slowed slightly. Chapter 60, Notes on the Record of Mountain and Sea Monsters. A flash of viciousness crossed the man's face as he hurriedly blocked Lin's path. Bro, the price is negotiable. If you think my offer's unreasonable, name your price. Lin halted, glanced at him, and held up 3 fingers. Not selling for less. A hint of displeasure crossed the man's face, but he quickly forced a smile. Bro, that's a bit steep. How about? It's just a matter of saying yes or no. My price is way lower than the guild's, and even on the black market, this is a steal. As Lin finished speaking, the smile froze on the man's face, replaced by a look of reluctance. Bro, you won't get much better on the black market either. You just visited the guild, you should know they take a cut too. Plus, these mantis wings aren't exactly easy to preserve. Selling them to me means you avoid all those losses, and I'll give you a fair price. How about 2 million? The man held up 2 fingers. Lin frowned, his expression growing impatient. This guy was driving the price down way too hard. This offer just wasn't worth it. Moreover, preserving the mantis wings wasn't difficult. He had a space button, which made it quite convenient. The only hassle came when he tried to sell it, but that wasn't a major issue either. The sole problem was that he was short on cash. Since you show no sincerity, there's no point in continuing this discussion. Lin's tone turned cold as he turned to walk away. Hey! Don't go. Brother, we can work something out. He hurriedly reached out to stop Lin, plastering a smile on his face as he said, Bro, when it comes to price, if you're not satisfied, just add a bit more. Nothing gets settled in one go. Lin shot him a glance. 3 million, not a penny more. Can you meet that? A look of difficulty flashed across the man's face. I'll give you 2,100,000. Lin yanked his arm free from the man's grasp and turned to walk away impatiently. This man kept raising his offer, clearly testing her patience. These were private deals, bypassing the guild's commission, yet he dared to offer such an unreasonable price. Oomph. Who the hell has the patience to waste time here? Better to go straight to the black market, someone there would definitely buy it. Lin walked away swiftly, leaving the other party unable to stop him. Watching Lin's retreating figure, the flattering smile vanished instantly from the other's face, replaced by a twisted, vicious expression as he fixed his gaze on the departing back. He made a gesture toward a certain direction, and soon several figures approached. Keep an eye on him. The others turned their gaze toward Lin, their eyes fixed on him like hyenas locking onto prey. Lin led Black to the 3rd floor of the Joshan District Library, where he activated a holographic training room and left Black inside. As Lin prepared to leave, Black lunged forward. He pressed himself against Lin's feet, as if insisting that if Lin was leaving, he was leaving too. You want to come with me? Black nodded his large head, his gaze toward Lin tinged with a hint of concern. Lin crouched down and hugged Black. Don't worry. That guy is nothing but a little bug. I'll be careful. You stay here. Taking you to the black market isn't safe. Black shook his large head stubbornly, refusing to let Lin leave. It took Lin quite a while to coax him before she could finally leave the holographic training room. The Lin who emerged was now clad entirely in black, her face concealed. Those present merely glanced at his disguise. No one paid it much mind. Anyone reading here must possess valid Jiangcheng identification, though where that legitimacy came from was anyone's guess. But adhering to the principle of minding one's own business, most chose to look away and ask no questions. After all, people dressed in strange attire weren't exactly unheard of these days. Lin walked straight out of the public library in this very outfit. Outside, she spotted several people who were clearly lying in wait. Lin glanced at them briefly with his peripheral vision before looking away, walking straight ahead without a second glance. Even as he passed right by them, none of them noticed him. A cold smile played on Lin's lips as he weighed whether to eliminate the person behind this scheme, then dispose of the evidence. After a moment's consideration, he briefly dismissed the idea. These tales needed to be dealt with, but there was no rush. Lin headed toward the Northern Mountain District. At the border between the Northern Mountain District and the Rage River District lay a sizable black market. Joshan District had once hosted a small black market, but its goods were too mundane. In the past, those with better merchandise had tried selling there. If goods weren't sold by the end of the day, they'd be robbed that very night. This happened more than once, and even the people behind the black market would forcefully buy and sell goods at low prices. Word spread about the conditions there, and gradually, people stopped going. Over time, it naturally faded away. The black market at the border of Beishan District and Nujiang District is large, and the people behind it are very fair. They accept better items and offer good prices, without pushing too hard to drive down the cost. Moreover, enforcers patrolled the vicinity, prohibiting robberies within a certain radius. This arrangement ensured a degree of safety for both buyers and sellers. But once you stepped outside that zone, you were on your own. After all, it was a black market. They couldn't exactly protect you like a guild would. Zhangchang had its share of shadowy, unknown affairs. You could only rely on yourself. Lin En soon arrived at a bookstore entrance. The bookstore's decor was novel, featuring large floor-to-ceiling windows. Along the windows sat rows of tables, scattered with people reading books. As he pushed open the door, wind chimes tinkled softly. The interior boasted an elegant European antique style, exuding a distinctive charm. The aroma of coffee wafted through the air. At the front counter, a barista was preparing drinks. As soon as Lin took a few steps inside, a server approached. "May I assist you, sir? Are you here to purchase books, or to browse? If browsing, we kindly request you purchase a beverage or pastry at the front counter first. We also offer fruit platters if you'd like. I need a copy of commentary on the record of strange beasts from mountains and seas." Lin En lowered his voice. The attendant's expression remained unchanged. "Certainly, sir. Please follow me this way, and I'll guide you." Lin followed the attendant's lead with practiced ease, navigating rows of bookshelves. After passing through a door, they traversed 2 rooms before arriving at a storage area. The attendant unlocked the storage room with practiced ease. "This way, sir." Stepping inside, Lin En saw 2 staff members seemingly cleaning the storage area. The attendant stood at the doorway and addressed the 2 inside. "Are you here to find the commentary on the record of strange beasts of mountains and seas?" The 2 glanced at Lin En, then walked to a shelf. After moving a vase, the bookshelf shifted, revealing a wall engraved with intricate patterns. Chapter 61, The Black Market. They tapped several points on the wall before retrieving an item and placing it into the revealed cavity. Click-clack. Soon, a passageway opened. "Please." The attendant opened the door and stepped back, gesturing for Lin En to proceed. Lin En stepped into the passageway as the door behind him quietly closed. The passage was dimly lit, yet one could still make out the surroundings. The initial section was barely wide enough for one person, but after 3 or 5 steps, it widened considerably. After about 10 paces, a wooden door came into view. The door swung open easily, instantly flooding the space with a cacophony of noise. The dim yellow light here was significantly brighter than in the passageway. The black market was lined with wooden loft shops, each bearing small signs that flickered with multicolored lights. Street lamps provided illumination every few steps, though they seemed faint against the backdrop of the colorful neon signs. The air was thick with a medley of scents, even carrying the aroma of food. As soon as Lin En stepped inside, guards moved to block his path. Both guards were massive, standing over 2 meters tall with bulging muscles exposed. They wore distinctive masks covering most of their faces, making them look even more terrifying. They stood before Lin like iron towers, radiating an overwhelming aura of authority. A glance around revealed 7 or 8 others of similar stature, uniformly dressed and armed with specialized weapons. Their eyes scanned the surroundings with eagle-like sharpness. The 2 guards fixed their piercing stares on Lin En. Noticing his all-black attire, they paid it no mind. One of them spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "Buy or sell?" "Sell." The guards nodded and gestured toward a table set back on the right. Behind the simple table sat a gaunt old man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his head bowed as he leafed through an ancient-looking book. The old man extended a bony finger and pointed to a sign beside him. It read, "Stall single-use, non-refundable, renewable, first class 1,000, second class 600, third class 400. Shops minimum 1 week, no mid-term refunds, first class 80,000, second class 60,000, third class 40,000. Lin En took out 400 yuan and handed it to the man. The old man took the money, casually pulled a metal token from a box, and tossed it to Lin En. Section D, spot 82. Only then did he slowly lift his head, his indifferent eyes fixed on Lin En. The sharp, metallic sound carried a hint of chill. "Understand the rules?" Lin En nodded slightly. "Understood." He took the token and headed towards Section D. This black market had its own rules. Inside, you could haggle, you could trade insults, but you couldn't rob anyone, you couldn't take someone else's spot, and you certainly couldn't hurt anyone. It wasn't because the black market collected fees to protect participants, but because injuries led to messy follow-ups, trouble for the black market. Moreover, any physical altercation would inevitably damage the surrounding structures, which belonged to the black market. Of course, if you could pay the ransom, the black market might turn a blind eye. Lin stepped beyond the gatekeeper's reach and into the black market. A quick glance around revealed numerous black market personnel patrolling the area, ensuring no one broke the rules. The place was bustling with people, even livelier than the streets outside. Yet everyone wore distinctive attire. Those wrapped head to toe like Lin were far from rare. Some wore elaborate, ornate costumes with ballroom masks, others sported cartoon character suits, and there were even those clad in medieval knight armor. Others resembled the black market staff, though they were actually quite easy to distinguish. Very few dared to show their true faces, though such bold and confident souls did exist. As Lin walked further, the crowd thickened around her. The air buzzed with chatter, haggling, idle banter, and even the low growls of exotic beasts. Chaotic, yet teeming with life. Lin skillfully navigated to the stalls corresponding to District Ding. Stalls of this tier were essentially just small shelters with lines marking off sections on the ground. The space here was already quite small, and the facilities were much poorer. The previous sections still had some tables and chairs for displaying goods or resting. But Zone D had nothing. After all, there was a price difference, and Lin didn't mind. He retrieved the lightning flame mantis wings from his spatial ring. He casually pulled out several other materials and arranged them as well. The lightning mantis wings stood out most prominently on his stall, starkly contrasting with the offerings at the other stalls. The vendors at the other stalls glanced at Lin's wares, their eyes flickering with surprise and desire. Unfazed by the attention, Lin had the leisure to browse the wares at other stalls. Paying the purchase price only allowed one to set up a stall, but paying the selling price not only permitted stalling but also allowed for purchases. "What's the price for the mantis wings?" a man wearing a pig head mask inquired. 320,000. Lin blurted out a price higher than the guild's previous bounty. "That expensive? You're robbing me." The other person blurted out instinctively, his voice no longer the deliberately altered tone from before. Lin lifted his head slightly to glance at the man. "If you think it's too expensive, don't buy it." "You." The other person pointed at Lin, took 2 heavy breaths before speaking. "The edges of your mantis wings aren't even intact. They're damaged. The spiritual energy inside. If you're blind, go get your eyes checked. What nonsense are you spouting?" Lin's eyes widened instantly as he roared in fury. He sprang to his feet, his eyes cold as ice as he glared at the man. "My mantis wings are perfectly intact, not a single scratch. If you're not serious about selling, get the hell out of here." The pig-headed masked man stumbled backward several steps, startled by Lin's sudden outburst. "What's with the hostility? It's just a crappy mantis wing. I thought you had some priceless treasure." "You? Buy it or not? If not, get lost." Lin's sharp rebuke drew a cold snort from the man, who muttered curses under his breath as he walked away. "Selling stuff with such arrogance? Just wait until you can't sell it and your money goes down the drain." Lin sat back down where he was, no longer bothering to scold the man. The curious glances around him dwindled noticeably. It was clear Lin wasn't someone to approach lightly. Unless they desperately needed something, they wisely chose not to approach and risk embarrassment. However, the brief exchange with the pig-headed masked man had drawn considerable attention, drawing eyes to the lightning flame mantis wings displayed on Lin's stall. Lin had achieved his goal. Chapter 62, The Contest. Lin had already planned to make a show of it when the man approached. If the man bought it, that would be ideal. If not, it was still an opportunity to let more people know he had the lightning flame mantis wings. Those in need would naturally come to buy. Among the black market vendors nearby, none had goods inferior to those on his stall. His thunderlight mantis wings were indeed a fine item. But among a sea of quality goods, they were merely somewhat eye-catching. With so many stalls and his own not being at the front, he needed to employ other methods to sell his goods quickly. Lin hadn't anticipated the man's reaction being so intense. It was practically playing right into his hands. The publicity effect was exactly what Lin had hoped for. The moment someone heard mantis wings were for sale, people immediately came forward to inquire. Lin maintained his previous stance, still asking for 3,200,000. A few tried to bargain, but each offer slashed the price by $1 million, simply not worth it. Even those who offered lower bids still wanted to knock off 800,000, bringing the price down to 2,400,000. Even that fell short of Lin's desired price. After several rounds of haggling, no one offered the price Lin had in mind. Compared to those inquiring about the price, Lin despised even more those who tried to touch the item. "What are you doing?" Lin swiftly pushed the hand away, his gaze sharp and piercing. The figure before him, clad entirely in fiery red robes that clung tightly to their body, revealing only their eyes, dared to reach out toward the lightning flame mantis wings. It was utterly outrageous. Mantis wings were already rare and fragile, difficult to obtain and even harder to preserve. Casual handling was out of the question. If this person applied too much force and caused a crack, who would bear the cost of the damage? I'm just checking it." The voice was clearly altered by a voice changer. Lin stared at him coldly. "Can't you see for yourself? My eyes can't do the inspection. I have to. If you damage it, you're fully responsible. 3,200,000 pay up first, then inspect it however you like." Lin cut off the other's excuses without a shred of politeness. Under Lin's sharp rebuke, the other person sheepishly withdrew his hand. 3,200,000, that's not something just anyone can come up with. If he could afford it, he wouldn't have come begging in the first place. The man dared not argue with Lin En, much less resort to physical damage. If something got damaged in plain sight, he'd have to buy it whether he wanted to or not. Even the black market had its rules. Damaging goods secretly when no one noticed might be tolerable. But if caught, the black market enforcers wouldn't stand idly by. Seeing the other party clearly had no intention of buying, Lin En couldn't be bothered to argue. He simply kept the item within his protective reach, mentally calculating whether he should lower the price slightly, perhaps to 2,500,000 or 600,000. Otherwise, this lightning flame mantis wing might not sell today. That would mean losing a day's worth of stall fees. Even if he returned tomorrow, there was no guarantee it would sell. But Lin still couldn't bring himself to lower the price. Price? A cool, clear female voice suddenly rang out from ahead, not particularly loud. Lin looked up to see a woman clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her curves. She wore a silver half mask, revealing only her sleek jawline and thin lips. Her golden, silky hair cascaded down her back, and she radiated an aura of authority. Her gaze was fixed solely on the lightning flame mantis wings, not sparing a single glance for anything else. His attitude when coming to the stall to ask about prices was markedly different from others. 3,200,000. A little room for negotiation. The woman's gaze shifted to Lin En, her cool, clear eyes meeting his. I'll offer 2,600,000. Suddenly, someone approached the stall and made an opening bid. Lin En turned to see a figure clad in medieval armor, wrapped tightly in layers, approaching. The figure was short, barely 5 feet tall, yet stocky and muscular, with a waist that appeared twice as thick as the woman beside him. The medieval armor looked decidedly incongruous on him. His voice was distinctly male, though slightly high-pitched. It was unclear if he had altered it intentionally, but with his face concealed by a mask, it was impossible to tell. The woman, hearing someone competing with her, shot an annoyed glance in his direction. First come, first served. The short, armored man crossed his arms, unimpressed. This is the black market. Rules don't apply here. The highest bidder wins. His mask shifted slightly as he spoke. It was clear he was looking up at the woman, not needing to peer through the mask's eye slits to know she was sizing him up from head to toe. If you're willing to join me for a drink, perhaps I might consider letting you have the item? The armored man chuckled with ill intent. Of course, if you'd like to keep me company, I wouldn't mind giving you. Before the armored man could finish his sentence, the air before him suddenly felt crisp and fresh, and the surroundings instantly brightened. Instinctively, he stopped mid-sentence. Thud. The sound of the helmet hitting the ground echoed. The armored man snapped to attention, urgently covering his face. You're going too far. I'm going to find an administrator. Lin stared at the head beneath the helmet. 2 inches of hair, a full beard covering his cheeks and mouth. He couldn't tell what he was trying to hide, as both areas were completely obscured by hair. It might as well have been covering his eyes and nose instead. But once the helmet came off, it was clear he was indeed a man, his voice unaltered by any voice changer. Oomph. The woman snorted lightly, dismissively remarking, nowhere in the rules does it say you can't remove someone else's mask. You. Fuming, the man wanted to point a finger at her but dared not reveal himself, his hands waving restlessly in frustration. The woman shot him a mocking glance before turning her attention to Lin En. 3 million. Agreed. Lin En agreed immediately, carefully repacking the lightning flame mantis wing. Just as Lin En and the woman were about to complete the transaction, the armored man stepped forward, intending to snatch the mantis wing from Lin En's grasp. Almost the instant the man drew near, the lightning flame mantis wing vanished from Lin En's grasp. Thud. The man lunged into thin air, crashing heavily to the ground. Lin En reached out, grabbed the man, and pinned him firmly to the ground. You tried to steal my stuff? Ha! Lin En's voice was icy cold as spiritual energy surged around him. The man immediately tried to roll over and get up. Clang! A sharp, metallic clang rang out beside the man's ear. The cold, piercing sensation of metal froze him in place. Chapter 63, Forced Transaction. Lin En swiftly drew his dagger and pressed it against the armored man's throat. What are you doing? Killing isn't allowed in the black market, you destroyed my goods and just tried to rob me, didn't you? Lin yanked the armored man's hair, dragging him forward until his face was level with the alarm beside the stall. Do you think I should press it now? The armored man swallowed hard. No. I wasn't trying to destroy your stuff, I just wanted to buy something. Lin En pressed the dagger closer, its sharp tip now resting against the gap in the armor, inches from the man's exposed neck. The armored man froze rigid, not daring to move an inch. You just smashed 2 of my herbs, 92,000 in total. You crushed the diamond, 2 others might reject it now. I'll cut you a deal, 70,000. I'm generous, I'll round it down to 26,000. Round it up to 30,000. Pay up. You're robbing me. Lin En pressed the dagger directly against the man's throat, drawing a bead of blood instantly. The sharp pain made the man jerk backward, but Lin En's hand was already pressed against the wall behind him, leaving him no room to retreat. This is extortion. If you don't want it, forget it. Lin En spoke as he raised his hand to press the alarm button. No, no, no. I'll pay, okay? The armored man hurriedly blocked her. Lin En withdrew his hand and handed the stall's payment code to the man. This payment code was linked to a black market account. Beyond bartering goods, using personal accounts for exchanging points or currency was impractical. It would be too easy to get caught. But using black market accounts was different. Neither buyer nor seller needed to know each other's details. The armored man glanced at the 2 crushed herbs he'd accidentally crushed. Even his thick beard couldn't hide his grim expression. He pointed at the diamond and declared, "This stuff doesn't get crushed. Can't count it as mine." Lin En raised his hand to press the alarm button. The armored man stomped his foot in fury, glaring at Lin En. "You're being unreasonable. This stuff is incredibly hard. It's simply. You pressed it in the wrong spot. The next customer might find it disgusting." Lin En pointed between his thighs. The armored man instantly looked down. His slightly cloudy eyes blinked, and for a long moment, his expression shifted unsteadily. "Hurry up and pay. My customer is waiting." Lin En urged impatiently, forcing him to pay. Once the payment cleared, Lin En swiftly packed the 3 items. "Have a good day, sir." The armored man reluctantly took the items before adding, "I want the lightning flame mantis wings." "Not for sale." Lin gave him a dismissive look and flatly refused. His gaze shifted to the masked woman standing nearby, watching the scene unfold as if it were a spectacle. 3 million. Still interested? The masked woman nodded. "Yes. Deal." The woman transferred the money into the designated account for Lin En's stall. Lin En retrieved the item and reached out to hand it over. The armored man stomped his foot in anger. "I refuse. Didn't you hear? I want this item too?" Lin En shot him a glance. "I'll sell it to whoever I choose." The armored man lunged to snatch it in fury, but the woman touched the lightning flame mantis wing first. The moment her fingers made contact, it vanished from her grasp. Lin Yin's pupils contracted slightly. Rich people, indeed. Someone who could spend 3 million without batting, and I wouldn't be surprised to have a spatial ring. Especially with that woman's aura, she might very well come from some prominent family. The armored man froze, his face still brimming with defiance. You. The woman shot him a cold glance. "I'll remember your face." The armored man's expression shifted repeatedly before he finally snapped out of it, hastily pulling his helmet back over his head. I'll remember you too. You just wait." The armored man spun and stumbled away. Encountering such an eccentric individual held no surprise for Lin En. The black market was full of oddballs like this. It was just that in the past, he'd been the one watching the commotion at other stalls, while today, it was his turn to be the spectacle at his own stall. As for the man's parting words, Lin En couldn't care less. Everyone who entered this place dressed differently than usual. He himself was covered up, leaving only his eyes exposed, and wore black gloves on his hands. Unless the other person's awakened profession involved clairvoyance or analysis. But the black market's upper echelons weren't pushovers. They'd long anticipated such scenarios. In the corridor they entered, awakened professions were already being meticulously catalogued. While specific skills couldn't be probed, preliminary analysis was possible. Anyone possessing abilities like X-ray vision or the capacity to discern others' true identities was fitted with a special wristband upon entry. This prevented the use of certain specialized abilities. Of course, if someone possessed multiple class skills that weren't immediately apparent, well, that was purely a matter of luck. Even the black market operators couldn't completely prevent such occurrences. The woman crouched down, not moving away. "Is there anything else the customer needs?" Lin looked at the woman, who still hadn't left, with some confusion and couldn't help but ask. The woman met Lin En's gaze directly, lowering her voice. "I still need this item." Lin En froze for a moment. Their eyes met, and he instantly understood her meaning. Shaking her head, she replied, "I only have this one pair." "No rush." Lin En raised an eyebrow slightly, observing the woman. He understood her meaning, but he was somewhat reluctant to conduct this kind of transaction, one that had been moved from the black market into the open. Seeing the woman showed no sign of leaving, he sighed. "I can't guarantee the timing." "That's fine. If you manage to preserve them so perfectly this time, I'm confident the next batch will be just as high quality." Lin En took a deep breath and looked at the woman. "I prefer browsing cookbooks." The woman exchanged a glance with Lin En before rising to browse other stalls. Lin En continued selling the other items at his stall. After staying put for another 2 hours, most of the items on Lin En's stall had been sold, bringing in over 3,700,000 yuan. Lin En prepared to pack up and leave. "Hey, wait a minute." Just as Lin En was about to leave, someone suddenly approached. Lin looked up to see who it was. "What is it?" It was a heavy-set man wearing a rabbit mask. His entire face was hidden behind the mask, and he was panting heavily. Clearly, the mask's cheek pieces were obstructing his breathing, yet he had no choice but to keep it on. "I just saw you put away something white. Was that a silkworm pupa?" Chapter 64, The Heavenly Silkworm Pupa. Silkworm pupa? Lin En was taken aback by the little fat man's question. He couldn't recall ever having such a thing. You must be mistaken. I don't have that. Lin En said, pulling out the object he'd just stowed away. No. I couldn't have misread it. The chubby kid was visibly excited, his eyes gleaming as Lin En opened the box. He practically lunged at the stall, his hands reaching out toward the box Lin had produced. That's it. That's the one. Startled, Lin En instinctively pulled the box away from him. The little chubby boy wasn't the least bit affected by Lin En's reaction. He remained wildly excited, shouting, "This is a heavenly silkworm pupa. I'll buy it no matter the price." Lin En was momentarily speechless at the boy's fervor. Only when the boy asked about the price a second time did Lin En glance at the plump silkworm pupae inside the box. "This is just an ordinary silkworm pupa, not a heavenly silkworm pupa. It's just..." "No, it is a heavenly silkworm pupa." "Huh?" Before Lin could finish his sentence, the other man cut him off. They'd found this thing with Blake on the outskirts of the Metland Fierce Ghost Forest. It wasn't their loot either, they just picked it up. Lin thought someone had claimed it as spoils, but it had been overlooked during the battle. And this silkworm pupa was quite large. Yet even a mutated silkworm pupa wouldn't yield enough material for crafting. Still, adhering to his principle of never letting anything slip by unnoticed, Lin took it with him. As for not selling it through the guild, he simply didn't think it would fetch a good price. On the black market, though, someone might be willing to buy it, potentially netting him a bit more than the guild trading hall would offer. Most of the items had already been sold off, and no one had inquired about the silkworm pupa. Unexpectedly, someone claimed it was a celestial silkworm pupa. Was this some kind of joke? Celestial silkworm cocoons weren't formed by ordinary silkworms. Their source, the wind cloud silkworm, was extremely rare. The Feng-yun silkworm demands an extremely peculiar habitat, and no one can pinpoint exactly where it breeds. Current knowledge suggests the eastern ancient mountains are their preferred habitat. The highest concentration found is on the mountain peaks, where clouds swirl, ice blankets the landscape, and temperatures are bitterly cold. Thus, this treasure is truly a matter of chance, not something one can seek out. The heavenly silkworm pupa is roughly the size of a human fist, shaped like a perfect teardrop with exceptionally smooth ends. Its moon-white base color faintly reveals a pale blue hue. When placed under sunlight, it glows with a beautiful, flowing radiance. Yet the cocoon before him was pure white, its shape strikingly similar, yet devoid of the pale blue hue. It did not shimmer in the sunlight. Moreover, it was only the size of a duck egg. The sole similarity to the description of a celestial silkworm pupa was its shape. This was clearly not a heavenly silkworm pupa. It was just an ordinary white mutant pupa. Lin and Jia couldn't fathom why he was so certain. Bro, this really isn't a heavenly silkworm pupa. This thing doesn't even look like one. Exactly. Fatso spoke with unwavering conviction, his gaze intense. Seeing his earnest expression, Lin En began to waver. He opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, then finally asked, "So what's your asking price?" 2 million. Lin En raised an eyebrow. For this silkworm pupa, he thought selling it for $100 would be pretty good already. Who knew the fat man would offer 2 million? Lin En was utterly baffled. Was this thing really a heavenly silkworm pupa? Lin En stared at the box in his hands, then suddenly looked up at the fat man before him. Is this a scam? Lin En's first thought was that this was a scam targeting him. He mentally scanned the customers he'd passed by earlier, filtering through each one. Was it the first pig-headed masked man? Or the armored man he'd tricked earlier? Or perhaps... After running through all possibilities, Lin still couldn't pinpoint who it was. What kind of scam could this possibly be? Clack! Lin En slammed the lid shut, his eyes coldly fixed on the fat man practically sprawled before him. Not selling. The exposed eyes of the fat man widened instantly. He waved his arms frantically. Wait, how can you not sell it? You put it out here yourself. He scratched his head in frustration. Is it because my price isn't right? He reached out and grabbed Lin En's arm. The fat man's grip was incredibly strong as he clung tightly to Lin En. Bro, we can work out a price. You have to sell this to me. I really need it. I've come here so many times and finally got a glimpse of it. Don't refuse to sell it to me. Lin En tried to struggle, but no matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't break free. The fat man's strength was astonishingly immense. Lin En had to resort to psychic energy to force him back. He had finished speaking. Lin frowned, his gaze fixed on the fat man's eyes. He couldn't detect a trace of guilt. Sincerity, longing, urgency. Nothing else existed in those eyes. Are con artists' acting skills this good nowadays? That was the only thought in Lin En's mind. Dude, there's a limit to lying, okay? This is way too over the top. The fat guy clapped his hands repeatedly, flustered beyond belief. No. I really want to buy it. I'm not lying. I'll transfer the money to you first. Lin En stared at the fat guy for a long moment. Ding! The stall's account showed the payment had arrived. 2,200,000. The fat man looked at Lin En anxiously. Bro, I really want to buy it. But... I only have this much money right now. Look, how about you give me your contact info, and I'll transfer the rest to you later. Oomph. Lin En snorted coldly, cursing inwardly. See? See? Can't hide it anymore, huh? Showing your true colors, huh? Asking for my personal contact info? That's just setting me up to get screwed over later, isn't it? Dream on. Once the money enters the stall's shared account, it's mine. He won't be able to back out even if he wanted to. Here you go. Lin En shoved the item directly into the other person's hand. Got the money. Any amount is fine. I'm closing up anyway. If it's less, just consider it a discount. You got a good deal. Lin En said as he began packing up the rest of the stall. The fat man held the box in his hands, momentarily stiff. Lin En shot him a glance. Seeing his reaction, he snorted inwardly. Did he not expect me to be immune to money? Didn't fall for it? Not sure how to proceed next? Lin En stood up and walked away. He couldn't care less what the con artist had planned next. To his surprise, the fat man caught up in a few strides and blocked his path. Hey, buddy. Lin instinctively took a step back, his gaze turning wary. But he quickly regained his composure. If they fought here, the black market would intervene. The man probably wouldn't risk such trouble just to scam him. Chapter 65, Contact Information. The fat man seemed oblivious to Lin En's reluctance, shoving a piece of paper into his hand. Here's my contact info. Reach out to me, and I'll transfer the money once I've raised it. After handing over the note, the fat man added a reminder. You absolutely must contact me. I promise I'll transfer the money, no backing out. Lin En watched the fat man walk away, standing rooted to the spot for a long moment before regaining his senses. His gaze fell on the note in his hand. So just because I didn't play by his rules, he switched tactics? Is he stupid, or does he think I'm stupid? Who would believe that? Besides, that thing didn't even look like a silkworm pupa. No matter the price, I'd come out ahead. But if it really was a heavenly silkworm pupa, the price was definitely too low. Heavenly silkworm pupae were incredibly rare, even rarer than the lightning mantis wings he'd bought today. Lin En shook his head quickly, banishing the thought from his mind. It was precisely such thoughts that led to being deceived. He couldn't let himself be fooled. Lin En glanced at the note again. Could this thing be poisoned? Surely they wouldn't poison it so blatantly? Just to be safe, Lin spent a little money to have it checked. Of course, he didn't let them see the actual message. Lin hadn't been poisoned, and the note was harmless. Only then did Lin feel relieved. Without even glancing at the words, he promptly stowed the note away in his facial ring. He promptly pushed the fat man out of his mind. Lin walked to the exit, exchanged the coins in the stall owner's account, and left the black market. The black market had multiple entrances. The one the attendant led him to each time was never the same, and they periodically adjusted the entry mechanisms. Though the bookstore front remained unchanged, if anyone ever came to investigate seriously, it had never been exposed. Moreover, the black market's backers were truly formidable, managing to get the higher-ups to turn a blind eye and avoid any serious crackdowns. As for the black market's exits, they weren't fixed either. The exits were randomly assigned. No two groups ever left through the same one. Sometimes the passageway linked to the entrance was extremely long, even featuring conveyor belts inside. Once, when Lin En emerged, he nearly ended up right at his own doorstep, finding himself on the edge of the slums. This time, however, his exit point was quite close. Not far from the bookstore, he walked back inside and ordered another cup of coffee. The waiter watched Lin. After preparing the coffee, he handed it over and asked, "Can I help you, sir?" Lin froze. This was the first time he'd encountered such a situation. After all, this was his first time arranging a real-world meeting with someone. "No, thank you." The server added, "Please don't trust strangers. Once you leave, this establishment assumes no responsibility for your safety." Lin En nodded slightly. He took his coffee and headed toward the bookshelf where the cookbooks were kept. As soon as he approached the shelves, Lin En spotted a woman with nearly perfect proportions. She wore a well-tailored lady's suit, the collar of her shirt slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone. The fitted waist design perfectly accentuated her slender figure. A mechanical watch adorned her exposed wrist, a highly expensive, functionally specialized timepiece from the guild. The instant Lin approached, the woman abruptly turned her head toward him. Her exquisite, almost icy features made Lin's heart skip a beat. Her phoenix-like eyes curved upward at the corners, her deep ink black pupils sharp and scrutinizing. Her high, straight nose and defined lips carried an air of inscrutability. Her thick, beautiful hair was now partially swept up, adding an extra touch of allure. "You like looking at cookbooks?" Her voice hadn't changed. The moment she spoke, Lin En knew this was the woman who had just purchased the thunder-like mantis wings. He had sensed her extraordinary presence then, but never imagined the face beneath the mask would be so breathtakingly beautiful. Lin En took a deep breath and replied, "I have an appointment to look for a recipe." The woman flipped her wrist, her fingers lightly tapping, and an optical screen instantly appeared on her hand. "Add me. My surname is Chin." Lin Yin's pupils contracted sharply. Such light screens were devices capable of replacing phones, tablets, smartwatches, and other communication tools, but their prices were outrageously expensive. Back then, he hadn't even dared to glance at one. This woman was no ordinary person. Alright. My surname is Lin. Lin took out his phone and added the other person's contact information. I'm not sure when I'll have it. No problem. Since you managed to preserve it so completely this time, I'm confident you can handle future instances too. Her voice was crisp and her tone even as she retracted the light screen and approached Lin N. She patted Lin N on the shoulder. Just let me know whenever you have it. A crisp, cool fragrance swept over him, and Lin N nodded instinctively. By the time she regained her senses and tried to speak, the figure had vanished without a trace. Lin N instinctively reached out and placed her hand on the shoulder the other had touched. That cold, exquisite face flashed through Lin N's mind. The crisp, cool fragrance still enveloped him. Hey, buddy, give me that beauty's contact info. Still immersed in the lingering scent, Lin N was startled when someone suddenly approached and leaned in close. Lin N instinctively took a step back, frowning at the man with obvious displeasure. No. Hey, bro, that's not cool. I saw you guys exchange contacts just now. He tried to get closer, nudging Lin N with his shoulder. Bro, don't be so possessive. If you want, we can both. Get lost. Lin N dodged him outright, shooting him a disgusted look. Damn guy. He showed up and ruined the cold fragrance in the air, then had to spout that kind of sleazy talk. That Miss Cheen from earlier clearly came from a distinguished background. The watch on her wrist, the portable screen she carried, all signaled she belonged to a different class entirely. Her awakened class rank must be exceptionally high too. He could only admire her beauty inwardly, daring not to entertain any wild thoughts. But this scruffy bearded guy actually dared to fantasize? That's just ridiculous. Hey, bro, that's just not cool, man. She's just a woman. Women are like clothes, you. Who the hell said we're brothers? Lin N snapped coldly, turning to walk away. Women are like clothes, but I won't even let others wear clothes. Letting trash like you see her is a desecration. The man, stung by Lin N's rebuke, cursed under his breath, shouting after him. Hey, you ungrateful bastard. Do you even know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? You damn well stop right there. I said stop. You. Hey. Damn it. Hearing the man's loud outburst, a staff member immediately stepped forward to intervene. Lin N swiftly walked out of the bookstore. Chapter 66, Holographic Simulation Room. When Lin N returned to the Joshan District Public Library, he immediately spotted several shadowy figures crouched behind a cluster of trees. Still here? Oomph. They just won't give up. Lin N merely glanced at them before swiftly entering the library. Let them wait if they wanted to. She needed to hurry and see how Black was doing inside. Wonder if that guy's been slacking off. Upon entering the holographic training room, Black was already in the midst of combat. The sky hung heavy and gray, sulfuric fumes billowed from the cracked earth, and the surrounding air was scorching hot. In the distance, a volcano could be faintly seen, spewing thick, rolling smoke. This simulated the environment of a volcanic eruption zone. Black's burly frame blended into the surroundings. The black of his coat blended almost perfectly with the scorched earth around him. Lin immediately noticed his normally docile black fur now stood on end, his front legs lowered, a low growl rumbling in his throat as he stared warily ahead. Suddenly, the space ahead warped. A skeletal beast, its bones exposed, coalesced into physical form, its eyes glowing a blood-red light. Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. Before him stood a skeleton beast. These monstrous creatures were utterly repulsive. The cause of their mutation was difficult to determine. Their bodies were nothing but bones, with additional bone structures growing within, encasing their internal organs. A putrid stench emanated from their entire bodies. Possessing extremely low intelligence, they were among the most untamable of all beasts. Devoid of reason, they regarded all other life as enemies. Upon detecting any living creature, they attacked without hesitation or thought. They are among the few monstrous beasts incapable of self-reproduction, yet they appear in endless waves, besieging cities until they are wiped out. Moreover, these skeleton beasts can mutate from any animal species. Even humans. They function like a virus. Once infected, the victim enters a living dead state. These thoughts about the skeleton beast flashed through Lin's mind before he snapped back to focus on what lay ahead. The moment the skeleton beast fully materialized, it lunged toward Black. Blake didn't retreat a single step. The wariness in his eyes transformed into intense battle readiness. Its hind legs drove powerfully into the ground, and its form instantly transformed into a black streak of light. Like lightning, it charged toward the skeleton beast ahead, which resembled its own form. The two beasts charged toward each other. As they neared, Black swiftly dodged, brushing past it. In that split second, Black whipped its head around, its massive jaws snapping open. A bite aimed for the neck of its opponent. Snap! The sound of shattering bones echoed instantly. Woof woof woof! Just as the skeleton beast dissolved into specks of light, two more skeleton beasts of different builds appeared around them. They were a rat-like skeleton beast and a cat-like skeleton beast. Both were exceptionally large, towering over Blake by 2 full sizes, their eyes glowing with an even more intense red light. The moment they appeared, they charged at Blake. Their skeletal tails, now nothing but bare bones, lashed out violently, whipping toward Blake simultaneously. The whistling sound pierced the air. Blake leapt upward in an instant, narrowly avoiding the 2 massive tails that slammed down where he had just stood. Black kicked off mid-air, lunging fiercely toward the 2 skeleton beasts. "Oh whoa!" With a low growl, his massive claws shot toward the spines of the 2 skeleton beasts. Thud! Thud! Black shattered both skeleton beasts cleanly in half. Splatter! Blood spurted out instantly, staining Black's jet black fur with splatters of crimson. Crack! The moment Black landed, a deep crater erupted beneath him, sending dust and debris flying. Through the haze, Lin saw golden light swirling within Black's pupils. Lin narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the changes in Black's spiritual energy. Seemed stronger than before? The golden light in his eyes always flickered and vanished in an instant. He had only caught a glimpse of it before it disappeared again. He had seen it before, but had dismissed it as an illusion. It seemed he was evolving in secret. Good. Lin suddenly spoke up. Black, your reflexes are getting sharper and sharper. Black whipped his head around at the sound, his eyes brimming with surprise. Woof! The murderous aura surrounding Black vanished instantly. His eyes lit up upon seeing Lin standing outside the holographic energy barrier, and he charged toward him with excitement. The large dog pounced forward, forcing Lin to take a step back before catching him. His big head rubbed affectionately against Lin's body, showing no trace of the fierce ferocity from the battle moments before. Lin couldn't resist reaching out to rub his big head. Looks like you didn't slack off in battle today. Your reward tonight is salmon. Upon hearing about the reward, Black immediately let out a satisfied purr from his throat, his tail wagging so vigorously it resembled a propeller. Rest for a bit. I'll practice for a while longer. It'll be about time to go shopping. Black obediently sat in place, waiting for Lin. Lin stepped forward and began her training. It had been several days since their last mission, and training absolutely couldn't be neglected. By the time the man and dog emerged from the public library, night had fallen completely. The streetlights in front of the library cast a dim, yellow glow, faintly revealing several figures hiding behind trees not far away. Lin raised an eyebrow slightly, casting only a fleeting glance at the group before withdrawing his gaze. At this hour, it was no time to be loitering outside. Jiangchang was safe, but nightfall always brought more dangerous corners than daylight. There was no need to be reckless at a time like this. There was nothing urgent that demanded immediate action anyway. As she walked back, she mentally tallied today's gains. The unexpected windfall of 2 million was more than enough to upgrade his and Black's gear. Combined with the funds he'd already set aside, he and Black would be quite comfortable for the foreseeable future. As these thoughts crossed his mind, his mood lifted considerably. He was already pondering what to buy for Black's special meal. Not long after stepping outside again, they were stopped. Hey there, young man. What a coincidence. We meet again. Did you sell that lightning flame mantis wing yet? The man from earlier stood before Lin, his eyes crinkling with amusement. Lin raised an eyebrow but said nothing. What do you want? The man wore the same outfit as before, but Lin had no intention of telling the truth. Young man, even if you sold those mantis wings through the guild, you'd have to discount them. Besides, that quest's already been taken down. Even if someone were to buy them, they wouldn't fetch such a high price. Why not sell it to me instead? Chapter 67, Apologizing to the Dog. A smile played on the man's face, his eyes gleaming with certainty. Lin lowered his gaze, deep in thought, as if genuinely considering the offer. After a long moment, he looked up and asked, "How much are you offering?" 1 million. The man held up one finger, his expression tinged with arrogance, as if telling Lin, "Consider yourself lucky to get this price." Humph. Why don't you just go out and rob someone? Oh. Night's fallen, no need to show your face anymore, huh? Lin scoffed, tugged at his backpack strap, and started walking forward with Black. I've already offered you a high price, young man. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Thanks for the generous offer. I appreciate the thought. Lin waved his hand dismissively, continuing on without looking back. Under the pitch-black night, the man watched Lin and his dog with a sinister glare. He raised his hand and made a gesture toward a spot in the darkness. Soon, a crowd began to gather behind Lin and Black, trailing them as they walked. Lin and Black seemed oblivious, continuing to walk along the bustling street. After shopping at the supermarket, the streetlights grew dimmer and the crowd thinned as the man and dog walked on. Lin, seemingly oblivious, chattered on to Black about what they would make with the groceries they just bought. Black. You better not cause any trouble when we cook later. Woof. Black, what do you think, should we steam the fish head we just bought, or braise it in sauce? Woof. Black, you mean we should steam it? Woof. Just as the man and dog seemed to be having a conversation, someone approached from behind. Bang! Bang! Lin and Black swiftly separated. Where they had just passed, 2 figures wielding clubs appeared. The attackers lost their targets when Lin and Black suddenly dodged, stumbling backward. Both clubs crashed to the ground. Woof! Black-eyed the pair warily, barking an angry warning as he swiftly closed the distance to Lin En, positioning himself in front of them. Lin En swept a glance at the two men before him, his face wearing undisguised contempt. You two are really dragging your feet. It took you this long to make a move, and that's all you've got? Lin's expression was beyond words. Even in the surrounding darkness, the bright moonlight still illuminated the utter speechlessness on his face. Sigh. If you're useless, don't try to copy others robbing people. Just focus on improving your own skills, stick to your tasks, and be a more law-abiding person, okay? Damn it! Who the hell are you talking about? The moment Lin En finished speaking, 7 or 8 figures suddenly appeared in the distance. The one sprinting ahead was as skinny as a bamboo pole, yet brimming with energy, cursing and ranting as he approached. They charged forward, instantly surrounding Lin En in black. The man dressed as a Western cowboy stepped forward slowly. Young man, we meet again. Haven't you been following me the whole time? As soon as Lin En spoke, the man's expression shifted slightly, though he quickly regained his composure. A faint smile touched his lips. Young man, your perception is sharp. No wonder you managed to get your hands on the lightning flame mantis wings. Clap clap clap. He clapped his hands a few times in admiration. Brother Gene, why waste words with this kid? Just. The man who had just been cursing Lin En suddenly spoke up, but before he could finish, the cowboy-dressed man shot him a glare. Reluctantly, he shut his mouth. The cowboy-dressed man adjusted his attire, lifted his hat with a hand, and stepped forward. Are you going to bow to me? Or doff your hat and salute? Lin En suddenly spoke. The man's mouth opened, but no words came out for a long moment. After taking several deep breaths, he finally smiled and said, Young man, you've got a sense of humor. After saying this, he hurriedly added, My surname is Gene. They call me Gene Shilong. So you have 6 brothers. The 7 brothers of the gourd? Lin En seized the opening, his words causing Gene Shilong's expression to darken. The smile vanished from his face. You bastard. I see you've had enough of living. How dare you speak to Brother Gene like that? Don't you want to live anymore? The impulsive man surged forward in anger, his club raised menacingly as he hurled insults at Lin En. Lin En frowned, his gaze sharpening as he fixed his eyes on the club. His fists clenched involuntarily. Woof woof woof. Black stared at the man, barking furiously. He had already risen to his feet, his fur standing on end in a clear offensive posture. It seemed poised to pounce and maul the man to death at Lin En's command. Black's loud bark startled the man, whose expression darkened even further upon regaining his composure. Damn stinking dog. What are you barking about? Once I've dealt with your master, I'll beat you to death and eat your meat. Then we'll see you barking. Lin flashed forward, closing the distance in an instant. Thud. Lin En kicked the man flying backward. Ah! The man crashed to the ground, and Kin Shichiro's expression darkened instantly. How dare you touch my men? Gene Shilong roared, lunging forward. With a wave of his hand, his henchman instantly closed in on Lin En and his dog. Lin En sneered coldly, glaring at Gene Shilong. Since you can't control your own thugs, I don't mind disciplining them for you. You. Gene Shilong's eyes widened with fury as he glared viciously at Lin En. Forcing down his rage, he said, Young man, I have no desire to antagonize you. What happened earlier was just a misunderstanding, nothing major. Let's focus on the important matter at hand. I want the lightning flame mantis wings in your possession. Lin En pointed at the lanky man who had just scrambled to his feet, clutching his stomach with a grim expression. Make that good for nothing, apologize. Gene Shilong's expression flickered with displeasure for a moment. Young man, you already struck him. That should settle things. There's no need to. Then there's nothing more to discuss. Lin En's expression remained cold as he cut off Gene Shilong mid-sentence. Kenichiro took a deep breath and declared, Fine. Little Leo, come apologize. The lanky man called out stared at Kenichiro in utter disbelief. After a long moment, he finally looked away and took a few steps forward. His face twisted with humiliation as he addressed Lin En, I'm sorry. Give it to him. Lin En spoke, raising his hand in a gesture. Black stepped forward a few paces, standing beside Lin En. Little Leo's eyes widened instantly, filled with rage. You want me to apologize to a dog? Don't you push it too far. Shaoli roared furiously, his expression threatening to pounce and tear Lin En to shreds. Ha! Looks like your men don't listen to you. Big shot, huh? Not much of an intimidator, are you? Lin En snorted disdainfully, his eyes mocking as he looked at Gene Shilong. Chapter 68, Going Too Far. Gene Shilong's expression darkened, his gaze turning menacing as he fixed it on Lin En. Young man, I advise you not to overstep. Leave a little room for future encounters. Lin En tilted his head back slightly, the mockery on his face not diminishing in the slightest. Over the line? I don't think so. Since you clearly lack sincerity, forget it. I'm the kind of person who can't stand being provoked. Some things I'd rather destroy than let those I despise get their hands on. At the word destroy, Kin Shichiro's pupils contracted sharply, his expression darkening. Even just glimpsing the edge of that lightning-light mantis wing, he could tell its quality was exceptional. Anyone who could obtain such high-grade material must possess extraordinary talent. However, tracking down this individual's information proved surprisingly straightforward. Earlier that morning, he'd assumed the mantis wings were spoils from some minor squad's raid. But this investigation had truly shocked him. The man before him was merely a support-type practitioner, expelled from his original squad. Yet according to the latest intelligence, that squad had suffered heavy losses in the Northern Realm. Though all members survived, their condition was far from ideal, and their haul was reportedly meager. To be expelled from such a squad, one would normally assume they possessed little real ability. Yet here he was, parading through town with that exceptionally well-preserved lightning flame mantis wing. This didn't match the intelligence at all. That's precisely why Jin Shilong refrained from taking immediate, forceful action. If he could successfully purchase the Thunderlight mantis wing from them, he could easily double its price with a single resale, profiting effortlessly without causing friction. This ideal scenario would be the best outcome. Unfortunately, the man before him seemed unwilling to cooperate. Still, Kenichiro felt some hesitation. The intelligence he possessed was limited and did not reveal anything special about the man before him. Kenichiro's gaze fell upon the dog, now standing over half a man's height. A dog this size, even if its appearance hadn't changed much, clearly indicated it was an evolved beast. Could the reason he had obtained such a Thunderlight mantis wing be because this fellow possessed the ability to control certain beasts? After hesitating for a long moment, Jin Shilong glanced at Xiao Li beside him and gave him a subtle nod. Xiao Li's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jin Shilong. "Brother Jin, you really want me to apologize to a dog?" Xiao Li's face twisted with humiliation. Being forced to apologize to that ungrateful jerk in front of all his brothers was already mortifying enough. Now he was being told to apologize to a woman? If he actually did it, what difference would it make from rubbing his own face in the dirt? How could he ever show his face among the brothers again? Jin Shilong shot him a displeased glance. Xiao Li was one of the younger brothers he'd been particularly impressed with lately, but this guy seemed utterly clueless. "Go!" Xiao Li's expression twisted with humiliation and reluctance. After a long moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Jin, he's just a..." Smack! Jin Shilong's hand shot out, landing a sharp slap that cut off the curse on Xiao Li's lips. His eyes flashed with a fierce warning. "If you don't apologize, you won't be following me anymore." Xiao Li's mouth opened and closed repeatedly, his face contorting into a vivid, almost painterly expression. Fists clenched, he advanced step by step toward Lin En and his dog. Veins bulged faintly on his arms, trembling slightly, a clear sign of his intense rage. Xiao Li stopped 2 meters away from Blake. He took several deep breaths before finally uttering, "I'm sorry." The words were practically gritted out between clenched teeth, the humiliation palpable to anyone who heard them. "Kneel." Lin En's tone was flat, as if he were merely commenting on the pleasant night sky. Xiao Li suddenly snapped his head up, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Lin En. "I won't kneel." "Then..." "Brother, this is going too far." Jin Shilong's voice cut in. Lin En shot him a glance. "Oh? Too much? You think my demand is too much? Fine, then. We have nothing left to discuss." Jin Shilong's brows furrowed tightly. Apologizing might be tolerable, even apologizing to a dog was merely a momentary humiliation, at worst a burden to bear. But if he really made his men apologize to a dog? What would the others think? Where would his authority stand afterward? Jin Shilong glared at Lin En with a vicious glint in his eyes, his voice almost a growl. "Young man, I gave you a chance. Don't bite the hand that feeds you." He took a deep breath and continued, "Think carefully. You're merely a support-type practitioner. Even if you're a rank, everyone knows that without teammates to protect them, and a rank support can only match the combat strength of a C rank at best." His gaze flickered toward Black, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. "Even with that mutant dog by your side, taking out all of us won't be easy. I'll add another 200,000 to the deal, 1.2 million total. Hand over the mantis wings, and we'll deliver them to our friends. Should you need anything in the future, come find me. My name, Jin Shilong, still carries weight in Joshan district. Think it over." As Jin Shilong spoke, Xiao Li had already retreated to his side, his eyes burning with endless fury directed at Lin En. It seemed that with just a word from Jin Shilong, he would charge forward and slash Lin En to pieces. Seeing Lin En unmoved, Jin Shilong raised his hand. His men immediately stepped forward. The circle surrounding Lin En instantly tightened another notch. "Threatening me?" Lin En glanced at the men surrounding him, his expression turning cold. Kenichiro shook his head. "You can't put it that way. I'm merely proposing a deal. You take the money, I get my goods, cash for goods, no strings attached. We could even become friends. But if you refuse the offer and insist on the consequences, don't blame me for showing no mercy." The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Jin Shilong's henchmen raised their weapons, adopting aggressive stances. It seemed that the moment Lin En refused, they would pounce to deliver a fatal blow. The threat was unmistakable. "TSK. I can't stand hearing talk like that. I'm not selling it to you after all. Lin En wasn't swayed by such tactics. He turned to leave. Jin Qilong's face darkened. He roared, "Seize him!" His henchmen, receiving the order, instantly swarmed forward, lunging at Lin En. Especially that one called Xiao Li Zi, who charged ahead, swinging a club in his hand. Whoosh whoosh. The club whistled through the air, aiming straight for Lin En's head. Chapter 69, Venom. Lin En tilted his head slightly to dodge the club, then suddenly sidestepped and delivered a swift kick. Xiao Li's figure flickered, dodging the kick with astonishing speed. Before Lin En could act again, the others charged forward. A long axe swung toward Lin En's face. With a surge of spiritual energy, the axe's razor-sharp blade seemed poised to cleave into Lin En's face. Lin En instantly sidestepped the whistling attack. His left hand shot out like lightning, snapping onto the opponent's wrist and wrenching it downward. Simultaneously, his right elbow drove straight toward the man's face. Snap! The sound of cracking bones echoed, barely audible amidst the surrounding clamor of the charge. Ah! Thud! In the instant the opponent screamed, Lin En kicked him flying. Simultaneously, two whistling sounds cut through the air. Lin instinctively ducked as two sharp weapons swept past. Thud! Thud! Before the weapons could be withdrawn, a heavy thud suddenly echoed above Lin's head. A dark shadow swiftly passed overhead. It was Black. Like a cannonball, Black let out a low growl as he used the momentum to stomp on the two weapons, charging straight toward their faces. His broad claws lashed out toward them. The two watched the scene in terror and scrambled to dodge. Blake's speed was too swift, leaving them no chance to react. Ah! Ah! Shrieks pierced the air instantly. One man's shoulder was torn open by a gaping wound, blood gushing freely. He collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony, unable to steady his weapon as it clattered to the floor. The other had half his face clawed, his ear torn away, hanging by a thread from his cheek. Blood gushed instantly, splattering his face. The others behind them were startled, but retreating was too late. Their weapons were already within inches of Black. Black wasted no time, charging forward and sinking his teeth into the arm of a man wielding a long sword. The immense force of the bite instantly deformed the man's arm, and his vision darkened in that instant. Black violently jerked his head, flinging the man upward and slamming him directly into the weapons of the others. Aya! In an instant, a scene of mutual slaughter unfolded. Cold steel glinted menacingly in the moonlight, mingling with the scent of blood to create a terrifying atmosphere. Lin glanced briefly at Blake, satisfied to see him handling the fight with ease, then refocused on countering Xiao Li's assault. No wonder this man carried himself with such arrogance. He truly had some skills. His awakened profession must be speed-related, as both of Lin En's attacks missed their mark. But his strength was pitifully weak. Lin felt he must have starved himself to stay so thin, resulting in such feeble power. TSK, seems like no clique is easy to get along with. Lin flicked his toe, sending a long sword flying from the ground. He kicked it toward Xiao Li. Xiao Li leapt aside, dodging it in an instant. Ha! Looks like you're a cut above the rest of those support types. Getting kicked out of your squad must have toughened you up quite a bit. Xiao Li's eyes brimmed with scorn, even a hint of arrogance. He swung his blade at Lin En with blinding speed, the cutting edge slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. You think a support class can dodge my attack? You're delusional. I shed dozens of pounds to cut down resistance and boost my speed. My speed has skyrocketed, approaching that of an A-rank professional. Today you're destined to fall by my blade. Xiao Li's eyes burned with excitement and madness as he hacked at Lin En blow after blow. Lin En dodged with lightning speed, finding Xiao Li's actions utterly laughable. He'd never heard of a speed-type professional starving themselves to shed weight and increase velocity. Wasn't that supposed to be achieved through skill training? Was this some kind of quack remedy? Hadn't he noticed that while his speed increased, his strength had plummeted? Honestly, what could one even say to that? Even when someone suddenly lunged at him from the side, the attacker's force couldn't compare. Lin En suddenly snatched the long sword from Xiao Li's hand and swung it in a single stroke. Xiao Li was clearly stunned. The blade moved with blinding speed, and before he could react, he was cut down instantly. This can't be. Xiao Li lay sprawled on the ground, his arm throbbing with pain, his entire body swaying unsteadily. Your speed is impressive, but your strength is truly pitiful. Lin En declared as he swung his blade, aiming straight for Xiao Li's leg. A flash of terror crossed Xiao Li's eyes as he frantically channeled his spiritual energy, trying to dodge. But to Lin En, it was still too slow. Ah! Xiao Li's agonized scream instantly drowned out the cries of those under Blake's assault. Wails erupted all around. Lin En pushed through the attacking crowd, his gaze locking onto Kenichiro standing at the periphery. Jin Qilong's brow was deeply furrowed. Despite witnessing the casualties on his side, they still hadn't managed to harm Lin En in the slightest. They hadn't even managed to injure that dog. It was utterly infuriating. Useless. Just then, he saw Lin standing within the encirclement, silently mouthing words to him. Instantly, a surge of blood rushed to Kenichiro's head. His eyes narrowed with a vicious glare as he fixed them on Lin En. His spiritual energy surged outward, and in the blink of an eye, the sound of a toad echoed behind him. In a flash, Jin Qilong lunged toward Lin En. Die. He flung several streams of murky liquid from his hands, the fluid reeking of a thick, foul stench. Lin En's brows furrowed as he instantly blocked his sense of smell and dodged swiftly. Several henchmen were charging forward when Jin Shilong's attack struck with blinding speed and ferocity, instantly engulfing them. Aya! Aya! It hurts! Brother Jin, save me, save me! The screams echoed incessantly. Where the foul-smelling liquid touched their skin, it instantly caused it to rot and fester. The agony sent them crashing to the ground, their bodies convulsing in pain. Lin En stared at the venom, his eyes narrowing with heightened caution. This venom was as deadly as a poison that seizes the throat upon contact with blood. It was even comparable to the venom of Zhao Laosan, whom he had killed long ago. Lin En immediately dodged, releasing his psychic energy as the branch in his hand began to stir. The man's venom attack was incredibly swift. Though Black was fast, his large frame made him vulnerable to collateral damage. He needed to remain constantly prepared. True to Lin En's expectations, after Jin Shilong unleashed the venom in his direction, he paid no heed to whether it had injured others. He charged straight toward Black. Lin En instantly changed direction and charged forward as well. Stop him! Kim Shichiro bellowed. The uninjured henchman immediately lunged at Lin, attempting to halt his advance. Chapter 70, Covering Their Tracks. Black! Lin En's pupils contracted sharply. Seeing Jin Shilong closing in on Black, he shouted immediately. Jin Shilong's face twisted into a savage grimace as he charged straight at Black. Black, who had just flung an enemy aside, heard the shout behind him and whipped his head around. His eyes widened with alarm at the sight of Jin Shilong, his face twisted in fury. Ha 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 ha! No matter how fast that bastard is, he can't outrun my venom. Without that bastard's backup, I'll see if you can handle all of us alone. Jin Shilong flicked his wrist violently, sending a string of venomous droplets hurtling toward Black. Black didn't dodge or flinch. With a flick of its massive head, a golden flash rippled through its fur. Ha 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 ha! A dog is a dog doesn't even know how to run. Just wait. Buzz! Black's body erupted in brilliant gold light. Flames instantly consumed every drop of venom that approached, not a single one landing on Black. Kenichiro froze in place, his expression blank, as if someone had grabbed him by the throat. His mouth opened and closed, but no words came out. Black took a few steps forward. Jin Shilong snapped back to his senses, terror filling his eyes as he instinctively stumbled backward. Stop him! Kin Shichiro shouted frantically. The surroundings were eerily silent, no footsteps, no shouts from his henchmen. What are you all standing around for? You! Jin Shilong forced himself to look up, his panic stifling his words. Ahead, several of his men stood perfectly unharmed, mirroring his own state moments ago, their faces frozen in sheer terror. As if they had witnessed something utterly terrifying. Each of them remained frozen in their previous positions, not daring to move an inch. The eerie scene in deathly silence made Jin Shilong swallow hard in fear. With his last ounce of breath, he forced his stiff neck to turn slowly. As the scene behind him came into focus, Kin Shichiro's eyes widened instantly. Terror filled his eyes. You! Kim Shichiro trembled as he pointed at Lin En, taking a long moment to form a coherent sentence. Aren't you a support type? The twig in Lin En's hand held each of the minions suspended in midair, their bodies now lifeless. The scene was utterly bizarre, making Jin Shilong feel as though the blood in his veins had frozen solid. In the mere seconds since he'd spoken, so many of his men had been silently disposed of. Had they not uttered a single sound? Was this truly an A-rank support class? Lin raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at Jin Shilong with confusion. Didn't you know support type can provide control effects? Or is your support type only capable of venom without an antidote? Kinikairo's face darkened. He himself was merely a C+ rank support type, but because he could secrete venom with extremely potent corrosive properties, allowing him to kill opponents by surprise in combat, he had managed to make quite a name for himself. He was well aware of the control capabilities of support classes. But when he'd investigated this kid today, none of the intel mentioned him having such strong control abilities. And Kinikairo's gaze swept over the suspended corpses and he swallowed hard. Is this really just about strong control? This is outright murder, isn't it? Kenichiro stared at the underling hanging at the very top, his throat pierced clean through. Drops of blood splattered onto the floor. This didn't look anything like mere subjugation. Jin Shilong swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain calm as he looked at Lin En. If you refuse to sell me the mantis wings, then this deal is off. Why resort to such slaughter? Lin En raised an eyebrow at him. I'm the righteous defender, okay? Jin Shilong's face twitched. This wasn't self-defense at all, it was clearly excessive force. His peripheral vision caught sight of Black, engulfed in flames. Jin Shilong's heart leapt into his throat. He cautiously shifted his gaze and instantly saw the corpse that had just lain on the ground instantly engulfed in flames, reduced to nothingness in mere breaths. Watching Black, now engulfed in golden flames, draw ever closer. Jin Shilong took a deep breath and looked at Lin En. Brother, I acted foolishly today. Look, you've already killed most of my men. How about, you spare us a way out? Seeing Lin En's expression sour, Jin Shilong hastily added. If you spare my life today, in Joshan district, whenever you need anything, I will. Put. Before Jin Shilong could finish, he watched Lin En toss the branch-bound corpse to black. Covering up the evidence, truly a well-coordinated act. Lin En took deliberate steps toward Jin Shilong. Jin Shilong forced himself to stand his ground, suppressing the fear gnawing at his heart. What credibility could someone like you possibly have? Jin Shilong's face darkened. He gritted his teeth before speaking. Killing within the city walls violates the rules. You've killed so many people, your beast will be forfeited. If you let me go, I swear I'll keep today's events completely confidential. I won't breathe a word of it. Lin En raised an eyebrow slightly, observing Jin Shilong without immediate response. The twig in his hand whipped the corpse faster and faster. Crackle! The smell of burning flesh was truly unbearable. Standing close by, Jin Shilong dared not move an inch. He feared that the slightest shift might draw Lin En's branch whipping toward him. Staying still offered a sliver of hope move, and he'd surely meet the same fate as his brothers. Only when the corpse was nearly consumed did Lin En turn his gaze toward Jin Shilong. Why did you choose to strike here in the first place? Lin En's counter-question caught Jin Shilong off guard, and he answered instinctively. Because there are no surveillance cameras here, and no one passes by at night. It's suitable. Jin Shilong's words abruptly halted, his entire expression turning grim. You. A cruel smile spread across Lin En's face as a branch lashed out swiftly. The branch wrapped around Kinikairo's neck. Just as he was about to speak, sharp thorns erupted from the branch, piercing straight through his throat. Put. Blood gushed out instantly. Jin Shilong's mouth gaped wide, unable to utter a single word. Several henchmen in the distance had already begun retreating quietly. Seeing Jin Shilong was dying, they immediately turned and fled. Lin En swiftly flicked the branch in his hand. In the blink of an eye, it bound the intruders, who were all dealt with and dragged back to be burned. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the area was completely cleared, leaving only Lin En and Black behind. Lin En brushed imaginary dust from his clothes and beckoned to Black. Let's go home. Chapter 71, Old Acquaintance. After speaking, both man and dog stood still, turning their heads in unison toward a certain spot. No streetlights illuminated the surroundings. In the pitch-black night, only the pale, ghostly moonlight scattered sporadically across the open spaces. Both man and dog were enveloped in the moonlight, their dark eyes reflecting an eerie glow in that moment. The fixed, staring gaze of both human and dog toward that particular scene in the night was particularly unsettling. Their gaze was fixed on a narrow alleyway. The alley stretched deep into the darkness, its depths indistinct. A cursory glance revealed only pitch blackness, obscuring everything within. It resembled a black hole, as if some terrifying presence lurked within. Thud! After the prolonged stare of the man and dog, a sudden noise erupted from within the alley. The next moment, the sound of frantic footsteps echoed. Lin En and Black vanished instantly from their spot, transforming into two dark shadows that shot straight toward the narrow alley. The two shadows vanished into the pitch-black alley. In the pitch-black alley, the sounds of footsteps and heavy breathing, amplified by the night, felt eerily unsettling. Thud! Ah! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I didn't see anything! I didn't see anything! Wha? Black lunged forward, pinning the woman to the ground. A shrill, wailing voice rose as she sobbed and pleaded. A bright light flared as Lin shone his flashlight over the woman's body. It was a girl in a drab tracksuit, her chestnut hair falling to her shoulders. When you? Lin En's eyes widened instantly, staring at the woman on the ground in utter astonishment. Black, get off her! Lin En hurriedly pulled Black away. The dog looked at his owner in confusion but obediently stood aside, his gaze toward the woman filled with wariness. Hearing her name spoken aloud, the woman curled into a tight ball, trembling violently. Please, sir, let me go. I beg you, I didn't see anything, I didn't. Lin En reached out to grasp her arm, but Wen Yu recoiled in terror, crawling back along the floor without raising her head. Wen Yu, open your eyes. Wen Yu. No, my lord, I dare not. I'll gouge out my own eyes and drink the muting potion. Just spare my life, I beg you. I beg you. Wen Yu's voice trembled as he suddenly began banging his head on the ground repeatedly, clearly terrified beyond measure. Lin En grabbed the man's shoulders and yanked him upright. Feeling the force, Wen Yu's body instantly stiffened. His eyes remained tightly shut, his face deathly pale, lips bitten until they lost all color. Wen Yu, look at me. It's me, Lin En. Wen Yu's eyes snapped open, then quickly closed again. After a long moment, the stiffness in her body eased slightly, and she cautiously opened her eyes once more. The moment she recognized the person before her, tears that had been welling up for so long spilled down her cheeks in heavy drops. Brother Lin En. Wen Yu's voice choked, her lips trembling. After uttering Lin En's name, she could say nothing more, collapsing limply to the ground. Had Lin En not caught her, she might have fallen to her knees. Don't be afraid. It's me. After a long moment, Wen Yu finally managed to choke out, I won't tell anyone. Lin En watched Wen Yu, leaning against his chest, finally regain some composure only to utter those words. A wave of pity washed over him. What had she endured? The once lively and radiant little sister had been reduced to such a state of humiliation. Lin drew a deep breath and gently wiped the tears from her face. Why are you still out at this hour? And here, of all places? Lin changed the subject. When you slowly lowered her head, letting Lin's strength help her stand up. I worked overtime a bit today. I wanted to get home quickly, so I took a shortcut. When Yu's explanation was brief, her voice barely audible. Head bowed, she clutched the hem of her skirt, frozen in place. A palpable sense of inferiority radiated from her, causing Lin's brows to furrow deeply. This was a completely different Yu from the one he had known before. If not for the face that was only slightly open, had he encountered her at another time without seeing her full face, he would never have recognized her. The Yu of the past had been confident, radiant, and poised. Drenched in the affection of Uncle and Aunt Wan, her face always held a smile. To the teenage Lin, Yu had been like a little sun, constantly illuminating his world. Even when life was tough, seeing Yu always filled him with hope. Yu often came back to visit him, sometimes alone, sometimes bringing her little brother Liang along. The siblings would even bring snacks to share with him. Uncle and Aunt Wan frequently invited him over for meals, often slipping him little gifts when he left. Uncle Wan often guided my training, and it could be said he was like a master to me. After his awakening, the entire Wan family rejoiced for him. Lin still remembered how Uncle Wan drank himself into a stupor the day after learning of his awakening, clutching his hand and babbling on with countless pieces of advice. Until changes occurred within Uncle Wan's team, forcing his family to leave Joshan district with the squad. Their contact grew sparse. It wasn't that they lost contact entirely, but when he visited their new address later, he found the place deserted. He only managed to gather vague, unverified rumors. Some said their squad had gotten into trouble, forcing the entire team to relocate their families out of Jiangcheng. Others claimed they had merely relocated to another district. I had made inquiries here and there. Uncle Wan's squad had indeed relocated to another district. But Jiangcheng had countless squads in every district, and I never happened to cross paths with that particular one. From the information gathered, he recognized not a single person in that squad. It seemed like an entirely new team. As for Uncle Wan's family, I couldn't find any trace of them at all. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. I once considered searching in Ancheng, the city closest to Jiangcheng. But squad assignments never ended. Only once, when accepting a new mission, did I forcefully take one near Ancheng and make the trip. It cost him a fortune, yet he gleaned no useful information. Later, he considered the possibility that they hadn't headed for a nearby city at all, but had instead gone to Yangzhou. The journey there was arduous. Making the trip was no simple matter. He never imagined he'd encounter Yu here now. Had they never left Jiangcheng, or had they returned? Lin's mind raced through past memories as he watched Yu, head bowed low, radiating an aura of self-doubt. His brow furrowed deeply. What had she endured? Chapter 72, The Pursuit. After a long moment, Lin sighed. He had so many questions he wanted to ask, but seeing Yu's utterly submissive demeanor, he found himself unable to utter a word. Let me drive you home. Yu's body, which had just begun to relax, instantly stiffened again. After a long pause, she finally spoke. No, it's okay. I can go back on my own. Seeing her reaction, Lin sighed deeply. He reached out to smooth her disheveled hair, then spoke in a softer tone. You don't need to be so afraid. I won't hurt you. What you saw today, it's nothing secret. When Yu cautiously glanced up at him before quickly lowering her head again, Lin paused in his words. That glance held doubt and wariness, sending a chill through Lin. After losing contact with you, I searched relentlessly, even went to nearby Ancheng, but found no concrete leads. Seeing you today truly astonished me. I desperately wish to reunite with you all. Xiao you can tell me anything troubling you. I'll do everything in my power to help. Even with Lin's assurance, Yu didn't lift her head again, keeping it bowed as if deep in thought. Seeing her silent and unresponsive, Lin felt a mix of emotions welling up inside him. He didn't want to force her to go home. He took out a piece of paper, scribbled his contact information, and slipped it into Yu's hand. If you ever want to reach out, just send me a message. I'm still the same person I always was. Go home now. Yu clutched the note, hesitating to move. Lin sighed and motioned for Blake to leave the alley first. Only after sensing Lin had walked a considerable distance ahead did Yu slowly lift her head. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her expression complex. She stood there for an unknown length of time until Lin's footsteps faded from sight. Only then did Yu lift her feet and walk toward the alley's exit. She walked quickly, glancing around frequently, her eyes filled with wariness. After traversing several alleys, Yu suddenly drew a dagger, glancing around constantly with each step. Sis. Is that you? A sudden sound ahead made Yu's eyes widen instantly. She sprinted forward. A Liang. A young boy stood ahead, clutching a stick before him. He tilted his head slightly, as if trying to identify the voice. Upon hearing Yu's voice, a look of joy spread across his face, as if he'd breathed a sigh of relief. Yu grabbed Liang's hand urgently. Why did you come out alone? Did something happen? When Liang shook his head hastily. Nothing happened. I was just worried when you didn't come back. When you exhaled softly, her entire body relaxing. I'm fine. Just had to work overtime. I'll try not to come back this late again. Saying this, Wen Yu pulled Wen Liang forward, glancing around them from time to time. Lin En watched their retreating figures from afar, frozen in place for a long moment. Wen Liang's movements were clearly invisible. Moreover, this was a slum district, far more chaotic than the 12 Rats Alley where he had previously lived. The structures here could barely be called houses, most were little more than shanties. The surrounding environment was also extremely harsh. Few would choose to live here unless they truly had no other choice. It was far too chaotic, any kind of filthy, vile thing could happen here. How could they possibly live here? Could Uncle Wen and Aunt Wen really let them out on their own? Lin En surveyed the surroundings, a worst-case scenario forming in her mind. The siblings' pace slowed as they walked forward. Lin En couldn't make out their words, but it was clear when you had glanced back several times. Though subtle, Lin En noticed. By the time they had circled around for the second time, Lin En remained motionless where she stood. Watching them complete 3 full circles before entering a makeshift hut, Lin En concealed himself in the shadows. When they didn't emerge, Lin En finally led Black away. Inside the shack, the siblings waited for a long time before cautiously peeking through a crack to survey their surroundings. Only when you confirmed everything appeared normal did she seal the entrance tightly. He meant no harm. Just as when you returned, when Liang suddenly spoke up. Ha! When you looked at his younger brother in confusion. When Liang gazed back at him and said, "There's a familiar scent on you. You encountered someone you know." When Liang's voice was calm, yet unusually certain. After staring at his brother for a long moment, When Yu sighed and laid out the entire encounter with Lin En. While chatting, she kept her hands busy, quickly peeling the fully cooked potatoes and shoveling them into her mouth in a few bites. Should we get in touch? When Liang hesitated for a moment before speaking up. He gave me his contact info, but I wasn't planning to reach out. When Yu slowed her chewing, her tone clearly tinged with disappointment. Hearing her sister's voice, a flicker of nostalgia crossed Wen Liang's face as he replied slowly, "The man following you is brother Lin En. He means no harm. Not today, but what about tomorrow? Who knows what tomorrow will bring? Haven't our past experiences taught us enough?" Wen Yu's voice was low and heavy. Wen Liang remained silent. An eerie silence settled over the room. Lin En hadn't instructed Blake to follow them constantly, as that would be too obvious. Sure enough, the siblings were highly vigilant. Even with his careful concealment and keeping his distance, they still sensed something amiss, a testament to their caution. Lin En found Blake in motion for him to head home. On the way back, Lin En's mood was unusually low. His mind was filled with images of the Wen siblings' past scenes intertwined with their current state, the contrast starkly evident. As Lin En approached the courtyard gate, ready to step forward, Black suddenly braced against him, blocking his path. Lin En nearly stumbled, looking at Black with surprise. Black's eyes darted warily toward the gate. Lin followed his gaze. The gate area was empty and quiet, seemingly unchanged from when they had left. Lin looked at Blake with confusion, but he remained on high alert. "What is it?" Lin couldn't detect anything unusual, but he didn't dismiss Black's suspicion. She walked over, picked up a small stone, and tossed it. Thud. The surroundings fell silent, showing no signs of anything unusual. Lin En then picked up a larger rock and hurled it directly at the center of the doorway. Thud. Hum. The sound was deafening. The moment the stone hit the ground, a surge of spiritual energy erupted. Lin En grabbed Black by the neck and swiftly pulled him back. His eyes darted warily toward the source of the surging spiritual energy. The erupting spiritual energy carried a purple aura, enveloping the stone in an instant. Chapter 73, The Visit. Damn it! Lin's pupils contracted sharply. His face grew icy as he clenched his fists, staring intently at the stone engulfed in light. Rage surged within him. A curse. Had Blake not noticed something amiss and stopped him in time, he truly would have fallen victim right at his own doorstep. As the light faded from the stone, it remained intact in its place, showing no signs of change. The scene only deepened the sense of eeriness. The cursed stone showed no signs of change whatsoever. Yet a lingering spiritual energy could still be sensed on its surface clearly. The curse's power remained bound to it. But it showed no signs of transformation whatsoever. What kind of curse was this? Lin picked up a small stone and flung it with all his might. Thud. The pebble struck the large stone. Crack, 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 crack. The large rock suddenly emitted cracking sounds. Starting from the spot where the pebble had struck, cracks began to form and spread outward. Boom! Seconds later, the boulder exploded, reducing many sections to dust. The spiritual energy enveloping the stone dissipated for the most part. The dust scattered across the ground showed almost no signs of spiritual energy flow. Larger fragments emitted faint spiritual energy fluctuations, while smaller pieces held even less. Lin's eyes widened in shock. What was going on? Just as Lin En hesitated, Black strode forward, his fur bristling. Hold on. Seeing Black about to set fire to the debris, Lin grabbed the back of his neck and yanked him backward, pulling him back in an emergency retreat. Lin kicked a small pebble at his feet. It was a casual kick, yet the pebbles flew straight toward the shattered rocks. As if possessed of their own will, they raced toward their target, striking the scattered stones with pinpoint accuracy. Lin raised an eyebrow, his mind forming a clear picture of the situation. Bad luck. This was a curse spell designed to inflict misfortune upon others. The talisman could randomly affect any object. Once activated, the first person to touch it would be tainted, becoming the target of misfortune. The severity of the misfortune varied. The misfortune effect of that spell clearly wasn't very potent. Although the large boulder had shattered into pieces, even the larger fragments crumbled further under the impact of the small stones Lin had kicked up. But that was because a small stone couldn't bear much of the curse's misfortune. If the spiritual energy sustaining that misfortune were directed at oneself, the worst outcomes might be cutting one's hand while cooking, tumbling out of bed in the night and waking with a start, perhaps accompanied by chipping a tooth or choking on food or drink. It brought misfortune, but nothing fatal, and it wouldn't last long. Linen's expression was peculiar. Who on earth placed this thing? This kind of spiritual energy is pure, unadulterated nastiness. Who could it be? The first name that popped into Linen's mind was Liang Bin. He was the only one who would do something so spiteful without any gain. He didn't have many enemies, after all. After mulling it over, Linen couldn't pinpoint the culprit. He decided to put it out of his mind for now. He'd find out soon enough by keeping an eye on who was snooping around in the coming days. Only after the spirit energy from the scattered pebbles ahead dissipated completely did Lin lead Black home. This time, Black showed no unusual reactions. Lin examined him carefully but detected no abnormal psychic fluctuations. As promised, he prepared some tasty treats to reward Black, while he himself ate a hasty meal. His mood had been excellent earlier today, but now, all traces of that good cheer had vanished. The situation with the Wen family loomed heavily in his mind, impossible to ignore. Knock knock knock. The courtyard gate was pounded on early in the morning. When Lin opened the gate, he froze in surprise. A crowd of 20 or 30 people stood at the entrance, each pair of eyes fixed on Lin with fierce intensity. They relied on sheer numbers and intimidating stares to make Lin cower. Who the hell are you? Leaning casually against the doorframe, Lin asked nonchalantly, even yawning as he spoke. He seemed completely unfazed by their fierce stares, showing not a hint of fear. Seeing Linen's relaxed demeanor, the visitors were taken aback. This wasn't part of their plan. With so many of them, each looking fierce, wouldn't he be startled by their sudden appearance? This guy wasn't playing by the rules. The leader took a deep breath and demanded, "You're Lin? You don't recognize me? Then why are you knocking on my door? If you have business, just say it. Who has the patience to listen to your rambling this early in the morning?" Linen's tone was impatient. He straightened up, took a step back, and stood at the doorway, leaning against the doorframe as if ready to shut it. "Kid, do you have any idea who we are? How dare you speak to us like this? Looks like you've pissed off way too many people. You probably don't even know who you've crossed. Get out here and come with us." Linen's attitude had truly infuriated the group behind him. One by one, they stormed forward, pointing at him and bellowing. The leader waited until everyone behind him had spoken their piece before raising his hand and pressing it downward. The surrounding area instantly fell silent. A smug look spread across the leader's face as he grinned at Lin. "Lin, we're from the Zhao family gang. You haven't forgotten what you did, have you?" Lin raised an eyebrow, smiling knowingly. "Oh, it's you lot? Did all the meddlers die? Or are you just here to die?" As he spoke, Linen's gaze swept over each person before him, his eyes searching as if for suitable prey. The group before him turned pale at his scrutinizing gaze and insulting words. "Damn it, you're asking for it. Who the hell do you think you are? Think I won't smash your skull with one punch? You're really pushing your luck. Let's teach him a lesson first. Yeah, teach him a lesson. See if he dares talk back again." The entire group surged forward in fury, but the leader frowned and held them back. "Shut up. Have you forgotten he's wanted by the higher-ups?" At those words, the surrounding area fell silent for a moment. Lin raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed that after taking out 3 professionals, word had already reached the higher-ups of the Zhao family gang. But judging by the attitude of those who came to fetch him, they were likely still trying to intimidate him. He just wondered how many times the orders had been relayed down the chain before reaching them, leading to this attitude toward him. Didn't they fear he might retaliate? After all, this was the slums who would pay attention. Or were they simply preparing to send these men to their deaths? Surveillance cameras were installed all around. The moment he made a move, would they hand over the evidence of his murder to their superiors? Chapter 74, Trespassing. Seeing Lin no longer move, the leader's face flashed a hint of smug satisfaction. He tilted his head back slightly and took 2 steps forward. "Mr. Lin, you're an awakened professional, a respectable man. Our superiors specifically requested your presence. Don't make things difficult for us. Please come with us." The leader suddenly interjected, "Oh dear, after all that, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wan. I'm under the command of Master Yun. This time, someone here to meet their end needn't introduce themselves. Lin cut him off impatiently. At those words, Wan Kuan and the men behind him paled. The group, already glaring fiercely at Lin, had now drawn their weapons. Their eyes burned with malice, clearly ready to act the moment their leader gave the order. Wan Kuan's expression shifted repeatedly before he finally suppressed his rage, his lips tightening into a straight line. I advise Mr. Lin not to refuse a kind offer and force us to take punitive measures. Click. He took a step forward. Click, click, click. The men behind him followed his lead, advancing in unison, their stance dripping with menace. The standing of the Zhao family gang in this area, a man of your stature, Mr. Lin, surely needs no further explanation. It is your honor that the higher-ups wish to see you. Since you intend to continue living here, I advise you to think carefully before speaking. Lin glanced at the group, took a step back, and pushed himself into the courtyard. A flash of contempt and mockery crossed Wan Kuan's face as he tilted his head back, his expression brimming with smug satisfaction. Lin raised his hand to gently close the courtyard gate. I won't go. With that, Lin turned and walked away. Wan Kuan's expression froze solid, the mocking look not yet fully faded. Damn it, what the hell does he think he's doing? He's really getting cocky. If we don't teach him a lesson today, he'll think he can walk all over us. We gotta take him down. Doesn't he know whose turf this is? Right. Teach him a lesson. Just because his skills are a bit better, he thinks he's hot stuff. Everyone knows he was rejected by others. The men behind Wan Kuan were seething with rage. Each grabbed a weapon and advanced forward, cursing under their breath. You guys are right. Today we'll make him understand what happens when you mess with the Zhao family gang. With that, he strode forward and kicked the door open with one foot. Wan Kuan raised his hand and bellowed, Men, charge. Teach this brat a lesson. Leave him breathing, just make sure we can report back. The gang behind him immediately brandished their weapons and surged forward. Lin glanced at the intruders, then leisurely handed Blake 2 teeth grinding sticks. Go play for a while. His wrists cracked loudly, yet his face showed not a trace of fear toward the vicious mob. Now, gentlemen, you're in violation of the rules. You've trespassed onto my property without my permission. That's illegal entry. A smile played on Lin's lips. The fastest attacker swung his steel pipe, his face twisted into a vicious grimace. Break your ass. I'll show you who's the ING boss. You. The man cursed as he charged toward Lin, swinging the steel pipe straight at his face. Lin tilted his head slightly, dodging the pipe. The force of the swing sent a gust of wind through his hair. Crack. Lin's hand shot out, instantly gripping the pipe. He yanked it forward with all his strength. The man holding the pipe was pulled forward, crashing directly into Lin. Ah! Smack! Lin raised his hand and delivered a slap. The force wasn't excessive, landing on just 2 or 3 teeth. But the slap was deeply humiliating, making the other's eyes turn red with rage. Before they could utter a curse, Lin charged forward with his steel rod in hand. You trespassed on private property first and attacked me. Now this is self-defense. Lin's voice carried a hint of excitement as his figure darted swiftly through the crowd. The steel pipe in his hand became an extension of his arm, each swing cutting through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Precise blows landed on shoulders, elbows and knees. Thud. 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 Ah. 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 For a moment, the sound of cracking bones mingled with agonized screams. Lin's reactions were lightning fast. He closed the distance to his opponent while skillfully evading the attacks of others. Within mere breaths, only Wan Kuan remained standing at the back of the courtyard. He had retreated to a position just 1 meter from the courtyard gate. Lin raised his arm, pointing the steel pipe at Wan Kuan. Aren't you so tough? Why are you backing down? Aren't they your brothers anymore? Lin's gaze swept over the group writhing in agony on the ground. Looks like the one who brought you here treats you like cannon fodder. Wan Kuan swallowed hard, his eyes filled with wariness as he stared at Lin. The moment Lin uttered those words, Wan Kuan immediately denied it. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't. Then why are you backing away? If you tried harder, you could have left this courtyard already. Lin cut him off, his tone accusatory. Wan Kuan glanced over as several more people lay sprawled on the ground, their gazes turning toward him. Pain etched their faces, their eyes fixed on him with accusation. Wan Kuan's heartbeat quickened. Under the weight of so many eyes fixed on him, escape seemed impossible. If he truly fled now, abandoning so many brothers and escaping unscathed, he would lose all credibility. His days in the Zhao family gang would be over. Wan Kuan took several deep breaths, forcing himself to steady his nerves. He tilted his head back slightly, meeting Lin's gaze with unwavering resolve. Bull. I'm not like you. I'm waiting for backup. As he spoke, Wan Kuan began to believe his own words. Straightening his back, he shouted at Lin, You dare attack so many of the Zhao family gang? You're completely out of your mind. Our backup is arriving any moment now. You're dead. Backup? Lin En studied Wan Kuen's expression and couldn't shake the feeling that the whole reinforcement business was a load of nonsense. Their attitude earlier didn't seem like they were afraid of him. Why would they need reinforcements now? Could he be referring to someone lurking in the shadows, waiting to pounce like a sparrow snatching the mantis? Oomph. So he did have a backup plan after all, and now it's been blown wide open. Is that so? Does he also intend to trespass on private property? Or perhaps attack me, the homeowner? Lin En walked toward Wan Kuen, his voice dripping with mockery as he spoke. Wan Kuen's expression shifted repeatedly, especially as Lin En drew nearer and nearer, the main gate right behind him. If he turned and left now, Lin En couldn't use trespassing as an excuse to attack him. But if he left now, what about his brothers still lying wounded on the ground? Chapter 75, A Familiar Feeling. Wan Kuen swallowed hard, picking up and putting down the weapon in his hand several times before finally making up his mind. Wan Kuen swung his greatsword, his aura erupting around him as the blade gleamed coldly. The blade, its tail adorned with a red cord, seemed to faintly emanate a scent of blood. Upon closer inspection, the blade appeared immaculately clean, devoid of any bloodstains. Its edge was razor-sharp, a faint, icy glint visible upon its surface. Wan Kuen, now gripping the blade, radiated a fierce, ruthless aura. Wan Kuen raised the blade and struck down, a blow of pure, unyielding ferocity, devoid of any technique whatsoever. He poured nearly all his strength and speed into this single strike, radiating a ruthless intent that seemed determined to cleave Lin En in two. Clang! Lin En's pupils contracted sharply as his gaze locked onto the incoming blade. He swiftly retreated, dodging the descending blade. Thud! In an instant, the blade slammed down on the very tile he had just stood on, shattering the stone into splinters that scattered outward. That force is truly formidable. Lin En found himself somewhat curious about what kind of awakened professional Wan Kuen truly was. As Lin En pondered, Wan Kuen had already raised his broadsword once more. His previous swing had missed wildly. Now, roaring with fury, he swung his blade in a sweeping horizontal arc, aiming to cleave Lin En in two. This time, however, his movement was noticeably slower and less fierce than before. Lin leapt upward, his toes catching the blade. He flipped backward in midair, landing with a bound. He had completely evaded Wan Kuen's second attack. Wan Kuen watched in disbelief as Lin En evaded twice in succession, with such apparent ease. Panic surged through him, cold sweat beating on his forehead. His hand gripping the blade trembled, yet he dared not pause. Gritting his teeth, he yanked the great sword upward with all his might. Crack! Ah! Thud! Just as Wan Kuen raised the blade once more, Lin En's steel pipe shot out, striking Wan Kuen's arm with a thunderous impact. Wan Kuen let out a piercing scream as the blade clattered to the ground. Clutching his shattered wrist, Wan Kuen retreated in terror. You! Lin En's gaze swept past Wan Kuen, fixing on the figure standing at the courtyard gate. This person had appeared just as he delivered his final blow, staring intently at him. The aura emanating from him felt strangely familiar. He was a towering figure with long limbs and fluid muscle lines. His eyes, sharp as a cheetah's, were fixed on him. Standing at the courtyard entrance, his body leaned forward slightly, the pressure on his toes unlike that of an ordinary person. Like a panther poised to pounce on its prey at any moment. Lin's gaze met his eyes. Those eyes were like a leopard's. A chill ran through Lin En's heart. Why did the man before him bear such an uncanny resemblance to Chu Ying, who had died by his hand just days ago? Their faces were different. One could even say that aside from both having complete facial features, there was not a single resemblance between them. Yet the aura they exuded and their subtle mannerisms were almost identical. Even their physiques bore an uncanny resemblance. Lin En scrutinized them for a long while, yet couldn't pinpoint any significant differences. They were too alike. Too similar. How could two people share such identical auras and mannerisms? Could it be that Chu Ying wasn't dead? It shouldn't be possible. I tested him that day. His speed was indeed extraordinary, but his defenses were abysmal. There's no way he could have survived my strike and then being crushed by the wall. Then who is this person? 1,000 thoughts raced through Lin En's mind, though in reality, it was only a matter of seconds. Not a flicker of emotion crossed his face. You're their backup? Upon hearing Lin En speak toward the courtyard gate, Wan Kuen, pale with pain, suddenly whipped his head around. Backup? Real backup had come to aid them? Wan Kuen didn't recognize the man before him, but soon, over a dozen others appeared behind him. Among them were a few familiar faces, members of the Zhao family's gang. A smile instantly spread across Wan Kuen's face. It was their backup after all. Though he had just been bluffing to bolster his own confidence, he hadn't expected actual reinforcements to materialize. It seemed those above had also realized this man was difficult to deal with and had sent reinforcements. Wan Kuen was thrilled beyond measure. He immediately began shouting excitedly as he raced toward the courtyard gate. Quick, all of you charge together. This man is exceptionally difficult to deal with. Smack. Before Wan Kuen could finish his sentence, he was slapped across the face. Stunned by the blow, Wan Kuen hadn't even regained his composure when the man barked, "You useless fool, get out of my way." You. Won Koan opened his mouth to protest, but the man's cold, ruthless gaze made him swallow his words. The man stepped forward, his smile thin and forced as he looked at Lin En. Mr. Lin, there was a minor communication error from our subordinates, leading to this misunderstanding and causing you alarm. It was our oversight. Please don't hold it against them. Seeing Lin En's lack of response, the man continued, I am Wu Eng. It is my honor to invite you to the Zhao family banquet. I hope you will grace us with your presence. As Lin En watched the man draw nearer, a sense of familiarity grew stronger within him. Particularly the name Wu Eng. Wu Eng Chu Eng. The names were strikingly similar. Could there be a connection? A misunderstanding? You make it sound so easy. Lin En retorted irritably, temporarily suppressing the doubts churning within her. Wu Eng apologized earnestly, it was indeed our fault. They acted carelessly, and whatever punishment they receive is deserved. Oomph. Lin En pointed at one of the floor tiles. Fix this one properly. Then you can leave. Wu Eng glanced at the tile and chuckled, of course. I'll have my men handle it shortly. But about the banquet? No interest. Lin En flatly refused. Wu Eng didn't press the issue, smiling broadly instead. Fair enough. After all that chaos, I'd lose interest too. It's their lack of tact, don't take it personally. When you're in a better mood, I'll invite you again. Do honor us with your presence then. Seeing his consistently courteous attitude, Lin En felt it would be rude to refuse outright. But he certainly wasn't going to take him up on the invitation. Get those floor tiles fixed immediately. With that, Lin En turned and motioned for Blake, who had been gnawing on a chew toy, to return to the room. Wu Eng stood in the courtyard, watching until Lin En closed the door before his smile faded. He shot Won Koan and the others a cold, menacing glance. Useless. He coldly dismissed them with 2 words before signaling for men to drag them all away. Through the glass, Lin En watched as they hauled the men away, replaced the floor tiles, and even officially cleaned the courtyard before carefully closing the door behind them. Chapter 76, The Big Dipper Squad. For a moment, Lin En couldn't fathom what the Zhao family gang meant. He would deal with whatever came his way. Watching them depart, Lin En and Black headed out. Today, he and Black still needed to go to the Awakened Guild building. Last time, they hadn't gone to the main building, but to Building B, the main trading hub. This time, they were headed for the main Building A. The main building was only a few steps away from the guild complex. Last time, Lin En had intended to submit the Thunderlight Mantis wing quest before heading to the main building. Unexpectedly, complications arose. Lin and Black arrived at the main building of the guild complex. They headed straight for the squad application hall. The hall wasn't overly crowded, nothing like the bustling trade hall. However, someone like Lin, accompanied by such a massive beast, was still a rare sight. Most visitors arrived in groups, rarely encountering a solo traveler like Lin accompanied only by his dog. Most teams formed here consisted of 5 members, the universally accepted standard for group size. But this wasn't a strict requirement. The guild did not explicitly stipulate the number of members required to form a squad. Even a solo adventurer could register their information and funds, and the guild would approve the formation of their squad. Additional members recruited later could come in to have their details recorded. Once a squad is formed, the guild issues corresponding insignia. You'll also gain access to a shared information panel for communication. However, this panel lacks additional functionalities and differs from the one Lin previously encountered. Only the team leader can initiate summonses and display specific missions on it. This panel doesn't even allow team members to communicate with each other. Aside from the captain's additional functions, everyone else can only view the tasks the team has accepted. It's not even as useful as the wristbands the guild gave us during our last trip to the Northlands. Lin and Black took a number and found seats to wait. The sight of a human and a dog together proved quite eye-catching, drawing double takes from passers-by. No one approached to strike up a conversation. Seeing Lin alone, they simply assumed he was applying for a solo squad. Number 93. Hearing his number called, Lin immediately stepped forward with Black, handing the completed form to the staff member. Number 93. Please take a seat. The staff member was very polite. Taking the documents, they examined them carefully. Beto Squad, Captain Lin En, Class of Professional, Awaken Life Tree, Squad Member Black, Beast. As the staff member entered the information, they cross-checked the details with Lin En. Upon reading Beast, they abruptly turned to face Lin En. He promptly pushed the form back toward Lin En. Who uses a beast as a teammate? Why not just keep it as your own? There's no need to take up a slot. If necessary, you can apply for a retainer slot for it later. The staff member offered well-meaning advice. Such cases did occur, but eventually, someone else would take the slot. It was rare for someone to keep one permanently. After all, exotic beasts weren't easy to control. Either they were pets that had been kept for years and had mutated into gentler creatures, or the awakened individual possessed the ability to command or communicate with the beast. The staff member sized up Blake and Lin, concluding the pet scenario was more likely. Lin shook his head. I'm applying for a teammate. The staff member gaped, then took a deep breath and nodded, seeing Lin's earnest expression. Right away. Hey, isn't that Lin, the one kicked out of his team? He's here to apply for a squad? Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind Lin. Lin instinctively turned to look. The newcomers were from the Slaughterblade squad. Only Yin Yang led the group, accompanied by Qiao Yu, with 3 or 4 unfamiliar faces trailing behind. They must be the Slaughterblade squad's new attendants. Everyone knew the Slaughterblade squad rotated their attendants at an alarming rate, yet people still flocked to join them relentlessly. After all, those who could become attendants were likely individuals whose abilities weren't quite up to par for higher-tier squads, yet still craved access to greater resources. Take Qiao Yu, for instance. His naturalist apprentice profession was utterly useless. Yin Yang didn't wait for Lin En to speak. Seeing the staff print out the successful squad application form, he stepped past Lin En and grabbed it first. Ooh, let me see what your little squad's called. The Big Dipper squad, not bad. Members, ahahaha. Yin Yang burst into loud laughter mid-sentence. His booming laughter startled many passers-by, who turned their heads in surprise. You actually brought a dog as your teammate? It's just a beast, and you've developed feelings for it? How ridiculous. His eyes swept contemptuously over Lin from head to toe. TSK. I still think you're just traumatized from getting kicked out of your last team. Otherwise, how could you? Yin Yang gestured toward Blake and Lin En as he spoke. Would choose a dog as your partner. As Yin Yang finished speaking, his face twisted with utter disgust. Lin En accepted the badge and light screen bracelet handed over by the staff member, stood up, glanced at Yin Yang, and retrieved his form. His gaze swept over the few people trailing behind Yin Yang. Is this the new batch of attendants? Yin Yang snorted lightly, crossing his arms. What? Jealous? But someone as dim-witted as you isn't fit to join our team as an attendant. You don't have what it takes. Lin En chuckled lightly. The Slaughter Squad truly lives by the motto, ironclad teammates, ever-changing attendants. I wouldn't have the guts to be one of your attendants. Lin En shook his head and turned to leave. Stop right there. Yin Yang roared, stepping forward to block Lin En's path, his eyes brimming with displeasure. You. This is a business area. Take your arguments outside, or I'll call security. Staff working inside the guild building were no ordinary people, they were protected by the guild. Even Yin Yang, known for his fiery temper, dared not say another word after that. You think you can take me on outside? Yin Yang lowered his voice, glaring at Lin En with gritted teeth. Fine, I've just finished my business anyway. A hint of provocation flickered in Lin En's smile. This infuriated Yin Yang, his business wasn't finished yet. You wait, Lin En didn't wait for him to finish, turning and walking away with Black in tow. A crowd of onlookers gathered around, murmuring among themselves. Did he really apply for a team slot for his dog? No idea. He didn't argue, so it must be legit. Hey, I know. I was at the desk next to him just now. I heard the staff trying to talk him out of it. Unheard of. You bet. Chapter 77, Mission Hall. Whispers and murmurs filled the air. It didn't seem irregular, after all, it wasn't unprecedented, but it was extremely rare. It was genuinely uncommon. Some people even craned their necks to get a better look while talking. You know what? That dog teammate of his is actually built like a tank. So what if he's big? He's still just a beast. Can't even communicate properly. You're telling me? If it could communicate, wouldn't that be terrifying enough? Ha. You've got a point, but I just can't wrap my head around having a beast as a teammate. Well, some people get it. Ignoring the murmurs around them, Lin led Blake straight out, heading toward the mission hall. As they walked, Lin caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye that Black was keeping his head down, completely unlike his usual lively self who would dart his eyes around and peek curiously at everything. Lin couldn't help but frown and halt his steps. Black followed suit, halting beside him and keeping his large head bowed. This was completely unlike the usual Black, who would always lift his head if Lin stopped walking. Perhaps Lin had stared too long enough for Black to sense something was off. He glanced around, his large head snapping up just as he met Lin's gaze. Lin crouched down, wrapped an arm around Black's neck, and stroked the fur along his back. Are you unhappy? Lin tugged gently at the fleshy cheeks on Black's face. Is it because of what they said? Black's head drooped, clearly confirming Lin had hit the mark. Lin sighed. Ugh. Lin gave Black a sharp smack on the head. You're more anxious than I am. Don't take what those people say to heart. They don't know your abilities, but I do, don't I? Black stared at Lin with wide eyes, then nudged him gently with his head after a moment. Lin ruffled his hair again before adding, stop overthinking things. You're far better than those useless fools. Ever since we teamed up for missions, our lives have improved so much. You know that better than anyone. Black lifted his head, his timidity noticeably easing. Lin spent a good while coaxing Black. Only when he saw the sparkle gradually return to Black's eyes and his usual liveliness restored did he finally relax. He'd thought it was just idle gossip, something he hadn't taken seriously. Little did he know Black would be the one most affected. This guy was incredibly perceptive now, understanding every word spoken. He felt like a burden to his master and had become deeply insecure. Only after seeing Black fully recover did Lin take him to the mission hall. The squad had successfully applied, and it was time to pick up some quests. Several days had passed since the Northern Realm mission. Neither he nor Black had sustained injuries, and they couldn't afford to sit idly at home squandering their resources. They had to keep taking on quests. Only through missions could he and Black truly hone their teamwork. Man and Dog made their way to the mission hall. The mission hall was packed with people. Hall 2, where Lin and his group were headed, was specifically for accepting missions. Submitting completed missions was done in Hall 1, which they had just passed by, and Lin had seen quite a few people there. The mission hall featured a curved display screen divided into 3 sections, each scrolling with different types of missions. The first section displayed relatively high difficulty missions, some of which were group-based, requiring multiple squads to operate together. However, this differed from the multi-team nature of the Northern Frontier exploration quests. Expansion missions were typically issued by the Awakened Guild headquarters, with staff directly handling assignments. Once accepted, these missions could not be abandoned, and funds were immediately deposited upon acceptance. The tasks before Lin, however, were different. For these group-based missions, one could cancel by paying a partial compensation fee. For the more difficult missions displayed on the first screen, if an attempt proved unsuccessful, they could be cancelled later. Indeed, several tasks had lingered on the board for extended periods, at least 3 months or more. The tasks on the second and third screens were much simpler, especially those on the third screen, which were mostly gathering quests. A large portion of the tasks on this screen were taken by teams with few members, individuals with extremely low abilities, or newcomers undergoing training. Tasks vary in difficulty, and the points and money earned differ accordingly. Furthermore, once a task is accepted by one team, it doesn't become unavailable to others. Most tasks clearly indicate the maximum number of additional squads that can accept them. This is most evident on the third screen, where the restrictions on party size are significantly more relaxed. Lin En guided Black through the third screen, reviewing the options before deciding to accept 3 gathering quests. The first task involved gathering Dan Ding, with a maximum limit of 50 gene per team. The second task involved gathering cold toxin fruit, with a maximum of 5 per team. The third task involved gathering cold spirit vine leaves, with a maximum of 200 leaves per team. Lin En scanned the second screen but felt none of these tasks aligned well with their route. Most required teamwork, often involving capturing spirit beasts, a hassle for him and Black. Lin En shifted his gaze to the first screen, where all the tasks displayed extremely high difficulty ratings. As he was reviewing them, someone suddenly bumped into his shoulder. "Get lost." A burly man glared at him with a sneer. "Can't you see where you're going?" Lin shot back just as bluntly. The burly man wore a tank top, his arm tattooed with a fiery red koi. This was Fu Chao of the Koi squad. Even when he was still with the Windbreaker squad, there had been constant friction between the two teams. Members of both squads couldn't stand the sight of each other, and conflicts frequently erupted when accepting missions. They even went so far as to sabotage each other and play dirty tricks. The last time they clashed, Fu Chao had ended up with 2 red welts on his cheek from his blows. Though he hadn't struck with full force, the sight of Fu Chao's swollen, crimson marks had sent him into a rage. Fu Chao crossed his arms, glaring at Lin En with a cold sneer. A man kicked out of the team still dares to act so arrogant. Fu Chao's eyes nearly glowed with malice as he traced a finger along his own throat. "You'd better pray I don't run into you outside." Lin En rolled his eyes, not a trace of fear on his face. Fu Chao's expression darkened at Lin En's attitude, his voice almost gritted through clenched teeth. "A stray dog kicked out of a team? Do you really think any team would take you in? Well, I'll make sure to pay that team a visit." Chapter 78, Friends. Fu Chao chattered incessantly in Lin En's ear, but Lin En seemed completely oblivious. He looked up at the tasks, quickly accepting 2 of them on his wristband screen. After completing the operation, Lin En glanced at the central screen. Seeing no other missions along the same route, he dismissed the idea. "Black, let's go." Lin patted Black's head, who was obediently crouched beside him, and started to walk away. Fu Chao's eyes widened in shock, and he roared angrily. "You bastard, how dare you ignore me?" The outburst drew a few glances from passers-by, but they merely glanced casually before looking away. After all, some good missions were up for grabs. It was fine to listen in on the commotion for a moment, but focusing all one's attention on the spectacle just wasn't worth the trouble. Fu Chao stormed over to Lin En, his eyes burning with fury as he glared at him. "Lin En, I see you're getting more and more arrogant. I'm genuinely curious which team accepted you. I wonder if they'll be able to protect you." His gaze swept over Lin En, his expression dark and menacing. "Do you really think they'd risk antagonizing the Koi squad just for a new recruit like you?" Lin En glanced at Fu Chao, his eyes flashing with a hint of murderous intent. "If you're so confident, go to the arena and challenge me to a duel." Lin En rolled his eyes and walked past Fu Chao. "You." Fu Chao clenched his fists in rage, his eyes fixed on Lin En's retreating back with such ferocity it seemed he could bore holes through it. The dueling arena served as a place for those whose conflicts had escalated beyond resolution, where they couldn't secretly eliminate their rivals outside the city walls, or where they needed a venue to face their opponents head-on in a fight to the death. However, the arena required a hefty fee, and if the opponent refused the challenge, that money was simply wasted. The opponent had the right to refuse the challenge, which was the most infuriating part. Some even back out at the last minute, paying a fee to withdraw after accepting the challenge and just before stepping onto the platform. But once both parties enter the arena, no one can stop them whether they live or die. Even if you slaughter your opponent, no one will hold you accountable. Lin couldn't be bothered to argue with Fu Chao. Even if this guy wanted to kill him, he couldn't openly attack him in public. At most, encountering him during future missions might stir up some trouble. But that wasn't a big deal either. As Lin reached the bottom of the mission hall, someone approached her with a look of delight. Lin! Lin! Two adorable girls approached him. Even with the shift in social order, children still had to attend school. Lin and the two girls before him were classmates. Their squad was all female, and all members were classmates of his. These girls were all very kind-hearted. Knowing that Lin had come from a poor family and was looked down upon, even bullied by many. It was these girls who stood in front of him. After participating in the awakening to become professionals, they had kept in touch. Su Lulu, the liveliest of the group, approached with her adorable little buck teeth. Lin, did you move? Ha? How did you know? Lin asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Zhou Yang, who followed closely behind, had a more steady demeanor. We went to your place, but it was empty. They said your house was burglarized. You went back once, but haven't returned since. Su Lulu quickly chimed in, we went to the house of the guy who supposedly robbed you, but his place was locked up tight. Word is he hasn't been home in a while either. We asked around, but nobody knows where you moved to. As they spoke, Zhou Yang's gaze shifted to Blake standing behind Lin, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. At that moment, Su Lulu's heart and eyes were filled only with Lin. She wrapped her arm around his, leaning her soft frame against him. Tell me, where did you go? Where are you staying now? Lin quickly gave Su Lulu his address, just as he tried to pull his arm away. He heard Black's voice, who had been standing beside him just moments ago. Lin turned his head just in time to see Zhou Yang already playing with Black. The back-and-forth interaction between the man and the dog left Lin speechless. What are you doing? Zhou Yang looked up at the sound of Lin's voice. I'm a bit embarrassed. I saw you had this big dog with you and thought it was so cute, I couldn't resist. Zhou Yang said, looking a bit embarrassed. Lin hadn't realized that Zhou Yang, who usually came across as cool and composed, actually liked animals. It seemed she hadn't observed him closely enough before. I never would have guessed you liked animals. Zhou Yang awkwardly withdrew her hand. Lin shot Black a look, and the dog immediately moved closer to Zhou Yang, nudging his massive head against her. Zhou Yang looked at Black with surprise and delight, his hands itching to reach out. Seeing this, Lin couldn't help but laugh. Black's already being so forward, what are you waiting for? Go ahead and pet him. At Lin's words, Zhou Yang instinctively wrapped his arms around Black's head in a bear hug. How come I never saw such a big dog around you before? I remember you only had a tiny puppy before. And it was really skinny. Su Lulu furrowed her brow and thought for a moment before turning to look at Lin with confusion. Suddenly, as if something clicked into place, she asked, did you abandon that little dog? Su Lulu's eyes widened as she stared at Lin, a hint of reproach flickering in them. Lin rolled his eyes, reaching up to pat Su Lulu's head. Hey! We've known each other this long, do I seem like that kind of person? She pointed at Black. Isn't this the skinny little puppy you were talking about? Su Lulu looked at Black, then back at Lin. What kind of joke are you playing on me? He's this big, and that puppy was so tiny, how could? Her words trailed off abruptly as she whipped her head toward Black, her eyes wide with shock. Mutated? But the city is supposed to be safe. How could it mutate? That shouldn't be possible. Su Lulu fired off a string of questions before turning to look at Lin, clearly perplexed. Lin shrugged his hands. This is a secret. Zhou Yang snapped back to reality and suddenly remembered something. Did you feed it dewdrops? Lin's eyes widened dramatically as he stared at Zhou Yang with an exaggerated expression. You noticed that? Whoa! Lin sucked in a sharp breath. Looks like I can't let you live. Zhou Yang rolled his eyes. Cut the crap. Lin chuckled to himself. Right, it mutates after consuming certain prey, but it's different from those beasts outside. Chapter 79, Catching Up. Different? How is it different? Su Lulu spoke while reaching out to pet Black. Black sensed no hostility from the two people before him. He had seen them before and knew they were his master's good friends, so he cooperated with their touch. He has his own consciousness now, can communicate with me, and still sticks to me like glue just like before. Lin simply mentioned that Blake remained affectionate, omitting details about his specific changes. Though his bond with them was truly strong, certain things were safer kept to himself. Besides, explaining Black's situation was rather complicated. He wasn't like a typical mutated beast, it was more like a human awakening a class. He seemed to have awakened his own unique class, though Lin couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. All he could discern was that the golden flames enveloping him were a type of strange fire. Zhou Yang and Su Lulu didn't press further. They rarely encountered mutated beasts within the city walls. While they occasionally encountered well-behaved or tamed beasts, none had mutated within the city walls like this one. Many had mutated after their owners brought them out, and some were even purchased specifically for their mutated traits to facilitate taming. After exchanging a few more words, Su Lulu suddenly crossed her arms, glaring at Lin En with indignation. Those people from the Windbreaker squad are utterly despicable. To kick you out of the team like that. We only found out after returning from our mission. How could they treat you so unfairly? It's completely outrageous. She clenched her fists. If I'd been in the city back then, I would have punched every one of them. Su Lulu suddenly grabbed Lin En by the arm. You must have suffered a lot during this time. The Windbreaker squad is utterly despicable. They thought they could just sweep this under the rug, but I'm back now. When I see them, I'll teach them a lesson. Oomph. Those heartless bastards, daring to bully my friend like that. Su Lulu was seething with anger, clearly furious. Lin En hurriedly said, it's all in the past now. I'm fine, aren't I? Su Lulu flung Lin En's arm away, fuming, how can it be the same? They're heartless. You worked with them for so many years, don't they realize the changes in themselves? How much of it came from you? Do they really think it was all their own training and improvement? Look at their talent levels, humph. Zhou Yang's face also turned cold, his expression displeased. They're nothing but ungrateful bastards. It's disgusting. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she added, I recall you signed up for that Northern Territory mission earlier. You didn't sustain any internal injuries, did you? I remember your neighbor saying you just returned from the Northern Territory. Did you form a temporary team with others? Lin En hurriedly explained, no injuries, and I didn't team up with anyone else. I just brought black. Ha? Su Lulu stared at Lin En, her eyes nearly popping out in shock. Then, you must have suffered a lot? Lin En patted his chest. Look at me now, does this look like I suffered? Not a chance. A smile spread across Lin En's face as he looked at them cheerfully. Honestly, it wasn't until I broke away from them that I realized. I'm actually pretty capable. It feels like they were holding me back all along. A hint of pride flickered in his eyes. I told you when you formed that team their abilities weren't on your level. But what did you say back then? You said everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, that they had their own merits. You made excuses for them, saying they were good people. Look at them now, are they still good people? Oomph. You don't know a good thing when you see it. Su Lulu shot Lin En a reproachful glance. Lin En quickly hushed her with a low voice, oh dear, I was stubborn back then and didn't heed Miss Lulu's wise counsel. I was the one who didn't recognize a good thing when I saw it. How about I make it up to you with a meal? Would that be alright? Su Lulu crossed her arms, tilted her chin slightly, and said with a haughty expression, humph, don't think that'll sway me. Lin En suddenly pulled out a few fruit candies. Oh, I have some candy here. Looks like you don't want to eat either. Su Lulu snatched the candies away. Who said I don't like them? Lin En couldn't help but chuckle. Su Lulu adored candy the most, but their team captain, Han Kersen, always kept her in check. Zhou Yang didn't bother with further words of concern for Lin, she simply stepped forward. Give me your hand. Lin En obediently held out her hand as spiritual energy rippled gently from Zhou Yang's body. Her awakened profession was an S-rank ghost doctor, not only skilled in healing, but also capable of handling routine examinations. After a thorough examination, Zhou Yang's expression softened. Everything looks perfectly fine. I told you I was fine, but you wouldn't believe me. Lin En spoke candidly, then suddenly added, what about the others? It's been ages since I saw them. Let me treat you all to a meal. Zhou Yang and Su Lulu both froze, their expressions shifting. Lin En keenly sensed something was off. Zhou Yang's expression gave nothing away, but Su Lulu's face looked a bit stiff. Is it inconvenient? Right. It's not very convenient. They all have personal matters to attend to. It's just the two of us free birds. Zhou Yang spoke up first to explain. Su Lulu nodded repeatedly. Exactly. Otherwise, why would just the two of us be here to take the assignment? Another day when we have time, let's go to your place together. And don't be stingy with that meal then. Her words sounded pleasant enough, but Lin En couldn't shake the feeling something was off. Lin En wanted to ask, but seeing the expressions on Zhou Yang and Su Lulu's faces, he ultimately kept his thoughts to himself. Alright. I'll be waiting for you at my place. I'll take Blake back first. With a brief farewell, he departed. Watching Lin En's figure disappear, Zhou Yang and Su Lulu both exhaled in relief, though their expressions quickly grew serious again. Let's go. We can't waste any more time. The two of them also left together. Unnoticed by them, a girl in a blue tracksuit had been watching them from beside a pillar. A hint of disappointment flickered in her bright, lively eyes. Little sister, what are you looking at? Zhuo snapped back to reality and replied, nothing, I just thought I saw a friend. A friend? Why didn't you go say hello then? No need. He must be busy. Let's go. The boy following behind Zhuo looked puzzled but didn't press further. Linen didn't know he'd once again passed by Zhuoya without a second glance. Chapter 80, Mechanical Arm. Lin-En? Lin-En led Black outside, just putting on the squad's wristbands when he heard someone call his name. He looked up to see several members of the Windbreaker squad standing opposite them. It was Xiaoying calling out to him. Is it really you? Long time no see. You? Xiaoying was overjoyed and started walking toward Lin-En. Before Xiaoying could finish her sentence, she was abruptly pulled back. Wang Kai shot Xiaoying a displeased glance. Where are you going? Xiaoying, naturally timid, flinched at Wang Kai's sharp tone and replied timidly, Lin-En is over there. I just wanted to say hello. Her voice was barely audible as she kept her eyes downcast, avoiding Wang Kai's gaze. Oh, come on, Kai, you really should let her go. After all, she is her life-saving benefactor. Wen Miao's smile grew tinged with mockery, her tone dripping with sarcasm. She even emphasized each syllable when saying life-saving benefactor. Wang Kai shoved Xiaoying aside, snarling, if you're still part of our Breaking Wind squad, then stay put and behave yourself. Otherwise, get the hell out of here. Brother Kai, don't talk like that. Maybe she's actually eager to leave the squad. Xiaoying, already stumbling from the shove, snapped her head up at the remark. Tears welling in her eyes, she choked out, no, I don't. Xiaoying waved her hands frantically, trying to explain. I didn't want to leave the team. Lin-En saved me, and we've all been together for so many years. I just wanted to say hello to him, Liang Bin had grown impatient by now. Shut up. Crying all the time, you're such a downer. Liang Bin rolled his eyes in annoyance and started walking forward, his eyes fixed on Lin-En with a dark, menacing glare. Suddenly, his gaze froze. His eyes widened, and in an instant, he turned to the approaching Lin-En and snapped, you joined another squad? The sudden, loud outburst startled Lin-En. He had only intended to approach and see what the conflict was about. Xiaoying had been pushed to tears. But before he could even reach Xiaoying, Liang Bin had erupted like this. Rubbing his ears, Lin-En looked at Liang Bin in surprise. What business is it of yours if I joined another squad? How could you join another team? You? Liang Bin's eyes widened, filled with resentment. Are you out of your mind? Lin-En rolled her eyes, her gaze brimming with contempt. Fuming, Liang Bin pointed his finger right at Lin-En's nose and shouted angrily, you used to be part of the Windbreaker squad. Even if you're not with them now, you shouldn't join another squad. You got a metal arm now, huh? Lin-En listened to Liang Bin's words, but his attention was entirely focused on the hand Liang Bin had extended. The metal arm refracted colorful halos under the light. But would such an arm truly not affect reaction speed and explosive power during combat? Moreover, a mechanical arm couldn't directly connect to spiritual energy unless he found a professional skilled in metal manipulation to craft it. But the cost of that would be nearly identical to hiring someone to reconstruct his arm. The arm before him was clearly crafted with standard techniques. While flexible and functional in combat, it would inevitably hinder him in a real fight. Seems like he just couldn't afford it. Upon hearing Lin-En's words, Liang Bin instinctively withdrew his hand. You shouldn't have joined another squad. Liang Bin stubbornly repeated his words. Did you get a mechanical arm just because you couldn't afford anything else? Lin-En and Liang Bin were clearly not on the same page, which was enough to make Liang Bin's expression turn grim. After several deep breaths, Liang Bin finally spoke, don't change the subject. I'm talking about you joining another squad. Which one did you join? Never mind that now. Just leave it immediately. I'm telling you, Lin-En, you can't join any other squad for at least a year. Did you get that mechanical arm because you were broke? Lin-En stared at Liang Bin, his expression serious as he asked. Liang Bin's expression darkened instantly again. He nearly snarled through gritted teeth, none of your business. Looks like you really are broke. Lin-En remarked casually, his gaze carrying a hint of mockery as he looked at Liang Bin. Right, how could a guy like you afford to rebuild your arm? You flaunt your wealth whenever you get a few bucks, so what savings could you possibly have? I bet they had to raise the money for your mechanical arm too, didn't they? Lin-En's words only made Liang Bin's expression grow darker. You. Liang Bin, enraged and humiliated, raised his hand to strike. Brother Bin. When Miao suddenly spoke up, her brows furrowed as she stepped forward to restrain Liang Bin. You can't fight here. After taking several deep breaths, Liang Bin pointed at Lin-En and spat, consider yourself lucky the rules saved you. Otherwise, I'd have killed you. Lin-En had grown accustomed to Liang Bin's habit of making grand threats. He found it amusing every time he witnessed it. During their previous encounters, when Miao had barely spoken a word. But today, it seemed she had integrated well into the team, particularly capable of influencing certain matters. Though Lin-En hadn't caught what Wen Miao had said to Wang Kai and Xiaoying earlier, he was certain she had spoken. Wen Miao appeared as delicate and fragile as a dodder vine, yet the ambition in her eyes was nearly overflowing. Lin-En, right? Even if you're no longer part of the Breaking Wind squad, you've been friends for years. Why speak so harshly and aggressively? Others might think you're utterly lacking in manners. Lin-En raised an eyebrow slightly. He hadn't misjudged her after all. The moment this woman opens her mouth, you know she's no good. So you're the one who made them abandon their teammates? Wen Miao's expression shifted. She took several deep breaths before saying, Lin, don't go too far. What does this have to do with me? It was your team and your teammates' lack of matching abilities that got you kicked out of the group. How can you call it? Huh? Are you admitting they did abandon their teammates? Lin En raised an eyebrow, staring at Wen Miao as he asked. War Miao was so flustered she nearly fell backward. Taking a deep breath, she snapped, Lin En, don't push it too far. Oomph. If you hadn't come bouncing around in front of me, would you really think I'd bother acknowledging you? With your lot. Lin En's gaze swept from Wen Miao to Liang Bin, then to Wang Kai, before returning to Wen Miao. He sneered, I've never given you the time of day. But, you're nothing but a bunch of clowns. The contempt and scorn in Lin En's expression were unmistakable. Lin En, you son of a... Liang Bin snarled furiously. Lin En turned and walked away immediately, leaving Liang Bin seething with rage, his eyes bloodshot. Chapter 81, The Second Rejection. Fury blazed in Liang Bin's eyes as he lunged forward to chase after Lin En, only to be restrained by Wen Miao beside him. Brother Bin, he's clearly trying to provoke us on purpose. Why waste our breath arguing with him? Wen Miao's words were gentle, but the venom in her eyes as she watched Lin En's retreating figure was palpable. She had never been humiliated like this before. Lin En being kicked out by the Windbreaker squad had nothing to do with him. He hadn't taken their previous harsh words seriously. Even if he hadn't been targeting her directly before, she was part of the Windbreaker squad. By insulting the squad, he was insulting her too. Now he dared to call him out directly? Utterly despicable. Liang Bin patted Wen Miao's hand as she tried to stop him. Miao Miao, you're so gentle and sensible. Today, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Otherwise, I'd have pulled him aside for a serious talk. Wen Miao withdrew her hand, rolling her eyes inwardly. If it weren't for something I absolutely had to do, I'd never have agreed to join the Windbreaker squad. What a bunch of useless jerks. They'd boasted about how amazing she was, but only after joining did she realize what a bunch of nobodies they were. They couldn't hold a candle to the few godbrothers she knew. Alright, let's head to the mission hall. We better hurry and see if there are any good missions available. We don't want to be late. Wang Kai chimed in from the side, you're absolutely right. Liang Bin, seriously, you always have to compete with Lin En. Why even bother with him? What are you talking about? Liang Bin's eyes widened instantly as he glared at Wang Kai. Fine, I won't argue with you. Let's just go check the quests. Wang Kai waved his hand dismissively. He shot a glance at Xia Ying beside him, who was still staring at Lin En's retreating figure with her head bowed. He suddenly grabbed Xia Ying's arm and yanked her toward him, snapping angrily, Still staring? Still staring? This is all your fault. If you hadn't called out to Lin En just now, would all this trouble have happened? Xia Ying stumbled from the tug, head bowed, saying nothing. Wen Miao snorted softly. Some people, are in one camp but their hearts are in another. She strode forward with purpose. Xia Ying instinctively lifted her head to protest, only to meet Liang Bin's vicious glare. She immediately lowered her head again. Lin En had just argued with Xia Ying, but deep down, he was actually worried about her situation. But remembering how she remained silent when he'd been kicked out of the team, Lin En couldn't bring himself to respond with kindness to such ingratitude. She quickly pushed those thoughts aside and headed to the supermarket with Black to stock up on supplies. The upcoming mission meant they wouldn't be able to return to the city anytime soon, so they needed to prepare essential supplies quickly. After gathering some basic supplies, Lin En headed home with Black. Just as he turned a corner, Black suddenly let out a low whimper. Looking closely, the fur on his neck stood slightly on end. Lin couldn't help but frown, his vigilance heightening. Turning the corner, they reached their alley. Several vehicles were already parked near their home, visible from a distance. A sense of foreboding settled in Lin's heart. Sure enough, after walking a short distance, he saw a group of people standing ahead. At the head of the group stood none other than Wu Wing, the man he had encountered that day. At his feet lay exquisitely ornate gift boxes, starkly out of place in the surroundings. As Lin En drew closer, he was quickly spotted. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Wu Wing immediately walked toward Lin En. Mr. Lin, your return has kept us waiting. Lin En gave a slight nod, offering no reply. Black pressed close to Lin Yu's calf, his body leaning forward slightly in a guarded stance. Wu Wing observed the reactions of both man and dog, his smile broadening. No need to be nervous, Mr. Lin. He glanced at his henchmen behind him, and one of them immediately stepped forward to present a gift box. A small token of our appreciation. We apologize for the previous misunderstanding. Our superiors specifically instructed me to bring this gift. Lin's gaze swept over the gift box, his expression utterly unruffled. Even though many items inside were quite expensive, they were the finest gifts one could offer in this slum district. Take it back. Lin En's tone was calm, yet it caused Wu Ying's smile to freeze for a moment. The fleeting shadow of darkness in his eyes did not escape Lin En's notice. Wu Ying's smile quickly returned, like a mask. Mr. Lin, the previous unpleasantness was all a misunderstanding. We've come this time with sincere intentions. Please do us the favor, we can't let the brothers make the trip for nothing. There has to be some return, right? Wu Ying stepped closer as he spoke, his voice lowering slightly, conveying an air of confiding intimacy. Lin En walked straight past Wu Ying and Blake without even acknowledging him. As Lin En passed Wu Ying, the expression on Wu Ying's face vanished completely, appearing slightly twisted in the sunlight. The surroundings were utterly silent, save for the footsteps of Black and Lin En. Mr. Lin's temperament suits me perfectly. Wu Ying suddenly spoke up, turning around and approaching with a cheerful smile. Yet beneath that smile lay a hint of coldness. Mr. Lin, the higher-ups would like to extend an invitation for you to attend a banquet tomorrow. What are your thoughts? There have been some misunderstandings between you and the Zhao family faction, so they're eager to discuss matters with you in person and resolve any lingering issues as soon as possible. Lin En swiftly unlocked the door before turning to glance at Wu Ying. Busy. No time. Wu Ying's smile nearly slipped. It's just the time it takes to eat a meal. I've accepted a mission. I'm leaving first thing tomorrow morning. Lin En didn't want to openly clash with the other party, but he had no desire to deal with the Zhao family gang right now. It was better to give them some space. Wu Ying took a deep breath and nodded. Understandable. The mission comes first. We clearly didn't grasp the situation. Wishing you smooth sailing on tomorrow's assignment. Hope next time you won't decline the Zhao family gang's kind offer. Wu Ying pronounced each syllable of Zhao family gang deliberately, as if issuing a final warning. After speaking, Wu Ying stared intently at Lin En for a long moment before turning and leading his men away. Watching them disappear around the corner, Lin En slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Black relaxed too, nudging Lin En's leg with his head. Lin En pushed open the courtyard gate and stepped inside. Everything inside appeared unchanged, suggesting they hadn't entered to do anything. Could it be that the cursed talisman from last time wasn't their doing? Lin still couldn't pinpoint the origin of the spell. Wu Ying's final words today, along with his expression, were a last warning to him. Once, twice, but not a third time. Refuse them again, and they'd learn the hard way. Chapter 82, Renting a Car. Lin En rose early, shouldering his pack and stowing all essentials within his spatial ring. Though the storage space wasn't large, it easily accommodated Lin's belongings. Still, when traveling, it was best to keep a low profile. Lin scanned the room. Aside from daily necessities, there was nothing of value left behind. Lin glanced at Black, who had also slung a small backpack over his shoulder. Black, let's go. Black immediately dashed to Lin's side, stretching his head to nuzzle the hand Lin held out. Compared to their previous mission to the Northern Realm, which required arriving early at the Awakened Guild headquarters in the central South City district, this time was much simpler. Lin En headed straight for the East Gate with Black in tow. Lin had no vehicle of his own. The car had belonged to Chenlong back when he was part of the Broken Squad. When heading out on missions, many locations were unsuitable for vehicles, requiring travel on foot. Well-funded teams would purchase space button-equipped vehicles, while ordinary teams had to leave their vehicles outdoors. Vehicles parked outdoors weren't vulnerable to beast attacks. Most cars in Jiangcheng's dealerships were professionally modified by professionals, making them sturdy and offering some defensive capabilities. For a team, having a vehicle was an immense convenience. But not everyone could afford to buy one. Some teams opt to rent vehicles, but renting is not cost-effective. While vehicles possess defensive capabilities and are sturdy, they are not indestructible. Such damage would impose additional losses on the team, which some groups are unwilling to bear. This is where public transportation comes in. Public transportation stations are located at every city gate, offering options for shared rides or chartered vehicles. Lin's destination was Black Pine Mountain, where all the items she needed to collect were available, allowing her to complete 3 quests at once. Moreover, since he would later need to travel to another mission location that also required crossing Black Pine Mountain, reaching Black Pine Mountain was the most convenient choice. Lin led Black straight to the public station, intending to share a ride. Before they even approached, Lin heard loud shouts. North Great Mountain! North Great Mountain! One more spot left. Anyone from Wanshui Stream? Leaving soon. Anyone from Autumn Leaf Forest? The shouts echoed in rapid succession. The drivers here were all hired hands, belonging to different organizations. Very few drove their own vehicles, and they often faced exclusion and bullying. After all, having an organization as your backing means having connections far stronger than going it alone. Besides, vehicles are expensive, so few use their own. Drivers who venture outside the city for business are permitted by the guild, which refrains from interfering as long as taxes and fees are paid on time. Most drivers here have relatively low-level awakened professions, but there are almost no ordinary people who haven't awakened. They too have their own achievements, which is why they're shouting their hearts out here. No sooner had Lin and Black started walking forward than they were spotted. Several men immediately surrounded Lin. Where are you headed, brother? Heading to North Great Mountain? Seeing so many people, Black instinctively pressed closer to Lin En. Lin En reached out and patted Black's large head reassuringly before turning his attention to the men closing in. To Black Pine Mountain. I know that place. No sooner had Lin En spoken than someone chimed in. Before the speaker could approach Lin, another voice chimed in. I'm passing through there. Add me to your list. I'm passing through too. Take me. Several people were eyeing Lin En, even boasting about their driving skills and the comfort of their vehicles. How much? As soon as Lin En asked, the drivers offered several prices that were all pretty much the same. Your dog takes up a seat too, huh? One driver suddenly spoke up, and the others seemed to snap out of it, chiming in with agreement. Some even offered a slight discount. Lin En didn't find anything wrong with the driver's reasoning. Blake was so big he'd take up a person's seat on the bus. Charging for that was perfectly reasonable. Hey, that's a bit steep. It's just a dog, after all. A scrawny man stepped forward, muttering his disapproval. He looked at Lin with a fawning expression. Bro, hop in my cab. I'll charge you the single occupant rate. Hey, Lee, what do you think you're doing? You're stealing business way too aggressively. Yeah, that dog's huge. Charging for an extra person is perfectly normal. You'll go to any lengths to steal business. Don't you fear losing money? The drivers instantly erupted in anger, hurling accusations at him. Lin En watched them start arguing and instinctively took a step back. He wasn't actually in such a rush to leave anyway. He might as well observe the situation properly. He'd never taken a ride here before. Before forming his team, he'd just dig around nearby and never needed transportation. Most of the time, he worked within the city. After joining the team, he rode with Chen Lan or drove himself at most. He'd never actually negotiated a fare here before. The city did have buses, but those had fixed fares. So now that he was here, Lin En needed to take a closer look. He'd heard stories about professionals getting ripped off by drivers. After arguing for a moment, the scrawny man suddenly grabbed Lin En's arm and tried to pull him away. Come on, come on. Ignore them. Get in my car, I'll only charge you. Lin En jerked his hand away, eyeing the man warily. These drivers mostly worked for various companies. They could mark up the fare a bit as their own profit, but it couldn't be too low. Each trip had a set standard. Why was this guy offering such a low fare? Wasn't he worried about not making enough to cover his expenses? Could it be a low-margin, high-volume strategy? That didn't make sense either. How would he cover the shortfall? By jacking up other drivers' fares? It just didn't add up. Lin En decided it was best not to take advantage of this bargain, lest it lead to complications. Just as the scrawny man reached out to snatch a customer, someone suddenly spoke up. Hey, Mr. Lee, are you trying to rip people off? Planning to swindle them once you get there? I recall you pulling this kind of stunt before. Yeah, last time he pulled this stunt, he ran into some tough customers and got beaten up. You've got some nerve. I bet you haven't learned your lesson yet. You're definitely up to no good again. The driver surnamed Lee's expression flickered slightly at these words, but he quickly regained his composure. What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever done such a thing? I'm not that kind of person. You absolutely are. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, cutting off driver Lee's protest. In an instant, all eyes turned toward the source of the outburst. Lin En also turned his head toward the source of the voice. Recognizing the figures, his eyes widened in shock. The Yu brothers. What a coincidence. Chapter 83, Coincidence. Lin En looked at the Yu brothers, both dressed in combat gear with backpacks strapped to their backs. Their appearance clearly indicated they were also heading out on a mission. What a coincidence. Lin En was pleasantly surprised to encounter the brothers here. But this time, he saw only the two of them. Soo-hee was nowhere to be seen. Where's Soo-hee? Not with you? Yu-shu approached with a cheerful smile to greet Lin En. She had other things to attend to, so she's not coming with us this time. It's just a small task, the two of us can handle it. After speaking, Yu-shu abruptly turned his head to look at the driver surnamed Lee. The driver surnamed Lee had also been startled upon seeing the two of them. He cautiously backed away, trying to slip away unnoticed. Little did I know that Yu-shu suddenly shot me a sharp look, making me jump in fright. You're leaving? Lin En glanced over just as he saw Yu-shu retreating and instinctively asked. Yu-shu sneered coldly. He's not trying to run. We've been screwed over by him before. He's just feeling guilty now. The driver surnamed Lee's eyes widened instantly. Don't you dare make things up. You're damaging my reputation. I have a recording. The silence was broken abruptly by this statement, and the driver surnamed Lee's expression changed instantly. You're all lying. I'm done with your business. He spun around and bolted. The onlookers were all taken aback. What a coincidence. Who would have thought that this time, the person targeted by Mr. Lee was actually the friend of someone he had swindled and they just happened to run into each other? Talk about a coincidence. Yu-shu stepped forward and stood beside Lin En. Remember that time we took his car? He didn't just ask for extra money when we reached our destination, he didn't even double the fare. He quintupled it. That's worse than robbery. Lin En couldn't help but twitch his lips. This guy really has no fear of death. Does he think just because he has a company backing him, no one else will dare to act? He was seriously underestimating these cutthroats. Where are you headed? Lin glanced at their luggage and suddenly asked. We're heading to Black Pine Mountain. After Yushu finished speaking, Lin was stunned. This was beyond coincidence, it was a coincidence of the highest order. I'm heading to Black Pine Mountain too. We're going the same way. Lin said, and Yushu seemed pleasantly surprised. That's fantastic. We can watch each other's backs along the way. As soon as Yushu finished speaking, he suddenly remembered their mission and hurriedly told Lin which task they had been assigned. Lin clapped his hands. I've taken that mission too. Yushu's eyes widened in astonishment. What an incredible coincidence. Yu Jian held back from speaking, thinking, it is rather coincidental. There are many locations to choose from for this mission, yet we both selected the same one. Lin hadn't expected such a connection with the Yu brothers. Then we might as well ride together. Lin led Black and the Yu brothers to board a vehicle. The vehicles were all camouflaged off-roaders, though each company's fleet showed slight variations. The differences weren't very noticeable unless you looked closely. Each vehicle could carry 7 passengers. Lin and his group occupied 4 seats, with 3 other passengers aboard. Neither Lin nor the Yu brothers recognized these strangers. They sat in the vehicle without any pretense, exchanging not a word. The engine roared to life, and they set off. The vehicle quickly exited the urban area. At first, there were still some simple structures and scattered houses. Soon, they were replaced by endless wilderness and rolling hills. Beyond the city gates, the roads branched out in all directions, with highways constructed in most areas. It was only after traveling the route many times that one noticed the roads had some worn-out sections. Lin rolled down the window. The earthy scent mingled with the fragrance of plants, and Black seemed quite excited. As they approached the edge of the deciduous forest, 3 vehicles were visible parked at the distant station. The vehicles sat there, with not a soul in sight. The driver suddenly hit the brakes, jolting Lin and the others. They all turned to look at the driver. In the reflection of the rearview mirror, they could see something was off about his expression. Having all experienced combat before, they immediately grew wary at the sight of his expression. Something's not right. The driver muttered as he slowed the car to a crawl. Everyone in the car watched the road ahead with heightened alertness. Lin scrutinized the scene ahead. 3 vehicles were parked by the roadside, completely deserted. They had been visible for several minutes since they turned the corner. Even if someone had gotten out to relieve themselves, it couldn't have taken this long. Moreover, 2 of the vehicles were clearly rental cars, while the third belonged to a private owner. Rental companies offered whole vehicles for hire, but these were different from the shared rides Lin and his group were using. The car ahead was the same model as the one Lin and his group had been riding in. This meant those 2 vehicles were also public transportation, though it was impossible to see inside them. But for such a long time, no one got on or off, and no one else got off nearby either. The passenger in the front seat remained alert for a moment before relaxing. He looked at the driver with confusion. I don't see anything wrong. There are just 3 cars ahead, nothing else. What's the problem? His companion echoed the confusion. I don't see anything unusual. We've been here before, it looks exactly the same as last time. Lin glanced at the 2 speaking men, then turned to meet the gaze of the Yu brothers. The Yu brothers' eyes held a hint of wariness, but also confusion. Driver, what exactly do you think is wrong? Asked the silent third man among them. The driver drove on for a while longer, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. Something's wrong. Everything feels off. He began reversing immediately. The burly man in the front passenger seat frowned immediately. Why are you backing up? We're almost there. I don't see anything wrong. The driver shot the man a resigned look. 2 of the 3 cars up ahead are rental company vehicles. It's impossible for 2 rental cars to be waiting here. While we occasionally leave cars parked temporarily, it's unusual for 2 to wait together for so long. We've been driving for a while now, yet those 2 cars haven't shown any signs of moving. We haven't even seen anyone around them. That can't be right. Maybe they went to use the restroom. The big man persisted in his defense. The driver took a deep breath. Yes, that's possible. I won't deny it. But based on my years of driving instincts, something's off here. I'm not going over there. If you want to go, you'll have to get out yourselves. Bang! Chapter 84, Highway Robbery. The reversing vehicle suddenly hit something. The driver reacted almost instinctively, slamming on the brakes. Everyone's bodies slammed forward with the force of inertia. The professionals in the car regained their balance and turned to look behind them. There was nothing behind the vehicle. The driver activated the in-car surveillance system and saw a massive boulder blocking the vehicle's path backward. This can't be right. The driver blurted out instinctively. This time, no one objected. After all, their journey here had been smooth sailing, nothing had been in the way. A boulder this size couldn't have appeared without making a sound. Yet it just so happened to appear behind the vehicle as they were backing up. The driver had checked the rearview mirror while backing up. This spot wasn't exactly a blind spot, it should have been clearly visible just moments ago. The driver clearly hadn't seen it. Given the driver's vigilance earlier, it's impossible he would reverse without carefully checking the road conditions behind. Especially given what the driver had just said. A tense silence fell over the car as everyone grew alert. Just as everyone was scanning the rear, the driver suddenly raised his voice, trembling, "Highway robbery." All 6 passengers instantly turned to look at the driver. His brow was deeply furrowed, his entire body tense, eyes fixed intently on the road ahead. Lin En and the others followed his gaze to the windshield. 7 or 8 figures clad in black emerged from the forest ahead. Each wore black jackets and pants, their bodies completely shrouded. Only their eyes were visible. They carried a variety of weapons in their hands, and even from a distance, the undisguised malice in their eyes was plain to see. They advanced step by step toward the vehicle, weapons raised, their presence intensely oppressive. The driver swallowed hard and hurriedly reached for his communicator. 1. Black suddenly spoke up. Lin followed Black's gaze. 7 or 8 more figures appeared behind them, dressed almost identically to the ones in front. "There are others behind us too." Everyone turned to look, their hearts racing with sudden tension. Though they didn't know the strength of these highway robbers, the numbers seemed comparable to those they'd seen earlier. Though wary, the group didn't consider the situation particularly dire. They still had the strength to fight back. But now it was different, they were surrounded. The burly man in the front row still managed to keep his composure, but one of his companions behind him was already visibly frightened, his small face turning deathly pale. There really are bandits? Don't they fear the guild's retribution?" Lin En glanced at the youth. Indeed, he looked young, likely only 16 or 17. He was likely a new awakened adventurer out on a simple training mission with his teammates. Having completed countless quests over the years, Lin En had encountered all manner of creatures. Though this situation was new to him, he remained relatively composed. But seeing the overwhelming numbers across from them more than double their own and not knowing their strength or if there were more lurking unseen. Moreover, a nagging doubt gnawed at Lin En's mind. These bandits typically targeted those who had just completed quests, as those were the ones carrying valuable loot. But these men clearly came straight from the city. Aside from their gear and provisions, what could they possibly have worth robbing? Could they be after the money in their accounts? That money would be incredibly difficult to launder. And it would be complicated. By comparison, it was clearly easier to rob those who had completed their missions. So why hadn't these people targeted them instead? This was something Lin En simply couldn't wrap his head around. "If we die here, it'll be ages before the guild even finds out." The driver spoke in a hollow tone. Everyone looked over and saw that the electronic screen, which had been working fine moments ago, was now completely black. The communicator in the driver's hand showed no response whatsoever. Signal jamming. It seemed the perpetrators had prepared thoroughly. Lin En's first thought was whether the 3 vehicles ahead had also been compromised, or if it was their own car. Bang! 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 Before Lin En could ponder further, figures approached. A burly man in black raised his axe and brought it down hard on the hood. With a few thuds, the hood caved in, leaving a large dent. The force sent the entire vehicle swaying, a testament to its solid build. "Get out! Everyone out! Don't resist!" the burly man in black bellowed. The occupants, each armed, kept a wary eye on the outside. Not a single one complied and got out. Not even the driver showed any intention of surrendering. Given the situation ahead, stepping out might mean certain death. They intended to stall for as long as possible. The communication devices in Lin En and the others' hands were also malfunctioning. Seeing that the occupants showed no sign of exiting the vehicle, those waiting below began to grow impatient. Bang bang bang! The burly man in black approached the door with a furious glare, raising his axe to smash the window. Thud! The glass was extremely tough, but the blow clearly contained spiritual energy. With one swing, the glass cracked loudly. The driver gritted his teeth. "Get out! Let's fight them!" He grabbed his weapon, shoved the door open violently, and knocked the axe-wielding giant off balance. You're asking for it." The burly man staggered back 2 steps, cursing furiously. Lin En and the Yu brothers exchanged a glance, then swiftly vanished from sight. Almost simultaneously, the others leaped from the vehicle. Their sudden emergence caught the men across the way off guard, but they reacted swiftly, charging forward and launching an immediate attack. 5 men and a dog emerged from the vehicle. Opposite them stood over 20 men, who quickly dispersed into groups of 5 or 6, each targeting one individual. Even Black was assigned a single opponent. Black leapt from the vehicle and sprinted deep into the woods, the lone pursuer still hot on his heels. Arrows flew relentlessly toward Black from the bow in the pursuer's hand. Black was incredibly fast, dodging each arrow just as it neared him. Within mere moments, he had covered hundreds of meters. The black-clad pursuer behind him failed to land a single hit. As soon as Lin stepped out of the car, a flying knife streaked toward his shoulder, forcing him to twist sharply to the side to dodge. Thud! The dagger embedded itself into the car seat, the handle sinking a full third of its length into the upholstery. Lin En swiftly sidestepped the knife's attack and broke out of the encirclement. These individuals were heavily armored, and their attacks were all non-lethal. Chapter 85, Counterattack. Lin deliberately slowed his pace, drawing the attacks of several assailants in an instant. A powerful surge of psychic energy descended from above, enveloping the area. It was a spirit energy-infused net, its pure white mesh strands glinting with metallic sheen. This was a psychic net specifically designed to capture beasts, its psychic energy infused with the specialized psychic power of professional practitioners. Once ensnared, the creature would be stripped of its spiritual energy. Such nets typically varied in size and rigidity. Judging by its dimensions and the white mesh strands, this one was custom-made and exceptionally sturdy. Lin abruptly accelerated, darting toward another direction. He dodged just as the net descended. Lin exhaled a breath of stale air, abruptly halting his steps. He turned to face the several black-clad figures charging toward him. Who the hell are you people? Even if we're not within the city walls now, this is still Jiangqing territory. Your actions violate Jiangqing's regulations. The men across from him flashed mockery in their eyes at Lin's words. Their assault didn't pause for a second, and not a single one of them engaged him in conversation. No taunts, no demands for surrender, not even a threat of death. They were purely here to capture people? Who exactly were these people? What were they after? Lin watched the figures across from him, his guard rising steadily. Clank, clank. Just then, Lin suddenly heard the clanking of chains ahead. He instinctively looked over. The driver's hands and feet were now bound by heavy chains. He struggled relentlessly. The company behind me won't let you get away with this. They'll find me. My car has GPS tracking. The driver's furious shouts fell on deaf ears. More chains were wrapped around his body, binding him completely except for his head. Despite the driver's furious curses, his captors offered no retort. Only after completely binding him did one step forward, slashing him unconscious with a knife hand strike before dragging him away. Turning to the other three, the girl in the trio, likely a support healer type, was dragged away without any chance to fight back, nearly pulled into the vehicle already. The other two were still struggling, but their resistance was clearly becoming futile. Leaves rustled in the wind. A shadow flickered behind the black-clad figure dragging the driver. In the split second Lin lost focus, the figure ahead lunged violently toward him. A fist as big as a sandbag came straight at Lin's face. The whistling wind from the punch snapped Lin back to his senses. Lin ducked low, dodging it in an instant. Whoosh! 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 3 whistling sounds pierced the air as 3 small knives shot toward him. Lin leapt upward, dodging all 3 blades. Before he could land, a flaming whip lashed out before him. Lin narrowed his eyes. Spiritual energy erupted from his body, and the branch in his hand shot forward, lashing directly at the whip. Boom! The clashing spiritual energies produced a tremendous explosion. Propelled by the force, Lin instantly retreated, somersaulting to the ground to evade the attacks of the others. A class practitioner? The flying knife assassin who had charged forward quickly retreated. Lin couldn't help but frown as a vague thought flashed through his mind. Before he could ponder further, a burly, muscular man charged forward. This man's frame was at least 3 times broader than Shi Zhuang's, whom he had estimated to be B rank. Standing well over 2 meters tall, he swung a fist the size of a sandbag directly at Lin. Lin retreated rapidly, his eyes filled with caution. The spiritual energy emanating from this man was clearly a grade far surpassing Shi Zhuang's strength. Judging by the sheer force of his aura, Lin could probably withstand a direct hit. But Lin feigned defeat, swiftly dodging the attacks of several opponents. Just as he dodged a fiery whip, a long blade slashed straight for his face. As the blade closed in, the twig in Lin's hand shot out, swiftly wrapping around the blade. It forced the opponent to halt abruptly. The branches in Lin's hand multiplied rapidly, binding the opponent before him in the blink of an eye. Sharp barbs instantly sprouted, piercing deep into the opponent's body as the branches twisted violently. Snap! Crack! The bone-chilling sound of cracking bones filled the air. Fifth brother! The burly man among the black-clad figures shouted almost instinctively, charging at Lin like a madman. A fist the size of a sandbag swung toward Lin once more. Lin leaned backward, dodging the blow. The branch in his hand shot out swiftly, binding the attacker before him. Just as Lin manipulated the branch, the other 3 men also charged toward Lin at lightning speed. Lin used the cocoon formed from the black-clad man dubbed Fifth Brother to block their attacks. Blood had already stained the cocoon's exterior crimson. After withstanding their assaults, drip, drip, blood dripped continuously down the cocoon. Damn it! Kill him fast, or Xiong-san will be finished too. Lin's lips curled into a sinister smile. It's not just him who's finished, the 3 of you won't escape either. The moment Lin finished speaking, branches instantly pierced through the 3 men's bodies. In the blink of an eye, they were bound by the subsequent waves of branches that arrived. Ah! 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 The men let out piercing screams. You're all dead anyway. Hurry up and hand over the resources. The black-clad figure wielding throwing knives reacted fastest among the 3. His screams abruptly ceased as he shouted harshly. The screams had already drawn the attention of other black-clad figures nearby. Especially after the throwing knife user yelled, the figure who had just bound the burly passenger in the front seat rushed forward to loot. Before they could move, they realized the counterattack wasn't only coming from Lin En's direction. Trouble had also erupted where the driver and the support-type girl were being held. While Lin En attacked, the Yu brothers, one using the wind to conceal himself, the other hiding within the shadows of others. They struck the unsuspecting black-clad figures, dispatching two with practiced ease before being detected. Once exposed, however, their attacks became more difficult. Both sides exchanged blows several times, with Yu Jian still moving with ease. Yu Shu, however, faced greater difficulty. His opponents had now detected his shadow-based concealment and launched counterattacks. Several opponents reacted almost instantly, striking at each other's shadows and the surrounding dark areas. Regardless of whether they could actually hit Yu Shu, their strikes grew increasingly fierce with each attempt. Even though Yu Shu dodged swiftly, once they had identified his weakness, it became difficult for him to launch counterattacks. He could only try to keep as far away as possible. Apart from these two locations, the individuals below had only sustained minor injuries and were now all rushing towards Lin En's position. Chapter 86, 0 degree. Compared to the unexpected situations at the other two locations, the situation at Lin En's position was extremely dire. All five had been captured, blood flowing freely, their fates unknown, screaming desperately for help. As Lin En watched the 11 figures closing in on him, a savage grin spread across his lips. The moment they drew near, Lin En instantly tightened the branches in his grasp. Several heads that had been exposed moments before instantly began bleeding from all 7 orifices, their expressions twisted in agony. Shrieks of agony echoed throughout the area. Aya! Aya! Iya! Just kill me! Kill me now! Aya! The 11 who had rushed over watched helplessly as the branches binding their comrades tightened and twisted relentlessly. They watched as their comrade wept blood, their screams fading from loud to faint. Snap! 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 From close range, they could even hear the distinct cracking of bones. Damn it! Release them immediately! Release them now, or we won't let you off the hook! Several black-clad figures charged forward, shouting at the top of their lungs. Lin En manipulated the branch in his hand, causing the suspended figures to sway slightly, a provocative gesture. How amusing! Robbers afraid of being tied up? I don't think so. A cruel smile spread across Lin En's face as he spoke. A black-clad figure with spikes protruding from his fist charged forward, leaping up to slash at the branch binding his comrade. Another one! Almost the instant he leapt, Lin's branches shot forward, striking the attacker head-on. Whoosh! Suddenly, several slender black strands shot toward him. Lin En instantly manipulated the branches, flinging the man they called Xiong San forward to shield himself. Thud! Thud! The black threads instantly pierced Xiong San's corpse. The tails of the black threads remaining outside kept writhing, burrowing deeper inside. Lin En's branches also sank into the charging man's body. The moment they pierced him, other branches swarmed in, binding him tightly and dragging him away. Liuzi! The others cried out in horror. In one exchange, not only had they failed to rescue their own man, but they'd lost one of their own. Damn it! This guy is no pushover. Everyone, fall back. Surround him. Let's all go at him together. The remaining 8 black-clad figures charged forward, roaring with fury. They swiftly encircled Lin En in the center. Spiritual energy erupted from their bodies, energy elements colliding in the air and intertwining into different colors. Lin En's gaze swept across the scene. One raised a spear, his arm and weapon seemingly fused as one, charging toward Lin En. Some wielded black iron chains, swinging them ceaselessly. One had both hands mutated into animal paws, with razor-sharp fingertips. One had his mask torn off, revealing a face entirely transformed into a toad. Drool dripped from his mouth, instantly corroding the ground into a large pit. The 8 possessed no similar abilities, each uniquely distinct. Lin En carefully surveyed the group. Among them, 2 possessed spiritual energy barely reaching the level of an A-rank professional. Before Lin En could finish his assessment, the 8 charged forward. Lin En manipulated several branches in front of him, using them to block the advancing figures from closing in. His peripheral vision darted backward. Spatial blades. Spiritual energy surged violently from Lin En's body. Instantly, 5 razor-sharp blades materialized behind each of the 5 attackers, streaking toward their hearts. Thud! 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 The sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed as the figures froze mid-air. Their raised weapons froze in mid-strike, their offensive stances frozen in place. Lin En abruptly yanked back most of the branches entangled with his front opponents, swiftly wrapping them around the rear attackers. Before the other 3 could even process what was happening, they saw their teammates behind them all fall victim. This can't be possible. Damn it! What level is this guy? Report it! Quickly! Before their words had even finished, Lin En had already bound all 3 of them. Ah! Report it, report it! As the 3 screamed, the other 2 approached. Absolute zero! Rise! A chant echoed, and the surrounding temperature plummeted instantly. Lin En's eyes widened instantly. Holy? What god descended from the heavens? Absolute zero? In an instant, Lin wanted to retreat. Who the hell would fight you when you're already at absolute zero? Starting off this brutal? This is like a dimensional attack, man. He's still just a mortal being. He couldn't withstand absolute zero. Even if he wore 8 down jackets right now, it wouldn't do a damn thing. That's 273.15 degrees Celsius. Damn it. This isn't some damn highway robbery. This is murder. Lin instantly commanded the thorns on the branches to grow, swiftly dispatching the few who still had life left. The vines binding them swiftly shot forward to block the two men's path, buying Lin time to escape. But as Lin looked ahead, only the person who had unleashed the absolute zero remained, the other had vanished. Lin's eyes widened, his brows furrowed tightly, his expression darkening for a moment. Where did he go? Where is he? Whoosh! As he pondered, a whistling sound tore through the air behind him. Lin spun around to dodge. Rip! A tear instantly appeared in the sleeve of her protective suit. Lin watched as the dark shadow attacking him vanished into thin air. The next moment, the figure kicked out with both hands and feet. Following its movements, several dark shadows shot toward him. Lin tried to retreat, but the temperature ahead grew colder and colder. More shadows lunged toward him, their speed leaving him no time to think. He could only yank several corpses behind him to shield himself. PSSSH. 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 The black shadows were razor-sharp, instantly piercing through the corpses. Each shadow could only attack once before dissipating entirely. Taking advantage of the brief moment the corpses blocked his path, Lin flung the branch in his hand forward, sending it hurtling toward the shadows. The enemy's shadow darted toward the branch. Its speed was so great that it sliced Lin's thrown branch to shreds. Lin flung a corpse at the opponent, but to his surprise, the enemy could still release shadows while dodging. Lin felt a chill on his back. Suddenly, something felt off. Absolute zero? Wasn't this zero? Lin whipped his head around to face the opponent. The figure continued channeling spiritual energy, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. The pools of blood on the ground had already frozen into ice shards. Lin narrowed his eyes, spun on his heel, and charged at the figure chanting absolute zero at breakneck speed. The surrounding temperature seemed to solidify. The closer Lin got, the more he felt that chill, the cold wind relentlessly lashing his face. Protect me! As Lin drew nearer, the opponent visibly panicked for a moment, shouting urgently. The figure manipulating the shadow swiftly lunged forward. Chapter 87, Not Fast Enough. The black-clad figure chanting absolute zero's pupils suddenly contracted, instinctively retreating. His hands formed seals in rapid succession. 0-degree ice crystal. Go! A sharp, razor-edged ice pillar materialized before him, roughly the size of an adult's palm. The ice pillar instantly hurtled toward Lin. As Lin charged forward, the branch in his hand shot out, instantly binding the ice pillar. His entire body came to an abrupt halt. He twisted his upper body and violently flung the ice crystal behind him. Damn it! The chanting figure in black robes widened his eyes and cursed furiously. Break! The ice shards swiftly scattered, just barely blocking the path of the black-clad figure manipulating the shadow. Lin watched the black-clad figure charging straight toward him, a cruel smile curling the corners of his mouth. You're not fast enough. Lin raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! Under the black-clad figure's astonished gaze. Put! Ugh! The sound of a blade piercing flesh accompanied the chanting black-clad figure's agonized cry. The chanting figure's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at his own chest. A tear ripped through his clothing, revealing a sharp, nearly translucent blade protruding through his chest. Drops of blood still clung to the razor-sharp blade. The chanting figure slowly raised its head to look at Lin ahead. You! Before the words could escape his lips, his chest went hollow. The blade was pulled out, blood gushed forth, and he fell straight to the ground. Thud! This entire sequence unfolded in mere moments. The dark-clad figure manipulating the shadow abruptly halted his frantic dash, even instinctively taking a step back. You! The cloaked figure swallowed hard, then suddenly reached into his robe and drew something. Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. In an instant, the spatial blade erupted, slashing directly at his arm. Ah! The black-clad figure let out a piercing scream as his right hand was cleanly severed. You dare oppose us! Thud! Lin had already closed the distance, denying the opponent any chance to counterattack. A branch shot out swiftly. It instantly pierced the man's neck, its sharp, long thorns tearing through his flesh, leaving several gaping holes. Lin strode over to the black-clad man and kicked his lifeless body to the ground. Still spouting threats as you die. Ha! If I'd let you finish, I'd have more to worry about. Better not to listen. Ah! Damn it! I'll fight you to the death. Die! Just then, Lin heard a blood-curdling scream from behind him and instinctively turned to look. He saw Yushu had revealed himself and was now entangled in combat with 3 black-clad figures. He bore visible wounds, while the 3 black-clad figures opposite him were in far better shape. On the other side, Yu Jian's opponents had been whittled down to 2. Both were wounded, but Yu Jian still seemed to have the upper hand. Lin En rushed toward Yushu's location. The three men before Yushu wielded dual clubs, manipulated the surrounding earth and rocks, and shifted their forms with blinding speed. One could even briefly hover in midair. Lin En's gaze fixed on the one who kept dodging Yushu's attacks, his body suspended in midair. This power is quite interesting. It seemed to be levitation magic. He recalled encountering another awakened magician with this ability during a previous mission. Just as Lin En neared, the hovering figure abruptly produced two white doves from its sleeves. Like mechanical puppets, the doves charged straight toward Yushu. Yushu swiftly swung his dagger to dispatch both birds. In that instant, the earth manipulator chanted an incantation. The ground beneath Yushu shifted violently, causing him to stagger and nearly stumble. The man wielding twin staffs charged forward, his weapon striking directly at Yushu's arms. Whoosh! 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 The branches in Lin En's hands shot out swiftly, flying straight toward the three figures. The black-clad figure manipulating the earth was the first to spot Lin En. Watch out! He shouted, his body quickly forming a defensive barrier of earth. The life tree branches flung by Lin En instantly shattered his defense. Boom! In an instant, the collision of psychic energy sent the opponent flying backward. Ah! Falling alongside him was the figure who had been suspended midair moments before. The figure wielding twin staffs, poised to strike the remaining target, froze midair as the branch pierced clean through his chest. Splatter! The dagger in Yushu's hand instantly sliced through the opponent's throat. This time, the black-clad figure was dead as a doornail. The branches of the Tree of Life in Lin En's hand shot out swiftly, seizing the two men who had been knocked back before they could react. The one manipulating earth and stone still tried to command the elements. Spiritual energy surged from Lin En's body. In an instant, the branches tightened, sprouting sharp thorns that instantly sank into the opponent's body. The excruciating pain caused the opponent's spiritual energy to dissipate in an instant. The branches coiled around him twisted violently. Within the blink of an eye, blood poured from his 7 orifices as life left him. The other black-clad figure watched his comrade's gruesome fate, eyes wide with horror. Suddenly, shadow engulfed him. He whipped his head around to find himself face to face with Lin En. Your awakened profession is magician? Do you have a move called Golden Cicada shedding its shell? Lin En spoke abruptly as he stared at the man. His eyes widened in shock upon hearing those last words. But in an instant, he regained his composure and quickly lowered his head. Then why aren't you putting up any resistance? After asking, Lin En saw no reaction from the black-clad figure. With a flick of her fingers, one of the vines binding the figure sprouted a sharp thorn that pierced deep into his flesh. The sensation of the thorn piercing directly into bone sent waves of agony through him, causing him to tremble violently. You're killing me! Answer me! Kill me! The black-clad figure screamed. Lin En grew impatient, manipulating the spikes to pierce one by one into non-fatal areas of his body. You're being quite uncooperative. This is not good. Lin frowned, staring intently at the man. Don't test my patience. My tolerance for you ends only when every last one of your comrades is dead. Lin En glanced at the remaining members behind him. Go finish off the rest for your brother. Got it. Yushu wasted no time, immediately sprinting toward his brother. The instant Yushu charged forward, he began to blend into the surrounding shadows. Before the opponent could react, he delivered a fatal blow. The others on guard stared wide-eyed at the figure who had suddenly appeared. Splatter! In that split second of distraction, a gash appeared on his neck. The two black-clad figures faced each other, crashing stiffly to the ground, lifeless. Lin En watched as the two swiftly disposed of their comrade before turning his gaze to the black-clad figure before him. Looks like your comrades didn't give you much time to think. Chapter 88, The Corpse Left Behind. Lin En stepped forward and tore off the mask covering his face. Beneath it was an utterly ordinary face. The kind of ordinary you'd never pick out in a crowd. It seemed like you could easily find someone who looked just like him if you walked down the street. Ordinary. Extraordinarily ordinary. Lin frowned slightly. He had expected to see a face as unforgettable as his own memories. Seems it was just a coincidence. You haven't mastered the art of shedding your skin like a golden cicada yet. Spiritual energy rippled around Lin En. You have no reason to live. No. I'm useful. The black-clad figure snapped his head up to face Lin En, speaking rapidly. Lin raised an eyebrow slightly, the spiritual energy swirling around him showing no sign of diminishing. The deep terror in the black-clad man's eyes grew ever more pronounced. Everything he can do, I should be able to do too. I just haven't practiced enough yet. I will master the profession and perfect that technique. Lin En narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing them. He lunged forward, clamping his hand around the man's throat. You know him? The black-clad figure shook his head frantically. Lin's confusion deepened. He released the man's throat, but the doubt in his eyes remained undiminished. I don't know that man, but I know every single one of his skills. I know them all. The black-clad man gasped for breath, his eyes occasionally flashing with a hint of jealousy. Jealousy? What was he jealous of? Was it because they had awakened the same profession, yet there was a gap in their levels? It's only natural to feel a twinge of envy in such situations, but that's just talent. Awakening a profession relies purely on personal luck and innate talent. There are no artificial means to achieve it. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Lin's mind. Why did he know all of the opponent's skills? God, this is so unfair. Why? Why? Same class, same level. Why can't I unleash the same skills? I know them all. I know them all. The black-clad figure now seemed to have gone mad, his eyes flashing crimson as he raved frantically. Ha! So what if you can unleash more skills? You're still a short-lived ghost. This splendid awakened profession belongs to me now. All mine. Mine. Your current awakened class isn't yours. Lin seized upon the flaw in his opponent's argument. The black-clad figure roared with laughter, head thrown back. Ha 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 ha. Exactly. All thanks to the Lord. It was the Lord who granted me rebirth, bestowing this new awakened class upon me. The Lord is nothing short of a God descended from heaven. Why not join me in worshipping the Lord? Serve the Lord, and you too may gain higher tier abilities. Think of those stronger than you. Don't you want to know the moment they lose their awakened professions? Put. Mid-sentence, the black-clad figure suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His head lolled to the side, and he fell silent in an instant. Lin's eyes widened as he frantically grabbed the man. Wake up! Wake up! Spiritual energy erupted from Lin's body, surging into the man's form. The moment it touched him, the spiritual energy dissipated completely, unable to take effect. Feeling the corpse in his arms grow cold, Lin raised his hand to gather dewdrops, intending to force them into the man's mouth. Don't waste your effort. Yu Jian stepped forward and pressed down on Lin's hand. Lin stared at the corpse's wide eyes, still frozen in a maniacal grin. He took several deep breaths before exhaling a heavy sigh. He tossed the corpse onto the ground. Resentment filled his heart. He hadn't even finished speaking before he died. Damn it all to hell. Lin stared at the dewdrop forming in his hand and handed it to Yushu, who had stepped forward. Eat it. Yushu bore numerous wounds, looking the most battered of the three. Yu Jian was also covered in blood, but it wasn't his own. Lin suddenly scanned the surroundings, finding no trace of black. Black? Lin had no time to dwell on the black-clad man's words. He scanned the area but saw no sign of black. He tried calling out several times, but there was no response whatsoever. Panic began to grip Lin's heart. Suddenly, he spotted faint wisps of white smoke rising in the distance, and his spirits lifted instantly. Something burning? This could very well be Blake. He turned to the Yu brothers. You watch them. I'm going to find Black. With that, he dashed up the mountain. The Yu brothers froze in surprise. Yushu hurriedly asked, I'll go with you. No need. I'll be back soon. Lin's voice echoed from the distance. Yushu exchanged a glance with his younger brother, deciding not to insist on following. He motioned for his brother to drag the unconscious men together and pile the bodies in one spot for easier disposal. Lin, who had already sprinted up the mountain, pushed his speed to its absolute limit. Spiritual energy rippled around him as the blessings of the Tree of Life descended upon him. His speed surged again. Anyone passing by now would only catch a glimpse of a dark shadow streaking past, moving with a velocity rivaling that of an A-rank speed specialist. Lin charged up the mountain at breakneck speed and soon discovered a campsite. Chaos reigned within the camp. Tables, chairs, and cooking utensils lay scattered along the edges, surrounded by flickering flames. Woof woof woof. Black barked urgently, seemingly having spotted Lin. Lin immediately spotted Black, who was over 50 meters away. He rushed toward him. He immediately noticed over a dozen unconscious bodies scattered around. Black's eyes blazed with excitement. The flames on his body vanished abruptly as he charged straight toward Lin. Lin grabbed Black in a hug and patted his head. Why didn't you come down the mountain first? You scared me half to death. Black's large head scanned the surroundings. Only then did Lin glance elsewhere, quickly spotting 3 corpses. The bodies hadn't burned completely clean, they were charred to cinders. Woof woof woof. Black barked loudly at the corpses. After a moment of discernment, Lin spoke up. One of these 3 was the man who pursued you. The other 2 were left behind here. Did they also intend to attack you? Black nodded repeatedly. Woof woof woof. He barked repeatedly while bouncing up and down several times in place. Woof woof woof. Did you leave the bodies behind just to make sure I could tell how many bad guys there were? Black's large head bobbed up and down, his bright, sparkling eyes fixed on Lin. He barked repeatedly, as if to say Lin was truly brilliant. Lin's mouth twitched. This dog was getting more and more impressive, actually coming up with a trick like this. Dispose of those bodies. Lin patted Black's head, and the dog lunged forward, charging out. Crackle! In the blink of an eye, golden flames rose up. Soon, the 3 corpses on the ground were completely consumed by the flames. Chapter 89, A Terrifying Conjecture. Lin didn't immediately approach the dozen or so unconscious people nearby. After watching the 3 bodies burn to ashes, he scanned the surroundings. Soon, Lin En located the signal jammer. This particular signal jammer had an exceptionally wide coverage area. It consisted of a main unit and satellite units. The main unit remained fixed in one location, while satellite units could be placed at specific distances to expand the coverage area. These satellite units could then be further divided into smaller units. The expanded coverage was remarkably extensive, and the jamming effect was exceptionally effective. No wonder they couldn't contact the outside world while down the mountain. They had planned this all along. Apart from this jammer, there was nothing particularly noteworthy in the vicinity. Just scattered daily necessities and some medicines, apparently including sedatives. There were even some herbs and minerals, all local specialties. Seems they collected unusual items too, not just kidnapping people. Lin En made no pretense about taking everything they'd collected, even grabbing a bit of their sedatives along the way. After sorting through everything, Lin finally made his way to the area where the dozen or so people were being held. Each was confined within a separate cage. The cages weren't very tall, just high enough for a person to sit upright with a little extra room. Black cloth draped over the cages had been torn open in numerous places. All of this was Black's handiwork. The dozen or so prisoners remained unconscious, not a single one having woken up. Lin stepped forward, touched the cage, and immediately withdrew his hand. The cage was forged from a special material, likely infused with some unique substance. It seemed capable of blocking a person's spiritual energy. The instant he touched it, Lin felt his own spiritual energy instantly weaken. It was easy to imagine that those inside the cage at this moment could likely sense nothing of spiritual energy at all. Lin's gaze swept over them one by one. Their chests rose and fell, all alive, all bound in chains. Their hands and feet were bound by chains, making it difficult even to raise a hand to strike someone. Confirming these individuals were still alive. Lin didn't approach the cage. This thing was a hassle to deal with. The cage was password protected, and he couldn't afford to experiment here, especially without knowing what would happen if he entered the wrong code. Moreover, chains bound their limbs, and no keys were found nearby. He'd leave this situation for the guild to handle. Lin walked over to the jammer and smashed it to pieces. The jammer instantly ceased functioning. Fortunately, the signal collector had arrived, allowing him to contact the outside world. Lin used a phone he found in the camp to dial the awakened guild's emergency assistance line. Using his phone to simulate a transformation, he relayed the location and details before hanging up. "Black! Let's go!" Lin called out to Black as they sprinted down the mountain. As soon as they reached the foot of the mountain, they saw the Yu brothers had already thrown the unconscious men into the car, with the corpses piled together. He immediately ordered, "Black, go burn the bodies." Black leapt forward, charging fiercely toward the pile of corpses. Several fireballs instantly ignited the corpses with golden flames. The golden flames crackled and popped as they burned. "Get in the car first. Let's get out of here." Without asking for details, the Yu brothers quickly got into the car. Yu Jian swiftly took the driver's seat, and the 3 men and 1 dog sped away from the scene. Only after driving a considerable distance did Yu Shu turn to look at Lin En. "Should be safe now, right?" Lin En finally realized he'd forgotten to explain to them, and they hadn't asked either. "Ah. If we hadn't left, the guild members would have arrived." "Huh?" Yu Shu's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Lin En. Lin En felt a bit awkward as he explained, "I was worried the guild members might discover we're also targets. If there are infiltrators among them, we'd be exposed and that could cost lives. It's not that there's any immediate danger up there." Lin En then explained the situation above once more. After listening, Yu Shu's expression grew grave. "Bro Lin, you did the right thing. But who's behind this? What's their motive? I just can't figure it out." Yu Jian, who was driving, couldn't help but interject, "Their tactics weren't lethal. Even after I killed 2 of their teammates, their most lethal move only injured me, nothing truly fatal. It's very strange." Listening to their words, Lin En couldn't help but recall how the black-clad men only turned their lethal attacks on him after he'd killed numerous others. The last black-clad man to die echoed in his mind. His words echoed in Lin En's mind, each syllable clear. He hadn't revealed the identity of the awakened magician, yet the man seemed to know utterly certain. He even expressed jealousy toward that person later, claiming to know all their moves. Lin's mind kept flashing back to the man's words. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. A flash of shock and disbelief crossed his eyes. The thought itself felt terrifying. Lin felt his heart begin to pound violently. If what the black-clad figure had said was true, it was highly likely that the awakened professions these people possessed today weren't originally theirs, they had been stripped from others. Yes, when the topic of stripping arose, the magician seemed to suffer an instant backlash, bleeding from all 7 orifices and ceasing to breathe. Lin En took a deep breath, his mind racing through the black-clad figures he'd faced today. The one who had seemed particularly troublesome was the last to appear, the one who attacked with black threads. It was as if he had extracted his own shadow and transformed it into countless fine threads for assault. This was a profession Lin had never encountered before. However, their physical condition was clearly poor. Upon careful reflection, the awakened professions of those black-clad figures were actually quite decent, and the spiritual energy they unleashed felt roughly a grade. Yet when he actually fought them, Lin hadn't found it particularly difficult. At the time, nothing seemed amiss. But now, recalling the encounter, especially when paired with the final words of the last black-clad figure, every detail felt jarringly out of place. Seeing Lin's expression grow increasingly grave, Yushu grew anxious. Lin. Ugh. Let me go, release me. Before Yushu could finish speaking, a shout erupted from the back seat. Yushu instantly fell silent, his gaze shifting to the backseat passenger just as Lin's did. The first to wake up in the back seat was the burly man. As soon as he opened his eyes, he began shouting. After a cry, he realized he was bound and restrained. Looking down, he saw his companion beside him. Number 2. Number 2. Chapter 90, Awakening. The big man called out to his companion while reaching out to shake him. Number 2, third sister. Wake up! Wake up! Where is this? Just as the burly man kept shouting, a voice suddenly came from behind him. The burly man whipped his head around to see the driver behind him looking equally dazed and disoriented, having just regained consciousness. Suddenly sensing something was off, the big guy snapped his gaze forward and saw Lin and Yushu staring straight at him. Ah! The burly man recoiled as if startled, leaning backward abruptly. You too. Lin watched the big man's expression and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Your two companions should be waking up soon. The burly man nodded, his gaze finally sweeping the surroundings. Realizing they were in a different place, he urgently looked at Lin. Where are we going? What about those black-clad men? I remember they. Lin cleared his throat, meeting the burly man's questioning gaze. Ahem. It's a long story. Lin turned to face the burly man and the driver, his expression grave as he observed the two others slowly regaining consciousness beside them. You know how many people were there back then, and how dangerous the situation was. Seeing you both collapse one after another, almost dragged away, we couldn't afford to delay. We had no choice but to fight for our lives with everything we had. Lin pointed at the driver. You had chains already fastened around your wrists and ankles. If my brother hadn't helped in time, those chains would have snapped shut. Then you wouldn't even have had the keys to escape. The driver instantly recalled the moment before losing consciousness when he felt the chains closing around him, sending a shiver down his spine. He turned to Lin and his companions, his face breaking into a wide smile. But thanks to you guys. Thank you so much for your heroic rescue. I can't thank you enough. The others also recalled their own harrowing experiences before losing consciousness. It had been utterly miserable. Several attackers had surrounded them, leaving no chance to break free. It had been terrifyingly dangerous. In that final moment before losing consciousness, despair had gripped them. They were certain they were finished, that they would never see home again. They'd resigned themselves to the idea that they'd have to wait 18 years to become heroes again. Who would have thought they'd get another chance to wake up? Instantly, the three men looked at Lin and his companions with eyes brimming with gratitude. Brothers, we're the Golden Pearl Squad. I'm Captain Qian Dahai, and these two are my younger siblings, Qian Sanha and Qian Wuxi. We'll never forget the debt we owe you for saving our lives today. Should you ever need help in the future, we'll lend a hand without hesitation. Lin waved his hand with a smile. No need. We were just saving ourselves. It's no great favor. Yushu turned to the others behind him and said, my big brother is just too kind-hearted to abandon you. If not for him, none of us would have reacted in time. How could we have managed to bring every single one of you along? Hearing this, the others once again expressed their deepest gratitude, promising to repay the favor someday. Qian Sanha suddenly leaned closer to Lin's seat. Brother, with so many of us, how did we manage to fight our way out? Lin's smile faded slightly, his expression turning serious. My two brothers covered our rear. Black and I fought our way back to rescue each of you. In the end, my brother swept his arm to block them, allowing the vehicle to finally move. To shake them off completely, my brother even got injured. He gestured toward Yu Jian, who hadn't changed his clothes. Several fresh tears were clearly visible on the fabric. The others immediately showered him with more words of gratitude, praising Yushu so profusely he grew slightly embarrassed. Suddenly, the driver slapped his thigh and declared with righteous indignation, now that we've escaped, I'm reporting this to the company immediately. Lin and Yushu exchanged a glance. Lin quickly spoke up to stop him. Hold on. The driver froze, holding his phone and looking at Lin with confusion. This matter is still not easy to publicize. What do you mean by that? The driver looked at Lin with confusion in his eyes. Qian Dahai also voiced his confusion. When we run into something like this, we should definitely report it to the guild. Then we need the higher-ups to resolve this quickly, otherwise, those bastards will get away with it. What if we encounter them again in the future? That's precisely what we fear. Lin abruptly cut Qian Dahai off, his expression turning grave. I deliberately prepared a backup device earlier. I just used it to relay the message to Jiangcheng without exposing us. I trust the guild will handle these individuals. Does anyone else have a backup phone? All shook their heads. Lin En scanned each face before speaking. I know you're all furious about today's events, but what good does anger do? They clearly have organized backing. Do you dare confront them head-on? They shook their heads again. Sigh. If none of you dare, neither do we. Since I've already reported this situation using the backup phone, we can't let anyone know we were robbed and escaped. Otherwise, if those individuals haven't been fully dealt with by the guild, do you think they'll let us off just because we got away? We're the only ones who got away. Think about the other 3 vehicles, 2 of them aren't even privately owned. The expressions on their faces darkened. After a long silence, Shin Wuxi cautiously spoke up, but those people saw our faces. Lin En shook his head. I injured quite a few of them. Unless they have several healing-type support members, they probably couldn't escape in time. They might very well be captured by reinforcements sent from above. The group's expressions darkened. Lin En and Yushu exchanged a glance, neither mentioning that they'd already dealt with all those individuals. Some things were best left unsaid. Yushu chuckled from the front seat. They were just robbers. They wouldn't dare make a big fuss about it. As long as we act like nothing happened, even if they've been caught or haven't been discovered yet, do you think they'd come forward and admit to doing something like that? They're not stupid. What's there to fear? Hearing Yushu's words, the others felt somewhat reassured. Lin En quickly added, but if you spread the news, and it leaks that you escaped, what if there are still their inside men in the city? If the information gets out, don't you think someone will come looking for you? That's even scarier than those reckless fools. Whoa! The group couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Everyone knew there was no such thing as a truly clean organization. That was all a lie. They weren't children, naively believing everyone above them was good. They exchanged glances, each silently vowing to keep today's events under wraps. Chapter 91, Darkness. The driver was the first to speak. Rest assured, I'll keep today's events confidential. I'll bury this matter deep inside after all, I still need to run this route in the future. The 3 members of the Chin family quickly chimed in. Right, we won't say a word. Not a single word. Nothing happened along the way. We arrived safely at our destination. That's right, nothing happened. Seeing everyone give their assurances, Lin En and Yushu felt somewhat reassured. As long as they understood the stakes, they could conceal the truth for now. If it couldn't be hidden, then it was simply fate. There was nothing more they could do. Suddenly, the driver spoke up. Where are we headed now? Black Pine Forest. Lin En replied casually. Qian Dahai's eyes widened instantly. Wait a minute. Aren't we supposed to be going there too? Lin En nodded. Your destination is Gui Forest, right? Chen Dahai nodded hastily. Right. That's the closest place for our mission, and it'll be easier for us to get back to the city. If things go well, we could even return tonight. Lin En stared intently at Chen Dahai, then slowly shifted his gaze to his 2 younger siblings. Do you dare go there now? Chen Dahai's face broke into a smile. What's there to be afraid of? What kind of danger could there possibly be? Mid-sentence, Chen Dahai realized what he'd said, and his smile froze. Xian Sanha quickly interjected, no, we won't go there. Our mission can be reassigned to another location. Xian Wuxi nodded vigorously beside him. Right, we can change the location. Chen Dahai scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't think of it earlier, I forgot. Lin En didn't say much, only mentioning that they were approaching the Black Pine Forest soon and could discuss their destination with the driver shortly. Upon reaching the Black Pine Forest, Lin En, the 2 companions, and the dog all got out of the car. As the car faded into the distance, Yu Jian, standing behind Lin En, suddenly murmured, Are you sure we don't need to eliminate the witness? Lin En whipped his head around, eyes wide as he stared at Yu Jian. You're so ruthless? Yu Shu smacked Yu Jian hard on the head. What nonsense are you spouting? Yu Jian clutched his head, yet his eyes remained intensely focused on Lin En. But they were there with us. They witnessed what happened. Who's to say they'll keep quiet forever? If someone uncovers this, they'll inevitably trace it back to us. If there's a discrepancy. Yu Jian trailed off, but Lin En understood. His gaze shifted to the receding silhouette of the vehicle, and he sighed. Let them investigate. It'll amount to the same as killing them anyway. After all, we left the city in that very vehicle. There's no denying it. His gaze shifted to Yu Jian. If we kill them first, there's no guarantee the other side won't uncover it before we do. Yu Shu tugged Yu Jian's ear. Did you hear what Brother Lin said? Rein in that violent streak of yours. Ow ow ow. That hurts. Yu Jian quickly yanked his ear back and stumbled several steps backward. I wasn't thinking that far ahead. Don't pull my ear, it hurts. Yu Shu rolled his eyes at his younger brother before scanning the surroundings. Our first mission's the same, Lin Gu. Let's team up. Sure thing. Lin En naturally didn't refuse. The 3 of them walked a considerable distance forward. Only then did Yu Shu carefully survey the surroundings. Seeing no one else around, he cautiously leaned close to Lin En and whispered, Brother Lin, about that thing earlier. Lin En's brows furrowed deeply. To him, this incident was indeed terrifying. Lin took a deep breath, scanned the area himself, then patted Black on the shoulder and gave him a meaningful look. Black immediately darted off to patrol the perimeter. Only then did Lin En lower his voice, turning to the two men. This is no ordinary matter. It concerns our very safety. He then recounted what he had noticed earlier, the individual's unskilled use of spiritual energy and awakened class abilities. He also mentioned the dozen or so unconscious people they'd seen on the mountain, along with the peculiar cages and chains. Yushu furrowed his brow slightly, deep in thought for a moment before asking, could it be they awakened their professions through some secret method? That's why they're unskilled? Lin En shook his head. No, I don't think so. Remember that last magician? His words felt off. And I've encountered his awakened profession before I remember him distinctly. His signature levitation spell was unforgettable. What struck me most was his golden cicada shedding shell technique. I only recognized it because I'd seen him use it before. But when I asked the magician if he knew that move, Lin En repeated the magician's words, his expression growing increasingly grave. Especially when he mentioned the magician suffering backlash. The expressions on all three faces darkened, one more grim than the next. Even without speaking, they all shared the same thought. Stripping an awakened profession. How utterly terrifying. Not since their awakening began, nor even since they could remember, had anyone ever heard of such a thing. Weren't awakened professions supposed to be innate? How could an individual's innate talent be stripped away? What becomes of those stripped of theirs? Yushu clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Why on earth would they do something like this? Taking perfectly good talents from others and killing the original people, why couldn't they just recruit those who already possess the ability? Are you stupid? Yu Jian rolled his eyes at his brother in exasperation. Not just anyone can be bought off, and if they're capable of such ruthless acts, it means they're capable of even more terrifying things. Take us three, for instance, would you be willing to be bought off and do those shady deeds for someone else if we paid you? Yushu was about to explode with anger when he heard his younger brother say this, and instinctively ignored the earlier remark. No way. I'm the kind of person who won't be swayed by poverty or intimidated by force. Yu Jian spread his hands. See? That's why the powers behind the scenes would rather strip those with natural talent and give it to mediocre individuals than bribe them. Bribing people is too troublesome and they're prone to disloyalty. But those who gain powerful awakened professions through the powers behind the scenes become utterly loyal. There must be some enormous secret behind them. Lin En suddenly spoke, his eyes flashing with a dark gleam. All three fell silent. The matters behind the scenes were too dark, even threatening their own safety. They could only hope that once the higher-ups discovered those trapped in the cages, they would take it seriously. Chapter 92, Road Encounter. Seeing the grave expressions on Yushu and the others, Lin En quickly interjected, Alright, stop overthinking it. Things haven't gotten that bad yet. Look, they're only capturing people outside the city walls, they wouldn't dare do it within the city itself. Don't be so pessimistic. Yushu took a deep breath and nodded. Wait. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, Black's bark echoed from the distance. Yushu immediately stopped mid-sentence, and the three quickly composed their expressions. Yu Jian even pulled out a piece of jerky from his small bag and handed one to each of them. He called out to Black, Black, have another piece of jerky before you run. Black immediately dashed over and stopped beside Yu Jian. He didn't immediately take the jerky from Yu Jian's hand, instead shifting his gaze toward Lin. Lin En gave a slight nod and placed the jerky in his mouth. Only then did Black take the jerky Yu Jian offered and begin eating. Black is so obedient. I wish I could have a dog just like him. Then I could bring him along on missions. Lin took a bite of the jerky and looked at Yu Jian. Black is my teammate. Yeah, we go on missions together. Yushu didn't quite grasp why she emphasized that point, but he went along with her statement. Teammate. Lin En reiterated. Yushu paused mid-rejection of the jerky, swallowed it with a stretch of his neck, and asked, Teammate? Lin En nodded. When I returned this time, I applied to form a squad. The current members of the Beta Squad are just me and Black. Yu Jian and Yushu both stared wide-eyed. Yu Jian looked at Black and said, that really is stronger than the average person. Our mission this time is a bit further ahead. Hey, someone? Lin, the two men, and the dog instantly turned to look. Two squads approached from across the way, numbering over 10 people. One 7-person squad was dressed casually, not a single combat suit in sight, just plain clothes. They looked like they were on a picnic, their leader even smiling as he chatted. The other squad, several meters away, was uniformly clad in combat gear. Regardless of whether their uniforms were new or worn, their equipment alone looked far more professional than the other groups. Neither squad contained anyone Lin En recognized. His gaze shifted to the Yu brothers. Yushu leaned close and whispered, we've seen that group in combat gear twice before, but they're not from our district. I overheard others saying they're pretty formidable, though I don't know the details, never looked into it. Upon hearing Yushu's words, Lin En understood. Since they weren't familiar with them either, there was no need to dwell on it. Lin turned away, ready to tell the two it was time to head out on their mission. Hello there. Why only 3 of you? The leader of the 7-person squad, a man in a green parka, stepped forward. His head was topped with a mop of curly hair, and his face wore a warm, enthusiastic smile. You don't hit a smiling face. Our companion went elsewhere and will be back shortly. Lin En spoke first, and the man nodded in understanding. Hey, why aren't you all together then? Yu Shu crossed his arms. We don't need that many people. Are you guys doing a gathering mission around here? The woolly-haired man opened his mouth to speak, only to be yanked back by a spiky-haired boy behind him. None of your business. The tone was decidedly unfriendly. Yu Jian instantly lunged forward, glaring at the other with a menacing look. If you can't speak properly, don't send your teammates to make small talk. What are you trying to pull? You. The spiky-haired guy glared at Yu Jian, but the woolly-haired one quickly stepped in to stop him. Calm down, calm down. We're all here for the mission. Come on, let's keep moving forward. He then turned to Lin En and the others. See ya. He hurriedly motioned for his companions to pick up the pace. The rest of the squad glanced over, but none of them stepped in to mediate like Woolly Curls had. They all looked completely disinterested, as if it had nothing to do with them. Lin En observed the 7 members of their squad and felt something was off. This wasn't like the squads he'd seen before. They seemed almost unfamiliar with one another. Could they be a newly formed team? Their ages suggested they weren't newly awakened either. Had they awakened too late? Lin felt a twinge of confusion, but didn't dwell on it. Just based on that hedgehog-haired guy's temper, Lin didn't want anything to do with people like them. The other team didn't even acknowledge them, striding straight toward the interior. Lin En and the Yu brothers shared 2 overlapping quests, the Dan Ding Xianyan and the Cold Spirit Vine Leaves. Lin En also had an additional gathering quest for the Cold Poison Pearl Fruit. After comparing notes, they decided to gather the Cold Spirit Vine Leaves first. Dan Ding Xian rock was remarkably easy to gather, though its extreme hardness made it somewhat troublesome. The guild sold tools for cutting it, and they weren't expensive, but using the tools required spirit energy. And it required an enormous amount of spirit energy. Moreover, the rock was incredibly heavy. Collecting it first before gathering other items would be quite troublesome. Having chosen their target, the trio headed leftward. The cold spirit vine is a vine-like creature that grows attached to tall trees. Typically, such vines bear spirit fruits, which contain substances beneficial to beasts. Consequently, many beasts often gathered around cold spirit vines, either competing for the fruits or guarded by a powerful beast that deterred others from approaching. After traveling over 2,000 meters to their chosen leftward destination, the trio finally spotted a colossal tree. The trunk was densely covered in cold spirit vines. The vines hung loosely from the tree, with numerous tendrils dangling from their branches. From a distance, it resembled an enormous willow tree with branches swaying in the wind. Upon closer inspection, it was all cold spirit vines. The moment Yu Shu saw this colossal tree, he excitedly rushed forward a few steps. This tree is enormous. So many cold spirit vines. We did this quest before, but we didn't take this path then. The vines over there weren't nearly as lush, and there weren't nearly this many leaves. Back then, we really had to search through several trees just to gather 200 leaves. Lin En was equally astonished. This is incredibly lucky. Lin En said, taking a few steps forward. Roar! Suddenly, a dark, shadowy form leapt out from behind a massive tree trunk, letting out a low growl directed at the group. The roar thundered like a clap of thunder, startling Lin and the others. Black leapt instantly, blocking the path in front of Lin En. He growled warningly, his large eyes fixed intently on the massive creature across from them. Chapter 93, Mutant Dog. Yu Shu and the others simultaneously went on high alert, staring at the massive creature that had suddenly appeared. Its appearance bore a strong resemblance to a Tibetan Mastiff, yet its size far exceeded that of an ordinary one. However, the extent of its mutation hadn't rendered it particularly ferocious. Lin En had once encountered a mutated Tibetan Mastiff. It was said to have been kept in the city at first, but after venturing out into the wild, it had consumed something unknown and mutated before returning. That creature stood taller than Lin En himself, with a mouth large enough to swallow 2 or 3 human heads whole. It was easily 1 or 2 sizes larger than the creature before them. The mutated dog crouched low, its throat emitting a constant low growl. The sound seemed to be driving away Lin, the 3 others, and the dog. Its body was no small thing either, easily twice the size of Black. Black had grown considerably lately, standing nearly as tall as Lin's hips, while the creature before them reached Lin's chest. Its fur was incredibly thick, especially the mane around its neck. Its entire body was covered in jet black fur, with hints of gold visible at the edges. However, likely from rolling around in the forest, many areas were matted, and the gold wasn't very noticeable. It snarled fiercely at Lin and the others, its stark white teeth exceptionally sharp, with strands of sticky saliva clinging to the tips. Seeing that Lin and the others remained motionless, Black roared at them. Seeming to interpret their stillness as a challenge, it began clawing at the ground before it. Do you think this thing can be tamed? Yu Jian suddenly spoke in a low voice. Lin En whipped his head around to stare at Yu Jian, his eyes wide. Why did this guy always blurt out things that left him speechless? At that moment, Yushu also turned to look at Lin En and asked, "Brother Lin, could it become like Black?" Lin En's eyes widened completely this time. Was it his ears playing tricks on him? Or had the two brothers lost their minds? They actually wanted. Lin En turned his gaze toward the mutated dogs, and his vision filled with black. In an instant, it dawned on her. Lin finally understood why the brothers would have such an idea. He rolled his eyes at them both. The causes of these mutations are all different, okay? While the area had been treated by purification specialists, it only reduced the substances causing nearby biological mutations to levels minimally harmful to humans. It didn't eliminate them entirely. Humans hadn't even fully understood all the causes of animal and plant mutations. Expecting to eliminate every single mutagenic substance was simply impossible. If truly no mutated flora or fauna existed, there'd be no need for team quests at all. That's nothing but a pipe dream. And what Black referred to as mutation. It was more like an awakening, just like humans. This is fundamentally different from ordinary biological mutation. It possesses human-like intelligence, but the mutated dog before us certainly does not. You two are living in a fantasy world. Lin sighed deeply in exasperation. Ha! The Yu brothers spoke in unison, both confused and unable to grasp Lin En's meaning. Yu Shu gazed at the enormous mutant dog ahead with reluctance. Is it really impossible? Then why don't you two give it a try? Lin En suggested directly. Yu Jian took an excited step forward. Then I'll give it a shot. Lin En watched Yu Jian, his mouth twitching slightly. How could this guy be so dependable at times? It seemed like he had a screw loose at others. Why such a huge difference? Though reluctant, Yu Jian knew the beast before them was likely untamable. Achieving what Black had done was nearly impossible. Just as he opened his mouth to dissuade his younger brother, Yu Jian's figure began to fade. Within 2 breaths, he could no longer see Yu Jian anywhere. Woof! As if sensing danger, the mutated dog let out a low growl, its sharp gaze darting in one direction. It leaped forward, its front paws slapping out. Yu Shu instantly sensed something amiss and almost instinctively shouted, "Watch out!" He rushed forward urgently. Lin En frowned, watching the scene unfold. Yu Jian likely wouldn't be able to dodge the attack hidden within the wind. This mutant dog wasn't just enhanced in strength, speed, and bite force, its senses were also exceptionally keen. It could keenly detect anyone approaching without even needing to look. And that huge nose of his it had sniffed just now, proving its keen sense of smell as well. No wonder such a massive cold spirit vine was guarded by only one beast. It was quite capable. Sure enough, Yu Jian exchanged only one round with the mutant dog before being forced back repeatedly by its sheer force. His combat suit was even slashed by the mutant hound. Had Yu Shu not pulled him back in time, he might have sustained some injuries. As the two retreated, the mutant dog showed no sign of backing down. With a feral snarl, it charged straight at them. Spiritual energy rippled around Lin, and the blessing of the Tree of Life instantly enveloped Black. Black shook the fur from his body, his eyes gleaming brighter. Woof! Black let out a warning growl at the mutant dog ahead, then charged forward with a snarl. The mutated hound opened its massive jaws, roaring as it lunged for Black's throat. Woof! Black swiftly ducked to avoid the attack, sinking his teeth into the creature's foreleg and yanking hard. Arg! The mutated dog let out a piercing cry of agony, escaping while lunging at Black once more. Black released its grip and lunged forward to evade, causing the mutant dog to miss its target completely. The instant it landed, Black leapt up violently, slamming directly onto its head. He sank his teeth into its forehead. Thud! Wah! The mutated dog shook its head wildly in agony, trying to shake Black off. Wah! Black clamped his jaws tightly onto the mutant dog's head, refusing to budge no matter how violently it thrashed, clinging stubbornly to its skull. The mutant dog suddenly threw itself to the ground, preparing to roll. Black suddenly released his grip, lunging forward with a fierce pounce and sinking his teeth into the creature's neck in an instant. Arg! Before the mutant dog could react, Black's fangs sharper than its own razor-edged teeth sank deep into the flesh of its neck. Once locked on, Black began dragging it with brutal force, refusing to let go no matter how fiercely the mutant dog thrashed. Arg! Soon, the howling grew fainter, until finally, all sound ceased. Only when the mutated dog showed no signs of life did Black release his grip. Shaking the fur from his body, he immediately bounded over to leap excitedly at Lin's feet. Lin reached down and patted Black's large head. Good dog. Chapter 94, Reunion. The Yu brothers stood side by side, their bodies motionless as their heads turned in unison toward Lin. Their eyes fixed intently on Black beside him. They stared intently for a long moment. Until Lin looked up at them. What are you two staring at? The Yu brothers snapped back to reality. Yu Shu pointed at Black. Has it always been this powerful? Lin asked with some confusion. Powerful? He glanced down at Black, then looked back at the two brothers with puzzlement. This is just standard procedure. Yu Shu wiped his face and patted Yu Jian's shoulder with a touch of melancholy. Brother! You're not even as good as a dog. Yu Jian's mouth twitched. Black was indeed formidable, probably more so than himself. He'd admit that much. But his brother's words were just too harsh. It was a bit off-putting, to say the least. Shrugging his shoulders, he shook off Yushu's hand resting on his shoulder. Black's already cleared up the trouble. Let's get back to work. Yu Jian pulled out a large cloth sack, shook it open, and stepped forward to pluck the leaves. Lin En also stepped forward to pick leaves from the cold spirit vine. Yushu rubbed his face, watching the two figures retreating into the distance, then glanced at Black darting back and forth nearby. Was I overreacting? Yushu sighed and stepped forward to gather the cold spirit vine leaves as well. Stop! Suddenly, a stern command rang out from behind them. The three, who had been picking leaves, turned in unison, looking somewhat bewildered at the approaching group. The trio glanced at them briefly. Though puzzled, they quickly averted their gaze and resumed plucking leaves. Their hands moved steadily, plucking leaves left and right. They even had the leisure to inspect the leaves for signs of insect damage. Leaves with too many insect holes were likely to be discarded during sorting. So during this leaf-picking process, they made sure to gather a few extra leaves. When conditions allowed, they also took the time to inspect them as carefully as possible. Hey! I'm talking to you guys. Didn't you hear me? Woof! Black suddenly appeared, blocking the person who had rushed forward first. Black's massive frame suddenly sprang forward, startling the man, who instinctively took a step back and assumed a defensive stance. What the hell is that? After a sharp shout, he realized he was facing a mutated dog and immediately frowned. Damn bastard! How dare you scare me and block my path? I'll kill you! The intruder drew the crossblade from his waist, gathered spiritual energy, and charged at Black. Die! Lin spun around, flinging the branch in his hand with lightning speed. Crack! Ah! Lin's branch struck the opponent's wrist, where he held his sword. A bloody gash instantly appeared on the opponent's wrist, causing him to drop his sword to the ground in pain. His teammates had already stepped forward. The remaining two paused their actions, preparing to return, but Lin waved them off. Keep going. Pick some for me while you're at it, he said, shoving the bag in his hand toward Yushu. Yushu didn't suspect a thing. He fastened his own bag around his waist and began plucking leaves for Lin En. The mutated dog guarding this area had been taken care of by Black. If Black hadn't handled it so quickly, it would have taken the two brothers quite a bit of effort to deal with it themselves. Now, with no trouble to bear, he could just start picking leaves how effortless. Helping Lin En out was only the right thing to do. While the Yu brothers busily gathered supplies behind them, Lin En had already walked over to Black, watching the approaching group ahead. And who were these people? None other than the very individuals they had observed earlier. The man whose cross-bladed sword had just been knocked away was none other than the spiky-haired one. He glared at Lin, fury burning in his eyes. You dare fight me? The spiky-haired man roared, his eyes locked on Lin En. Oh, it's an old acquaintance. Just a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The curly-haired guy in the green jacket hurried over to grab the hedgehog-haired man, smiling as he spoke. The hedgehog-haired guy shoved the curly-haired guy aside, glaring viciously at Lin En. You dare fight me? You must be tired of living. As he spoke, spiritual energy erupted from his body. He picked up the crossblade and charged straight at Lin En. A great spiritual energy swirled around the hedgehog-haired man, the crossblade in his hand gleaming with a sharp, menacing light. Lin En raised an eyebrow, observing the hot-tempered hedgehog head who started fights at the drop of a hat. Just as the cross sword thrust toward Lin En planted his feet firmly, leaping into the air in an instant. He landed a kick on the cross sword's blade, then swung his leg up, delivering a direct kick straight to the opponent's face. Thud. Put. Lin En's kick carried tremendous force, sending the hedgehog flying 7 or 8 meters. He slammed hard onto the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with 2 teeth. Lin landed lightly, his gaze cold as he surveyed the others. Anyone else here trying to stop us from collecting stuff? Before the others could speak, curly-haired waved his hands first. No. You got here first. It's only right that you gather first. Lin En glanced at the tactful Curly, his expression softening considerably. A quick glance revealed someone had already approached the mutated dog's corpse, even pulling out a body bag. Lin En couldn't help but frown. Did these people have no sense of decency? He rarely encountered people who would take others' spoils of war. While the mutated dog's usable parts weren't worth much, he hadn't planned to collect the carcass himself. He'd intended to leave it for the Yu brothers. Their spoils, why should anyone else get them? Even if the sale brought little, it was still their money. Lin En glared at the man, his voice tinged with displeasure. That's our loot. The other man acted as if he hadn't heard a word, already reaching out to grab the mutated dog's corpse. Lin En frowned in annoyance, flicking a branch toward him. Whoosh! Lin En flicked the branch, flinging the mutated dog's corpse toward himself. The other person grabbed at thin air, paused in surprise, then whipped their head around to glare at Lin. Don't you have any manners? How dare you snatch things from someone else's hands? Lin was utterly baffled. What kind of people were these? What did he mean, snatching things from his hands? Hadn't he heard what he'd said? This was their spoils of war. While Lin stood there dumbfounded, the other party stepped forward and demanded, "Give me back that mutated dog." Are you out of your mind? This is our spoils. What proof do you have it's yours? The man tilted his head back slightly, staring at Lin without a trace of fear. Lin felt like he'd stumbled upon a bunch of lunatics. Arguing with them might just mess with his own head. Chapter 95, Incomprehension. Lin flickered her branch, and the mutated dog's corpse instantly landed in her hand. A faint light flickered. In an instant, the mutated dog vanished. The man's eyes widened as he scanned the area. Where is it? Where's the mutated dog? Where did you put such a huge mutated dog? Lin didn't even glance at him, turning to return and pick leaves with Yu Shu and Yu Jian. But when he turned his head, he saw that someone from their group had already started picking leaves. Lin frowned, his expression sour. How could these people be so inconsiderate? Whoosh! Suddenly, Lin felt a whistling sound behind him. One. Die! A cold gleam flashed behind him as Black charged forward. The shouts from behind were cut short as Black tackled the attacker head-on. Thud! Ow! The hedgehog-haired man slammed hard onto the ground, letting out a wretched scream. Come back! At Lin's command, Black's gaping mouth snapped shut instantly, and he sprinted back to Lin's side. Lin gave Blake a light tap on the head. You touch all kinds of filthy things, how disgusting. Black hung his head in shame and let out a whimper. Woof woof woof. It seemed like he was promising Lin he wouldn't do it again. Curly glanced at his companion, then at Lin, and approached with an awkward smile. He just got a little carried away. Please don't take it personally. Lin shot him a cold glance and turned to leave. Hand over the mutant dog. The middle-aged man who had just tried to snatch Lin's spoils burst forward again, his face now twisted with displeasure, the wrinkles on his face deepening noticeably. Now standing with hands on hips directly in front of Lin, he glared viciously, pointing a finger at him. Listen to me. I spotted that thing first. I was closest to it. That makes it mine. You're robbing me. Hand it over now, or don't blame me for getting rough. Got it? Lin shot a glance at the curly-haired man beside him. Get lost. Seeing Lin show no intention of handing over the item, the middle-aged man stood with his hands on his hips, his anger evident as he glared at Lin. What's wrong with you young people? Have you no manners? I'm telling you, you. Lin kicked him square in the gut. Thud. Lin shot a glance at Curly. One more person messes with me, and I'll kill them. Lin stared at Curly, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Curly swallowed hard and stammered, it won't come to that, it won't. Lin gave a cold laugh, offering no reply, sending a chill through Curly's heart. Lin could see right through him. Curly-haired guy was all talk, his actions showed no intention of stopping his teammates. Lin couldn't understand what this group was trying to accomplish. Was it purely to torment others? Hey! How dare you snatch things from someone's hands? The man ahead suddenly roared and lunged forward. Lin glanced at the curly-haired guy, who hurriedly explained, they probably didn't mean it, no. The branch in Lin's hand shot out, snagging the woman in the red parka and yanking her toward him. Thud. Ouch. Lin slammed the ant right next to the middle-aged man. The piercing scream startled the other two men lying on the ground, still seething with resentment. They froze, not daring to utter another word. Such a sound did not delay the three men ahead from swiftly plucking leaves. As Lin approached, he saw Yu Jian had already stopped picking leaves. After picking a few more, Yu Shu also stopped, walked over to Lin and handed him the bag. Lin, we're done. Thanks. Lin took the bag. A frail girl with short hair nearby suddenly spoke up, are you guys done picking? Yu Shu didn't have a high opinion of them, but he didn't bite the hand that fed him. He nodded. Then could you help me? No way. Picking leaves is easy, what exactly do you need help with? Yu Shu flatly refused, nearly rolling his eyes. They'd already killed the guardian beasts. What could possibly be difficult about picking leaves? If you need help with this, what kind of mission did you even sign up for? But why did you help him then? The girl muttered, sounding a bit annoyed. Lin was utterly speechless at the group before him. What kind of bizarre team were they? These people seemed completely clueless about what it meant to be a professional on a mission. They reminded him of those opportunistic scoundrels he'd encountered in the slums. Especially since some among them didn't even look old enough to have just awakened their professions, yet they acted as if they were fresh out on their first mission, utterly reckless. Their behavior was downright abnormal. If they'd always acted like this, they'd probably been beaten to death countless times by now. Their team seemed like a hodgepodge, partly because of the wide age gap among members, a rare combination for most groups. Moreover, several members radiated an air of self-importance. They carried themselves as if they were exceptionally skilled, uniquely special, as if they were the protagonists of the world. Lin was utterly perplexed. He exchanged glances with the Yu brothers, who were equally speechless. This situation was truly unprecedented. A thought flashed through Lin's mind. But upon closer reflection, it seemed unlikely. It couldn't be that he'd never encountered this before, yet it kept happening so frequently lately, could it? Lin dismissed the idea as unlikely, yet he couldn't make sense of the people before him. His gaze drifted back to the curly-haired man, who was chatting with one person here and another there. Let's go. Lin didn't want to waste any more time here with them. After completing this task, they still needed to gather the Dan Ding Mystic Rock. That stuff wasn't in the outer regions, they'd have to venture deep into the interior. A rough estimate put the journey at least an hour. Collecting that stuff was time-consuming anyway. Rather than waste time with these people who clearly weren't getting it, it was better to hurry on. The Yu brothers couldn't be bothered to argue with the group either, so they simply followed Lin and the others. As for the woman who had been complaining about their lack of compassion and unfair treatment in front of them, she was now being ignored. Watching Lin and the others walk away, the woman was so furious she stomped her feet. You! Stop shouting! Stop it! Curly-haired watched as Lin and the others walked away, then hurried forward to block the woman who was still trying to chase after them to argue. When you're out on a mission, no one's going to help you. That's just how brutal it is between professionals. He added impatiently, stop beating around the bush. Hurry over there and heal those three. The woman rolled her eyes at Curly, gave a dismissive snort, and reluctantly headed toward the trio. Chapter 96, Experience. Hey! Isn't this Yushu? After walking for over 20 minutes, a squad emerged from diagonally across. Spotting Yushu, they excitedly took a few steps forward. Oh, you managed to recruit a teammate. Their gaze swept over Lin, then landed on Black. They gave a dismissive sniff. A beast tamer, huh? Tisk. The newcomer approached Lin, muttering as he walked, bro, your taste isn't exactly stellar either. The newcomer was lanky and gaunt, with slightly sallow skin and deep dark circles under his eyes. He looked like someone who hadn't rested well in ages, possibly even malnourished. Probably hooked on some addictive substance. Upon reaching Lin, he reached out to drape an arm over his shoulder. Lin swiftly raised his hand and swatted the other's arm away. Smack! Startled by the sudden movement, the visitor instinctively took a step back. His expression shifted slightly as he regained his composure, glaring at Lin with displeasure. Young man, you're not very savvy, are you? Lin tilted his head back slightly, his eyes filled with contempt as he looked the man up and down before returning his gaze. Stay away from me. The man drew a deep breath, a fleeting look of viciousness flashing across his face. Yushu shot him a cold glance. Dead monkey, stop stirring trouble. I don't have time for you. He kept walking forward without any intention of stopping to acknowledge the other person. Lin lifted his foot to follow, but unexpectedly, the man didn't block Yushu's path. Instead, he stepped in front of Lin. Lin frowned slightly, eyeing the gaunt man standing before him. Move aside. The man crossed his arms, as if he hadn't heard Lin's words. He scrutinized Lin with a critical gaze before speaking. Although your judgment is questionable, choosing a team like Eugene's, which is already in decline with no prospects, Hodigeo is kind-hearted. He's willing to give you a chance. Come join our team as an attendant. Though your words aren't always pleasant to hear, if you prove useful in the future, we might even consider granting you squad member status. Hodigeo looked at Lin, his words dripping with condescension. Lin's mouth twitched. Was this a poaching attempt? Not interested. Lin said, preparing to walk past him. Hey! How can you be so ungrateful? Don't you know our squad has 2 S-rank teammates? You! Get lost. Lin raised his hand and shoved the man attempting to grab him away. Hodigeo stumbled backward, his expression darkening slightly. You damn fool, refusing a kind offer. Hodigeo, you're insane. Every time you act like a rabid dog. Get the hell out of here. Yushu stormed forward in rage and shoved Hodigeo hard. Thud. Already off balance, Hodigeo was sent tumbling straight to the ground. Eugene didn't approach him, but fixed a cold stare on Hodigeo's teammates. Keep your own people in line. Hodigeo's teammates all looked rather displeased. This was practically a slap in the face. Eugene, don't you know how to speak properly? Hodigeo's teammates stormed forward several steps, roaring with fury. Lin raised an eyebrow slightly, glancing at the members of the opposing squad. With displeasure, he remarked, why are you two wasting your breath? We've got nothing to lose. Let's just go all out and fight them to the death. If we can take one of them down, we've gained one. Take 2, and we've made a profit. As Lin spoke, spiritual energy rippled around his body. His eyes narrowed with a vicious glint as he fixed his gaze on Hodigeo and his teammates. His expression screamed, let's all die together. If you won't let me live, then none of you will. I'll take you down with me. That sinister gaze sent a chill down the spines of those who met it. Hodigeo and his teammates froze, unable to move. Where the hell did the Yu brothers find these guys? How could they be so sinister? Any squad with conflicts usually just trades insults when they meet, maybe shoving each other a couple times at most. Why the hell is this guy coming at us like he wants to kill us? Hodigeo pointed at Lin and snapped, what are you playing at? You damn. Arg. Black lunged forward, bellowing at the top of his lungs. The sheer volume shook nearby trees, sending leaves scattering to the ground. Hodigeo's words instantly died in his throat, his face twitching. This guy really is serious. Hodigeo took a deep breath. Oomph. We still have a mission to complete. You just wait once we're done, this isn't over. With a cold snort, Hodigeo signaled his team to leave. Watching them leave, Yushu hurried over to Lin En and said, "Brother Lin, don't let that monkey guy get to you. He's just got that filthy mouth spewing nonsense, utterly disgusting." "I'm not angry." Lin En looked at Yushu and spoke. "Ha? Then." Seeing Yushu's confused expression, Lin En finally spoke. "I don't know how deep the rift between you two runs, but it's better to get it over with quickly." Lin En scratched his nose as he spoke. "It's all experience." Yu Jian suddenly stepped forward. "Bro Lin, you've really pissed off a lot of people before." Lin En's mouth twitched. "Well, I wouldn't put it that way." Lin En mentally reviewed those he'd clashed with. He hadn't realized it until now, but the list made his scalp tingle. It seemed he really did have quite a few people who didn't get along with him. But it wasn't like most of them were personally against him. Many were just teammates. Friction within the squad couldn't really count as personal grudges, right? Right? Lin En's expression froze for a moment. Yushu smacked his younger brother on the head. "You're talking nonsense again." "You're right, Lin, your method works. We've run into that monkey gang so many times, but this is the first time they've backed off so quickly." Yushu and the others continued walking forward as they spoke. Meanwhile, Hodigeo and the others on the other side looked far from pleased. "What kind of crappy teammates did Yushu find? They're as stubborn as mules." "You're telling me? Where did he even find someone with such a foul temper? He looks kind of familiar to me." "Ha? You've seen him before?" As the group grumbled, one member suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. The teammate furrowed his brow in deep thought, then suddenly snapped his fingers. "Snap! I remember now. He's the guy I told you about before, the one who got kicked out of his team." The moment he spoke, the group erupted in commotion. "That useless guy? Yushu and the others actually recruited a loser? No way. They're already short on combat power, they wouldn't go so far as to recruit someone who got kicked out." Team 1 was suddenly filled with curiosity about how these two had ended up together. Especially since they weren't even from the same region. How had they ended up together? Lin En remained unaware that he'd been recognized, oblivious to the whispers behind his back. Chapter 97, Backfired. "Third brother, it's your turn." "Got it. Hey, you guys over there. Come join us. We're all set." "Alright, thanks." Before Lin En and his two companions plus their dog had even approached, they heard the bustling chatter of conversation. The spot they chose was one they'd visited before, a vast expanse of alchemy cauldrons in Mystic Rock. The surrounding area was quite open, with most of the space covered in Danding Xian Rock, while other areas within the Black Pine Forest also contained Danding Xian Rock. It was more efficient to focus on this concentrated patch rather than search for scattered deposits elsewhere. This quest had likely been assigned to every district, attracting both familiar faces and those they'd encountered before. As Lin En and the Yu brothers approached, they were spotted. "Hey! Lin En, you're here." A burly man spotted Lin En and called out first. Lin En waved back, continuing forward as he replied with restraint. "Brother Wan, long time no see. You guys took this assignment too?" Wan Suong glanced at the two unfamiliar figures beside Lin En, his expression briefly clouded with confusion. But he quickly averted his gaze, shifting his attention instead to Black standing next to Lin En. "Wow, you've got yourself a beast. This guy's really sturdy." Lin En reached out to pat Black beside him. "His name is Black." Wan Suong immediately pulled out a piece of dried meat from his waist pouch. "Here, Black, eat." Black took a step back, but his eyes showed no sign of wariness. Clearly, he knew Lin and the person before him were on good terms, and that there was no ill will toward him now. Yet upon seeing the food, it still turned to look at Lin, seeking approval. Wan Suang burst into laughter at the sight. "Ha ha ha! Brother, this Black is so well trained. Such a good boy." Lin En chuckled, patting Black. With a single glance, Black immediately stepped forward, took the jerky, and began eating. Wan Suong wrapped his arm around Black's neck, clearly delighted. Lin now turned his attention to the other members of Wan Suong's team, greeting each one in turn. Some responded warmly, while others remained cold. Lin En didn't mind. He'd crossed paths with this squad a few times during previous missions. Especially their leader, Wan Suong, a straightforward and warm-hearted man who suited Lin's temperament perfectly. After the introductions, Lin briefly introduced the Yu brothers to Wan Suong and the others. He then began surveying the surroundings, looking for a suitable spot to start digging. Noticing their survey, Wan Suong immediately offered, "If you're not in a rush, just wait a bit. Our team will finish digging up a few more sections soon. It'll be easier than you trying to find other vacant spots." Lin En also carefully surveyed the surroundings. Numerous protruding danding were scattered about, each occupied by a team, some areas even hosting multiple teams. Many areas were flat, even pitted and uneven. While still excavable, such spots proved relatively more laborious to work. Though Wan Suong's team wasn't in the best spot, it was still far better than the remaining areas. Observing the pile of alchemy cauldron black rock beside Wan Suong's team, it had already accumulated to over 40 gene. Teammates were still chiseling away, and judging by the size of the section being excavated, once this block was finished, it would likely be sufficient. After carefully calculating, Lin En smiled at Wan Suong and said, "We've really hit the jackpot here. Thanks a lot, brother Wan." Wan Suong chuckled, "You sure have a way with words. Much easier on the eyes than that Liang Bin in your team." A shadow passed over Lin En's face, and the smile on his lips seemed forced. "I'm no longer on the same team as them." "What?" The smile vanished from Wan Suong's face as he spoke in surprise. "They have new teammates now." "I have new teammates too," Lin En said, patting Black beside him. Wan Suong's gaze shifted to the Yu brothers standing nearby. He smiled and didn't press further. Though Wan Suong didn't ask, others were eager to. The person who had seemed cold toward Lin En during their earlier greeting now looked at him and said, "You wouldn't have abandoned your teammates, would you? TSK. To abandon teammates you've been with for so long." The look in his eyes as he stared at Lin was as though she were some kind of faithless person. Lin En's lips twitched. "You've got it backwards." The speaker froze, but before they could press further, Wan Suong shot them a glare. "If you're done resting, get back to your post." The other person pursed his lips and said nothing more. After 3 members of Wan Suong's team took turns, they finally managed to excavate the 10-plus-pound piece of Danding Xian rock. The moment they finished, Wan Suong called out to Lin En. "Get digging, you guys." "Got it, thanks, brother Wan." Lin En called out, motioning for the Yu brothers to step forward and begin digging. The area was spacious, so the 2 brothers and Lin En each chose a spot to begin chiseling. Wan Suong frowned slightly as he watched their movements, disapprovingly saying, "You two should take turns. Don't rush. Otherwise, once your spiritual energy is depleted, how will one person replace both of you?" Spiritual energy flowed continuously from Lin En into his weapon. He glanced back and said, "I'll just rest when I'm nearly drained. The brothers can take turns replacing me. My task doesn't require anyone to accompany me." Before Wan Suong could respond, the girl who'd been cold toward Lin En spoke up again. "Aren't you part of the same squad? Why are you splitting tasks?" "No, we're not a squad. Just acquaintances traveling together." The girl's eyes widened in shock. Almost instinctively, she blurted out, "But you said you had teammates too." Lin En gestured toward Blake. "This is my new teammate." The girl's expression shifted, and even the other teammates looked less than pleased. This was nothing like what they had expected. Only one beast companion? Wan Suong and the others immediately sensed there must be more to the story. Though curious, they couldn't bring themselves to ask outright. Questioning someone like that, especially someone who seemed to be suffering right in front of them, just wouldn't be right. They forced themselves to suppress their curiosity and sat off to the side to rest. "What are you doing? Get lost. This is our territory. Why are you standing so close? Who are you?" Amidst the lively chatter, someone suddenly shouted loudly. Instantly, many turned to look. Lin En couldn't help but be distracted for a moment. Glancing over, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. They'd come over too? Lin En considered their location. This spot was a fork in the path from where they'd been earlier, not exactly a direct route. It seemed likely they were here for a mission similar to his own. Chapter 98, The Commotion. The group remained scattered as before. The uncle who had snatched her belongings was now caught red-handed trying to take someone else's, and was currently arguing his case. The auntie who had snatched items from Shang Yushu had also arrived at the pile of carved Danding and Xian rock, picking through the selection. They didn't bother asking the people who had already staked their spots and started chiseling. They just began chiseling right next to them. Even the woman who had previously asked Lin En and his group for help now walked straight up to an all-male team, requesting their assistance. Compared to their bizarre behavior, Lin En was more fixated on the large pouches each of them carried. If he remembered correctly, they had only carried backpacks before, not these large pouches. Suddenly, it dawned on Lin En they had been storing the leaves they gathered earlier in these very pouches. Lin's expression shifted noticeably. What were they collecting all those leaves for? A team could only need up to 200 leaves at most. Even if they took a few extra, it wouldn't amount to much. Moreover, without a space button, they'd have to return these leaves within 2 days to complete the task. Otherwise, they'd lose freshness and fail to meet the submission standards. Even if the guild collects them, the daily maximum per squad is only 100, and they can't be stored or sold. Even on the black market, there's no guarantee they'll spoil if delayed. Could someone be buying them up specifically? But they couldn't be operating so openly, could they? Carrying around huge bundles like that would be far too conspicuous. The guild's restrictions on character levels are meant to prevent overharvesting, and besides, they can't consume that much anyway. Lin En couldn't figure it out, only finding their greed insatiable. But Lin En quickly averted his gaze. Their behavior reminded him of all those unreasonable, utterly immoral people he'd encountered over the years in the slums, the kind who did whatever they pleased without a shred of conscience. Such people would cringe and feign weakness when confronted by someone stronger. But when they encountered someone weaker, they flaunted their power. "Bro Lin, aren't those the guys we ran into before?" Yu Shu and his younger brother switched places, ensuring their psychic energy didn't dissipate. This back and forth rotation made things more convenient. Trying to pull the same old tricks again. Lin En replied without even lifting his head. They're in for a world of pain. Yushu reached out to take Lin En's tools. Brother Lin, let me help you. You should rest first. No need. I'll take my time. There's no rush. Lin En flatly refused. When the remainder tried to reach out again, Lin En grew visibly displeased. Only then did the others dare to stop. Wan Suon, who had intended to step in and assist, also halted. After a moment's hesitation, it was the same girl who had previously regarded Lin En with some coldness who handed him a bag containing fragments of Danding Xian rock. Wan Suong glanced at his other teammates. They all nodded in agreement. Wan Suong walked straight over to Lin En and tied the cloth bag to the backpack strapped around Black's waist. Lin En spotted it immediately. Hey, Brother Wan, what's this? It's not much, but don't look down on it. You'd struggle to manage alone. No need, Alright, stop arguing. I'm giving it to you, so stop pushing it back. Let's go. Wan Suong cut Lin En off mid-sentence, then led his teammates away. They walked quickly, as if afraid Lin En would try to return the items. Lin En's spiritual energy was significantly depleted, and he paused his stone chipping work. Black obediently sat beside Lin En, allowing him to open the cloth bag at his waist. The Danding Xianyan inside, though small, was surprisingly heavy, nearly 10 jin. This left Lin En feeling somewhat embarrassed and puzzled. Why give me this? Lin En scratched his head, realizing Black was his only teammate. Were they pitying him? Well, a team consisting of just one person and a dog did look a bit pitiful, after all. Just as Lin was pondering, a sudden roar startled him. Get out of the way. When Lin and the others looked up, they immediately saw a commotion unfolding ahead. Yushu sat beside Lin En, watching the commotion unfold. Someone had snatched something, been shoved aside, and now lay on the ground trying to extort money. Such blackmail tactics were something Lin had only witnessed in the slums. But that was among ordinary people. Such blatant extortion tactics were truly rare among professionals. After all, the city had law enforcement teams. Outside the city, well, the other party might just go for the kill outright. To act so brazenly without backing? That's practically begging for death. Lin En's gaze fell on the middle-aged man and woman sprawled on the ground, his curiosity piqued about how this would play out. Bro Lin, do you think they'll make it out of here alive? Probably. There are too many people here. But whether they'll make it out in one piece is another story. Yushu craned his neck to watch the commotion, unable to resist chatting idly with Lin En. Bang! Ah! My leg! My leg! The first to get hit was that middle-aged man. He was still trying to swipe someone's stuff, got caught and yelled at, then tried to pull the old man card. He shoved the female teammate who was guarding the items. But then he just flopped to the ground and started making false accusations. The other team members cursed him out several times, but he didn't know when to quit, still babbling on and on. Then he got hit. Lin En watched as a wolf's tooth club smashed into his calf. He didn't even need to get close to know how brutal it looked. TSK, that really feels satisfying. Lin En couldn't help but mutter under his breath. He sat up and resumed chiseling away at the stone. Yushu, seeing Lin En resume his work, couldn't help but ask, Bro Lin, are you done resting already? Yep. Lin En replied without looking up. Yushu opened his mouth to ask more, but seeing Lin En working diligently, he swallowed his words. He stopped watching the commotion ahead and moved closer to his younger brother, observing him chisel away. He planned to take over once he'd rested a bit longer. My brother's over there. He's right there. Lin En heard a shout from behind him, followed by the sound of many footsteps rushing toward them. 1. Black instantly blocked the way behind Lin En, his gaze fixed warily on the approaching group. Lin En glanced over. Several men advanced aggressively, their collars gripped by the curly-haired men. Their clothes were torn in places, and they looked rather bedraggled. The spiky-haired one looked the worst off, a whip mark across his face. Though it hadn't torn open, it was bleeding. Curly-haired caught Lin's gaze, his eyes brimming with hope. Big brother. Big brother. Talk to them. Make him let us go. Hurry. Lin En watched them halt a few paces away, his gaze lingering on the group with a hint of confusion. Chapter 99, Entanglement. Ha! Lin's eyes clouded with confusion as he stared blankly at the approaching group. He cut off the flow of spiritual energy to his stone carving tools before standing up to face the approaching figures. The bewilderment in Lin En's eyes was genuine. He genuinely couldn't fathom what kind of charade they were putting on. He was hundreds of meters away, and their voices were already faint and broken. How could this commotion possibly involve him? His gaze swept over the newcomers. Nearly 3 squads stood before him. He had encountered one squad twice before, yet they had never crossed paths, exchanged words, or interacted. The other squad was unfamiliar to him. Several individuals clearly wore insignia from different squads. A few faces seemed vaguely familiar, but none were actual acquaintances. As for the last squad, that was the group with Curly and the others. Right now, they were all being pinned down, looking utterly miserable. Hey, pay up now. How dare your teammates sneak onto our turf to steal stuff? Don't you have any shame? Shame on you. Stealing our hard-earned stuff right in front of us. Put. What kind of nonsense is that? Everyone knows how hard it is to mine Dan Ding Xianyan. Everyone else is digging honestly, but you bastards have no shame. The mob pinning down Curly and the others glared viciously at Linen. A bearded member stepped forward, his eyes narrowing menacingly at Linen. Your teammates said you could resolve this, let us bypass them this once. That's not impossible. Our team demands 60,000 yuan in compensation, plus a piece of Dan Ding Xianrock weighing no less than 10 jin. Another member from the opposing team stepped forward. Our team demands compensation of 300,000 yuan, plus a piece of Dan Ding Xianyan weighing no less than 10 jin. We demand 100,000 yuan plus a piece of Dan Ding Xianrock. Wei. One by one, a total of 6 people stepped forward to make their demands. Linen stood rooted to the spot, forcing himself to listen until they finished speaking before finally responding. You're demanding these things from me? Linen pointed at himself. The bearded man who had spoken first instantly flushed with rage. What the hell do you think you're talking about? You're the one who ordered your teammates to do this. Who else should we come after? Linen glanced at Curly and the others. Did you see the badges on their uniforms? The pot-bellied man stormed forward 2 steps, shouting, "Cut the bull. Are you paying or not?" Linen crossed his arms. I'm with them. We're on the same team. We're teammates, big brother. Please help us. Help us. Before Linen could finish, Curly interrupted, his eyes pleading with Linen. What the hell are you babbling about? When did my big brother ever know you? Have you no shame? Yu Jian, who had been resting, couldn't take it anymore. He lunged forward in a single stride and roared. Yu Shu also dropped his things and stepped forward. Compensate. And you dare slander brother Lin. You bastards were stealing our stuff just now. We let it slide, but now you're trying to frame my brother? Have you no shame? The two stood on either side of Lin En, faces flushed with fury. Their words instantly left the troublemakers looking utterly confused. Suddenly, curly hair burst from the crowd, charging straight toward Linen. Big brother. Big brother. Before the Yu brothers could react, Linen delivered a kick. Thud. Curly-haired slammed straight onto the ground. He struggled to his feet, glaring at Linen. His lips moved, silently forming several words. Shiming Port. Linen narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. Shiming Port, how long had it been since he'd heard that name? Shiming Port, it was said that his father had first met him there. The place was incredibly far from Jiangcheng. According to what Uncle Wenba had said back then, father had taken on an escort mission and returned with him in tow. It was along the harbor on the journey back that he encountered him. Many people from Jiangcheng might never set foot there in their entire lives, at most catching a glimpse of it on a large map. When I was young, Uncle Wen would only tell me stories about my father when I asked. As I grew older, I stopped inquiring, and the topic vanished from conversation. Yet this man had explicitly mentioned Shiming Harbor to me. If he said there was nothing sinister about it, Lin En wouldn't believe him. Seeing Lin En staring at him as if deep in thought, Curly immediately took 2 steps toward him. Brother, Shut up. I don't know you. Stop dragging me into this. Lin En remained unmoved, cutting him off coldly. Curly's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin En. He almost blurted out in reflex, but as if suddenly remembering something, he forced himself to hold back. Taking a deep breath, he finally managed, You know what I just said? Lin En frowned. How should I know what you were talking about? She turned to look at the Yu brothers beside her. Did you two catch what he was saying? The Yu brothers both shook their heads blankly. No clue. Me neither. Lin En listened to their responses before turning his gaze back to Curly. See? Nobody understands what you're saying. Lin En then addressed the people who had followed them. Everyone, I truly don't know this person. He produced his own badge. Everyone, take a good look. The badge in my hand is different from the one this person is wearing. Lin waved his badge in front of the crowd. Each district's badge featured a distinct base color. Depending on the captain's awakened profession, an additional pattern would be added to the badge, followed by the team's name. Thus, even if squads from different regions occasionally shared the same name, their badges remained distinct due to regional differences and varying squad leaders. The bearded man lunged forward, grabbed the curly-haired man by the collar, and yanked the badge pin to his chest right off. A quick glance revealed it was completely different. UING lied to us. Guys, take them down. Curly-haired tried to protest, but the bearded man's fist was already flying toward him. Thud. Curly was instantly knocked to the ground, and the bearded man rushed over to continue the beating. The others in the group tried to resist, tried to protest, but the crowd surrounding them gave them no chance. Punch after punch landed. Lin En and the Yu brothers even stepped back slightly, clearing more space for the mob to gang up on Curly and his group. Lin En's gaze fell upon the badge lying on the ground. Curly's badge. A peculiar sensation lingered in Lin En's heart, compelling his gaze toward it. The badge featured a sky blue background, the signature color of New Jiang district, with a broadsword standing upright in the center. Flanking it were two large characters, Starry. Star Squad. Chapter 100, Benefactor. Star Team. Lin's pupils suddenly contracted. Fragments of memory flashed rapidly through his mind. The Star Squad remained only a vague impression in his memory. Most of what he knew came from hearing Uncle Wen mention them during his childhood. Later, he had seen members of the Star Squad visit him at the orphanage several times. As for when exactly he had last seen a member of the Star Squad or heard Uncle Wen speak of them, Lin couldn't quite recall. It had been far too long, and those memories had grown hazy. Had he not seen them today, he likely would never have thought of them again. Those memories had long since faded into the corners of his mind. Shiming Harbor, the Star Squad insignia. Lin drew a deep breath. Not only was his heart in turmoil, but his mind felt like a tangled mess. The appearance of Curly and his crew couldn't be a coincidence, especially since he'd managed to track him down so precisely. This pointed to a significant problem. Yet looking at these individuals, they were nothing but a bunch of rotten fish and rotten shrimp. Even as awakened practitioners, they were utterly pathetic. Just moments ago, they had tried to resist, but the fluctuations of their psychic energy were so weak that Lin felt it was an insult to his eyes. With such meager abilities, they still dared to sneak around others' territory? Did they think their lives were too long? Lin felt the situation growing increasingly chaotic. His mind churned with thoughts, yet no clear answers emerged. He couldn't piece it all together. Lin took a deep breath. Seeing the group leave the others lying barely alive nearby, he averted his gaze, turned, and walked back to his chiseled stone. Lin. The gritted voice behind him made Lin turn his head. He saw the spiky-haired man staring at him, his face covered in blood. His eyes still held a trace of hatred. You just left us behind. Lin frowned at him. How do you know my name? The spiky-haired youth fixed Lin on with a vicious glare. Lin Zhe is your father. Lin halted the flow of spiritual energy, stood up, and strode over to the spiky-haired man. He grabbed the man by the hair, yanking him up by the scruff and forcing him to meet his gaze. Ah! Let go! Lin, let go of me! You! Smack! Lin's hand shot up, landing a hard slap that knocked two teeth from the spiky-haired man's mouth. You bastard! Tell me where the hell you learned my father's and my names. Speak! The hedgehog-haired man glared sideways at Lin. Despite the slap, not a trace of fear crossed his face. Instead, he smirked triumphantly. You want to know? Put. I won't tell you. Lin watched the man's arrogance, yet anger was nowhere to be seen on his face. Instead, his smile grew even broader. You won't tell me? Fine, don't tell me. Lin flicked his wrist, sending the man crashing to the ground. After wiping the blood from his hands, he surveyed the figures sprawled on the ground. I wonder if any of you would be willing to talk. Curly-haired shivered at Lin's smile, his spine tingling with cold. He took several deep breaths before stammering, we. Lin couldn't be bothered to waste time with them. Forget it. I wasn't that eager to hear it anyway. But I remember what you all tried to frame me for today. Lin suddenly lowered his voice. I hope none of you walk alone in the future. As he spoke, the smile on Lin's face grew more pronounced, tinged with a hint of cruelty. The threat was now unmistakably clear. Just as Lin turned to leave, the old woman who had been slapped repeatedly spoke up. I saved your father's life. You can't just abandon us. Shut up. You. Curly-haired tried to stop him, but it was too late. Lin's gaze turned toward them, the smile now gone from his face. Do you really think I'd believe you? Seeing that the truth had already been spoken, the others chimed in. Your father stayed at our place for a long time while recovering. Yes, he gave us your address and said we could come to you if we ever needed help. That's right, we saved your father's life. Lin's gaze fell on Curly, the most level-headed among the group. Curly-haired clearly looked deflated. Seeing Lin's gaze, he threw caution to the wind and blurted out, you heard it yourself. Our family saved your father's life. You owe us. We don't ask for much, just help us settle in Jiangcheng and live a stable life. Then, when you take on missions, bring us along. Of course, our requests aren't unreasonable, just bring us along on simpler missions, and maybe leave us out of the tougher ones. Lin raised an eyebrow at Curly, finding his demands utterly preposterous. The others didn't seem to find anything wrong with what Curly said either. After he finished, they even nodded in agreement, as if they fully endorsed his words. Lin couldn't help but laugh at this. Are you kidding me? Curly's expression instantly darkened. What do you mean by that? Lin crossed his arms, towering over Curly with a condescending gaze. You expect me to just believe you? What proof do you have that you saved my father's life? You want me to repay a debt based on nothing but empty words? That's ridiculous. Hearing Lin's words, the expressions on everyone's faces darkened. What do you mean by that? Do you think we'd lie to you? Isn't your father's name Lin Zhe? We saved your father. How can you refuse to acknowledge it? Have you no conscience? The men argued back and forth, but Lin's expression didn't waver. Curly-haired, his face grim, forced himself to stand and staggered forward a few steps. He waved his hand at the others, and they immediately fell silent. Lin En watched the scene unfold, raising an eyebrow slightly. This was quite different from what he'd seen before. Curly couldn't control the others. It seemed Curly was the one in charge of this little squad. Though they appeared to ignore his words, when trouble arose, Curly was the one who stepped forward. They did listen to him. Curly-haired man looked at Lin En and said, "We have no reason to deceive you. Our entire family fled from Ansheng specifically to find you. How could we possibly lie to you? No one would travel thousands of miles to a strange place just to deceive someone. You know how far Jiangcheng is from Ansheng." As he spoke, Curly immediately lifted the only squad insignia he wore, the one pinned to his uniform. "You must recognize this, right?" Lin En was taken aback upon hearing they'd come from Ansheng. Under normal circumstances, would people from Ansheng come to Jiangcheng? The distance between the two cities was immense. A non-stop drive would take 3 days, not to mention the countless unknown risks along the way. Moreover, there was a significant disparity in resources between the two cities. What kind of person would willingly relocate from Ansheng to settle in Jiangcheng? Chapter 101, Disbelief. Lin En merely glanced at the badge before looking away. "Isn't that just your squad's badge? Everyone has one. What's so special about it?" Curly-haired's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin En. He lunged forward, shoving the badge right in Lin En's face. "How could you not recognize it? This is your father's squad badge. You don't recognize it? You? Ah!" Thud. Lin En kicked him away with a single blow. "Lin En, you heartless bastard. We saved your life." The spiky-haired man recovered and glared at Lin En, snarling furiously. Lin raised an eyebrow, studying the man. "Looks like you need a slap across the face." The words barely left his lips before the spiky-haired man's face turned ashen, yet he dared not utter a word. The group exchanged nervous glances, none daring to speak. Lin En clearly didn't take their words to heart, refusing to acknowledge them as his benefactors. He'd already lashed out multiple times. If any of them rashly approached him now, what if they got hit again? Lin En stepped forward, planting his foot squarely on Curly's head. He crushed the curly-haired man back to the ground just as he tried to rise. "You think a worthless badge will fool me? Ha! I don't know where you got your information, but..." As he spoke, he ground his foot down hard on Curly's head. "Daring to threaten me, deceive me with these things. Looks like you've had enough of living." A ruthless glint flashed in Lin En's eyes. The threat was stark and unmistakable, even more ruthless than the group's earlier actions. Several of them couldn't help but shiver. "We didn't lie, we..." The curly-haired man underfoot protested unwillingly. Lin looked down at him and sneered coldly. "Then tell me where my father went?" The moment Lin En asked, he saw the curly-haired man and the others all flinch slightly. Their gazes darted away, not one daring to meet Lin En's eyes. Lin En couldn't help but frown, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Judging by their reactions and what they'd revealed, it seemed highly likely they had actually met his father. Her own memories of her father were practically non-existent. What little she knew came from Uncle One and a few of her father's former teammates, but it was far too sparse. He was an orphan his father had taken in, raised until around age 3 before being sent to an orphanage. To him, his father was undeniably the one who had given him a chance at life. Yet his image was completely absent from his mind. Still, if he could find his father, he would naturally be overjoyed. But that wasn't a weakness these people could exploit to threaten me. Especially when he mentioned his father's whereabouts, the expressions on these people's faces weren't particularly pleasant. They dodged his gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Something must have happened. Curly took a long moment to steady his voice before speaking. He left after his injuries healed. Lin En raised an eyebrow slightly and sneered coldly. "If that's the case, how did you find out where I live?" "Naturally, I found out through inquiries." Lin En could smell the holes in that explanation. Where exactly did he gather that information? Over 20 years, the residence at the original address had changed countless times. Who could he have asked? The landlord? How could he possibly know? So that's how it is. Lin En didn't press further, merely uttering a sigh of realization before kicking the curly-haired man hard enough to send him tumbling several times across the floor. "You expect me to believe you? I have no recollection whatsoever of those so-called tokens you mentioned, nor have I ever seen them. And besides, if, as you claim, my father is still alive, then why have I never seen him again?" Curly-haired cowered on the ground, his mouth opening and closing before he managed. How could you not remember anything? You? Lin En snorted coldly, dismissively retorting, "Stop spouting nonsense in front of me. Keep making baseless accusations, and don't blame me for being impolite." Curly and the others seethed with resentment, but seeing Lin En's icy expression, not a single one dared step forward. After speaking, Lin En paid them no further attention. From what they'd said, he'd already gleaned most of the information he needed. As for the rest, prying it out of them would likely come at a significant cost. It was utterly unnecessary. Besides, he hadn't returned for 20 years, with no word at all. What was there to find? Could he really find them? If the opportunity arose, he would certainly probe for information and visit Ansheng. But if inquiring meant being saddled with a bunch of people clinging to me, that was absolutely out of the question. Lin En returned to his stone carving tools, ready to resume work, when he spotted the Yu brothers. Both looked as if they wanted to speak but held back. Clearly, they'd overheard Curly's conversation and felt such private matters weren't worth prying into. What they said is false. Yu Shu relaxed instantly upon hearing this. How shameless. I think you didn't beat them hard enough. To actually use such things to deceive people. How could I possibly lay a finger on him? Look at how badly they've beaten that bunch. If anything else happens, they'll pin it all on me. Lin En whispered, casting a disdainful glance at Curly and the others. Yu Shu nodded repeatedly. Right, I completely overlooked that. We can't let them get involved. He gestured toward the stone chisel. I chipped a bit more off for you just now. Lin En examined it closely and saw it had indeed been lowered by over 3 fingers' width. He quickly replied, thanks a lot. Yu Shu waved his hand dismissively. No need. While Lin continued chiseling away, Curly and the others looked rather forlorn. Each bore wounds, with Hedgehog and Curly bearing the worst injuries. Their belongings had been knocked to the ground and trampled underfoot. Most likely, the intact leaves inside were now gone. No one around them would give them the time of day. In fact, if they even approached, they'd be met with harsh words. Their initial hope of scrounging some Dan Ding Xian rock from others was utterly impossible. Even borrowing tools was out of the question. No one would lend them any. The very person they'd hoped to rely on, Lin En, completely denied any debt of gratitude. Everything had been for nothing. The group huddled around Curly. What are we supposed to do now? We'll never finish the task the higher-ups assigned us. What can we do? Lin En won't acknowledge us and we have no other options. Besides, our family did meet Lin En's father back then. That badge is proof. Enough. What good does bringing that up do? Go tell him what his father was like when he came to our place back then? No. I can't remember. It's been too long. Enough. Let's all go back and discuss this properly later. Amidst the commotion, Curly suddenly hissed a low reprimand. He stood up and led the way out of the woods. The others, though reluctant, had no choice but to follow him out. Chapter 102, Ambush. Lin En carefully inspected everything. His supply of Dan Ding Xianyan was sufficient, so he promptly called off the Yu brothers, who had been preparing to help him chisel more stones. They had come to assist after finishing their own Dan Ding Xianyan, and had already chiseled out quite a bit for him. Once the 2 brothers had gathered their own required amount, Lin En handed them the cold spirit vine leaves stored in his spatial ring. Thanks to you, Brother Lin, for having that spatial ring. Otherwise, we'd have had to carry these alchemy cauldrons all the way to find the cold spirit vine leaves. Yu Shu said as he accepted the cold spirit vine leaves. Lin En stored his own alchemy furnace and mystic rock into his spatial ring. You two should get ready to head back now. Yu Shu nodded. Right, we're heading back. If we come across anything worthwhile along the way, we can bring some back too. Brother Lin, do you have other tasks? If it's too much trouble, we brothers can help you out? Lin En hastily waved his hands. No need. You two focus on your own business. Yu Jian immediately stepped forward. It's fine. My brother can handle it himself anyway. I'll go help you. Brother Lin. Or just let my brother go back alone. Left behind by his loyal younger brother, Yu Shu froze for a moment, but then realized he had a point. Alright then. How about you take Yu Jian with you, Brother Lin? Lin En appreciated their kindness but politely declined. His next task wasn't too difficult, just picking a few cold poison beet fruits. The other task was a team mission, and bringing Yu Jian along wouldn't be convenient. After all, Yu Jian hadn't accepted the quest, and joining midway through wasn't permitted under the official procedures. The two couldn't insist further and bid Lin En farewell as their paths diverged. Lin En pressed deeper into the forest. Beyond the black pine forest lay a canyon he had passed before. The entrance to the gorge offered some shelter from the wind, and that's where the cold poison beet fruits grew. The cold poison beet fruit sounded somewhat related to the cold spirit vine leaves, but they were practically unrelated. The cold spirit vine was a vine, while the cold poison beet fruit was the fruit of a shrub called the wind-welcoming bush. This shrub typically grew in shaded, windy areas. The reason the fruit bears no relation to the shrub's name is that the shrub itself contains no toxins, yet the cold poison beet fruit carries potent cold poison. In the hands of certain practitioners, these cold poison beet fruits can be refined into special antidote pills. The flesh of the cold poison beet fruit itself is toxic, but the outer layer of skin is non-toxic and even serves as a medicinal ingredient. As for its specific effects, Lin En was unaware. He simply had no expertise in that field. Lin En and Black raced relentlessly toward the canyon. After gathering these pearls, he had another mission, a multi-squad exploration task with a specific rendezvous point in time. If he failed to arrive on time, the main force would not wait for him. Failure to report to the guild members would result in his mission being cancelled outright. Lin and Black hurried to the location and immediately spotted the crimson-veined pearls in considerable quantity. There would be enough for Lin to harvest and still have some left over. Lin thought about the frost coating the pearls. The frost, like the fruit flesh itself, was poisonous. While not fatal, it was troublesome to handle. Direct contact was impossible, they had to carefully wrap it in something else. If he could harvest some of these fruits, he could later mix them into his smoke dispersal agent. Doing so would surely yield twice the result with half the effort. Lin slipped on gloves and retrieved a small box he had prepared earlier. These boxes were specially designed for storing frost poison pearls, made from unique materials. Lin had purchased several and stored them in his spatial pocket. After gathering all the beads for submission, he harvested his own share. He could keep a few for himself, saving some for later. When he next visited the black market, he could sell them all together. Lin carefully packed everything away, stowing it into the spatial ring. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, Black behind him began barking frantically. Lin whipped around to see 3 masked figures. You. Before Lin could finish speaking, the trio charged toward her without pausing. The leader radiated intense spiritual energy fluctuations. Lin immediately called out to Black and began retreating rapidly into the distance. Seeing Lin attempt to flee, the leader murmured an incantation under his breath. A fire element spell shot straight toward Lin. As the fireball closed in, Lin rolled on the ground. The branch in his hand shot out instantly, binding Black as they leapt over the fireball's impact zone and landed. Damn it! Lin glared at the 3 charging toward him, seething inwardly. His gaze swept over them. All 3 wore black trench coats and black hoods. The coats hung straight down to their shoes, enveloping them completely. Yet as they ran, the coats flapped slightly, revealing combat suits beneath. Each combat suit bore a distinct color, one per person. Lin's gaze fell upon the exposed eyes of the leader and Yen Yang. It was him. His hairstyle hadn't changed at all, it was exactly the same as when he'd seen him at the guild that day. Even the earring in his ear was identical. Damn bastard, trying to ambush me. Yen Yang. Lin gritted his teeth in fury. Yen Yang froze, surprised that Lin had recognized him. He made no attempt to hide, yanking off his mask to reveal a face twisted in a mocking grin. Who knew you had such sharp eyes, spotting me right away? Lin stood up, watching Yen Yang approach. He curled his lips and said, I'll blow you up. Yen Yang's face instantly darkened. You bastard. He turned to the other 2 men. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Alright, we got it. We can't let him get away. The 2 men charged toward Lin simultaneously. The taller, stockier one swung a punch at Lin. Lin narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from the person before him. He immediately sidestepped backward. The spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from this individual were exceptionally potent, indicating a professional rank that could undoubtedly reach S+. Lin dodged swiftly, but the opponent's speed was equally rapid, narrowly missing him. In the next instant, several flying blades streaked toward Lin. Lin's eyes narrowed slightly as the branch in his hand shot out swiftly to block the attack. Woof woof woof. Just then, Black's bark suddenly echoed. Lin caught the sight out of the corner of his eye, his eyes widening in fury. That bastard Yen Yang had actually unleashed a fireball explosion spell directly at Black, completely engulfing every possible escape route. That damn bastard. He was trying to kill Black. Bastard. Lin cursed Yen Yang repeatedly in his mind, seething with hatred. Chapter 103, Weakness. Yen Yang, you shameless bastard. You won't even spare a beast. If you've got the balls, come at me. What kind of skill is it to go after my dog? Lin dodged the masked man's strike and shouted the curse. Ha 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 ha. Lin, you're on the brink of death, yet you still care about some damn dog's life. Yen Yang roared with laughter, his eyes dripping with scorn as he stared at Lin. He raised his hand, sending another fireball hurtling straight toward Black. I'll send this little bastard down to scout the way for you, so you won't be unfamiliar with the environment down there, ha. Yen Yang's voice rang out with unbridled arrogance, his expression dripping with contempt as he watched Lin. It was as if Lin were already a dead man. Yen Yang failed to notice that while he was distracted by Lin, Black had already burst out of the fireball's encirclement. In those mere seconds, golden flames erupted around Black, instantly devouring every fireball that struck him. Not a single strand of his fur was singed. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Oh whoa! Before Yen Yang could even suppress the smirk on his face or utter another taunt at Lin, a sudden gale swept toward him, a shadow looming overhead. Yen Yang looked up in alarm to see Black charging straight at him. Out? How did it get out? Yen Yang froze in shock for a moment, his gaze immediately darting toward the area where his fireball attack had landed. The flames had all landed on the ground, igniting a raging inferno. Yet the black dog charging toward him bore not a single trace of fire on its body. How is that possible? Yen Yang instinctively shouted aloud. Black had already charged to his front and lunged at him. Yen Yang instinctively raised his fist to strike Black. Black twisted his head, flipping his massive body midair, and sank his teeth directly into Yen Yang's outstretched arm. Intense pain instantly engulfed Yen Yang, nearly robbing him of his senses. He raised his other hand and struck Black's body with lightning speed. His face contorted in agony as Yen Yang swung his fists with every ounce of strength. Thud! 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 Each punch landed squarely on Black's body, yet Black clamped down on his arm with relentless force, shaking his head violently. No matter how hard Yin Yang struck, the dog refused to let go. Man and dog wrestled for a long while, yet Yin Yang couldn't shake Black off. Whether he punched or kicked, Black's jaws seemed welded to his arm, refusing to budge. He could feel the dog straining harder, especially when it shook its head. Yin Yang felt as if his arm was about to be torn apart. The pain made cold sweat pour down his face in large drops, his mind going completely blank. Snap! A sharp cracking sound echoed instantly. Ah! Yin Yang let out a short, sharp scream. At the same time, Linen was struggling to break free from the two men's grasp. Seizing the moment when the blade manipulator paused to channel his spiritual energy, several branches whipped out like a storm, obscuring the sky and instantly blinding the pair. Amidst the tangled vines, one branch shot forward under cover, aiming straight for the eyes of the most formidable black-clad brute. Ah! A piercing scream erupted in that instant. The pain forced the burly man in black to stumble backward several steps, clutching his eyes with both hands as his body trembled in agony. His teammate beside him stared in shock. Now! A gleam flashed in Linen's eyes. He swiftly pressed the bracelet on his wrist, whipped his head around, and began sprinting. The collar around Black's neck vibrated. He whipped his head around to see Linen turning and sprinting toward the woods. Instantly, he leaped up, glaring at Yin Yang, who was still swinging his fist at him. He released his grip, using the momentum to leap forward, charging straight toward Linen's direction. Yin Yang, already nearly losing his mind from the pain, wildly swung his fists at Black. Suddenly kicked hard and released from his grip, he stumbled backward, crashing straight onto the ground. Thud! Yin Yang crashed to the ground, his arm accidentally hitting the pavement again, the pain turning his face deathly pale. The sole uninjured teammate wanted to pursue, but seeing his two comrades with unknown injuries, he gritted his teeth in frustration. Still, he couldn't continue the chase and could only watch as the man and dog swiftly disappeared into the distance. The remaining teammate yanked off his mask and shot a displeased glance at his two injured comrades. How are you holding up? His gaze swept over Yin Yang, who remained seated on the ground. Seeing the blood-soaked forearm, he frowned. The injury clearly indicated a severe bite. Considering the size of that strange beast, he estimated Yin Yang's injuries would likely require more than just applying medicine. Turning to the other teammate, he saw him hunched over, clutching his eye. He immediately took a few steps forward. How are your eyes? Can you open them? The burly man slowly straightened up, lowering his hand from his eyes. Both eyes were bloodshot, one completely obscured by blood, tears of blood already streaming down. I can't see out of one eye anymore. His voice trembled as he spoke, revealing just how excruciating the lash from Linen's branch had been. Damn it! Hearing the big man's words, his teammate couldn't help but curse under his breath. He turned to glare angrily at Yin Yang. You're the one who had to meddle. It was just a minor disagreement. We had plenty of ways to torment him. You had to go and kill him. I think you're just a hothead. You heard a few sweet words from that woman and got all cocky. Now look what you've done. You've lost both the battle and the woman. I'll be damned if I don't see how you explain this to the captain later. Yin Yang's face was already contorted with pain, and hearing his teammates' words only fueled his rage. It's all your fault, you useless bunch. You couldn't even hold back a single A rank. Hearing Yin Yang's retort, the teammate flared up, storming over to confront him. So you're the tough guy? You couldn't even take down a single mutated dog and got mauled like this. How impressive. How was I supposed to know it escaped the fire zone? Already seething with rage, Yin Yang couldn't contain himself any longer at his teammate's taunt. He roared back in fury. That's because you're useless. His teammate shot back, mirroring his own words. And you're no better. You didn't exactly hold anyone back either, you. Neither would back down, both furious that the other was at fault and refusing to acknowledge their own shortcomings, their voices rising in heated argument. Enough! Stop arguing and get back here. The burly man, grimacing in pain, grew irritated by their ongoing bickering. He roared to cut them off. Both men temporarily quelled their anger at this, each snorting coldly before ignoring the other. With 3 setting out and 2 injured, lingering outside was unwise. If they ran into a hostile squad in their current state, they'd be finished. Without delay, they hurried toward their squad's location. Chapter 104, Change. Lin sprinted for over 10 minutes, not daring to pause even for a moment, constantly glancing back to check if anyone was pursuing them. Black followed closely behind, running just as fast. Only when they reached a concealed spot did the man and his dog finally halt. Phew! Black, that's enough. Take a break. Lin leaned back against a massive boulder and sat down, panting heavily. Hearing Lin's words, Black quickly lay down too, resting against Lin's feet, clearly exhausted as well. But those large eyes remained alert, scanning the surroundings. Damn it! Damn Yin Yang! Lin spat out a blood-tinged spit, then touched the scrape on his shoulder and sucked in a sharp breath. The black-clad figure wielding the flying blades was on an entirely different level compared to any similar dagger-wielding professionals he'd encountered before. His control over the blades was exceptionally precise, and he wielded an unusually large number of them, over 30 flying blades that covered nearly every possible angle. Avoiding his blades alone was already a daunting task, let alone simultaneously fending off the attacks of another burly man. It was a challenge compounded by difficulty. The burly man attacked with relentless ferocity, fighting as if he feared no injury. He seemed impervious to blades and spears, constantly seeking close combat. He showed no fear of Lin and suddenly lunging to stab him, nor did he worry about being struck by his own teammates' flying blades. No. To be precise, he held no fear whatsoever for his own teammates' flying blades. He had witnessed those flying blades several times himself, each time grazing his skin, leaving only a faint red mark without cutting through. When those blades grazed him, they tore open large gashes, blood gushing freely. He knew firsthand just how sharp those blades were. He had already upgraded to superior combat armor, yet the mere aura emanating from the enemy's blades even before contact was potent enough to slice through his armor. Such was their sharpness. That he wasn't afraid of such blades at all. What did that indicate? It showed he had immense confidence in his own physical toughness. Every time Lin En struck the opponent, he felt the sheer hardness of their body. That hardness made his hands ache from the blows, yet not a single scratch could be made. After much deliberation, Lin En concluded that this man must possess the ability to adjust the density of every part of his body at will. After enduring numerous blows, Lin finally pinpointed the weakest spot. Risking a slash across his shoulder, he landed a blow to the man's eye, forcing him to halt his attack. Lin rubbed Black's head. "You really got me some revenge today. Nice work." The memory of Yin Yang's agonized screams brought Lin En a surge of satisfaction. Though he'd only glanced, he'd seen Yin Yang's arm gushing blood. But suddenly, Lin En felt a pang of curiosity. Had Black's teeth become this sharp? Lin immediately reached up and pried open Black's mouth. Sure enough, Black's teeth appeared sharper than before and had grown slightly larger. It seemed Black's teeth had evolved. Damn sharp. Ha! That bastard Yin Yang is in for a world of pain. His gaze swept over Black's body. Black's body showed no obvious signs of severe injury, but his mental state seemed quite alert. Yet Yin Yang had been bitten so viciously back then he wouldn't let Black off easily. Just imagining it made it clear the force must have been immense. Lin carefully observed Black's mental state, then examined its eyes and ears. Finding nothing amiss, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be safe, Lin raised his hand and condensed a dewdrop. The moment Black saw the Tree of Life dewdrop, its eyes lit up. As soon as Lin extended his hand, it shot out its tongue and swept the dewdrop away. After swallowing it, he licked his lips with obvious satisfaction, then turned to look at Lin, his large, round eyes brimming with longing. In that instant, Lin felt Black's fur suddenly gleam brighter, and a golden streak seemed to flash across those round eyes. Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. This time, he was certain he hadn't imagined it. He had noticed this phenomenon before, and after returning home, he had fed Black twice more, but no changes had occurred. Yet here it was again. Lin's mind raced, comparing the similarities. Battle. In an instant, the parallels between the two incidents clicked into place in Lin's mind. Normally, when he fed Black the Dilu, it only showed slight improvements in other areas. But after battle, when given to Blake, a streak of golden light would flash through its eyes. Though fleeting, that light was identical to the golden flames that erupted from Black's body. Lin immediately grabbed Black by the neck. "Did you use the golden?" Black jerked up at his master's sudden grip, bewildered and anxious, wondering if he'd done something wrong. Upon hearing Lin's question, he lowered his head and nodded. It seemed to recall Lin En's warning not to reveal the golden in front of others lightly. Lin instantly pulled Black into his embrace. "Ha ha ha. So that's why." Lin quickly sensed Black's emotional shift. Fear was evident. He recalled his earlier warning not to reveal it lightly in front of others, fearing Black would use the golden out of fear of his reprimand. He immediately spoke up. "Black, you did well. What you did today was absolutely correct. As long as it ensures your safety, using thee is perfectly acceptable." He ruffled Black's head as he spoke. "Your safety is paramount. What if you'd been injured in that environment? Besides, you controlled thee exceptionally well today. I didn't even notice when you activated it. Not even Yin Yang, who also wields, detected your use of it. Once this mission concludes, I'll scout out where to find more. We'll go there, and you can absorb it to advance further." Blake perked up instantly upon realizing Lin wasn't scolding him but praising him, even promising to find him a strange fire. His big head rubbed against Lin repeatedly, his tail wagging happily. Lin soothed Black, wrapping an arm around him. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the wound on his arm and couldn't help but frown. He'd been so focused on Black that he'd completely forgotten about his own injuries. Lin En retrieved his medical kit and applied a simple bandage to the wound. He also took a drop of Dilu. As the liquid touched his tongue, the pain from the blows to his body and the wound on his shoulder eased significantly in an instant. Her body felt noticeably lighter, and the stamina drained from her earlier sprint had mostly recovered. Chapter 105, Parting. Lin exhaled a heavy breath, the weight on his body noticeably lighter. "Yen Yang. Damn it." Lin En seethed inwardly. He and Yin Yang had merely exchanged a few sharp words. They had been on good terms before. It was only last time in the Northern Realm that he had embarrassed him, and since then, they had merely exchanged a few heated words at the guild. Was this really enough reason for him to try to kill me? Today, they wore black trenchcoats, masks, and came in a trio. All three were full-fledged members of the slaughter squad. Any one of them was S rank. They were clearly here to take her life. How ruthless. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in Lin En's eyes. Don't let him get the chance, otherwise, he'd make sure Yin Yang had no place to be buried. As for his teammates, Lin En considered that he still had another mission to fulfill, glancing at Black. Having Black along was incredibly reassuring. So far, no one had discovered a way to counter his golden flames. With Black by his side, he was virtually invincible. But that would be far too conspicuous. Exposing Black's golden flames would inevitably draw too much attention. With just him alone, he might not be able to protect Black. Even with Black himself, was she supposed to wander the world with him? Lin shook his head, dismissing the notion. He had to keep a low profile. He didn't know which squad had taken that mission, but what if it was the Slaughter Squad? After all, he had seen Yin Yang and his group on the day he accepted the mission. Yin Yang had gone with his attendant to apply, but what about the other teammates? It was highly likely someone else had gone to accept a mission. There weren't too many high-difficulty missions available that day. The one he'd taken wasn't particularly dangerous, just time-consuming. It was highly unlikely he'd run into the Slaughter Squad. But what if the Slaughter Squad treated this mission as downtime? He had to be prepared. He reached out and ruffled Black's head. After much hesitation, he decided to hurry down the mountain. It would be best to get Black back first, then rush back himself. If he made it in time, he could join the mission. If not, he'd only waste a bit of travel money. Otherwise, if they did run into the Slaughter Squad and Yin Yang caught wind of it, he might stir up trouble during the mission. That would leave him completely helpless. For smaller missions, if Yin Yang made a move, he could always expose Black S. But with a larger group, it would be tricky. He couldn't eliminate witnesses. There were still guild members present. Lin took a deep breath and patted Blake on the shoulder. I'll take you home first. Wait for me there. I can't take you on this final mission. Black's big eyes brimmed with hurt. Wait for me to come back and I'll show you something, okay? Blake instantly sat up straight, all poutiness gone, replaced by an eager expression. Lin found it amusing. This guy was becoming more and more human-like. Lin stood up and looked at Black, who had also risen with unusual enthusiasm. Let's go. We should hurry downstairs and see if we can catch a ride. Man and dog hurried toward the station at the foot of Black Pine Forest. Their pace was so brisk they passed several groups, startling everyone in their wake. Holy crap, what the hell just flew by? That gave me a fright. Was someone being chased by a beast just now? Holy crap, should we help him? Forget it. At that speed, you'd never catch up. How's he running so fast? Did he stir up a hornet's nest? Is there a monster behind him? Did he raid its nest? Holy crap, how are they moving so fast? Is something off up ahead? Should we keep going? Or should we call it a day? The man and his dog encountered quite a few people along the way, never stopping once. Who knows how much speculation they sparked among the others. Just as Lin En and his dog neared the edge of the forest, they suddenly spotted two familiar figures. Both were carrying heavy loads, talking as they walked forward. Yu Shu, Yu Jian. Lin En called out loudly. The pair instantly turned around. The Yu brothers' eyes widened in shock as they stared at the man and dog charging toward them. Holy crap, what the hell happened to them? Yu Shu blurted out almost instinctively. Huff, huff, huff. Lin En and Black rushed up to the two men and said, "You guys are taking your sweet time. We came across some herbs along the way and picked a few." Yu Shu said, patting a small pouch at his waist. "Look, we got quite a bit." Lin En understood. Everyone thought the same way, bring back as much as possible on each trip. He himself would often gather herbs and such whenever he passed by them during missions. But they were always small things, carrying much more would be a real hassle. He guessed the Yu brothers had the same idea. "You're injured." Yu Jian's gaze fixed on Lin En's shoulder as he suddenly spoke. Following his brother's gaze, Yu Shu saw a large tear in the combat suit covering Lin En's shoulder. Scanning him up and down, Yu Shu realized Lin En's suit wasn't just torn in one spot, there were numerous other large rips scattered across his body. Some were small and inconspicuous. The shoulder wound, however, was different. Not only was the suit torn, but there were also traces of blood. The visible bandage on Lin En's shoulder indicated a wound deep enough that he couldn't heal it immediately. What happened? Yu Shu also felt a surge of tension. Lin En glanced at his shoulder and said, "Ran into a madman. Nothing too serious." He then turned to the two of them. "Since I've run into you, could you please help me get Black home?" Both men froze, taken aback by Lin's request. Yu Shu immediately sensed something was off. This must mean he'd run into enemies, hence the urgency to get Black away first. "Aren't you coming?" Lin shook his head. "I have another mission." Yu Jian approached Black and said, "I'll take Black back to our place first. Come pick him up once your task is done. Lin considered it briefly before agreeing. He retrieved some rations he'd prepared earlier and placed them in Black's waist pouch. He reached out and patted Black on the head. Be good back home. I'll come get you as soon as I finish my task. There are your favorite snacks in the bag. Black nodded obediently and sat down, leaning against Eugene's feet. I'll transfer Black's living expenses for this period to you. If it's not enough, I'll make up the difference once my mission is complete. Lin En said as he prepared to make the transfer. Chapter 106, The Strange Stone Forest Sands. No! The Yu brothers exclaimed in unison. Lin looked at them in surprise. Yu Shu hurriedly interjected, Brother Lin, you're being too formal with us. We've wanted a dog like Black for ages. If he could stay at our place for a few days, we'd be overjoyed. We'll take excellent care of Black. You can focus on your mission without worry. Lin En didn't insist, taking down their address. Alright, I won't stand on ceremony. Take him home with you. Still uneasy, Yu Shu leaned closer to Lin En. How about I go with you, or let my brother accompany you? Just in case you. Lin shook his head. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Nothing will happen. Yu Shu couldn't insist further and left first, taking Black with him. Lin En stood watching them walk away. After a few steps, Black suddenly spun around and charged toward Lin En. Lin En froze for a moment before catching the leaping dog. Black rubbed against him, his rough tongue licking Lin's face, his large eyes filled with reluctance. Woof woof woof. Lin ruffled Black's head. Good boy. Go back to town with them. I'll be back soon. Black nodded, whimpered a few more times, then turned and walked back toward the Yu brothers, who were already heading back. The two led Black away. He still turned back every few steps, but this time he didn't run back. Watching Black's retreating figure, Lin En felt a pang of sadness. He hadn't noticed Black being this clingy before. Ever since the incident, he seemed clingier than before. And since he'd joined them, they truly hadn't been apart. But he truly couldn't take Black with him. Black's large size made disguise impossible. They would inevitably be discovered. It would be obvious it was him the moment they saw it, and all his disguises would be useless. Watching Black turn back several times, Lin took a deep breath and turned toward the depths of the black pine forest. After looking back several times and seeing no trace of Lin, Black stopped turning around, though its mood visibly sank. Eugene noticed his dejected look, exchanged a glance with Yu Shu, and reached out to pat his large head. Black, do you like jerky? I've got some here. Let's share it. Saying this, he pulled out the jerky, tore off a piece, and handed it to Black. I've got some jerky too, Black, want some? Yu Shu also hurriedly chimed in, pulling some dried meat from his backpack and offering it to Black. Under their feeding, Black momentarily forgot about thinking of Lin, munching away with a satisfying smack. His mood visibly lifted considerably. Lin En made no haste to continue his journey at this moment. He found a secluded spot to change into a pristine set of combat gear, then slipped on a black cloak that enveloped him entirely. He retrieved a pair of dual blades from his spatial ring and slung them at his waist. He stowed all his belongings into the spatial ring. For the journey ahead, if he didn't encounter the slaughter squad, he wouldn't need to draw his dual blades. But if he did cross paths with them, he couldn't risk exposure just yet. He'd have to use the blades as a disguise. This time, Lin En felt no urgency. He still had ample time ahead. With Black taken away by the Yu brothers, there was no need to rush. As he made his way to the designated location, Lin En gathered medicinal herbs along the path. Soon, he approached the rendezvous point. This was a strange forest of sandstone formations, a favorite gathering spot for sandworms. Anyone venturing here had to switch to specially designed boots, otherwise, some mutated sandworms could burrow right through the soles of regular shoes. However, this area had been previously evolved, and aside from sandworms, there were few mutated creatures here. Most tasks here involved collecting minerals or plants from within the rock formation's simple gathering missions. Occasionally, there were sandworm collection tasks. But this kind of exploration mission? I've never seen one here before. Could there be something unusual here? Has something mutated inside? Lin pondered the creatures inhabiting the sandy terrain of the rock forest. Mice? Jumping rats? Or perhaps snakes? Surely not plants? There weren't many plants in there. A mutated cactus? Spray thorns? Lin found herself amused by her own thoughts. She'd never encountered such a mutated creature before and was genuinely curious. Near the gathering spot stood a small sunshade with 2 benches inside. Only one girl sat there. Scattered around the perimeter, several more people sat at a distance. Several small teams were scattered about. Lin En gave them a cursory glance, and his expression immediately changed. Liang Bin? Glancing further to the side, he gasped. Every member of the Windbreaker squad was present. Lin En took a deep breath. He hadn't expected them to actually secure a mission. What a small world. Today, it seemed every misfortune had come knocking at his door. He tugged at his black cloak, ensuring only his eyes remained exposed. Aside from that slight giveaway, nothing else seemed amiss. Only then did Lin En feel confident enough to step inside the hut. Hello, I've accepted a mission and am here to register. Seated inside, waiting to process registrations, was a woman clad in a beige guild combat uniform bearing the guild's distinctive insignia. Hearing the voice, she looked up, opening her wristband while meeting Lin's gaze. Both pairs of eyes widened simultaneously. "It's you?" they exclaimed in unison. Zhuo Yao stood up, her voice tinged with excitement. "You took this mission?" Lin hadn't expected to see Zhuo Yao here. "Yes," Lin said, extending the bracelet. Then he lowered his voice. "Shoo, don't say it out loud." Zhuo Yao was puzzled why Lin didn't want her to speak, but she obediently nodded and quickly scanned Lin's bracelet. She leaned closer to Lin and whispered, "What's with this outfit? Is something going on?" Her gaze swept toward the people outside the shed. Instead of answering directly, Lin asked with a hint of confusion, "I'm dressed like this, how did you even recognize me?" "Because of your eyes." A smile spread across Zhuo Yao's face as she gazed at Lin with sparkling eyes. "I remember your eyes." She reached out to tug at Lin, but suddenly seemed to think of something and withdrew her hand. "Come sit beside me." Lin didn't refuse. He'd been a bit overwhelmed earlier, speaking impulsively without thinking it through. But with Zhuo Yao present, a fellow guild member, after all staying by her side, offered a measure of protection. Borrowing the tiger's might. Lin glanced at Zhuo Yao's guild uniform and suddenly asked, "Did you go with guild members last time too?" Chapter 107, Words Without Malice. Zhuo Yao heard Lin's words and glanced down at her own clothes. She hastily waved her hands. "No, I wasn't." She glanced around, shifted her chair slightly, and whispered, "Shoo. Last time I snuck out. If you hadn't saved me, I might have been stuck there. But I didn't go back afterward, I left early. Luckily, no one noticed. Just don't tell anyone, okay?" Lin nodded, about to respond, when a man's voice suddenly sounded from behind them. "Who is he? Why is he sitting here?" Hearing the voice, Lin instantly realized Zhuo Yao wasn't the only guild member here. He hurriedly tried to stand up, but Zhuo Yao grabbed him and pushed him back into his seat. "This is my friend. Brother Zhou, why don't you take that other chair?" She gestured toward the chair on his other side. The man addressed as Brother Zhou by Zhuo Yao gave Lin a look that was hard to read, but he didn't refuse her request. Instead, he retrieved a chair from another corner and placed it beside Zhuo Yao, then sat down. The moment he sat down, his gaze fixed on Lin. Lin noticed the gaze and felt Zhuo Yao shift slightly closer to him, looking slightly uncomfortable. Lin raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling a bit puzzled. It seemed Zhuo Yao and this man weren't particularly close. Though the man wasn't seated particularly close, Zhuo Yao still leaned toward her. Considering this was only their second meeting, her instinctive move toward him suggested she didn't hold the man surnamed Zhou in high regard. Lin said nothing, instead turning to nod at Brother Zhou. "Hello?" Lin deliberately lowered his voice by a third. This drew several extra glances from Zhuo Yao, though she said nothing. Brother Zhou shot Lin a forced smile, his eyes flashing with genuine hostility. "Hello?" The words were practically ground out between clenched teeth, sounding almost gritted. The corner of Lin's mouth, hidden beneath his hood, twitched. This hostility was intense. Where did this hostility come from? Before Lin could process it, Brother Zhou gave him a thorough once-over from head to toe, causing him to frown involuntarily. Brother Zhou pressed his arm against the armrest and leaned forward. Lin clearly saw the impatience flash in Zhuo Yao's eyes. Brother Zhou, seemingly oblivious, turned to Lin and said, "Bro, you're wrapped up pretty tight there. Got something to hide?" "Brother Zhou, that's a bit rude, don't you think?" Before Lin could respond, Zhuo Yao took a deep breath and turned to face Brother Zhou. Her previously smiling face had turned icy cold. Seeing Zhuo Yao's clearly angry expression, Brother Zhou sat up straight and smiled ingratiatingly. "Little Yao, why are you upset? I was just asking casually. I'm a straight shooter, no offense intended." He then turned to Lin. "Bro, sorry about that. I'm just used to speaking my mind. I didn't realize that question was off limits. Honestly, with the way you're dressed, anyone would think you're too embarrassed to show your face." "Zhou." Zhuo Yao's expression darkened, about to retort, when Lin reached out and clasped her arm. Zhuo Yao turned back at him in surprise, her gaze drifting down to his hand on her arm, her eyes blank. Lin didn't notice Zhuo Yao's reaction. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the man surnamed Zhou. "My attire shouldn't concern an outsider like you." He lowered his gaze slightly toward Zhuo Yao and added, "As long as you don't mind, Yao." Zhuo Yao's eyes widened as she lifted her gaze, meeting Lin's eyes directly. Their gazes locked, and Zhuo Yao felt her breathing quicken, her ears flushing crimson. "Yao Yao?" He called her Yao Yao? A secret surge of joy welled up inside Zhuo Yao, and she couldn't help but let a smile spread across her face. "I don't mind. No matter what you look like, I'll always recognize you," Zhuo Yao said, taking Lin's hand firmly. Her heart swelled with happiness, but as she watched Lin release his grip on her arm, a pang of sadness flashed through her. Should she let go too? After all, this wasn't right. Zhuo Yao's mind flashed back to the girl standing beside Lin that day. They were so close, so Zhuo Yiyao took a deep breath, suppressing the pang of bitterness in her heart. Lin En, noticing Zhuo Yiyao's closeness, froze for a moment. He quickly released her hand. It wasn't right for him to be holding another girl's hand like that. Brother Zhou, watching their closeness from the side, wore a sour expression. A flash of viciousness flickered in his eyes as he regarded Lin En. Just as the three stood in an awkward standoff, footsteps approached from ahead. Lin En looked up, his pupils suddenly contracting. The slaughter squad? Lin En immediately turned his face away, refusing to let them see him directly. If Zhuo Yiyao could recognize him, what if they could too? Lin En took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Damn it, what a small world. Why was his luck so terrible today? To be precise, his luck had been particularly bad since leaving home. This time it was downright bizarre. Did she need to consult the almanac before heading out on missions from now on? Lin En's mood shifted abruptly. His body tensed for an instant, and Zhuo Yiyao, still holding his hand, felt it immediately. Her expression instantly turned cold as her gaze grew distant, fixed on the approaching figures ahead. A small squad of 11 approached. The battle suits worn by the front members were clearly refined, high-quality gear. The ones behind them were far less impressive, each burdened with heavy packs. The contrast with the relaxed demeanor of the front members was stark. Slaughter Squad reporting for registration. Feng Ziyang handed over his wristband, and Zhuo Yiyao scanned it for registration. No further exchange was needed. The Slaughter Squad members moved aside to wait. Even the man surnamed Zhou wore an air of arrogance, barely acknowledging the Butcher's Blade Squad. Clearly, though the Slaughter Squad was formidable, they were still beneath the notice of those who had earned entry into the guild. The Butcher's Blade Squad members didn't find the guild members' cold reception unusual, showing not a hint of dissatisfaction. Attendants swiftly set up a canopy and chairs, even preparing tea. Brother Zhou couldn't help but remark, "Are we here for a mission or a vacation? Their attendants look like servants." Zhuo Yiyao frowned in disapproval. "It's their business anyway. We shouldn't meddle." Brother Zhou's voice wasn't loud, but he voiced his thoughts and advised Zhuo Yiyao not to interfere. Zhuo Yiyao merely found it unsettling and had no intention of meddling. Brother Zhou's gaze quickly returned to Lin En, immediately catching sight of the hand still tightly clasped with Zhuo Yiyao's. Chapter 108, The Fake Name. Brother Zhou's expression darkened as he stared at their clasped hands. His gaze shifted restlessly over Lin En, as if warning him silently. Lin En noticed the intense gaze. "Is there something wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Brother Zhou bristled at Lin En's casual tone. Their hands are still clasped together? And he dared to question him? Brother Zhou's expression darkened. He took a deep breath and glanced at their clasped hands. "Nothing major. Just curious about your relationship. Are you relatives?" Zhuo Yiyao noticed Brother Zhou's gaze and only then realized their hands were clasped together again. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She wanted to pull her hand away, yet felt reluctant to let go. Ever since Lin En saved her last time, she'd been longing to see him again. The last time she saw him had been a delightful surprise, but he'd been with another girl then. The two of them had been laughing and chatting, standing so close together. The memory made Zhuo Yiyao feel a lump in her throat. Last time, she hadn't dared to approach him, so seeing him again now filled her with immense joy. Even this brief contact with Lin En made her reluctant to let go. After all, Lin En hadn't avoided her, had he? Zhuo Yiyao felt conflicted inside. Was what she was doing really okay? Yet the thought of letting go filled her with reluctance. Lin En sensed something was off and quickly withdrew his hand before turning to Brother Zhou and saying, "We're just friends." Brother Zhou visibly relaxed when he saw Lin En release Zhuo Yiyao's hand. He smiled. "Since you're Yao Yao's friend, you're my friend too. My name is Zhou Feixian. I work in the mission department at the guild headquarters. If you ever need anything, brother, come find me directly. May I ask your name, brother? We haven't introduced ourselves yet." Zhuo Yiyao clearly disliked Zhou Feixian intensely. Lin En had released her hand because of his words, and now, hearing him address her so familiarly, her brows furrowed. She turned away in displeasure, about to speak. "My friend's surname is..." "My surname is N, with a single Lin character." Lin En swiftly cut off Zhuo Yiyao's words, speaking his name first. Zhuo Yiyao froze, puzzled as to why Lin En would give a false name. But they were on a mission away from home, and Zhou Feixian clearly harbored hostility toward Lin En. It made sense for Lin En to be cautious. She wasn't some naive little thing. Ever since she applied for this mission and joined the team, Zhou Feixian had been showering her with attention. She wasn't oblivious to his intentions. It was just that she genuinely disliked certain things Zhou Feixian did, instinctively repelling her. Plus, the man had absolutely no sense of boundaries. Thinking this, Zhuo Yiyao felt a pang of guilt. Zhou Feixian now treated Lin En as an outright enemy, which explained his downright hostile attitude. His words might sound pleasant, but they were clearly either bragging or digging a trap for her. This trouble was something she had brought upon him. The last time Lin En had seen her, she'd been in trouble. Now, meeting him again, she'd caused him more trouble. Zhuo Yiyao felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed every time she met Lin En, she brought some kind of trouble with her. Zhuo Yiyao's mood shifted noticeably. She lowered her head slightly, but Lin En beside her didn't notice her emotional change, only seeing her head bowed. Zhou Feixian, standing nearby, had all his attention fixed on Lin En. So it's brother-in-Lin. May I ask which team brother-in-Lin is with now? Just a small one. I doubt brother Zhou has heard of it. I shan't mention it to avoid embarrassment. Brother N, you're being too modest. Look at how you speak to be friends with Yao Yao, one must be no ordinary person. Zhou Feixian spoke with great courtesy, elevating Lin En's status. Suddenly shifting gears, he asked, speaking of which, where are your teammates? Why aren't they sitting here too? Zhou Feixian scanned the room but saw no one dressed like Lin En, nor did Lin En wear any insignia. Everything beneath his black cloak was concealed, save for his eyes, leaving no distinctive features to identify him. Zhou Feixian's heart skipped a beat. Such attire was indeed rare. Recalling the rumors circulating in the office about Zhuo Yao's family background, a suspicion immediately formed in Zhou Feixian's mind. Could it be that An Lin had been sent specifically to protect Zhuo Yao because her family didn't trust her to handle the mission alone? But then, how could he be so close to Zhuo Yao? The image of their intertwined hands flashed through Zhou Feixian's mind. Could it be an inside job? Me? Just me. Lin En watched Zhou Feixian's expression, unsure what he was pondering, as his face shifted rapidly. After Lin En finished speaking, he noticed Zhou Feixian's expression grow even stranger. He couldn't fathom what was going through his mind. Zhou Feixian hurriedly added, this kind of exploratory mission is pretty risky to tackle alone. Even though these are areas that have already been checked out, and it's just some simple psychic fluctuation anomalies, you still shouldn't go by yourself. You should at least bring 2 teammates along. How could your teammates let you go alone? That doesn't seem quite right of them. Haven't you ever? Shui Yao, standing nearby, had long since grown impatient. She glanced up at Zhou Feixian and snapped, you ask too many questions. He's my friend. He owes you no explanation. Zhou Feixian was cut off by Zhuo Yao, his expression turning slightly awkward. But seeing her displeased expression, he forced a friendly tone, Yao Yao, what are you saying? You must have misunderstood. I was just concerned about An Lin. How could that be interrogation? We were just chatting. Chatting? What could you possibly have to talk about when you barely know each other? It's almost time for the mission. Brother Zhou, you should go check the team headcount. Zhuo Yao's words held no courtesy whatsoever. Zhou Feixian's expression shifted repeatedly, yet he couldn't muster a single word of rebuttal. He took a deep breath, forced a smile, and said, you're right. I didn't notice the time. You're observant. I'll go check now. With that, Zhou Feixian stood up and hurried away, heading toward the nearby squads. He clearly dared not vent his frustration. Lin En couldn't help but feel curious. Zhou Feixian was surprisingly good at holding back his anger? Suddenly, he recalled how casually Zhuo Yao had produced that spatial button earlier, that air of utter indifference. It all made sense now. Zhuo Yao's background was no simple matter. Zhou Feixian likely knew something about her, which explained his extreme caution and reluctance to speak further. Lin En followed Zhou Feixian's departing direction with his gaze, then abruptly sat up straight, staring ahead as his breathing quickened. They know each other? Chapter 109, A Small Favor. Lin En's gaze locked onto the location of the slaughter squad. Beside Yen Yang sat a girl none other than Wen Miao, the new member who had replaced him in the Windbreaker squad. How did they end up together? Did they know each other from the start? No. Lin En instantly dismissed the thought. Absolutely not. They had crossed paths before, yet not a single word had been exchanged. Did they meet during this period? Could Yen Yang's sudden attempt to kill her be connected to this Wen Miao? Or were other members of the Breaking Wind squad involved in this matter? Chaotic thoughts swirled in Lin En's mind, too tangled to untangle. But Lin En quickly averted his gaze. If he kept staring so blatantly, the members of the slaughter squad would surely notice. Yen Yang had intended to kill him in the first place. Moreover, another member of their squad had been wounded by him, and Yen Yang himself had suffered significant injuries from Blake. Lin En glanced at Yen Yang again, immediately noticing that the combat suit he wore now differed from the occasional glimpses seen before. Clearly, it had been changed. Yet throughout the brief moments he observed him, Yen Yang kept his arm drawn back, not moving at once. It seemed his injuries hadn't healed well. If they discovered him, they wouldn't let him go. His current disguise was meant to avoid being ambushed if they crossed paths. Now, by such unfortunate coincidence, he had actually encountered them. He couldn't afford to expose himself due to a momentary lapse in caution. Otherwise, once inside the sandy terrain of the strange rock forest, the butcher squad would surely seize the opportunity to cause trouble, perhaps even kill him outright. Lin En took a deep breath, calming his nerves. Zhuo Yao watched his reaction with puzzlement. But is it someone you know? Lin En shook his head. No. Zhuo Yao nodded and leaned closer to Lin En. I'm not very familiar with Zhou Feixian. You don't need to pay him any mind. He's a real pain. Lin En looked at Zhuo Yao with gentle eyes. Alright, I'll listen to you and ignore him. As he spoke, Lin En took out the spatial button Zhuo Yao had given him last time and handed it to her. This is the spatial button you left with me last time. Truth be told, it was thanks to your spatial button that I managed to get so much out of the Metland Ghost Forest. After we got out, I actually looked for you, but I couldn't find you in the crowd. I didn't know your contact info, and I had no idea which district you were from, so I really had no clue where to look for you. Luckily, I ran into you here. What a coincidence. Lin En said, pressing the spatial bead into Zhuo Yao's hand. Now it's back where it belongs. Zhuo Yao stared at the spatial button in surprise. She hadn't expected Lin En to return it at all and hurriedly refused. No. This was my gift to you, a token of gratitude for saving my life. How could I possibly take it back? What life-saving favor? Even if I hadn't gone that day, you could have dodged the lightning flame mantis's attack. Even if you couldn't kill it, staying alive wouldn't have been a problem. I can't accept this spatial button, I'd feel guilty. You lending it to me for a while was already a favor. As if suddenly remembering something, he hurriedly added, I've already removed the markings from it. It won't affect your future use. Zhuo Yao suddenly grew displeased, snatching the spatial pendant back from Lin En with a forceful hand. Are you looking down on my belongings? That's why you want it back? Don't bother with your sweet talk. Don't you think I know my own capabilities? Even if it saves my life, won't I still get hurt? How dangerous would I be in the forest after getting injured? And last time, I was just stealing. Zhuo Yao abruptly halted mid-sentence. She awkwardly changed the subject. Anyway, this is my way of thanking you for saving my life. Do you really think this thing is more important than my life? Is my life worth less than a spatial button? Lin En saw Zhuo Yao's flushed cheeks and hurriedly waved his hands. No, that's not what I meant. Lin En was momentarily speechless, unsure what to say. Faced with Zhuo Yao's pouting expression, he sighed helplessly. Alright, I'll accept it. If you ever need my help in the future, I won't refuse. A smile finally spread across Zhuo Yao's face. Suddenly, she leaned in close to Lin En, their faces mere inches apart. A faint, milky scent wafted toward him, making Lin En's heartbeat quicken. I have a small favor to ask of you right now. Just say it. If it's within my power. I want your contact information. Ha? Lin En froze, taken aback by Zhuo Yao's sudden request. He couldn't tell if he felt disappointed or pleased. It was the first time he'd ever felt this way. Zhuo Yao took a step back, her face stern as she feigned annoyance. What? You won't even grant this small request? Then what's the point of making big promises? Lin En hurriedly waved his hands. No. That's not what I meant. I'm not refusing. Of course I'm willing to give you my contact information. Really? Zhuo Yao raised an eyebrow, sounding a bit coy. If you're not willing, I don't want it anyway. I'm more than willing. Zhuo Yao couldn't help but curve her lips upward, her face lighting up with a delighted smile. Now we're talking. The two immediately exchanged contact information. Just as Zhuo Yao was about to speak, Zhou Feixian approached. What were you two talking about? Yao, you're smiling so brightly. At the sound of his voice, Zhuo Yao instantly turned cold, her gaze toward him equally icy. Nothing much. Just reminiscing about the past. This response instantly silenced Zhou Feixian, who had been about to ask for more details. Zhou Feixian took a deep breath, forcing a smile. I see. But you might have to postpone catching up for a bit. All the teams assigned to this mission are here now, and it's almost time to depart. When I went to check earlier, several teams wanted to head in early. They don't want to linger here any longer, thinking it's a waste of time. What do you say? Zhuo Yao couldn't argue when he brought up the mission. Since everyone feels this way, let's pack up and depart early. When the mission was mentioned, Zhuo Yao's expression turned serious, devoid of any personal emotion. Zhou Feixian acknowledged the order and turned to relay the message to the other teams. With Lin En's help, Zhuo Yao packed up the chairs and sunshade. Soon, everyone gathered together under Zhou Feixian's command. Chapter 110, Assembly. With the team assembled, Lin En positioned himself in a corner, a spot that afforded him a clear view of all the squads. Including his own squad, there were 7 teams in total. Among them were the familiar Windbreaker squad and the rival Slaughterblade squad. There was also a 6-person squad that felt vaguely familiar to Lin, and he had encountered them a few times during previous missions. The remaining 3 squads were entirely unfamiliar to Lin En. Among them, one squad stood out as distinctly unique. This small squad's attire could be described as bizarre and eccentric. Unlike others clad in combat gear and adorned with various protective accessories, their outfits were a veritable hodgepodge: Spider-Man, Iron Man, and even one individual dressed as Ultraman. Sitting far away earlier, they hadn't really noticed. Now that they stood up, Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. She couldn't help but marvel inwardly at how they'd managed to dig up so many vintage-style outfits. Like Lin, many others were astonished. It wasn't just one person dressed up, several of them were staring repeatedly. Yet the members of this squad seemed utterly unfazed by their attire. Lin, clad in his black robes, looked far more ordinary in their presence, drawing little attention. Alright, everyone assembled? Zhou Feixian stepped forward to address the crowd. Scanning the group, he continued, I'm Zhou Feixian, the leader assigned by the guild for this mission. This is Zhuo Yiyao, also one of our leaders. He introduced Zhuo Yiyao to the group. Zhuo Yiyao gave a slight nod to the dozens of people, her expression stern. After the introductions, Zhou Feixian continued, I imagine most of you aren't familiar with the task in the strange rock forest sandlands. I'll now explain the specifics of this mission. Zhou Feixian pointed toward the path leading into the strange rock forest sandlands. As you all know, ahead lies the strange rock forest sand dunes. Normally, this area has few plants and animals, and large creatures are especially rare. However, in recent weeks, multiple districts have reported varying degrees of anomalies occurring during missions near or within the strange rock forest sand dunes. Just a week ago, 2 squad members were attacked here. Rest assured, though, neither squad suffered casualties, they were merely assaulted by an unidentified creature. We conducted tests and found no toxic substances. While we don't know how the situation has changed over the past week, it should pose minimal risk to you all. Of course, I will accompany you. Based on reports, we've summarized the situation. The air within the sand dunes of the strange rock forest carries a peculiar odor. The mutated creatures move extremely fast, possess moderate attack power, and wield sharp claws. Exercise caution. That covers what the guild has learned so far. For specifics, we'll need to explore together to locate the source of the airborne odor and determine what exactly caused these mutated creatures to evolve such formidable strength. If possible, we should capture 1 or 2 live specimens, though if the risk is too high, carrion will suffice. Any questions? Everyone indicated they had none. After all, this wasn't their first mission. Those who dared take on such a mission all had some experience. Then let's get moving. Zhou Feixian gave a signal, and the squad immediately began moving forward. Zhou Feixian and Zhuo Yiyao did not lead the charge. They were merely here to gather intelligence and verify that the assigned teams were carrying out their tasks naturally. They wouldn't lead the charge. Both stayed at the rear. Since Lin En was alone, he naturally fell back as well. Zhou Feixian watched Lin En still walking alongside them and couldn't help but frown. 2 thoughts battled relentlessly in his mind. Was this guy Zhuo Yiyao's friend, or a bodyguard sent by her family? Zhuo Yiyao leaned closer to Lin En and whispered, the situation here is unclear. From what I heard them analyze, the mutated creatures might be insect-like. You need to be extra careful. Lin En was slightly taken aback. Insect mutations? Could that really be the case? That would significantly raise the danger level, not exactly ideal for him. Insect mutations were notoriously difficult to deal with. Where did you hear this news? If the insects mutated, shouldn't their level increase by a few points? Zhuo Yiyao shook her head. This is based on someone analyzing the injuries of the wounded. It can't be guaranteed to be accurate. But I think it has some credibility. The guild probably analyzed it too, but since they think it might be a recent mutation, they didn't set the level too high. Lin En nodded in understanding. He felt a twinge of relief that he hadn't brought Black along. If Black encountered the insectoid race, he wouldn't be able to simply tear into them. He might actually have to expose his golden flames. Zhou Feixian watched the 2 whispering beside him, his expression souring. Regardless of whether this Lin was sent by Zhuo Yiyao's family to protect her, the closeness between the 2 was too intimate. Even if he was her bodyguard, the distance between them felt deeply off. Earlier, the way their hands had been intertwined and held together didn't look like that of relatives at all. There was definitely more to their relationship than met the eye. Zhou Feixian's gaze toward Lin En grew noticeably more hostile. He suppressed the smile on his face and moved closer to Zhuo Yiyao. Brother-in Lin. Be extra careful once we're inside. Zhuo Yiyao frowned slightly, displeased by Zhou Feixian's proximity. Unable to voice her discomfort, she moved closer to Lin En without drawing attention. Lin En instantly sensed Zhuo Yiyao's movement and shot Zhou Feixian a displeased look. Even if this man harbored ulterior motives toward Zhuo Yiyao, he shouldn't be so utterly lacking in tact. Zhuo Yiyao's displeasure at his proximity was obvious, yet he persisted time and again. Thanks for the warning. Lin En disapproved of Zhou Feixian's behavior, his tone hardening completely, stripped of its earlier pleasantness. Zhou Feixian froze at the tone, his displeasure palpable. His gaze toward Lin En grew dangerously sharp. He took a deep breath and said, Brother En, even though you know Yao Yao, you're still on a mission. Look at the other teams, they're all ahead of us, moving actively. It's not good for you and me to be bringing up the rear, is it? It looks like we're slacking off. Zhou Feixian's voice carried, causing several people ahead to glance back. Lin En shot Zhou Feixian a glance. Is there a rule about that? What? Zhou Feixian was puzzled by Lin En's question and instinctively asked back. Lin En looked at Zhou Feixian with a faint, amused smile. Is there a rule saying I have to walk in front and can't walk behind? Zhou Feixian was momentarily speechless, unable to find a rebuttal. Chapter 111, Squad Formation. But. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Yiyao suddenly burst into laughter, breaking the tense atmosphere. Zhou Feixian's face grew increasingly grim, shifting from pale to flushed. Lin En watched Zhuo Yiyao laugh unrestrainedly. This was just too disrespectful to Zhou Feixian. His gaze flickered toward Zhou Feixian's face, and he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. His face is looking pretty grim. Zhuo Yiyao caught Lin En's gaze and reined in her smile, maintaining a blank expression as she turned to face Zhou Feixian. Zhou Feixian, you're getting a bit too involved here. Lin's affairs don't seem to have anything to do with your job, do they? Zhou Feixian's already grim expression darkened further at Zhuo Yiyao's words. He took several deep breaths before forcing a strained smile. Yes, Yao Yao, you're right. I overstepped. His gaze shifted away from Zhuo Yiyao as he strode forward. Zhuo Yiyao leaned closer to Lin En and whispered, "Ignore him. Won't you offend him by speaking like that?" "So what? I've had it with him for ages." "Oomph." Zhuo Yiyao pouted, and Lin En found her utterly adorable, unable to resist glancing at her several more times. Is there something on my face?" Feeling slightly uncomfortable under Lin En's gaze, Zhuo Yiyao instinctively touched her face and asked with a hint of confusion. Lin En nodded solemnly. Zhuo Yiyao looked utterly bewildered and quickly touched her face. "Did I get something on it?" She touched her cheek, then her forehead, glancing at Lin En anxiously. Watching her movements, Lin En couldn't suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Zhuo Yiyao's bewildered expression was utterly adorable. Lin En reached out and tapped Zhuo Yiyao's cheek. "You've got a touch of cuteness." Zhuo Yiyao's eyes widened, staring at Lin En with her mouth slightly agape in surprise. She exhaled sharply, quickly turning her head away and lowering her gaze, unable to meet Lin En's eyes again. Her ears had already flushed crimson. Zhuo Yiyao felt her heartbeat quicken, the heat on her face growing uncomfortably intense. She took deep breaths, but it did little to ease the sensation. What did Lin En mean by that? He complimented me? Does he like me? Zhuo Yiyao was startled by the thoughts racing through her mind, but quickly dismissed them. No, impossible. Images of Lin En being close with others flashed through Zhuo Yiyao's mind, and her heartbeat gradually slowed. She calmed down, yet an undeniable sense of loss enveloped her. Lin En watched Zhuo Yiyao with her head bowed, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Such a shy little girl. As they walked forward, Lin En keenly sensed the shifting atmosphere around them. The air around them began to feel mixed, no longer carrying the fresh scent of forest mingled with grass and earth. A faint, almost imperceptible stench of decay mingled with the air, accompanied by a pungent, fishy odor that even Lin En couldn't quite place. A strange smell. At first, it had been faint, sometimes barely noticeable at all, but now it was distinct. The deeper they ventured, the more pronounced it grew. Even stranger, there was no sound around them except for their own voices and footsteps. Excluding the sounds made by these outsiders, the surroundings were eerily quiet. Not even the common rustling of wind or chirping of insects could be heard. A deathly silence. By now, the group had ventured over 200 meters into the sandy terrain of the bizarre rock forest. Everything around them appeared natural. Green plants and cacti clung tenaciously to their vibrant hues. Beyond the sandy terrain, only the bizarre rock formation stood tall, devoid of anything else. Slowly, everyone came to a halt. It was precisely this absence of anything else that made the scene feel even more peculiar. Usually, when passing through the sandy terrain of the bizarre rock forest, one might occasionally spot small animals. Kermit mice were intensely curious creatures. Hearing the footsteps of so many people, they would surely come out to investigate. During Lin En's last visit here, he had spotted several K-rats, some perched atop rocks peering out, others peeking from behind boulders. Without exception, they all craned their necks to watch Lin En and his group, their large eyes brimming with curiosity. As long as you didn't get too close, they wouldn't run away. Of course, trying to catch them would be quite a challenge. They're incredibly fast runners. Something's off around here. You're not kidding me, are you? The captain of the slaughter squad was shot down the moment he opened his mouth. Feng Ziyang shot a displeased glance at the person in the Spider-Man costume who'd spoken up. Spider-Man didn't seem to care at all, immediately signaling to his teammates. Stand by. The other squads remained silent, but every member shared one common readiness, preparing to attack. Lin En gripped the daggers at his waist, while Zhuo Yiyao beside him clenched her long sword. The nearly 50-strong group scanned their surroundings intently. Yet their forward advance did not halt. They advanced while observing. After another 70 or 80 meters, the surroundings remained barren, nothing but cacti, sand, and oddly shaped rocks. Not a single living creature was in sight. The surroundings remained eerily quiet. Zhou Feixian furrowed his brow and suddenly lowered his voice. Yao Yao, we can't keep moving together like this. After all this time, nothing has happened. We're just walking down a path. This exploration is too slow. Zhuo Yiyao glanced at Zhou Feixian. Then let's split into two teams. One person will follow each of us. Zhou Feixian nodded in agreement. Though private emotions had surfaced moments ago, he now set them aside as work resumed. His expression turned serious as he addressed the group. Everyone, stop. The sudden voice from behind startled nearly everyone, causing them to jerk their heads around. Zhou Feixian remained composed as he addressed them. We've been here quite a while now and still haven't uncovered a single clue. This approach isn't working. I suggest we split into two teams and operate separately. Both my partner and I are carrying signal flares. If we encounter danger, we'll immediately ignite them, allowing the other team to provide timely backup. What do you all think? Agreed. Alright, we'll head this way. Our team wants to go this way. No one objected. Instead, they began selecting routes. A cacophony of voices erupted as 6 teams split into 3 directions. Some wanted to continue along the path ahead, while others preferred the left route. Zhou Feixian frowned and said, "Sorry, everyone. We only have 2 staff members. We can't cover 3 routes." Liang Bin pointed directly at Lin En and demanded, "What about him? Isn't he one of your people?" Zhou Feixian glanced at Lin En and explained, "He's the one assigned to this mission." Lin En gave Liang Bin a cool glance. After his explanation, Zhou Feixian urged, "Everyone, please make your decision quickly." Chapter 112, A Discovery. I think we absolutely must keep moving forward. Move forward? What's the point? We've gone this far and found nothing. Exactly. We should go left. Left? You've never been here before. We should go right. Right. The path on the right is wider. I know there's a particularly spacious sandy area over there. What kind of strange beast could possibly be lurking in that cramped space on the left? Who says narrow places can't have monsters? The group bickered back and forth, none willing to concede. Zhou Feixian frowned deeply, wanting to mediate, though he himself wasn't sure which path was better. He could only turn to look at Zhuo Yao. "Yao Yao, which 2 routes do you suggest we take?" Zhuo Yao sighed. Whichever route they chose, if it wasted time without yielding any exotic beasts, the other group who hadn't chosen it would inevitably criticize them. "I don't know." Lin En observed their indecision and suddenly spoke up, "You 2 should draw lots to decide which direction you take. As for the remaining, unchosen route, if anyone insists on going that way, assign them smoke grenades." "How about that?" Zhou Feixian frowned slightly. "That's it? What else? Keep arguing here and waste time? Shouldn't we be alerting our surroundings right now?" Lin En countered directly. Zhu Yao nodded in agreement. "You're right. We should be on high alert right now, not like this." Zhou Feixian looked at the chaotic line resembling a bustling market and, lacking a better idea, stepped forward to interrupt their argument. "Enough, stop arguing. Since you both have your own choices, and we can't take both of you anyway, we have a solution. Listen up." With that, he explained the solution Lin En had proposed. Upon hearing the plan, everyone agreed it was feasible, certainly better than continuing their pointless bickering. Soon, Zhou Feixian produced several identical pieces of paper in front of everyone. He handed them to each member of the teams, instructing them to write down their desired direction. Even Lin En received one, and he promptly wrote down a direction. Zhou Feixian and Zhuo Yao stepped forward, each taking a slip. Zhou Feixian opened his slip first and held it up for everyone to see. "Take the middle path." Yes. Ours was chosen. The team choosing the middle path high-fived each other in excitement. The other 2 groups couldn't help but wonder if staff members would be following them on their chosen paths. Soon, Zhuo Yao also opened her note. Lin En stood just a step away from Zhuo Yao and immediately recognized his own handwriting on the paper. He looked at Zhuo Yao with a hint of surprise, not expecting such a coincidence. "Take the left path." Those who chose the right path felt a pang of regret. After all, the staff members were no slouches in combat. Moreover, the members sent by the guild were all quite capable. But they didn't feel too disappointed, nor did they want to change their minds. After all, every mission carries its risks, and they remained confident in their choice. After receiving the signal flares and recorders from Zhou Feixian, the 2 squads gathered their people and departed. The 2 squads choosing the right path were none other than the Slaughter Squad and the Windbreaker Squad. Lin En watched them disappear into the distance before setting off with Zhuo Yao toward the left flank they had chosen. The 2 teams choosing the left path included the oddly dressed group and another team that felt vaguely familiar to Lin En. They were called the Xingwu Squad, consisting of just 5 members, no attendants. Each member wore a solemn expression, cold as ice. Lin En knew little about them, but had heard rumors that they likely came from the same family. Their clan's training regimen was notoriously harsh. This didn't necessarily mean they were exceptionally skilled or gifted. It was their training that was unforgiving. Those who rose to prominence had endured much, and as a result, their personalities tended to be somewhat uncompromising. Curious, Lin En had secretly inquired about them and learned that their clan wasn't particularly prominent. Yet, they trained their members this way, striving for advancement through sheer effort. During his inquiries, he hadn't heard of any particularly formidable figures from their ranks. Lin En and Zhuo Yao still trailed behind. Zhuo Yao lowered her voice. "My choice was spot on, right?" Lin En raised an eyebrow slightly. "Did you do that on purpose?" Zhuo Yao arched her eyebrow in return, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Lin En gazed at Zhuo Yao with amusement in his eyes. "You're such a tease." Zhuo Yao tilted her head slightly. "Anyway, Zhou Feixian and I are only responsible for recording and firing signal flares in emergencies. We gave them everything, didn't we?" Lin En didn't think Zhuo Yao was abusing her position at all. After all, it was her own stuff, so it didn't count. Besides, both teams over there were a nuisance to her. It would be best if they both got stuck in this sandy mess. Once she got out, she'd definitely set off a couple extra strings of firecrackers to celebrate their misfortune. Rustle, rustle. Lin whipped his head around, staring intently at a spot not far away. The sand there seemed different from before? Lin wasn't entirely sure. The change in the sand was barely noticeable, and the sound had vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Lin glanced at the others. 3 members of the group had stopped, just like him. They too were looking in that direction. As Lin looked over, they too turned their gaze toward the others in the group. The 4 exchanged glances, understanding each other silently. It seemed there truly was something amiss here. Their movements drew the attention of the others, who also stopped and looked in that direction. Did you find something? The captain of Squad 5 spoke first, his expression grave as he approached the 2 teammates who had noticed the anomaly. He followed their gaze toward the patch of sand. There's a sound coming from there. It's different from before. The 2 men spoke in turn, explaining the situation clearly. The captain furrowed his brow slightly. Like the others, he hadn't heard anything unusual, nor could he discern any changes. Yet, trusting his teammates, his expression grew grave. Stand by. The members of Team 5 wore solemn expressions, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Another oddly dressed squad also wore solemn expressions, creating a stark contrast with their attire. Lin watched as Zhuo Yiyao swiped across the light screen on her wristband. Suddenly, she tapped one of the images and declared, "Found it." Lin immediately saw the sand shift, revealing a section of black carapace. Both squad leaders approached, scrutinizing the footage recorded on Zhuo Yiyao's bracelet. Their expressions grew grave. Team 5's leader made an immediate identification. Dung Beetle. The other squad leader, nicknamed Spider-Man, shook his head. Something's off. Dung beetles aren't that big. I've seen mutated ones here before, only as big as a human arm. Chapter 113, Carrion Beetle. At this remark, the tension in the surrounding crowd thickened. Regardless of what creature it was, Zhuo Yiyao flashed the light screen for everyone to see. They could all tell. It was a sizable mutated insect. Mutant insect swarms had appeared once before near Jiangcheng. It was said that a large force had been mobilized, suffering heavy casualties before finally exterminating the entire swarm. It had been a brutal battle. Now it seemed highly likely that the insectoid tribe had returned. This news caused everyone's brows to furrow. If it's the insectoid race, I think we should abandon this mission. A member of Squad 5 suddenly spoke up. The moment he spoke, the squad leader's gaze shifted toward him. The members exchanged glances, needing no words. The squad leader immediately turned to Zhuo Yiyao and stated, "We intend to abandon this mission." Zhuo Yiyao frowned as she looked at the Squad 5 leader. "Have you thought this through? We've only just entered this area and haven't fully identified the specific mutated creatures." The Squad 5 leader nodded slightly. "We've made our decision. We're withdrawing." Captain Spider-Man expressed his disagreement. Those insects may be large, but they could just be simple mutations. They're not massive creatures. The problem isn't that serious. The Team 5 captain remained unmoved. "You're suggesting we gamble on a mere possibility. I won't risk our lives on such a bet." His gaze shifted to Zhuo Yiyao. Zhuo Yiyao gave a slight nod. "Since you've made your decision, please double-check the information one more time." With that, Zhuo Yiyao tapped the screen a few times, positioning Team Leader Xingwu at the front for a photo and wristband verification. Ding! Team 5's mission was immediately cancelled. Please stay safe, everyone. And kindly refrain from sharing details about this location to avoid causing unnecessary panic. The Team 5 captain gave a slight nod and immediately led his team members away. Zhuo Yiyao turned her gaze toward the Spider-Man captain. "Are you still planning to proceed?" Captain Spider-Man instinctively looked toward Lin. "Why aren't you asking him?" Zhuo Yiyao paused at the question, her eyes flickering toward Lin. "I'm not leaving." Lin answered directly. Zhuo Yiyao nodded slightly before turning her gaze back to the Spider-Man captain. Captain Spider-Man scratched his nose and turned to his team members. They murmured among themselves for a moment. They all wanted to take one last gamble after all, the insectoid incident had been so long ago. Maybe it was just some bugs or other creatures. "We'll continue with the mission," Captain Spider-Man declared. Zhuo Yiyao nodded slightly. "Then let's keep moving forward." No one objected, and they resumed their march, though at a slower pace. Their eyes scanned the surroundings intently, each face tense with anxiety. But after walking 200 or 300 meters, they detected not a single sign of anything unusual. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the air. Almost in unison, the group whipped their heads around to look skyward. A red flare suddenly flared in the sky. "It's on the left." Zhuo Yiyao's handheld screen rapidly connected with Zhou Feixian's. After communicating, they learned that the squad without them had encountered mutated creatures. "Move out." Zhuo Yiyao called out to the group as they charged toward the left. Their speed was impressive. Before they even reached the signal's origin, they collided with a thud. No one had the heart to ask if there had been any new discoveries. The moment they drew near, they sensed something was off. Snap! After crushing another hard shell underfoot, both teams instinctively slowed their pace. Fragile white shells of varying sizes littered the ground around them. Ever since they'd approached this spot, the number of shattered shells had been increasing. Tension gripped everyone's hearts. Thump! 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 Woo woo woo! Attack the left flank. Front! Front! Hold them back! The sounds of battle ahead grew increasingly chaotic, a clear sign of fierce fighting. The shells scattered beneath their feet were clearly shed by some kind of insect, though they looked strangely peculiar. What kind of insect is this? No idea. I don't study this stuff. Do any of you? Me neither. Zhou Feixian examined several shells closely, then suddenly paled. Carcass beetles. What are they doing here? Hearing the name, everyone couldn't help but frown. These creatures shouldn't be found in this location. Carrion beetles are insects that dwell year-round in dark, shady places, averse to sunlight. Moreover, the conditions they require were problematic in this sandy terrain. The sunlight here was far too intense, and the sandy soil caused daytime temperatures to soar. Decaying matter wasn't entirely absent, but it was scarce. This was hardly an ideal habitat for carrion beetles. Even the forest ahead would be more suitable for them than this place. The location with the highest concentration of carrion beetles lies several kilometers away, a cliff overlooking a shadowy ravine. It was much larger than the wind-swept canyon Lin had previously explored, but the environment there was quite gloomy. It teemed with bizarre creatures and was one of the locations most mission takers avoided. Visibility was poor there, and mutated flora and fauna were common, though these creatures rarely ventured outward. Their mutations weren't severe enough to pose significant threats to most daring teams that ventured in. Of course, those without self-awareness were the exception. The guilds didn't bother expending much energy on management, turning a blind eye as long as the mutations weren't too extreme. After all, with so many mutated creatures, the guild rarely intervenes unless it's a special case. But the current situation felt decidedly off. Quick! We need to rush to their aid, something's terribly wrong. Zhou Feixian bellowed, snapping everyone back to attention. As soon as they charged forward, they saw two squads locked in fierce combat ahead. The surrounding sand churned like boiling water, constantly churning and rolling. Amidst the churning sand, black carrion beetles kept bursting forth from the earth. What had once been fingernail-sized carrion beetles were now fist-sized, some even larger. Their compound eyes flickered with an eerie crimson glow, their sharp mandibles snapping open and shut with a constant crackling sound. The sight sent a chill down everyone's spine. Clang! 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 Among the two squads ahead, some weapons inflicted only limited damage on the carrion beetles' bodies. Take the man whose eye had been injured by Lin earlier, one eye was still bandaged. He stomped on the insects one by one, needing several strikes to kill each one. Instead, he found himself flustered and overwhelmed by the swarm of insects closing in on him. Chapter 114, Withdrawal. Yen Yang proved somewhat effective against the carrion beetles, incinerating any that came near him. Cold weapons proved remarkably ineffective against these carrion beetles. Their speed and mandible sharpness hadn't evolved to a formidable degree. Only their hard exoskeletons were several times tougher than those of non-mutated carrion beetles. The two squads on the field faced vastly different situations. Compared to the Slaughterblade squad, who were still managing with relative ease, the Windbreaker squad appeared to be struggling. Captain Chen Lan was exceptionally strong, managing to attack while shielding Wen Miao behind her. Xia Ying and Wan Kai were holding their own reasonably well. Only Liang Bin faced trouble. As a ranged attacker, he found himself overwhelmed by the swarm closing in. He was scrambling to defend himself, frequently needing Wen Miao to assist with crowd control, while Xia Ying also had to lend a hand. The replacement mechanical arm lacked sufficient sensitivity, and his two hands couldn't coordinate perfectly, resulting in significantly reduced firepower compared to before. Lin En merely scanned the entire battlefield before charging forward with the others. Captain Spider-Man truly wielded his spider silk with mastery, swiftly binding the carrion beetles. Only when tearing them apart did he encounter slight difficulty, even tightly constricting them proved challenging. He swiftly adjusted tactics, flinging the bound beetles into the air. The musketeers behind him fired, each shot taking down several at once. Their coordination was impeccable. Meanwhile, Zhuo Yao formed hand seals, crackling with static. Bolts of electricity surged toward the piles of carrion beetles ahead, instantly neutralizing their attacks. Some even emitted the distinct smell of burnt protein. Lin quietly enveloped himself in the golden tree's blessing, causing his spiritual energy to surge to new heights. He channeled a massive surge of spirit energy into his twin blades, swiftly mowing down the swarming beetles. These blades had been forged at great expense by a master smith, intended as a backup weapon for when his life tree branches proved unreliable. Now they proved invaluable. Though swift and imbued with ample spirit energy, the blades couldn't pierce the beetles' hard carapaces in a single strike. Lin relied on skill instead, either severing their torsos or striking directly at their joints. His speed matched anyone else's. Lin raised his hand to slash two crawling carrion beetles. Glancing up, he caught a glimpse of Zhuo Yao beside him and instantly widened his eyes. Watch out! Zhuo Yao's hand shot electricity straight at the beetles ahead. Hearing the warning, she looked up at Lin with a momentary flicker of confusion. Lin En had no time to think further. Spatial blade. Put. In that instant, Zhuo Yao heard the sound behind her and immediately jumped aside to look. There, suspended midair, was a carrion beetle pierced through by a sharp blade. Lin En breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Zhuo Yao momentarily dazed, he snapped, "Snap out of it. There are more bugs up ahead." Zhuo Yao snapped back to attention and resumed fighting the other carrion beetles. Lin En's spatial blade vanished and the pierced beetle crashed to the ground, dead as a doornail. Lin En swung his blade 3 times at the carrion beetle before him, finally dispatching it. His mind still replayed the single strike of his spatial blade. The contrast in that moment was stark. Could the spatial blade be this sharp? Lin En had no time to ponder further, for the swarm of carrion beetles before him was overwhelming. With the others joining the fight, the sheer numbers of the carrion beetles couldn't threaten the Slaughter Squad or the Windbreaker Squad. In just over 10 minutes, most of the emerged beetles had been wiped out. Only a handful of beetles, still writhing in the churned sand, emerged from the ground. Feng Ziyang's lightning bolt shattered the last carrion beetle, and the area finally fell silent once more. Numerous carrion beetle corpses littered the area. Zhou Feixian signaled several fire controllers to clear the remains from the ground. The carrion beetle corpses proved difficult to ignite, so Zhou Feixian retrieved a substantial amount of oil. He poured it over the carcasses, and soon flames shot skyward, roaring fiercely. The light from the flames cast a faint reddish glow on everyone's faces. "Our squad is withdrawing from this operation." Spider-Man, the team leader, was the first to speak. His words instantly drew the attention of the others. Zhou Feixian frowned, a hint of displeasure visible on his face. "We've already uncovered a lead. If you pull out now, you won't get any reward. Why not persevere a little longer? Don't give up halfway." Zhou Feixian took a few steps toward the Spider-Man captain, his gaze sweeping over the teammates behind him. "Besides, I don't think you and your teammates have discussed this yet. Why not ask for their opinions too? Ha! Can't handle a little setback? TSK, giving up halfway through, what a waste of space." Yen Yang of the Slaughter Squad shot a mocking glance at the Spider-Man captain who was about to leave. "Watch your tone." Feng Ziyang issued a mild yet firm reprimand to Yen Yang, who finally fell silent. Captain Spider-Man didn't even spare Yen Yang a glance, turning instead to his teammates. "I agree to withdraw. We don't need to gamble. Everyone knows how terrifying the Bug Clan mutation is. If no one objects, let's get out of here fast. Don't waste time, more bugs will be here soon." One after another, they spoke up, and not a single one was willing to stay. Zhou Feixian's expression darkened slightly as he stood silently in place. Zhuo Yao stepped forward, tapped the light screen, and directly approved their request to withdraw from the mission. Captain Spider-Man finished the operation swiftly and led his teammates away. Captain Spider-Man paused beside Lin En and lowered his voice. "Brother, we've both chosen this path. Let me add my 2 cents, get out of here fast. Those few points aren't enough to face the insectoid mutations. Even if you deal with the carrion beetles, don't forget we spotted mutated dung beetles too." Lin En hadn't expected a complete stranger to offer him such advice. Lin En gave a slight nod. "Thanks for the warning." Seeing Lin En didn't immediately leave, the other didn't press further. To say even this much was already quite considerate, considering they were complete strangers. After all, they'd only walked a bit further than others. Watching the group walk away, Zhou Feixian looked at Zhuo Yao in astonishment. "You just let them leave like that?" Zhuo Yao frowned at him. "What else could we do? Were we supposed to force them to stay?" Chapter 115, Differences of Opinion. "Why do you make it sound so easy?" Zhou Feixian was puzzled, taking several deep breaths before his expression eased slightly. Suddenly, his gaze swept around the room before fixing sharply on Zhuo Yao. "Is he the only one left from your team?" He pointed at Lin En, his eyes wide with shock. Zhuo Yao nodded. "We spotted what looked like a dung beetle over there, but its size was different from the mutated ones we've seen before. The team that saw it retreated immediately." "And you agreed to it?" Zhuo Yao nodded again, her gaze fixed on Zhou Feixian, filled with utter incomprehension. Zhou Feixian took several deep breaths, his face clearly flushed with anger he was struggling to suppress. Seeing Zhou Feixian's expression, Zhuo Yao couldn't help but speak up. "Is something wrong?" "It's absolutely wrong. It's downright absurd." Zhou Feixian roared in anger. Quickly realizing his outburst was uncalled for, he wiped his face and said, "We're already out on a mission, yet they're still so timid. This is simply too. Hold on. The insectoid mutation is terrifying enough. Don't you know the points for this mission? It's just exploration points. Why would anyone risk their life for that? They've got families to worry about. If something happens here, who's responsible?" "You?" Interrupted and lectured by Zhuo Yao, Zhou Feixian finally calmed down completely. Yao, missions inherently carry risks. That's something they have to accept. But they shouldn't have to bear risks beyond what was expected. Zhuo Yao's expression turned stern as she bypassed Zhou Feixian and addressed the other squads directly. "Everyone has witnessed it. We may now be facing mutated insectoids. We cannot fully predict the specifics of their mutations. The most dangerous phase might have just passed, or it could be only the beginning. This risk is unpredictable and differs from the guild's original expectations. Therefore, you all still have the option to decide whether to continue the mission. While we need a moment to rest and regroup, those wishing to withdraw can come directly to me. We're out. As soon as Joy Yao finished speaking, another squad withdrew. You. Zhou Feixian's face darkened with anger. He took several deep breaths to control his temper, watching helplessly as Joy Yao released that squad as well. He finally spoke up, with fewer people now, continuing isn't safe. Are the remaining squads still willing to proceed with the mission? Joy Yao paid no heed, turning her gaze directly to the others. Is anyone else leaving? If you all stay here, I'll assume you agree to continue the mission. We should leave too. The voice was faint, barely audible above the crackling flames, just loud enough for the teammates nearby to hear. Coincidentally, Lin En stood not far from the speaker and overheard the words. The speaker was none other than Xiaoying. The moment Xiaoying spoke, the entire Windbreaker squad turned to look at her. One by one, they frowned at Xiaoying, their expressions sour. Why are you always causing trouble? I never noticed you being this disruptive before. You were the one who messed up our coordination earlier, nearly getting me injured, and now you're spouting this demoralizing nonsense. Liang Bin was the first to speak up, clearly displeased. Xiaoying, caught off guard, almost instinctively opened her mouth to explain. But as the words left her lips, she seemed to remember something. She forced herself to hold back, took a deep breath, and finally said, "Those are mutated insectoids. They're extremely dangerous. Can our squad really handle them?" Hearing Xiaoying's words, Liang Bin grew even more displeased, while Wen Miao beside him couldn't help but snort coldly. Honestly, I have no idea how you've managed all these missions with such a lack of courage. You're destined for mediocrity, humph. The scorn on Wen Miao's face was unmistakable. You're right. If you want to leave, go ahead. We're not going anywhere. They're just bugs. What's there to be afraid of? Sure, they're a bit troublesome to deal with, but it's not like we can't handle them at all. Wang Kai couldn't resist adding his 2 cents. Chen Lan, already deep in thought, felt a surge of hesitation after hearing Xiaoying's words. She too was weighing whether to continue the mission or return. But hearing the other 3 unwilling to retreat, and recalling how she'd handled the situation earlier without much effort. Plus, Wen Miao had connections with the nearby slaughter squad, a force far superior to theirs. If things got truly dire, Wen Miao's ties should prevent them from standing idly by. Chen Lan looked at Xiaoying and said, "There's no need to go back. We can still continue this mission." Hearing Chen Lan agree, Xiaoying's expression fell into despondency. She simply lowered her head and said nothing more. Liang Bin sneered coldly, "Useless piece of trash. Spending too much time with that Lin guy has turned you into a softie. Good for nothing." Lin En had been listening, inwardly mocking their unwillingness to leave. These people were as arrogant and self-important as ever, he thought. But then he heard the taunts directed at himself. His eyes narrowed with a vicious glare at Liang Bin, the one who had spoken. That bastard had been incredibly lucky to survive the trip to the North Domain last time. A flicker of light danced in Lin En's eyes before he quickly averted his gaze. Not only were members of the Windbreaker squad heading that way, but the Slaughterblade squad was there too. And though Chen Lan wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, his senses were still keen. After a period of waiting, no one else seemed inclined to leave. Zhou Feixian's expression eased slightly as he contacted the guild headquarters directly, submitting the information they had gathered. Now they could only wait here for the guild's specific response whether the mission would be suspended or reinforcements sent. After handling the official business, Joy Yao stepped back a few paces, distancing herself from Zhou Feixian. She walked toward Lin En, who stood several steps away, a hint of a smile now visible on her face. Zhou Feixian, still standing in place, looked rather grim. He took several deep breaths before forcing down his irritation. Lin En caught Zhou Feixian's hostile glare and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Oomph. This guy's got a pretty small mind. Thanks for earlier. Joy Yao's soft voice murmured in Lin En's ear. She tilted her head slightly, her large, watery eyes brimming with gratitude as she looked up at him. Anyone would have done the same. You're always so humble. Hearing Lin En's words, Joy Yao felt he was simply too kind-hearted. She held up 2 fingers. This is the second time you've saved me. Lin En shook his head and smiled. You shouldn't say that. You must have other ways to protect yourself. You shouldn't have let a carrion beetle hurt you. Chapter 116, Attention to Detail. Joy Yao touched her nose. Lin En was absolutely right. Even if the beetle had attacked her back, the strength of a carrion beetle simply couldn't pierce through her combat suit. And beneath that suit, she still had. Joy Yao quickly reined in her wandering thoughts and turned to Lin En. You? Yao Yao, the guild replied. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Feixian's voice cut in. Joy Yao's expression darkened slightly, but her gaze shifted to the bracelet on her wrist. Sure enough, a green light had already flashed across it. Opening the message, Joy Yao's expression shifted. Zhou Feixian observed her. The guild only raised the difficulty slightly, urging us to press forward. I told you we should have persuaded those people earlier, we shouldn't have let them leave outright. With 3 teams gone, the danger level has already increased significantly for us. Zhuo Yao couldn't help but frown, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes as she looked at Zhou Feixian. Lin En, standing closest, observed every nuance of Zhou Feixian's expression and words, his own brow furrowing deeply. Previously, he had seemed merely a bit cautious, competent enough in his work. But now, what the hell? Did he think these mission-driven professionals were what? Tools for him to expend? Lin En took a deep breath, his distaste for this man rising another notch. He also recalled the guild's assessment of this location, no mention of backup, but the points had been inflated. They claimed it was less dangerous, yet still raised the points. Did they think these adventurers could handle it? Or were they using them as a test run, with other plans in mind? Lin didn't know, but he wasn't eager to back out. For now, it didn't seem too difficult for him personally. Zhou Feixian noticed Zhuo Yao's unease and promptly shut up. His gaze shifted to the others as he relayed the guild's message to the group. Upon hearing the news, the remaining 3 teams each had their own thoughts. Liang Bin, standing closest to Lin En, exclaimed excitedly, "Xiang, did you hear that? The guild didn't mention canceling the mission or sending reinforcements. What does that tell you? There won't be any life-threatening danger. You're just a coward." His gaze towards Xiang was filled with contempt. Xiang glanced up and said, "The guild has increased the points." The implication was clear, the guild also recognized the challenge. But Liang Bin seemed completely oblivious to her meaning, rolling his eyes at her. "That's because half the people dropped out, so the points naturally went to us. You're so clueless." Xiang, stung by the sarcasm, averted her gaze and didn't bother to retort, adopting an attitude of going with the flow. The group soon pressed onward. After traversing this area dotted with bizarre rock formations, they soon reached a relatively open space. Sand stretched in every direction, and as far as the eye could see, the landscape was blanketed in earth-toned grains. There was scarcely any sign of life in sight, just withered cacti, scattered bones, and most eerily, holes of varying sizes dotted the ground. Those hollows were all too familiar to them. Hadn't the carrion beetles emerged from precisely such cavities before? The group suppressed their breathing, eyes darting warily around the surroundings. Lin's gaze darted warily around the area, searching for any unusual signs. In the empty expanse, not even the sound of wind stirred. Save for their footsteps, nothing else broke the silence. Had they stood perfectly still, the surrounding silence would have been absolute. After walking for several hours, everyone was growing weary. Wang Kai of the Windbreaker squad was the first to speak. Panting heavily from exhaustion, he blurted out, "We've been walking for so long now. If we can't keep going, let's take a break." Liang Bin, whose injuries hadn't fully healed, was even more exhausted than Wang Kai. He'd been gritting his teeth and pushing through for the sake of pride. Hearing someone else speak up first, he was naturally relieved. "We've walked this long without encountering anything. Taking a break shouldn't hurt. We can't possibly cover every inch of this sandy terrain before stopping. If we do run into trouble later, we'll be too exhausted to do anything about it." After walking non-stop for so long, exhaustion was indeed setting in. Once someone spoke up, others quickly agreed. Besides, Liang Bin had a point. Upon hearing the majority request a break, Zhou Feixian readily agreed. Zhuo Yao's cheeks were flushed from the sun, and she was panting slightly. She clearly felt both tired and uncomfortable. Lin En walked over to Zhuo Yao and handed her a bottle of ice water. "Cool your face down, it's all flushed from the sun." Zhuo Yao looked at Lin En with a hint of surprise. "You actually brought ice water?" Lin En replied instinctively, "Yeah. I always bring some when I can." Only after speaking did he notice Zhuo Yao reaching to open the bottle he'd handed her. Lin En immediately pressed his hand over hers. "This is for your face. There are big chunks of ice inside, you won't get much water to drink. You want something cold to drink?" Lin En pulled out a bottle of water. Tiny droplets had already formed on the surface, but there were no ice cubes inside. He unscrewed the cap and handed it to Zhuo Yao. "Take small sips. Don't drink too quickly, it's not good for you." Zhuo Yao took the bottle and drank slowly. "You're so thoughtful." "It's just a habit. Back in my old squad." Lin En trailed off mid-sentence, his expression darkening momentarily. Unbidden memories surfaced of her time in the Breaking Wind squad. As the designated support, she often found herself handling even the most mundane logistical tasks. Not only was she the team's healer, but she gradually became the team's mother hen too, handling countless tasks that rarely earned her gratitude, while shouldering all the blame when things went wrong. The reflection lasted only a moment before Lin En swiftly pushed the memory aside, her expression returning to neutral. He looked at Zhuo Yao and said with a smile, "But those were just minor things. Nothing to be overly meticulous about." Zhuo Yao, who had been watching Lin En the whole time, couldn't help but notice that fleeting change. She took note, but didn't ask about it right away. As Zhuo Yao and Lin En were chatting idly, the sound of an argument suddenly reached their ears from nearby. "You didn't even prepare this? You want me to prepare? Why don't you prepare it yourself? You're the support, isn't this exactly what you're supposed to prepare? Is that written anywhere?" Didn't you all prepare your own stuff during previous missions? Why should I be the one doing all the prep now? That was to give you time to adapt. You still haven't prepared after all this time. The ones arguing were Liang Bin and Wen Miao from the Windbreaker squad. Lin En looked at the ice water in his hand, then at Liang Bin's displeased and haughty expression, and couldn't help but find it amusing. Still trying to act like a big shot. Chapter 117, Heartwarming. Brother Yen, listen to what he's saying. What's all this arguing about? Who said supports have to prepare everything for you guys? A team without even a single attendant is trash. When Miao leaned indignantly against Yen Yang, complaining in a sweet, whiny voice. Instantly, Yen Yang shot Liang Bin a furious glare. Liang Bin's expression darkened slightly. Clearly seething but unable to vent, he forced a smile. The smile was stiff as a board. Wang Kai, standing nearby, couldn't bear it any longer and spoke up. Yes, Brother Yen, you're right. It's just that our team's overall strength can't compare to the Butcher's Blade squad. The points we've earned are really not much. Adding a squire to get one more point is a bit difficult. Oomph. Speaking of which, your former teammate Lin En, I think he could have been the attendant. You guys really don't know how to use people. You've worked together for so long, developed good chemistry. He's used to handling logistics duties as you directed. Wouldn't he be perfect as a retainer? Why did you push him away? Yen Yang's words left the members of the Windbreaker squad speechless. This was something none of them had ever considered. They'd only been focused on getting rid of Lin En quickly to replace him with someone better at healing. Lin En couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Yen Yang sure had a knack for tangential rambling. How did he manage to steer the conversation toward himself so quickly? And he actually wanted him to be his attendant? Ha! Go dream on. Lin En rolled her eyes. You? Zhuo Yao nudged Lin En, tilting her chin slightly toward Yin Yang and the others. Lin En instantly recalled that Yin Yang had just called out her name directly. She tugged at the corner of her mouth. Busted. That son of a Yin Yang. It wasn't a huge deal, but having certain things said out loud like that still felt awkward, okay? Right now, he felt like a rat hiding in the sewers, afraid to show its face. Would Zhuo Yao look down on him now? The thought made Lin En's heart flutter with anxiety, but more than that, it filled him with resentment toward Yin Yang. His gaze cautiously shifted toward Zhuo Yao. Their eyes met, and all Lin En saw in those eyes was a clear, shining ache. It must have been tough before. Zhuo Yao spoke softly. A pang of bitterness welled up in Lin En's heart. He tugged at the corner of his mouth before realizing Zhuo Yao couldn't see it. No. For the first time, Zhuo Yao learned that Lin En had actually been kicked out of his original squad. She couldn't help but feel heartbroken for his ordeal. They had no sense. You're great. Zhuo Yao instinctively took Lin En's hand, offering quiet comfort. Warmth flowed through Lin En's heart. It's all in the past now. Lin En looked down at the hand being held, unable to suppress the smile curling her lips. Following Lin En's gaze, Zhuo Yao saw the hand she was holding and felt her face flush. She cautiously lifted her eyes to meet Lin En's gaze. You? I? Zhuo Yao's pink lips parted and closed, unable to form words. She nervously withdrew her hand, avoiding Lin En's gaze. Thank you for caring about me. Lin En's voice was soft as he gazed at Zhuo Yao with gentle eyes. The atmosphere between them was just right. Seeing that no one from the Windbreaker squad was speaking, Yin Yang couldn't help but chuckle softly. You guys are just stingy. Wanting to enjoy yourselves but being so tight-fisted? Tisk. Yin Yang didn't mince words, laying it all out. The Windbreaker squad's expressions darkened. Shenlan frowned at Yin Yang. Taking care of your own affairs, what's wrong with that? Why involve attendants, treating them like servants and demeaning them? Yin Yang raised an eyebrow at Shenlan. Shenlan's strength was no small feat, she was also S-rank. Hearing her words, Yin Yang refrained from immediately mocking her. Instead, he let his gaze roam freely over her body before turning to his team's attendants. Did you hear that? She's implying we treat you like servants, belittling you. What do you think? Captain Shen's just being stuck up, looking down on us low-level folks. Don't listen to her, Brother Yen. Exactly. So many people dream of being an attendant for the Slaughterblade squad. We're the cream of the crop, after all. Serving as attendants for the Slaughterblade squad is an honor for us. How could others understand? She's talking utter nonsense. What we do is just team division of labor. When did we become servants? The Slaughterblade squad's attendants chattered away, their voices overlapping. Shenlan's expression darkened slightly. She couldn't utter a word, not even meeting their gaze. Yin Yang tilted his head slightly, his eyes dripping with contempt as he addressed Shenlan. Did you hear that, Captain Shen? Shenlan snorted coldly. Willingly debasing yourself. The remark caused the expressions of all the attendants present to darken. Yet none dared speak. After all, Captain Shenlan's position spoke to formidable strength. Those who served as attendants, starting from the lowest rank, were undoubtedly weak. Lin En couldn't help but frown at Shenlan. Her words remained as harsh as ever, arrogant and oblivious, utterly ignorant of the hardships of the common folk. How could she say such things? Zhuo Yao's expression darkened as she muttered under her breath. Lin En paused slightly, leaning closer to Zhuo Yao. Then how do you view attendance? Zhuo Yao turned her head and only then realized how close Lin En was to her. Her breathing slowed. I think it's just a choice, and they're working hard to better themselves. Watching Zhuo Yao's ears flush crimson, Lin En felt his heartbeat quicken involuntarily. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he stepped back slightly. Buzz 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 buzz. Lin En's words abruptly halted as his gaze snapped behind him. The sand behind him showed no signs of disturbance. Yet he felt something was terribly wrong. Lin's hand touched the sand on the ground and his spiritual energy spread out around him. Lately, after taking the drops, Lin En had noticed his sensory abilities had become far more acute than before. This particular sensation sent a chill down his spine, as if something dreadful was about to happen. The mutated carrion beetles they had just encountered were barely at the 3rd-tier beast level. The last time he'd felt this kind of dread was in the Northern Realm. That time, the hybrid beast had reached a full level 6 or 7. Back then, multiple squads had joined forces, and many lives were lost. In the end, it was only by mixing Black S with Yin Yang S that they managed to kill the beast. Lin En's eyes narrowed with alertness, and Zhuo Yao noticed his unusual reaction. She hurriedly scanned the surroundings but saw nothing, growing even more puzzled. Did you sense something? Something feels off, but I can't pinpoint exactly what. It's like, something's here. Lin En furrowed his brow, pulling Zhuo Yao to her feet. Chapter 118, The Sandquakes. Zhuo Yao, still confused, scanned the surroundings but couldn't discern anything unusual. Still, she followed Lin En's pull and stood up. As Lin En and Zhuo Yao abruptly rose, Zhou Feixian, the closest person to them, immediately paled and scrambled to his feet. Is something wrong? Zhou Feixian had been watching them for some time. Seeing their intimate whispering filled him with unease. Yet Lin En's vigilant scan of the surroundings made Zhou Feixian swiftly suppress his jealousy. Nothing mattered more than his own safety. Zhou Feixian noticed the two standing up, and others also became aware of the situation at their table. Everyone else remained seated, making their standing out strikingly obvious. Moreover, Lin En was completely cloaked in black robes, making him stand out like a sore thumb. In an instant, all conversation ceased. The surrounding area fell silent as every pair of eyes turned toward the three of them. I hear something. Lin En's voice was not loud, but in the surrounding silence, it was strikingly clear. At those words, every pair of eyes widened instantly. Almost as one, they all stood up, their eyes darting warily around the area. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed. The surroundings remained utterly silent. Nothing happened. Not even the slightest sound. Doubt began to creep into their minds. Was there really something wrong? Several minutes had already passed. If something was wrong, how could there be absolutely no sound? Could he have misheard? Liang Bin was the first to voice this doubt. He strode directly toward them and addressed Lin En. You said you heard a sound. Be specific, what exactly did you hear? From which direction did it come? We've all been standing here for quite some time now. How could there be no sound at all? You wouldn't have misheard it and be playing tricks on us, would you? Lin En shot Liang Bin a cold glance. If you think I'm fooling you, feel free to go back and rest. I won't stop you. Liang Bin's expression darkened at his words, and he felt the urge to explode. But catching sight of Zhuo Yao beside him, he forced himself to hold back. Though this cowardly fellow wasn't sent by the guild this time, his proximity to the guild members suggested a deep connection. Liang Bin dared not speak harshly, merely snorting coldly, all bluster. With that, he turned and walked back to where he had been standing. What's going to happen? It's dead quiet. Liang Bin's words echoed the thoughts of many. Most relaxed, some even preparing to sit down. Zhou Feixian beside him also relaxed a bit, glancing at Lin En and saying, Bro, aren't you being a bit too tense? Lin En didn't even spare him a glance. Zhou Feixian took a deep breath before turning to Zhuo Yao. Yao, let's continue resting. We still have to keep moving forward. This strange rock forest and sandy area is huge, we haven't even covered half of it yet. If you want to rest, then rest. No need for all that talk. Zhuo Yao's voice was cold and hard, utterly unfriendly. Zhou Feixian's expression darkened for a moment. He forced a smile and said, Fine, I'll rest. With that, he walked away deliberately, as if sulking. Lin En didn't even glance at him. He dared not relax for a single moment now. He was certain he hadn't misheard, there had definitely been a sound. He couldn't pinpoint the direction, but it sounded like something rolling beneath the sand, likely another insectoid creature. And it wasn't the same species as the carrion beetles before. Their crawling sounds were different. Within the entire group, the only person who didn't suspect Lin was Zhuo Yao. She leaned closer to Lin and whispered, Could you tell what kind of sound it was? Did it come from below? Surprised by her sharpness, Lin En leaned closer and whispered, It doesn't sound like carrion beetles crawling. It's likely something else entirely. Zhuo Yao furrowed her brow and reached for her wristband. Lin En watched her fingers dance across the screen, tapping rapidly. She was clearly transmitting the information. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin En whipped his head to the side, grabbing Zhuo Yao and pulling her back swiftly. Given the earlier incident, no one trusted Lin En, not even now, despite his clearly alert movements. TSK, still putting on a show. Liang Bin couldn't hold back any longer, snapping sarcastically at them. There's no sound at all. What exactly is he being wary of? Yeah, exactly. I haven't heard a thing either. Nothing seems out of the ordinary around here. He's putting on a show, right? What's there to perform? Who's he trying to impress? As soon as Liang Bin spoke, several others chimed in, all convinced Lin En was putting on a show. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz. The sound grew louder and louder. The surrounding sand trembled, shaking more and more violently. Those sitting on the ground struggled to rise, unable to stand steady. Even after regaining their footing, they stumbled uncontrollably for several steps. Holy, something's definitely up. Holy, this can't be a giant bug, can it? A tremor this strong? Just how big could it be? Panic began to spread through the crowd. The tremors were simply too unsettling. Catching them off guard when they'd let their guard down, it sent a chill down everyone's spine. This time, no one accused Lin En of talking nonsense. One by one, they stared wide-eyed, their expressions wary as they scanned the surrounding sand. Beneath their feet, the sand shifted like flowing mercury, rolling and shifting as if some colossal creature lurked beneath, poised to burst forth. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. What on earth was this thing? Several squad leaders turned to Zhou Feixian and Zhuo Yao, their faces grim. Report this immediately. What are you waiting for? This is clearly not right. Hurry up. Get reinforcements. Now. Zhou Feixian was swaying unsteadily from the shaking, unable to even open his wristband. Zhuo Yao, dizzy from the shaking, gritted her teeth and shouted grimly, I've already sent the alert about the situation being off. We can't send any more messages right now. The sight of the sand trembling filled some with fear. Wary eyes scanned the surroundings. Buzz. Suddenly, the earth shook violently, sending several people tumbling to the ground. About 50 meters ahead, the exposed sand suddenly bulged outward, rapidly swelling into a sand dune. Countless grains of sand rolled down ceaselessly. The trembling beneath their feet seemed to lessen slightly. Boom! Chapter 119, Giant Centipede. Boom! Rumble! The sand dune instantly exploded, sending over 20 meters of sand flying in all directions. A colossal centipede shot skyward. Its segmented body spanned the width of 5 heads placed side by side, each segmented section of its torso erupting from the sand. Each segment bore a pair of razor-sharp walking legs on either side, flailing ceaselessly. Snap, crackle. A teeth-grinding friction sound echoed incessantly. It was the sound of the centipede's exoskeleton grinding against itself as it moved. Countless grains of sand were swept up by immense energy, swirling through the air and obscuring vision, casting a dim gloom over the surroundings. Amidst the terrifying golden dust, 2 enormous eyes, flickering with an eerie red glow, loomed as the colossal body lowered itself. Rustle, rustle, rustle. As the giant centipede burst from the sand, countless crimson offspring emerged from the same dune, surging outward like a crimson tide. Rustle, rustle, rustle. As if sensing human scent, they advanced with pinpoint accuracy toward their targets. The group's expressions darkened simultaneously. The tremors in the sand ceased. They could steady themselves, but now faced not only the giant mutated centipede, its upper body raised high and radiating deadly menace, but also the countless smaller ones. Snap! Crack! Rustle, rustle. The sound of legs scraping against sand sent shivers down their spines. Centipedes! Centipedes this big! Holy crap! And so many little ones too! Attack! Attack them now! Zhou Feixian's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. I told you not to let those people leave. Now we're all that's left. Zhuo Yao snorted coldly. If you don't want to continue, deserting the battlefield is an option. As soon as Zhuo Yao finished speaking, the electric current surging from her hands swiftly struck the small centipedes closing in on them. Zhou Feixian seethed inwardly, but there was no time for complaints. He shouted orders to the squads, directing some to attack the large centipede while the rest focused on the smaller one. Our squad will take the big centipede. Feng Ziyong spoke up first, claiming the large centipede. Another nearby squad refused to be outdone, immediately declaring, we're going too. Hearing both teams speak up, Chen Lan of the Windbreaker squad hurriedly added, we'll handle the remaining smaller ones, but there are too many. You'll need to split your forces too. We'll spare you a few attendants. The Slaughter squad called out 2 retainers, while the other squad assigned 1. Lin En also stepped forward to join the team preparing to attack the small centipede. Zhou Feixian watched as Zhuo Yao followed Lin En over to join that group, unable to suppress a frown. His gaze swept over the swarm of small centipedes covering the ground, then shifted to the colossal centipede towering menacingly with its upper body raised. He lifted his foot and followed suit. He even walked straight to the very front of the group. Everyone, follow me. Clear the path ahead. Charge with me. With that, Zhou Feixian charged forward first, attacking the smaller centipedes ahead. Simultaneously, several figures shot forward like arrows released from a bowstring. Lin Nen wielded dual blades, his movements so swift they left afterimages. He swung his blades rapidly, every strike precise and aimed at the most vulnerable points of the smaller centipedes, without a single wasted motion. Swish! 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 Cold steel flashed. Wherever the blade struck, the small centipedes' shells were torn apart and their walking legs severed. Foul-smelling fluids splattered everywhere, yet they could not halt Lin Nen's advance. Everywhere he went, the little centipedes were hacked to pieces. Faced with a spine-chilling swarm of centipedes, not a single person retreated. Even if they had hesitated upon first sighting the creatures, they now knew escape was impossible. Better to fight to the death. Whether they survived or not, at least if they died in battle, their families would receive a substantial death benefit. Beside Lin, a burly man swung his massive hammer relentlessly. Thud! 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 Each swing crushed several small centipedes. As the hammer swung, sand mixed with the green bodily fluids of crushed centipedes splattered everywhere. On the other side, Zhuai Yao's hands crackled with electricity, quickly frying a cluster of small centipedes nearby. Rustle, rustle, rustle. As the surrounding small centipedes were largely eliminated, the large centipede, its upper body raised high, grew visibly impatient. Its front half lunged forward. Its 10 pairs of walking legs swung rapidly, producing a rustling sound. Snap! Crack! The constant friction between its shells produced a cracking sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Watch out! Feng Ziyong of the slaughter squad shouted loudly. Instantly, everyone was on high alert, staring intently at the giant centipede that had begun its advance. The giant centipede's body slowly lowered toward the ground before suddenly lunging forward, charging toward the team members, sweeping away the smaller centipedes ahead. Now! Charge! The captain of another squad suddenly roared. The group of professionals, already poised and ready, surged forward in unison. Their spiritual energy erupted, sweeping out the surrounding sand and dust into a whirlwind. Charge! Kill it! Cover me! I'll target its eyes. Warriors charged forward, blocking the giant centipede's advance. Clang! The warrior at the forefront raised his arm to block, revealing a massive shield that instantly halted the giant centipede's advance. Thud thud! Scratch scratch scratch! The centipede's legs scraped and collided against the shield, producing sharp, metallic sounds. Lend me your strength! A warrior leapt upward, planting his foot on the shield and brandishing his long sword with a mighty shout. Die, you vermin! A cold gleam flashed from the blade as it swung directly at the centipede's legs. Snap, snap, snap. In an instant, 3 walking legs fell off. The centipede's body jerked violently in pain, emitting a crisp rattling sound. Archer and mage attacks descended in the same instant. Thud! 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 Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! A barrage of flying blades, arrows, lightning bolts, and flames struck the giant centipede with pinpoint accuracy. More and more legs fell off, and the gashes on its mouthparts grew increasingly numerous. The dents in its carapace grew more numerous. Clang! Then came a thunderous crash as a massive sword sliced through one of the dented sections of its carapace. The giant centipede was utterly enraged. Its body thrashed violently, as if possessed, threatening to tear apart everything in its path. Its lower half began surging out of the sand. Its seemingly endless body sent chills down everyone's spine. As the colossal centipede thrashed its body, more and more baby centipedes emerged from the sand, as if summoned by its fury. They surged forth, charging toward the awakened professionals attacking the colossal centipede. Chapter 120, Cold-Blooded. The battle instantly reached a stalemate. The awakened professionals attacking the small centipedes desperately maintained their passageway, preventing the swarm from encircling them. Lin Nen's twin blades reaped the small centipedes with frenzied efficiency. Compared to others, his dual blades offered no class-specific bonuses beyond enhancing his psychic energy. After prolonged swinging against the increasingly hardened small centipedes, his skin had cracked open in tiny fissures. Blood seeped out, staining the handles crimson. Lin's complexion darkened. This situation was proving overwhelmingly taxing. His gaze shifted subtly toward the few who knew his fighting style. Out of their sight, he swiftly enveloped himself in a layer of the tree of life's blessing. He exhaled a long breath, a fleeting golden glint flashing in his eyes. The spiritual energy surging through his body instantly doubled. The twin blades in Lin's hands resumed their relentless dance. Many present dared not pause, especially the assigned attendants. These few were merely support roles, far worse off than Lin. While Lin only had a few cuts on his palms, these servants were already covered in wounds. Were it not for the occasional healing from a few support class allies, their injuries would likely be far worse. Cover me! As Lin Nen furiously hacked at the small centipede, a loud shout rang out behind him. Almost instinctively, he glanced over with his peripheral vision. The figure charging at the top of the swarm plunged forward, driving a blade straight into the already cracked carapace of a giant centipede. Splash! Green liquid spurted out. Snap! 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 The colossal centipede went completely berserk, its entire body bursting out of the ground. It thrashed wildly, its legs flailing rapidly as its mandibles lunged toward the people ahead. Thud! Thud! Thud. The group's attacks came wave after wave. Aside from one earlier strike that caused slightly more damage, they only managed to knock off a few of the giant centipede's legs. But compared to its entire body, those few legs were truly insignificant. Such damage was likely nothing more than scratching an itch through a shoe to it. Instead, the awakened professionals suffered varying degrees of injury with each violent swing and advance of the giant centipede. Ah! A sudden scream pierced the air. Lin finished off the last small centipede before him and hurriedly looked over. He saw a figure suddenly seized by the centipede's mandibles. Save me! Save me! Ah! Help me! The person screamed loudly while suspended in midair. Attack now! Feng Ziyang bellowed the command the instant the person's voice faded. In that instant, many people looked at Feng Ziyang in disbelief. But every member of the slaughter squad followed Feng Ziyang's orders without hesitation, not a single one halting their assault. Members of the other squad merely flinched slightly, none halting their assault. Lin took a deep breath, and the moment his gaze fell, he saw Chao Tianyu. His body bore numerous wounds, even a small cut on his cheek. For just a moment, he paused, then resumed slashing at the swarm of centipedes surrounding him. Lin watched his numb expression and felt little sympathy. If anything, he felt sympathy for the new recruits who had joined the slaughter squad at its inception. After all, only they were unaware of the squad's cold-blooded cruelty. But these current servants of the slaughter squad were utterly undeserving of pity. They could only survive by their own wits. Who in Zhoushan district's awakened practitioners didn't know the slaughter squad replaced their retainers faster than they changed clothes? At the awakened professionals recruitment hub, some would even quietly warn unsuspecting newcomers about the squad's rapid turnover rate. The chances of being deceived were slim. So these individuals knowingly walk into danger. It was their own choice, and the fate they faced was entirely their own responsibility. Lin took a deep breath, his gaze settling on Chao Tianyu. In his early days, he sneaked behind others, scavenging corpses on battlefields after fights to boost his psychic energy. He'd been cautious, rarely getting caught. But that time in the city, Chao Tianyu had seen him. His blatant attempts to cover it up only proved he knew. If he was to eliminate him, now was the perfect opportunity. Lin narrowed his eyes. Ah! Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Xiang, you're dead, so hurry up and help me! Just as Lin was deep in thought, loud commotion erupted from ahead. Lin raised his hand, swatting away several small centipedes that had slipped through earlier, and took a moment to glance at Liang Bin, the one shouting. The arrogance and swagger of the Liang Bin before had vanished, replaced by utter disarray. His combat suit was torn in several places, and the bow and arrows in his hands had been replaced by the western sword he used to show off with. The blade already bore cracks. Several small centipedes had already crawled up his calf, and one had even made its way onto his back. Lin raised an eyebrow slightly, watching Liang Bin frantically stomping his feet. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Xiang, whom he was shouting at, paid him no mind whatsoever. It was as if she had tuned out the sound, completely focused on attacking the small centipedes closing in on her. Liang Bin screamed in sheer frustration, calling out to everyone one by one. One meow! One meow! Help me! Ah! Xiang, are you dead? Ah! Wang Kai! Chen Lan, help me! Quickly! Just minutes ago, Liang Bin's shouts would have been clearly audible. But now, the giant centipede attacked with frenzied ferocity, and the smaller ones seemed to have been summoned as well, their attacks growing significantly more powerful. The battlefield descended into utter chaos. Wounded bodies littered the ground, countless casualties strewn everywhere. Liang Bin was no longer the only one in distress, though his cries were indeed loud. Chen Lan, standing at the very front, only spared a moment to help him deal with two nearby small centipedes before she had no spare attention to give him. With great effort, Liang Bin finally cleared all the small centipedes from his calf. He breathed a sigh of relief, only to look up and see Lin clad in a black robe. Liang Bin narrowed his eyes slightly and instinctively took a few steps forward. Those golden eyes, it wasn't a hallucination from staring too long at the surrounding yellow sand. Why did that eye shape look so familiar? And golden irises? Ah! Just as Liang Bin was pondering, a sudden sharp pain shot through his neck, causing him to yelp in agony. Liang Bin quickly used the hilt of his western sword to dislodge the small centipede from the back of his neck, then swung the blade down with several fierce strikes. Damn bug, die! Die! Chapter 121, Exposed. It's you? Liang Bin snapped his head up to stare at the black-robed Lin, his eyes widening. The pain brought a momentary clarity to his mind, instantly recognizing whose eyes possessed that unique shape and could turn golden. Lin watched the spectacle of Liang Bin being bitten. The next moment, he saw the change in Liang Bin's eyes. His heart skipped a beat. What was that look in his eyes? In that instant, a bad feeling washed over Lin. Almost instinctively, Lin lowered his head and attacked the small centipede on the ground. Liang Bin stared at the figure in black robes ahead. Once he confirmed those eyes belonged to Lin, no matter the angle, he was certain it was him. Could it really be him? Liang Bin abandoned his assault on the centipedes. Clearing a few blocking ones, he charged toward Linen. With only 50 meters separating them, Liang Bin cleared his path as he advanced, and Linen quickly sensed his approach. The moment his gaze fell upon him, a sense of foreboding began to climb relentlessly within him. Linen took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation, and resumed his focused task of eliminating the remaining centipedes. You! Liang Bin charged forward, his hand reaching out to grab at Linen's face mask. Linen swiftly backed away, striking Liang Bin's arm with the twin blades in his hands. Clang! The blades sliced across the mechanical arm. Had Liang Bin not dodged swiftly, Linen would have sliced a deep gash into his metal arm. What are you doing? Linen's voice was low and different from usual, causing Liang Bin to pause in surprise. Get lost. Linen's furious shout was unapologetic, instantly igniting Liang Bin's anger, which had been simmering beneath a thin veneer of unease. You think I don't know who you are? Who do you think you are, yelling at me like that? You. Swish. Linen's blade shot up, pointing straight at Liang Bin's throat. Terrified, Liang Bin abruptly stopped mid-sentence, his mouth twitching as he stammered, I must have mistaken you for someone else. If it were someone I knew, they wouldn't be wielding a blade. He stumbled backwards several steps as he spoke. Linen shot him a cold glance before swiftly attacking to the side. Just as Linen turned and took a few steps away, he suddenly heard rapid footsteps closing in behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, Linen spun around and delivered a kick. Thud. Arg. In an instant, Liang Bin crashed to the ground. In that instant, several laughing centipedes surged forward, crawling all over him. Liang Bin sprang up from the ground as if electrocuted. He frantically swatted at the tiny centipedes that had just crawled onto him. Only after swatting them all off did he look up at Linen, meeting his cold gaze. The sight made Liang Bin instinctively swallow hard. A dull ache in his chest made his expression sour. Looking at that eye shape, Liang Bin remained skeptical. No matter how he looked at it, he was convinced it was Linen. But Linen shouldn't be this formidable, especially that kick just now. That reaction speed and sheer power couldn't possibly belong to that useless Linen. Something was definitely off. Still, Liang Bin dared not approach. He feared the black-clad figure might kick him straight into the swarm of centipedes next time. These little centipedes were mutated too. Their bodies were several times larger than normal centipedes, much harder, and the pain from their bites was intensified several times over. He dared not take that gamble. Suppressing his thoughts for a moment, Liang Bin could only fight desperately against the few remaining centipedes before him. Linen turned away from watching Liang Bin, resuming her task of dealing with the centipedes on the ground, though her peripheral vision kept glancing at his movements. Liang Bin appeared normal now. Perhaps he truly believed he had mistaken the person, or maybe he was just temporarily subdued. Linen lowered his gaze, a flash of intense ruthlessness crossing his eyes. Last time he'd let him slip away. This time, Liang Bin, you've chosen your own path to ruin. Having such keen eyesight isn't always a blessing, after all. The battle raged on, with the small centipedes dwindling in number. The area where they emerged most frequently was precisely where the giant centipede was advancing. Soon, nearly everyone had gathered before the giant centipede. Stop attacking its legs. It's useless. Target its eyes and mouthparts. Zhou Feixian watched the enraged giant centipede and urgently commanded everyone. Yen Yang hurled a fireball straight toward the giant centipede's mouthparts. Like you need me to tell you. Can't you see the wounds on its mouthparts? He glared fiercely at Zhou Feixian as he spoke. Linen glanced at Yen Yang. Earlier, he had treated Zhou Feixian with courtesy, but now it seemed he was boiling with rage, completely losing his temper. He was completely losing track of who was friend or foe. Zhou Feixian's expression darkened. He took a deep breath and said, but none of you have landed a single hit. Can't you see it's already learned to dodge? Then what about you? Get out of the way. You're here to record, not to command us. Yen Yang cut Zhou Feixian off several times before finally bellowing in anger. Zhou Feixian's expression darkened, but he knew better than to start an argument now. Truthfully, no prompt from Zhou Feixian was needed. Everyone knew these 2 points were the giant centipede's weak spots. Whether it was the archers or the spellcasters, everyone was targeting these 2 points. Initially, the giant centipede took their hits. But now that its entire body was exposed above the sand, it dodged with astonishing agility. Landing a hit on its exposed weak points even 3 times out of 10 was considered a decent result. The giant centipede thrashed its body wildly, occasionally lunging forward to attack them with its mouthparts. Each time this happened, the group scrambled to dodge. After all, the memory of the butcher squad's attendant being devoured was still vivid in their minds. The battle was deadlocked. Every time Linen glanced at Liang Bin, he noticed his attacks remained distant. Even when the giant centipede lunged with its mandibles, it never reached Liang Bin's vicinity. There was no good opportunity to use the giant centipede to kill him. The small centipedes on the ground were now too few. An occasional one could be dealt with casually. Even if he got scratched or bitten, it wouldn't be fatal. Linen couldn't help but frown. There was no good opportunity. Was he really going to let this guy escape? No. Absolutely not. Lin's gaze shifted to Liang Bin, only to see him already approaching his teammate that Wen Miao. The image of Wen Miao and Yin Yang standing close together earlier instantly flashed through Lin En's mind. His eyes flashed repeatedly as he took a deep breath. Spatial blade. Spiritual energy surged through Lin En's body. A rift suddenly appeared in the air near the giant centipede's eye. A pair of crescent-bladed scimitars materialized, streaking toward the giant centipede's eye. Thud. The crescent blades instantly sank into the giant centipede's eyes. Chapter 122, Fishing in Troubled Waters. In an instant, green liquid spurted out as the scimitar sliced directly through the giant centipede's eye, tearing open a massive gash. The attacking group froze in shock. For so long, none of them had managed to strike the giant centipede's eyes, yet now a gaping wound had been torn open in one blow. Before anyone could identify the attacker, one of the squad leaders bellowed, "Quick! Keep attacking! Now!" In an instant, everyone sprang into action, directing all their attacks toward the giant centipede's wounded eye. Bang! 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 Crack! 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 The giant centipede writhed violently in agony, its countless legs flailing wildly. The sounds it made sent shivers down everyone's spine. The giant centipede's upper body lunged forward, swiftly disrupting the group's formation. Its body thrashed wildly, attacking with its mouthparts while its legs flailed frantically. In an instant, dust swirled everywhere, filling the air with yellow sand that stung their eyes shut. The group's formation shattered, forcing each member to fend for themselves, too overwhelmed to aid others. Lin En narrowed his eyes, instantly pinpointing Liang Bin's location. Thankfully Liang Bin was on his side. Otherwise, he'd have had to waste energy moving over there. Thud. The giant centipede's massive body swayed violently before crashing heavily onto the ground, sending a cloud of dust billowing upward. In that split second, those nearby scrambled to dodge. Taking advantage of the poor visibility, the branch in Lin En's hand shot out swiftly, lashing violently against Liang Bin's body. Ah! In an instant, Liang Bin was flung backward, sent flying forward. No! Help me! Help! Ignoring the swirling yellow sand around him, Liang Bin's eyes widened as he frantically flailed his body, desperately trying to slow his forward momentum. It was all in vain. No one around had the energy to spare for Liang Bin. Liang Bin watched helplessly as his body drew closer and closer to the giant centipede. Squish! Squish! Several of the giant centipede's legs instantly pierced Liang Bin's body. Thud! Thud! Several walking legs flailed relentlessly, rapidly tearing open holes in Liang Bin's body. Within mere breaths, Liang Bin's head lolled to the side as life instantly left him, his eyes still filled with terror and unwillingness. Standing not far behind, Lin En immediately blended into the crowd, positioning himself well away from where Liang Bin had fallen. The members of the Windbreaker squad didn't even notice Liang Bin's demise. Taking advantage of the giant centipede's momentary stillness on the ground, Lin En's spatial blade shot out once more. It streaked toward a tiny crack that had appeared at the joint of its carapace, its origin unknown. Thud! In an instant, the crescent blade plunged deep into the giant centipede's body. Thud! 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 This wound seemed to cause the centipede even more agony than the last. The moment the crescent blade vanished, its massive body instantly curled up before violently springing back, trembling violently. As the giant centipede moved, the crowd found themselves momentarily caught off guard. Many were knocked flying by the shockwave generated as the centipede rolled. Quick, attack! That one spot on its carapace, slash it off. Zhou Feixian spotted the scarred spot the instant he took flight, shouting excitedly. Some heeded his words, while others ignored him entirely. Splash! Snap! 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 Someone struck its other eye, and the giant centipede thrashed its body wildly. As dust swirled, Lin En seized the moment to slash the wound open again, tearing it wider. A team member wielding a heavy sword charged forward under the cover of allies, plunging his blade into the wound. Open up! Aya! With a deafening roar, the massive blade tore open the fissure even wider. Splash! Splash! This sound differed from previous attacks, suggesting the crack had reached its deepest point. Green viscous fluid erupted, spraying the opponent from head to toe. Yet he didn't retreat, still straining to press down the heavy sword. Snap! Bang bang bang! The colossal centipede unleashed unprecedented force, twisting violently as if in a silent, agonized howl. Its massive body arched upward violently, shaking wildly several times before crashing back down onto the ground, instantly tearing open a huge pit. The fissures widened further with its violent movements. The colossal centipede's massive torso convulsed several times in place before finally seeming to settle into stillness, lying motionless on the ground. As the dust settled, the awakened practitioners stood their ground, their vigilance and alertness unwavering. Dead? After a long silence, another person spoke softly. His words seemed to break the spell over the group, instantly rousing all the professionals standing frozen in place. Did we actually kill it? We really did it. Ha 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 ha. Fantastic. He's finally dead. That damn thing was such a pain to deal with. Ha! Now I can brag about this when I go out. I helped take down a giant insectoid. Everyone relaxed, their faces glowing with excitement. Lin exhaled a heavy breath, unable to suppress his own sigh at how incredibly tough this behemoth had been. His gaze drifted toward the giant centipede's mandibles. Suddenly, Lin's eyes narrowed sharply as he stared intently ahead. That mouthpart had just seemed to open and close ever so slightly for an instant. Lin blinked rapidly, took a few steps forward, and scrutinized the giant centipede's mouthparts intently. The mouthparts showed no change, as if it had all been a trick of his eyes. Had he misread it? Doubt grew heavier in Lin's heart, a sense of unease spreading within him. Yao, hurry up! Quickly record the data. Zhou Feixian's face flashed with excitement as he hurriedly scanned the crowd for Zhuoyao. Spotting Zhuoyao, he called out loudly for her to come forward. After speaking, he led the way ahead. Zhuoyao was standing just a few meters behind and to the side of Lin. Hearing Zhou Feixian's words, she didn't hesitate. Pressing the wristband on her hand, she started walking forward. Lin suddenly took a few quick steps toward her, grabbed her arm, and halted her progress. Startled by the abrupt halt, Zhuoyao froze, looking at Lin with confusion. What's wrong? Lin wasn't sure if he'd misread the situation, but an uneasy feeling had made him instinctively step forward to block Zhuoyao. Something's off. Huh? Zhuoyao immediately frowned, her gaze darting toward the giant centipede. The giant centipede showed no signs of abnormality, still lying lifeless as a corpse. Chapter 123, Feigning Death. Everyone had completely relaxed by now. Though a few had initially remained vigilant as time ticked by without the giant centipede reacting to any attacks landing on its body, their guard gradually slipped. Zhuoyao stared at it for a long moment before turning to Lin with a confused look. Did you notice something? Though she saw nothing unusual, she chose to trust Lin. Lin's gaze remained fixed on the giant centipede's mouthparts, his brow furrowed as he dared not look away for even a moment. I'm not certain, but my instincts tell me something's terribly wrong. You, wait here. Zhuoyao felt Lin's grip on her arm. The pressure wasn't heavy, but she could sense his tension. She couldn't help but furrow her own delicate brows, her gaze shifting warily toward the front. Several people had already stepped forward. Zhou Feixian brushed past them, striding directly toward the giant centipede's mouthparts. He casually activated the blue screen on his wristband and began recording something. Huh? It seems to have moved? Damn it, don't scare me like that. I saw it too. Something's wrong. Really wrong. Run. It's not dead yet. Those who had been about to chop off a few legs as trophies suddenly sensed something was wrong and shouted loudly. In an instant, people began scattering, fleeing from the giant centipede. Zhou Feixian, standing just over a meter from its mouthparts, heard the commotion. He tore his gaze away from the blue screen and looked toward the giant centipede's mouthparts. His eyes widened in an instant, and he instinctively turned to run. As if in a final burst of strength, the giant centipede suddenly sprang into action. Its upper body lunged forward, its mandibles snapping shut around the nearest target, Zhou Feixian. Zhou Feixian screamed in agony before he could even think to fight back. Spirit energy surged through his body, channeling into a spear that slammed forcefully toward the centipede. Thud! 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 The thunderous impact failed to pierce the giant centipede's armor, let alone halt its assault. Instead, it began swaying its massive body, raising its mandibles high, attempting to swallow Zhou Feixian whole. What are you waiting for? Aha! Help me, help me, help me! Zhou Feixian screamed, his voice urgent and agonized. Blood drained from his body at an accelerating rate. The spear in his hand ceased its assault, instead propping out the giant centipede's mandibles to prevent himself from being swallowed whole. He struggled desperately while screaming. Below, the crowd was startled by this sudden turn of events. Some reacted quickly, scrambling to flee in disarray. 7 individuals failed to escape in time and were instantly wounded. Fortunately, they had preserved their lives. 2 others suffered a fate worse than Zhou Feixian's. One had his throat slit by the giant centipede's walking legs, while the other was crushed beneath the creature's thrashing lower body, crushed to death. Hearing Zhou Feixian's screams grow increasingly shrill, the others snapped back to their senses. Kill it! Quick! Kill it! The onslaught resumed. Even though many still had bleeding wounds, they dared not slacken their efforts. As long as the giant centipede remained alive, it posed a deadly threat to them. Compared to their own lives, a few minor wounds were nothing to worry about. Zhuoyao's expression changed drastically. Lin released her hand and charged forward swiftly. In an instant, the air was filled with surging spiritual energy as a barrage of techniques struck toward the giant centipede. Every attack from the group aimed directly at the giant centipede's wound, which had already been torn open for the most part. Not a single person moved to rescue Zhou Feixian. Even Zhuoyao instinctively charged toward the wound first. Die! Die! Boom! Someone unleashed a bolt of lightning that instantly ripped the giant centipede's wound wide open, severing its body in 2. The writhing form froze instantly, its raised upper half now motionless like a toy with its batteries removed. The next moment, both halves began convulsing. Snap! 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 As its massive body convulsed, its numerous legs swayed, scraping against the carcass with a grinding sound. The giant centipede's body shifted forward a few more inches, its mouthparts straining with renewed effort. But soon, as if drained of its last ounce of energy, the colossal body collapsed with a thud. Thud! The giant centipede's body slammed hard into the sandy ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Smaller centipedes scattered across the ground froze in their tracks the instant the giant fell. For a moment, they seemed to lose their radar, ceasing their attacks on the living. They rolled over as if sensing some terrible threat, scrambling frantically in all directions. No one bothered to chase the fleeing smaller centipedes. All eyes were fixed on the giant centipede. Not a single gaze wavered, staring intently at the creature. Last time, the giant centipede had suddenly revived when everyone thought it was dead. Who knew if this cunning creature might try to deceive them again? This time, the wait dragged on longer. Not a single soul dared step forward. They all remained frozen in place, watching from a distance, intently observing the giant centipede's every move. After an unknown amount of time, Zhuai, standing not far beside Lin En, suddenly murmured softly, almost as if talking to herself, "Zhou Feixian?" Lin En looked at Zhuai in confusion, unsure why she would whisper Zhou Feixian's name. Seeing Zhuai's gaze fixed intently on a single point, Lin En followed her line of sight. The giant centipede lay motionless on the ground, its massive mandibles still clutching half a corpse. Only the lower half remained, but the boots and trousers were instantly recognizable as the standard combat uniform issued by the guild. The exposed half of the waist still bore traces of blood, with quite a bit already seeping into the sand. They had stood there for so long, yet the person clamped in the giant centipede's mandibles hadn't struggled free. Had they passed out from the pain? Or were they dead? Lin En glanced at Zhuai beside him. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Suddenly, she grabbed the hem of his shirt. "That's Zhou Feixian, right? Am I seeing things?" "Yes." Zhuai opened her mouth, her eyes flickering with sympathy, though not sadness. Her expression, however, looked troubled. After staring silently for a long while, she began walking forward step by step. This time, Lin En didn't stop her. Instead, he chose to walk forward alongside her. Chapter 124, Sacrifice. Zhuai walked forward step by step. Several awakened professionals ahead spotted Zhou Feixian. "Hey, isn't that team leader Zhou? Holy crap! He didn't escape? He's not moving now. Quick, get him out of there." The crowd rushed forward to pull him out. "Holy crap! Holy crap! The other half is still inside. Find him. Find them. Will they even survive?" For a moment, everyone looked at each other, speechless. They'd stumbled upon the guild leader in trouble. What were they supposed to do now? Wait. Isn't there another leader? Right. She's here. Leader Zhua, you. Just as they began searching, Zhuai and Lin En appeared together, walking side by side. All eyes immediately turned to Zhuai. Zhuai's gaze fixed intently on Zhou Feixian's body, severed in half, and she couldn't help but frown. The sacrifice of a colleague they had left with together was something she truly hadn't anticipated. Especially since he seemed to have called out her name just moments ago, and now he was gone. Even though she hadn't particularly liked him, seeing his body now still made her feel a lump in her throat. Zhuai exhaled a heavy breath before speaking. "Try to look at his upper body. At the very least, see if we can retrieve the bracelet on his wrist. It's the least we can do to ensure his final work assignment is properly completed." Those closest to the giant centipede's mouthparts looked uneasy. They were genuinely reluctant to handle it. But Zhuai was a member of the guild. Even if Zhou Feixian was dead, the bracelet on his wrist belonged to the guild. Once she spoke, they found no valid reason to refuse and steeled themselves to approach. They managed to pry open the giant centipede's jaws just as it closed, revealing Zhou Feixian's mangled remains. Working together, they managed to extract the half-remaining body. They soon discovered that many parts of his body had been severely corroded, and even his face had become a bloody, mangled mess. The bracelet on his wrist, however, remained relatively intact. Zhuai removed the bracelet and placed it into a pouch before turning to the others to take roll call. As they counted, the other squads realized the extent of their losses. Only 2 retainers remained from the Slaughterblade squad, and both were in poor condition. Chao Tianyu, whom Lin En knew, bore a deep gash running from his shoulder down his chest and all the way to his abdomen. Fortunately, the wound didn't appear too deep, though his clothes were soaked in blood, and his face was deathly pale. His other teammate bore several wounds of varying sizes, the most severe being a deep gash running from top to bottom on one arm. He was gritting his teeth as he applied a blood-stopping ointment to himself. Additionally, the Butcher's Blade squad had suffered the most severe casualties. One member had just been pulled back from the brink of death, and even their captain, Feng Zion, bore wounds. Another squad fared even worse. All their attendants were dead, and every member bore wounds. 3 teammates were critically injured. One of them was even a support. The entire squad was now in low spirits. The Windbreaker squad bore the heaviest toll. Liang Bin was dead. They were the only squad among the 3 to suffer the loss of a formal member. The others were all injured to varying degrees, with Wen Miao sustaining the lightest wounds. Lin En had noticed when Miao keeping her distance multiple times. Whenever the giant centipede's attacks intensified, she would retreat. After tallying the numbers, Zhuo Yiyao immediately reported to the guild, requesting reinforcements to come and assist them. Given their current state, Zhuo Yiyao concluded the mission was utterly impossible to continue. Persisting now to force completion was reckless. No one knew what other dangers lurked ahead. Without waiting for the guild's response, Zhuo Yiyao addressed the group directly. Based on all available information and everyone's current condition, there's no point in continuing this mission. I've already notified the guild to come and retrieve us. What? We're abandoning the mission? The moment Zhuo Yiyao finished speaking, Wen Miao was the first to react. Zhuo Yiyao gave the girl who spoke a slight nod. Too many of us are injured. With our current combat strength, if we encounter another giant centipede like the one earlier, even if we still have a chance of winning, it will inevitably come at the cost of casualties. Wen Miao couldn't help but frown. She glanced around at the others, but seeing no one else speak up, she felt reluctant to voice her own objections. Ah, you're absolutely right. But I'm just curious, we've completed part of the mission, so, is there any reward? Surely we won't be left empty-handed after all this effort. Though Wen Miao's earlier reaction had drawn surprised glances, her current words clearly struck a chord with everyone. The difficulty they just faced was uncommon even for their usual missions. But now they were on an exploration mission. They hadn't even traversed the entire strange rock forest and sandy terrain, far from meeting the mission completion criteria. Yet no one was willing to simply abandon the mission. Each squad had suffered significant losses. If they ended up with nothing to show for it, wouldn't that be like losing both the battle and the bride? Each squad would need considerable time to recover and regroup, yet now. Zhuo Yiyao's face was pale, and she still bore injuries. Several wounds on her back were still oozing blood. Her white guild combat uniform was now stained not only with dirt but also with large patches of blood. Yet under the collective gaze, Zhuo Yiyao showed no sign of distress, her expression calm and composed. I understand your concerns and appreciate the difficulties you faced this time. I've already reported everything. You may await the guild's response. Zhuo Yiyao spoke neither submissively nor arrogantly, offering no promises to those before her. When Miao stepped forward, his tone tinged with displeasure. That's practically saying nothing. What if the guild refuses to compensate us? Then you may continue your mission. No one will stop you. Before Zhuo Yiyao could respond, Lin En stepped forward and spoke coldly. With that, he produced a porcelain vial, pretended to pour something from it, and held it to Zhuo Yiyao's lips. Your injuries are severe. You need to recover quickly. No one knows if there are more insectoids lurking here. Zhuo Yiyao obediently swallowed the contents. Within moments, her complexion brightened. She could even feel the nearly depleted spiritual energy within her body replenish in an instant and even. Chapter 125, Spoils of War. What did you give me? Zhuo Yiyao's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lin En. That peculiar sensation was undeniably distinct. The moment it touched her tongue, it felt liquid, utterly unlike any medicine she'd encountered before. Especially its effects. It replenished her spiritual energy to full capacity. While high-level healing-type awakened practitioners could craft witchcraft potions, magic elixirs, or pills with similar effects, even ordinary healing-type awakened practitioners could produce potions with comparable results. The difference lay only in the degree of final efficacy. Several minor wounds on his body had already stopped bleeding and returned to normal. Yet the medicine Lin gave him achieved more than what other potions could offer. He sensed his abilities and attributes seemed to be rising. Vaguely, he felt he might be able to challenge practitioners of the same class who were one level higher than him. Had he been in this state earlier, he might have avoided several wounds altogether. Zhuo Yiyao clenched her fists, testing her strength. She felt it was noticeably more powerful than before. Lin watched Zhuo Yiyao's expression with some surprise. The efficacy of my dewdrops is beyond doubt. What's with that look on her face? It's just a healing potion. What's wrong? Zhuo Yiyao stared at Lin En's calm expression, feeling a surge of shock. This Lin En, just who is he? She recalled overhearing them say Lin En had been kicked out of the Windbreaker squad. Was this Windbreaker squad some incredibly powerful team? But their abilities didn't seem particularly impressive to her. How could? It took Zhuo Yiyao a long moment to find her voice again. This medicine might have some other effects. Lin En instantly understood Zhuo Yiyao's meaning and gave a slight nod. It does have some other effects. He knows? Then why would he even consider giving it to me? Zhuo Yiyao felt a flicker of surprise and was about to speak. Ding! A sound interrupted Zhuo Yiyao, and her gaze shifted to her vibrating wrist. Her expression relaxed considerably. She addressed the gathered crowd. Everyone, the guild has sent word. Reinforcements are on their way. If you wish to continue this mission, we'll settle based on the increased points. If you choose to withdraw now, we'll only be able to offer the initial points. You have a moment to decide. For safety, we must retreat from the monster stone forest sand dunes and wait outside for the reinforcements to arrive. She scanned the group. This place is simply unsuitable for prolonged stay. If any of you have loot to collect, please do so promptly. 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, we must leave this area. If anyone chooses to linger, I won't wait here for them. Hearing Joy Yao's words, the others wasted no time. Some had already begun processing their loot earlier, and now they hurried their efforts. Joy Yao turned to Lin En beside her. I plan to harvest some carapaces. What about you? I'll take a few walking legs. Let's do it together. The two headed toward a spot they'd chosen. The colossal centipede's body was immense, and with everyone spread out across different sections, there was no competition for the spoils. For a time, the surrounding conversations focused almost entirely on strategies for securing loot. Only after severing 4 or 5 legs did Lin En pause, his gaze shifting to Joy Yao, who was vigorously hacking away at the carapace beside him. You're using that thing? Lin En stared at the dagger in Joy Yao's hand, his expression momentarily speechless. The giant centipede's carapace was incredibly thick, which was why it had taken so long to breach earlier. Even with her spirit energy infused into the dagger, it was taking an incredibly long time. Joy Yao turned back, bewildered, and saw the exceptionally sharp chainsaw in Lin En's hand. Her eyes widened in shock. How did you end up with this thing? It's just a tool sold by the guild. This is for harvesting hard materials. Her gaze drifted toward 2 groups collecting loot nearby. See? They're using similar tools. Joy Yao glanced back and forth, took a deep breath, then looked at Lin En. I never paid attention to this. I didn't know the guild sold this for. Lin En couldn't help but chuckle at Joy Yao. He hadn't misjudged her. Joy Yao had clearly been well protected by her family. She probably went on missions shielded from danger, only engaging in combat when absolutely necessary. She probably never handled the loot processing herself, so she'd never considered what she needed to prepare. Lin En reached out and handed her the chainsaw he was holding. Here, you can use this. Just channel your spirit energy into it. Joy Yao didn't take it immediately. But you'll still need it. I've already gathered everything. Only after hearing Lin En say this did Joy Yao take the chainsaw. In no time, she had disassembled several large pieces of the carapace. Joy Yao gathered 3 pieces of carapace and offered the remaining one to Lin En, watching him cut the carapace nearby. The knife he used was incredibly sharp and moved with astonishing speed, nothing like her own dagger. Where did you get that knife? It's incredibly sharp. Lin tore off a whole piece of shell while looking at Joy Yao. You really can't buy this kind of thing. As he spoke, Lin En twirled the crescent blade in his hand, and it vanished in an instant. Joy Yao froze for a moment before realizing this must be one of Lin's class skills. She didn't press further, instead dragging over the shell fragment she'd just left behind. Here, take this. Lin En tucked away the shell he'd obtained before saying, no need. I already got one. You keep it. Joy Yao considered it for a moment, then accepted without further refusal, tucking the shell away herself. She then turned to Lin En and asked, how did you know that centipede wasn't dead just now? I thought I saw its mouthparts twitch slightly, but I wasn't sure if it was just my imagination. And no matter how I looked at it, I felt uneasy, which is why I stopped you. Thank goodness you didn't think I was meddling. I should be thanking you. If not for you, I might have ended up dead at Zhou Feixian's side. Even if I hadn't died, I'd likely have suffered far worse injuries. Joy Yao's eyes brimmed with gratitude. You've helped me so many times already. So, won't you treat me to a meal? Lin En lowered his gaze slightly toward Joy Yao. Joy Yao flinched in surprise, then a slightly bashful smile spread across her face. Sure. Chapter 126, Night Falls. The last vestiges of sunset faded silently, as the ink-black night enveloped the final traces of color. The pallid moonlight cast a pallid glow, intensifying the chill of the sandy terrain. The yellow sand, gray-black stones, and occasional splashes of color from the daytime landscape seemed eerily still in the silence. Together, the group felt little fear. Yet now, a sense of unease seemed to spread through each heart. It felt as though countless pairs of eyes lurked in the darkness, watching them. The surroundings were eerily quiet as silence, unlike the stillness of day. Not even the wind stirred, it was a deathly stillness, like a thick, heavy gauze pressing down on their spirits. Only the sound of their footsteps crunching on the sand and the faint echoes of their breaths lingered at the edges of their ears. They followed the path they had taken during the day, heading toward the edge of the sandy terrain near the strange rock formations. They dared not emit even a glimmer of light, fearing it might attract insectoid creatures unseen during daylight. Every sound they made, every step they took outward, filled them with trepidation. After all, night was when many insects became active. Who knew if the mutated insectoid creatures retained this habit? No one dared speak. They dared not pause their steps. At this moment, they only wished to move faster, ever faster. As long as they remained within the sandy wasteland of bizarre rock formations, their peril would not diminish. Yet they had no choice but to press on. The sandy terrain of the bizarre rock forest, already infested with mutated insects, now posed exponentially greater danger, with everyone carrying injuries. No one dared take risks. The surroundings were unusually dim, but night vision goggles allowed everyone to see clearly. Under the heavy, oppressive atmosphere, everyone's vigilance was heightened. They advanced forward, gripping their weapons tightly, their spiritual energy rippling faintly. Ears strained to catch any surrounding sounds, all in a state of constant readiness for battle. Click. Suddenly, a jarring sound pierced the silence. Swish. Clang. Almost simultaneously, the sounds of multiple weapons being drawn sliced through the dead silence of the night. Everyone's eyes darted toward the source of the sound, their gazes sharp as daggers. Nothing seemed amiss. There was nothing there. They hadn't even noticed anything unusual about the stones in that spot. They had no idea how the sound had been produced. Everyone swallowed hard, staring intently at the direction of the sound, not making a single unnecessary movement. It must be the sand and dust blown onto the stones during the day sliding off. Joiyao's voice cracked as she spoke, attempting to ease the tension, though her own tone was no better. Still, her words served as a signal to break the ice. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their expressions tinged with slight awkwardness. Their reaction had been too intense. After sheathing their weapons, the group silently resumed their forward march. Yet the tension in the air didn't truly ease because of that momentary awkwardness. Everyone remained on edge. Ah! Thud! Suddenly, someone let out a startled cry and plopped down onto the ground. In an instant, every pair of eyes snapped toward the source of the noise, filled with wariness. In that instant, every weapon was drawn and aimed at the source of the noise. I just got distracted and tripped over a rock. My bad. The person, now surrounded by pointed weapons, swallowed hard, forced a smile, and carefully stood up. They looked down at the stone on the ground, picked it up, and showed it to everyone. See? It's this rock. Damn it! Are you trying to get yourself killed? Damn it, enough already. Don't you know what's going on right now? Damn it! Why didn't you just fall to your death? The group muttered curses as they sheathed their weapons, their expressions sour. The one who made the noise felt embarrassed at first, but seeing several others cursing angrily, his expression darkened too. Is this really necessary? I didn't do it on purpose. Don't be so harsh. Ha! You messed up, so what if we call you out on it? Exactly. If you don't want us to talk, then don't screw up in the first place. What's wrong with you? Seeing the group growing increasingly heated, Joiya hurried forward to intervene. Cut it out. If there's no problem, let's just go. If you want to fight, do it outside. Even if you beat each other to a pulp, I won't say a word. Look around you, where are we? What time is it? And you're still arguing? Get out of here. Though Joiya's words failed to quell the simmering anger within them, the group had no choice but to swallow their fury. They walked onward, breathing heavily, their eyes still fierce. In the end, no one said another word, and they continued walking forward. Yet the tension in the group was palpable. Their steps were no longer in unison, instead clattering noisily as they advanced. As they drew closer to the edge of the sandy wasteland among the monolithic rocks, a growing sense of urgency gripped them all. Snap! Snap! Suddenly, that strange sound echoed again. Ah! Just as everyone was on high alert, a short, stifled cry of pain erupted. The person closest to him raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. Smack! You troublemaker! Was that noise just now you're doing again? You're deliberately doing this, you. Damn it, you bastard, I got bit. Ouch. The man staggered from the blow, cursing angrily as he stammered an explanation, sucking in a sharp breath. He was clearly in pain. His words landed like a bucket of ice water dumped into a hot oil pan. It instantly ignited the taut nerve in everyone present. Swish. 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 In an instant, the weapons that had just been sheathed were drawn once more. Everyone instinctively took a step back, creating distance from the man. Eyes fixed on him warily, his face drained of color, clearly showing pain and terror. Their gazes instinctively shifted downward, landing on his feet, filled with horror. Where's the insect? Did you see what it looked like? Where is it now? We didn't see it. The group searched frantically around them, but after scanning the area, they found no trace of any insect. They couldn't help but look at the man suspiciously. The man remembered, immediately swatting at his own calf with whatever he had in hand. But nothing came off. He tugged at his pants, then suddenly brightened and called out for everyone to look. Look at my pants. I wasn't lying. There was indeed a small tear in his pants, with faint traces of blood seeping through. But there were no insects on it, nor were there any around it. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Every pair of eyes darted around the area, filled with wariness. Chapter 127, Bloodstains. Everyone instinctively swallowed hard, none daring to linger. They fidgeted with their legs and feet, terrified that a single careless movement might invite a bite. Everyone stirred, yet no one saw any insects. I didn't see any bugs. Me neither. What the hell was that thing moving so fast? Damn it, what kind of bug is this? Is it that little centipede from before? The group cursed and swore as they frantically searched everywhere for the insect. Chaos erupted instantly as people even resorted to using their weapons to dig through the surrounding sand and soil, searching for the insect that had bitten someone. Some even kept slapping their pant legs, as if afraid the bug was lurking on them, ready to bite at any moment. Lin searched the area but found nothing. His gaze drifted toward the person who had just been bitten. Like the others, the victim kept lifting his feet in place, as if terrified he might get bitten too. His eyes darted around, searching for any trace of the insect. Zhuo Yiyao searched the area thoroughly but found nothing. Seeing the panic around her, she couldn't help but frown. Enough! Everyone calm down. The low growl snapped some of the group back to their senses. The expressions of several captains steadied slightly as they quietly reassured their teammates. Zhuo Yiyao approached the person who had been bitten. He was one of the 2 remaining attendants of the Butcher's Blade Squad. His forehead was now beaded with sweat, his lips trembling clearly, he was deeply shaken. Did you get a clear look at the insect? Or sense anything? The man frowned, deep in thought for a moment before speaking in a trembling voice. I just felt a sharp pain in my leg, a really sharp pain, and then I screamed. I didn't see anything. You saw the hole in my pants, but there was nothing on it, and I... Smack! Yin Yang raised his hand and delivered a slap. Just moments ago, he had struck the man once, now he struck him again, this time on the head. What the hell? How could you? Yin Yang. Feng Ziyang's sharp rebuke finally halted Yin Yang's words, though the rage on his face remained undimmed. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They had all seen the gaping hole in the man's pants and the splattered bloodstains, clear evidence of a recent bite. The darkness and the unknown insect sent a chill through everyone. Feng Ziyang scanned the man's body before suddenly speaking up. Could it be that you didn't hold your weapon steady and stabbed yourself? At this suggestion, all eyes turned to the man's weapon. His weapon was a 3-pronged pitchfork. The tips were sharp and slender, it was certainly possible. The man was momentarily flustered by the question, lowering his head slightly as if deep in thought. But the cold sweat on his forehead grew heavier by the second. Hey! How long are you going to take? After a long, contemplative pause that left the crowd growing impatient, Yin Yang couldn't hold back any longer. He stepped forward and gave the man a shove. Thud! Rip! Ouch! The man toppled over at the shove, crashing straight onto the ground. The weapon in his hand dropped to the floor at that very moment. It had sliced open a long gash on his leg, blood gushing out instantly. Yin Yang stared wide-eyed at the man sprawled on the ground, blurting out almost instinctively, I didn't use much force. You're trying to frame me. The man looked at Yin Yang as if terrified, scrambling to his feet in a fluster. His movements were so abrupt that the wound on his leg gushed fresh blood. No. I was distracted just now and didn't pay attention. It has nothing to do with you, Brother Yin. Really? He glanced around at the others, seeking their understanding. Honestly, it was my own fault for not paying attention. Then he added urgently, it was really just a bug bite. The way I was holding my weapon shouldn't have caused me to stab myself. He raised his weapon. And look here, this is a 3-pronged pitchfork. Even if I had stabbed myself, the width of this wouldn't just leave a single hole. He spoke with great earnestness, his expression equally serious. After he finished speaking, Lin glanced at the others. Belief and skepticism were evenly divided, yet no one spoke up. Lin's gaze fell upon the man's leg, still oozing blood. The crimson liquid dripped steadily onto the ground, seeping into the sandy soil. Suddenly, Lin's gaze fell upon a spot not far behind the man, where faint traces of blood seemed to be visible. His gaze immediately shifted to the path they had come from, his brows furrowing as he stared intently for a moment. Lin's pupils contracted slightly, and her heartbeat quickened. A sense of foreboding instantly washed over him. Lin took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the unease in his heart. She took a few quiet steps backward, her gaze fixed on the path they had walked, still visible ahead. Scattered dots dotted the path. 1, 2, 3, 4. Every so often, a faint trace of blood marked the path. It wasn't obvious, but with careful observation, it was still discernible. Behind him, Lin pressed the small button at the bottom right of his night vision goggles. Instantly, the right lens switched modes, revealing a pattern of bloodstains in an instant. These night vision goggles, developed by the guild in recent years, possessed unique capabilities. Though somewhat pricey, they offered numerous functionalities. For instance, switching to this mode to observe nighttime bloodstains displayed glowing dots as markers, offering high accuracy. However, since bloodstains were generally visible in normal mode under most conditions, this feature was rarely used by most people. The same applied to Lin, and he seldom used it either. But now that he'd activated it, Lin took a deep breath, his expression growing more solemn. He turned to look once more at the man still chattering away with the others, his expression decidedly grim. His movements were quite pronounced, and blood was still flowing. Lin leaned close to Zhuo Yiyao and whispered, "There's something wrong with him." Zhuo Yiyao stared at Lin in disbelief, her eyes filled with shock and suspicion. If she remembered correctly, the last time Lin had pulled her aside and said something was off, it had been. A heavy weight settled in Zhuo Yiyao's chest. "You." Before Zhuo Yiyao could finish her sentence, Lin tapped the button on her night vision goggles and gestured for her to look back at their path. "Don't make a sound." Following Lin's gesture, Zhuo Yiyao glanced back. Her breath caught in her throat, and she whipped her head around to face the man who had spoken. Her eyes blazed with fury, and she was about to speak. Lin covered her mouth with his hand, shook his head, and only then released her. Zhuo Yiyao's expression darkened. She lowered her voice. Are we just going to stand by and watch him put everyone in danger? Chapter 128, Delay. Lin En leaned closer to Zhuo Yiyao and whispered, what if he acts recklessly? Zhuo Yiyao's expression froze for a moment. It was a mix of anger and unwillingness, forcibly suppressed. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Yiyao forced herself to calm down. She knew Lin En's concern wasn't entirely unfounded. If this man truly did something even more terrifying, it would add another layer of danger for them. So we just let him stall here indefinitely, doing nothing? We can keep moving forward. Zhuo Yiyao raised an eyebrow slightly, pondering Lin En's words. Suddenly, a smile spread across her face. Their voices were low, their movements subtle. From the start, they had stood very close together. Amidst the attendants' loud voice and exaggerated gestures, they went unnoticed. Zhuo Yiyao swept a glance over the group. Alright, since we can't clarify this now, we'll discuss it later. We should head out first. We've already wasted too much time, there's no need to waste any more. Zhuo Yiyao's voice was loud enough to drown out the man's attempts at explanation. Almost instantly, the others all agreed with Zhuo Yiyao's words and prepared to continue forward. Lin En raised an eyebrow slightly, scanning the assembled group. It seemed not everyone was slow-witted, some must have noticed something amiss. They just didn't know what this person's intentions were yet. They chose to wait and see. Now that Zhuo Yiyao suggested moving forward, they had no reason to object, it was simply going with the flow. Chao Tianyu glanced at the wounds on his companion's body and offered a concerned remark. Gao Yong, apply some medicine to your wounds quickly. Don't let too much blood out, it'll hinder your recovery. His gaze shifted from Gao Yong's wound to his face. The earlier hurt and fear in Gao Yong's eyes had transformed into something sinister. That cold, ruthless gaze was fixed on Zhuo Yiyao. A bad feeling washed over Chao Tianyu, and he instinctively swallowed hard. Shifting his gaze to the side, he saw that pair of familiar eyes. Chao Tianyu's pupils instantly dilated, his eyes filled with disbelief. He glanced quickly at the team members who had already resumed walking ahead, then darted his gaze back to Lin En. You're out of your mind. Chao Tianyu mouthed silently to Lin En. Lin En instantly understood his meaning. But now that they were almost out of here, there was little left to fear. His gaze flickered toward Gao Yong, whose eyes still burned with resentment, before settling back on Chao Tianyu. Got a problem? 3 words were his reply. Shock washed over Chao Tianyu's eyes again and again. When he looked back at Gao Yong beside him, he saw the same expression of grievance and resentment return to his face. But now, it felt like pure acting. Recalling Lin En's lip movements, he clenched his eyes shut, shoved a healing potion into his teammate's hands, and feigned having just been searching for medicine. Finally found it. Here, take this and use it right away. Chao Tianyu said with a friendly smile directed at Gao Yong before turning quickly to catch up with the rest of the Butcher's Blade squad. He even deliberately veered off to the side, glancing back repeatedly out of the corner of his eye. As everyone else began moving forward, Gao Yong still wore that aggrieved expression, his fists clenched tightly. His gaze drifted down to his leg, still oozing blood, and a hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. He tossed aside the medicine Chao Tianyu had shoved at him, dragging his wounded leg as he hurried to catch up with the others. In his haste, he even surged ahead of the group. Everyone was startled by his reaction. Their movements weren't slow, though none had broken into a run, each person moved with purpose. But Gao Yong suddenly charging ahead left them all utterly bewildered. With a face twisted in sorrow, Gao Yong cried out to them, "Why won't you believe me? I truly wasn't lying to you. I really was bitten just now. I wasn't lying. Zhuo Yiyao's expression instantly turned cold. She had expected him to resort to some underhanded trick, but instead, he abruptly began physically blocking their path, preventing them from moving forward. Gao Yong's unusual behavior was far too obvious, and many people noticed something was amiss. Feng Ziyong frowned at Gao Yong. We never said you were lying. We believe you. Stop making a fuss and move aside. With that, Feng Ziyong started to lead the group forward again. No, Captain. This proves you don't trust me. How can I ever stand with the team again? And the others, if they spread this, then my future. Get lost. Yen Yang lunged forward in a single stride, shoving Gao Yong back. What the hell is wrong with you? Why the hell are you dawdling around? And why hasn't the bleeding on your leg stopped yet? If you attract bugs in a minute, I'll kill you. The words seemed to strike a nerve. The whispers that had been murmuring moments ago fell completely silent. All eyes turned to the wound on Gao Yong's leg. A flicker of panic crossed Gao Yong's face. He quickly masked it, urgently explaining, I was panicking. I forgot. I'll handle it right now. You've been deliberately trying to attract the mutated insectoid swarm all along. What bite? It's nothing but a lie. You're intentionally delaying our return. I didn't. A flash of viciousness crossed Gao Yong's face as he nearly shouted his denial. Only after speaking did he realize his lapse, reverting to his usual dejected expression. Team leader Zhuo, why are you slandering me? Why would I attract the insectoid creatures? How could I possibly do something like that? Zhuo Yiyao gave his fingers a cold, dismissive glance. When did you get those wounds on your hands? Instantly, all eyes darted to Gao Yong's fingers. His hand instinctively darted behind his back. That single movement shifted everyone's gaze from puzzlement to scrutiny even before they could see clearly. The intensity in those eyes now surpassed anything before, causing Gao Yong to instinctively take 2 steps back. I got injured during a previous battle. It just hasn't healed properly yet. Team leader Jua, don't talk nonsense. Gao Yong forced himself to stay calm. Then why is there blood all along the path we walked? Jua Yao's voice exploded like a bomb, its thunderous impact reverberating instantly within everyone's minds. Almost every pair of eyes turned to stare at the path they had just walked. They simultaneously activated their night vision goggles. Beyond the trail of blood from Gao Yong's recent leg injury, scattered bloodstains dotted the path before their eyes. Chapter 129, Unexpected Situation. Gao Yong gritted his teeth, his face contorted as he glared at Jua Yao, his hatred plain for all to see. But soon, he lowered his head, lost in thought. Holy! How could there be so much? How long have you been letting this go on? Are you trying to kill us? Who put you up to this? The group was utterly horrified, unable to contain their curses as they turned to glare at Gao Yong, their faces twisted with fury. Suddenly, one person glared at the butcher's squad and shouted, "Did you order him to do this? He's your squad's attendant. You're trying to kill us." Feng Ziyong frowned and retorted, "No. This concerns our own safety too. Why would we do such a thing?" His gaze then turned back to Gao Yong, his eyes flashing with fury. "Why would you do such a thing?" Gao Yong abruptly looked up at Feng Ziyong. Gone was the momentary ferocity, now his face was filled with confusion and resentment. "What? But Captain, didn't you order me to do this? You can't just pin it all on me." What nonsense are you spouting?" Feng Ziyong's expression darkened as he glared at Gao Yong. Gao Yong continued to protest, his voice tinged with grievance. Lin Nan's gaze fell upon the spot where they had been standing moments before, now stained with copious amounts of blood. As he followed the trail of blood into the distance, suddenly, a shadow flashed before Lin Nan's eyes, but only for an instant. It seemed to burrow straight into the ground. Lin Nan took a deep breath, abruptly grabbed Jua Yao's wrist, and whispered urgently, "Something feels off. There's definitely something here." Jua Yao's heart leapt into her throat. Lin Nan's observations were always spot on. Before she could follow his gaze, a shriek pierced the air. "Something's wrong. Let's go. It seems we really attracted the insectoid creatures. It's moving over there. Hurry. Get out of here." Some were caught up in the argument, while others kept watch on the path they'd come. The moment something went wrong, someone shouted. In an instant, nearly everyone except Gao Yong sprang into action, sprinting frantically toward the exit. Gao Yong was startled by this sudden turn of events, but his reaction was swift. The malicious grin on his face was impossible to hide. "No one leaves. Not a single one of you," Gao Yong shouted, grabbing the nearest member of the Butcher's Blade Squad. The one he grabbed was none other than Yen Yang. "Let go. None of you are leaving. Especially you members of the Slaughter Squad." Gao Yong roared furiously, wrestling desperately with Yen Yang. But he was already injured, and no match for Yen Yang. Within moments, Yen Yang shoved him aside. Watching the entire group flee, Gao Yong let out a furious snarl. Raising his 3-pronged pitchfork, he suddenly charged forward. He began attacking those lagging behind the group. Damn it! Damn it! Are you crazy? What a lunatic! Lin Nan had been covering Jua Yao at the rear. Even if he started running now, he wouldn't be completely at the back. Only Yen Yang, who had joined the group later, and 2 others who weren't running very fast remained behind. As Gao Yong charged forward, he scattered the group. After swinging wildly several times without hitting anyone, his eyes turned bloodshot. His gaze fell upon Jua Yao's voice, and the ferocity in his eyes intensified several-fold. His vicious stare seemed capable of tearing her apart at any moment. Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Yong charged forward. Jua Yao, focused on running forward while occasionally glancing back, hadn't noticed Gao Yong had changed direction and was charging straight toward her. By the time she realized, Gao Yong was already upon her, the 3-pronged pitchfork swinging down toward her. Thud! Lin Nan grabbed Jua Yao's arm, pulling her behind him. In that instant, the curved blade in his hand collided with the 3-pronged pitchfork. The force of the impact sent Gao Yong staggering back several steps, his eyes filled with sheer refusal to accept defeat. He raised the pitchfork again, ready to strike. Lin Nan kicked out, sending Gao Yong crashing to the ground in an instant. Run! Lin Nan grabbed Jua Yao and sprinted forward. The others followed without hesitation. The sand that had seemed only slightly problematic moments ago now revealed wriggling insects. They scurried about, not particularly fast, but their size was evident even from a distance, each easily as large as an adult man's palm. The distance made their exact forms indistinct, but they could vaguely make out carapaces, perhaps some kind of beetle, or maybe the dung beetles Lin Nan and the others had seen earlier. The group had no time to ponder what lay ahead. As long as it hadn't reached them yet, they couldn't be bothered to wonder what it was escaping was the priority. As for what this insectoid race truly was, that was a matter for the guild personnel to handle when they arrived later. It was simply not their concern. Gao Yong, who had fallen behind, scrambled to his feet. He too had spotted the insects, and he was dangerously close to them. The insects closed in rapidly. Gao Yong took off running, heading toward the direction Lin En and the others had fled. Unable to keep up, he flung the three-pronged pitchfork in his hand. Whoosh! The three-pronged pitchfork shot forward like a spear. Thud! Ah! The moment the pitchfork landed, it scraped Wang Kai, who had dodged too late. The pain twisted his face, but he dared not look back or slow his pace. His pace was already considered slow. As the team's designated warrior, his strength was formidable, but his speed had always been merely adequate. While not exactly slow, few present were lower in level than him, meaning their speed naturally matched his own. He was now matching the speed of that butcher's squad attendant. Especially since he was the only one struck by that blow. For the first time, Wang Kai realized just how lacking his speed and reflexes truly were. He silently resolved to train rigorously once he returned. Gasping for breath, Wang Kai charged forward with all his might. No, none of you can leave. You should all stay and be buried with my brother. You should all stay. Gao Yong's frenzied voice echoed from behind them, but it grew fainter and fainter. Soon, they heard the chilling screams rising from the distance. Aya! The shrieks were piercing, accompanied by the ominous crackling of something breaking. No one dared pause to look back. Everyone ran for their lives. Earlier, they hadn't dared to sprint so wildly, fearing the noise might alert something. But now, with the insectoid horde already closing in behind them, who had time for such concerns? Chapter 130, Passing the Buck. On guard. A low growl echoed from ahead, reaching the ears of the fleeing group. Yet they couldn't see what lay ahead. Oddly shaped rocks blocked the path ahead, and with the gloomy sky casting deep shadows, it was impossible to tell whether the voice belonged to friend or foe. Compared to the possibility of more insectoids lurking behind them, the group chose to head toward where people were present. They rounded the obstructing rocks, bursting out of the sandy terrain in an instant. Sprinting across a patch of grass, they didn't spot the surrounding figures until they'd covered nearly 50 meters. The spot where they came to a halt was precisely where the crowd had gathered. However, the moment they emerged, they clearly saw the group ahead. A dozen or so individuals at the front wore guild combat uniforms, followed by a considerable number of others. Only, the clothes they wore were no longer the guild battle uniforms. The escapees relaxed, but those outside showed no sign of easing up. Their eyes were filled with pure wariness. The moment they halted, several figures stepped forward. Psionic energy flared instantly, unleashing a torrent of purifying force toward them. The leader, wearing glasses, fixed his gaze on them, the lenses reflecting a halo of light. Alright, they haven't brought anything out with them. The man suddenly spoke, and the purifying awakened professionals finally ceased channeling their energy. After running for over 2 hours, Zhuo Yiyao was utterly exhausted. After all, they had first endured combat, then walked briskly for a long time, and now had sprinted for over 2 hours. She was utterly drained. She wanted to step forward, but barely had the strength left. Out of sight from the others, Lin En swallowed a dewdrop himself before reaching out to support Zhuo Yiyao as they moved forward. With everyone watching them now, consuming a dewdrop himself was easy to conceal. But giving one to Zhu Yiyao at this moment would be conspicuous. Lin En reached out to support Zhuo Yiyao, who leaned heavily against him as he guided her forward. I'm one of the team leaders. The other leaders sacrificed themselves. The bracelet on my wrist contains the records from our journey so far. Seeing Zhuo Yiao's condition, the newcomer immediately summoned the staff he had brought along. They assisted everyone to rest on the sidelines. Zhuo Yiyao was taken away directly by the guild personnel. Lin En sat down beside the other 3 teams. They were merely seated here, receiving no special treatment whatsoever. Not even a cup of water was offered. Yen Yang's expression darkened. Is this the treatment we get? Exactly. We nearly got into trouble because of the guild's misjudgment. Wang Kai strongly agreed with Yen Yang, chiming in almost the moment he spoke. Feng Ziyong remained silent, though his proud face betrayed some displeasure. When Miao sat beside Yen Yang. Though exhausted herself, she massaged his shoulders and pouted, this is just bullying. Oomph. They're treating our lives like they don't matter. They're trying to kill us. Wang Kai added fuel to the fire from the side. Yen Yang's face darkened as he gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed fiercely on the gathering of guild members. Oomph. Instead of dwelling on this, why don't you give us a reasonable explanation right now? Another squad leader watched their back and forth banter and snorted coldly, instantly capturing the attention of both squads. Seeing them look over, the other side showed no fear. Arms crossed, chin slightly raised, he declared, Slaughter Squad, right? Your attendant nearly dragged us all to our deaths. If squad leader Zhua hadn't caught on, we'd still be in the dark. Had it not been caught in time, we might not have noticed until those vermin were already upon us. If it had come to that, it wouldn't just be exhaustion we'd be dealing with now. There might have been casualties. Exactly. That's just despicable. The squad members chimed in one after another, their eyes blazing with fury as they glared at the slaughter squad. The members of the Slaughterblade squad were visibly annoyed. What does this have to do with us? Who knows what got into him? Yen Yang couldn't take it anymore. He stood up abruptly and roared in anger. The others chimed in agreement. Exactly. What does this have to do with us? His ideas are his own, not ours. Cut the crap. If you want to know why, go ask him yourselves. Feng Ziyong turned his gaze toward the opposing squad. The Lantian squad, right? I'd ask your squad to watch your words and actions. We're victims in this matter too. Gao Yong's actions were his own personal business. We had no idea about any of this before it happened. You claim ignorance? That's a bit too absolute. Oomph. Could be you deliberately ordered us to cover your rear. How vile. Now you want to shift all blame onto us. Yen Yang, enraged by these words, roared furiously, "Shut the hell up. You're talking utter nonsense." Pointing at the group from the Lantian squad, he declared, "I'll say this one last time, we did not do such a thing. If you say you didn't do it, then you didn't. Why get so worked up? Guilty conscience, huh? You're the one talking nonsense, you." In an instant, both sides erupted into a heated argument, their accusations escalating to the point of cursing each other's mothers. Sitting in the corner, Lin En listened with a headache. Were they all so exhausted their brains were starved of oxygen that they'd lost their minds? He took a deep breath, shot an impatient glance at the quarreling crowd, and fixed his gaze on the members of the Butcher's Blade squad. "Isn't it because of your cold-bloodedness that he did this?" Lin, sitting in the corner, suddenly spoke up. Instantly, the attention of both squads, locked in a heated argument, shifted to him. "Hey! What did you say? What do you mean by that?" Yen Yang, already worked up from the argument and ready to fight, glared with eyes that seemed to shoot flames. Lin En didn't even lift his head. He picked up his water bottle, took a sip, and then spoke. His last words were that he wanted everyone to bury his brother with him. The members of the Lantian squad instantly perked up. "Yeah. I heard that too. Right. I can vouch for that too. Then this has nothing to do with us. We only met him for the first time today. Ah. I remember now. After that giant centipede died, only 2 of the Butcher squad's retainers were left." The Bluefield squad leader raised a hand to silence his teammates before turning to the Slaughterblade squad. "You should know better than anyone who his brother is." The faces of the Slaughterblade squad darkened. With that single gesture, the gaze of everyone present shifted from bewilderment to scrutiny even before they could get a clear look. The intensity in those eyes was even more fierce than before, causing Gao Yong to instinctively take 2 steps back. I was injured during the previous battle and haven't fully recovered yet. Team leader Jua, don't spread rumors. Gao Yong forced himself to stay calm. Then why is there blood all along the path we walked? Jua Yao's voice exploded like a bomb, its thunderous impact reverberating instantly within everyone's minds. Almost every pair of eyes turned to stare at the path they had just walked. They simultaneously activated their night vision goggles. Beyond the trail of blood from Gao Yong's recent leg injury, scattered bloodstains dotted the path before their eyes. Chapter 131, Backroom Deals. The first attendant, seized and devoured by the giant centipede, leaving not a trace behind. He was Gao Yong's own brother, and the two bore a striking resemblance. The members of the Slaughter Squad all wore grim expressions. The captain of the Lantian Squad took in the expressions of every member of the Slaughter Squad. He sneered coldly, "So it seems you've all remembered. If not for your cold-bloodedness back then, not even a word to save him, we wouldn't have suffered what followed. You must know how dangerous it was just now." Feng Ziyong twisted his mouth. "Don't act so righteous. Were you even there? Were any of your teammates present? Did any of you speak up to save him? They weren't our teammates. He's not targeting us, he's targeting everyone." Feng Ziyong's rebuttal left the others speechless. The calamity of Gao Yong was inextricably linked to every one of them. "What's all the commotion about? Is there anything we can help with?" A young man in guild combat gear approached, his expression tinged with impatience. "Nothing, just discussing some matters." The captain of the Lantian Squad spoke first. "Yeah. Maybe we were a bit loud. Sounds like we got a little heated." Feng Ziyong chimed in. Even if they had disagreements, those were private matters best kept between themselves. It wouldn't do for guild members to pass judgment that would only make things ugly. The guild representative nodded slightly upon hearing this. "In that case, get some rest. Once you're rested, you're free to leave." His gaze then shifted to Lin En, seated in the corner. "You there, in the black robe, would you be willing to stay and guide us?" Lin En froze at being singled out. "Lead the team?" Seeing Lin En look up, the man continued, "You won't be shortchanged on points. We'll also do our utmost to ensure your safety." Lin En gave a slight nod, stood up, and began walking forward. Before Lin En could speak, Yen Yang voiced his displeasure. "Why him? Why not us? Yeah. Why didn't they ask us?" Wang Kai practically became Yen Yang's straight man. The young man shot a displeased glance at the two speakers. "You all have other teammates. If we chose you, would you go alone or bring your teammates? If you went, would your teammates be happy about you taking all the points for yourselves?" He pointed at Lin En. He came alone. And we can see all of your squads have injuries to varying degrees. He pointed at the large man from the slaughter squad who had been injured by linen. Your eye is still bandaged. He then pointed at Wang Kai, your arm is still hanging around your neck. He then pointed at a member of the Lantian squad, this pale-faced one clearly lost too much blood and just overexerted himself. Doesn't he need rest? Then he swept his gaze across everyone present. Or do you think your teammates don't need treatment? That you can push on into the night? Or is someone planning to abandon their comrades and go alone? The young environmentalist folded his arms, observing the crowd. If any of you are willing, I can help relay your message. Interested? Sign up. The moment the young man finished speaking, the members of the other squads fell silent. There wasn't a single team present without injured members. Every team had casualties. Under these circumstances, could they really send the uninjured members with remaining stamina? If the uninjured teammates took on this mission, how would the points be distributed? As the young man had said, would the points from this mission be shared among teammates? Or kept entirely by the individual? If not shared, teammates would surely feel resentment. After all, they had fought alongside you in previous battles. It was impossible for you to have fought alone without sustaining any injuries. Now, because you're uninjured, you're going to earn points and keep them all for yourself? Everyone might not think much of it at the time, but later on, they're bound to feel it's unfair. This is a recipe for conflict. While solo actions aren't unheard of, this particular instance is tied to a mission they just completed together. Achieving point balance here is tricky. If points were shared, those who re-entered the mission would likely feel unfairly treated. Seeing the silence, the young man didn't waste any more time with them. His gaze shifted to Lin En. If you have any requests, now is the time to voice them. Or if you don't want to go, I won't force you. I agree to go. Lin En answered decisively. A smile finally graced the young man's face for the first time since arriving here. Good. Then let's go. Lin En immediately followed the young man out. The remaining members of the three squads wore a variety of expressions. TSK. He really got lucky. You bet. He actually stumbled upon such a lucky break. He came alone for the exploration mission. I wouldn't be surprised if his team really did end up with just him. Earning points isn't easy either. A kind-hearted person like me couldn't bring myself to compete with him. I think it's all rigged. Wang Kai's single remark instantly silenced the group's sour remarks, drawing their collective gaze toward him. Wang Kai tilted his head back slightly, clearing his throat as he addressed them. Ahem. Didn't you notice that black-clad figure who'd been trailing those two team leaders the entire time? No one responded to Wang Kai's question, but their eyes remained fixed on him. Wang Kai, unfazed, continued. And he was always right beside team leader Zhua. When team leader Zhou died, he didn't even try to save him. What does that tell us? Wang Kai clapped his hands. It proves he was specifically sent to protect team leader Zhua. The group exchanged glances at Wang Kai's words. The first point was obvious to everyone, it was plain for all to see. The second detail, however, had indeed slipped most people's notice. As for the last point, it wasn't impossible. I saw it. When team leader Zhou called out to team leader Zhua, he blocked him. Then team leader Zhou died. Suddenly, the support member of the Lantian squad spoke up. Wang Kai perked up instantly, his voice rising 2 notches. Listen up, listen up. This guy came here specifically. So they all knew each other, it's just backroom dealings. The Bluefield squad leader rolled her eyes. Their families were worried about them going on such a high-risk mission, so they sent someone to protect them. What's wrong with that? They're grown adults, do they really need protection on missions? I know I'm right. Wang Kai retorted indignantly. The Bluefield squad leader gave a cold, dismissive snort. Her surname is Zhua. Chapter 132, Preparations. Wang Kai remained confused, staring blankly at the Bluefield squad leader. He might be clueless, but that didn't mean no one else present understood. The captain of the slaughter squad's expression instantly darkened as his gaze shifted to Zhuo Yao, who was surrounded in the distance. A flicker of regret crossed his face. The members of the slaughter squad exchanged glances at their captain's expression. Even those who were unclear about the situation refrained from asking questions. Wang Kai, however, remained utterly bewildered. What does his surname matter? Enough, stop talking. Chenlan suddenly cut Wang Kai off. Wang Kai was always Chenlan's yes man, rarely going against her wishes. Seeing Chenlan's expression, even if he didn't understand, he knew better than to press the issue now. Oomph. Captain Lantian stood up and signaled to his teammates. Alright, we've rested long enough. It's time to go. The members of the Lantian squad rose and followed their captain out. The Slaughterblade squad didn't linger either. Chao Tianyu, who had been trailing at the rear of the group, glanced at Lin En, clad in his black robe. After a brief glance, he quickly averted his eyes, lowered his head, and dragged several bundles as he continued following the butcher's squad ahead. Only after everyone had departed did Wang Kai quietly ask Chenlan. Captain, the one surnamed Zhua. Chenlan frowned at Wang Kai, who immediately stopped speaking. Too many eyes here. We'll talk about it back at the base. At this point, Chen Lan's expression darkened. She sighed and said, once we're back, go to Liang Bin's place, gather his things, and burn them for him. Mentioning Liang Bin, Wang Kai's expression also darkened. The two were practically cut from the same cloth. After all these years of camaraderie, they never imagined a single mission would tear them apart. Ever since Lin Feng left, our squad hasn't run smoothly. Xia Ying stood up and spoke coldly. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly heard by the remaining three. All three wore grim expressions. Xia Ying had already walked a good distance away before she could vent her anger. Damn it! That silent bastard suddenly got a sharp tongue now? He really's got some nerve. Wang Kai cursed furiously at Xia Ying's retreating back. Enough. He's still a teammate. Cut it out. Chen Lan cut off Wang Kai's rant, glancing at Wen Miao beside them. Seeing her sullen expression, he forced himself to speak despite his irritation. You're overthinking it. She's usually the most gentle one. Maybe the last mission affected her. Ha! Captain, your words are quite amusing, as if no one else had to complete missions. When Miao crossed her arms, her expression dismissive. It clashed sharply with the faint aura of sanctity that clung to her due to her awakened profession. Chen Lan tried to say more, but Wen Miao had already lost interest, striding forward without a second glance. Chen Lan felt utterly drained for a moment. Even during the most intense missions, she hadn't felt this exhausted. Let's go! Summoning her strength, Chen Lan turned to Wang Kai beside her. Lin En's gaze swept over just as he caught sight of several teams' retreating figures. He couldn't overhear the Windbreaker squad's conversation, but the way they ignored each other as they walked away screamed conflict. A cold smile formed in Lin En's mind. Lin An? What are you looking at? Lin En immediately turned to look at Zhuo Yiyou and smiled. Just checking on the squads that were on the mission with us. They've all gone back. Zhuo Yiyou looked at Lin with a hint of apology. I'm so sorry. I have no idea what family emergency called me back. I can only recommend you. No need to apologize. I'm getting paid and earning points from this trip. Actually, I should thank you. It was you who helped me secure all these subsidies. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten nearly as much. You deserved it. Zhuo Yiyou said, looking at Lin En earnestly. But still. Yao Yao. Lin En's words were cut off as someone called out to Zhuo Yiyou from a short distance away. Zhuo Yiyou glanced back and saw the person waving at her, instantly understanding. She turned to Lin En and said, I have to go back. From here on, it's up to you to lead them in. As she spoke, she suddenly seemed to remember something. Her hand flicked across the spatial ring and a small round vial instantly appeared in her palm. She grabbed Lin En's hand and forced it into his grasp. This is for you. It can instantly raise someone's level by 1 rank. Don't use it unless absolutely necessary. It has side effects. For 1 hour after use, it boosts your level and multiplies your spiritual energy several times over. But once the effect wears off, you'll revert to your original level and your spiritual energy will be compressed to its lowest point, roughly equivalent to that of a child who doesn't know how to use spiritual energy. Lin En stared at the small porcelain vial in his hand, listening to Zhuo Yiyou's warnings. Before he could thank her, Zhuo Yiyou had already hurried away. She called back to Lin En from a distance. Lin, come over here. Lin En hurried over to find footage of the dung beetle infestation playing ahead of them. The guild had sent 13 members this time, with several more core fighters hastily summoned later. By now, they had all changed into their guild uniforms. They must have just arrived from various locations earlier and hadn't all changed into their uniforms immediately. However, there were subtle differences in the guild battle uniforms each individual wore, though Lin wasn't entirely familiar with them. What he did recognize, however, was the formidable strength of these guild members. Most of them hadn't participated in the regional rankings. Their combat prowess only briefly appeared on the rankings. Whenever the guild detected talented individuals, they would immediately recruit them. Therefore, a high ranking on the leaderboards didn't necessarily mean one's combat strength was among the top in Jiangchang. Moreover, some members belonged to clans and did not participate in the rankings at all. 2 additional groups from the guild had already headed to the perimeter of the sandstone forest to set up barriers, preventing anything from escaping. The 20 individuals following behind comprised the core combat force. The guild's 13 members also possessed combat prowess, though some specialized in purification and healing. Leading this group was a man in his 40s. Zhuo Yiyou had previously introduced him as Qi Huai, whose awakened class was Thunder God Reborn. Lin En had met this man once before and even witnessed his combat prowess firsthand. Centered around him, a 10-meter radius seemed to be struck by thunderstorms, a sight that was truly terrifying. With him at the helm, he was undoubtedly the pinnacle of combat power in this operation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to command the respect of the others. The guild analyzed the intel we sent back earlier. It's highly likely that the beetle-like creatures chasing you were the same species you encountered on your initial route. Qi Huai's expression turned grim as he spoke. We're heading back along the route you just came from. Get ready. Chapter 133, Black Liquid. The night seemed soaked in icy water, enveloping the sand, soil, and rocks. By midnight, the surrounding temperature had dropped even further. The chill around them grew more biting. Lin couldn't help but frown. This was different from before. Earlier, the temperature hadn't been this low. Could it be because they had run out later? That's why they hadn't felt the temperature gradually dropping. Lin felt a twinge of doubt, and the expressions of those around him weren't exactly cheerful either. They had been walking for over 20 minutes now, and their pace wasn't slow. Yet the chill grew ever more pronounced. This phenomenon hadn't been documented in previous records, and they hadn't brought any extra cold weather gear. Some had already donned every last piece of clothing stored in their spatial rings, yet it offered little defense against the relentlessly dropping temperatures. Those who had come unprepared now shivered so violently their teeth chattered. A pallid moon hung high overhead, bathing the group in its pale light. Combined with their shivering state, the scene looked pitiful. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Waves of cold wind swept through, whistling as they carried swaths of yellow sand. Fine grains of sand stung their faces. Though not heavy, the relentless assault was unbearable. These people trudged forward step by step in the freezing cold. After walking for about half an hour, the landscape ahead offered nothing but yellow sand, oddly shaped rocks, and the occasional speck of green vegetation. No mutated insects were in sight, not even any unaltered ones. Gao Yong, who had been pursuing Lin and the others earlier, was nowhere to be seen either. Had he been overtaken by the mutated insectoid creatures pursuing them from behind? Lin couldn't be sure, so he steeled himself and pressed onward. Shi Huai leaned closer to Lin and whispered, "Zhue Yao's report mentioned the nighttime temperature. Did she forget, or was it not that temperature when you guys went out earlier?" Lin voiced the confusion he himself felt. It wasn't this cold. It was perfectly normal back then, maybe a bit chilly at night, but nowhere near this freezing. I can say that with absolute certainty. Even if we were running out, the temperature definitely wasn't this low. Shi Huai couldn't help but frown, his gaze shifting backward. Immediately, someone stepped forward and reported, "The current temperature is only 3 degrees Celsius and continues to drop. At this rate, it could very well reach below zero within 15 minutes. A light screen projected from the other person's wristband displayed a comparison chart of several data points. Shi Huai's gaze swept over the people behind him. Though none voiced complaints, their expressions were grim. Clearly, the cold was unbearable. He turned to Lin and asked, "How far is it to the place where you encountered the dung beetles earlier?" Lin shook his head. "I can't say for sure." Shi Huai frowned. Lin hastily explained, "It's not that I don't remember. I just can't recall how far the dung beetles pursued us. You know, we were sprinting for nearly 2 hours after that. Our current pace isn't slow, but it can't match that. It'll take us at least another hour and a half to reach where we first spotted the dung beetles. But if we were running, we'd probably get there in about 40 minutes. Shi Huai took a deep breath and turned to address the group ahead. "Everyone, move out now. We're switching to a running pace." "Yes." The entire group responded in unison, not a single voice of dissent. Shi Huai led the way at the front, with Lin by his side. Their pace was not slow, but it still fell short of their earlier sprinting speed. Abnormal creature signal fluctuations detected ahead. A voice suddenly broke the silence from behind Shi Huai. Shi Huai frowned, taking another 5 or 6 steps forward before shouting, "Stop!" Suddenly raising his clenched right fist, he lowered his voice. The entire squad froze instantly, everyone holding their breath, ears pricked, expressions alert, weapons firmly in hand. The howling wind still whipped around them, sand grains relentlessly pelting their faces. Rustle, rustle. Amidst the howling wind, an extremely faint sound mingled as if something was moving. A rustling sound that sent chills down the spine. Shi Huai raised his hand and waved forward. The group advanced cautiously, inch by inch. After advancing another dozen meters, the rustling grew distinctly audible. A faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood mingled with the wind, so faint it was nearly impossible to detect. In the distance, strange shapes rolled across the sandy soil. A skeleton seemed to lie exposed on the surface, its bones a deep, ominous black. Lin gazed into the distance, studying the skeletal form. It wasn't a black skeleton at all, it was clearly a human skeleton covered in a dense swarm of dung beetles. The others gradually made out the scene ahead, their expressions turning grim. The person standing behind Shi Huai whispered, "There are still dung beetle activity signals underground." Lin's heart sank at the words. His eyes fixed intently on the distant sandy ground. Under the dim moonlight, the sandy terrain undulated like waves. Between each rise and fall, dung beetles emerged only to vanish swiftly back into the sand. They were so densely packed that Lin couldn't even begin to count them. Shi Huai took a deep breath. "Everyone, stay alert. Prepare to attack at any moment." He stepped forward, his gaze fixed sharply on the dung beetles as lightning flickered in his hand. Crackle, crackle. Listening to the crackling sounds of the lightning, Lin instinctively swallowed hard. Though that surge of spiritual energy hadn't erupted fully, Lin could already sense it. Powerful. Too powerful. Far stronger than his own. Excitement flashed in Lin's eyes. This was the first time he'd felt the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from these powerful beings so directly, not merely by observing them unleash skills in battle. While the sensation wasn't yet overwhelming, the tremor it sent through his very soul was incomparable. Lin En. One day, he would become this powerful, even surpass them. They're approaching. The scout behind Chi Huai suddenly spoke up. Lin En snapped back to attention, his eyes filling with alertness like everyone else's. Not far ahead, the ground suddenly caved in, revealing a shallow pit. A dark liquid began seeping out, bubbling up and surging outward, slowly creeping toward their position. The black liquid grew thicker and thicker. Its flow toward them began to accelerate. Lin En frowned at the scene, his pupils suddenly dilating as his breathing grew heavier. That wasn't black liquid. It was a round, black ball. Chapter 134, Mutant Dung Beetle. A black sphere, easily fist-sized, rolled steadily closer. A putrid, fishy stench assaulted their senses, growing stronger as the black sphere drew nearer. Plop! A faint pop echoed within the black liquid. Suddenly, one of the black spheres expanded, revealing a fist-sized insect with a glossy black carapace. Its appearance closely resembled that of a dung beetle, though it was many times larger. Its mouthparts were exceptionally developed, resembling a pair of constantly opening and closing black iron pincers. Most unsettling were its compound eyes, reflecting tiny crimson specks under the moonlight. The appearance of this dung beetle seemed to signal something. The danger had only just begun. Puff! 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 It spread like the Black Death, infectiously swift. Black liquid surged like boiling water, rapidly spawning countless dung beetles. Countless mutated dung beetles. Some were the same size as the first one, no bigger than a fist, while others had grown to the size of a forearm. There were slightly smaller ones too, but compared to their pre-mutation forms, they had all increased in size several times over. As they emerged one after another, faint red lights flickered within the black liquid, surging forward incessantly, creating an eerie spectacle. Chi Huai and the others couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. This was truly a rare spectacle. The sheer number of insects made their scalps tingle. Anyone witnessing this would feel the same way. Everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Hiss! The gasps echoed in rapid succession. Prepare! Swish! 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 At Chi Huai's command, everyone swiftly drew their weapons and aimed them at the dung beetles ahead, despite the creeping dread. Form ranks! Chi Huai roared, and instantly, defensive-type awakened professionals surged forward from the ranks, charging ahead. In an instant, shields of every color flared around them. Grouped in threes, warriors guarded the mages at the front, slowly advancing inch by inch. The mages in the center unleashed a barrage of spells, targeting the surging black liquid advancing toward them. Boom! 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 Loud explosions echoed as multicolored spells instantly struck the black liquid. The black liquid instantly exploded into a spray, and among the flying droplets, some insects flew straight toward them. Whoosh! 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 The archers in the rear were already prepared. The moment the insects took flight, they unleashed arrows, throwing knives, and other projectiles, striking them all down. They ensured each was shattered beyond recognition, leaving no chance of survival. The black liquid was soon shattered into fragments. The assault continued relentlessly, with one spell after another, arrows and throwing knives following in rapid succession. Warriors charged from all directions, swords, spears, and halberds clashing in the fray. In that instant, no one paid attention to the lingering cold. All focus was fixed on the battlefield. There was only one objective: to kill these mutated creatures. The reason the insectoid mutations were exterminated upon discovery was their overwhelming reproductive capacity and survival instinct. No matter how harsh or terrifying the conditions, they never hindered their survival. They always adapted swiftly. They transformed their surroundings, turning every disadvantage into an opportunity. And even under such conditions, their reproduction remained unhindered. Their reproduction is incredibly rapid. After just a few days out of sight, their numbers can double or even triple, far exceeding the reproduction rate before mutation. Their environmental destruction is also severe. During the previous insectoid outbreak, people initially overlooked them. Mutant creatures were everywhere outside the city walls. Even if they evolved, it couldn't be too thorough. Sudden mutations still occur, but those sent on missions also hunt and eliminate some. Some had even learned to coexist peacefully with humans. Yet, under their neglect, that entire forest vanished within mere months, leaving nothing but barren wasteland. The phenomenon has even begun spreading outward. The visible insectoid population had expanded exponentially. People could no longer stand idly by, they had to act swiftly. The losses from that incident were immense, serving as a stark warning to all. With the insects reappearing, the guild immediately dispatched scouts to investigate. Suspecting trouble, they swiftly sent reinforcements. Lin En's branch whipped through the air with rapid precision. Crack! 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 Several strikes sent the black liquid attacking him flying back. Earlier, they had assumed the flowing black substance was merely the constantly churning dung beetles. But now, actually fighting them, they realized it was all foul-smelling, highly viscous liquid. As the dung beetles were repeatedly knocked back, the black liquid splattered everywhere. Some dung beetles even banded together, pooling their slime into small balls to hurl at the group. Though not actual dung balls, the smell and color were strikingly similar. The expressions on everyone's faces were far from pleasant. They had some preparation knowing they were dealing with dung beetles, but clearly, it wasn't nearly enough. As more dung beetles closed in and fell, the foul, fishy stench grew thicker, making everyone want to vomit. Team Leader Chi. Ugh. This stench is unbearable. We can't continue any further. Yeah. Ugh. Pointing at the dung beetle, it doesn't seem to have shrunk much. We need to figure something out. We can't advance much further. Let some of us go around. We need to scout that pit. Ugh. No matter how bitterly cold it had been before, no one had uttered a word. Now, however, suggestions were flying thick and fast. Everyone was utterly unable to stomach the stench. Almost every time someone spoke, they were immediately overcome by retching. The sounds of retching echoed constantly. Wu's face had turned pale, yet his hands never ceased their attacks. Chi Huai's expression was equally grim, clearly struggling to endure it too. His gaze shifted to a burly man standing to his left rear. Lu Chun, you lead the way. He pointed to several others to follow Lu Chun. His gaze returned to the front lines, where he spotted Lin En fighting fiercely. His eyes widened instantly. Lin En, get back here. Who gave you permission to go up front? Lin En heard the voice ringing in his ears but showed no sign of retreating. Chi Huai and the others had barred him from advancing, treating him as a guide, fearing for his safety if no one led the way. But faced with such a prime opportunity to strike, he truly had no desire to hide in the rear. Especially now, when the dung beetle was pitch black and the slime it secreted was equally dark, capable of concealing everything. Chapter 135, The Foul Stench. Lin En had no reason to retreat to the rear, nor did he wish to. The branches in his hands whirled rapidly, binding one dung beetle after another. He swiftly drained their spiritual energy, then flung their desiccated corpses aside. The beetle corpses crashed into the black liquid. Some shattered instantly, while others, intact, were swiftly engulfed by the viscous darkness. There was no trace left that Lin En had turned them into desiccated corpses. The more Lin En fought, the more his spiritual energy surged. Though the spiritual energy from these insectoids wasn't particularly potent, it accumulated steadily. Outside, using this technique would require careful cleanup afterward, and even checking for others nearby. But here, it was different. With such a perfect opportunity, why would Lin En retreat? Why retreat at all? He paid no heed to Chi Huai's words, focused solely on killing. Chi Huai was busy reorganizing the battle formation. He had only called out to Lin En once before shifting his focus elsewhere. But when he turned around after the new arrangements were made and everyone had begun executing the new plan, he saw Lin En still at the front, even further forward than before. Chi Huai's eyes widened in shock. Just as he was about to shout angrily at Lin En again, he saw the branches in Lin En's hands whipping through the air, weaving relentlessly among the dung beetles. Bang! 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 What? How is that possible? Chi Huai's mind was filled with confusion as he watched Lin En charge ahead. Still clad in that same black cloak, he was completely enveloped within it. Only his face remained somewhat pale, almost blending into the surroundings. The ground around him was littered with dung beetle corpses and sticky liquid. Chi Huai wanted to shout for Lin En to retreat, but the words stuck in his throat. This level of power was truly impressive. He had checked the man's background before deciding to use him. The record stated he was an A-rank healing support class, with the awakened profession of Tree of Life. He had recently left his previous squad and now formed his own team, with a mutated dog as his only companion. Though Chi Huai didn't know the specifics, Lin En's former squad had recorded a new member joining on the very day he left. His squad formation date was recent, and he had no other teammates besides the dog. Upon learning about Lin En's situation, Chi Huai's first thought was that he had been abandoned by his squad members. Almost instantly, he concluded that Lin En lacked ability. He also felt a bit of dislike towards someone like Lin En. How dare a one-man squad take on an exploration mission like this? His dog must have perished by now. That was nothing short of overestimating his abilities. He probably only made it out of the strange rock forest because he knew Zhuo Yao. She must have pulled him out. If it had been any other staff member, he might not have made it out alive. Given all circumstances, Chi Huai agreed to Zhuo Yao's recommendation and let Lin En lead the way. He was prepared for Lin En to be a liability and planned to have him hang back during combat. But who knew this guy would actually charge forward on his own? That fierce, battle-ready demeanor was nothing like a support class. He was clearly a warrior. Who on earth classified this guy? Look at that fierce expression. The dung beetles near him were dropping like flies. He looked just like the SS rank warriors he brought along, except his attack power was a bit lacking. If only he were a rank with that kind of fighting spirit, he'd be a real prospect. Chi Huai's fleeting thought vanished as he refocused his attention. This was a critical moment in the battle. He couldn't afford to lose focus. With another team drawing fire from the opposite flank, the pressure here eased considerably. While fending off wave after wave of those disgusting dung bomb attacks and enduring the increasingly overpowering stench, they advanced rapidly, inch by inch. Both teams charged swiftly toward the same objective, soon drawing near the dark, gaping pit. Beetles continued crawling out of the pit, though the ones emerging later were noticeably smaller. The group dared not slacken their efforts. Despite the unbearable stench surrounding them, they refused to retreat. Any dung beetle that emerged was swiftly eliminated. Soon, the churning slime within the pit subsided, and no more small dung beetles emerged. A profound silence descended upon the area. The group continued to stare intently at the pit. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes passed. Nothing changed within the pit. The dark, viscous substance seemed indistinguishable from the surrounding slime, merely the secretion of dung beetles. Nothing? Someone spoke up, voicing what everyone else was thinking. Shi Huai frowned. Too simple. Shi Huai couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, an instinct honed from years on the front lines. In truth, he wasn't alone in this suspicion. Many others shared the same unease. Facing the mutated insectoid race, how could it be this easy? Moreover, the previous squad of dozens had already suffered heavy casualties, with many still bearing injuries. They'd only dealt with some small dung beetles, the largest barely the size of an arm. Their combat prowess was mediocre, and their defenses were weak. Beyond being slightly larger and somewhat repulsive, they possessed no special qualities. Who could say what greater horrors lay in wait for them? The group exchanged glances with their familiar teammates, caution evident in every pair of eyes. Shi Huai waved his hand. Fall back. Withdraw from areas with black liquid. Obeying the command, they swiftly retreated to clean areas. Many had become soiled with the filthy substance. Clean whatever filthy clothing you can. Strip off the rest and burn it all. No one objected after all. None of them had been wearing a single set of clothes, having been too cold earlier. Soon, the clothes piled up into a large heap. Lin also tossed his black cloak and other garments into the pile. A fire-controlling awakened practitioner stepped forward and set the garments ablaze. The black liquid below slowly began to ignite as well. Crackle! The air around them filled with the scent of burning fabric, gradually mingling with the acrid smell of scorched protein. That was the scent of charred dung beetle carcasses. As the flames consumed the area, the foul, fishy stench began to fade, no longer as overpowering as before. But the smell of scorched protein was far from pleasant. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the direction of the flames, fearing some unexpected turn of events. As they watched the flames, they failed to notice that in the distance, another wave seemed to be rolling over the pit. Gurgle. Amidst the crackling sounds of the fire, a faint, off-key noise could be heard. It wasn't loud, but it grew more frequent. Gurgle, gurgle. Gurgle, gurgle. Chapter 136, Giant Dung Beetle. Lin keenly detected the unusual sound, instinctively furrowing his brow. His gaze swept around the area, finally settling on the black liquid in the pit. Several others with ears as keen as Lin's followed his gaze. There's a sound. It's coming from the pit. Something else? The exclamation instantly startled those who hadn't noticed, all eyes turning toward the pit. As attention focused there, bubbles multiplied on the black liquid, churning more violently. It seemed as though flames clinging to its surface were scorching it, bringing it to a boil. Gurgle, gurgle. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound grew louder, yet no one truly believed it was boiling. Something was clearly wrong. The black liquid surrounding the pit bore no resemblance to the liquid within it. Surely the pit itself couldn't be that unusual? No one could say such a thing. Shi Huai's brows knitted tightly as his piercing gaze fixed intently on the pit ahead. Stand guard. The group swiftly formed a defensive formation, their eyes fixed intently on the pit ahead. Puff, puff, puff. As sounds emerged from the pit, the earth began to tremble slowly. In an instant, everyone recalled the scene described in Zhuo Yao's report when she encountered a giant centipede. The same muffled vibrations, the same sand and soil trembling and swirling around them. Most notably, the pit began to rise, gradually forming a small mound as black liquid started to slide down its sides. Everyone scrambled backward, retreating to a safe zone. Thud! A long thoracic leg extended out twice as thick as the ones Lin had seen on the giant centipede before. Lin took a deep breath, his heart growing heavier. Thud! Another thoracic leg emerged from within. Shi Huai narrowed his eyes and let out a low growl. Prepare ranged attacks. Fire! Shi Huai's furious roar sent all ranged attacks surging toward the two exposed thoracic legs. Boom! 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 Rumble! Rumble! Whoosh! 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 The surrounding night sky was illuminated by a dazzling array of colorful techniques. Squeak! 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 A shrill, piercing sound rang in everyone's ears, causing a ringing that made them instinctively cover their ears. Bang! Bang! Weapons of every hue attacked relentlessly. The sand dunes shifted rapidly, soon revealing the insectoid creatures lurking within. It was a mutated giant dung beetle. Its body towered as high as 2 stories, its jet-black carapace shimmering with an unnatural glow. The surface was covered in eerie, uneven patterns, its edges reflecting a metallic sheen. The most terrifying feature was its head. Its mouthparts resembled 2 guillotine blades, massive black pincers that opened and closed incessantly, producing a clanging metallic clatter that sent shivers down the spine. Its compound eyes glowed a blood-red light, and its body was covered in black slime. It instinctively inspired dread. Ever since its appearance, the foul stench in the air had grown increasingly potent, nearly making one retch. The stench was as if it were a cesspool itself. Bombarded by countless attacks, it had begun to rage. Rumble. Its massive frame moved with surprising agility as it tore up the sandy soil beneath its feet. A massive wave of sand erupted, sweeping toward the crowd like a yellow tidal wave. These yellow waves contained not only pure sand but also scattered remnants of flames that hadn't fully dissipated. Even unburned black slime clung to the particles. As the yellow tide surged forward, the putrid, rotten stench grew increasingly pungent. As it moved swiftly, those dodging the yellow wave saw a massive, black, slime-covered sphere rapidly forming before the mutated dung beetle in the distance. Growing larger and larger. Squeak! The giant dung beetle suddenly let out a roar, hurling the massive sphere toward the group in an instant. Defense! Chi Huai roared, and nearly all the defensive-type giant-class practitioners converged, instantly blocking every wave of the onslaught. Thud! The giant ball slammed into the barrier collectively erected by the defensive awakened professionals. Boom! The giant sphere exploded the instant it struck the barrier, shattering into fragments as slime mixed with sand particles erupted into the air. Fortunately, it was all contained outside the barrier. However, the shockwave was immense, causing the surrounding ground to tremble twice. Put! Put! At the same moment, 4 or 5 defensive-type awakened practitioners spat out blood, clearly severely affected by the explosion's force. Chi Huai's expression darkened. Keep up the ranged spell attacks. Warriors, charge from both flanks. Ranged archers, provide cover fire. Chi Huai barked the orders and quickly tapped a squad member. Flank them from the sides and attack from the rear. We'll secure all 4 sides. Move out. With that command, the group swiftly dispersed and sprang into action. Lin En was among those assigned to the rear assault squad. Braving the sandstorm, Lin En charged forward with the lead group. The moment they left the protective shield's range, the sand and wind lashed violently against their faces, making it impossible to keep their eyes fully open. 3 squads advanced together. The main force confronting the giant dung beetle's head-on absorbed the bulk of the attacks, even intensifying their fire to draw the beetle's attention. This bought the 3 squads enough time to reach their designated positions. The 2 flanking squads quickly reached their positions and immediately opened fire, relieving pressure on the main force. Lin's squad pressed forward. They circled around to the dung beetle's rear. The group instantly formed a battle array. The 2 defensive awakened professionals accompanying the squad positioned themselves at the front, while the healers and ranged shooters remained at the rear. In the center were 3 spellcaster-type awakened professionals, along with Lin and the other 2 warrior-type awakened professionals. One of the spellcaster awakened professionals opened the communication link on his bracelet to contact Chi Huai as soon as the formation was complete. Reporting to the captain, we are ready. Copy that. Chi Huai's voice came through the bracelet. 3rd squad, archers and magic awakened, commenced the assault. All warriors, prepare. As Lin's squad launched their assault, the already agitated dung beetle thrashed its massive body even more violently. Squeak, 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 squeak. Thud, thud, thud. The giant dung beetle emitted a shrill cry. Yellow sand swirled all around, the sounds of battle never ceasing. Soldiers! Charge! Chi Huai's voice echoed from the bracelet. Lin En and the other 2 warriors, along with fighters from several other positions, instantly charged forward. The twig in Lin En's hands swiftly bound the dung beetle's venomous thoracic legs, its barbed tips fully extended. Chapter 137, The Great Battle Against the Dung Beetles. Squeak! 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 The giant dung beetle, surrounded on all sides, emitted a shrill, piercing screech. The sound waves carried a powerful shock force, causing a buzzing sensation in the ears. Yet the assault did not falter in the slightest. Multicolored spells rained down upon the beetle's hardened carapace like hailstones, while warriors wielding various weapons charged forward with all their might. Blades flashed and slashed relentlessly, weaving an impenetrable web of attacks that pinned the colossal dung beetle down. Squeak! The dung beetle thrashed wildly, its body convulsing as its thoracic legs pounded the ground, attempting to strike back at the enemies closing in. However, its attack range was limited, threatening only the warriors beside it. It could do nothing against the awakened professionals defending, healing, and casting spells from a distance. Under the relentless pressure of the warriors, the giant dung beetle could no longer roll its menacing giant dung balls as before, losing its most effective long-range attack method. It could only frantically swing its thoracic legs and violently flail its mandibles, spraying copious amounts of black, viscous liquid from them. The stench was far worse than that of the smaller dung beetles. The giant beetle's black, viscous fluid carried a putrid, rotting stench that made one want to vomit. The closest warriors fought back nausea, their eyes stinging with tears, yet their weapons continued to hack relentlessly. The giant dung beetle's frantic thrashing kicked up a cloud of dust, partially obscuring the fighter's vision. Lin was among the close combatants. The branch of the tree of life in his hand coiled around the dung beetle's thoracic legs like a serpent. The sharp thorns on its surface suddenly protruded, piercing viciously into the cracks of its carapace. The thorns of the Tree of Life were razor-sharp, instantly piercing the giant dung beetle's legs. The excruciating pain caused the giant dung beetle to violently twist its bound thoracic legs, engaging in a fierce battle of strength with Lin En. With each violent thrash, the deeply embedded spikes tore deeper gashes into the wounds. The more it screamed in agony, the fiercer its struggles became. The more it struggled, the deeper the wounds tore. Lin could not afford to relax for even a moment. Psionic energy surged like a tidal wave into the intertwined branches, straining to maintain the restraint. Amidst this stalemate, the other companions continued their assault, leaving wounds large and small across the giant scarab's body. A thick, dark green fluid seeped from them, distinct from the black saliva it had sprayed earlier and markedly different from the bodily fluids of the smaller scarabs. As the wounds multiplied and the dark green fluid flowed incessantly, a pungent odor began mingling with the original foul stench. At first, it was barely noticeable. But as the giant dung beetle's injuries worsened and the dark green fluid flowed more profusely, the odor gradually intensified. Lin En possessed exceptionally keen senses in every aspect. Even amidst such a thick, foul stench, he detected this subtle anomaly. As the odor grew heavier, more people began to notice it. As the overall commander of the battle, Chi Huai quickly sensed something was amiss. He immediately ordered all purification-type awakened practitioners cease all current operations immediately. Upon receiving the command, everyone swiftly withdrew the purifying halos scattered throughout the area. Now, focus your purification on the dark green liquid oozing from the giant dung beetle's wounds. Quickly! The purifiers instantly redirected their efforts, projecting multicolored purification halos toward the relentlessly surging, or already grounded hearing, dark green fluid. Ah! A piercing scream cut through the battlefield's clamor. The cry for help wasn't loud, yet it rang out piercingly amidst the clanging of weapons and the explosions of skills, instantly capturing Chi Huai's attention. His sharp gaze swiftly locked onto the source of the sound, and he immediately commanded the healing team members, "Quick! Get her to the rear safety zone." The cry felt like flipping a dangerous switch. Ah! SSSH. Muffled groans of pain and gasps of breath rose and fell in waves, weaving into an ominous melody across the battlefield. The number of wounded warriors was rapidly increasing. Driven by its primal urge to survive, the gravely wounded giant scarab erupted with fury, its movements and destructive power escalating several levels in an instant. The once coordinated melee front was caught off guard. The shrill screech of chitin scraping and the sudden acceleration of its thoracic leg strikes doubled the pressure on the front lines. Within mere breaths, 5 or 6 warriors fell wounded under its frenzied counterattack. Chi Huai's face darkened to the point it seemed it could drip with water. This grueling stalemate had dragged on for a full half hour. The surrounding temperature had gradually stabilized, no longer dropping, but this slight change offered no advantage in the battle. Watching his warriors take turns being wounded, receiving treatment, and then charging back to the front lines only to be injured again, this relentless cycle weighed heavily on Chi Huai's heart. He knew clearly that this stalemate must be broken soon, or the team's morale and stamina would be completely exhausted. Though covered in wounds of varying depths and oozing dark green fluid from cracks in its carapace, the giant scarab's speed and strength had abnormally increased by nearly 20%. This abnormal state resembled a death throw's final frenzy, or perhaps a burst of latent potential unleashed by a creature pushed to the brink. Judging by its relentless ferocity, this berserk state would likely persist for some time, further complicating an already dire battle. Chi Huai whipped his head around, his gaze darting like lightning toward the 3 healing class professionals not far behind him. His voice, hoarse from prolonged command, rang out, "I recall you possess skills to temporarily boost combat effectiveness, correct?" "Yes." The 3 replied in unison, though their voices carried a hint of exhaustion. "Cast buffs on everyone immediately," Chi Huai ordered with unwavering resolve. The 3 healers exchanged glances, brows furrowed, their faces etched with distress. Their battlesuits, stained with grime, bore witness to their arduous journey. One hesitantly stepped forward, his voice uncertain, "Everyone? Of course. Execute immediately." Chi Huai's roar carried an unquestionable resolve. The other's expression darkened, words caught in his throat. Lin En listened to the exchange transmitted through their squad leader's wristband, his expression growing grave. As a fellow practitioner who also wielded buff skills, he understood exactly why the question had been raised. His own spiritual energy was nearly depleted at this moment. Unless he resorted to using dripping dew to replenish it, he simply couldn't unleash his skills to their full potential. The situation for those healing-type members was likely no different. Sustained healing had drained vast amounts of their spiritual energy, leaving them all at their absolute limit. In this extreme state, applying buffs only to their own main combatants might allow them to barely hold on. But covering everyone on the field would drain nearly all their spiritual energy reserves, potentially even compromising the basic effects of their skills. Chapter 138, Surging Battle Will. A healing-type member swallowed hard, his gaze toward Chi Huai filled with complexity. "Captain, it's not that we're deliberately disobeying orders. If we apply buffs to the entire field in our current state, the effects would last no more than 8 minutes, and their potency would be severely diminished. But if we focus buffs only on key members, we can maintain full effectiveness for 15 minutes. He took a deep breath and continued, "We recommend prioritizing the combat effectiveness of our core damage dealers. That way, we can maximize the use of our limited spirit energy." "No!" Shi Huai's rejection was as sharp as a knife, delivered the instant the words left his lips. His expression showed no wavering, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, radiating an unquestionable resolve. "Everyone must be covered. Execute immediately." His voice struck like a hammer blow, carrying the oppressive authority unique to a battlefield commander. The healing class practitioner who had made the suggestion took a deep breath, a flicker of resignation crossing his face before he finally nodded firmly. "Agreed. 8 minutes then. But the three of us will exhaust all our spiritual energy. At best, we can only boost everyone's combat effectiveness by 30%. "Agreed." Shi Huai agreed without hesitation, then quickly added, "You three, move immediately behind the defensive type practitioners to cast your spells. Ensure your own safety." "Yes." The trio responded in unison, swiftly retreating into the safety zone formed by the heavy shields. They exchanged glances before simultaneously raising their hands, where brilliant healing light began to gather in their palms. Shi Huai addressed the constantly active communication bracelet, his voice booming across the battlefield, "Attention all. For the next 8 minutes, you will receive a 30% boost to all attributes. This is your final chance. Within this time limit, you must completely eliminate the giant dung beetles. Understood?" "Understood." Amidst the thunderous response, the light in the palms of the three healers erupted violently. A gentle yet colossal energy surged forth like a tidal wave, transforming into countless warm points of light. Like a starry rain descending upon the battlefield, it precisely merged into the body of every warrior. In an instant, an unprecedented sense of power filled every limb and bone. Depleted spiritual energy was replenished, weary spirits were revitalized, and even the searing pain of wounds was temporarily numbed. Fierce determination blazed in their eyes as their fighting spirit surged to its peak. 3. Shi Huai's countdown echoed like war drums, pounding in each heart. 2. The warriors gripped their weapons tightly as the glow of their skills flared once more, brighter than ever before. 1. The moment the final number fell, the three healers seemed drained of all strength. The glow on their staffs extinguished completely, and they collapsed almost simultaneously, their faces as pale as paper, their spiritual energy utterly depleted. "Now! Charge!" Shi Huai's roar tore through the brief silence. "Kill!" The enhanced warriors charged like tigers released from their cages, unleashing an unprecedented onslaught. Blades flashed, flames and frost erupted, every attack poured down with unprecedented intensity and frequency upon the giant scarab's already shattered body. Squay! Agony surpassing all it had ever endured before, the giant dung beetle let out a piercing, shrill howl that rent the heavens, the final, desperate cry of a life pushed to its absolute limit. As if truly foreseeing its impending demise, the colossal creature launched into a desperate, frenzied final struggle, slamming its massive body violently against the ground with every ounce of remaining strength. Thud! 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 Each thunderous impact reverberated through the sandy terrain, causing violent tremors akin to a high-intensity earthquake. Sand was whipped into the air several meters high, obscuring everyone's vision. Amidst this earth-shaking chaos, the attacks of all present showed no sign of halting. Instead, driven by the pressing deadline, they grew even more frenzied. Squeak! Crash! A piercing wail echoed before the colossal dung beetle's massive body stiffened abruptly. Then, like a mountain collapsing, it crashed heavily to the ground. Its already mangled thoracic legs went limp and scattered lifelessly, while its severely damaged mouthparts ceased spewing the nauseating black slime. It lay utterly lifeless, motionless, a heart-stopping crimson glow in its compound eyes slowly fading like spent embers. The assault gradually ceased. The skill's aura dissipated. The warriors, weapons in hand, remained on high alert, every gaze fixed intently on the massive insect corpse. Only heavy breathing filled the air. After staring intently for several dozen seconds, the closest warriors cautiously began to retreat in turns, pulling back until they reached a sufficiently safe distance. This way, even if the creature feigned death and launched a counterattack like the mutated centipede before, they would have sufficient reaction time and space to evade. Time ticked away in suffocating silence. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes passed. The sandy terrain had long since returned to calm, yet the giant dung beetle remained utterly still, showing no signs of life whatsoever. All squads, return to base immediately. Shi Huai's command crackled through the communication bracelets. The three patrol teams scattered around the perimeter sprang into action, converging like streams into the sea, silent and efficient as they rejoined the main formation. After a swift headcount, Shi Huai slowly exhaled a long-held breath of stale air. A trace of relief finally flickered across his tense face. 12 members exhausted their psychic energy, 21 sustained injuries, no casualties. This outcome is acceptable. The faint smile that had just touched his lips instantly turned grave as he turned to face a rotund man beside him. "From here on out, it's up to you." Shi Huai patted his shoulder, his tone solemn. "We'll do everything in our power to ensure your safety." Lin En, watching the scene unfold, wore a look of obvious confusion. Amidst the sullen atmosphere, his bewilderment stood out starkly. A guild professional beside him noticed his confusion and explained in a hushed voice, "That's Fat Gene. He has the skill Life Sense, which can determine if that bug is truly dead. But he needs to get close to check." Lin En finally understood. Almost instinctively, a simple yet practical idea slipped out. "Then, we should tie a sturdy rope around him. If something goes wrong, we can pull him back immediately." Though their voices were hushed, the surrounding silence made their exchange unmistakably clear. Shi Huai glanced over at the sound, his gaze settling on Lin En. With a hint of resignation, he explained, "The whip chains aren't long enough. While they might offer flexibility, they simply aren't long enough. We requested support from awakened professionals with vine skills earlier, but none could arrive in time. So for now." Chapter 139, Red Turns Green. My life tree branches might be worth a try. During the battle, Lin En's branches hadn't fully extended, and since no one had a deep understanding of his abilities, even those who saw them hadn't given it much thought. Now that he volunteered, surprise flashed across the faces of those nearby, then quickly turned to delight. Any reduction in casualties was welcome. Jean Fatso took a deep breath and nodded to the group. The fleshy rolls on his face jiggled, but his small eyes shone with focused determination. Lin silently wrapped the resilient branches several times around Jean Fat's waist and secured them tightly. He turned, took a deep breath, and finally stepped forward, walking steadily toward the mountainous insect corpse. Everyone's hearts leapt to their throats once more with each of his steps. He halted about 10 meters from the giant dung beetle, pressed his palms together, and a soft green light emerged from his hands. As he slowly pulled his hands apart, an emerald green orb of light formed between them, gradually expanding with his motion before floating upward with lightness. The orb drifted toward the giant dung beetle's body, growing larger as it flew. Finally, like a translucent green bubble, it slowly enveloped the massive carcass. Pop! A faint pop, like a bubble bursting, echoed as the green orb abruptly dissipated. It transformed into countless sparkling specks, rushing to seep beneath the dung beetle's hard carapace. Immediately, faint green specks began flickering erratically across the insect's surface. The resolute expression of facing death on Jean Fat's face finally relaxed the moment he saw the steady green glow, transforming into a genuine smile. Confirmed dead. Excellent. That was no easy feat. The insectoid race really is a tough nut to crack. Finally over. Thank goodness it didn't fake death like the records said. What a relief. Long-suppressed emotions erupted, instantly lifting the team's spirits. A palpable sense of relief after narrowly escaping death spread among them. Jean Fatso also relaxed completely, letting out a long sigh before turning to head back. The instant he took his first step, a blinding, blood-red light erupted without warning from behind him. Every face ahead was bathed in a crimson glow. Squay. Accompanied by a piercing, ear-splitting shriek came the heavy thuds of bang. 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 The giant dung beetle, which had been utterly dead, suddenly sprang up from the ground and charged forward like a mad beast. Golden Fatty, startled by the red light, instinctively turned his head only to meet the horrifying, gaping mandibles spewing slime. Utter terror seized him instantly. His pupils contracted sharply, his mouth gaped wide, his body stiff as iron. Even a scream was choked in his throat. In the blink of an eye, as the red light erupted, Lin En felt a chill run down his spine. Almost instinctively, he clenched the branch in his hand with all his might and pulled backward with every ounce of strength. Golden Fatso's body was frozen rigid with terror. Even as he was violently yanked backward, he remained stiff as a board, clearly scared out of his wits. Holy! It's a zombie! Quick! Kill it! The group snapped out of their shock, their cries of horror and rage blending into a chaotic din. The next moment, an even denser, more frenzied barrage of assorted skills, blazing fireballs, razor-sharp ice spikes, swift arrows poured forth like a torrent of rage unleashed by deception, crashing down upon the giant insect that had risen once more. Thud! 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 The barrage of attacks slammed into the already mangled body of the giant scarab, tearing it apart even further. A ball of searing flame slammed precisely into its gaping mandibles, the fire instantly burrowing inside and triggering a muffled, explosive crackle. Squeak! The scarab emitted a shrieking wail far more piercing than before, its massive body thrashing wildly in agony from the internal scorching. Whoosh! 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 Several armor-piercing arrows whistled through the air, drilling deep into the cracks of its carapace. The pain caused the giant insect to convulse violently on the sandy ground. Each time its heavy body slammed into the ground, the sand trembled and dust swirled skyward. But this time, the attack showed no pause, nor did anyone cling to false hope. Countless colorful skills, dense showers of arrows, and flying blades pounded relentlessly upon the dying giant dung beetle like an unending storm. Crash! The giant dung beetle's shattered remains finally collapsed with a thunderous crash, crashing heavily into the sand like a collapsing mountain, instantly sinking into a deep pit. A cloud of sand and dust shot skyward, spreading like thick fog and shrouding the battlefield in a hazy yellow gloom. Everyone held their breath, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes fixed intently on the swirling chaos, daring not to relax for even a moment. After a long while, the dust finally began to settle, revealing the utterly motionless, colossal carcass. This time, no one dared to approach rashly. Shi Huai silently gave a hand signal. Jean Fat took a deep breath and stepped forward once more. Behind him, Lin silently bound a branch around his waist. Jean Fat's facial muscles were taut, each step taken with extreme caution. Clearly, the terrifying moment still haunted him. Despite his fear, he halted at a distance of 10 meters. He raised his hands, palms pressed together, then slowly parted them. A jade-green glow gathered between his fingers. The orb drifted slowly toward the insect corpse, enveloping it. It then shattered into countless specks, merging into the remains. Time passed in silence, each second feeling unbearably long. Finally, the green light flickered steadily, showing no further signs of disturbance. Jean the Fatso turned around and gave everyone a firm nod. A genuine, relieved smile finally broke across his face. "It's dead." Shi Huai spoke in a hoarse voice. The words fell like a decree, instantly dissolving the taut tension. Some exhaled long, heavy breaths, others slumped their weapons in exhaustion, and a few even collapsed to the ground, exchanging glances of mutual survival. On faces dusted with sand and sweat, a long-awaited, weary ease finally appeared. It was finally over. No one spoke. Everyone sat on the ground, gasping for breath. In their ears, besides the sound of their own panting, there was only the ringing that had been jarred loose and had not yet fully subsided. The giant scarab's corpse lay motionless in the distance. Its shell was severely shattered, dark green fluid still oozing out, and even a few flickering flames lingered within its mandibles. A heavy, pungent stench filled the air. None of them cared about that now. As long as the giant scarab was dead, nothing else mattered much. Shi Huai turned to the group, clapped his hands, and called out, "Everyone!" His loud call snapped everyone back to attention, their gazes turning toward him. Chapter 140, Psionic Supplies. Shi Huai surveyed the exhausted group, his voice hoarse yet carrying an undeniable authority. "Everyone, take the spirit energy supplements issued by the guild immediately." "Take them now? I think we could probably recover if we wait a bit longer." "Yeah, it's not that bad. Let's save some for later." "Exactly. A little rest should do the trick." Objections rose one after another. This was the first time Lin had seen the group so openly defy Shi Huai's orders, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly. Supplements? Pills to restore spiritual energy? They actually had such things? Why, didn't I get any? A wave of mixed emotions, disappointment and resentment quietly surged within him. Thinking of all the effort he'd put into this mission, then comparing it to the points he'd receive, he couldn't help but feel bitter. Their mission points couldn't possibly be less than his, so why was he the only one missing this extra supply? Was it because he wasn't a full-fledged guild member? Lin pressed his lips together, suppressing the churning emotions. He understood his place. In this team, his level was the lowest. Everyone else was at least an A-rank-awakened professional, while he was merely an A-rank-awakened professional. The guild wouldn't even give him a second glance when selecting members. Fine, so they weren't giving him any. He wasn't foolish enough to voice his complaints now. Asking too many questions would only make him annoying, and then he wouldn't even have the courtesy of a favor to fall back on. That would be a huge loss. He'd just sneakily take a few drops of the elixir later. Lin lowered his eyelids, isolating himself from the discussion. On the other side, Shi Huai listened to the heated arguments, his brow furrowed. He raised a hand and pressed it downward, signaling for silence. "I understand your concerns." His gaze swept across the group, his tone solemn. "I share your desire to conserve resources. But don't forget we've only just begun our investigation here. Clearing the battlefield later will still consume spiritual energy. If our rest now attracts other entities to this insect corpse, in your current state, could you handle them?" He paused, then raised his voice abruptly. By then, would it even be possible to take the supplements? With that, Shi Huai said no more. He took out a pill and placed it in his mouth under everyone's gaze. Some members who hadn't voiced objections earlier saw this and promptly retrieved their own pills to swallow. Those who had hesitated earlier struggled for a moment before finally swallowing their pills one after another. Just then, a hand with prominent knuckles extended toward Lin. Resting in its palm was a translucent, lustrous pill, emitting faint ripples of energy. Lin snapped his head up, meeting Shi Huai's calm gaze. For a moment, he could scarcely believe it. "For me?" He instinctively asked back, his mind filled with doubts. Was this a replacement from the guild or Shi Huai's own share? The nature of the two was entirely different. He shook his head, attempting to refuse. "No, I don't." Before he could finish, Shi Huai's hand shot up, gripping his jaw with lightning speed. The pill was shoved into his mouth. "Take it and eat it. What's a grown man whining about?" Shi Huai released his grip, his tone carrying a hint of unyielding harshness. Lin instinctively clenched his fists, but the tension slowly eased as he heard the latter part of the sentence. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact with his tongue, releasing a peculiar sweet fragrance that spread through his mouth, a blend of the rich earthiness of herbs and the crisp sweetness of fruit. Immediately afterward, he distinctly felt changes within his body. His nearly depleted spiritual energy, like parched land receiving life-giving rain, began to slowly revive and grow. Though not as swift or intense as his own dewdrop, it was sufficient to handle any unexpected emergencies. However, this pill seemed only capable of replenishing spiritual energy, lacking any miraculous healing properties for injuries. After slipping a pill to Lin En, Shi Huai turned to address the others. Healers, once your spiritual energy is restored, prioritize treating the critically injured. Purification specialists handle battlefield cleanup. Defense specialists assist with sample collection, focus on beetle tissue samples and secretions. The lab needs these. Once the warrior's injuries stabilize, immediately commence perimeter patrols. Shi Huai's voice was hoarse yet steady as his orders fell into place. Everyone, we've won this battle, but it's far too early to relax. Maintain maximum alert. The moment his words fell, everyone sprang into action. Healers took a moment to steady themselves, soft halos glowing from their palms as they approached the wounded. Purifiers and defenders worked in seamless coordination, processing the insect carcasses and decontaminating the area. Warriors, bandages secured, gripped their weapons and headed for the perimeter. Lin sat alone to the side, not participating in the follow-up tasks. His consciousness sank deep into contemplation, repeatedly comparing the giant dung beetle from moments ago with the colossal centipede encountered earlier. A disturbing similarity existed between these two mutated insectoid creatures. His acute perception stemmed largely from the tree of life awakening within him. Those seemingly delicate branches possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to the emotional and mental fluctuations of living beings. Though not as potent as Jean Fatso's direct life-state perception awakened profession, when in contact with living beings, the Tree of Life's branches could often capture the target's surface and even deep-seated emotional surges and mental tremors. This ability often detected differences in abnormal mutations that were imperceptible to the naked eye. The emotions transmitted by these two mutated insectoids were startlingly consistent. During the encounter with the first giant centipede, I hadn't been able to touch it directly while it was alive, only extending my branches discreetly after its death. Though the lingering emotions were faint, he could still sense the surging savagery and rampage within them, a chaotic, frenzied mental turbulence. Perhaps this was linked to its frenzied state before death. But with this dung beetle, from the very first contact, he had clearly sensed the near-boiling savagery and madness within its body. Lin had never encountered mutated insectoids before, but he had dealt with many other mutated creatures. Whether colossal mutated beasts or sinister altered plants, they were either vicious or sinister, yet none had ever possessed such pure and extreme savagery. This didn't feel like innate savagery. Rather, it resembled a mental collapse driven to the brink of despair. The frenzied mental fluctuations emanating from these insects felt primal and raw, as if not entirely their own volition. They seemed to have endured some unspeakable torment, already teetering on the brink of collapse. "What's wrong with you?" Suddenly, Lin En was interrupted by a voice. Looking up, he saw Shi Huai staring at him with a puzzled expression. As Lin En looked up, Shi Huai frowned almost imperceptibly and asked, "Do you sense something unusual?" Lin En's pupils flinched for an instant. Such keen observation. Lin En shook his head. "I was just reviewing the battle. Looking for areas where I can improve." Shi Huai gave a slight nod, choosing not to press further. Chapter 141, Sand Scorpion. After a period of rest following their busy work, the group once again checked their surroundings under Shi Huai's command to ensure no other insectoid creatures lurked nearby before continuing their exploration inward. The surrounding temperature gradually rose, no longer as bitterly cold as before. As the sun rose, the heat intensified. Endless stretches of sand stretched out, occasionally punctuated by towering oddly shaped rocks. Heat waves shimmered and distorted the landscape. The group gradually shed the extra layers they had donned earlier, even the lighter garments. Heat waves rolled in relentlessly. Just as everyone felt exhausted, a rustling sound came from the distant sands. The sound grew denser, as if some creature was moving. "Alert!" Shi Huai barked the command. Instantly, everyone drew their weapons, eyes darting warily around the perimeter. The moment the command fell, the rustling sounds around them amplified exponentially. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sand beneath their feet began to tremble, though the intensity was not overwhelming. Compared to the two large-scale mutant insect invasions Lin En had experienced before, it wasn't particularly severe. "Left rear!" Fat Jean suddenly bellowed, and instantly, all eyes darted in that direction. In that instant, over 20 sand scorpions, each as large as a full-grown teddy bear, burst from the ground. They charged straight toward the group with single-minded purpose. Their shells glowed a dark crimson, and the hooks on their tails emitted an eerie red light. Like the previous insectoid creatures, their compound eyes shimmered an unnatural scarlet. Their speed was astonishing, more than twice as fast as the agile little centipedes Lin En had encountered before. In the blink of an eye, they closed in and launched their attack. The closest warriors instinctively adjusted their formation, charging forward with weapons raised. The other awakened, unsuited for close combat, swiftly fell back, ceding the front lines to the agile warriors. They seamlessly reformed their previous formation, adopting the same tactical array used against the giant dung beetles. Thud! 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 The frontline warriors' blows struck the sand scorpions, producing a series of thuds, yet this did nothing to halt the scorpions' advance. Instead, they slammed their tail hooks into the ground, launching themselves into the air to pounce on the nearest targets. Ah! Some reacted too late, stunned by the sand scorpion's unexpected flight, frozen for a split second. In that split second, the sand scorpions pounced upon them. Before they could even strike the scorpions away, the venomous hooks had already sunk deep into their flesh. They couldn't help but let out agonized screams. Those pierced contorted in agony, their bodies stiffening. Those with iron willpower gritted their teeth, forcing themselves to shake off the scorpions despite the pain and partial paralysis, then swung their weapons at them. Those with weaker resolve could only endure as the sand scorpions repeatedly lashed their stingers against their bodies. They stood frozen in place, unable to move, even as other sand scorpions swarmed toward them. Those behind them sensed something was terribly wrong. Shi Huai's brow furrowed deeply as he bellowed, "Quick! All warriors fall back! Defensive units, form a defensive formation! Don't let the sand scorpions in! Now!" Instantly, uninjured warriors rushed to the nearest wounded comrades, flicking sand scorpions off their bodies and dragging them back into the defensive formation. In that single exchange, only 3 or 4 scorpions fell dead. Yet 8 of their own were wounded, 5 of them stiff with fear, unable to move. Multicolored magical attacks relentlessly struck the sand scorpions, filling the air with the sound of thuds and explosions as sand swirled everywhere. As if sensing the barrier, the sand scorpions kept soaring into the air, striking with their tail hooks. Lin En was among the warriors who had just charged back. He had experienced the hardness of these sand scorpion shells firsthand, truly formidable, a level of toughness that even he found troublesome. Their hardness was comparable to the thickness of giant centipede shells. These sand scorpions were more agile than giant centipedes, and there were so many of them. They could even take flight, and their tail hooks carried venom. Lin's gaze fell upon the warriors who had been quickly neutralized, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The venom on the sand scorpion's tail hooks seemed to be a less potent mutation, not overly toxic. At least there was one less terrible thing to worry about. Lin En took a few steps forward, flinging the branch in his hand forward. It instantly pierced through the defensive barrier and trapped a sand scorpion. The sand scorpion instantly lashed out with its tail hook, attacking the branch that bound it. The branch wrapped around it tightly. Its tail hook could only make a slight, shallow arc, unable to touch the branch at all. The sand scorpion thrashed its body frantically. Hiss! Hiss! The sand scorpion kept swaying its body, emitting a series of hissing sounds. Lin En narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the sand scorpion, the sharp thorns on the branch in his hand instantly growing longer. Thud! 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 The spikes pierced through its shell, sinking deep into its body. Snap! Snap! The twig tightened again. In the blink of an eye, the sand scorpion was crushed into several pieces by Lin's grip, its life extinguished instantly. Simultaneously, the other bases also emitted thudding sounds. Soon, a portion of the sand scorpions had been dealt with. Sand scorpions weren't particularly suited for close combat, but in this sustained long-range battle, they were much easier to deal with. In just over 10 minutes, the entire swarm of sand scorpions was wiped out. A field of sand scorpion remains lay scattered, their black blood seeping into the sand. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Jean the Fatso led his men on a sweep of the surrounding area. They returned. Nothing left. The group breathed a sigh of relief once more. One warrior couldn't help but speak up. This was way too easy, wasn't it? You bet. I hope everything else we run into is this easy. Ha 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 ha. That'd be awesome. The others chuckled in agreement. At that moment, they didn't feel too exhausted. It seemed the recent battle had washed away their fatigue, and the team's atmosphere had become much livelier. Yet Lin En felt an unusual heaviness in his heart. Ever since he killed the first sand scorpion, he'd sensed that same savage fury they'd carried before their departure, a fury tinged with profound agony, as if fighting was the only way they could find relief. This was identical to the mutated insectoids they had encountered before. They all carried that same emotion forced upon them, tormenting them to the point of madness, driving them to attack and vent their agony. If it were just a few isolated cases, one might call it coincidence. But one after another? Could it still be coincidence? Lin's brow furrowed as he stared at the scattered remains of the sand scorpion in the distance, his expression growing increasingly grave. Chapter 142, Hardship. Lin En's expression was too obvious, standing out starkly against the relaxed and cheerful atmosphere around him. It didn't take long for others to notice. Chi Huai frowned at Lin En, stepping before him and asking, "What did you notice?" Lin En's gaze shifted to Chi Huai. This was the second time he'd been asked. Last time, Lin En hadn't spoken up, thinking it might just be a coincidence. But this time, Lin took a deep breath and looked at Chi Huai. "My tree of life can sense the emotions of the mutated creatures. It's not very clear, but I can discern some things." Chi Huai frowned, puzzled. What was so important about sensing the emotions of mutant creatures? How did their feelings relate to their mission, warranting Lin En's expression? "Explain yourself." Chi Huai didn't understand, but he didn't voice his confusion. Lin En's gaze shifted to the corpses of the sand scorpions. "These mutated insects' emotions feel off. I sense their emotions are the same as those from before." This remark left not only Chi Huai utterly bewildered, but everyone else equally perplexed. Those insects were already attacking them, what else could they be but savage? Monsters attacking humans was perfectly normal, what else could there be? Most of them had heard about the ferocity of beasts since birth. From the moment they awoke as professionals, they'd been fighting these creatures. What else could there be? Was he suggesting those insects had gentle hearts all along, and actually wanted to befriend them? The mere thought sent shivers down some spines. Those insects were savage, one and all, charging straight at them. Red light blazed in their eyes, and their sounds clearly signaled an impending attack. Everyone stared at Lin En with utter bewilderment. A momentary silence fell over the area. All eyes were fixed on Lin En, and everyone even stopped what they were doing. Lin En's gaze remained fixed on the sand scorpion on the ground as he spoke slowly. Their emotions are almost frenzied, as if they're completely unhinged. They charge at anyone they see, seemingly trying to vent their frustration. They're being forced to attack people. Lin En scanned the others. If only the sand scorpion earlier had been like this, I wouldn't have mentioned it. But it's not just that one. I fear every type of mutated insectoid we've encountered shares this same state. They all exhibit identical emotions. Doesn't this strike you as strange? The others listened to Lin En's words, their expressions still deeply puzzled. Could it be that they're affected by the magnetic field here? Maybe after mutating, they react differently to the magnetic field here than before. They can't handle it anymore. That makes sense. That's precisely why their emotional states are so unstable. Someone proposed an idea, and the others nodded in agreement. Shi Huai's brow furrowed, his expression grave. Lin En's account was somewhat suspicious, and the other team members' explanations, while somewhat far-fetched, weren't entirely implausible. Shi Huai approached the carcass of a sand scorpion and kicked its shell. The scorpion showed no signs of abnormality, it appeared to have merely grown significantly larger, with differences likely limited to speed and shell hardness. Shi Huai was still at a loss. But the appearance of mutated insects in this sandy terrain, which had never been infested before, coupled with their earlier encounter of insects not native to this area, clearly signaled something was amiss. At this juncture, even the slightest hint of doubt should be magnified and scrutinized. Otherwise, they might stumble over something hidden in plain sight. Shi Huai turned to Lin En. If we encounter the insectoid race again, keep an eye out. Lin En gave a slight nod. The slightly relaxed expressions on the others' faces instantly turned serious. Captain Shi, what exactly are you implying? Are you suggesting his story is suspicious? Then we should. Shi Huai observed the expressions on everyone's faces, raised a hand to silence them, and spoke with grave seriousness. Everyone, don't panic. I haven't noticed anything either. It's just that in our current situation, we need to pay attention to any unusual details. Hearing Shi Huai's words, the others visibly relaxed. After Shi Huai spoke a few more words, the tension eased slightly among the group, but only slightly. After all, if Lin En's claim about something unusual held true, it would mean someone was likely manipulating events behind the scenes, that the insectoid creatures here were man-made. Insectoid mutations were terrifying. The guild had already endured a brutal campaign to eradicate them before, though many present hadn't lived through it. But anyone with even a basic understanding knew insectoid mutations were no trivial matter. To possess such a name with such a sinister reputation, and to be capable of creating mutated insectoids. What kind of person must that be? Deeply corrupt? Devoid of humanity? No one could fathom the depths of their twisted psyche. The group composed themselves and resumed clearing the battlefield. After disposing of the sand scorpion carcasses, the group set out once more, though the atmosphere had shifted irrevocably. A thick fog seemed to shroud the path ahead, and the scorching, rolling sands now felt like a heavy weight pressing down on their hearts. Over the next few hours, they explored most of the strange rock formations and sandy terrain. They even ventured to the outskirts, where they encountered a group setting up a barrier. The most unusual occurrence was their encounters with several types of mutated insectoids along the way. The most troublesome were a species of corrosive moths. These mutated creatures proved even more formidable than the larger mutated insectoids. They managed to corrode even the branches of Lin's life tree. Those moths gave the group a real beating, resulting in previously unseen severe injuries. A defensive class had one shoulder corroded, along with a large, mangled patch of flesh on the same arm. Another had a large chunk of their face destroyed, and then there was. In this single battle alone, the healers had already consumed 3 rounds of healing supplies. After finally clearing that swarm of moths, everyone felt utterly exhausted. Some collapsed directly onto the sand, gasping for breath. But their respite was short-lived. Another swarm of mutated hornets appeared. Fortunately, they weren't too difficult to handle. After dealing with them, the group dared not linger. They hastily cleaned up the battlefield and immediately departed the area. They didn't dare stop to rest until they were a considerable distance away, though no one truly relaxed their vigilance. This time, Shi Huai didn't need to urge them to take the spirit energy supplements, they all took them proactively. Shi Huai offered Lin En 2 more doses, but Lin En declined them both. The spirit energy replenishment pills were actually extremely expensive. Shi Huai likely hadn't brought many, so it was best to save them for him. When Lin En stubbornly refused, Shi Huai tried to force one into his hand. This time, Lin En dodged swiftly. Chapter 143, The Final Zone. Shi Huai tried to reason with him, but Lin En bluntly stated he had his own stamina restoring pills. Seeing Lin En in such good condition, Shi Huai reluctantly withdrew his offer. After all, he usually didn't carry large quantities of such items. Such heavy consumption was truly rare, and his own supply was nearly depleted. Lin En, of course, possessed no such spirit energy replenishing pills. He simply consumed the dewdrops. Though the others had also taken spirit energy restoring pills, the mental exhaustion remained impossible to shake. They had journeyed from midnight until sunset, managing only brief respites along the way. In truth, they hadn't rested for even 2 solid hours. Even the most resilient among them couldn't escape exhaustion. Up ahead lies the final section. Shi Huai took a deep breath after speaking. I know everyone feels exhausted now. We only have this last area left. Once we finish exploring here, we can head back. No one responded, but no one objected either. Exhaustion had robbed them of the energy for anything extra, even conversation. Shi Huai understood their silence and didn't press the issue. His gaze shifted to Lin En, who was leaning against a large boulder. About earlier. Before Shi Huai could finish, Lin En understood what he meant. It's the same. It's all the same. Shi Huai's heart sank. Lin En's gaze drifted into the distance. He too felt the same exhaustion now. Even though his spiritual energy was abundant, his physical strength was depleted, and the psychological fatigue grew heavier and heavier. This was the first time Lin En had encountered such a situation. Lin En's gaze fell upon the final patch of land in the distance. It was an area obscured by a forest of bizarre rocks. From their position, they couldn't see what lay within. From afar, the stone forest appeared eerily silent, instilling an immediate sense of unease and dread in anyone who looked upon it. It seemed to harbor something terrifying within. Lin took a deep breath, closed her eyes tightly, hoping it was all just her imagination. The final area here was a safe zone. Let's go. Shi Huai didn't hesitate for long. Though his complexion was equally grim, he rose first. His shadow stretched long across the ground, as if marking the time they'd spent here. The group moved in silence, not a word spoken. Each person silently took their assigned position. The entire group advanced slowly, heading toward that final unknown territory. As they passed through the stone forest, the final expanse finally came into view. This area was almost entirely surrounded by bizarrely shaped stone pillars. The center was bare sand, devoid of anything, resembling a natural arena. Almost from the moment they entered this area, everyone felt an uneasy foreboding. A bone-chilling sensation gripped them, and the further they ventured inward, the more their hairs stood on end. Their pace slowed steadily, gradually. Stop! After taking a few steps out, Shi Huai abruptly halted everyone's progress. His gaze shifted to the plump man named Jean standing nearby. Jean Fat shook his head. There are no signs of life activity in the sand ahead. The group breathed a sigh of relief, yet their hearts still raced. If there was truly nothing there, why did they still feel that bone-chilling dread? Could it be that this final stretch was merely a figment of their own imagination? Was that it? Shi Huai's brows furrowed deeply, his expression grave. After a long pause, he spoke, only sand? What about the surrounding areas? Jean Fatso looked at Shi Huai in confusion. Everything we encountered came out of the sand. Even those moths emerged from the sand. It should be. No should. Jean Fatso shut his mouth instantly at Shi Huai's sharp rebuke, redirecting his spiritual energy toward the surrounding grove of strange rocks. In an instant, Jean Fat's face drained of color. Swish! 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 Almost simultaneously, everyone drew their weapons, their expressions grim as they stared intently at the towering, bizarre rock formations surrounding them. Shi Huai swiftly grabbed Jean Pangzi's arm and growled in a low voice. What did you see? Jean Pangzi stiffly turned his head toward Shi Huai, his lips trembling as he stammered, there are so many things, so many. At these words, the expressions of everyone present changed instantly. How many could make Jean Pangzi's face go pale? Could it be more than what they had just encountered? The expressions on everyone's faces turned grim. If there truly were that many, could they really walk out of this sandy expanse unscathed? Rustle, rustle. A faint, dense rustling suddenly emanated from the eerie rock formations around them. It sounded like insects crawling, countless insects, moving in unison. The group's expressions darkened as they scanned their surroundings, eyes brimming with wariness. Thud! A fragment of rock fell. It felt like a starting signal. In an instant, a swarm of crimson ants poured out from the bizarre rocks, filling the sky. Their vivid red hue outshone even the sunset's crimson glow. In that split second, everyone's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't the start of a battle, they were being surrounded by enemies. Each ant was as large as an adult's palm, entirely crimson from head to toe, even their eyes glowing red. As they moved, a constant crackling sound filled the air, like the trumpet call of an advancing army. Shi Huai's brow furrowed deeper. Taking a deep breath, he commanded, "Form ranks. Fight. This is the final stronghold. We cannot retreat. Charge." Aya. Almost the instant Chi Huai's words fell, the warriors charged forward. The charging warriors were instantly swallowed by the sea of red ants. Mages and archers swiftly provided ranged support, with some mages even charging into the front lines. The battle became fiercely contested almost from the start. Not only were these red ants numerous, but they possessed their own intelligence. They coordinated their attacks with strategic formations. The moment a portion of the ants fell, reinforcements immediately closed the gap. Their speed of action was astonishingly swift. Soon, warriors were wounded. Piercing screams echoed. Fortunately, though they had grown larger and possessed coordinated combat intelligence, their bodies didn't seem significantly strengthened. Killing them wasn't too difficult. But there were too many, far too many. They knew how to dodge and coordinate their attacks. In no time, several more men were wounded. Even if the wounds weren't severe, the increasing frequency of injuries was taking its toll on the warriors. Chapter 144, Out of Control. The moment Linen shot out like an arrow, she was instantly surrounded by red ants. All he could see were fiery red ants charging relentlessly forward, their bodies rubbing together with a constant crackling sound. The branches in Linen's hands whipped wildly like dancing serpents as he charged toward the swarm. Crack! 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 The sound was urgent, without a moment's pause. The sharp thorns on the branches had protruded from the start. Linen dared not hold back her strength, striving for maximum force with every strike to inflict the greatest damage on the ants caught in the blast. As Linen relentlessly struck the surrounding red ants, in a blind spot he hadn't noticed, a dozen red ants displayed astonishing coordination, beginning to stack themselves into a human pyramid. Wobbling precariously as they rose higher, the top ant fixed its compound eyes on Linen, jaws already splayed, poised to strike. A dozen ants piled atop one another, swaying precariously. Watch out behind you on the left. A sharp shout rang out from his right rear. Almost instinctively, before he could even process the warning's source or intent, his body reacted before his mind could register it. He spun halfway around, lashing out with a branch in his hand, channeling immense psychic energy. Snap! Snap! Crack! The lowest few red ants were instantly struck, their shells shattering as juices spattered everywhere. The entire ant tower collapsed with a thunderous crash. Yet that same branch instantly sent two red ants flying. Linen's pupils contracted sharply as his mind raced. Without relaxing his attacks on other directions, he swiftly split off two branches to strike at the two flying ants, intent on eliminating them. Crack! One branch shattered one of the red ants, its shell cracking instantly as it fell silent. As another branch neared the second red ant, it suddenly curled its body mid-air. Using the rotational momentum from its own flight, it rolled twice in mid-air, forcibly evading the branch's swing. Using the momentum from its tumbling descent, the red ant traced an impossibly precise, sharply angled arc through the air, pinpointing its target, the wrist that had just lowered after swinging the branch. Crunch! The red ant sank its jaws into Ling Yin's wrist. The sudden sting made him snap his head around, eyes wide. He saw the ant's mandibles deeply embedded in his flesh, its dark red head still twitching frantically, trying to tear open a larger wound. Linen whipped his arm violently, flinging the red ant away. Blood gushed from his wrist, revealing a horrifying wound. A small chunk of flesh had been torn away. Lin sucked in a sharp breath from the pain. The pain from this red ant's bite was more intense than any other insect had inflicted before. It was a searing agony, a blend of tearing and sharp piercing. Lin felt as if his wrist had been seared by a red-hot branding iron, then instantly struck by high-voltage electricity, leaving his entire arm numb. This pain was unlike any insect bite he'd encountered before, a numbing sensation that seemed to eat away at his nerves, mingled with agony. In the next instant, a healing aura descended upon Linyu, instantly forming a scab over the wound on his wrist. Without pausing for a moment, Lin swiftly swung the branch again, this time daring not to let his guard down. The red ants seemed possessed by a death-defying frenzy, charging forward relentlessly. Beneath this seemingly frenzied assault lay astonishing tactical coordination and individual adaptability. It was as if they were possessed by a hollow madness, convinced that unless they devoured the humans before them, they themselves would meet a grim fate. More and more people were injured, and the medics in the rear were becoming overwhelmed. The battle situation was now extremely unfavorable for them, and Chi Huai's expression was particularly grim. He himself was now completely surrounded. Trapped within the red ants' encirclement. The battle spiraled out of control. Hold the line. Healers, tend to the critically wounded immediately. Hurry! Chi Huai's voice was nearly hoarse. He had lost count of how many times he had shouted in anger. The situation remained dire. Even adjusting combat tactics brought no improvement whatsoever. As time ticked away, the group's morale was plummeting, yet the red ants kept pouring in, seemingly endless. No matter how many they killed, replacements would rush in just as quickly. The sheer number of red ants was impossible to gauge with the naked eye. Even Jean Pingxi's heightened life-sensing ability could only perceive a sea of red ants stretching as far as the eye could see, making their quantity utterly unimaginable. Witnessing this relentless tide of red ants, the group's mental state began to unravel. No matter how fiercely they hacked and killed, no matter how many they eliminated, the swarm showed no sign of diminishing. Under such circumstances, who could maintain composure and avoid losing their balance? As their composure crumbled, injuries became increasingly frequent. Seeing this, Jihui felt panic rising within him. He fiercely struck down several red ants nearby, then swiftly retreated behind the defensive-type professionals who were still barely holding up the protective formation. He quickly pulled out a signal flare and lit the fuse. Whoosh! A blinding beam of multicolored light shot skyward. Boom! The beam detonated at its zenith, exploding into a massive, dazzling burst of multicolored fireworks. This flare differed from the ones Lin had seen carried by Zhuo Yao and the others. Its explosion produced larger fireworks that lasted longer, soaring to a significantly greater height. Chi Hui, his face smeared with blood, sweat, and resolve, shouted at the struggling defenders, "Hold on. The signal is out. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Just hold on a little longer. Just a little longer. Think of Jiangqing, our families, loved ones, and friends who still need our protection. We absolutely cannot let these red ants escape. Otherwise, endless calamity will follow. For the sake of our loved ones, we must hold this ground. Fight to the end." After roaring these final words, Chi Hui took a deep breath of the blood-soaked air. Without hesitation, he plunged once more into the crimson tide of insects to fight. Amidst the crimson sea, dozens of fighters engaged the surrounding red ants without pause, not daring to relax for even a moment. Even though they were pushed to their limits, they kept swinging their weapons and unleashing skills, their movements mechanical. Rat-a-tat-tat. Suddenly, a frantic cry echoed from the distance. The sound was barely discernible amidst the constant crackling of the red ants, and the group had no time to spare. Chapter 145, Reinforcements. The moment the reinforcements entered through the entrance, there was a brief pause. The scene before everyone's eyes turned blood red. Wails, roars, and the clanging of shells colliding. It resembled a scene from Purgatory. Kill! A low growl erupted as dozens of warriors charged into the swarm of insects. The professionals behind them raised a protective shield and advanced rapidly. Spells rained down from the sky, striking precisely at the densest areas of the swarm. The vanguard heard the voices behind them, their eyes filling with delight. Reinforcements! Reinforcements are here! In that instant, it felt like drinking ice-cold refreshment on the coldest day of winter. They felt alive again. They had hoped to survive. They could survive. In that moment, a single thought filled every heart. Even though their bodies bore countless wounds, they were equally filled with resolve. The mass influx of professionals instantly turned the tide of battle. Faced with overwhelming force, the red ants, despite their frenzied attacks, could not withstand the onslaught. The vast swarm of red ants dwindled at a visible rate. A kaleidoscope of techniques exploded across the battlefield, accompanied by the constant clamor of combat. The battle finally concluded half an hour after the reinforcements arrived. Thud! As the last red ant was slain, the crowd erupted in an almost instinctive cheer. They're dead. All of them. We've killed every single mutated insectoid. As the group shouted in triumph, the members of Chi Hui's squad could barely stand. Lin En was no exception. His body felt limp, his physical and spiritual energy severely depleted, darkness swirling before his eyes. He couldn't even remember how many drops of dew he'd consumed to keep himself going this long. Now, he couldn't even manage to produce another drop. This sensation of pushing his body to its absolute limit was something Lin En had never experienced before. Lin En's body swayed, then suddenly a hand grabbed his arm. "Lin!" A woman's voice rang out. The next moment, Lin felt something pressed against his lips. "Eat it!" Lin En's mind was spinning. He was barely holding on. Everyone here should be on his side, right? No one would drug him, would they? Lin's mind raced with wild thoughts, yet his body moved of its own accord. The object in his mouth was shoved deep inside, releasing a faint medicinal scent mingled with fruitiness. A pill to replenish spiritual energy? The thought flashed through Lin En's mind instinctively. The next moment, Lin En felt the depleted spiritual energy within his body gradually resurface, as the spiritual energy in the air automatically gathered and flowed into his body. His dazed mind cleared within moments, though his body remained exceptionally weak. Nearly half his weight rested on the person supporting him. He was half dragged, half pulled forward. Lin lifted his head slightly and saw a familiar profile. "Zhuo Yiyao? Weren't you supposed to have gone back?" Zhuo Yiyao turned to look at Lin En. "Feeling any better?" Lin En nodded slightly. "My spiritual energy has recovered somewhat, but my body is utterly drained." Enough, no more talking. Nearly all of you have pushed your bodies to the absolute limit. Just rest properly. The rest will be handled by those coming later. No need to worry." Lin En's words were cut off before he could finish by Zhuo Yiyao. Lin En tugged at the corner of his mouth. In his current state, even simple tasks felt like a struggle. Lin En was led outside to an open area. Sitting on the ground, his spiritual energy was nearly restored. Instinctively, he reached for the dee-dee-doo, but the moment his hand rose, Zhuo Yiyao grabbed it. "Everyone's recovery is slow. Don't worry, you're not the only one like this." Lin En snapped his head up, locking eyes with Zhuo Yiyao. As their gazes met, he felt the pressure on his wrist intensify for a split second before easing back to normal. Buzz. Lin felt his head spin. A buzzing filled her mind. How foolish of her to act this way now. Zhuo Yiyao released her grip and Lin lowered his hand. Yes, just get some rest and you'll be fine. Zhuo Yiyao nodded slightly, a hint of warmth spreading across her face. Her gaze fell upon the spot on Lin's right arm where blood was still seeping out, and a flicker of concern crossed her eyes. Crouching beside him, she retrieved her first aid kit. I'll apply some medicine. This might sting a bit. Lin shook his head. It's no big deal. It's just bleeding because I moved it earlier. It'll stop soon. Those red ants aren't poisonous anyway. Zhuo Yiyao shot him a disapproving look and grabbed his arm firmly. What do you mean it'll stop bleeding soon? It's bleeding now. She tore open the fabric covering his wound and began rinsing it with antiseptic. Ugh. Lin sucked in a sharp breath. He instinctively looked down at the wound. Unbeknownst to him, tiny grains of sand had embedded themselves in the cut. Washing them out now stung quite a bit. Zhuo Yiyao looked up at Lin in confusion, withdrawing the medicated solution from her hand. This medicine hurts? That shouldn't be the case. Lin shook his head. It's not the medicine. Those little stones went in pretty deep. It really stings. Zhuo Yiyao suddenly understood. She looked at Lin and said, then I'll keep cleaning your wound. Alright. Lin gazed at Zhuo Yiyao's face mere inches away, and a smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of his mouth. Whoa! She sucked in a sharp breath almost instantly, her expression twisting for a moment. Zhuo Yiyao frowned slightly at the gash on Lin's left cheek. Stop making faces and behave yourself. Fine. I'll do whatever you say. The tone carried a hint of indulgence, causing Zhuo Yiyao's expression to flicker with momentary panic. She immediately averted her gaze from Lin's eyes and quickly lowered her head. I'll tend to your wound. It should be your turn for treatment soon. Don't worry, there won't be any scars left on your face. I'm a man. Scars don't matter to me. Lin's tone was indifferent, prompting Zhuo Yiyao to glance up at him with displeasure. How could it not matter? Scars are ugly. Ugly? You'd look down on me? Lin's voice was soft, sounding almost disappointed, yet tinged with unease. Zhuo Yiyao immediately denied it. No. You mean it's not ugly? Or, you wouldn't mind? Lin's eyes locked onto Zhuo Yiyao's as he leaned in slightly closer, his voice soft, his gaze fixed intently on hers. Zhuo Yiyao flinched at Lin's sudden proximity, her expression visibly flustered for a moment. Chapter 146, Are you kidding me? Zhuo Yiyao swallowed nervously, momentarily unable to speak. Lin stepped back, a flicker of hurt crossing his face. It is a bit ugly, isn't it? But it doesn't matter. No one's looking anyway. A man's appearance? Rough around the edges is fine. Nobody really cares. Anyway. You're talking nonsense. Before Lin could finish, Zhuo Yiyao cut him off, her expression brimming with indignation. What? Zhuo Yiyao suddenly cupped Lin's face, her expression serious as she looked at him. It matters. Because someone cares about you. And you're not ugly even with scars, you're still handsome. It was the first time Lin had ever had his face cupped like this, with only a fist's width separating him from Zhuo Yiyao. Staring into those eyes so close, Lin blurted out instinctively, who cares? Me. Zhuo Yiyao blurted out without hesitation. The words hung in the air, stunning both of them. They locked eyes, neither speaking. You too. A sudden voice drew near, causing them to practically jump apart in an instant. The newcomer, startled by their sudden movement, looked at them apologetically. My apologies. I didn't mean to interrupt. They immediately waved their hands, saying in unison, no. After exchanging a glance, they quickly looked away. The newcomer couldn't help but chuckle. I'll hurry with the treatment so I don't keep you two from catching up. Both felt a bit embarrassed by the remark. Lin glanced at Zhuo Yiyao, hesitated, then turned to the person in front of him and said, You misunderstood. We're not. Alright, whatever you say. Once I finish treating you, I still have others to see. Lin's words were cut off before he could finish. A healing aura enveloped Lin, swiftly treating most of his wounds. A few of your wounds are quite severe and might leave scars. The injury on your arm is already well treated, no need for further cleaning. Would you like a recommendation for scar removal? After withdrawing the spiritual energy, the other person spoke. Lin almost instinctively glanced at Zhuo Yiyao before immediately averting his gaze, reaching out to touch his face. He managed to say, It's the scar on my face. Of course not. Those minor scratches couldn't possibly leave scars that would be an insult to my abilities. The other person raised an eyebrow slightly, immediately dismissing the notion. Lin felt the spot on his face where the scar had been now smooth as glass, not a trace of injury remaining. Leave me a contact for scar removal. Zhuo Yiyao spoke up first, and the other person readily handed over a business card. Zhuo Yiyao handed the card to Lin, who accepted it with a low murmur. Do you mind scars? Not at all. Zhuo Yao hurriedly explained, her panic causing her to grab Lin En's arm. I wouldn't mind at all. I only asked for that scar removal contact in case you wanted to get it removed yourself, or... Lin En suddenly looked up at Zhuo Yao and smiled. Or what? Or if my face gets injured again in the future, so I can get it treated? Zhuo Yao knew from the smile on Lin En's face that he was deliberately teasing her. She immediately pushed his arm away and glared at him. You're teasing me on purpose. Oomph. I'm ignoring you. Lin En quickly suppressed his smile and leaned in closer. No. I'm sorry. I won't do it again, okay? What does this have to do with me? I can't control you. Zhuo Yao pouted, her cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel, looking thoroughly annoyed. Her almond-shaped eyes were wide and round, making it impossible for Lin En to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. So adorable. That single thought filled Lin En's mind, even making him want to reach out and pinch her cheeks. Especially when he heard the upward inflection at the end of her sentences, it felt like feathers tickling his heart. You. Lin En. Before Lin En could finish her sentence, Chi Huai's voice called out from afar. Lin looked up and saw him waving at her. Turning to look at Zhuo Yao, the words she had been about to say were abruptly swallowed back. Taking a deep breath, he said, I'll go over there first. Lin stood up and walked briskly over to Chi Huai. Several people stood beside Chi Huai, led by the man who had commanded the rescue mission. His gaze toward Lin En was notably stern. Lin En, what's this? Is this the one whose insectoid mental connection you sensed was problematic? The man didn't give Chi Huai time to introduce him, cutting him off to address Lin En directly. His gaze was piercing, making Lin En's heart skip a beat. That gaze was occasionally a bit fierce? Still, Lin En didn't dwell on it. Perhaps this person simply approached such abnormal situations with solemnity and earnestness. Yes. My awakened profession allows me to sense certain things. It's an innate ability, not a special skill. My analysis might not be entirely accurate. You dare say it's incomplete? It's better to boldly raise questions and carefully verify them. Even if it turns out to be a misunderstanding in the end, it's far better than overlooking a real problem. Lin En's tone remained neither humble nor arrogant, showing no softening despite the other's sharp demeanor. The other person raised an eyebrow slightly, their gaze sweeping over Lin En. Specify what you mean. The tone softened slightly, though the expression remained unsmiling. Chi Huai glanced at Lin En, then at the other person. His peripheral vision caught Zhuo Yao, who had been sitting in Lin En's previous spot. He fell silent. A fleeting look of sympathy crossed his eyes as they met Lin Yuan's, but it vanished quickly as he turned his full attention to listening intently. Lin En recalled all the insectoids he'd encountered over the past 2 days, summarizing before speaking, nearly all the insectoids are emotionally shattered. They seem compelled to attack humans, as if mentally commanded. If they don't attack people, something abnormal happens. They are in immense agony, as this isn't even their instinct, yet they have no way to resist. Lin paused before adding, it's like a form of mental suggestion, defying biological instinct. Yet they haven't completely lost control of their bodies. It's more like a state of mental division, half unwilling, half compelled. The unwilling half, if resisting strongly, would suffer some consequence, forcing them to comply. It's deeply fractured. Mind manipulator? After Lin En finished speaking, the other person frowned deeply, his expression turning grim. Lin En nodded slightly. I believe someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes. This matter must not be disclosed. Understood. Chapter 147, Debt Collection. We agreed on 2 weeks. It's only been 10 days. The deadline hasn't even arrived yet. You showing up now, isn't that a bit unreasonable? Yu Shu stood with her hands on her hips at the entrance of an apartment building. A sparse crowd gathered in the hallway, with others craning their necks to watch the commotion from afar. Facing Yu Shu stood 3 rough-looking men. The leader was tall and burly, his muscular build imposing and intimidating. His 2 henchmen stood beside him, each holding an axe, their chins slightly raised, expressions fierce. Who agreed to 2 weeks? 10 days. 10 days flat. Pay up now. No cash? Then hand over your stuff to settle the debt. One of the henchmen stepped forward menacingly, demanding at the top of his lungs. The other wasn't to be outdone, raising his axe and glaring at Yu Shu. You don't look like you've got the cash either. Your family can hand over this house to settle the debt. Bull. Don't push your luck. I'm telling you now, I won't pay you back. Even if I had the money, I wouldn't give it to you. We agreed on half a month, and now you're changing the terms? You're going too far. Yu Shu's voice echoed from ahead, and Lin En could already hear the commotion in the hallway upon arriving. Yu Shu's booming voice cut through the air with jarring clarity, causing Lin En to instinctively frown. What's going on? It sounded like debt collectors. They owed money? Lin En recalled his last meeting with the Yu brothers. They had seemed perfectly fine then. At that thought, Lin En suddenly froze. It seemed, when she'd asked about Suhee that day, both of them had looked rather uncomfortable. Hadn't she already treated Suhee? Could Dilu's treatment have left any lingering issues? It wasn't a fatal injury, after all. Lin En frowned deeply, her gaze sweeping over the crowd to the person surrounded in the center. Instinctively, she lifted her foot to walk over. That sounds like Wei Hu. They didn't borrow money from him, did they? Are you crazy? Who doesn't know what Wei Hu is? He's nothing but a scoundrel. Who introduced them to him? They must have been scammed. Borrowing from Wei Hu? That's a debt you'll never pay off. It's a pit of fire. TSK. I used to deal with the Yu brothers. Can't associate with them anymore. Anyone who gets involved with someone who owes Wei Hu money is asking for trouble. Sighs of regret echoed around them. Yet not a single soul dared step forward to help them or even utter another word. Lin En raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze settling on the man standing before Yu Jian. A burly man flanked by two slightly frilier underlings, an unremarkable trio, seemingly nothing out of the ordinary. Why did they say that once you owed that man money, you could never repay it? Could it be that he was exceptionally powerful? Lin En frowned, pausing his stride as he glanced at the murmuring crowd. He leaned in and asked in a hushed voice, "Who is this Wei Hu? Why does everyone say you can never pay back what you owe him?" The man Lin En addressed immediately turned to face him. "He's not from this neighborhood." Lin En nodded quickly. "Right, not from around here." The man leaned closer to Lin En and whispered, "This Wei Hu has an older brother, Wei Bao. He's notorious around here. Even though the guild forbids deadly fights, Wei Bao is relentless. He'll hunt down anyone who crosses him, leaving no one unscathed. Many have vanished without a trace, not even their bodies were found." Lin En raised an eyebrow slightly. That didn't sound particularly severe. Seeing Lin En's expression, the man quickly added, "Wei Hu is the scum of the earth, a lone shark who preys on the desperate. Once you borrow from him, he'll show up at your doorstep before the agreed-upon date. Even if you repay the principal and interest on time, it's useless. He'll keep coming back for more interest, endlessly. If you refuse to pay, he'll bring thugs to harass you. If you fight back and can't beat him, you're in for a world of hurt. Just get beaten and still have to pay up. But if you could fight him off? That would be even worse. Dare to lay a hand on Wei Bao's brother, and he wouldn't let you off the hook. Aren't they just a pair of thugs? They're pure scoundrels. Doesn't anyone here do anything about them?" The other man's eyes widened in anger. "Who dares? Wei Bao is an SS rank professional. He awakened the king of boxing. His strength is terrifying. One hit from him would crush your skull. Even Wei Hu awakened an A rank divine axe. These brothers have a whole crew of underlings backing them. They don't break the law, so the guild can't find a chance to catch them red-handed." Lin En couldn't help but frown. He stopped listening to the man's words and walked straight ahead. "Hey, where are you going, bro? Don't you dare." Before the man could finish, Lin En had already stepped forward and bellowed, "How much do you owe me?" Yu Shu recognized the familiar voice and immediately turned to look. Seeing Lin En, he felt a mix of surprise and delight, but then remembered the current situation and grew flustered. His lips moved before he finally spoke, "Brother Lin, you're back." Bang! Before Lin En could step inside, a figure suddenly burst out from the doorway. One. Black charged straight out, throwing himself directly at Lin En. His entire body clung to Lin En with such force that he nearly knocked Lin En off his feet. Lin En stumbled back a step before regaining his balance. Black's large head rubbed against Lin En's neck repeatedly. Woof woof woof. The repeated barks seemed to express his longing for Lin. Lin stroked Black's silky fur. "Have you been a good boy lately? No trouble, right?" Black sat obediently beside Lin, his large head now nearly reaching her waist. Woof woof woof. Black shook his head, his large eyes fixed intently on Lin, as if afraid she might vanish at any moment. The dog pressed tightly against Lin, nestling beside her leg. "Whoa! This dog's impressive. What a fine specimen." The moment Wei Hu spotted Black, his eyes lit up. He scanned the dog's body repeatedly, his determined gaze immediately catching Lin's attention. Lin En shot Wei Hu a displeased look, but Wei Hu paid no heed. Wei Hu had already turned to Yu Shu Dao. "Who knew you kept such a fine dog here? Why bother borrowing from me at such high interest rates? You could have just sold this dog to me. I might even have offered you a couple more." Wei Hu's gaze lingered on Black. "But no rush. I've set my sights on this dog. It's mine now, to cover the money I lent you." Without waiting for a reply, he beckoned to his two henchmen beside him. "Let's go. We're taking this dog with us today." Chapter 148, High Interest Loan. "Wei Hu, what nonsense are you spouting? That dog isn't mine. It can't be used to settle the debt." Yu Shu immediately snapped back. Wei Hu's two henchmen halted in their tracks, momentarily unsure whether to advance. Their eyes turned to Wei Hu. Wei Hu frowned slightly, his gaze shifting to Lin En beside Black. "It's yours?" "Yes." After speaking, Lin En no longer looked at Wei Hu, instead turning directly to Yu Shu and demanding, "How much do you owe?" 200,000. 150,000 principal, plus 50,000 in interest over half a month. That's usury. Lin En blurted out almost instinctively upon hearing the figure. That interest rate is ridiculously high. If you earn money too slowly, you'd end up bankrupt trying to pay it back. Lin En's mouth twitched slightly as he turned his gaze to Wei Hu. "I'll pay this debt. Don't bother them again in the future. Wei Hu raised an eyebrow at Lin En's words. Oh? You'll pay it back? No. You don't have to. Brother Lin, I can pay it back myself. My money will be coming in soon. Shut up. Lin En shot Yushu a fierce glare. Yushu opened his mouth to speak, but Lin En's piercing stare silenced him before he could finish. Yushu's eyes flashed red. He took a deep breath before lowering his head. Wei Hu watched the scene unfold, a hint of contemptuous amusement playing on his lips. Fine. Any of you can pay up, I don't care. But I think this dog of yours is rather splendid. How about you give him to me instead? Lin En frowned in displeasure. No way. Wei Hu snorted coldly. Oomph. It's just a dog, yet you defend it so fiercely. I'm offering to let you settle the debt with the dog as a favor to you. Otherwise, how could a dog possibly be worth so much? Don't push your luck. Wei Hu took a few steps forward, his two henchmen following suit. They even raised the axes in their hands. If you don't want the money, then get the hell out of here. Lin En's face turned cold, his eyes dark and fierce. His hand rested on Black's head. Wei Hu's expression darkened instantly as he glared at Lin En. This upstart, who knew where he came from, dared to contradict him. And refuse him in front of so many people? He was literally trampling his face into the dirt. How long had it been since anyone dared to show him such disrespect? A surge of rage welled up within Wei Hu, impossible to suppress. He drew the golden axe from his waist and coldly declared, I'm giving you one last chance. Settle the debt with the dog. Are you willing? No. You ungrateful bastard. Lin En stepped forward, tilting his head slightly as he met Wei Hu's gaze. What can you do to me? Wei Hu's grip on the axe tightened, his teeth grinding audibly, yet he did not swing the blade. The guild's rules explicitly forbade private duels within the city. With so many low-ranking members present, if he struck first, punishment would inevitably follow. Wei Hu took a deep breath, his eyes dark and vicious as he glared at Lin En. Oomph. You're quite the character. I'll remember you. This isn't over. He took a few steps toward Lin En. Ask around the entire New Jiang district, there's nothing I, Wei Hu, can't get my hands on. You'd better pray you're tough enough to survive this. As he turned to leave, Lin En reached out and stopped Wei Hu. Wei Hu whipped his head around, his gaze sharp. What's that supposed to mean? Ha? My brother still owes you money. I'm paying you back. Lin En spoke casually, but Wei Hu felt a surge of irritation, his expression twisting slightly. Forcing down his anger, he spat, this time. 200,000. Lin En gave a cold laugh and turned his head to look at Wei Hu. Bro, I won't even get into how outrageous your loan shark interest rates are. The due date hasn't even rolled around yet, and you're already demanding this much interest. It just doesn't add up. Before Wei Hu could respond, Lin En waved his hand. Alright, I won't quibble over every detail. We'll take the hit on this one. We'll settle it not just this time, but everything. No more. After today, my brothers won't owe you a single penny. Wei Hu's words caught in his throat. His face flushed alternately green and purple, like an overturned painter's palette. The atmosphere grew thick with tension. Those around them held their breath, let alone whispering. The man who had spoken to Lin En earlier retreated to the back. Who could have imagined this sudden stranger would be so bold as to offend Wei Hu? Lin En, the center of the incident, seemed completely oblivious to the subtle tension around him. Hand over the account. Wei Hu took a deep breath, accepted Lin En's money, and turned to leave. Hold on. Lin En once again blocked Wei Hu's path. Wei Hu's eyes widened as he glared at Lin with malice. What else do you want? You. Hand over the IOU. Wei Hu paused, then sneered coldly, I didn't bring it. His smile held a hint of defiance. Yushu's eyes widened as he stormed forward angrily. Wei Hu, what do you think you're doing? Are you trying to renege on the deal? I already gave you the money. Why won't you hand over the IOU? This is dishonest. Wei Hu glanced at Yushu with disdain. Honesty? Ha! Weren't you the ones insisting on paying me back? I recall the note clearly stated collection on the 15th. I came early, but I never said you had to repay me. And I never claimed to have brought the note. This is entirely your misunderstanding, you're the ones pushing to give me the money. Wei Hu glanced at Lin En as he spoke. Why don't you come pick it up from me in a few days? The look on Wei Hu's face was clearly malicious. Yushu bristled with anger, snarling, Wei Hu, don't push your luck. You're not going to renege on the debt now, are you? The money just hit my account. Wei Hu accused Yushu, hey, what's your tone? When did I say I'd renege? I just said you could come get it yourself. If you don't want to come, that's your problem. Lin En glanced at Wei Hu, pulled out his phone, and tapped a few buttons. Since you refuse to produce the IOU, I'll recover this money first. After all, the transfer I just initiated is an instant. Wei Hu's eyes widened instantly. You, what do you mean? Wei Hu immediately checked his account. Sure enough, there was no transfer record, no extra money had appeared. His face twisted in fury as he glared at Lin En, grinding his teeth. You've got some nerve. How dare you play me like this? Lin An looked utterly innocent. Now that's not fair. I wasn't tricking you, I was being honest. It's just that you need to leave yourself some wiggle room. See? It worked out perfectly. Wei Hu's expression shifted repeatedly as he pulled out a piece of paper and flung it at Yushu. Yushu examined it carefully before nodding at Lin En. This is the one I signed. Chapter 149, Coma. Lin En gave a slight nod and tapped on his phone. Ding! Wei Hu's phone immediately buzzed with a payment notification. We're even. Lin En's cold voice rang out. He patted Black beside him, then turned to look at Yushu, lifting his chin slightly. Yushu instantly withdrew his gaze from Wei Hu and the others, immediately stepping forward to open the door and walk inside with Lin En. Bang! The door slammed shut behind Wei Hu and the others, the loud bang causing Wei Hu's expression to shift repeatedly. Damn it, who's that slamming the door for? Bloody hell! Brother Hu, should we? Shut up! Wei Hu growled, glaring at the two men. Think this isn't embarrassing enough? Get out of here! Wei Hu shot a cold glance at the door, a sneer flickering at the corner of his mouth. Yushu, who had been peering through the peephole, dashed back into the room excitedly. They're gone! They're gone! Lin En sat on the sofa, stroking Black's fur with one hand. Black lay obediently at Lin En's feet, his head resting on her lap. Lin En lifted his gaze. Is Suhee seriously injured? Yushu's cheerful expression stiffened slightly. He forced a strained smile, but the words hadn't left his mouth yet. I genuinely considered you friends. If you still won't tell me the truth now, it means you truly don't value our friendship. Then we needn't associate anymore. I don't like playing the fool who chases after things. Lin En's expression was cold, her gaze fixed intently on Yushu. In that instant, Yushu felt immense pressure. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. After a long pause, he sighed and said, she still hasn't woken up. Lin En couldn't help but frown. How could she sustain injuries that severe within the city? Did you go on another mission afterward? Yushu poured Lin En a glass of water, sat down on the sofa, sighed, and slowly recounted their recent ordeal. After returning, they first distributed the money they'd earned among their teammates. Since the guild's exploration mission payouts wouldn't come through quickly, they'd use their own accumulated points to cover expenses in the meantime. But who knew that the family of a former teammate wouldn't let it go? They'd already paid everything they could afford that time, nearly depleting their own funds and burning through most of their points. The family remained unsatisfied, insisting they were somehow responsible and demanding accountability for the family's future livelihood. The situation became extremely ugly. Amidst the heated argument, someone lost their temper and struck out. That shattered what little grace remained. Compounding matters, internal conflicts were forbidden within the city walls. The families involved were punished by the city's enforcers. Though all three were injured, they had no intention of pressing charges. Yet, despite this, the other families harbored resentment. 2 days later, they made a show of weakness, claiming they had been mistaken and wanted to hear more about their own child's situation. The three of them were soft-hearted, after all. That teammate had been with them for many years. They couldn't have felt nothing. With their comrade gone, they'd naturally transferred some of their affection to his family. Little did they know that this very softness would lead to Suhee's. The family lived in a remote area. Along the route they usually took was a secluded spot with no surveillance. It was there they were ambushed, at night. The attackers struck and fled immediately, clearly well prepared. Yushu lost an arm, while Yujian only suffered bruises. But Suhee had been struck on the head and fell into an unconscious state. They sought medical help for Suhee, spending every last point and penny they had, yet she still didn't wake up. To fund the surgery for his arm and continue Suhee's treatment, Yushu turned to loan sharks. Who recommended Wei Hu to you? Lin En suddenly asked after Yushu finished his story. Yushu, who had been rambling on, froze for a moment before scratching his head and replying, just a flyer posted by the entrance. Lin En felt a black line appear over his head, utterly speechless. After a long pause, he finally asked, had you ever seen that flyer posted at the entrance before? Yushu looked confused. I didn't notice it before. Then why did you notice it this time? I heard people passing by mention it. They? As he spoke, Yushu's eyes widened in disbelief. I'd been set up. Yushu abruptly stood up, eyes wide as saucers, his voice rising several pitches. His expression was shockingly genuine. Lin En's mouth twitched. This kid didn't seem dumb before. Why didn't he ask around more? Today, the moment he heard about Wei Hu's modus operandi, something everyone else seemed to know by heart, it became clear they'd previously had zero exposure to such schemes. If they hadn't been exposed to it, how could they have suddenly noticed those small ads precisely when they needed money? Truly, those who don't know where to turn when they need money can't even find the door to a loan shark. Yushu's expression quickly twisted into gritted teeth as he spat out, it must be those bastards. It has to be them. Lin En raised an eyebrow slightly. The ones who beat you up? Any proof? Yushu slumped back onto the sofa, his expression dejected. No. Lin En shook his head and sighed. There was nothing he could do about this situation. They'd been desperate and panicked, the situation too urgent and chaotic, their minds had gone blank, unable to think clearly. Under those circumstances, getting scammed was entirely possible. Linen patted Yushu's shoulder. Alright, don't dwell on it. It's just an extra 50 grand in loan shark money. Next time, remember not to trust those flyers. Take me to see Soo-hee. Where is she? Yushu took a deep breath, suppressing the lingering resentment in his heart, and pointed upstairs. She's on the second floor. I'll take you up. Lin-en nodded slightly and followed Yushu upstairs. Only now did Lin-en carefully observe the surroundings. It was a duplex. A quick glance at the first floor revealed one kitchen, one bathroom, and 3 additional rooms. After ascending the stairs, 2 more rooms lay ahead. Yushu led Lin-en into the leftmost room. As soon as the door opened, he saw the curtains drawn, casting the room in a dim light. Yushu walked to the bedside and pulled the curtains halfway open enough to let in more light without exposing Soo-hee's face to direct sunlight. Lin-en's gaze followed to where Soo-hee lay peacefully asleep on the bed. The branch of the tree of life slowly extended from Lin-en's hand, brushing against Soo-hee's neck. The branch retracted the instant it made contact. How is it? Yushu looked at Lin-en with a hint of urgency. Her emotions are stable, no fluctuations. It's as if she's truly asleep. Lin-en gazed at Soo-hee's sleeping face and couldn't help but sigh. The loss of a teammate was devastating enough, but then to be betrayed by her own family. Yushu's expression held a hint of disappointment. Chapter 150, Awakening. Yushu walked over to Soo-hee with a dejected look, carefully moistening her lips with water. We went to the guild's medical department. The hit might have been too precise right at the brainstem and the back of her head. The medics cleared all the blood from her brain and repaired it, but she still hasn't woken up. Their opinion is, she might be in a vegetative state. Not necessarily. Yu Jian entered from outside. Lin-en glanced over as Yu Jian looked at Soo-hee lying on the bed and spoke slowly. Their theory is she might just be in a state of self-healing. Once her body recovers, she should wake up. Lin-en raised an eyebrow slightly, finding this explanation quite plausible. After all, if she truly were in a vegetative state, it wouldn't mean she was permanently asleep. She simply couldn't wake up, and likely retain consciousness much of the time. They had just opened the door and pulled back the curtains. Neither action was exactly quiet. For an awakened practitioner, remaining unconscious despite such noise was simply impossible. Yet Soo-hee's demeanor remained utterly serene, as if she were merely asleep. This situation clearly didn't fit the profile of a vegetative state. You're back? Yushu looked at Yu Jian with surprise, his gaze drifting behind him. So soon? What about the people you sent? Yu Jian's expression darkened. Couldn't find them. Why? We paid them well, and the job wasn't complicated. This shouldn't be happening. Lin-en's gaze shifted between the 2 men. Yu Jian seethed with anger. It must be Zhou Hao and his crew. When I went in, they were just coming out and taunted me. The moment I stepped inside to make my request, that guy kicked me right out. No matter how I pleaded with those people, they wouldn't budge. Even offering more money didn't work. When I left, they were still waiting outside, deliberately mocking me. Yushu couldn't help but frown. Did they get involved with someone powerful? Probably. Otherwise, there's no way they could intimidate the place like that. Find someone? Facing Lin-en's puzzled look, Yushu quickly explained, the nanny we hired quit suddenly. We had no choice but to look for someone else. After all, the 2 of us can't manage Soo-hee's laundry. We've been checking since this morning, asking people from the health department for help, but we can't keep doing this. It's just not sustainable. Lin-en looked at Soo-hee, and suddenly a thought struck him. If Soo-hee was truly undergoing self-cultivation, could his Dilu perhaps aid her? Those who took the Dilu could permanently enhance their physical abilities, and those who hadn't awakened a profession could awaken one. In Soo-hee's situation, it should be useful, right? The only way to know for sure was to try. Even if it didn't work, it could still nourish her body. Lin-en stepped forward, leaned close to Soo-hee, and fed her drop by drop. The Yu brothers were both taken aback by Lin-en's actions, but neither intervened. They had witnessed Lin-en's do once before. Though they hadn't experienced it personally, they clearly remembered Soo-hee's reaction after taking it that day. The Yu brothers watched Soo-hee with eyes aglow, their gazes fixed on her, not daring to look away even for a moment. After more than 10 minutes, Soo-hee still showed no reaction whatsoever. The brothers' faces, once filled with anticipation, gradually fell into despair. The disappointment etched on their faces was impossible to conceal. Looks like it's not doing much. Sigh. Let's wait a bit longer. We'll try again. What are you waiting for? A voice rough yet familiar echoed in their ears. Their eyes widened instantly, their gazes fixed intently on Soo-hee. As Soo-hee opened her eyes, they both rushed forward, practically crawling to their knees at her bedside in an instant. Sis-hee, you're awake. They exclaimed in unison. Sis-hee, are you feeling any discomfort? Their voices were perfectly synchronized, their movements eerily in unison. For the first time, Lin-en felt the uncanny harmony between these twins. Soo-hee looked at them, propping herself up to sit. They immediately reached out to help her. Get lost. Sui brushed their hands away decisively. She looked as though she'd just woken from sleep, showing not a trace of discomfort from having lain in bed for days. Sui lifted her head and saw Lin En. "You're here too?" Sui finally realized something was off. Memories of what happened before she lost consciousness slowly surfaced and her expression darkened. "How long have I been unconscious?" Sui stared at the light streaming in from outside. "Half a day? That long?" As soon as Sui murmured this, Yushu blurted out almost instinctively, "What do you mean a day? You've been unconscious for 5 days. What?" Suhi's eyes widened. She quickly moved her body, even getting up to walk a few steps. The Yu brothers hurriedly guarded her on either side, moving with utmost caution. Yu Jian cautiously asked, "Sissy, are you feeling any discomfort? I feel like I just took a nap, a really good one." Suhi began to feel a bit surprised herself. After being unconscious for so long, she felt remarkably agile and showed no signs of discomfort whatsoever. Snap! Yushu suddenly clapped his hands. "Brother Lin's Dilu really works. You woke up in just 10 minutes. And you don't feel the slightest bit unwell now." After speaking, Yushu's eyes sparkled like stars as he stared at Lin En. "Brother Lin, you." Thud. "Brother Lin, you saved sister he, you're my savior. From now on, I'll follow you wherever you lead. If you say east, I won't go west." Before Yushu could finish, Yu Jian suddenly dropped to his knees before Lin En with a thud, startling Lin En into quickly sidestepping. Thud. Before Lin En could speak, Yushu knelt down as well. "No need. You too." Thud. Before Lin En could finish his sentence, another thud echoed. His gaze shifted to see Suhi kneeling as well. "Brother Lin, I remember how severe my injuries were that day. I know exactly where that blow landed. The fact that they didn't let anyone wake me for 5 days means our efforts might have been futile. You saved me. From now on, cut it out." Lin En cut Suhi off abruptly. "Get up, both of you. This is shortening my lifespan. If you don't rise immediately, I'll have to leave." At his words, the three hurriedly rose to their feet. Sui hurried forward 2 steps. "Brother Lin, I'm willing to follow you from now on and obey your commands." The Yu brothers quickly chimed in. "Yes. We feel the same way." Lin En opened his mouth, but after a long pause, he finally spoke, "You really don't need to go this far. I'm just..." Sui cut him off sternly. "Brother Lin, it's a simple gesture for you, but for me, it's a life-saving favor." Chapter 151, Come over to my place. Seeing the earnest expressions on their faces, Lin En took a deep breath. All right. Do as you wish. Since you're awake, get yourselves properly checked out later. I've just returned from a mission myself. I'll take Black back first. I need to rest up. Let's all meet up again in a couple of days." The three immediately agreed, escorting Lin En and Black downstairs. As Lin En turned to leave, something occurred to him. He spun back toward them. That way Hugai probably has more tricks up his sleeve. Keep your guard up. If anything happens, call me immediately or come straight to my place. The Yu brothers nodded urgently. Got it. We understand. Don't worry, Brother Lin. Sui still looked puzzled. She glanced at the brothers but didn't say anything more right away. Only after watching Lin En lead Black far away until neither man nor dog could be seen did Sui suddenly strike out, grabbing one ear with each hand. Ah! Sis he! Let go! Sui yanked both of them by the ears, dragging them straight upstairs. You two better tell me exactly what's going on with Wei Hu. He's notorious around here for being a troublemaker. I was out cold for just a few days. How did you manage to get involved with him? Sui dragged them inside, then kicked each of them hard, sending them crashing to the floor. Speak! The brothers exchanged nervous glances, both lowering their heads, neither daring to utter a word. Seeing their cowardly, turtle-like posture, Sui's anger flared. He bellowed, Speak! The brothers flinched at his shout, then spilled everything like beans pouring from a bamboo tube. Sui's expression darkened with each word. You too. Sui pointed at them in frustration, then sighed helplessly after a long moment. It was his own unconsciousness that had left these two usually useless young men flustered and confused. After a long pause, Sui finally spoke. How are you two? Your injuries. Enough. Yeah, we're totally fine. As he spoke, Yushu moved closer to Suhi and flexed his arm to show off his strength. Look, sister I'm perfectly fine. Alright, I get it. Sui pushed away Yushu's cheeky face. You too. Ever since moving in with me, you've been reckless and irresponsible. Now that I'm in trouble, look at how confused you both are. Wei Hu is nothing but trouble. Stop spending every waking moment either on missions or in the combat room. The Yu brothers dared not argue back. After all, it was their cousin Suhi who had always taken care of them. They'd never had to worry about anything else before. This time, when trouble actually hit, they were completely flustered. They'd been played pretty badly. Lin En guided Black around a block, heading toward the bus stop. Though the walk to this bus stop took longer, it offered a direct route to the border between Joshan district and the slums, eliminating the need for transfers. Before they reached the stop, however, Linen was stopped in his tracks. "Hey, kid, we meet again." The leader was none other than Wei Hu, whom they had encountered earlier. Linen couldn't help but twitch his lips. He had specifically told Su He and the others to find him if they encountered Wei Hu, yet now Wei Hu had come looking for him first. Wasn't this a bit too quick for revenge? It hadn't even been an hour. Seeing the bus still about 50 meters away, Lin sighed. His expression turned impatient. "Move aside. Don't block my way." Wei Hu's expression froze for a moment, a flash of viciousness darting through his eyes. "Bro, I guess we're meant to cross paths. Since you've already lost some cash today, why not swing by my place for a visit?" Lin gave Black a pat on the head. "Let's go. No point wasting time on someone who can't take a hint." As Lin started walking forward, about to bypass Wei Hu suddenly reached out an arm and blocked Lin's path. "Bro, did you not hear what I said? Are you threatening me?" Lin's gaze fell upon Wei Hu. Wei Hu tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing his smug expression. "Young man, that's not how you talk. I just thought we hit it off right away and wanted to invite you over as a guest. How could you put it so harshly? Right?" He took a step back, glancing at the 6 henchmen who had followed him. "Come on, let's take my friend home for a visit." Wei Hu's eyes darkened as he fixed each word on Lin. "Once you're on my turf, I've got to show you proper hospitality." The threat in his words was unmistakable, even the gritted teeth and clenched jaw were audible. Wei Hu's henchmen immediately closed in, surrounding Lin. "Bro, our brother Wei is giving you face by inviting you to his place. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Come on. Follow us back now. Not everyone gets this kind of treatment. Let's go." As they spoke, they began closing in, preparing to force Lin into the car. 1. Black's furious roar drew Wei Hu and the others' attention to him. Wei Hu's eyes lit up instantly. "I'd completely forgotten about you." Wei Hu pointed at 2 of his men. "Bring them along too." His gaze shifted to Lin. "This dog of yours is truly exceptional. I've had my eye on it since earlier. I'm just fascinated by rare and unusual things. Hand it over to me. From now on, this dog belongs to me. Little pup. Don't worry, once you're with me, I won't treat you badly. It's far better than staying with that short-lived one." Woof. Black pressed tightly against Lin's leg, his eyes fixed intently on Wei Hu. His body was poised in an aggressive stance, as if at Lin's command, he would charge forward and sink his teeth into Wei Hu. Lin placed his hand on Black's head. "Get out of the way." A hint of impatience flashed in Lin's eyes. Wei Hu sneered coldly. "You really don't give a damn about saving face, do you? But it's fine, I won't hold it against you." Wei Hu's knuckles cracked audibly as he glared at his henchmen and bellowed, "What are you waiting for?" At his command, several henchmen immediately took steps toward Lin. "Once you're in my hands, I'll make sure to take good care of you." Wei Hu enunciated those final 3 words with deliberate clarity. Lin smiled at Wei Hu, then suddenly raised his phone. "Security guard, you heard that. I don't want to go with them. They're threatening me like this and demanding I hand over my mutant dog companion to them. I don't even know if I'll make it out of New Jiang district alive. This is blatant disregard for regulations. I wonder if you'll even be able to rescue me and my dog in time." Wei Hu's eyes widened as he stared at the phone in Lin's hand. The screen clearly displayed the security bureau's number. Chapter 152, You're Lucky. Wei Hu's eyes widened as he glared angrily at Lin. "You? Sir, please rest assured. Our officers have already been dispatched to your location and will arrive within 2 minutes. Such dangerous incidents threatening public safety are not tolerated within Zhangcheng." A stern voice came through the phone, making Wei Hu's expression even more grim. Wei Hu's henchmen exchanged nervous glances, their expressions tinged with fear. They instinctively took a step back, none daring to approach Lin. All eyes turned to Wei Hu, awaiting his command. Wei Hu gritted his teeth in fury, unable to utter a word at that moment. After a long pause, he finally croaked in a low voice, "You're lucky." "Huh? What did you say, Wei Hu? Speak up, Wei Hu. Come on, the phone is right here. Wei Hu, tell the security guard what you just said. What did you say, Wei Hu?" Lin held the phone as he stepped closer to Wei Hu, repeating his name over and over. Wei Hu's expression was grim. Gritting his teeth and suppressing his rage, he whispered, "I just wanted to be friends with you. Don't get the wrong idea. If you don't think I'm good enough, that's fine." His eyes signaled to his henchmen beside him. They understood immediately and started to leave. Lin stayed right beside Wei Hu, following him closely. "What? I didn't catch that. Wei Hu, are you saying you just threatened me to come to your place, but now I don't have to? Is that what you mean? Wei Hu?" Wei Hu shot Lin a vicious glare. Though notorious as a troublemaker in the neighborhood and backed by his older brother, he never broke the rules when operating within monitored areas. Even his formidable older brother couldn't casually break the rules. He'd never encountered someone who called the police station right off the bat. Usually, people only pushed things to the limit when cornered. This guy seemed pretty tough, didn't he? How could he? We'll mind our own business. No need to be friends. You don't have to follow me anymore. No need? Really? Wei Hu? You said it so many times just now? Seriously? Wei Hu glared at Lin En, who was still clinging to his heels, grinding his teeth in fury. The sound of a patrol car approaching from the distance made Wei Hu grit his teeth. He shoved Lin En away violently, jumped into the car, and sped off. Lin En stumbled backward, collapsing onto the ground and leaning against Black. Soon, the security vehicle pulled up in front of Lin En. They attacked? The guard spoke the moment he stepped out. They had clearly seen Lin En get shoved hard enough to fall flat on his backside. Lin pushed himself up from the ground, tugging at the corner of his mouth. I won't pursue this. Otherwise, I fear they'll target me the next time I come to Newjiang District, and I. How dare they? Running wild like this. We must arrest them today and teach them a lesson. Wei Hu, is it? I'll remember that name. The young guard was suddenly filled with righteous indignation. Rest assured, the next time you come to Newjiang District, nothing like this will happen. Lin En gave a slight nod. The guard immediately got into his vehicle and drove off with his partner in the direction Wei Hu and his men had fled. Lin En patted Black on the head. It's taken care of. Let's go home. I'll take you to the supermarket to buy some tasty treats. As they walked, Lin En chatted with Black. The mission points from our last trip to the Northern Territory came in. We've got plenty left to upgrade our gear. Lin En chattered on to Black the entire way, feeling as though it had been ages since they last met, even though it had only been 2 days. It seemed he'd grown accustomed to having Black by his side. Every day sudden separation truly made him miss him. Before heading home, Lin took Blake on a full sweep of the supermarket. Passing by the cookie aisle, she instinctively stopped. She walked straight to the shelf and picked up a packet of bear-shaped cookies. Instantly, memories surfaced of when Yu and Wen Liang would visit him as children, always bringing these bear cookies. The three of them would sit together at the orphanage gate, sharing them one by one. But the images of Wen Liang and Wen Yu were quickly replaced by the sight of the brother and sister she had seen that day in the shantytown slums. Lin En took a deep breath and quickly pushed those thoughts aside. But the packet of bear-shaped cookies in his hand remained in his grasp. Lin En led Black back to the small courtyard. Passing through the gate, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Not even the small mark he'd left behind when he departed remained altered. Ha! There had been a bad luck charm before? Why was there nothing this time? Could it be that the Zhao family hadn't done it before? How strange. Lin En pushed open the small courtyard gate and led Black back home. The moment they stepped inside, Lin En sensed movement from someone far away. It seemed someone had left. Someone was tailing them. Lin En merely raised an eyebrow slightly, made no move to go out again, and closed the door to enter the house. The ones tailing her were likely from the Zhao family gang. After settling in and sharing a meal with Blake, Lin En's gaze drifted back to the packet of bear-shaped cookies resting on the coffee table. A long silence passed as the sky outside grew completely dark. Lin En ruffled Black's fur. You stay home and guard the place. I need to go out for a bit. Woof. Black looked at Lin with reluctance, trying to bite her pant leg. Lin shook his head. I'll be back soon. Blake looked at Lin with a pouty expression and let go. Woof. Stay home and be good. If anyone breaks in, bite. Woof. After calming Black, Lin changed into a black trench coat and stepped out. His figure darted swiftly through the streets and alleys, moving with the speed of a whirlwind. Soon, Lin's footsteps reached the shantytown, precisely locating the wooden shack where the brother and sister had stayed last time. He stopped about 3 meters away, hesitating to approach. He fumbled with the bear-shaped biscuit in his pocket, took a few steps forward, then halted again. Last time, Wen Yu had clearly resisted his approach, showing obvious aversion. Lin En took a deep breath, lowered the hand holding the bear-shaped biscuit, and turned to leave. After walking for 7 or 8 minutes, Lin En's pace grew slower and slower. No matter what, Lin En couldn't shake the feeling. He just wanted to see them one more time. Even if they didn't want to be in contact with him, they should at least tell him so in person. They'd left without a word before, severing all contact. Now that he'd finally found them, couldn't he even see them? What on earth had happened to drive them into this shantytown? Lin En couldn't shake the feeling that if she didn't go see them now, they might vanish again someday, leaving her unable to find them. Taking a deep breath, Lin immediately turned and walked back. Ah! Damn it, you dare bite me! Just as Lin En returned to where he'd been, a startled scream erupted from the wooden shack, followed by a man's cursing voice. Chapter 153, No Malice. Lin En's eyes widened abruptly. His figure blurred into a streak of light as he charged straight toward the wooden shed. Bang! Lin En kicked the wooden door open. Inside the dilapidated room, belongings lay scattered everywhere. When you shielded Wen Liang, a trace of blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth. A man reeking of alcohol clutched his arm, staring at the intruding Lin with bewilderment. Who the hell are you? Get thee out. Don't ruin my good time. The man cursed viciously, snarling at Lin En. Linen couldn't help but frown, a flash of cold determination crossing his face as he took deliberate steps toward the man. You son of a. I told you to get the hell out. Didn't you hear me? You. Thud. Linen kicked the man hard. Thud. The man slammed hard into the corner, causing the entire wooden shed to tremble. The man curled up on the floor, his face drained of color from the pain. Looking for trouble. Linen's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists, advancing toward the man. Don't. When you suddenly spoke up. Linen turned his head, looking at Wenyu in confusion. You want to let him go? Wenyu gave a slight nod. Yes. Linen looked utterly perplexed, pointing at the man on the ground with a questioning expression. Why let scum like him go? So he can come back and bully you all again? Wenyu lifted her head to meet Linen's gaze. Under his bewildered stare, she slowly lowered her head, turned her face away, and remained silent. For a moment, Linen felt a lump in his throat, unable to utter a word. He clenched his jaw tightly to stop himself from saying something harsh. When Liang turned her head slightly, her eyes, tinged with a white haze, fixed intently on Linen's direction. Sister thinks the body is hard to dispose of, that it'll bring trouble. Before Wen Liang could finish, Wenyu covered her mouth. Linen took a deep breath and closed her eyes. The drunken man behind him had already approached Linen's back. Linen's eyes snapped open, his fingers slightly parted as spiritual energy rippled around his body. In an instant, branches shot toward the man. Ah! The man only managed a short cry before the branches wrapped tightly around him, silencing him completely. A faint aura emanated from the branches. In the blink of an eye, they dispersed, revealing a desiccated corpse on the ground, one that appeared to have been dead for an eternity. Linen's fingertip flicked the spatial button on his neck, pointing at the corpse. The desiccated body vanished instantly. Wenyu's eyes widened instantly, filled with disbelief and even a hint of fear. She quickly pulled Wen Liang back 2 steps. Sis, Brother Lin means no harm. Wen Liang pulled his sister's hand away from her mouth and spoke up, then turned toward Linen and added, Right, Brother Lin? Linen looked into Wen Liang's eyes and couldn't help but frown. The faint white had already covered the pupils, making it clear he couldn't see anything clearly. Where have you all been these past years? Linen's voice cracked slightly as he spoke, a hint of hurt in his tone. I couldn't find you anywhere. A flicker of surprise crossed Wenyu's eyes as he looked at Linen. Tears welled up slightly, but he ultimately lowered his head, remaining silent. Wen Liang looked at Linen and began, Wenyu suddenly tugged hard on Wen Liang's arm. Wen Liang turned to look at her sister. Sis, Brother Lin meant no harm. Wenyu clenched and unclenched her hand repeatedly before finally lowering her head. Only then did Wen Liang continue, Brother Lin, the house is a bit messy. Please sit down, and we can talk properly. Linen nodded slightly and immediately began tidying up the items knocked askew. Wenyu pulled her younger brother onto a low stool before starting to tidy up herself. I can handle this myself. Wenyu took the dented iron basin from Linen's hands. Though they called it tidying up, there was really nothing much to tidy in the room. There wasn't even a bed inside, and only 2 low stools. At that moment, Wen Liang and Linen each sat on one, while Wenyu sat on a wooden crate nearby. When Liang sat on a stool, his ears slightly turned toward Linen. Brother Lin searched for us for quite a while, didn't he? Linen gave a slight nod, then remembered Wen Liang couldn't see him and hurriedly added, Yes. I inquired around the place you moved to later. Based on what people said, I had others look into it too. The information I got was scattered and fragmented. I even went to Wanqing to find you, but there was no trace. Upon hearing that Linen had also gone to Wanqing, Wenyu abruptly lifted his lowered head, staring at Linen in astonishment. You went to Wanqing too? Linen turned to meet Wenyu's gaze. Yes. Linen took a deep breath. I refuse to believe you'd vanish without a word. If you truly wish to sever ties, why did you keep visiting me? Why did you inform me when you moved? Something doesn't feel right. Linen stared intently at the Wen siblings, studying them for a long moment before finally speaking. Why did you leave? Why did you vanish without a trace? Why couldn't I find any reliable information about you? Where did you go? And why did you become? Her words trailed off. The stark contrast between their current lives and their past was simply too great. They hadn't been wealthy before, but they certainly hadn't sunk to living in shantytowns. While it was true that slums were a melting pot of all sorts of people, there were relatively peaceful areas within them. But this particular shantytown in the slums was truly a chaotic mess, a veritable melting pot of every kind of person imaginable. You didn't even need to wait for nightfall. Trouble could erupt in broad daylight. If given a choice, no one would willingly live here unless they were truly drifting through life, utterly resigned to their fate. Or those who'd committed crimes and couldn't face the light of day. Linen took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on the 2 figures. For a moment, neither spoke, both falling silent. The air inside the wooden shack seemed to freeze. Neither spoke, and the sister and brother even kept their heads bowed. Lin seemed to have pressed pause. Lin looked left and right, then finally spoke up after a long pause. Is it really that hard to answer? Sigh. Sighing again, Lin added, if it's truly too difficult, you could also. It's not that it's difficult, but you shouldn't be involved with us. Fortunately, the night conceals us now, and no one should notice. We've been covering our tracks well lately. Those people probably think we're dead. They won't find out, and they likely won't implicate you either. When Liang suddenly interrupted Lin in. When you glanced at his younger brother, a hint of unease flickering across his face. Chapter 154, The Events of That Year. After hesitating for several breaths, when you exhaled a heavy sigh and looked at Lin En. After hearing everything today, stay away from us. From now on, you walk your broad path and we walk our narrow bridge. No matter how things turn out, it has nothing to do with you. Lin En couldn't help but frown as he stared at Wen Yu. His gaze darted back and forth between the siblings, his mind churning with turmoil. What exactly happened? Let me explain. When Liang's calm voice rang out. Years ago, their parents had undertaken a mission far away. After completing their task, they accidentally discovered an ancient geological site. It was as if they had opened Pandora's box. Inside, they found numerous experimental tools, several bodies, and even experimental logbooks. They took away some evidence to report to the guild. But they hadn't gone far before being ambushed. After a desperate fight that cost them 2 teammates, they managed to escape. Upon returning, everyone sensed something was amiss. The team leader immediately took some of the recovered items to the guild. Before reaching their destination, however, he was seized and taken away, vanishing without a trace. The families of the fallen teammates and the captain faced no immediate consequences, but they too were placed under surveillance. No one dared risk going there at this time. Even if they managed to get in, it would only drag innocent people into trouble. So they all scattered, hiding with their families. Those men were there to silence witnesses. Even those who knew nothing were swiftly eliminated, without a trace. Overnight, the houses were empty. Mr. and Mrs. Wen deeply regretted not warning the others to hide in time. Had they known even the innocent would be implicated, they would have risked everything to alert them. But it was too late to say anything now. Mr. and Mrs. Wen maintained secret contact with the squad and soon learned that entire families had been wiped out. Hiding with their siblings, the Wens dared not contact any relatives or friends, fearing they might be implicated. Their journey was arduous. They had indeed gone to Anqing, believing it to be safe, but that was an illusion. Going there was like walking straight into a trap. After enduring countless hardships, Wen's mother died covering their retreat. Wen's father, attempting to permanently distract their pursuers, left alone and vanished without a trace. The reason Wen Yu trusted no one stemmed from their harrowing experiences. They had mistakenly believed they had encountered old acquaintances, only to discover these people were the very ones leading the hunt for them. People they thought were kind turned around and stabbed them in the back. It had happened far too many times. Wen Yu simply couldn't bring himself to trust anyone. Had it not been for Wen Liang's perceptive abilities repeatedly assuring him that Lin En harbored no ill will, Wen Yu would never have uttered another word. Wen Liang's perception abilities held almost no combat value. His eyes had been injured during their escape years ago, and his body was shattered and extremely weak. Even so, they dared not seek medical help. The siblings had fled their way back to Jiangcheng. Who was chasing you? Wen Liang shook his head. Dark Falcon. We didn't uncover much information. Father only mentioned that some of those individuals possessed peculiar abilities. Their psychic ratings bore little resemblance to the power they actually wielded. Back then, we knew nothing. We went to Anqing, only to find the forces there overwhelmingly powerful. We suffered terribly. Fortunately, their influence in Jiangcheng is limited. Here, we found a moment of respite. Even the beginning wasn't as difficult. That's why we settled here. When Liang trailed off mid-sentence, his expression growing noticeably somber as he clearly recalled many unpleasant memories. Lin En had felt nothing but sympathy for them until when Liang mentioned the gap between their stated psychic levels and their actual capabilities. His pupils instantly contracted. In that instant, Lin En began to regret seeking out the siblings. It seemed he had disrupted the plans of that so-called Dark Falcon organization. Lin En took several deep breaths, his expression grim. Could the guild detect these individuals? Or worse, might members of that organization already be infiltrating the guild? I think I've encountered people like the ones you described. Lin En lifted his head to look at Wen Yu, his expression conflicted. Wen Yu's eyes widened almost instantly, filled with disbelief. What did you say? Wen Yu leapt to her feet, taking 2 steps forward before her legs buckled, sending her tumbling forward. Lin En reacted swiftly, catching her arm and urgently warning, "Careful!" Leaning against Lin En's chest, Wen Yu clutched his arm tightly, her voice trembling. You saw them, they ambushed me. It seemed they wanted to take prisoners. But those men weren't much. I killed them all. I also leaked the information to the guild, though they don't know it came from me. I didn't expose the source, but I don't know if that organization will find out. Not formidable? Wen Yu looked puzzled for a long moment before murmuring, right. You're an A-rank awakened professional, and your teammates are formidable too. Of course you wouldn't fear them. Lin En sensed Wen Yu had misunderstood something, but he didn't bother to explain. No. Wen Liang suddenly spoke up. Lin En and Wen Yu both turned to look at him almost simultaneously. Wen Liang's brow was deeply furrowed. Even if you're both a rank-awakened practitioners, they definitely sent out a significant number of people, and their abilities shouldn't be low. Back when our parents took us with them to escape, those individuals they sent out were already formidable. Our parents could only barely hold their own. Even Father's teammates back then were no slouches. The fact that nearly all of them were wiped out means these people must be formidable. After a moment of silence, when Liang continued, perhaps their operatives developed locally. Their numbers might be small, but they definitely have people within Jiangcheng. They could be highly capable, or they might have infiltrated the guild. Lin En's brow furrowed deeply. After a long pause, he said, after this, I won't come back. Since I provoked those people, I'm not afraid for myself. I can't let you two get dragged into this. Take Wen Liang away. Wen Yu, who had just been helped to sit on a low cabinet, suddenly grabbed Lin En's arm, his voice urgent and rapid. Lin En looked at Wen Yu in slight bewilderment, not understanding his words. Staying with me is dangerous. Wen Liang can sense danger. His eyes are merely delayed. Wen Yu's expression twisted with reluctance as he seized Lin En's hand again, pleading urgently, consider this a favor for all the help father gave you back then. Find Wen Liang a healing type awakened who can treat his eyes. He'll be of great help to you. Chapter 155, The Mutated Cat Demon. Wen Yu released Lin En's arm and quickly fished a small cloth pouch from a corner, thrusting it into his hands. Here, take this. It's all the money I have. Though it's nowhere near enough for the treatment, rest assured whenever I earn more, I'll secretly send it over. You can come collect it yourself. Wen Yu spoke urgently, her eyes pleading. Lin En instinctively grabbed the small cloth bundle Wen Yu thrust at him, his entire body going rigid. Seeing Lin En's lack of response, Wen Yu bit her lip and was about to kneel. Lin En grabbed Wen Yu's hand and pulled her up forcefully. What are you doing? Wen Liang had already risen to her feet. I won't go. I won't be separated from you. Sis, you can't abandon me. Tears welled up in Wen Liang's cloudy eyes, and Wen Yu's own tears flowed uncontrollably. Lin En took a deep breath. I have a method you can try. I'm not sure if it will help Wen Liang's eyes, but it might awaken something within you, Wen Yu. The siblings' sobs abruptly halted. Wen Yu's eyes widened as she stared at Lin En in disbelief. Brother Lin, what did you just say? I can only say we should try it. Success isn't guaranteed. Lin En admitted frankly. A flicker of longing passed through Wen Yu's eyes, her expression briefly stirring with excitement. She reached out as if to grasp Lin En, but the hand shot out and retracted just as quickly. The longing in her eyes vanished, replaced by a tightened mouth as she struggled to suppress her emotions. Then it must be complicated. I'll pass. Watching Wen Yu forcefully suppress the yearning in her eyes, Lin En felt a dull ache in his heart. The once bright and lively little girl who used to drag her younger brother excitedly toward him, shouting, Lin En brother, that girl had become this. Lin En felt like she couldn't breathe properly. She was filled with hatred for that Dark Falcon organization. This time, they had attempted to intercept and kidnap her. Had they succeeded, she might well have met her end. The two elders who cared for her at the studio had also lost their lives due to their persecution. And now, the person before her. Lin En took a deep breath and whispered softly, it's simple. Under Wen Yu's stunned gaze, droplets of liquid were fed into her mouth. The moment the drops touched her tongue, they slid down her throat. In that instant, Wen Yu's complexion darkened, her expression contorted with agony as her face flushed crimson. A cracking sound echoed from within her body as she clutched her arms in agony, trembling uncontrollably. Puff! Puff! Wen Yu's body suddenly began to undergo external changes. Lin En watched in astonishment as two fluffy cat ears appeared atop her head. A thick, fluffy tail slowly emerged from behind her, and the hands clutching her arms had transformed into thick, padded paws. All feline-like areas were covered in brownish-yellow fur. Her eyes now held vertical pupils of a vivid green. Meow! As Wen Yu opened her mouth, a cat's meow echoed, revealing a pair of sharp teeth. The spiritual energy fluctuations around her body were intensely strong. Lin En merely made a preliminary assessment this spiritual energy level had reached at least S rank. Wen Yu might even be a dual S rank professional. Lin En gazed at Wen Yu with delight, and Wen Yu's expression was equally filled with surprise. She raised her arm to examine her own furry cat paw pads, still slightly unaccustomed to them, yet the delight on her face was impossible to hide. Brother Lin, I really awakened. I'm a mutated cat demon. Lin En nodded. Your spiritual energy is at least S rank, likely double S. We'll test it tomorrow. But in an instant, Lin Yu's expression changed. He instantly recalled the aftermath of Black's mutation, when so many people had searched the slums the next day. This time, this surge of spiritual energy could easily draw the guild's attention. Do you want them to find you, or? No, I don't want them to notice me. I don't want to get tested right now. Before Lin En could finish, Wen Yu cut him off. Clearly, she didn't trust the guild either. Observing the siblings and recalling their ordeal, it was understandable that they harbored such distrust. Lin En merely gave a slight nod before turning to Wen Liang, who had remained silent all along. We can't administer it to you now. We need to hurry. If we don't want others to notice us, we have to leave immediately. The siblings offered no objection, swiftly gathering their belongings. They didn't have much to begin with, just 2 small bundles. Lin grabbed Wen Liang's arm, and the 3 swiftly vanished into the darkness. Someone nearby detected psychic fluctuations and cautiously peered around, but the black cloaks and the cover of night made it impossible to discern the situation clearly. As they passed near his home, Lin En knocked out 2 guards. He led the siblings into the house. Woof! The moment Lin En closed the door, a low, alert bark echoed from behind him. Turning to introduce Black, Lin En caught the dog's eyes fixed intently on Wen Yu, radiating palpable hostility. Lin En glanced at Wen Yu and realized her beast transformation hadn't yet faded. Especially after removing her hat, a pair of cat ears were exposed. No wonder Black looked at her that way. It was clearly the displeasure of a small animal toward another similar creature entering its home. However, Black only let out a low, wary growl before falling silent. Perhaps he couldn't quite grasp why this creature carried a faint scent of his own kind yet appeared human. Lin stepped forward and stroked Black's doggy head. These are my little brother and sister. They'll be living here from now on. You need to get along with them nicely, okay, Black? Obediently responding to Lin's words, he gave the 2 a friendly bark. All traces of hostility vanished. Lin turned to the 2 and said, "This is Black, my companion and teammate. He's quite powerful, you'll see for yourselves soon enough." When Liang slowly approached, his voice filled with caution as he tested the air around Black. Lin patted Black, who then stepped forward, offering his large head beneath Wen Liang's hand. A smile instantly spread across Wen Liang's face. "Blake, hello there. My name is Wen Liang. From now on, my sister Wen Yu and I will be counting on you to look after us." Perhaps drawn by Wen Liang's warm tone, Black nudged his head against Wen Liang's palm. Wen Yu couldn't resist reaching out too, but Lin stopped her. "Tuck those cat ears away first. You need to control your beast transformation." Chapter 156, Steady Breathing. Wen Yu froze, staring at Lin at a loss before shifting her gaze to herself. Seeing that even her palms hadn't fully reverted, she felt a pang of embarrassment. "I forgot I was in this state." Lin En chuckled at Wen Yu's flustered expression. "Your mutation seems harder to control than other awakened practitioners. It's quite rare." He gestured toward Black. "He was yelling at you earlier because after your mutation, he could smell traces of his own kind on you." Wen Yu touched her nose. "I'll try to control it better. I'm still not quite in command of it yet. I'll borrow some books for you from the public library tomorrow." "All right." It took Wen Yu a while to manipulate his body, restoring all the cat-like changes back to normal. Seeing Wen Yu had mostly mastered it, Lin En turned his attention to Wen Liang, who was sitting in the corner of the sofa holding Black. "Wen Liang, you should try it too. I can't guarantee it will heal your eyes, but it should enhance the abilities you've already awakened. It's also possible that your eyes might counteract the effects, meaning this time it won't help with your awakened class abilities." Lin En explained to Wen Liang. He didn't dare let him get his hopes up too high, since the effects of his dew of life truly varied from person to person. Otherwise, how come none of the Windbreaker squad members had noticed it? They were just too weak. Wen Liang smiled gently. "Brother Lin, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I've been blind for so long now it doesn't really matter if I stay blind." Hearing this, Lin En felt a pang of unease. Beside him, Wen Yu's eyes were already reddened. Lin En shook off the distracting thoughts in his mind, stepped forward, and fed Wen Liang a drop of dew. The moment the dew touched his stomach, Wen Liang felt an immediate discomfort. A thunderous roar filled his head, drowning out all surrounding sounds. His eyes stung sharply, even causing a faint sensation of burning, prompting him to instinctively shut them tight as his brow furrowed deeply. Wen Shang bit down on the soft flesh inside his lip, suppressing his discomfort and refusing to let out even the slightest sound. Yet his pale, bloodless face betrayed his agony instantly, making his suffering obvious even without a sound. Worse still, thin threads of blood seeped from beneath his tightly shut eyelids. Wen Yu's eyes widened in shock. She gripped Lin En's arm tightly, her own hands beginning to tremble. Yet she dared not make a sound, afraid it might disturb her brother. Watching her brother endure the pain, Wen Yu's tears fell in a steady stream. The tears blurred her vision, and she couldn't stop them. After a long moment, Wen Liang's body swayed and he collapsed backward. Lin En rushed forward to check on him. When Liang's breathing was steady, his furrowed brow now relaxed, as if he had simply fallen asleep. He seems to have fallen asleep. Lin En was also somewhat surprised this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Wen Yu stepped forward to observe him closely. Only after confirming Wen Liang's steady breathing and strong pulse did she breathe a sigh of relief. His pulse is much stronger than before, it used to be very weak. Perhaps he's just exhausted and needs some rest. Lin En nodded slightly. Then I'll take him to the room so he can get some proper sleep. Saying this, Lin En carried Wen Liang to a guest room he had prepared earlier. Lin En had prepared the guest room when he first encountered the siblings, intending to bring them back then. However, Wen Yu had been fiercely resistant to him at the time. After settling Wen Liang on the bed, Lin En turned to Wen Yu. Your room is next door. You. Wen Yu shook her head, gazing at her brother's sleeping face as she spoke slowly. I'll stay here with him tonight. No need. I'll take the watch. You should get some rest. Before Wen Yu could protest, Lin En added, I'll just sleep right here in this room. You should get some proper rest. You've only just awakened, and today you've expended a lot of spiritual energy. You need to rest well, or your body won't be able to handle it. Before Wen Yu could speak again, Lin En frowned. Are you growing distant from me? When I visited your home as a child, didn't I share a room with Wen Liang? Why are you guarding against me now? Do you think I'm not a good person, that I might harm you? No. Wen Yu waved his hands frantically, his voice trembling with panic. No, that's not what I meant at all. Lin En pushed Wen Yu into another room. Just get some rest. Wen Yu's eyes reddened, tears falling one by one. Brother Lin, thank you. Thank you for still being willing to help us. Lin En ruffled Wen Yu's hair. The once silky strands had lost their childhood smoothness, a clear sign of the hardships she'd endured. I consider myself fortunate just to have met you both. This isn't helping you, it's taking care of family. Lin En's voice was gentle, making Wen Yu's tears flow even more freely. It felt as though all the pain and injustice she'd endured over the years of hiding and being bullied had erupted in that single moment. Brother Lin. Wen Yu threw herself into Lin En's arms, clinging tightly to his waist as she stifled her sobs. As if she were crying out all the grievances of these past years. Lin En gently patted Wen Yu's back, listening to her stifled sobs, his heart aching with sympathy. She had endured fleeing with her parents, their deaths, her brother's blindness, and shouldering life's burdens alone. Yet she was barely 20 years old and had already faced so much. Once, she had been her parents' cherished daughter, a little girl who grew up freely under their loving care. Lin En felt the clothes against her chest soaked through. She spoke softly, you won't have to live in fear anymore. Whatever troubles come, I'll shield you from them. Wen Yu slowly pulled away from Lin En's embrace. Seeing the large wet patch on his shirt from her tears, she looked at him with a mix of embarrassment and awkwardness. Lin En reached out and ruffled her hair. It's okay to cry it out, to let it all out. Don't dwell on those things anymore. Go wash up and get some good sleep. Wen Yu returned to her room, while Lin En went back to Wen Liang's bedroom. He was still asleep. He seemed to have slept soundly, a faint smile still playing at the corners of his mouth, his expression relaxed. Lin En glanced at Blake sprawled beside the bed, then opened his phone to check his remaining funds and points, frowning slightly. It seemed like the money wasn't quite enough. Before, supporting just himself and Black had been quite comfortable, but with 2 more people suddenly added, the expenses were bound to be higher. It seemed he couldn't afford to rest too long this time. After submitting tomorrow's quest, he'd need to hurry to the guild and pick up some more tasks. Chapter 157, Recovery. Where am I? How can I see clearly? The moment when Liang opened his eyes, everything before him was crystal clear. Gone was the blurry darkness that had once engulfed him, as if he'd been falling into an abyss of blackness. Looks like your eyes are healed. Lin En's voice drifted softly from behind Wen Liang. When Liang whipped his head around, staring wide-eyed at Lin En. Just as Lin En expected him to utter words of surprise, when Liang said, Brother Lin, how come you haven't changed a bit all these years? You look just like a grown-up version of yourself when we were kids. Lin En's mouth twitched involuntarily, his expression utterly speechless. Goddamn magnified version of his childhood self. Was this really the first thing that came out of his mouth? Shouldn't he be saying something grateful? Or expressing surprise at finally seeing his surroundings? What the hell was he talking about? Don't you have anything else to say? Lin En asked again, unwilling to give up. When Liang looked at Lin En with a confused expression. What should I say? What am I supposed to say? Caught off guard by Lin En's question, when Liang appeared flustered, his bewildered expression making him seem a bit dim-witted. Bang! A loud bang echoed from the door as Wen Yu strode in, her eyes widening at the sight of the two. When Liang turned to Wen Yu, his brows furrowing. Instinctively, he spoke first, sis. Why do you look so dark? The tearful expression on Wen Yu's face froze instantly, her tears retreating. Lin En felt an instant wave of relief wash over him. So this guy didn't distinguish friend from foe when he spoke. Was it just because he'd cured her eyes? Could there be some side effect? Why else would she be so sharp-tongued? No, wait, he'd always had a sharp tongue since childhood. She'd thought all his experiences had changed him. Turns out his eyes were just a seal. Perfectly sealing that foul mouth. Now that his eyes were healed, the nonsense just poured out. Lin En raised his hand and smacked Wen Liang on the head. When you watched in alarm and hurried forward, is it okay to hit him like that now? Won't that cause any problems? Lin En glanced at Wen Yu, his expression slightly puzzled. Was that question really okay? It sounded like she wanted to slap him too? Lin En turned back to Wen Liang, who was merely clutching his head. Only one thought crossed her mind, he really deserved it. He seems fine to me right now, and he's just as annoying as ever. That mouth of his is still as sharp as when he was a kid. Wen Yu's mouth twitched. Her little brother really wasn't annoying at all when he was young. He looked adorable and cute, but the moment he opened his mouth, he could drive you crazy. After all these years of hardship, she thought he'd mellowed out, but here he was, back to his old self. Still, it was nice to see him like this. When Liang grumbled in protest. I didn't even say anything. Why did you hit me? Enough, enough. Just get a feel for it and see if anything else has changed. Stop wasting time here with nonsense. Lin shot Wen Liang a disdainful glance. This guy was the type who couldn't keep his mouth shut and didn't even realize it. Wang Liang pursed his lips, reluctantly beginning to sense the changes in his body. Besides the eyes, which felt the most different at first, it seems Chinku has completely faded away. It's almost identical to what my sister described feeling yesterday. Suddenly, Wen Liang's expression changed as his brows furrowed tightly. Seeing Lin and Wen Yu's expressions turn serious, they almost simultaneously asked, is something wrong? Wan Liang, hearing their unison, instinctively looked up at them. How come you two speak in such perfect sync? Wen Yu playfully nudged her brother. Is that the point? Just tell us what's wrong. When Liang blinked and said, I've noticed my perception has become stronger. For example, it seems like you, sister, wanna punch me. Wen Yu's mouth twitched. What kind of nonsense is this guy spouting? Sis, I'm kind of speechless right now. Wen Yu's face darkened. Shut up. Having not heard her brother speak in such a tone for so long, Wen Yu felt slightly unsettled yet also deeply comforted. It was only because things had improved now that her brother would. Wen Yu's gentle words choked her up, but her mood lifted instantly. Alright, since everyone's awake, let's go have breakfast. Lin An also stood up and said, right, let's go have breakfast. Watching the two of them, Wen Liang blurted out instinctively, you two are way too in sync. Way too in tune. Include me. Lin An rolled her eyes. If you want to join us, rein in your supernatural powers. Wen Liang pouted. Fine, I get it. Don't be so hot-headed. I didn't mean to. I've never dared to hold back all these years, it's just become a habit. When it comes to these past years, Lin An has nothing to say. Indeed, Wen Liang had grown accustomed to caution over the years, making it all the more difficult for him to suppress his abilities. By now, it had become almost second nature. It was understandable. Alright, I get it. Just try to hold back as much as you can. Let's eat. Wen Liang felt like he was pushing his luck. As soon as Lin An backed off, he pressed forward. Let me cook for you. I can even make kanji when I can't see. Lin An, you've never tasted my pretend cooking. Wen Liang grinned as he leaned in to speak. Lin An raised an eyebrow slightly and glanced at Wen Yu. Wen Yu shook her head, her expression odd. Lin An instantly understood. It's awful. He immediately turned his head and declared, I'm not eating it. I'm afraid you'll poison me. Wen Liang's eyes widened instantly. Wait, what? How could I possibly poison you? I really made it well. Ask my sister if you don't believe me. She even snatched all the food and ate it all. I didn't get any myself, As Wen Liang spoke, he caught Wen Yu's peculiar expression and instantly understood. Perhaps it wasn't that his cooking was good, it was just too awful. That's why his sister wouldn't let him eat it. He shut his mouth immediately. She looked around everywhere except at Lin An and Wen Yu. Watching his flustered expression, both found it amusing, though neither mocked him. Lin An and Wen Yu worked together in the kitchen while Wen Liang played outside with Blake. Lin An's gaze drifted to Wen Liang, who was happily playing with Black outside. Now that's the little shadow I remember. When you added greens to the pot, then turned to look as well, a gentle smile curving her lips. It had been so long, truly so long since she'd experienced such a peaceful life. Yes, I haven't seen him this happy in ages either. But I suppose we'll be relying on brother Lin for this from now on. Lin turned to look at Wen Yu. Her serene, gentle face softened his heart. He reached out and ruffled Wen Yu's hair. Silly girl, no need to be so formal with me. Watch out, or you won't get any of today's bear cookies. When you feigned a fierce glare at Lin An? Then I'll just take them. Chapter 158, Opportunity. Bang! 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 As the three were having breakfast, the gate to the small courtyard suddenly came under heavy knocking. All three turned to look almost simultaneously. The look in Wen Yu and Lin An's eyes was filled with caution, and the warm atmosphere at the table vanished instantly. Seeing their wary expressions, Lin An felt a pang of sadness. He couldn't even begin to imagine what they must have endured over the years to become this way. The reality of their situation couldn't possibly be as lightly brushed over as they made it sound. Lin An hesitated to ask, afraid of stirring up painful memories. Taking a deep breath, Lin An stood up and said, calm down. There's no danger. I'll go see who it is. The Wen siblings instantly jumped to their feet. We'll go with you. This time, they spoke in unison. Seeing their serious expressions, Lin An shook his head with a smile. Relax. It's really nothing. Just enjoy your meal. He gestured toward Black, who was crouched nearby eating. Didn't you notice Black didn't bark? If Black isn't barking, it means whoever's coming is probably someone we've met before and shouldn't be a threat to me. The siblings turned their gaze to Black, who was indeed crouched nearby, shoveling rice into his mouth. Only then did they sit back down and resume their meal. But their eyes had already followed Lin outside. As Lin reached the doorway, he heard voices outside. Why isn't he coming out yet? Didn't you hear the door open? Just wait a bit longer. Lin frowned slightly and yanked the door open. The people standing at the doorway jumped in surprise. Lin glared at the person standing before him. What's up? What do you mean? We were teammates before, after all. Can't we come visit you? Wang Kai, noticing Lin's hostile tone, started to step inside. Lin blocked Wang Kai's path. No need. He moved to shut the door. Wang Kai's expression darkened and he immediately reached out to block it. Lin, don't you think you're being a bit too much? Smack. Lin raised his hand and knocked Wang Kai's arm away from the door. Get out. I have no further ties to you. Lin. Wang Kai clutched his hand, his face twisted in anger, about to explode, when Chen-Lan spoke up. Lin paused his attempt to close the door, his gaze shifting to Chen-Lan. If you have business, speak up. If not, leave. Lin had no desire to waste words with Chen-Lan. The members of the Windbreakers squad filled him with irritation. At a glance he wanted nothing to do with them. Within the entire squad, aside from Xiaing, everyone else held grudges against him. Even that newcomer, Wen Miao. Lin took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on Chen-Lan. Chen-Lan's expression was twisted, his look decidedly unpleasant. Lin detested Chen-Lan's indecisive nature most of all. Every time she wavered, she risked being swayed by others into doing something foolish. Lin was about to shut the door. Wang Kai, standing nearby, immediately reached out to block her as soon as he saw her about to close the door. Hold on. Lin, you're becoming more and more impolite. Can't you see Captain Chen hasn't spoken yet? Don't you know how to show respect? He shot Chen-Lan a meaningful glance, urging her to speak up. Chen-Lan's lips twitched slightly. Finally, she took a deep breath and said, I'm here to invite you back to the team. What? Lin's eyes widened in shock. He never imagined their visit was for this reason. This was utterly unbelievable. He never imagined he'd ever consider rejoining the Windbreaker squad. Ever since he'd broken ties with them, he'd been absolutely certain he'd never look back. If he actually went back, he'd despise himself. Lin scanned their faces, realizing Liang Bin was dead. Did they think he could replace Liang Bin now that he was gone? Noticing Lin's expression, Wang Bin tilted his head slightly and feigned a glance at the courtyard. Hey, this new place you moved into is really nice. Must have good feng shui. Not like Liang Bin TSK. He'd barely moved in before he was gone. Such a shame. Lin gave a cold laugh. Liang Bin's death reminds you of me? Want me to take his place? Chen-Lan frowned slightly. No. The voice remained as cold and hard as ever. Chen-Lan paused before continuing, we'll be recruiting for the marksman position, but your skills are still quite good. I'll apply for an additional teammate slot for you. Ha! When you kicked me out, why didn't you think to apply for a teammate slot back then? You wouldn't have had to push me out the door. His gaze swept over Chen-Lan and Wang Kai before he suddenly laughed. Is it because you think I can't be your cash cow anymore? Or that I can't be your housekeeper anymore? After speaking, Lin's expression instantly turned cold. Why should I come back? To be summoned at will and dismissed just as easily? Do you two think too highly of yourselves? Both looked uncomfortable, especially Chen-Lan. Rarely did anyone speak to her with such harshness. Even when addressing her teammates, few dared to be so blunt with her. Her formidable skills and solid background made her a force to be reckoned with. A Chen-Lan like this was rarely met with such direct confrontation. Today, they had come back specifically to beg Lin to retract his previous words, a move that required immense nerve. And now Lin was saying this? Chen-Lan's face flushed with embarrassment. She took several deep breaths before forcing her anger down. You've made significant progress lately. Your performance in the Northern Realm last time was quite impressive. I thank you. Alright. Lin waved his hand dismissively, cutting off Chen-Lan's words. The Northern Territory? Hey, Captain Chen, did you forget that it was only a few days after you kicked me out of the team during the Northern Territory mission? And now, just a few days later, I'm suddenly performing well enough to catch your eye? Chen-Lan's face flushed alternately red and white. After a long pause, he finally ground out through clenched teeth. You really don't want to come back. Lin, don't bite the hand that feeds you. Let me tell you, even without Liang Bin, our squad is one many people dream of joining, a squad renowned throughout Zhoushan district. We gave you a chance, and you didn't even know how to appreciate it. Do you have any idea how many people would kill for this opportunity? Wang Kai glared at Lin angrily, his eyes scanning him up and down. You've only been gone a few days, and your attitude has gotten worse. Where do you get the nerve? Someone like you is probably still running around with that dog of yours. What kind of missions could the two of you possibly handle? I advise you to be sensible and return to our team. You'll be rewarded handsomely in the future. Chapter 159, Splashing Water. Lin watched Wang Kai's smug expression and found it laughable. He couldn't fathom why some people could be so utterly self-assured. "Brother, why aren't you back for dinner yet?" Wen Liang's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Lin glanced at Wen Liang standing at the doorway holding a rice bowl, his brows slightly furrowed. "Who told you to eat out? Go back. I'll be right there." "Oh. Hurry up or I'll eat your portion too." Wen Liang mumbled indistinctly, making Lin laugh in exasperation. "Aren't you an orphan?" Qianlan frowned at Lin and Wang Kai shared the same puzzled look. Lin gave a cold laugh. "Do you two really know me that well?" For a moment, their expressions froze. Truthfully, they knew surprisingly little about Lin. After returning from the strange rock forest and sand dunes, they had reflected on it. All along, Lin had voluntarily taken on most of the team's miscellaneous tasks, sparing them any need to worry about such matters. But when it came to Lin's own life, they realized they had barely asked more than a question or two at the beginning. Later on, they truly hadn't shown any concern. Qianlan took a deep breath. "Lin, we've worked together for years and have great chemistry on missions. Come back. Adjusting to another team won't be as easy as returning here. You know how long it took us to build that chemistry. Come back." Qianlan spoke with genuine sincerity. It took a lot for someone as naturally selfish and cold-hearted as her to say something like that. "You want me to come back and be your lapdog? Dream on." Slam. Lin took a step back, flung his arm out, and slammed the door shut. Clang. Lin immediately locked the outer door. Startled by his action, the two men instinctively took a step back. Wang Kai stood closer to the door, and Lin's sudden slam hit him squarely. The moment the door slammed shut, Wang Kai's expression darkened. "Damn it! Lin, you'll regret this!" Wang Kai shouted angrily from the doorway. Qianlan's expression also darkened, her fists clenched tightly. She clearly wasn't in a good mood either. After cursing angrily, Wang Kai immediately sensed Qianlan's unease and hurriedly interjected, "Captain, don't pay attention to that jerk. He's just too arrogant." His eyes darted around before he suddenly added, "I think he's just showing off. Wants us to make 3 visits to his thatched cottage? Doesn't he realize he's not even worthy of that?" Qianlan's gaze shifted to Wang Kai. 3 visits to the thatched cottage? You mean? Wang Kai nodded immediately, hastily adding, "Exactly. He must still be too proud to swallow his pride. He actually wants to rejoin the team?" Qianlan still felt something wasn't quite right. Lin's expression had been too cold and distant just now. It was a stark contrast to the Lin they had known before. They had indeed been ruthless in their actions before, but back then, Lin. Qianlan sighed. She never imagined that after Lin left, things would go so badly for them. She too hoped Lin would return, otherwise, she wouldn't have followed Wang Kai's suggestion so readily. But Lin's stance was too firm. Now she felt too embarrassed to stay, barely wanting to linger here any longer. Yet hearing Wang Kai's words, she sensed a glimmer of hope. Wang Kai, noticing Qianlan's expression, immediately said, "Right." He took 2 steps toward the entrance. "Captain, let's wait by the door for a moment before knocking. Give him some face. But we don't need to give him too much face either. Does he really deserve 3 visits to the thatched cottage? Doesn't he see what kind of person he is?" He suddenly raised his voice. "We'll knock just once more, give him one last chance. Save certain people the embarrassment." Wang Kai's ears twitched, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. He turned to Qianlan and lowered his voice. "Captain, did you hear that? He's already coming out. I was right, wasn't I? After all this time together, don't you know him? Trust me, you won't regret it. He'll definitely come back to headquarters with us today and he'll be grateful to you. He's the type who'd rather die than lose face. But he doesn't have much face to spare. Give him a way out, and he'll scramble down the stairs himself in no time." Creak. Just as Wang Kai finished speaking, the gate suddenly swung open. Wang Kai's eyes widened, and a smug look spread across his face. "Captain, see what I mean? He was just trying to act tough. But he can't keep it up now. He knows we saw through him. He's scared we'll leave and he won't be able to go back to the Windbreaker squad. Ha! Doesn't he know what he really is? Thinking he's so capable. Put. I say he's nothing." Wang Kai spoke while turning to face the person who had opened the door. Splash. A basin of cold water came crashing down. Wang Kai couldn't dodge in time and got drenched from head to toe. Even Qianlan beside him couldn't escape the splash and got soaked. Both stared in shock at Lin, who stood at the doorway holding the basin. Especially Wang Kai wiping the water from his face, his eyes nearly blazed with fury. "Lin." Wang Kai roared, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the person before him. "Are you out of your mind? Do you know what you're doing? How dare you? I'm just pouring water. Who says you can't pour water at your own doorstep? As for you..." Lin sneered coldly, his expression contemptuous. "Who told you to stand at my doorstep? Who knew you were here? I didn't see you earlier. Well, that's just your bad luck. After all, I've never seen a decent person just standing at someone else's doorstep." Wang Kai's face flushed alternately crimson and ashen with rage. His expression was as ugly as it could possibly be, his gaze toward Lin An filled with an indescribable, venomous malice. It was as if poison had seeped into his very being, threatening to strip away every ounce of Lin An's humanity. He pointed at Lin An and took a few steps forward. "You're full of, you." Bang! Lin An flung the door shut with a forceful swing. Ah! Wang Kai was hit squarely by the door. The pain made him instinctively stumble backward. His footing gave way and he fell flat on his backside. Furious, he slammed his fist into the ground several times. He roared at the top of his lungs. "Lin An!" His voice was several times louder than before. Clearly, he was furious. Ugh, what kind of toad is croaking at the door like that? That voice is so unbearably shrill and noisy. I'd better hurry and fetch a basin of water to scrub the floor clean. Oomph. Maybe I'll just use dirty water instead. Can't let that toad get any more of a bargain. Lin An's voice echoed from inside the door, causing Wang Kai's expression to shift instantly. Especially when he heard Lin An's footsteps receding, he almost instinctively sprang to his feet. His face twisted into a vicious glare as he stared at the door. Alright, let's get out of here. Chapter 160, I'm free. Shen Lan's face darkened to the point of being pitch black. She shot Wang Kai a glance before turning and walking away. She had never felt so humiliated in her entire life. The moment Lin came out to splash water, she felt stripped bare both her dignity and her pride. She couldn't bear to stay a moment longer. Wang Kai watched Shen Lan's retreating figure, grinding his teeth in fury. His expression was unspeakably ugly, and his heart burned with hatred. That Lin An dared to do this. Shen Lan wasn't giving him any face either. Wang Kai glanced at the gate of Lin An's house, his eyes flashing with fury. He ground out the words through clenched teeth. You just wait. I won't let this slide. Only after sensing the person at the door had left did Lin An carry the basin back inside. That basin of water had been incredibly satisfying. They actually wanted him to rejoin the Broken Wind Squad? They were delusional. How utterly disgusting they actually had the nerve to show up at his doorstep. How thick-skinned could they possibly be? Recalling Wang Kai's muttered words as he left, Lin An sneered inwardly. Don't let me catch you off guard, or else, you'll be the next Liang Bin. All these years, he'd endured enough from these two. Never did he expect they'd humiliate him again and again. Liang Bin had asked for death, and he'd granted it. If Wang Kai wanted to die too, he'd gladly oblige. Returning to his room, Lin An found 3 pairs of eyes fixed intently on him. Wen Liang, and Black. What are you all staring at me for? Black jumped over to Lin An and rubbed against his leg. Wen Liang also hurried over to Lin An's side. Bro Lin, who are those guys? You got beef with them? They don't look like they're here to pick a fight. Oh, them? They're my former teammates. Former teammates? When Liang reacted most strongly to Lin's words, his eyes widening in surprise. Lin An nodded slightly and sat down at the dining table. They kicked me out of the team, and now they want me back. The Wen siblings looked utterly bewildered, their confusion practically spilling out of their eyes. Lin An recounted the entire incident matter-of-factly. Wen Liang stood up angrily. How could they do this? Lin An tugged at Wen Liang's sleeve. Sit down and eat. It's all in the past. Besides, I didn't hold my breath and suffer in silence, did I? What's there to get worked up about? Wang Liang sat back down, still seething with indignation. When you said nothing, but the look in his eyes as he watched Lin An held a hint of heartache. Turns out brother Lin An wasn't doing as well as she'd imagined. Lin An took a sip of porridge. It's no big deal. Let's eat. After we finish, I'll take you two to the public library. I'll set up a holographic simulation training room for you. Wen Liang, your combat skills need some work. As if suddenly remembering something, he added, Xiao Yu, don't summon yourself yet. I'll go borrow some books for you first. Look up your situation, then start training. Both nodded obediently. After breakfast, Lin An led the 2 children and the dog to the Zhoushan District Public Library. He escorted them to the holographic simulation room before borrowing relevant materials for Wen Yu. Lin An ruffled Black's head. I'm entrusting these 2 to your protection. Got it? Woof. Black lifted his head confidently, his expression solemn. When Liang looked at Lin An with some confusion. Brother Lin, where are you going? I'm heading to the mission hall to settle the last mission. I'll be back in a bit. After explaining, Lin An left first. Settling the mission was quick, but as Lin An was finalizing the last one, the staff member suddenly looked up at him and said, This mission has a follow-up side quest. I'll add it to your record for you. Lin An froze at this. Shouldn't the guild just quietly settle this for him? Why enter it directly into the system? Lin An nodded without asking further questions. The guild staff member, however, suddenly addressed him. Many people know about the mutated insectoid sightings and are gathering materials. You might want to check the trading hall later. The guild staff should have brought back quite a bit. The staff member nodded. I'm not entirely sure, but I heard them mention this morning that demand is still high over there. After all, these things are scarce, hard to come by, and even if you encounter them, you might not be able to defeat them. It's easy for things to go wrong, so some people probably want to stockpile them. Lowering his voice, the staff member added, the guild won't release everything either. Lin En hurriedly thanked the staff member and rushed straight to the trading hall. This was excellent news. His spatial buttons were already crammed full, so he needed to clear some space ASAP. Upon arriving, Lin En indeed found someone offering a bounty for mutated insectoid armor, specifically the crawling type. He promptly sold off a portion. He still had some other insectoid remains on hand. As soon as he brought them out, he didn't even need to store them, they were immediately purchased through the guild's channels. This trip had truly been a goldmine for Lin Yu. He earned points and money alike and still had plenty of high-quality materials left over. He planned to divide the remaining materials into 2 portions. But he still needed to contact the buyer to see if they were interested. As for the black market? Lin had no interest in that this time. Seriously, with only himself as an outsider among the guild members, presenting those items would inevitably raise suspicion even without the guild considering it. Even without the black market, the items he'd just sold in the trading hall fetched excellent prices. Not a single one was low-priced, even slightly damaged pieces found buyers. The materials were simply too rare and hard to come by. If he could stockpile them, he naturally would hoard such scarce goods. Who knew when they might come in handy? If you needed them later and didn't have any, they'd be impossible to find. The moment he stepped out of the hall, Lin En recognized a familiar voice. Xia. But at this moment, Xia looked haggard, with a distinct handprint on her face. Lin En scanned the area, not spotting anyone from the Windbreaker squad, before approaching. He didn't want to confront her in front of the rest of the Windbreaker squad, that would only lead to a bunch of messy complications, and Xia would get dragged into the mess too. Who hit you? Xia jumped in fright, letting out a small cry before stumbling back 2 steps to steady herself. Seeing it was Lin En, she exhaled a long breath. She tried to force a smile, but the moment her lips twitched, pain made her suck in a sharp breath. Lin En frowned deeply as he stared at Xia. Nothing. It's done now. We won't have anything to do with each other anymore. The abrupt remark left Lin En feeling confused. What did you say? Lin En instinctively asked back. Xia slowly raised her head from its lowered position to meet Lin En's gaze, forcing a bright smile through the pain. I've quit the Windbreaker squad. I'm free now. Chapter 161, I heard. Lin En froze upon hearing Xia Ying's words. It took him a moment to process what she had said. Then the scars on your face were caused by Wang Kai? Wang Kai was Lin En's first thought. If Liang Bin were still around, it might have been him. But now that Liang Bin was gone, Wang Kai, without anyone left to manipulate, had likely taken matters into his own hands. Xia Ying gave a slight nod. Yes. A look of relief washed over Xia Ying's face as she spoke. But it doesn't matter anymore. Breaking free from them made it all worthwhile. A flicker of guilt crossed her eyes as she looked at Lin En. That day, when they forced you to leave, I was cowardly and didn't show up. My actions were no different from driving you away. Now. Enough. You've said this before. I know what kind of person you are. Don't dwell on it, it's all in the past. Lin En cut Xia Ying off. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at him. Suddenly, as if something occurred to her. Lin, do you have a squad yet? If not, maybe we could. I've got a squad. You should hurry up and find one for yourself too. Lin En patted Xia Ying's shoulder as he spoke. My teammates are waiting for me to return. I'll be heading out now. Lin En left immediately after speaking. Xia Ying watched Lin En disappear around the corridor corner, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes. I already apologized. Why won't he accept me? Is it because I didn't plead for him earlier? But those 3 were all targeting Lin En, how could I have pleaded for him? Xia Ying muttered to herself. After Lin En left, she became the scapegoat in the squad, the one everyone ordered around. Even though Liang Bin was gone, Wang Kai and that newcomer Wen Miao still treated her like a lowly errand girl. She couldn't endure this life for even one more day. She had no choice but to leave the team. Xia Ying touched his face. He'd been planning to find Lin En once they were on the same side. Lin En should be able to help him get revenge. But now, after unexpectedly encountering him, this was the attitude he received. Xia Ying clenched his jaw. Looks like I'll have to find another team first. If I don't find a good one, I'll still have to seek out Lin En. His abilities aren't nearly as poor as Wang Kai and the others make him out to be. Lin En walked into the mission hall. Only after confirming no one was following him did he finally relax. That was terrifying. Xia Ying usually seemed timid and indecisive. She appeared so fragile and weak that even when faced with danger, she wouldn't dare charge forward. Perhaps she'd be better suited for another team, not as a partner for him right now. He and Black worked exceptionally well together, and adding Wen Yu and Wen Liang didn't disrupt their synergy. But bringing Xia Ying into the mix meant constantly having to account for her, which was exhausting. Moreover, this team composition left a critical gap. After all, Wen Liang's awakened class was utterly useless. Even with his keen senses, he offered zero combat capability in his awakened form, making him a liability to the team. What they needed now was reliable firepower, someone they could trust to watch their backs. Given the unusual circumstances surrounding the Wen siblings' backgrounds, someone like Xiaoying, whose stance was unsteady and timid, was absolutely unacceptable for inclusion in their team. Things had finally started looking up. He couldn't let a moment of soft-heartedness invite trouble. Lin En scanned the mission hall. The gathering tasks this time were all quite distant, scattered, and some were challenging. Since he and the Wen siblings hadn't yet developed teamwork, they weren't suited for these. After sifting through the options, Lin En finally selected 2 gathering quests. He then submitted the Wen siblings' information to apply for their team member status before preparing to head back. Just as he exited the guild building, a new message popped up on his phone. The woman from his last black market transaction wanted to collect the items he had. However, she was unavailable and requested he deposit them at the black market counter. Lin agreed, but planned to return the next day. Otherwise, his holographic simulation room would go unused today, and he'd miss his chance to bond with the Wen siblings. That Zhou Yang had it coming. It was her honor that Brother Zhao took a liking to her, yet she still refused. Exactly. Now look at them, their teammate got injured again. Out of 7 people, she's the only one left unscathed. What's she still stubbornly holding on to? Any woman Brother Zhao sets his sights on, do you think she can escape? He's got connections in the guild. They're just hiding in the city now. Do you think they can skip quests forever? Are they going to compete for jobs with those low-tier adventurers or non-awakened people? Then let's help Brother Zhao teach them a lesson, show them those jobs aren't so easy to snag. Ha ha ha. Yeah. We'll go mess with them then and see if they can keep it up. Lin En's ears twitched. Hearing their words, he instinctively glanced over. He didn't recognize the people nearby. But could the Zhou Yang they mentioned be someone he knew? Lin En suddenly recalled sending them messages upon his return. Zhou Yang and the others had all said they were busy lately and suggested rescheduling. Last time, when he'd offered to treat them to a meal, Zhou Yang had also declined. She distinctly remembered their expressions had seemed off at the time. Could the Zhou Yang they were talking about really be someone he knew? Deciding to take action, Lin En called Zhou Yang directly, but the call didn't go through. Lin En could only send messages to everyone else for now. He recounted what he'd heard today, eager to see how they'd react. Even as he returned to the holographic training simulator, Lin En was still pondering the matter. But even after they finished training and returned their room keys, not a single person had replied to his messages. His messages seemed to have vanished into thin air. Throughout the journey back, Lin's expression remained somber. The Wen siblings exchanged glances, unsure how to broach the subject. From a distance, they spotted a group of people standing at their front door. The siblings' hair stood on end, their bodies tensing as they froze in place. In an instant, the spiritual energy within Wen Liang surged, radiating outward in an unstoppable wave. Though Lin En was somewhat distracted, years of combat instinct made him instantly sense the spiritual energy fluctuations behind him. His gaze fell upon the somewhat familiar group at the doorway, then swiftly turned to the Wen siblings. They're here for me. Don't worry. Wen Liang and Wen Yu instantly retracted their sharpness. Wen Yu's eyes, which had already transformed into vertical pupils, returned to normal in an instant. Yet, the expressions on their faces revealed they hadn't truly relaxed. They still watched ahead with lingering vigilance. Chapter 162, Speculation. Mr. Lin, you're back. Wu Ying stared at Lin En with his trademark insincere smile, making Lin En feel distinctly uncomfortable. What brings you here? It's still about the matter we discussed earlier. We'd like to invite you to visit. Surely you won't be leaving immediately for your mission this time? Lin En glanced at Wu Ying, then replied after a long pause, tomorrow night. Clap. Wu Ying clapped his hands. Perfect. I'll personally come pick you up tomorrow evening. Lin En gave a perfunctory nod before pushing open the door and stepping inside. The 2 men and the dog following behind him entered as well. Only then did Lin En turn to Wu Ying. Care to come in for a moment? Wu Ying shook his head hastily. No, thank you. I won't disturb you. We'll see each other tomorrow. Lin En gave an indifferent nod before shutting the door without a second thought. Behind the door, a flash of viciousness crossed Wu Ying's face. That man is so rude. He, a subordinate behind Wu Ying, couldn't help but complain. Wu Ying whipped his head around, shooting him a piercing glare. The man immediately shut up and bowed his head. Remember what happened to the last one who spoke out of turn. Think before you speak. Wu Ying's gaze swept over the men following behind him, his tone cold and menacing. All heads bowed in silence, not a single voice daring to speak. Wu Ying turned and strode out of the alley. Back in the room, the Wen siblings still hadn't spoken, both wearing peculiar expressions. Lin En glanced at them repeatedly, but neither made the first move to speak. Finally, Lin En couldn't hold back any longer. He sighed deeply. Sigh. Just ask whatever you want to ask. What's with those expressions? He harbors ill will toward you. I think he's up to something. The siblings spoke in unison. Not a single one inquired about their relationship with Lin, and all their questions centered on Wu Ying. Lin En instantly suppressed his urge to tell them they could speak their minds freely. His gaze lingered on their faces. Tell me more. When you looked at Wen Liang, who spoke first, the leader radiates intense malice. Even when he smiles, there's a palpable, fierce cruelty lurking beneath, like he's ready to kill someone at any moment. And jealousy. Lin En understood the first two emotions, but the last one left her feeling utterly confused. Jealousy? What did he envy about him? This man's strength was remarkably similar to Chu Ying's. His speed was exceptionally fast, already quite impressive. Given his circumstances, even if he couldn't join a stronger squad, he should still be able to form his own. Since he sought out Lin, it meant he knew Lin was merely a healer. Even if he had some skill, he'd likely been kicked out of the team. He's in a gang now. From what I've seen twice, he must hold a decent position, so his life is pretty good. I still have to rent a place and grind through quests just to get by. What exactly is there to envy about my life? Lin couldn't figure it out at all, couldn't make heads or tails of it. She couldn't understand where his jealousy was coming from. What did she have that he didn't? An extra dog? Lin couldn't figure it out, and her gaze drifted to Wen Yu beside her. Then why do you think he's acting strange? Just a feeling. After saying this, Wen Yu's expression turned slightly embarrassed. Still, she continued, he gives me the same feeling as those who hunted us down. I can't pinpoint exactly how they resemble each other, but the sensation is identical, that feeling I can't quite describe. Lin En furrowed his brow, not because he doubted Wen Yu, but because he recalled his own initial reaction upon meeting Wen Yu, that Wen Yu resembled Chu Ying. Perhaps. Lin En's expression grew complex, the thought that flashed through his mind startling even himself. Looking at the Wen siblings, Lin En forced a smile. I'll be extra careful tomorrow. Don't worry. Having already eaten outside earlier, Lin En dismissed the two to rest. He returned to his own room. The moment he stepped inside, his expression darkened. Recalling those individuals whose psychic abilities clashed with their professional skills, combined with the unsettling impression Wu Ying had left on him, a terrifying suspicion took root in his mind. Those individuals had infiltrated the slums that had started there. As for why the Wen siblings hadn't been captured, Lin En suspected it might be because the search had taken too long. After all, they were just two individuals with limited abilities. Those who had come to Jiangchang later weren't actively searching for them anymore, they might have even given up entirely. Lin suddenly realized it might have been premature to send the siblings out now, especially since their entry had led to their encounter with Wu Ying. Lin En took a deep breath. Last time, he hadn't revealed his identity, but now it seemed he couldn't keep hiding. Yet how could he avoid Wu Ying and his people? There were undoubtedly spies watching him. He had knocked someone unconscious yesterday, what if it happened again today? And there was likely more than one sentry. After much deliberation, Lin En suddenly thought of someone. Zhuo Yiyao. He didn't know much about the upper-tier families, but Zhuo Yiyao's family background was certainly noteworthy. After a moment's consideration, Lin En immediately dialed Zhuo Yiyao's number. The voice on the other end sounded genuinely surprised. You're calling me this late? What's? I need to discuss something with you. Is your surroundings secure? Before Zhuo Yiyao could finish her sentence, Lin En spoke first. Hold on. Moments later, Zhuo Yiyao motioned for Lin En to continue. He immediately spilled everything like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. I don't know anyone else in the guild besides you. The only other contact I have is Captain Chi from last time. After thinking it over, I still feel it's safer to tell you about this. Wait for my reply. I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Got it. After hanging up, Lin En pondered for a moment. Hearing footsteps outside, he opened the door and stepped out. There stood Wen Yu in the living room, drinking water by the dim light of a single lamp. Her brows were furrowed, as if deep in thought about something serious. What's wrong? Wen Yu startled, whirling around to face Lin En. What were you thinking about so deeply? Lin En looked at Wen Yu's reaction with some confusion. Wen Yu frowned tightly at Lin En, opening and closing her mouth before finally speaking after a long moment. That person I saw when I came back today, something was really off about him. I just felt this sense of dissonance radiating from him, but I couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Lin En, I'm not making this up. That person gave me the same feeling as the one who hunted us down before. Wen Yu spoke quickly and urgently. Even though Wen Liang and I haven't encountered those people in over 2 years, I'm still certain. I'll never forget them for the rest of my life. Chapter 163, The Plan. Wen Yu spoke urgently, as if afraid Lin En wouldn't believe her, her eyes fixed intently on him. Lin En patted her head. I know there's something wrong with them. Then why did you accept their invitation? This is their third invitation. Once, twice, but not a third time. If I don't go now, it's disrespecting the Zhao family gang. Even if they're just a gang, their influence isn't something I can afford to provoke. Wen Yu sighed, her voice tinged with resignation as she listened to Lin En. Don't worry. I've already made some connections. We'll find out if there's anything fishy. Lin En reassured Wen Yu. Wen Yu's eyes instantly brightened. As they spoke, Lin En's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he quickly answered the call. He pressed the answer button and held the phone close to his ear. Zhuo Yiyao? It's me. Zhuo Yiyao's voice was hushed. Are you sure there's nothing unusual around you? Yes. My abilities alone are limited. I'll contact my brother. He also holds a position within the guild. Coincidentally, he's been investigating a case recently where the guild suspects a systematic neural awakening harvesting network. They rescued a group of hostages not long ago. Though saved, several suffered awakened nerve damage and memory confusion from some drug administered. They did leak information, though traces led us to the Zhao family gang. Do you have any evidence? No direct evidence, only suspicions. Zhuo Yiyao sighed. The slums are too vast and the guild lacks manpower. Over the years, we've turned a blind eye to these gangs. But recent developments, even higher-ups feel we can't let this continue. Lin En rubbed his temples. He knew exactly what Zhuo Yiyao was referring to, the numerous notices plastered outside the guild and the countless guild notifications flooding his phone. In the past year alone, over 50 disappearances had gone unsolved, most confirmed to be awakened practitioners. Many vanished after missions, leading the guild to assume they'd either failed or perished. Until last month, when that group of hostages was rescued. Every single one of them was an awakened practitioner. And it was Lin En himself who had carried out the rescue. Though he hadn't revealed himself, anonymously sending the information and location to the guild, this incident convinced him he could no longer hide in the shadows. I need the guild's assistance. Lin En took a deep breath. I trust you. I'm counting on you to handle what comes next. My brother went straight to Vice President Zhang, who's handling this case. Old Zhang is an upright man. If the Zhao family gang is truly involved, tomorrow night will be our breakthrough. Zhuo Yiyao briefly outlined their proposed plan, and Lin En raised no objections. The biggest challenge now was how to get guild members close to Lin En without arousing suspicion. The Zhao family gang spies monitored the small courtyard around the clock. Any unfamiliar faces entering or leaving would be noticed. I'll bring a few friends over to throw a party at your place. Zhuo Yiyao changed tack, suddenly speaking in a light tone. They're all promising young talents trained by the guild, with clean backgrounds and no apparent ties to us. We'll throw a big, boisterous party to distract the outside watchers. In the wee hours and at dawn, we'll leave in waves, leaving one or two to spend the night at your place. They'll be ready to accompany you to the banquet tomorrow night. Lin En hesitated before replying, the Zhao family gang might only invite me. Then it's up to you how you play it. Zhuo Yiyao's voice carried a hint of amusement. A young man dragged along by friends who insist he see the world. Doesn't that sound plausible? Lin En couldn't help but smile. You didn't come up with this idea, did you? What? You don't like it? The moment Zhuo Yiyao said this, Lin En sensed trouble brewing. Not at all, not at all. It's great. I'll be waiting at home for your arrival. Lin En hung up the phone and turned his gaze toward Wenyu. Everything's been arranged. Someone will be coming over shortly. You go to Wen Liang and explain the situation to him, so he won't be startled when they suddenly show up. Wenyu nodded, about to go find Wen Liang, when Lin En spoke up. I'll take you to the public library tomorrow morning. The guild has arranged for someone to be there. You'll stay for the day. Think of it as training in the holographic simulation lab. I'll come back to pick you up. I'll go with you. Wenyu took a few quick steps forward and grabbed Lin En's sleeve, her fingers turning white from the pressure. I can help you too. No. Lin En's tone brooked no argument. You and Wen Liang stay in a safe place. That's the best help you can give me. Do as I say. Wenyu bit her lip, tears glistening in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Life on the run had taught her to suppress her emotions, making her more acutely aware of reality's cruelty than others her age. The life they had now was entirely due to Lin En's kindness. Lin En didn't want anything to happen to them either, and she understood that. Lin En waited alone in the living room. Soon, the guests arrived. Leading the group was a young man with dyed blue hair, carrying a crate of beer. He stood at the gate and bellowed, Lin! Open up! Heard you've struck it rich lately. Us bros are here to crash a free meal. Motion-activated lights flickered on in the yard. As Lin En stepped outside, the corner of his eye caught a flicker of movement on the opposite rooftop. He flashed an exaggerated grin and responded loudly in kind, what's with all the noise? You're waking up the whole alley. Come on in, come on in. Ah Fei swaggered into the courtyard, followed by a group of men and women, each carrying food or drinks. They laughed and joked, looking every bit the part of a weekend revelry crew. The small courtyard quickly filled with life. Music drifted from the living room, and the clamor of laughter, clinking glasses, and card game shouts nearly shook the roof. Amidst this cacophony, the real plan was quietly unfolding. The living room table was laden with snacks and bottles of liquor. The curtains were half drawn, revealing glimpses of light, food, and drinks, but obscuring the full view of the crowd. As soon as Fei entered the room, he activated a device. The sounds of revelry emanated from it, clearly the voices of the people currently in front of Lin En. The audio was crystal clear, without a hint of distortion, making it impossible to tell it wasn't a pre-recorded track. Lin En raised an eyebrow. Well prepared, indeed. The people inside the house fell silent. At least 3 lookouts outside. Zhuo Yiyao whispered. Dressed in a plain t-shirt and jeans with her hair pulled back in a high ponytail, she looked like a college student, a stark contrast to the outfits Lin had seen her in before. Yet her face remained exceptionally adorable. 2 are on the opposite rooftop, and 1 is setting up a stall at the alley entrance. They all noticed us when we came in. Lin nodded slightly. The Zhao gang's been watching me for a while. After I knocked out their lookout last time, they've been extra cautious and increased their surveillance. Chapter 164, My friends. That's a good thing. The speaker was Zhou Wenyuan, the team's analyst, wearing glasses. The more cautious they are, the more it suggests they have something to hide. Zhu Yiyao began introducing the team members who would stay behind to assist Lin. Besides Fei, there was Li Min, an awakened long-range specialist Chen Hao, an awakened warrior Lu Yue, an awakened spellcaster plus herself and Zhou Wenyuan. All 7 were young core members secretly cultivated by the guild, their cover identities flawless. The guild's plan is as follows. Zhuo Yiyao unfolded a hand-drawn map of the slums. The Zhao family gang's headquarters is here, a 3-story building converted from an old textile factory. They'll come for you tomorrow night. Our advantage is that they don't know you're onto them, let alone that you have friends helping you. You need to play the part of a young man who's wary yet arrogant. You killed 2 of their men, yet they're extending a polite invitation. You're bound to feel a bit cocky. Lin's expression turned serious. I understand. When you attend the banquet, we'll force our way along as your friends. If the Zhao gang refuses, you throw a tantrum and refuse to go. Since they went to such lengths to invite you, they shouldn't push too hard on this point. Zhuo Yiyao's finger traced the map. Once we're on their turf, we'll play it by ear. If we confirm their ties to the Awakened Nerve Extraction Organization, I'll send the signal. The guild's outer squad will breach within 15 minutes. What if they're just a regular illegal gang? Lin suddenly spoke up. After all, I have no proof, and neither do you have definitive evidence, right? We take them down regardless. Zhuo Yiyao's tone was unwavering. The slums aren't a lawless zone. All these years, the guild turned a blind eye because our power was limited. But now that they've walked right into our sights, there's no reason to let them off. The discussion lasted nearly an hour. Several people took turns standing up and pacing, coordinating to put on a show of revelry in front of the curtains. Occasionally, tipsy figures holding wine glasses would peek through the curtain gaps. They maintained the illusion of a wild party flawlessly. The surveillance team had rotated shifts, but they had clearly grown complacent about this ordinary gathering. At midnight, several drunken figures emerged from Lin's home, with Lin still standing at the doorway bidding them farewell. The remaining actors continued their performance, all for the sake of tomorrow. As the night deepened, the instant Lin turned, his gaze locked onto a lurking shadow crouched in a distant tree. A cold smile crossed his lips. Tomorrow night, he would either lift the veil on a shadowy organization or step into a trap meticulously laid for him. Either way, there was no turning back. The next morning, Lin escorted the Wen siblings to the Zhoushan District Public Library. Black was also placed by Lin to guard the siblings and ensure their safety. Although Wen Yu's awakened profession was formidable and combat capable, she had only recently awakened. Wen Liang, however, possessed almost no combat strength. Even with guild personnel present, Lin still felt uneasy. The guild dispatched 2 members to accompany the siblings directly inside the holographic simulation room, while others kept watch outside. Shortly after returning home, Lin saw off a second group of guests. Standing at the courtyard gate, Lin's gaze fell upon the black SUV parked at the alley entrance. According to intelligence, the vehicle had been parked there for 20 minutes. Wu Ying leaned against the door, smoking a cigarette, its glowing ember flickering in the fading light. Behind him stood 2 burly men, arms crossed, like 2 door gods. The timing was nearly half a day earlier than agreed. What was going on? Lin glanced at them briefly before returning indoors, showing no inclination to acknowledge them. They're getting impatient. Zhuo Yiyao spotted Lin returning and immediately approached, her voice hushed. She had changed into casual attire, a loose hoodie and jeans, looking like an ordinary girl ready to hang out with friends, yet her eyes flashed with sharp intensity. In the living room, the other 5 friends were also ready. Fei spun a coin rapidly between his fingers. Zhou Wenyuan performed a final equipment check, several small explosive devices disguised as everyday items. Li Min observed the activity outside from the window. Chen Hao performed simple stretching exercises. Lu Yue closed her eyes to rest and compose herself. The early move disrupted our deployment, but it was expected. Zhou Wenyuan pushed his glasses up, his eyes calm behind the lenses. The guild's outer squads might need more time to position themselves, but the core plan remains unchanged. Remember, we're a bunch of young hotheads clinging to our friends to show us the world. Lin took a deep breath, changed into fresh clothes, and addressed the group. All right. Let's go. Mr. Lin. Wu Ying saw him emerge again and stubbed out his cigarette on the ground. Mr. Zhao wished to see you sooner and specifically asked us to come pick you up early. Hope we didn't disturb your rest. The words were polite, but the tone held not a shred of apology. Lin noticed Wu Ying's gaze drift past him toward Zhuo Yiyao and the others emerging behind him. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. And these are? Wu Ying asked, her voice as flat as a ruler. Oh, my friends. Lin En smiled innocently, even adding a touch of embarrassment. They heard I was meeting a big shot from the Zhao family gang and insisted on tagging along to see the sights. I didn't want to bring them, but they were so persistent, saying sharing the good fortune, so I couldn't refuse. Ah Fei immediately stepped forward, his face all smiles. Yeah. Mr. Wu, we've heard all about how the Zhao family gang runs the slums. He gave him a thumbs up. With Brother Lin having this connection, it'd be downright rude not to bring the brothers along to meet him. A burly man behind Wu Ying spoke up, his voice rough as sandpaper scraping wood. Mr. Zhao only invited Mr. Lin. The atmosphere instantly turned cold. Lin En's smile vanished, and he raised an eyebrow. What's this? The Zhao family's hosting a gathering, yet I'm restricted from bringing friends? That doesn't align with the sincerity you've been projecting. How about this? I won't attend either. It's been ages since we last got together, and we didn't finish drinking last night. Let's continue today. He turned to leave, while Zhua Yao and the others put on disappointed expressions, murmuring complaints in unison. Exactly. If you won't let us bring friends, why even bother hosting? What's with the attitude? Brother Lin, I don't see much sincerity here either. Let's head back. I've got a couple bottles of good liquor at my place. What a waste of hope. I was looking forward to seeing something new. Wu Ying's eyes darkened slightly, clearly not expecting Lin En to refuse so bluntly. He fell silent for a few seconds, the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitching slightly as if weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he spoke. Since they are Mr. Lin's friends, they may come along. However, Mr. Zhao's time is precious, so I hope you won't cause any trouble. Chapter 165, Core Zone. No worries, no worries. Ah Fei patted his chest. We know the rules better than anyone. The group climbed into the vehicle. The SUV had been modified inside, the back seats removed and replaced with a bench that barely fit everyone. Wu Ying sat in the front passenger seat, flanked by two burly men guarding the doors like door gods. The vehicle started up and navigated the labyrinthine alleys of the slum district. Lin En appeared to be joking and bantering with his friends, but he was actually observing the route and surroundings with his peripheral vision. He noticed the vehicle wasn't heading straight for the Zhao family gang's stronghold but instead circling around the slums. Brother Wu, where are we headed? This feels like we're taking a detour. Lin En asked casually, leaning forward and resting his hands on the back of the front seat. Wu Ying didn't turn his head, his voice flat. The main roads are under construction lately. This detour is actually faster. Bull. There was no such thing as main road repairs in the slums. This little trick was clearly meant to deliberately confuse them, preventing them from memorizing the route. Lin En exchanged a glance with Joy Yao, who gave a slight nod. She had already memorized the route. A Fei began loudly telling a joke, an old chestnut about three awakened practitioners walking into a tavern, drawing a burst of laughter from the car. Chen Hao grumbled about mission minutiae, while Zhou Wenyuan solemnly analyzed recent developments in psychic theory. Lu Yue occasionally chimed in with tips on psychic tuning techniques. The entire cabin buzzed with lively chatter, perfectly embodying a group of carefree young people. Wu Ying tried several times to join the conversation, inquiring about the backgrounds of these friends, but each attempt was skillfully deflected. My awakened profession? Don't even get me started. Only because my parents gave me a decent foundation could I land a job at the guild's logistics company. I work my ass off and barely make a dime. Ah Fei poured out his grievances. Not like Brother Lin, who's got real skills. Even the Zhao family gang respects him. Apart from Zhua Yao mentioning she'd applied for a clerical position at a bookstore, the rest claimed to be part of a small squad that occasionally took on simple tasks. After all, their awakened professions were too low level. Wu Ying clearly wasn't satisfied with these answers, but the burly man behind him spoke up again, his voice laced with sarcasm. Mr. Lin sure has a wide circle of friends, every walk of life imaginable. The remark carried clear undertones of testing and disparagement. Lin En smiled, his laughter light and natural. Making friends is about mutual connection. What's this nonsense about high and low classes? Does the Zhao family gang vet people's family backgrounds for 3 generations before accepting them? The burly man choked on his words, his face darkening. Wu Ying raised a hand to silence him, then turned back to Lin En, forcing a stiff smile. Mr. Lin, please don't misunderstand. He's merely curious. After all, anyone who could be friends with you is hardly ordinary. Ordinary people. All ordinary people. Lin En waved his hand dismissively, leaning back in his seat. If not for those 2 misunderstandings with your organization, I'd still be just a small-time guy scraping by in the slums. Hardly worthy of you coming to invite me. The conversation drifted back to the earlier conflicts. Wu Ying's gaze sharpened, like a spotlight fixed on Lin En's face. Speaking of those misunderstandings, Mr. Lin, your skills are formidable. We lost 2 very capable brothers and another. Wu Ying paused mid-sentence, choosing not to state the name outright. After a brief silence, he continued, Mr. Zhao, however, holds you in high regard. He says you're a talent. Mr. Lin, you're clearly a healing type awakened, yet you possess such formidable combat skills. It's truly intriguing. Could it be that your classification is incorrect? Here it comes, the probing begins. Lin En had his answer ready, responding with a natural expression. Just a few survival skills, plenty of people have those. Nothing to boast about. As for the earlier clash, it was absolutely unavoidable. Your brothers stepped on me first. And they attacked so viciously, if I hadn't fought back, I'd have been dead. I'm a coward, unwilling to gamble, so I went for the kill. The statement was half truth, half lie. I see. Wu Ying's tone carried neither admiration nor suspicion. He turned his head away and said nothing more. The car finally stopped circling and drove deeper into the slums. The surrounding buildings grew increasingly dilapidated, the graffiti on walls transforming from childish doodles into gang symbols and threatening slogans. Pedestrians were scarce, with only a few wary figures standing at alleyways who quickly vanished into the shadows upon seeing the vehicle. This was now the heart of the Zhao family gang's territory. We're almost there. Wu Ying said, a barely perceptible relaxation in his voice. Lin En noticed Joy Yao's fingers tapping lightly on her knee, a pre-arranged signal indicating she had left distinctive markers along the route for the outer squad to track. The SUV finally came to a halt in front of a dilapidated 3-story factory building. The building's exterior was mottled, red bricks exposed, most windows boarded up. Only a few windows flanking the main entrance glowed with a dim, yellow light, like the eyes of a beast. 4 guards stood at the entrance. Spotting the vehicle, they snapped to attention, hands resting on the weapons at their waists. Please. Wu Ying stepped out, opening the door for Lin En with the precision of a hotel doorman, though his eyes held not a shred of warmth. Lin En and his 6 companions stepped out, curiously surveying the building. A Fei whistled, the sound echoing through the quiet street. Pretty fancy. With a little renovation, this place could be a nightclub. The guards shot them hostile glances, hands already reaching for their weapon hilts. But Wu Ying waved his hand. A simple gesture was enough to make the guards withdraw their hands and step aside. Please follow me. Wu Ying led the group through the main gate. The interior was a stark contrast to the exterior. The main hall had been converted into a reception area, carpeted in a deep crimson hue that felt plush underfoot, almost muffling all sound. Several imitation oil paintings hung on the walls, depicting landscapes and still lives, yet they appeared eerily unsettling under the dim lighting. A middle-aged man in a suit approached them, his smile warm and welcoming, the curve of his lips as if measured with a ruler. Welcome, welcome. Mr. Lin, I've heard so much about you. I'm Mr. Zhao's assistant, Wang. And these are? My friends. We're here to visit. Lin En replied, his gaze darting around the lobby. Though the decor appeared ordinary, numerous details betrayed the space's true purpose: subtle cameras in the corners, their lenses shifting slightly, psychic sensing devices on the doorframe, glowing faintly blue in the doors to the adjoining rooms, heavy metal doors locked from the outside, their keyholes worn from frequent use. A flicker of surprise crossed Assistant Wang's eyes, but he quickly resumed his professional smile, a mask plastered to his face. So you're Mr. Lin's friend. Welcome, welcome. Mr. Zhao is already waiting in the reception room. Please follow me. He led the group through the lobby and down the corridor behind it. Chapter 166, Coercion and Inducement. Lin En noticed the carpet had changed to a deep gray here, and the walls were cold concrete, devoid of any decoration. 7 or 8 doors lined both sides of the corridor, all tightly shut with no light seeping through the cracks. At the end of the corridor stood a double wooden door, intricately carved with patterns indistinct in the dim lighting. Assistant Wang pushed the doors open, revealing a spacious reception room where 5 people were already seated around a long table. Presiding at the head of the table was a man in his 50s with a square jaw and hair combed immaculately, gleaming with oil under the lights. He wore a deep purple Chinese-style double-breasted robe, idly rolling a pair of jade balls in his hands. The stones clinked softly against each other. He must be Zhao Tianxiong. Seated on either side were 2 men and 2 women, all in their 30s or 40s. They were well dressed, yet their eyes held a scrutinizing gaze, as if appraising the value of merchandise. Young friend Lin, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Zhao Tianxiong remained seated, merely gesturing with an inviting motion as the jade sphere spun in his palm. Sit. And who might these gentlemen and ladies be? Lin En introduced Joy Yao and the others, using the same explanation about friends eager to see the world. Zhao Tianxiong's gaze lingered briefly on each face, cold as a blade slicing through skin. His smile remained unchanged, yet the warmth never reached his eyes. Young people love excitement. I understand. Sit down, everyone. Don't be shy. The group took their seats. Assistant Wang clapped her hands, her voice crisp. 3 waitstaff dressed in uniform entered carrying trays, setting down tea and pastries. The clinking of porcelain echoed sharply in the quiet room, sounding almost jarring. Everything appeared like an ordinary social gathering, but Lin En could sense the spirit energy fluctuations in the room were unusually complex. They seemed to be on guard. Why else would they be projecting their spiritual energy outward at this moment? How peculiar. The Zhao family gang wielded considerable influence. They were figures of note. Could they truly fear him? Or could it be that they themselves couldn't control it? Of the people present, only Zhao Tianxiong, seated at the head of the table, had no spiritual energy radiating outward. The other 4 guests all had their spiritual energy actively projected. Their spiritual energy felt restless and stagnant. Young friend Lin. Zhao Tianxiong cut straight to the point, setting down the jade orb and folding his hands on the table. The unpleasant incidents during our previous 2 meetings were due to our people acting out of line. I failed to discipline them properly, and I offer my sincere apologies here. The words were well spoken, but Lin wasn't naive enough to believe them. He responded politely, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. Mr. Zhao, you're too kind. Both sides bear responsibility for the conflict. That you've chosen to overlook past grievances and extend this invitation repeatedly is a great honor. I value talent. Zhao Tianxiong leaned forward, his gaze sharp as hooks. I hear you're an orphan, without family or support. It truly pains me. Your former team showed poor judgment in expelling you. Now, the Zhao family gang is in dire need of talent. Might young Master Lin be interested in joining us? He was extending an olive branch outright. Lin was taken aback. Collaboration? Wasn't this about joining the Zhao family gang? How did it become a partnership? What does this mean? Lin felt momentarily confused. Could they have other plans? Lin took a deep breath, briefly suppressing the tumult of thoughts in his mind. He looked at Zhao Tianxiong with a puzzled expression. What exactly does Mr. Zhao mean by cooperation? It's quite simple. Zhao Tianxiong lowered his voice, his tone tinged with allure. You join the Zhao family gang. I provide you with resources and connections to boost your strength. With your talent and my backing, you'll quickly make a name for yourself within the guild system. Then, you operate openly while I work behind the scenes. We support each other. Wouldn't that be splendid? The implication was clear. They wanted Lin to act as an inside man, infiltrating the guild. Lin sneered inwardly. So this was their plan, quite the scheme. But why choose him when they had their own people? Lin recalled his conflict with the Zhao family gang. Perhaps they wanted someone ostensibly unrelated to him, even someone with irreconcilable, bitter enmity. That way, when they distributed advantageous resources, no one could interpret it as Lin repaying the Zhao family gang. How wonderfully self-serving. Yet Lin wore a look of genuine difficulty, his brow furrowed slightly, clearly finding the request quite challenging. Mr. Zhao, I'm flattered by your confidence, but I'm not particularly capable, nor am I skilled in social maneuvering. What's more, I have no real standing within the guild and lack meaningful connections. Climbing the ranks? That's easier said than done. You needn't worry about any of that. A woman seated to Zhao Tianxiong's left spoke up. She appeared to be around 35 or 36, her makeup meticulously applied, yet her gaze was sharp as needles. We have a comprehensive development program in place. If you agree now, we guarantee you'll reach the middle management level within 3 months. Wow! Zhuo Yao chimed in at the perfect moment, playing the role of the clueless friend, her voice dripping with exaggerated admiration. Brother Lin, this is a rare opportunity. If you make it big, don't forget your brothers. A Fei chimed in, slapping Lin on the shoulder. Exactly. Brother Lin, Mr. Zhao holds you in such high regard. What are you hesitating about? These seemingly persuasive words were actually creating a plausible excuse for Lin to hesitate, the image of a young man egged on by friends, both tempted and apprehensive. Lin frowned, words on the tip of his tongue, his gaze shifting between Zhao Tianxiong and his so-called friends. Zhao Tianxiong studied his expression, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. He continued to press, his voice growing gentler, yet beneath the softness lay a hidden edge. Young Lin, I hear you recently reunited with your younger siblings? The slums are a complicated place. It's no easy life for 2 children here. If you join us, I can arrange the best resources for them, ensuring they receive proper spiritual guidance. Beneath the gentle words lay a threat. We know your weakness. Lin's expression shifted slightly, his fingers tightening. After a long silence, the steam from his teacup slowly dissipated. Finally, his voice came out dry and strained. Mr. Zhao, this is a weighty matter. Might I have a few days to consider? Zhao Tianxiong's smile faded, like ice under the sun, slowly melting away. Young Lin, my patience is limited. I invited you here tonight with sincere intentions to discuss cooperation. If you refuse... He didn't finish, but the room's atmosphere grew noticeably colder, like the door to a cold storage had suddenly swung open. 2 of the 4 attendants rose, their chair legs scraping the floor with a sharp, grating sound. Their spiritual energy fluctuations intensified abruptly, a cold, stagnant energy that spread like a thick fog. A faint clang of metal echoed from the doorway. The guards were clearly in position, weapons drawn. The curtain on the treacherous banquet was fully drawn at that moment. Chapter 167, The Dagger Revealed. The air in the room seemed to freeze solid. Exquisite pastries still adorned the porcelain plates on the long table, while the tea had grown cold, a thin film forming on its surface. Yet all eyes were fixed on Lin's face, piercing him like needles. Zhao Tianxiong's jade ball stopped spinning in his hands, the 2 spheres pressed tightly together, emitting a dull friction sound. A few days to consider? Zhao Tianxiong repeated the words, his voice flat as a dull knife scraping against stone. Young Lin, I thought you were a smart man. Smart men should know that some opportunities vanish in the blink of an eye. The woman who had spoken earlier, standing to his left, tapped lightly on the tabletop. Her nails were painted a dark crimson, a color as deep as congealed blood. The tapping sounded especially clear in the silence once, twice, 3 times. Mr. Lin, you may not be familiar with the Zhao family gang's way of doing things. When we extend an invitation, we usually give only one chance to choose. No sooner had she finished speaking than faint ripples suddenly spread across the walls surrounding the room, like stones dropped into water. A translucent barrier of spiritual energy descended from the ceiling with a faint hum, sealing the entire room. Lin En could sense that this barrier not only blocked sound and sight but also suppressed the flow of spiritual energy within. He attempted to summon a thread of his own spiritual energy and found it at least 30% more difficult than usual. Zhao Tianxiang slowly lifted his teacup. The tea inside had grown cold, but he still blew on it symbolically. This is a simple spirit energy barrier, 2nd tier level. To prevent our conversation from being interrupted and to prevent unnecessary trouble. The threat was now unmasked. Zhuo Yiyou and the others exchanged glances. According to the plan, they should now display appropriate alarm. What does this mean? Zhou Wenyuan's voice trembled as he pushed his glasses up, his eyes widening behind the lenses in a classic nerd-startled expression. His hands trembled slightly beneath the table, his performance perfectly timed. A Fei stood up, the chair legs scraping the floor with a shrill screech. What do you think you're doing? Forcing people to eat when you're the one hosting? He shouted fiercely, but his voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Shen Hao stepped in front of the others, assuming a defensive stance. His muscles were taut, but his breathing was slightly labored. Brother Lin, something's wrong. Lu Yue gripped Zhuo Yiyao's arm tightly, her fingers turning white from the pressure. Zhuo Yiyao's own face wore just the right amount of fear, her lips trembling slightly. Their performance was convincing, the natural reaction of ordinary young people facing sudden danger. A flicker of contempt crossed Zhao Tianxiang and his men's eyes. Clearly, they held no regard for these friends. The woman with the red nails even let a mocking curve touch her lips. Lin En took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He looked at Zhao Tianxiang, his voice steady yet tinged with just the right amount of tension. Mr. Zhao, is this your sincerity? If I refuse, does that mean I won't be leaving this room? Don't put it so bluntly. Zhao Tianxiang set down his teacup, the porcelain clinking sharply. I'm merely stating a fact. Lin En, you killed 2 of our men. By gang rules, you should pay with your life. I admire your abilities, which is why I'm offering you this chance. Join us, and past transgressions will be forgiven. You'll gain access to resources beyond your wildest dreams. Refuse. He didn't finish, but the implication was crystal clear. The other 4 guests in the room had already formed a semicircle around them, their psychic fluctuations growing more pronounced. Counting Zhao Tianxiang, the opposing side had at least 5 awakened professionals of considerable strength. Guards stood at the door, while Wu Ying and the 2 burly men waited outside. Their side numbered 7. On the surface, only Lin En had combat experience, but in reality, I heard. Lin En suddenly spoke up, changing the subject. His voice rang out clearly in the quiet room. The Zhao family gang isn't just some ordinary slum gang. Recently in Jiangchang, there have been disappearances of children who haven't fully awakened, and even more adult awakened professionals have vanished. Do you think these incidents are connected to the Zhao family gang? The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Zhao Tianxiang's gaze turned dangerous, like a venomous snake fixated on its prey. Young Lin, don't ask questions you shouldn't. Knowing too much won't do you any good. I'm merely curious. Lin En continued, seemingly oblivious to the danger, his fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of his teacup. I've heard that the awakened nerves of an awakened practitioner can be stripped away. Have you heard of such a thing, Mr. Zhao? Bang! The bald giant seated to Zhao Tianxiang's right slammed his fist onto the table, cracking the solid wood surface with a fine fissure that ran from beneath his hand to the center of the tabletop. The burly man bore a vicious scar stretching from his left brow to the corner of his mouth. His expression was savage, his presence intimidating. Kid, you're asking for it. Sit down. Zhao Tianxiang's voice was not loud, but it carried an authority that brooked no argument. The bald man shot Lin En a resentful glare, his eyes nearly blazing with fury, but he slowly sank back into his chair, which creaked under his weight. Mr. Lin, it seems you've uncovered quite a bit. Zhao Tianxiang's fingers began twirling the jade ball again, this time at a slightly faster pace. But that only confirms my assessment you're a capable man. Since you already know some things, I won't hide anything from you. Yes, the Zhao family gang does engage in some specialized operations. The market for awakened neural deprivation transplants is enormous, with unimaginable profits. He rose and walked to the window, turning his back to the others. The light outside distorted and blurred through the psychic barrier, casting strange shadows upon him. Do you know why the guild, despite knowing the slums are problematic, has never dared to investigate deeply? Because this industry chain involves far too many stakeholders. From harvesters to middlemen, from transplant surgeons to buyers, every link has its protectors. We even have our people within the guild itself. The statement was half truth, half bluff, meant to intimidate. Lin En played along, widening his eyes in feigned shock. Inside the guild. Otherwise, why do you think those cases always get swept under the rug? Zhao Tianxiong turned, his face wearing a smile of absolute control. Yet that smile held no warmth, only cold calculation. Lin En, this world isn't black and white. Join us, and you'll gain power, wealth, status. Refuse, and not only will you die, but your friends, and your adorable little brother and sister too. With all the accidents happening daily in the slums, 1 or 2 more wouldn't raise an eyebrow. A blatant threat. Zhuo Yao suddenly stood up, pointing at Zhao Tianxiong, her voice trembling with rage. You dare. The guild won't let you get away with this. Chapter 168, Breaking Ties. The guild? The woman with red nails sneered, her voice sharp as glass scraping against metal. Young lady, you're so naive. You think the guild is the embodiment of justice? It's nothing more than a larger syndicate. And besides, her gaze swept over the group, appraising them like merchandise. Whether you'll even make it out of here alive tonight is questionable. And you're pinning your hopes on the guild? Brother Lin, why don't you just agree? Better safe than sorry. Ah Fei suddenly tugged at Lin En's sleeve, his voice trembling, his face pale. Yeah, Brother Lin, Mr. Zhao's being so sincere, it's a rare chance. Zhou Wenyuan chimed in, pushing up his slipping glasses, his voice urgent. We can't agree. This is like bargaining with a tiger. Brother Lin, we fight our way out. Chen Hao objected fiercely, his fists clenched so tightly the veins stood out. The group argued heatedly, their conflicting opinions mirroring the chaotic reactions of a mob in crisis. Zhao Tianxiong watched the scene unfold, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes as if observing a swarm of noisy insects. Enough! He raised his voice, tapping the jade ball heavily in his palm, producing a dull thud. Lin En, I'll give you 5 minutes to think. After 5 minutes, I want an answer. Lin En kept his head bowed, his hands clenched into fists resting on his knees, shoulders trembling slightly as if locked in a fierce internal battle. In truth, he was transmitting a message to his teammates through a special spiritual energy fluctuation. It was a pre-arranged code using faint spiritual energy fluctuations to mimic the rhythm of a heartbeat, detectable only by those with specialized training. Prepare for action. Zhuo Yao received the signal. She lunged forward, grabbing Lin En and suddenly shouted, Lin Gu, you can't agree to this. My brother works at the guild, I can have him report these people. Boom! The words ignited the tense atmosphere like a fuse. The woman with red nails struck instantly, her movements so swift they left only a blur. With a flick of her right hand, 3 ice spikes materialized out of thin air. Whistling through the air, they shot toward Zuyiya, aiming straight for her throat and chest. Shut your mouth. The ice spikes melted upon reaching half a foot from Zhuo Yao's face, vaporizing into a hissing cloud that filled the air. Ice spikes? Interesting. Lu Yue had appeared before Zhuo Yao at some point, her hands forming seals as spiritual energy surged with a scorching aura. Zhao Tianxiong's expression darkened as his sharp gaze locked onto Lu Yue. S-class practitioner. You deceived me. The disguise was torn away in that instant. Lin En lifted his head, his face devoid of any trace of hesitation or fear. Only cold, battle-ready intent remained, like a blade drawn from its sheath. Mr. Zhao, you're mistaken. You knew I was an A-class professional. Does that mean my friends can't be higher ranked? It seems your intelligence work is lacking. Attack! Zhao Tianxiong's eyes blazed with fury as he roared, his voice exploding through the room. He had no intention of exchanging further words with Lin En and his companions. The fight erupted instantly. The bald man charged at Lin first, his fists enveloped in searing flames, a dark crimson fire carrying an ominous aura. The red-nailed woman swung her hands repeatedly, unleashing a torrent of ice shards that rained down on the group like a storm. The other 3 companions unleashed their own abilities, one manipulated spirit energy into flying blades, another caused stone spikes to erupt from the ground, and the third's hands glowed green. All 3 possessed exceptionally potent abilities, with spirit energy surging from their bodies at a minimum a rank level. But Lin's side was prepared. Chen Hao roared as he charged the bald man. His muscles bulged, skin gleaming metallic as their fists collided with a thunderous thud. The shockwaves sent teacups dancing across the table. Li Min had already retreated to the corner of the room. With a flick of her wrists, 2 uniquely shaped short crossbows slid from her sleeves. The bolts were engraved with intricate runes that glowed faintly as they left the crossbows, flying with pinpoint accuracy to intercept and shatter the flying blades midair. Her long-range support was exceptionally precise and efficient. Lu Yue, an awakened practitioner of spellcraft, formed seals with both hands while chanting incantations. A pale blue water barrier unfolded before the group, deflecting most of the ice spikes. The barrier rippled under the impact but remained resilient and unbroken. The electrical current in Zhuo Yao's hands rapidly began to spread outward. Zhou Wenyuan pushed his glasses up, a data stream-like gleam flashing in his eyes as his professional tactician mode instantly activated. Red Nail Woman, awakened profession, Icefield Manipulator. High attack frequency but average single-hit damage. Weakness, her waist. She has an old injury there. Target her left side. Bald Man, awakened profession, Incinerator. Attack his nape. The Dagger Manipulator, his awakened profession is Smelter. His control is unstable. The interval between his third and seventh attacks will extend by 0.3 seconds. Zhou Wenyuan fell back behind the others, pushing his eyes to rapidly analyze the current situation. Explaining the advantages and disadvantages to everyone took only a moment, yet the battle underwent a stunning reversal. Everyone began targeting the enemy's weak points, driving them back step by step. Lin En himself charged straight at Zhao Tianxiong. Capture the king to subdue the bandits by controlling the leader, the battle could be swiftly concluded. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Tianxiong's eyes clearly. He hadn't anticipated such coordination and strength from this group of youngsters. But as the longtime leader of the Zhao family gang, he remained composed under pressure. With a clap of his hands, four earthen walls half a foot thick suddenly rose from the ground, instantly trapping him and Lin En in the center, isolating them from the surrounding battlefield. Boy, I underestimated you. Zhao Tianxiong's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Today had unfolded in ways he never imagined. He had thought it would be as easy as catching a turtle in a jar, but now he found himself facing several formidable opponents, forcing him to get his hands dirty. Yet Zhao Tianxiong showed no trace of worry. A flicker of contempt crossed his eyes as he looked at Lin En. You think bringing a few guild brats can take down my turf? How naive. The interior space within the earthen wall was small, barely 3 square meters. Zhao Tianxiong launched the first attack. The ground beneath his feet suddenly softened, transforming into a viscous quagmire that attempted to trap Lin En's legs. Simultaneously, dozens of sharp stone spikes erupted from the earthen wall above, raining down like a storm. Instead of retreating, Lin En advanced, drawing a deep breath. A vivid emerald glow erupted from his palms. Countless slender green branches sprouted from his palms like living creatures, swiftly weaving themselves into a dense net that formed a shield above his head. The stone spikes collided with the net of branches. Thud! 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 The clashing sounds echoed as the spikes failed to pierce through the net. Aren't you a support type? Zhao Tianxiong frowned in surprise. Lin En offered no reply, instead unleashing more branches. They spread rapidly across the swamp surface, intertwining to form a bridge-like structure. He charged forward, stepping on the branches as if on solid ground. With a flick of his right hand, more branches surged from his palm, lashing out toward Zhao Tianxiong like whips. Chapter 169, Fierce Battle. Zhao Tianxiong snorted coldly, conjuring an earthen shield before him. Crack! 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 The branches struck the earthen shield, producing sharp cracks and leaving fissures, yet failed to pierce through. The two engaged in a fierce battle within the confined space. Lin En's branches moved with fluid agility, whipping like lashes, thrusting like spears, weaving into defensive nets. Zhao Tianxiong's earth elemental spellcasting proved exceptionally solid and weighty, his defense as sturdy as a turtle's shell. His occasional counterattacks with stone spikes and earth spikes were also extremely devious. Your abilities are quite unique, Zhao Tianxiong observed while fighting. This isn't support in the conventional sense. How can you possess such formidable offensive power? Lin En paid him no mind, relentlessly pressing forward with increasingly fierce attacks. He suddenly changed tactics. The branches in his left hand coiled like vines toward Zhao Tianxiong's legs, while his right handed an exceptionally thick, sharp spike aimed straight for his opponent's throat. The ground beneath Zhao Tianxiong surged upward, shattering the encircling branches as he sidestepped the spear. But at that very moment, his expression abruptly changed. An invisible blade suddenly appeared behind him, slicing through his coat and leaving a shallow, bloody gash on his back. What? Zhao Tianxiong retreated hastily, looking around in shock and confusion. The earthen wall held nothing but him and Lin En. A cold gleam flashed in Lin En's eyes. Fifth skill, Spatial Blade. This skill was his most devastating offensive capability. It could prove crucial in critical moments. Within its range, the Spatial Blade rendered opponents utterly defenseless. A spatial ability? A hint of apprehension finally crept into Zhao Tianxiong's voice. A person can't awaken two professions. You. Enough with the nonsense. Lin En sneered coldly and launched another attack. This time, his assault was laced with sneak attacks from spatial blades. Zhao Tianxiong was forced to divide his attention to guard against those elusive, invisible blades, instantly putting him at a disadvantage. After narrowly evading the spatial blades several times, a fierce glint flashed in Zhao Tianxiong's eyes. He bit his tongue, spitting a mist of blood that merged with the surrounding earthen wall. The entire wall suddenly came alive, transforming into a massive stone hand that reached out to grab Lin En. Simultaneously, he drew a small white jade vial from his robe, poured out a scarlet pill, and swallowed it. Lin En could sense Zhao Tianxiong's aura surge dramatically after taking the pill, increasing by at least one major tier. The earthen palm's speed and power surged dramatically, clawing toward him with a howling wind. Lin En took a deep breath and pressed both hands against the ground. Countless green branches erupted from the ground, not to attack, but to rapidly weave themselves into a hemispherical protective shield, enveloping him within. The earthen palm slammed into the shield, emitting a bone-chilling crunch as branches snapped and regenerated in an endless cycle, creating a temporary stalemate. In that split second of stalemate, a sharp gleam flashed in Lin En's eyes. His right hand formed a loose fist as three spatial blades activated simultaneously. One appeared behind Zhao Tianxiang's left shoulder, another behind his right knee, and the final, most concealed blade materialized directly at Zhao Tianxiang's abdomen, the weakest point in his protective aura. Zhao Tianxiang instantly sensed the danger and roared in fury. Arg! His spirit energy erupted instantly, forming a thick layer of rock armor that enveloped his entire body. The spatial blades moved with blinding speed. Zhao Tianxiang's hastily erected defense inevitably showed cracks. The 3 blades sliced through, cutting open the armor on his left shoulder and right knee, blood seeping out. The blade aimed at his lower abdomen nearly breached his defenses entirely. Good. Very good. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Tianxiang laughed instead of anger, his eyes filled with greed as he looked at Lin En. Your awakened nerves must be exceptionally unique. If only they could be extracted and transplanted. Before he could finish, Lin En seized the opening, shattering the branch shield and bursting through. This time, Lin En did not rely on the branches of the Tree of Life. Instead, he directly channeled his spiritual energy, clenching his fists tightly. 6 spatial blades simultaneously activated around Zhao Tianxiang from different angles, forming a deadly net. 6 spatial blades were the absolute limit Lin En could currently wield. Zhao Tianxiang's expression darkened as he channeled his spiritual energy to its fullest. The ground surged upward, forming several earthen walls that encircled him in a protective barrier. The spatial blades sliced into the earthen walls, leaving deep gashes, yet failed to breach the defenses in a single strike. As Zhao Tianxiang focused entirely on defending against the spatial blades, a ruthless gleam flashed in Lin En's eyes. The branches beneath his feet sprang violently, propelling him like an arrow toward Zhao Tianxiang. His right hand splayed open, and 5 of the toughest branches shot forth like javelins, aiming straight for Zhao Tianxiang's face. Zhao Tianxiang frantically raised his arm to block, but the branches pierced through the rock armor on his forearm, sinking deep into flesh. The excruciating pain made him grunt in pain, and by then, Lin En was already close enough to press his left palm against Zhao Tianxiang's chest. It's over. Lin En growled, a burst of green light erupting from his palm. But at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. A sinister rune suddenly flared on Zhao Tianxiang's chest. Crimson as blood, it radiated an ominous aura. Lin's hand, pressed against the rune, felt as though it had touched a red-hot iron. Agonizing pain shot through him, and he instinctively pulled his hand back and retreated. Ha 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 ha. You can't kill me. Blood trickled from the corners of Zhao Tianxiang's mouth as he grinned savagely. This is the talisman the Dark Owl's upper echelons left me. You think you can kill me? You're delusional. He stomped his foot violently, causing the earthen wall to collapse with a thunderous crash. The external battlefield came into view. Zhuo Yiyao and the others had already gained control of the situation. 4 bodyguards lay pinned to the floor, their joints immobilized by Li Min's specially crafted binding arrows. Wu Ying was pinned against the wall by Chen Hao, his face bruised and swollen. Even the guard at the door was trapped by Lu Yue's water binding spell, unable to struggle. Zhou Wenyuan had already broken through the room's psychic barrier and was assisting Li Min in finishing them off. Seeing Zhao Tianxiang wounded, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zhuo Yiyao channeled an electric current in her hand, preparing to deliver the final blow to Zhao Tianxiang. You think you've won? Wu Ying, pinned against the wall, suddenly grinned. The smile was mad and eerie. He violently broke free from Chen Hao's hold. The explosive force far exceeded his previous displays. Wu Ying ripped open his shirt, revealing a row of dark red tubular devices strapped across his chest. Zhou Wenyuan's face paled. Explosive tubes. Retreat. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Wu Ying had already pulled the fuse. A blinding red light erupted from his chest, followed by a deafening explosion. Chen Hao, standing closest, bore the brunt of the blast. The shockwave hurled him backward, slamming him hard into the wall. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his chest a mangled mess of flesh and blood. The others were thrown off balance by the blast, leaving the room in utter chaos. The psychic barrier shattered completely under the blow, and a shrill alarm pierced the entire building. Chaotic footsteps and shouts echoed from the hallway as more Zhao family gang members rushed in. Amid the chaos, Zhao Tianxiang burst through a hidden door concealed behind a painting, his figure vanishing in a flash. Chen Hao. Chapter 170, The Laboratory. Zhuo Yiyao rushed over, kneeling beside him. She swiftly applied medicinal powder to his wounds, but Chen Hao's injuries were too severe. The blast had directly damaged his internal organs. The medicine Zhuo Yiyao had brought couldn't heal him in this state. Don't worry about me. Chase. Chen Hao coughed up blood, his words strained. Lin En stepped forward in 2 strides, gathering droplets of dew in his hands and forcing them into Chen Hao's mouth. You won't die. Trust me. Almost instantly, the wounds on Chen Hao's body began repairing at a visible speed, his muscles regenerating. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment except for Zhuo Yiyao. Wasn't Lin En a combat-type practitioner? He'd just fought Zhao Tianxiang so fiercely inside, even injuring him. How could he possibly heal Chen Hao now? Ignoring their reactions, Lin En scanned the group. Zhou Wenyuan, Li Min, protect the wounded. The person beneath you and I will pursue Zhao Tianxiang. We absolutely cannot let him escape. Lin En's words carried undeniable gravity, leaving no time for further deliberation. The four charged toward the hidden door, revealing a narrow passageway descending downward. The walls were rough, with faintly glowing spirit stones embedded every few meters. A peculiar scent permeated the passageway, a sweet fragrance blending disinfectant with some herbal essence, tinged with a faint, lingering stench of decay. Watch out for traps. Lin En led the way, carefully assessing their surroundings. He could sense faint psionic fluctuations lurking along the passage walls. Captain, enemies are gathering outside. At least 20 of them, 8 with spirit energy fluctuations. We're surrounded. Li Min's voice crackled through the communicator. The expressions on everyone's faces darkened. Zhuo Yao clenched her teeth and said, "Hold on. Guild reinforcements are on their way." After descending roughly 3 stories, a heavy metal door appeared at the passageway's end. A complex psionic lock adorned the door, its runes slowly fading. It must have been Zhao Tianxian who had just passed through. "I'll handle it." Fei's abilities weren't particularly notable within the team, but he possessed one special skill, lockpicking. He produced a peculiar set of tools, inserted them into the lock, and closed his eyes to listen intently. 30 seconds later, with a soft click, the metal door slid open. The sight beyond the door made everyone gasp in shock. A spacious underground chamber unfolded before them. To the left stood rows of transparent cultivation chambers, each containing floating organs and tissues, alongside numerous glowing spiritual root specimens. To the right were operating tables and precision instruments. At the very center lay a massive circular magic array, painted in dark red pigment, its central stone platform engraved with eerie runes. Beside the array, Zhao Tianxian was securing an unconscious youth to the stone platform. The boy's head had been shaved bald, and red runes were painted across his skull. No need to guess this was the location of the awakening nerve. "Stop!" Lin En roared, charging toward the array. Zhao Tianxian turned at the sound, his face twisted into a fanatical grimace. "Too late. Since you've come willingly, you'll all become part of my collection." He bit through his finger, tearing off a small piece of flesh, and dripped the blood onto the edge of the formation. The entire formation instantly erupted in a blinding crimson light. The runes on the stone platform began to writhe, and the boy's body convulsed even more violently. The instant Lin En lunged forward, the formation erected a crimson barrier that flung him backward. Zhuo Yao and Fei also attempted to break through, only to be blocked as well. Lu Yue's expression darkened. "This is a blood sacrifice array. We must destroy its core node." Lu Yue immediately took several steps forward, and her vision suddenly cleared. "That crimson crystal beneath the stone platform is the core. We must enter the array's range." Before she could finish, the other entrances to the lab suddenly swung open. 7 or 8 figures in white lab coats surged in. Their eyes were vacant, and they wielded psychic weapons, launching attacks without expression. "Something's wrong with them." Zhuo Yao frowned deeply, dodging while closely observing the group before her. "They might be experimental subjects they created." Lin En voiced his suspicion, simultaneously dodging a psychic blast. The battle erupted throughout the underground laboratory. Lin En fought 3 opponents alone. Branches surged from his palms, lashing like whips one moment and thrusting like spears the next. Combined with the occasional spatial blades, his attacks left his foes constantly on the defensive. Yet these test subjects seemed impervious to pain, their wounds only oozing faint black mist. That sensation felt all too familiar to Lin, eerily similar to the insectoid creatures he had encountered before. That same frenzied, agitated emotion surged within them. The group utilized their abilities to resist this mindless horde, driven solely by the urge to attack. The youth within the formation was in dire straits. His breath was faint, nearly ceasing, veins bulging violently on his forehead. A faint blue-gold light began to seep outward. "There's no time." A resolute glint flashed in Lin En's eyes. "Zhuo Yao, cover me." He held nothing back, pressing both hands against the ground as spiritual energy surged wildly from within him. In an instant, the fabric on his arms tore away. This time, branches didn't just sprout from his palms, his entire arm transformed into a deep round tree trunk. As his arm changed, the branches that split off grew thicker and tougher, their thorns becoming razor-sharp. The branches swiftly enveloped Lin En's entire body as he charged with brute force against the crimson barrier. Zudia struck simultaneously, channeling lightning energy into countless tiny currents that clung to the barrier, searching for weak points. "Lower left!" Zhuo Yao shouted. Lin redirected his momentum, channeling all the branches to strike the barrier's lower left corner. The barrier shook violently, cracks spreading across its surface, yet it remained intact. Again! Ignoring the internal injuries caused by the recoil, Lin En delivered a second strike. Boom! The barrier shattered. Put! Lin En suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Several branches snapped off, a rare occurrence for him. Lin En wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and forced himself into the formation, charging straight at Zhao Tianxian. Zhao Tianxian was straining to keep the formation active. Seeing this, a cold gleam flashed across his face. "You're asking for death." The crimson light of the formation coalesced into countless fine red threads that rose from the ground, wrapping around Lin En. The moment the threads touched his skin, Lin En felt a searing pain. Even more terrifying, they were draining the spiritual energy from his body. Lin En. Zhuo Yao immediately sensed something was wrong and tried to rush in to help, but she was held fast by the experimental subject. Lin En felt the spiritual energy within the tower rapidly draining away, his consciousness beginning to blur. The crimson threads tightened relentlessly, and Lin even felt he could no longer summon his awakened tree of life. Lin bit down hard on his lip, blood spreading across his palate. No! I can't fall here. No! Chapter 171, Victory. Ah! Lin En roared with fury as his last ounce of strength erupted completely. This time, he didn't just rely on his branch power, he pushed his spatial blades to their absolute limit. In an instant, 7 spatial blades materialized simultaneously, shattering the limits of his physical endurance. Yet they weren't aimed at Zhao Tianxiong, instead, they severed the crimson threads. The moment the threads snapped, Lin En broke free from his bonds. His roots beneath him sprang violently, propelling his entire body like a cannonball toward the stone platform. Zhao Tianxiong hastily conjured an earth shield for defense, but Lin En held nothing back. His right hand grasped the air, and a spatial blade sliced straight through Zhao Tianxiong's defenses. Splash! The blade sliced through, blood spurting from Zhao Tianxiong's right shoulder. The excruciating pain halted his movement, and by then, Lin En had already charged to the stone platform. The branches in his left hand wrapped around Zhao Tianxiong like tentacles, while his right fist gathered all his strength, smashing viciously into the blood-red crystal embedded in the ground. The last glimmer of green light erupted from the surface of his fist. No! Zhao Tianxiong screamed. The instant the fist struck the crystal, the entire formation began to collapse. The crimson glow rapidly dimmed, the runes ceased their writhing, and the blue-gold light that had been radiating out instantly retreated back into the youth's mind. Zhao Tianxiong, struck by the array's backlash, collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Thud! 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 The test subjects on the periphery collapsed one after another. A brief silence fell over the laboratory. Lin En. Zhuo Yao rushed over urgently, supporting the swaying Lin En. Her eyes brimmed with tears, her voice choked with emotion. Lin's right hand was drenched in blood, twisted into an unnatural shape. I'm fine. Go check on the child. Lin En took several deep breaths to steady himself. Lu Yue had already stepped forward to check on the boy's condition. His pulse is faint. He's in bad shape. Boom! Before Lu Yue could finish her sentence, a muffled explosion echoed from above the laboratory. Special Operations Team. Everyone drop your weapons. The guild reinforcements had finally arrived. The rhythmic clatter of boots surged like a tide into the underground lab. Medical team. There are critically injured personnel here. Seal all exits. Secure evidence. Commands echoed in rapid succession as uniformed personnel swiftly took control of the scene. Lin En slumped against the edge of a cold stone slab, his right hand throbbing with pain that made his forehead break out in a cold sweat. His psychic energy was depleted, he couldn't muster even a drop of dew to heal himself. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. Zuiya knelt beside Lin En, sprinkling medicinal powder onto his wounds. The healing practitioners will be here soon. Hang on a little longer. Zhuo Yao's voice trembled slightly. Don't worry. I'm just exhausted. As for my arm. Don't talk. Lin En's words of comfort were cut short by Zhuo Yao. Tears streamed down her cheeks, tugging at Lin En's heart with a sharp ache. His body felt utterly drained of strength, he couldn't even lift his arm to wipe away her tears. Don't cry, please don't cry. The healing class professional examined the boy, confirmed he was unharmed, and immediately signaled for others to escort them away. The moment they reached Lin En, the healing class practitioner's eyes widened in shock. This bad? It's fine. Lin brushed it off casually. The other couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. I can't handle this right now. I'll restore some of your stamina, but you'll need to go back and have it treated by someone more specialized. Lin En gave a slight nod. His arm was twisted and deformed indeed, a difficult injury to treat. Fei and Lu Yue had only minor injuries. After simple bandaging, they were able to stand. Zhou Wenyuan was assisting guild members in gathering evidence. The most surprising sight was Chun Hao. Though his chest was a bloody mess, he remained lucid and could even speak in a low voice. Lin lay on the stretcher, watching the exposed pipes on the ceiling recede rapidly. He felt utterly exhausted, an exhaustion unlike any he'd ever known, both physically and mentally. Back in the underground lab, for a moment, he truly believed he would die there. A hand gently clasped his uninjured left hand. Zhuo Yao's hand was cool, yet her palm held a comforting warmth. Sleep for a while. Zhuo Yao murmured softly. I'll stay with you the whole time. Lin En tried to shake his head, but his eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Through the haze, he sensed the stretcher being lifted into the vehicle, followed by the jolting of the road. Zhuo Yao's hand never let go, occasionally brushing his wrist with her fingertips, a silent comfort. After an unknown amount of time, Lin En felt a sharp prick in his arm. Even with the pain numbing his limb, the sensation remained distinct. Soon, Lin En lost consciousness, though in his final moments, he seemed to catch the scent of antiseptic. When he awoke again, Lin En felt his spiritual energy had recovered significantly. Everything around him was a hazy white. Lin En instinctively sat up. This environment. A hospital? The events before her unconsciousness flashed through her mind one by one. Lin flexed his arm and found it felt surprisingly good. He pulled up his sleeve, revealing another deep scar on his arm. Creak. The door swung open as Joy Eo entered. Her eyes lit up upon seeing Lin En awake. She hurried to the bedside, placed the lunchbox on the nightstand, and asked anxiously, "How are you feeling now?" She reached out and pressed her fingers against Lin En's arm. "How does this feel?" "Fine." Lin En answered truthfully. Joy Yao continued to press and prod Lin En's arm as she questioned him. Lin En patiently answered each question. Zui Yao belatedly realized how intimate her actions with Lin En had become. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she forced herself to calm down, withdrew her hand, and turned to pour a cup of warm water. "I'll go get someone to check on you." "Wait." Joy Yao looked at Lin En with confusion. "How's Chen Hao?" "Surprisingly well." Joy Yao sat down beside the bed, her gaze fixed on Lin En, her eyes holding an expression that was difficult to read. "People will ask. How will you explain it?" Lin En instantly understood Joy Yao's concern and chuckled, "Just tell the truth. This isn't something you can hide. My former teammates already know. But this kind of thing really varies from person to person, and having more isn't necessarily better. If it can help the guild won't treat me unfairly either." Lin En's reasoning made sense. Joy Yao nodded slightly. "Rest assured. If anyone harbors ill intentions, I will protect you." Joy Yao's words were firm. Lin En smiled and leaned closer to Joy Yao. "Then thank you, Yao Yao." Joy Yao's cheeks flushed slightly. She quickly lowered her head and cleared her throat softly. That rescued youth must have taken some kind of drug earlier. Combined with the forced stripping of his awakening nerves, his body suffered damage. But he can recover. Joy Yao changed the subject, and Lin En didn't press further. "What about Zhao Tianxiong?" "He's been transferred to the guild's special prison. Vice President Zhang is personally overseeing his interrogation." Chapter 172, The Beginning Grand Finale. "We extracted some intelligence about that organization from him, but it's all peripheral information. He doesn't know the true core either. However, I've heard speculation that they aren't based within Jiangcheng. It's highly likely they came from elsewhere." Joy Yao paused briefly before lowering her voice. Lin En nodded. This was to be expected. He considered whether to mention the Wen family's situation. His gaze shifted to Joy Yao, only to see her already standing and turning toward the door, clearly preparing to call for reinforcements. "You've been here the whole time?" Lin En suddenly spoke up. Joy Yao's back was to him, and her shoulders stiffened slightly. "Yeah, I couldn't sleep back there anyway." She turned back and hurried to Lin En's bedside, her eyes fixed intently on him. Those eyes, usually clear and resolute, now flickered with complex emotions: worry, lingering fear, and something else Lin En couldn't quite decipher. "You know, when you charged into that magic array, when those crimson threads wrapped around you." Tears rolled down Joy Yao's cheeks one by one. Her shoulders trembled slightly, her eyes reddened, making her look so fragile. Lin extended his left hand, hesitated, then gently placed it over her tightly clenched, injured hand. Joy Yao shuddered, but did not pull away. "I'm still alive, aren't I?" Joy Yao lowered her head, silent for a long while. Lin En could feel her hand gradually relaxing beneath his palm, its warmth slowly spreading through his fingers. After a long while, she drew a deep breath and lifted her head. Her eyes were still red, but her usual spirit had returned. "You, don't be so reckless in the future." She managed a faint smile and turned her hand to clasp Lin En's. Their hands clasped, their gazes locked. She quickly lowered her head and withdrew her hand. She pulled a thermos from her bag. "Drink this first. I had the cafeteria specially prepare this bone broth." As she opened the container, a rich aroma wafted out. Joy Yao carefully ladled a small bowl, scooped a spoonful, gently blew on it to cool it, and brought it to Lin En's lips. The gesture startled them both. Lin En watched her hand holding the spoon. Joy Yao, realizing the gesture was too intimate, quickly put the spoon back and handed the bowl to Lin En. "Drink it yourself. I'll go get someone to check on you." With that, she hurried out of the room. Recovery is progressing well. The bespectacled practitioner packed away the diagnostic equipment. "You're free to leave any time. It's just that your psychic energy needs time to fully recover. You overexerted yourself quite badly this time. It's best not to use your psychic abilities for the next couple of days." "Got it." After the examiner left, Joy Yao spoke directly. "The guild just finished a meeting. Vice President Zhang said if you're feeling up to it, you could swing by." "Want to go? About the Zhao family gang?" "Probably more than that." Joy Yao's expression grew serious. The meeting lasted the entire morning. My brother and several other high-ranking members attended. From the way he spoke, the situation might be more complicated than we imagined. The two left the medical department and walked through the guild headquarters' spacious, well-lit corridors. Staff members nodded greetings to Zhuo Yao along the way, while their gazes toward Lin En held curiosity and respect. News of the Zhao family gang incident had already spread internally. Though details remained confidential, everyone knew it was this young man who led the team that took down that cancerous tumor. Vice President Zhang's office was on the top floor of the headquarters building. Upon entering, they found not only Vice President Zhang but also two middle-aged men Lin En didn't recognize. One wore a crisp dark gray suit with a composed demeanor, while the other sported a simple jacket and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. "You're here." Vice President Zhang rose and gestured for the others to sit. "Lin En, how's your recovery going?" Lin En replied, "Pretty much back to normal." "That's good." Vice President Zhang nodded and introduced them. "This is Director Wang, who oversees internal security affairs for the guild, and this is Inspector Li, responsible for major cross-regional cases." After exchanging nods of greeting, Vice President Zhang got straight to the point. This morning's meeting involved a detailed analysis of all intelligence gathered from the Zhao family gang. This operation not only dismantled an illegal gang but, more importantly, confirmed our long-standing suspicions. There is indeed a systematic organization dedicated to stripping individuals of their awakened nerves. According to Zhao Tianxiang's confession and the ledgers he provided, this organization has infiltrated Jiangqing for at least 5 years, possibly much longer, though their operations here only expanded significantly in recent years. The increase in casualties during missions these past few years is highly likely linked to them. Vice President Zhang shifted his tone. "Although the president is currently away from Jiangqing, instructions have been relayed. Lin En, you have performed exceptionally well in this operation, demonstrating outstanding capability. The guild intends to formally invite you to join. What are your thoughts?" "It would be my honor to join the guild." Lin En's voice was firm. Who in Jiangqing wouldn't want to join the guild? Smiles spread across the faces of the three leaders. Director Wang, in particular, looked at Lin En with an approving expression. "Lin En, the guild has decided to establish a special task force, codenamed the Cleaners, under my direct command. Its mission is to thoroughly investigate this organization. If you're willing, I hope you'll join our task force." "I accept. Additionally, I possess further intelligence regarding this organization." Seeing that no one intended to interrupt, Lin En continued, "Its real name is Dark Falcon. Their scale and economic power in Anqing far exceed those in Jiangqing." Vice President Zhang's brow furrowed deeply. "Anqing? Are you certain?" "Absolutely. One of my uncles and his teammates stumbled upon some of Dark Falcon's secrets during a mission years ago. They were hunted down. Nearly everyone was silenced. Only my younger brother and sister, who now live with me, survived." A brief silence fell over the office. Inspector Li's expression grew grave. "If it's that place, things are indeed complicated. The guild branch in Anqing operates with strong autonomy, and several major families there wield immense influence enough to sway guild decisions. The question is whether the infiltration started there, or if that branch itself has been compromised." Vice President Zhang took a deep breath. "Lin En, the information you've provided is crucial. We must reassess this organization and redeploy our forces." Vice President Zhang and the other two immediately rose to leave, heading off to convene personnel for further discussion. Lin En and his group could return to rest and await further instructions. As the two stepped out of the guild building, Lin En gazed at the bustling traffic in the distance. Everything seemed so peaceful. But Lin knew the silent battle had only just begun. The enemy lurked in the shadows while they stood in the light. "I cannot back down. For the sake of the Wen siblings, for the sake of avenging Uncle Wen and his wife, and most of all, for myself.